Betrayed by my partner and stripped of my cultivation, with only 3 days left to live, demoted to a menial job waiting for death, I awakened the pastoral system and relied on cultivating longevity fruit to survive for 1,000 years. My ex-wife brought her son by marriage to mock me as a useless person, and in retaliation, I crushed the entire sect. In the Jin Tian domain, at the Lingxi Sect's grand meeting hall, the spacious hall was already filled with hundreds of disciples of the Lingxi Sect, including elders, officials, protectors, and hall masters. They were conversing with each other, smiles on their faces, as if they had just experienced some happy event, each one appearing carefree. But among these higher-ups, there was one who seemed out of place. It was a handsome young man, arms crossed in front of his chest, his expression extremely gloomy, looking as if he were ready to devour someone. At this moment, an elder approached the youth and said, "Commander Yi, the rebellion in the northern desert has been quelled, and as a main general, you have achieved unparalleled merit for our Lingxi sect. Logically, you should be pleased. Why then do you wear such a troubled face?" Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin's originally furrowed brows relaxed, and after glancing at the elder who spoke, he replied, "I didn't sleep well last night, Elder Yang. No need to worry." The elder called Yang Lao by Yi Kanglin chuckled. "Allow me to guess. Commander, you spent the whole night celebrating with the sect leader yesterday, hence not resting well, correct?" As he spoke, the old man displayed an all-knowing grin and continued laughing gently. "However, it is also good, since Commander Yi and the sect leader have been married for many years without result. If she conceives from this joyous occasion, it would indeed be a great fortune for our Lingxi sect." After hearing this, Yi Kanglin merely laughed. But this laughter was not one of happiness, it was melancholy. Then he took a letter out of his storage ring and handed it over to Elder Yang. Elder Yang unconsciously received it, asking curiously, "What is this?" Yi Kanglin smiled faintly and replied, "A divorce decree." These words made Elder Yang jump in surprise. After several stunned breaths, he opened the envelope. Sure enough, inside lay a folded divorce decree. It was none other than the personally written divorce decree by the sect leader, Xiuxian, even stamped with her sect leader's seal, making forgery impossible. With this, Elder Yang was thoroughly dumbfounded. Yi Kanglin had just triumphantly returned from battle, and immediately thereafter, the sect leader handed him a divorce decree. What was this supposed to mean? Hearing this, Yi Kanglin slowly remarked, "I had just arrived back at the sect yesterday, my butt hadn't even touched the seat when her personal maid delivered this divorce decree directly to me. I was rather confused myself, not knowing what this meant. Originally, I planned to visit her in her chambers, but her guards outright refused me in trance. Isn't the implication quite clear?" By this time, Elder Yang caught on. He carefully questioned, "Sect leader wants to discard you like an old horse." Without responding, Yi Kanglin silently acknowledged Elder Yang's suspicion. A brief pause followed before he bitterly added, "Now that I have quelled the rebellion in the northern desert and reclaimed the 13 states of Huaying, the Lingxi sect's rule over the entire Jin Tian domain has reached an unprecedented peak. The small independent principalities and city-states have completely submitted, no longer daring to rebel. Thus, for Xiuxian, I am now devoid of any further use. Hence why she sent the divorce decree first thing." Continuing, Yi Kanglin placed both hands behind his back, smiling faintly. "Today's gathering might very well be akin to Hongmen banquet for me. Since the moment I stepped inside, I suppose leaving here alive is highly improbable." Upon finishing, Yi Kanglin let out a somewhat heartbroken laugh. After listening to these words, cold sweat drenched the back of Elder Yang. Glancing around and ensuring no one else was paying them attention, he gave Yi Kanglin a shushing sign. "Commander Yi, please tread carefully with your words. All these speculations of yours may very well be baseless. This divorce decree could carry another meaning altogether." Yi Kanglin remained silent in response to Elder Yang's advice. Just then, a doorkeeper announced loudly, "The sect leader arrives." As the voice echoed, the once noisy grand hall instantly fell into silence. Disciples lined up on both sides fixed their gazes on the doors outside. There appeared a woman of remarkable grace and elegance, her long hair tied high into a bun. She entered the hall with refined dignity. Dressed in a red, blush-red fairy robe, her exquisite figure was accentuated perfectly. Light makeup adorned her flawless features, enhancing the already mesmerizing beauty of her divine countenance. Despite being a mere woman, her aura carried an indomitable sense of power, as though before her, all living beings were nothing more than ants. This woman was none other than the current sect leader of the Lingxi sect, Xiuxian. As Xiuxian ascended to the sect leader's throne, hundreds of disciples below all knelt in unison, shouting in chorus, "My lord, may your blessings rival the heavens, and may you live 10,000 years." The scene was grand and deafening. But scanning the entire venue, one person had not bowed. He stood there rigidly, drawing considerable attention. It was none other than Xiuxiao's ex-husband, Yi Kanglin. And this moment did not escape Xiuxiao's notice, yet she paid it no heed and instead addressed the hundreds of disciples. "Rise." "Thank you, my lord." Everyone stood up, their gazes converging entirely on Xiuxian. At the next moment, an elderly man stepped forward and respectfully reported to Xiuxian, "My lord, your old servant humbly petitions your attention." "Speak." Xiuxian responded indifferently. The aged elder then hesitantly began. "Your old servant accuses Commander Yi Kanglin. During his military campaigns, he allowed his men to burn, kill, plunder, and forcefully abduct young women, plunging our borderlands into misery. I beg you, my lord, to severely punish him as a warning to others." Upon hearing these words, Yi Kanglin glanced somewhat shocked at the elder. His eyes narrowed slightly as he thought to himself, they're already preparing to slap charges on me so quickly? Then more elders stepped forward one after another, petitioning Yu. I accuse Commander Yi Kanglin of forming cliques for personal gain, accepting bribes, and framing loyal individuals. I accuse Commander Yi Kanglin of bullying others, forcibly taking what is not his, showing utter disdain for the law. I accuse Commander Yi Kanglin of colluding with foreign tribes, hoarding weapons, and planning treason. In a flash, numerous impeachment papers against Yi Kanglin were piled onto Yu Xiao's desk. This spectacle appeared as if it had been premeditated, affording Yi Kanglin no chance to defend himself. Thereupon, sect leader Yu Xiao, seated high on her throne, coldly questioned Yi Kanglin. Yi Kanglin, do you know your crimes? After hearing this, Yi Kanglin chuckled lightly again, surprised that this woman was no longer pretending. The petitions laid before her didn't even glance at her as she directly asked whether he knew his crime. On the spot, Yi Kanglin raised his gaze toward Yu Xiao and calmly replied, I know my crimes. These three simple words sparked a tremendous uproar throughout the entire meeting hall. Clearly, no one at the scene expected Yi Kanglin to admit his guilt without offering any defense. This was indeed very unlike his usual style. Even Yu Xiao felt somewhat startled, clearly unprepared for how readily Yi Kanglin admitted his offenses. She thus demanded once again, will you not explain yourself? Still Yi Kanglin smiled faintly and said, explain what? These unfounded charges were crafted by you. What am I supposed to say? Yu Xiao furrowed her eyebrows and snapped harshly. Do you mean to suggest that I have deliberately framed you? Yi Kanglin spread his hands wide, looking entirely nonchalant as he said, Lady Sect Leader, we are not children anymore. If you want to kill me, just come out and say it. No need to put on such pretenses. Hearing this, Yu Xiao was immediately incensed to laughter. Yi Kanglin could effortlessly see right through her thoughts, just like always. In front of him, she seemed like a child who never grew up, knowing nothing and needing his help for everything. Even when it came to commanding the army and managing the sect, she paled greatly in comparison to him. Indeed, people only knew about the great General Yi Kanglin, but scarcely about sect leader Yu Xiao herself. Precisely because of this, she had harbored the intention to take action against Yi Kanglin. In the earlier years, the situation within the Lingxi Sect had still been chaotic, and she still needed Yi Kanglin's assistance, so she had not dared to make a move against him. However, now, Yi Kanglin had resolved all internal conflicts and external threats within the sect, including quelling the 100-year-old desert rebellion that had long troubled Lingxi Sect. Confident in her ability to control the situation fully, she decided she no longer needed Yi Kanglin. Therefore, she had chosen this day to act against him. At that moment, Yu Xiao stood from her throne, looking down upon Yi Kanglin from above and coldly mocked. You want to die, don't you? But I won't grant you that wish. I will keep you alive precisely so you can watch. I can lead the Lingxi Sect to a new peak even without you. By the time the Lingxi Sect becomes the strongest ruling sect in this region, even across the entire continent, you'll realize just how insignificant your existence truly is to me. With this, Yu Xiao paused briefly, appearing extremely arrogant. Then she declared, starting today, Yi Kanglin is to be stripped of all his positions, demoted to a menial disciple, and confined at the foot of Wuyuan Mountain, forbidden from taking even half a step away for the rest of his life. Chapter 2. Cultivation Wasted. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence, including Yi Kanglin, who was also taken aback. He had originally thought that Yu Xiao would take his life, but instead, she merely imprisoned him. This came as a bit of a surprise. At this moment, however, Elder Yang stepped forward and respectfully said to Yu Xiao, My lord, if General Yi is demoted to servant, then who will take up the position of young commander in our Lingxi Sect? While we in the Lingxi Sect are not lacking in astonishing talents, being the young commander requires more than just talent. Elder Yang's words seemed to be for Yu Xiao's consideration, but in reality, it was a reminder to her not to act impulsively. If Yi Kanglin was demoted to a servant, there wouldn't be anyone within the massive Lingxi Sect to replace the young commander's position. After all, this position was equivalent to the role of regent. If the person in that role wasn't absolutely loyal to Yu Xiao, it would result in a catastrophic blow to the Lingxi Sect. However, at this point, Yu Xiao let out a contemptuous laugh, looking down on the old man before speaking with ease. Do you think I, the Grand Mistress, would make such a rookie mistake? After these words were spoken, a flicker of surprise crossed Elder Yang's eyes. He wondered silently whether the sect master already had a candidate in mind. Not only did Elder Yang have doubts, even Yi Kanglin and hundreds of disciples present felt curious. Who would Yu Xiao select to replace Yi Kanglin as her regent? Then Yu Xiao loudly announced disciple Mu Chang'e to come forward. As soon as the words left her lips, the two little doorkeepers standing outside loudly proclaimed, disciple Mu Chang'e to come forward. The sound kept reverberating, and before long, a beautifully dressed youth, wearing the uniform of the young commander, slowly walked in from outside. This youth had exceptionally good looks, red lips, white teeth, skin like condensed milk, and a very slim figure, giving people a sense of being derangedly cute. With such good looks, even if he did nothing, simply standing there could attract a large number of young women. When Yi Kanglin saw the newcomer, he couldn't help but smile. He turned his head towards Yu Xiao and said, Are you really going to have your adopted son replace me? Isn't that a joke? There was no mistake. This exquisite youth who had walked in was none other than Yu Xiao's adoptive son, or rather, her foster son. A few years ago, when Xiao was traveling outside, she adopted a small boy and brought him back to the Lingxi Sect, making this boy her foster son. Back then, Chang'e was still young, so Kanglin didn't give it much thought. However, as he gradually grew up and displayed characteristics of an adult male, Kanglin realized that things might not be as simple as he had initially assumed. And when Xiao caught sight of the faint displeasure flashing in Kanglin's eyes, a wave of dark satisfaction surged through her heart. In their 300 years of marriage, this was the first time she had seen Kanglin eat humble pie at her hands, bringing her indescribable joy. At that moment, she arrogantly declared, Chang'e is my personally trained successor. Not only is he my closest disciple, but he is also the most suitable candidate for the position of young commander. Upon hearing these words, everyone present, including Kanglin, stared in shock. Xiao's phrase, my closest disciple, left much to one's imagination. It was right around this time that Kanglin suddenly became aware of something important. Turns out, without his knowledge, this woman had already worn him out with green hats. While he was fighting fiercely with enemies on the battlefield, his wife was cozying up with her adopted son at home. And after everything was settled, she kicked him aside, openly starting a relationship with her foster son. For a moment, even Kanglin, known for his calmness, clenched his fists tightly, his gaze toward Xiao, filled with an intensity that could devour her alive. Right then, Chang'e approached Kanglin. Perhaps due to their proximity, a faint scent reached Kanglin's nose. Kanglin looked in surprise at Chang'e, recognizing the fragrance clearly as Xiao's personal perfume. Then Chang'e fixed Kanglin with a challenging look and quietly said in a voice audible only to them, know why the guard stopped you from entering Her Excellency's quarters last night? Because she was cultivating with me at that time. The close-range kind of cultivation. And as for this fragrance you smell on me, you should be familiar with it, right? Do you know why it's here? Because I'm still wearing the shirt she changed out of yesterday. Saying this, Chang'e giggled maliciously, like a despicable man, inciting an intense urge to punch him. Following this, Chang'e swaggered over and insolently settled himself down on the throne of the young general. With an air of arrogant triumph, he looked down upon Kanglin. He seemed to eagerly anticipate the sight of Kanglin bursting with rage, torn apart by desperation. However, to his disappointment, Kanglin appeared tranquil. Not even a glance more was spared towards him as he turned back to Xiao and said, since I am now just a menial disciple, it seems this grand assembly hall is no longer where I belong. From now on, I shall never set foot in here again. The marital bond of 300 years ends here. With that, Kanglin forcefully stripped off his official attire, threw it hard onto the ground, and began striding toward the exit. But at that moment, Xiao's voice rang out. Do you think I've allowed you to leave? Kanglin paused mid-step, tilted his head, and asked Xiao, is there anything else our sect master needs from me? Xiao let out a cold laugh. You are no longer the young commander, she said. So shouldn't the token of office as the young commander be returned? Confused, Kanglin frowned deeply and questioned Xiao directly. What token? Before he could say another word, Xiao vanished instantly from her place and reappeared right before Kanglin so swiftly that it took him completely by surprise. Attempting to turn and escape, the next instant Kanglin felt an overwhelming force strike violently against his abdomen. Not only was it a brute physical impact, but torrents of pure magical energy surged into Kanglin's body through the palm strike. Subsequently, as if his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets, Kanglin's body went flying backward. At the same time, a bead-sized black pearl shot out of his mouth. Acting fast, Xiao snatched up the black pearl he had coughed out, then shifted her piercing gaze towards Kanglin, who had been flung outside the hall. He fell limp as a dead dog, convulsively twitching, with blood streaming incessantly from the corners of his mouth. As the night pearl left Kanglin's body, his cultivation level disintegrated at an astonishing rate, his lifespan plummeting wildly. This shocking scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Elder Yang, in particular, looked utterly terrified as he gazed at Xiao. No one could have imagined that someone married for 300 years would carry out such deeds, depriving Kanglin not just of all his positions, but of all his cultivation and lifespan too. Thereafter, Xiao held aloft the night pearl taken from Kanglin and proclaimed, this night pearl was gifted to you when my father, the previous sect master, was still in power. With the help of this treasure, an ordinary person like you, completely devoid of any aptitude for cultivation, was able to embark upon the path of practice. The reason why my father gave you such a supreme treasure was simply because he wished you to fully assist me, consolidating the Lingxi Sect's rule over the entire Jin Tian realm. But as of now, I've already achieved full control over the Lingxi Sect. You've lost your value to me. Thus, there's no reason why this pearl should continue to remain within you. I'm sure you have no objection to my taking it back. Outside the great hall, Kanglin's breathing grew weaker. After hearing Xiao's final sentence, he spat out a gush of blood and fainted outright. At this, Xiao spoke sharply. Bring someone. Here we are. Several attendants hastened forward. With a slight tilt of her chin in the direction of Kanglin, Xiao ordered them. Have someone heal him properly, ensure he doesn't die, and afterward, throw him to the foot of Wuyuan Mountain. Let him remain there for the rest of his life, without stepping beyond it. The guards clasped their fists and responded affirmatively, yes. However, moments later, Xiao seemed to remember something. She then directed her gaze at one guard leader and addressed him. Qin Shao. Qin Shao stepped forth respectfully and stated, Your orders, mistress. Yu Xiao pondered for a second and commanded. Henceforth, visit Wuyuan Mountain periodically and inform him thoroughly of every development within the Lingxi Sect. I want him to witness clearly how under my leadership, the Lingxi Sect ascends to greatness and brilliance. Chapter 3, The Pastoral System. Qin Shao clasped his fists and respectfully said, I obey your orders, my lord. Afterwards, he summoned 2 guards to carry Yi Kanglin on their backs as they walked towards the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, when Yu Xiao saw Yi Kanglin's retreating figure, for some unknown reason, a flicker of strange emotion flashed in her eyes. But almost instantly, she resumed her usual demeanor of coldness and arrogance. Then, she sat back down on the sect master's throne and spoke to the disciples below. Apparently, many of you seem dissatisfied with how I handled Yi Kanglin. Now that everyone is here, why not voice your concerns? When Yu Xiao acted against Yi Kanglin earlier, she had already noticed several disciples showing anger, dissatisfaction, even hatred. But ultimately, those emotions were forcibly suppressed by them. Now, having removed Yi Kanglin, who was once the biggest thorn in her side, her next target would naturally be those close to him. Hence, this was an opportunity to challenge these disciples. However, Elder Jin Huaxiong of Tiandu Peak laughed loudly and said, My lord jokes, but someone like Yi Kanglin, a traitor, we disciples of Lingxi Sect have long wished nothing more than to dispose of him. How can we feel any dissatisfaction then? Subsequently, Shoujian Pavilion Director Shen Qiuling also respectfully stated, Yes, Lingxi Sect belongs solely to my lord, not Yi Kanglin. He is merely a dog that my lord raised. If this dog won't listen, replacing it is certainly appropriate. Though these 2 men's words carried an overtone of flattery towards Yu Xiao, they were very well received by her. Yu Xiao couldn't help but laugh, asking the crowd below, Do others feel the same way? Many disciples quickly agreed, while Li Wuwei, the headmaster of Medicine Garden Hall, even stood up and indignantly proclaimed, Yi Kanglin deserves punishment for deceiving superiors and hiding facts from inferiors. By deposing him, my lord has undoubtedly rid us Lingxi Sect members of a major calamity. In the future, under my lord's and Commander Mu Changa's leadership, Lingxi Sect will become stronger and more prosperous. This statement was effectively both a compliment to Yu Xiao and a tribute to Mu Changa. The newly appointed Mu Changa couldn't resist laughing heartily, turning to Yu Xiao and saying, Master, this person knows how to talk. Yu Xiao smiled faintly, adding disdainfully, Just some flattering talk, occasionally listening isn't bad. At this moment, Mu Changa stood up from the young commander's seat and loudly declared, Master, what you said is mistaken. Director Li is a 3-term elder of our Lingxi Sect, and always sees things very clearly. Since Director Li believes that Lingxi Sect under Master's leadership will grow stronger, Master can undoubtedly make Lingxi Sect stronger. The Beast Taming Hall Director also stood up and said, Commander Mu is right. Having a wise ruler like our my lord lead Lingxi Sect is not only our sect's fortune, but also the blessing of the 800 million citizens of Jin Tian Domain. The achievements of our my lord will surely surpass those of the founding ancestors, and his name shall resonate across the entire continent. As he said this, he dropped to his knees and shouted loudly, Our master bears the features of a saint hero and will certainly unify the continent, ascending to supreme supremacy. Upon hearing this, all the disciples present fell to their knees in unison, exclaiming in chorus, Our master bears the features of a saint hero and will certainly unify the continent, ascending to supreme supremacy. Their voices were loud and booming, far greater than during the court session earlier. The whole hall resonated with thunderous echoes. High on the sect leader's throne, Yu Xiao could no longer suppress her inner joy. In this moment, she truly felt the exhilaration of absolute power. In this exact moment, her prestige within Lingxi Sect reached unprecedented heights. This was the true presence expected of a sect leader. Her gaze turned towards the sky outside the great hall, and she began to ponder silently. Father, look down upon me from heaven. Our Yu family-founded Lingxi Sect will unify the entire continent under my hands. At the base of Xiangong Peak at this moment, Qin Shao, carrying Yi Kanglin who was gravely injured and unconscious, hurried anxiously toward the clinic. 2 guards closely followed behind him. But as they noticed blood dripping continuously from the corner of Yi Kanglin's mouth, they cried out fearfully, Master Qin, there's blood coming from General Yi. Upon hearing the words, Qin Shao turned his head to look at Yi Kanglin behind him, who had already lost all consciousness. He exclaimed anxiously, General Yi, hold on. We'll reach the clinic soon. As he said this, Qin Shao again quickened his pace while carrying Yi Kanglin on his back. At this moment, if he had a flying device, he might have used it to fly straight to the clinic. Unfortunately, his rank was too low for him to own such a high-level item, so he could only rush forward with all his strength. At this time, he even harbored a deep hatred toward Yu Xiao. Everyone knew that after being married for a day, one should cherish the bond for 100 days, let alone General Yi having been together with her for 300 years. How could she deal him such a severe blow? One could wonder if her heart was made of flesh. Although he was furious inside, he didn't dare show it since discussing one's superior as the chief guard could cost him his head. Little did he know that at this very moment, Yi Kanglin's soul had entered into a certain space. It was a boundless white dream world where no matter how far one walked, there seemed to be no end in sight. Walking in this white void world, Yi Kanglin's eyes were filled with confusion, and he murmured, This is strange. What place is this? How did I end up here? Just as Yi Kanglin felt perplexed, suddenly a voice sounded near his ear. Drip, the pastoral system has now been activated, binding the host, binding progress 1%. Hearing the sound near his ear, Kanglin slightly froze and turned to look behind him. As a result, he saw a thin layer of light curtain. It looked like the projection screen in a cinema, projecting onto the void like a screen. Kanglin observed the screen closely. On it displayed a long progress bar, from 1% to 99%. The next moment, he heard the system's voice once again. Drip, binding successful. Congratulations, host, you have activated the pastoral system. After hearing this, Kanglin blinked his eyes and said, System? As he said this, his lips quivered slightly. Then he chuckled lightly and cursed. Damn it. I've been in this world for 300 fucking years already. And you, this damn thing, appear only now. Yes, Kanglin was originally not from this cultivation world, but an ordinary person from Blue Star. 300 years ago, by a stroke of luck, he traveled through to this world. Originally, he thought the golden finger that every transmigrator should have would immediately appear. However, what he hadn't expected was that he actually waited for 300 whole years. Until now, this damned system finally showed up, enough to make him throw up. However, upon seeing the name of this system, Kanglin seemed to understand everything. Because, in essence, this pastoral system can only be activated when Kanglin stops striving and retreats home. In these years within Lingxi Sect, Kanglin almost exhausted himself daily, tired as a dog, and thus never triggered the activation conditions. Now, deposed by Xiao, he was effectively forced into retirement, which successfully triggered the activation condition of this system. Thinking about it, Kanglin laughed again. Indeed, lying flat and embracing idleness is the ultimate goal of life. At this point, the system's prompt tone sounded again. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a rookie package. Would you like to claim it? When Kanglin heard the words, newbie package, excitement immediately surged within him, and he eagerly exclaimed, newbie package. There's actually something like that. Chapter 4. Only 3 days left to live. At that moment, Xuanhuan reached out and tapped the confirm receipt button on the system's panel. Subsequently, a prompt sounded in his ear. Collection successful. You've received 6 longevity fruits, 1 universal star stone, and 1 rare earth core. Xuanhuan looked at the items displayed on the panel and murmured, longevity fruit, universal star stone, rare earth core. Although Xuanhuan had served as the young general of Lingxi Sect for 300 years and had seen many strange and exotic things, he had never even heard of these items awarded by the system. It was easier to understand the longevity fruit. It was probably something that could extend one's lifespan. As for the universal star stone and the rare earth core, he had no idea what they were. While Xuanhuan was pondering this, a childish voice suddenly rang out. Hey, buddy, what's going on with you? How come your lifespan is down to just this much? Did you take some poison and want to kill yourself or something? At the same time the childlike voice echoed, Xuanhuan saw a small figure dart off from the system panel. It was a little boy who looked about 3 or 4 years old, wearing a diaper and a blue t-shirt. On his back were a pair of butterfly wings. Without flapping them, the boy floated gracefully through the air. Upon seeing the little boy, Xuanhuan froze, instinctively stepping back. He asked, Who are you? Xiuxian ignored Xuanhuan's question, flying right up to him and pressing a finger against Xuanhuan's brow point. In the next instant, his magical power surged into Xuanhuan's body to give him a thorough examination. After a brief pause, he cried out in surprise, Shit, what did you do? Why is your body in such bad shape? That's why your remaining lifespan is only 3 days. Xuanhuan blinked, speaking almost reflexively. My lifespan is only 3 days left. Xiuxian didn't bother explaining much. Instead, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, the system panel before Xuanhuan changed its display. Host, Xuanhuan. Current lifespan, 3 days. Stored lifespan, 0 days. Seeing the data displayed on the system panel, Xuanhuan couldn't help but say, half disbelievingly, Is this real? Is the system malfunctioning? Although the night pearl had been removed from his body after it was taken out, rendering his powers useless and severely impacting his lifespan, Xuanhuan still thought he shouldn't be in such dire straits as to have only 3 days to live. So, he subconsciously concluded that the system must be wrong. But xiuxian exclaimed, The system doesn't malfunction if you do. Curious, Xuanhuan asked, Why are you so sure? Xiuxian sneered and retorted, Why wouldn't I be? I'm the administrator of the system. Tell me why else. Hearing this, Xuanhuan gazed at Xiuxian with surprise. Administrator of the system? That's impressive. Ignoring Xuanhuan's compliments, Xiuxian turned around and clicked a few more times on the system panel. Instantly, the 6 longevity fruits awarded in the rookie package materialized automatically. Without a word, Xiuxian tossed the 6 longevity fruits towards Xuanhuan, saying, Take them. See how effective these longevity fruits are. Reacting instinctively, Xuanhuan caught the 6 fruits, which looked like cherries. Immediately, the information on the system panel updated. Host, Xuanhuan. Current lifespan, 3 days. Stored lifespan, 18 days. Upon seeing that the stored lifespan on the system panel indicated only 18 days, Xiuxian couldn't contain his anger and burst out swearing. What the hell? There are 6 longevity fruits here. And yet, their effect is only an increase of 18 days, averaging 3 days per fruit. This is outrageous. As he spoke, Xiuxian waved his hands furiously. After struggling hard to break free, if Xuanhuan were to die due to lack of time, Xiuxian might be resealed. For him, This was completely unacceptable. Therefore, he was furious when he saw the reward provided by the longevity fruits amounted to only 18 days. However, reflecting on the situation where having a little is better than nothing, all he could do was sigh and accept the reality. Meanwhile, xuanhuan interjected, "Hey, Administrator, how should we use these longevity fruits? Do we eat them directly to gain increased lifespan? Or do we need to purify them first like other pills before consuming them?" Xuanhuan, however, felt much better at this moment. As he was unaware of the special effects of the longevity fruit, he didn't expect them to add a significant amount of lifespan. And now, upon realizing these fruits could extend his life by 18 days, he was actually quite happy about it. After all, for someone on the brink of death, 18 days could mean a lot and allow him to accomplish plenty. On the other hand, xiuxian grumbled unhappily. "I do have a name. It's xiuxian, not just Administrator. Administrator is only my title." Xuanhuan nodded. "All right, Mr. Administrator, can you now tell me how to use these longevity fruits?" Xiuxian rolled his eyes, no longer willing to argue with Xuanhuan further. He responded nonchalantly. "Just eat them, but spit out the pits. They can be used as seeds, and in the future, your survival will depend on these seeds." Xuanhuan made an approving sound twice, then started consuming the longevity fruits one by one. The pits he spat out were tiny, about the size of a grain of rice, and several times he almost swallowed them along with the fruit. When he had finished eating all 6 longevity fruits, Xuanhuan noticed that his system panel updated once again. Host, Xuanhuan. Current lifespan, 21 days. Stored lifespan, 0 days. Upon seeing his current lifespan increase to 21 days, Xuanhuan was overjoyed. This meant he wouldn't worry about sudden death in the short term. However, at the same time, Xuanhuan suddenly realized that his body seemed to have undergone some changes. With the increase in lifespan, his muscles became more compact and full of explosive strength. Moreover, his 5 senses, vision, smell, taste, touch, and hearing, all grew significantly sharper. To put it simply, if the previous Xuanhuan was like a sick person nearing death, the current version of him had largely restored to the physical condition of an average adult, and possibly even surpassed it. Sensing the change in his body, Xuanhuan looked at xiuxian with surprise and said, "Is the longevity fruit this powerful? Can it also enhance my physical constitution?" Xiuxian shrugged dismissively. "It has nothing to do with the longevity fruit. It's mainly related to lifespan." Xuanhuan hesitated for a moment, asking subconsciously, "Related to lifespan?" Xiuxian nodded. "This pastoral system you've activated ties lifespan to power. To put it simply, the more lifespan you have, the stronger your abilities become. So when your lifespan reaches 21 days, your physical fitness will feel like it's drastically improved." Hearing this, Xuanhuan was elated. "Well, what a great system. Then later on, by cultivating longevity fruits and increasing my lifespan to hundreds of years, won't I become invincible?" But right after that, he glanced down at the pits in his hand and expressed concern. "Still, can these pits sprout into fruits before my 21 days run out?" At this, Xiuxian sneered. "Did you forget what your other 2 rewards are?" Confused, Xuanhuan instinctively turned his head toward the system panel to look at his other 2 items. Universal Star Stone, Rare Earth Core. Then, Xuanhuan looked back at Xiuxian, asking, "What use do these things have?" Xiuxian tapped on the system panel, and instantly, the Universal Star Stone and the Rare Earth Core floated out. The Universal Star Stone was a crystal ball the size of a fist, containing swirling images like a galaxy inside it. As for the Rare Earth Core, it was a piece of clay about the size of an egg. Chapter 5. Are you really willing? At the moment, Xiuxian briefly explained. The Huanyu Starstone is similar to a storage magic artifact. Inside it forms an independent space, and within this space, it's perfect for you to grow crops. As he spoke, he tossed the Huanyu Starstone forward. The Starstone immediately hovered in midair, and then a suction force enveloped Kanglin, pulling him into the interior of the Starstone. At this time, Kanglin felt as if the scene before his eyes was spinning, and his body experienced a brief state of weightlessness. When he came to his senses, he saw that he had appeared on an open island. Well, although it's called an island, its area is very small, estimated to be about the size of a basketball court, and around it stretched an endless ocean. As the wind swept across the sea surface, it created waves, and there were even seagulls flying in the distance. In the water below, various fish could be seen swimming, while a blazing sun hung high in the sky, making one's skin feel extremely uncomfortable from the heat. Standing on this island, Kanglin was completely flabbergasted. He said incredulously, "What? This is the internal space of that Huanyu Starstone? It feels so real." Just then, Xiuxian also flew inside. After taking a look around, his gaze finally settled on the small island below. He flew down to the ground, grabbed a handful of dirt, examined it carefully for a while, and then said to Kanglin, "The soil on this island is terrible, with little fertility. If not for the Rare Earth Core, I doubt the insho fruit would survive here." Kanglin turned and looked at Xiuxian, asking, "That clump of sticky clay is only egg-sized. Can it enhance the soil fertility of this entire island?" From the words Xiuxian had just spoken, Kanglin already realized that the so-called Rare Earth Core was essentially like fertilizer, increasing soil fertility and thereby allowing crops to grow better. Still, the Rare Earth Core was only egg-sized, a tiny amount, and he wondered how much fertility it could provide. Xiuxian sneered. "With all this rare earth, are you still worried about running out of it?" Saying this, he tore off about half of the rare earth core and, with a powerful slap, drove it deep into the soil of the island. With the injection of the rare earth core, the soil around Nong Xiaoxian's hand underwent a subtle transformation. The originally golden yellow soil began to rapidly transform into black soil, which then spread in all directions. In no time, the soil of this island was successfully transformed into the best quality black soil. Although it was just a basketball court-sized patch of black soil, it was more than enough for planting the Yinshou fruit. Next, Nong Xiaoxian told Yi Kanglin, "All right, the soil has been successfully transformed. You can plant the seeds of the Yinshou fruit here. Within a day, you'll be able to harvest the fruits." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin's eyes widened slightly with surprise. "What? You mean after a single day, we can come back and harvest the fruits? Can these Yinshou fruits grow so quickly?" Nong Xiaoxian rolled his eyes. "It's not that the Yinshou fruits grow fast. It's because time flows faster within this Xuanyu starstone. The ratio of the time flow speed inside compared to outside is roughly 365 days to 1. In other words, when you wait outside for 1 day, a whole year passes here. And since the cultivation cycle for the Yinshou fruit is exactly 1 year, you just need to plant the seeds here, and in 1 day's time, from the outside, you can come back to harvest them." At this, Yi Kanglin, who was already squatting on the ground digging holes, lit up with excitement. "So, waiting for just 1 day outside equals a year passing here? Doesn't that mean that from now on, every day I will be able to obtain large quantities of Yinshou fruits, enhancing my lifespan each time?" Nong Xiaoxian nodded. "You could say that. However, this island remains too small. Once the number of Yinshou fruits reaches a certain level, there likely won't be room for further expansion." After covering the fruit kernels in the soil, Yi Kanglin smiled and said, "Let's deal with that problem later. First, let's solve the immediate issue, then consider other things." Speaking thus, Yi Kanglin finished planting the kernels, patted his hands, and then looked at Nong Xiaoxian, asking, "By the way, you haven't told me yet. How do I leave this place?" Nong Xiaoxian replied lazily, "Just think of the external scene in your mind, and your body will be able to exit." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin was surprised. "Is it really that simple? Let me give it a try." As he spoke, his eyes closed, and he began thinking about the external scene. The next moment, the sensation of weightlessness returned. When Yi Kanglin opened his eyes, he saw a face so beautiful it seemed otherworldly, looking at him with concern. Upon seeing that he had awakened, she exclaimed in surprise, "Brother-in-law? Brother-in-law, you're awake." She then shouted to the side, "Hey, all of you, come quickly. Brother-in-law has woken up." With these words, the group of people who had been guarding nearby rushed over. Among them was Qin Xiao, the head of the guards, who, upon seeing that Yi Kanglin's eyes were truly open, said excitedly, "General Yi, how are you? Do you feel any better now?" Yi Kanglin looked around at the people gathered close by and finally turned to Yu Qingyan, asking, "Why are you here? Where am I? And why are there so many of you gathered here?" Perhaps because he had been injured by Yu Shirao before, Yi Kanglin instinctively felt some aversion toward her younger sister, his own sister-in-law. But Yu Qingyan did not get angry about this. She sat down beside Yi Kanglin and softly said, "This is the cave residence at the foot of Wuyuan Mountain. My sister has ordered you confined to this place. Yesterday afternoon, when Qin Xiao brought you to my medical hall, you were nearly dead. Fortunately, you pulled through without any serious consequences, though your cultivation has completely disappeared. In the future, you may become a mere useless person." At this point, Yu Qingyan's expression grew gloomy, and she even dared not look into Yi Kanglin's eyes. All the guards led by Qin Xiao also showed sorrowful looks. They had almost all been promoted personally by Yi Kanglin. Without him, they might have long since died in the outer world and would never have survived until today. Now, seeing their benefactor reduced to such a state, each of them felt unbearable pain. Especially Qin Xiao, whose eyes flashed with a hint of hatred. Clearly, he already harbored strong resentment toward Yu Shirao. In his view, if even a meritorious official like Yi Kanglin could be treated this way, how much worse would it be for them if they made even minor mistakes? At this moment, Yi Kanglin sat up and asked, "How long have I been asleep?" Yu Qingyan thought for a moment and answered, "From yesterday until now, about a day and night has passed." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin muttered, "A day and night, huh?" At this point, Qin Xiao, with a pessimistic tone, said, "General Yi, there's bad news I don't know whether I should tell you or not." Yi Kanglin turned to look at him and said somewhat discontentedly, "Just say what's on your mind. Why act like a woman and hesitate so much?" Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao instinctively stood at attention and replied very formally, "Yes." Then, he reported to Yi Kanglin, "General Yi, during the time you were unconscious, the Lord gave an order to purge all members of the junior general faction across the whole sect. All those disciples who were close to you, or whom you promoted to key positions, they've all been arrested by the Lord on charges of intending to rebel. They should already have been thrown into the heavenly prison, awaiting trial by the law enforcement hall." After hearing this, Yi Kanglin's expression turned unpleasant. He hadn't expected Yu Shirao to be so decisive, not only punishing him, but also making the innocent bear the responsibility as well. At this point, Yu Qingyan softly said, "Brother-in-law, with the junior general faction having been cleaned out, sister will gain firmer control over the entire sect. It will probably be hard for you to make a comeback." Yi Kanglin looked up at this former sister-in-law and smiled. "Recovery? Why should I return? Since I've been demoted to such a forsaken place, I might as well retreat from everything entirely." After all these years of hard work for Lingxi Sect, it's high time I took a proper rest. As he spoke, he smiled calmly. Seeing this, Xiuxian continued, but are you really content with this? All the effort you put into building Lingxi Sect, all for nothing. It will just end up being someone else's glory. That Mu Chang'e is nothing more than a handsome piece of garbage. Letting him take your position will only lead Lingxi Sect to its decline. Chapter 6. Yu Xiao, your sister is really beautiful. Yi Kanglin raised his hand to cut her off, signaling that she didn't need to continue. It doesn't matter anymore whether Mu Chang'e is a failure or not. After all, this was the decision made by Yu Xiao herself, and I have no right to interfere, nor do I care to any longer. As for the Lingxi Sect that has been established, it was originally the family power of your Yu clan. How can it possibly be about making clothes for others? Yu Qingyan was somewhat at a loss for words when questioned. Indeed, Lingxi Sect was originally the family power of the Yu clan. Yi Kanglin was at most like a professional manager, and as the boss, any decision Yu Xiao made, Yi Kanglin indeed had no right to interfere with. At this moment, Yu Qingyan asked, then are you going to completely disregard the Lingxi Sect from now on? Yi Kanglin laughed and said, I am now just a miscellaneous disciple. What will happen to the future development of Lingxi Sect has nothing to do with me. As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh again, recalling the scene from 300 years ago. Back then, he had just traveled to this ruthless world of cultivation, where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. At that time, he first felt what it meant to have absolute power come with absolute strength. And someone like him, without any strength, would basically meet an inevitable death. Even he thought there was no way he could survive. Until later, he met the previous sect leader of Lingxi Sect, who was also Yu Xiao's father, Yuya. He not only brought Yi Kanglin back to Lingxi Sect, but gave Yi Kanglin food to eat, taught him reading and writing, introduced him into the path of cultivation, and even married his daughter Yu Xiao to him. To the Yi Kanglin of that time, the old sect leader was simply like his reborn parents. His kindness might never be repaid in this life. But perhaps even God didn't want Yi Kanglin to owe too much gratitude. In the year after Yi Kanglin married Yu Xiao, the lifespan of the old sect leader was up. Before passing away, the old sect leader entrusted the Lingxi Sect along with his 3 children and wife to Yi Kanglin, hoping that Yi Kanglin could protect the sect and protect Yu Xiao for him. At that time, Yi Kanglin solemnly promised. It was because of this promise to the old sect leader that Yi Kanglin tried hard to save the teetering Lingxi Sect during these 300 years. Also because of this promise, when Yi Kanglin's prestige in Lingxi Sect reached its peak, he never considered usurping power to become the new sect leader. Afterward, through 300 years of effort, Lingxi Sect successfully came back to life under his leadership. This could be regarded as fulfilling the initial promise to the old sect leader. Naturally, he needed to return control to the Yu family and Yu Xiao. So, regarding his demotion, he did not overly mind it. Recalling this, Yi Kanglin turned his head toward Yu Qingyan and said, if you don't trust that good-for-nothing Mu Chang'e, don't you at least trust your sister? Her ability is still decent. With her stationed at Lingxi Sect, do you still worry that there will be major problems? At this point, Yu Qingyan spoke up, I understand my sister's capabilities better than you do. Frankly speaking, I don't think she has the ability to manage such a large sect. Yi Kanglin couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Rest assured, it's fine. All internal and external troubles of Lingxi Sect have already been resolved. She just needs to follow the rules I previously set, act according to them, and there won't be any problems. Moreover, I've also smoothed out the external environment for her. It's estimated that within the next 50 years, there won't be any big wars. With this 50-year time span, it will be enough for her to grow and mature well. After the 50 years are over, I believe she can also become a qualified sect leader. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyan's look of worry and gloom dissipated somewhat. Looking at the many guards and Qin Shao beside her, she said, what are all of you standing here for? Don't you see my brother-in-law has already woken up? Hurry up and go prepare some food. Qin Shao and others immediately caught on to Yu Qingyan's intention and quickly chuckled, saying, yes. Speaking, they rushed out hastily. Once they left, Yu Qingyan leaned closer to Yi Kanglin. She wrapped her arms around his neck and softly said, if you were my husband, there's absolutely no way I would let you divorce me. This movement surprised Yi Kanglin a bit. Gazing at Yu Qingyan's face, which was so beautiful it seemed unreal, he calmly said, what? Have you just divorced my sister and now you're trying to seduce me? Annoyed, Yu Qingyan slapped him lightly, coquettishly saying, what kind of seduction? Sounds so vulgar. Besides, haven't you had feelings for me for a long time? Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin instinctively showed a hint of unease as he explained, what nonsense. How could I possibly have feelings for you? As he spoke, he subconsciously turned his face away to avoid looking at Yu Qingyan. Seeing this, Yu Qingyan couldn't help but giggle. She then forcibly turned his face back towards her and teasingly said, stop pretending that I don't know. You always used to sneak peeks at my figure in the past. Do you think I didn't notice? I just didn't want to expose you. Realizing that the young lady had hit the nail on the head, Yi Kanglin blushed with embarrassment and retorted irritably. So what? Which law forbids me from looking at my little sister-in-law? Yu Qingyan giggled again. She leaned even closer to Yi Kanglin until their foreheads almost touched, then breathed softly into his ear. Do you really not plan to retaliate against my sister for putting such a big green hat on you? The intimate movement made Yi Kanglin's heart race faster. Instinctively, his hands rested on her waist as he asked, how do you suggest I retaliate against her? Yu Qingyan lightly kissed Yi Kanglin's lips and smiled. I am her younger sister, and her forbidden fruit. So many people who tried to get close to me were driven away by her. Don't you want to taste what she's forbidden? The meaning behind her words was crystal clear. Kanglin let out a cold laugh, then forcefully pinned xiuxian down onto the bed, his eyes blazing as he said, "This was your doing." Xiuxian rolled her eyes, appearing particularly alluring at this moment, saying nonchalantly, "Consider it a little compensation for you." Kanglin gave an evil grin. "Then I won't hold back." With that, he passionately kissed Xiuxian's red lips. For years, Kanglin had been secretly longing for this beauty, yet he never dared to harbor any impure thoughts due to his promise to the old sect leader. Now that his commitment to the late sect leader was fulfilled and he was officially divorced from Xiao, he no longer cared about trivialities. Besides, since Xiuxian willingly offered herself to him, why should he resist such an opportunity, especially when it could also be seen as retribution against Xiao? Chapter 7. Annoyed Xiao. Inside the leader's sleeping quarters, Xiao was seated in the study, reviewing a mountain of reports. Since Xuanhuan, Kanglin, was removed from his post, and Xiao had taken full control of the Lingxi Sect, only a day had passed. However, the number of reports submitted by various departments had almost collapsed her desk. Throughout the day, aside from the morning court assembly, she had almost continuously stayed in the study reviewing these reports, even losing time for cultivation. Arg, I'm so annoyed. Are all these Elder Hall leaders useless? They report everything to me and expect my approval for everything. What's the point of having you people around if you're just eating without doing anything? In her anger, Xiao kicked over the table in front of her, scattering all the reports on the floor. At this moment, Xiao's personal attendant Xiaoyuer walked in, holding another batch of new reports, estimating about 20 or 30 volumes. However, Xiaoyuer did not present them to Xiao, but first placed these reports to one side before approaching Xiao and softly asking, "My lord, what's wrong?" With a kick at a nearby report, Xiao irritably said. Back when Kanglin was dealing with these reports, he always seemed so relaxed, finishing everything in no time. Why is it so troublesome for me? Could it be that those elders down there feel I've taken power and are deliberately causing trouble for me? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyuer couldn't help but suppress a smile. She thought that this must be the reason. She then straightened up the table lightly and smiled. "You just dealt with the young general's disciples recently. That caused quite an impact within the sect. Those elders aren't insane enough to deliberately cause trouble now." After hearing these words, Xiao paused and realized it made sense. She then asked, "Has the Blood Garment Guard gathered any intelligence?" The Blood Garment Guard was the direct subordinate department of the Lingxi Sect leader. It followed orders exclusively from the leader, having the authority to investigate any official, elder, or other high-ranking disciple within the sect. After dismissing Kanglin, Xiao had the Blood Garment Guard investigate all members within the sect who had close ties with Kanglin. Her sole purpose was to find evidence proving that these members indeed harbored rebellious intentions and conspired with Kanglin to rebel, thereby justifying her actions. After Xiaoyuer picked up all the scattered reports from the ground, she shook her head and said, "The commander is still making every effort to investigate. However, as of now, we haven't found any evidence of rebellion among them." Hearing this, Xiao couldn't help but purse her lips as memories involuntarily brought back something Kanglin had told her half a month ago. "All those disciples I promoted are loyal to the Lingxi Sect, not to me. Moreover, there's no such thing as the young general party within the sect, nor has anyone ever intended to rebel. Everything is just your suspicion." Recalling this, Xiao frowned slightly. Did Kanglin foresee her move against him at that time? But if he had foreseen it, why would he willingly surrender himself like that? Could it really be that he had no selfishness at all? No, it was impossible. A ruler who had governed the entire sect for 300 years couldn't possibly not have cultivated his own private forces in secret. This clearly went against common sense. Thinking about this, Xiao turned her gaze toward Xiaoyuer and asked, "Xiaoyuer, have all the members of the young general party within the sect been caught?" Xiaoyuer hesitated for a moment before looking at Xiao and saying, "To be honest, I'm unclear about your definition of the members of the young general party. Therefore, I don't know whether they've all been arrested yet. If you mean those people Kanglin promoted to key positions, then I can confirm they have all been captured. But if you mean those who were close to Kanglin could all be considered members of the young general party, then I can confidently tell you, it's simply impossible to capture them all." Upon hearing this, Xiao asked, somewhat perplexed, "Why?" As Xiaoyuer continued arranging the reports and refilled the ink for Xiao, she softly replied, "Because more than 1/3 of the entire sect is close to him. We cannot possibly arrest 1/3 of the sect's members at once." After hearing this, Xiao fell silent, staring at the neatly arranged reports. Her expression became increasingly gloomy. Actually, since yesterday, many reports below were appeals on behalf of Kanglin from the sect's members. Some individuals even went so far as to die in order to prove that Kanglin absolutely harbored no rebellious intentions. A few elders would even kneel outside, imploring her for mercy on behalf of Kanglin. As for these people, Xiao naturally labeled all of them as members of the young general party and had them arrested entirely. Only when she saw so many coming to plead for Kanglin did she realize just how much influence Kanglin truly held within the Lingxi sect. It only confirmed further just how right her decision was to demote Kanglin. And luckily, from now on, there would no longer be a Kanglin in the Lingxi sect. Even the trusted subordinates or other foundations Kanglin established within the Lingxi sect had been completely uprooted by her. At this thought, Xiao's mood seemed to improve significantly. The petitions that Xiao Yuer had reorganized and placed before her appeared slightly less irritating now. At this moment, Xiao Yuer asked again, "My lord, logically speaking, all these petitions should first be processed by the young general's office before being presented to you. Why are those people below daring to bypass the young general's office?" Xiao Yuer's meaning was clear. She was reminding Yu Xiao that these tasks should be delegated to Mu Chang'e, who was the newly appointed young general. These petitions should be handed over to him to handle, and then flow to Yu Xiao only for final approval. But Yu Xiao responded calmly, "Do you wish for our Lingxi Sect to produce another Yi Kanglin?" Previously, when Yi Kanglin was in charge, it was because he wielded too much power that led to such immense influence within the sect. Now that a new era has begun, I certainly won't commit the same mistake again. Moreover, Chang'e's current abilities are not yet sufficient to process these petitions. I want to give him some time to adapt. Xiao Yuer blinked her eyes at this point. She felt that everything her master said before was mere fluff, and only the last sentence carried the real weight. Thus, she teasingly remarked with a grin, "You're quite kind to young General Mu, aren't you? You'd rather suffer yourself than let him get exhausted." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao gave Xiao Yuer an exasperated look. He is after all my personally trained disciple, and he needs to shoulder his responsibilities. However, Xiao Yuer pouted slightly and said, "Actually, you don't need to spoil him so much. After all, the current Lingxi Sect isn't like the state it was in when Commander Yi took over back then, is it?" Chapter 8. Mu Chang'e is indeed a genius. Yu Xiao was silent at this point, and the laughter on her face had diminished significantly. Indeed, Xiao Yuer was right. Back in those days, the old Grandmaster suddenly passed away, and before his death, he handed over the position of Grandmaster to Yu Xiao, while appointing Yi Kanglin as the young general. At that time, Yu Xiao, who had just taken office, realized how serious the problems were within the entire Lingxi Sect. Internally, members of the Yu family had formed their own factions. They not only drained Lingxi Sect's resources, but also sought to covet the Grandmaster's position. Externally, numerous dynasties, city-states, and empires under the control of the Lingxi Sect habitually withheld various tax payments, leading to severe fiscal deficits for the sect. To the north, divine demonic ancient sects and bloodthirsty savage tribes, among other rebellious forces, were frantically encroaching upon territories controlled by the Lingxi Sect, aiming to seize control of the entire northern desert region. To the south, years of drought resulted in total crop failure, causing widespread famine and triggering large-scale peasant uprisings. To the west, the Tai Sword Sect, the 12 Chan schools, and other cultivation sects watched hungrily, ready to divide up all of Jin Tian domain's resources when the Lingxi Sect collapsed entirely. To the east, the Lingxian king, the first non-family vassal king and theft by the Yu family, held on to his troops to assert his power, intending to break free from Lingxi Sect's control and establish his own kingdom. At that time, facing so many stubborn issues, the Lingxi Sect could no longer be described as merely declining day by day. It was truly on the brink of collapse, with the risk of collapsing at any moment. And faced with such a situation, Yu Xiao, who had just assumed power, directly chose to slack off. She felt that the Lingxi Sect was beyond saving. No deity could have saved the sect from its predicament. Rather than working oneself to death attempting a rescue, one might as well sit and wait for it to naturally collapse. Thus, the very second day after becoming the Grandmaster, Yu Xiao directly announced her seclusion, refusing to deal with any affairs. But precisely at that time, Yizonglan stood up. As the young general of the Lingxi Sect, with the Grandmaster ignoring state affairs, his power within the sect became the greatest. Without exaggeration, it was equivalent to holding the regency rights. Hence, a series of drastic reforms were carried out. Firstly, using limited funds, he established forge workshops, allowing the number of pills refined within the sect to increase more than tenfold without increasing the number of disciples. This greatly alleviated the financial pressure. With money in hand, Yi Kanglin then founded two specialized institutions, the Law Enforcement Hall and the Blood-Clothed Guard. The Law Enforcement Hall was responsible for monitoring and auditing the various factions within the Lingxi Sect, as well as the powerful Yu family members, while the Blood-Clothed Guard secretly gathered evidence of these vampires draining the resources of the Lingxi Sect. Due to Yizonglan gaining the support of 7 elder masters of the Yu family at that time, all his reform measures went extremely smoothly. Within less than 5 short years, all the factions within the sect were wiped out. Afterward, he restructured the bureaucratic system of the Lingxi Sect and endowed the Blood-Clothed Guard with investigatory powers, inspecting all disciples within the sect, thereby reducing corruption. Upon completing the internal systemic reforms of the Lingxi Sect, Yi Kanglin immediately turned his attention to external forces. With reduced corruption and increased available funds, the surplus could now be used to build infrastructure and train more armies. These armies became the means by which Yi Kanglin intimidated the entire Jin Tian domain. To the north, he dispatched large numbers of troops to suppress the divine demonic ancient sect and the bloodthirsty barbarian tribes, forcing them into submission. To the south, he constructed large-scale water conservancy projects, improving local water resource utilization efficiency and alleviating famine caused by drought. To the east, he implemented the Edict of Extended Grace, dismantling Ling Zhongwang's influence from within, solidifying the Lingxi Sect's rule over the entire Jin Tian domain. To the west, he opened markets, allowing disciples of other cultivation sects to enter the Jin Tian domain for trade, thereby easing tensions between the Lingxi Sect and other cultivation sects. In just 300 years' time, Yulong, through decisive actions, truly succeeded in reversing the tide. He revived a setting sun sect, once again establishing it at the pinnacle of the Jin Tian domain. Recalling this, Xiao seemed somewhat lost in thought. To put it bluntly, even she had to admit that Yulong was indeed a highly capable individual. At least, she herself had never imagined that the nearly collapsed Lingxi Sect could be rejuvenated by Yulong. Moreover, within less than 300 years, he made the overall strength of the entire Lingxi Sect increase more than tenfold. But precisely because Yulong was too brilliant, his contributions were too monumental, and his influence too profound, that's why Xiao had spared no effort to eliminate Yulong. You, Yulong, have taken all the credit, making me, Xiao, as the sect master, seem like nothing more than a figurehead. Whether I exist or not seems to make no difference. What would the world think? What would the disciples in the sect think? Moreover, Lingxi Sect can only have one ruler, and that person can only be one person. And that is her, Sect Master Xiao. Any factor daring to touch upon her ruling position must be eradicated. Even Yulong, the great minister who has achieved such extraordinary feats, could not be spared. Recalling this, Xiao seemed to wear a satisfied smile on her face as she looked at Xiaoyuer and said with a laugh, Xiaoyuer, tell me, what use is there for Yulong being so capable? Isn't the person who laughs last still me? Xiaoyuer merely smiled, but did not speak. Inwardly, however, he mocked. Indeed, Yi Commander has now been demoted by you to become an attendant, imprisoned for life under Wuyuan Mountain. And within just one night, his faction, the young commander's party, was uprooted entirely. You are undoubtedly the ultimate winner. Just at that moment, a soft and gentle voice sounded out. Master, I have returned. The two women in the study instinctively turned towards the source of the sound, seeing Mu Chang'e smiling and walking in from outside. His young commander's dragon robe fit perfectly, outlining his slender figure rather tightly. Seeing him, Xiaoyuer respectfully greeted him. Commander Mu. Mu Chang'e nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then cheerfully approached Yu Xiao and sat down next to her, saying, Master, it's already so late. Why are you still reviewing memorials? When Yu Xiao noticed the sweat on Mu Chang'e's face, she unconsciously raised a handkerchief, gently wiping it off his face while tenderly saying, Isn't it because we've just finished the transition? There are many official duties to handle, right? Oh, by the way, where have you been all day? Didn't come to greet me? Mu Chang'e chuckled, saying, I went to inspect the forging workshops below and also paid a visit to the young commander's residence. Initially, I thought the work at the young commander's place would be difficult, but it turns out to be pretty simple. I estimate in a maximum of 2 days, I can officially take office. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao showed some surprise and said, So quickly, you've familiarized yourself with the workflow at the young commander's office? Mu Chang'e said proudly, Of course. Isn't it just about handling some petitions, then reviewing some documents, and finally following up on the production progress of those forging workshops? What's so hard about that? If Yulong can do well, why can't I, Mu Chang'e, also do well? Yu Xiao felt somewhat moved at this point, indulgently rubbing Mu Chang'e's head and smiling said, That's right. Anything Yulong can do well, our Chang'e can do even better. Actually, Yu Xiao was quite surprised that Mu Chang'e could adapt so smoothly to the duties at the young commander's office. After all, when Yulong took over the responsibilities of the young commander's role, he needed over a month. Yet her closest disciple accomplished it in less than 3 days. From this alone, their skills clearly had a definitive gap. Yu Xiao was utterly convinced that if given a little time to grow, Mu Chang'e would certainly surpass Yulong and become an even more outstanding assistant minister. Lost in these thoughts, Yu Xiao couldn't help herself but gave Mu Chang'e a quick peck on the cheek. This made Mu Chang'e flush slightly red, as he giggled and said, Master, why'd you do that? There's someone else present. Yu Xiao looked at Mu Chang'e with a playful smile and said, What? I am your master, and I cannot give you a kiss. Still giggling stupidly, Mu Chang'e said, It's not that. But, Master, can you promise me one thing? At this, Yu Xiao's eyes were filled with affection for Mu Chang'e. Without hesitation, she responded, Sure, no problem. It's not just one thing. Give me 100 requests, and I'll still agree without hesitation. Hearing this, Mu Chang'e's face lit up. He then requested, It's not a big deal. Could you let me be in charge of the Baoling Pill project in the alchemy workshop? As soon as these words left his lips, Yu Xiao, who had previously been immersed in Mu Chang'e's charm, immediately came to her senses. She asked curiously, Baoling Pill project? Why do you want to take charge of this project? Mu Chang'e seriously replied, Because I want to establish my own authority within the sect. Yu Xiao pursed her lips. Rarely did she reveal a solemn expression to Mu Chang'e as she said, Then surely you must understand how important this project is for our Lingxi Sect, right? This project is the largest transaction we Lingxi Sect has received in our 800 years of establishment. The transaction amount reached 18 million spirit crystals. Our Lingxi Sect's annual income is only over 80 million spirit crystals, and this one Baoling Pill project alone accounts for 2/10 of that. If it's poorly managed, it will result in a very significant loss to us at Lingxi Sect. Do you understand? Seeing her solemn expression, Mu Chang'e also responded with gravity. Of course I understand. But, Master, there's actually no need for you to worry too much. Wasn't this project previously always handled by Yulong? Now he has already been demoted to Wuyuan Mountain. Someone needs to take over his position, right? and I believe I am fit for the job. On one hand, if I can independently complete this project, then sect members will recognize my abilities to a great extent. On the other hand, the project is already nearing completion, with only the last 200,000 Baoling pills left to be refined. How could you possibly think that I couldn't handle it at this stage? After hearing these words, Xiao thought about it for a moment, and she found that Mu Chang'e did make some sense. Mu Chang'e had just assumed the role of young commander, so in the sect, his authority was almost non-existent. Letting him complete this project would indeed increase the recognition of others towards him. Even the supreme elders from the Divine Palace should be able to acknowledge his capability. Moreover, now only 200,000 Baoling pills remained. With such a small task, even if Mu Chang'e did nothing, the project could still be completed successfully. Therefore, there really wasn't anything to worry about. Thinking this over, Xiao gave Mu Chang'e an indulgent glance and said, "You, all day you're always after more credit. Well then, since you are so eager to contribute to the sect, give it a try. But remember, you must promise me that you won't blindly direct the work. You must honestly follow the demands of the managers in the workshop." Understood. Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'e nodded happily, saying, "Yeah, I understand. Thank you, master." Then, he suddenly stepped forward, hugged Xiao's slender waist tightly, and planted a kiss on her white cheek. Xiao rolled her eyes, scolding affectionately, "Die hard." Mu Chang'e chuckled, and then whispered into Xiao's ear, "Master, what about today?" Xiao glanced at him again, then wrapped her arms around Mu Chang'e's neck and said, "That depends on your performance today. See if you can satisfy me." Mu Chang'e nodded joyfully, then immediately picked up Xiao in his arms and turned toward her cultivation room. Why the cultivation room? Because it's sufficiently private. In 300 years of marriage between Yizhonglan and Xiao, Yizhonglan had never entered Xiao's secret cultivation chamber, yet Mu Chang'e could come and go as he pleased. This showed just how different their treatment was. Chapter 9. My lord, something terrible happened. In the secret chamber, the master and apprentice were passionately kissing, then they moved on to business. As the night passed quietly, when the first ray of dawn illuminated the earth, outside the patriarch's bedroom, xiuxian was shouting anxiously, "My lord, it's terrible, something terrible happened." At that moment, while still sleeping in the cultivation chamber, Xiao woke up upon hearing xiuxian's voice. What happened so early in the morning? Then, Xiao wanted to get out of bed and take a look outside. But, Mu Chang'e's hand grabbed Xiao's wrist, his voice sticky as he said, "Why should master worry about her? Probably some elder or disciple is trying to force you to release Yizhonglan from custody." Xiao thought about it, feeling this possibility existed, and became somewhat annoyed, saying, "Those elders are really endless. Is Yizhonglan their father, or what? Why are they defending him like this? Or do they think I'm too easygoing, making me someone who can be easily manipulated?" Mu Chang'e sat up in bed, hugging Xiao's waist from behind, with his chin resting on Xiao's shoulder, smiling, and saying, "All right, master, don't be angry. It's not worth ruining your health over those people." However, outside the cultivation room, xiuxian became anxious since Xiao hadn't appeared yet, so she shouted again, "My lord, something serious happened. The production line for Bailing pills has stopped." Upon hearing this, the two who were still lingering in the cultivation room suddenly jolted awake, especially Xiao, who abruptly straightened her body in disbelief, asking, "What? The Bailing pill production line has halted." Saying this, she grabbed a piece of clothing nearby and rushed toward the door. Once opening the door, Xiao immediately saw xiuxian waiting outside and quickly asked, "What happened? Why did the Bailing pill production line stop suddenly?" Xiuxian at this moment was extremely nervous, speaking incoherently. "The supervisor of the Imperial Medicine Room told me that I need you to come and take a look personally, because there is no clear explanation on the communication jade tablet." At this point, Mu Chang'e also came out from the cultivation room. He was only wearing a pair of shorts below, his upper body bare, showing off his flawless white skin. Mu Chang'e then spoke gravely, "I inspected all the major forging workshops yesterday and found no hidden dangers. So why would the production halt without any reason?" It was evident from his tone that he wasn't pleased, evidently believing someone was sabotaging behind the scenes. Xiuxian glanced briefly at Mu Chang'e before shifting her gaze back to Xiao, stating, "My lord, you must go there quickly. It's likely that no one but you can resolve this issue." Xiao nodded lightly. Turning around, a streak of light enveloped her body, and when the light faded, her loose pajamas had transformed into official court attire. Her bun was neatly fixed, and there was a light makeup on her face. Subsequently, Xiao walked out with a grave expression. Mu Chang'e also tidied himself up simply and followed Xiao out. Since the Imperial Medicine Room was located on the mid-section of Lingxi Sect's main peak, they arrived at its entrance after walking just a few steps. The so-called Imperial Medicine Room was actually a large alchemy workshop. Upon entering, they instantly felt a wave of intense heat. Xiao's eyes scanned the interior of the workshop, and she noticed that all the production lines responsible for producing Bailing pills were shut down. On both sides of these lines stood the disciples of Lingxi Sect, all glancing uneasily at each other. At this moment, the supervisor of the Imperial Medicine Room, Lu Shaoan, quickly approached, respectfully addressing Xiao. "Greetings, my lord. May you enjoy 10,000 blessings." Xiao, with an unfriendly expression, looked at Lu Shaoan and sternly asked, "Who authorized you to shut down these production lines privately?" Actually, Xiao had already realized upon entering that none of these production lines had suffered any damage nor were there any mechanical malfunctions. Therefore, the only possible cause of this shutdown could be due to human intervention. And among everyone present in the entire pharmacy workshop, the person who had the authority to shut down the production lines could only be the current medicine room supervisor in front of her, Lu Xiaowen. If Lu Xiaowen failed to provide a reasonable explanation, Yu Xiao might remove him from office right on the spot, or even arrest him directly. But Lu Xiaowen seemed troubled now, appearing unsure how to explain the situation. Moreover, he occasionally glanced at Mu Chang'e standing behind Yu Xiao. Seeing this, Yu Xiao got angry and roared lowly at Lu Xiaowen. Speak. Are you dumb? Seeing that the patriarch was getting angry, Lu Xiaowen quickly knelt down and shakily said, the core raw material for refining Ling pills, Ling essence, has been completely depleted, which is why the production line had to be forcibly shut down. But Yu Xiao immediately grabbed Lu Xiaowen and lifted him up with one hand, effortlessly raising this grown man who weighed nearly 180 jin. Then, she icily said, stop bullshitting me. I personally inspected the supply of Ling essence before, and it was more than enough to finish refining the remaining 200,000 Ling pills. How could it possibly have run out? Ling essence is a highly pure liquid medicinal extract, and also the key raw material for refining Ling pills. Throughout the entire Lingxi Sect, only the former vice commander, Xuanhuan, was capable of refining such a highly pure liquid medicinal extract. Hence, before Xuanhuan embarked on his campaign to suppress the rebellion in the northern border region of Mo, Yu Xiao specifically reminded Xuanhuan to refine the rest of the Ling essence before heading out to battle. At the time, Xuanhuan readily agreed and personally handed over the refined essence to Yu Xiao on the same day. After confirming that these essences were sufficient to support the completion of all Ling pill production, Yu Xiao permitted Xuanhuan to embark on the campaign to suppress the rebellion. It was precisely because she remembered the Ling essence had been sufficiently prepared that as soon as Xuanhuan returned from his military campaign, Yu Xiao immediately demoted him without hesitation. And now, this imbecile in front of her actually dared to tell her that the Ling essence was running low. Was he treating her like a child? Or perhaps, this Lu Xiaowen was also a member of the vice commander's faction. Chapter 10. Fortunately, the issue wasn't too serious. As Lu Xiaowen was strangled by Yu Xiao, his face immediately turned red and swollen, leaving him almost unable to speak. He repeatedly bowed in apology to Yu Xiao. Only then did Yu Xiao throw Lu Xiaowen to the ground and stomp on his chest, roaring, speak quickly, what exactly happened? Otherwise, I'll kill you today. Even against this super strong spirit flame realm warrior like Yu Xiao, Lu Xiaowen could not offer any resistance. Reluctantly, he confessed. Originally, the Ling original essence was sufficient, but yesterday General Mu Chang'e suddenly came to inspect the Imperial Pharmacy, asking if the Ling original essence was safe. How dare a subordinate refuse him? We could only obey and hand over the goods while advising General Mu Chang'e that it was an extremely important substance, requiring utmost caution. Then, General Mu Chang'e asked me who had refined such high-purity essence, saying he wished to bestow generous rewards. I informed General Mu Chang'e that these Ling essences were refined by the former junior commander Yi Kanglin. The very next second, General Mu Chang'e became furious. He threw those Ling essences onto the floor, slapped me, and warned me that from now on, no items related to Yi Kanglin should appear within the Imperial Pharmacy. Otherwise, he would cut off my head. After finishing his story, Lu Xiaowen actually broke into tears on the spot, knowing full well that this time he had deeply offended Mu Chang'e. Sure enough, the next moment, Mu Chang'e roared, you're lying through your teeth. I broke just one vial of medicine the size of a thumb yesterday. How could all the Ling original essence have been reduced to so little? Clearly, you've deliberately framed me. He then addressed Yu Xiao, saying, Master, I suspect this man is also part of the junior commander's faction. Please give the order to arrest and thoroughly interrogate him. However, at this point, Yu Xiao glared at him with a grim expression. This look shocked even Mu Chang'e, causing him to instinctively step back. Yu Xiao then spoke gravely. Is Lu Xiaowen speaking the truth? Was it really you who smashed that vial of Ling original essence? Mu Chang'e was momentarily dumbfounded. Irritated, he replied. I did break a vial of Ling original essence, but it was only as large as a thumb. If given for drinking, it might not even fill one sip. How can such a tiny amount be the raw material for producing 20 million Ling pills? At this point, Little Fish, standing nearby, interjected, slowly explaining. General Mu, Ling original essence isn't directly used in Ling pills. Its function is to dilute Ling liquid. Calculated according to the dilution ratio, 1 gram of Ling original essence can dilute 5,000 grams of Ling liquid, approximately 100 pounds. 100 pounds of Ling liquid, when combined with other medicinal herbs, can produce around 4,000 Ling pills. A Ling original essence the size of a thumb weighs roughly 50 grams, which is exactly enough to produce the remaining 20 million Ling pills. Saying this, Little Fish looked at Mu Chang'e with dissatisfaction and asked, did you not do any relevant preparation before coming to inspect the Imperial Pharmacy? Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'e looked to Yu Xiao for help, hastily grabbing her wrist and pleading in a voice filled with injustice. Master, how could I know about these matters? If I knew that the Ling original essence provided the main raw material for refining the remaining 20 million Ling pills, I'd never dare touch that stuff, not even under torture. Moreover, this matter can't solely be blamed on me. Lu Xiaowen, along with other managers in the pharmaceutical workshop, aren't they responsible too? If they had clearly explained all this when I arrived for inspection, I wouldn't have committed such a foolish act. They are clearly framing me. Listening to this obvious attempt to shift blame, Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although she was angered by Mu Chang'e destroying the remaining Bai Ling original essence, it was his first offense, and the problem wasn't particularly grave. With careful handling, there was still a solution. Thinking thusly, Yu gazed at Mu Chang'e and said, "Given that your intentions were good though the outcome was disastrous, and considering it's your first offense, this time I won't punish you. Don't let it happen again, understand?" Seeing Yu forgive him so quickly, Mu Chang'e hurriedly replied with delight, "Thank you, master. I assure you I will never offend again." Yu Xiao's gaze turned to Lu Shaowen as she asked, "Is there any other alchemist in the workshop who can refine high-purity Bai Ling original essence?" This question was essentially rhetorical, because Yu Xiao was more aware than anyone that across the entire Lingxi Sect, no one other than Yi Kanglin could produce such high-purity essence. Even she herself couldn't achieve it. As expected, Lu Shaowen shook his head and said, "The difficulty of refining Bai Ling original essence is too high. Without even going into detail, just the precision control of flame alone is something we can never master. Right now, apart from Commander Yi Kanglin, I estimate no one else can refine Bai Ling original essence." Yu Xiao took a deep breath, feeling somewhat disappointed despite her earlier predictions. She couldn't help muttering, "To think our Lingxi Sect is the premier cultivation sect in Jin Tian Region, yet we cannot even refine a little Bai Ling original essence. What a disgraceful show." Speaking thus, she began to ponder on how to handle the remaining 20,000 Bai Ling pills. 20,000 seemed neither excessively abundant nor scarce. Without using Bai Ling original essence, the production line at the pharmacy couldn't be started. Without the efficiency of an assembly line process, if relying solely on alchemists' manual labor, it would take all the alchemists of Lingxi Sect until next year to refine 20,000 Bai Ling pills. Yet the deadline for delivering this batch of Bai Ling pills was merely a week away. Even if Yu Xiao were to have them manually refined, it wouldn't be possible to meet the deadline. If they failed to deliver these pills on time, their longtime customer, Lingxi Sect, might grow exceedingly angry. Recalling this, Yu Xiao's eyebrows furrowed. Lingxi Sect was a larger cultivation sect than Lingxi Sect, and she didn't want to risk worsening relations over this minor project involving Bai Ling pills. Therefore, she had to resolve this matter appropriately. At once, Yu Xiao instructed Little Fish. "Little Fish, send out the notice. Summon all alchemists of second rank or above within the sect to gather at the Grand Assembly Hall for a discussion about the concluding phase of the Bai Ling pills project." Hearing this, Little Fish nodded in agreement and immediately retrieved a communication jade tablet, starting to send messages to the supervisors of various alchemy workshops. However, right at this moment, a young pharmaceutical apprentice suddenly rushed up to Lu Shaowen in great urgency, hurriedly exclaiming, "Supervisor, trouble. The heating furnace has gone out." Upon hearing this, Lu Shaowen's pupils contracted in surprise as he exclaimed, "It went out? How could that be? It was fine just a moment ago." He then cast his gaze around at the large heating furnaces surrounding them. Each furnace was as big as a small room, aligned respectively on both sides of the workshop. Then, before his very eyes, Lu Shaowen watched as the flames inside these heating furnaces completely extinguished. As a result, the other pill production lines were affected as well. Within moments, all operations came to a halt. Chapter 11. Was it another disaster caused by Mu Chang'e? And this scene, naturally also fell under the eyes of Yu Xiao. She turned her head toward Lu Shaowen and coldly asked, "What's going on here?" Lu Shaowen was instantly scared to a point where his sweat flowed freely. He hurriedly said, "Master, please give your subordinate a bit more time. I'll immediately investigate why these heating furnaces have no fire." After saying that, Lu Shaowen turned and left. At this moment, Xiaoya arrived near Yu Xiao. She told Yu Xiao, "Master, an incident has also happened in the central fire control room." Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiao abruptly turned her head towards Xiaoya and asked, "The central fire control room?" Xiaoya nodded and said, "The responsible supervisor there says the fire seed inside the fire control room has been extinguished." Upon hearing this sentence, Yu Xiao's pupils suddenly contracted as she looked at all the large heating furnaces over here, seemingly having understood the entire reason. Immediately after, she rushed out in a hurry and headed towards the central fire control room. The so-called central fire control room is actually a massive control room, its function being to extract the underground fire from Lingxi Sect's ground level and then transfer it through various ducts to the many forging workshops. Thus, the central fire control room essentially acts as Lingxi Sect's energy core and is one of the fundamental infrastructures that Yi Kanglin personally led in constructing earlier. Through the allocation and regulation by the central fire control room, the underground fire can be reasonably distributed to the heating furnaces of the various forging workshops. In this way, even a low-level rank 1 alchemist pharmacist, with the support of vast underground fire, can produce a rank 2 pill. Furthermore, the efficiency of making pills can improve more than several times over. It is precisely because of the underground fire support from the central fire control room that it led to the creation of hundreds of forging workshops within Lingxi Sect. And now, the responsibility manager of the central fire control room is telling Yu Xiao that the fire seed inside the control room has been extinguished. Once the fire seed is extinguished, it means that the control room can no longer draw upon the underground fire to supply it to the various forging workshops. Then, all the pharmaceutical workshops and casting workshops of Lingxi Sect will have to stop production completely. If the previous stoppage of the Biling pill production line just made Yu Xiao somewhat upset, then now, upon hearing about the issues with the central fire control room, she became a bit anxious. After all, if hundreds of workshops in Lingxi Sect were to halt production entirely, then every second would result in tremendous losses. With that thought, Yu Xiao's steps accelerated once again. Not long afterward, she reached the central fire control room. Since the central fire control room is also set on the main peak, that's why Yu Xiao could arrive here so quickly. Behind her, Xiaoyer, Mu Chang'e, and a few other guards soon caught up as well. When everyone reached the front of the central fire control room, they saw the head person in charge, Wang Bingsan, anxiously waiting in this place. Upon seeing Yu Xiao come, he hurriedly stepped forward. Just as he was about to pay his respects to his master, Yu Xiao grabbed him by the collar angrily and demanded, "What has happened? Why did the fire seed go out for no apparent reason? Are all of you simply eating and doing nothing? Why didn't you protect the fire seed properly?" Wang Bingsan dared not breathe heavily after being scolded by Yu Xiao, and he cast his gaze towards Mu Chang'e's side. Mu Chang'e's face turned pale at this moment. It seemed like he thought of something but didn't dare to speak, only looking sideways with a hint of panic. Seeing this, Yu Xiao then said to Wang Bingsan, "I'm asking you questions. Answer me." Wang Bingsan quickly explained. Yesterday, when General Mu inspected the various forging workshops, he complained that the heating furnaces were too hot, so he ordered us to temporarily shut them down until after he finished his inspection. Then we were to restart them. After hearing these words, Yu Xiao was stunned. She looked at her beloved disciple, Mu Chang'e, and asked, "Was this another thing you've done?" At this moment, Mu Chang'e seemed slightly annoyed. He replied unhappily, "The heating furnaces in the forging workshop are too hot, and summer is approaching. Is it really wrong for me to ask them to shut them off for a while? Besides, I just wanted them to pause momentarily. I never asked them to extinguish the fire seed. How can you blame this on me?" Beside them, Xiaoyer immediately stared at him with an expression akin to looking at an idiot, and said, "General Mu, do you think the fire seed in the control room works like an on-off switch, turning on and off as you please?" Hearing this, Mu Chang'e realized he might have messed up again, but still asked, "Is it not like that?" Xiaoyer took a deep breath before saying, "The fire seed in the control room serves as the guide to draw the underground fire. Therefore, in order to shut off the underground fire, you need to extinguish the fire seed. Once the fire seed is extinguished, to restart it, you would have to reallocate a new one." Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'e very naturally said, "Then let them reallocate a new fire seed. Is that really difficult?" Xiaoyer chuckled and replied, "Why don't you try doing it yourself and see how hard it is?" Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'e's forehead immediately began to sweat, and when he looked at Yu Xiao, his speech seemed to become incoherent as he shakily said, "Master, I didn't mean to." Yu Xiao did not look at Mu Chang'e. Instead, she stared at Wang Bingsan and the few others who were kneeling on the ground angrily and asked, "Since my apprentice ordered you to extinguish the fire seed, did you actually go ahead and do it? If he tells you to die, are you planning to follow that order too? Is he the only one here who knows nothing, or are all of you completely clueless? He was misbehaving and you went along with it." As Yu Xiao spoke louder and more angrily, her overwhelming aura and pressure started releasing around her. Wang Bingsan became instantly terrified and responded, "My lord, I had already warned General Mu that the fire seed cannot be shut down arbitrarily, but he accused me of challenging his authority as young commander and even ordered the guards to press their swords against my neck. I really dared not disobey his orders, my lord. Please forgive me." As he said this, Wang Bingsan, the chubby man, burst into tears and repeatedly kowtowed to Yu Xiao while kneeling on the ground. At this point, Yu Xiao's body trembled slightly as she coldly questioned, "Since he ordered the shutdown yesterday, why did you wait until today to report?" Wang Bingsan hurriedly answered, "I deeply understood the severity of extinguishing the fire seed, so I did not want to rashly inform anyone, hoping to find a way to fix it by myself. So, I spent the entire night trying to allocate a new fire seed, but all my attempts ended in failure. There was no other choice but to report it to you." After hearing this, Yu Xiao could no longer contain her anger and kicked Wang Bingsan hard with her foot. The strength from a Lingxi Sect powerhouse sent Wang Bingsan flying dozens of meters away before he finally came to a halt. Everyone present knelt down instantly, including Xiaoyer and Mu Chang'e. Just then, Yu Xiao coldly called out, "Mu Chang'e." Chapter 12. The Spirit Stream Sect's gathering essence array has also shut down. Mu Chang'e hurriedly said, "This disciple is here." His voice trembled a little, but he still answered humbly. Then they heard Yu Xiao coldly say, "After you return, copy the sect rules 20,000 times for me. Finish it within 3 days. 3 days later, one less time, and I will whip you once with the Kanglin whip." Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'e secretly lamented in his heart. 20,000 copies of the sect rules would keep him busy, but he still bowed and accepted. In the scene, it was probably only Mu Chang'e who felt that the punishment was severe. Little Fish and other guards, disciples, and fire control room workers all held them in contempt in their hearts. Isn't Master overly partial? Forcing the fire seeds in the fire control room to stop? If someone else had committed this crime, they could have lost their heads, right? When it came to Mu Chang'e, he was just asked to copy the sect rules 20,000 times, which was clearly too biased. But facing the master, they dared not say anything more. At this point, Yu Xiao looked at one of the members from the fire control room and said, "Who was responsible for configuring the fire control room fire seeds before? Have him come over and reconfigure a new set of fire seeds, and ensure it is ready within 3 days." The member asked immediately replied, Reporting to my lord, the person responsible for configuring the fire control room fire seeds before was the former lieutenant, Yi Kanglin. He has already been put under house arrest by you. Hearing this, Yu Xiao remembered. The entire fire control room, even the forging workshop of the whole sect, was almost solely established by Yi Kanglin, so the person capable of configuring the fire control room's fire seeds was only Yi Kanglin. Immediately, Yu Xiao questioned, besides Yi Kanglin, isn't there anyone else who knows how to configure the fire seeds? A member stood up and respectfully said, Lord, previously Yi Kanglin proposed to you about taking on an apprentice specifically to teach him how to configure the fire seeds, but you rejected it. So, besides Lord Yi, no one knows how to do it. Yu Xiao listened carefully, feeling as if she might faint. It was then she remembered, Yi Kanglin did mention wanting to take on an apprentice. But back then, she thought Yi Kanglin was simply trying to slack off while building his own forces, so she did not approve and told him to seriously handle everything himself. She didn't expect that years later, her past decision would now hit her straight in the brow. Thinking about this, Yu Xiao instinctively raised her hand to her forehead, regret filling her heart. She should have found replacements for Yi Kanglin's responsibilities before demoting him to miscellaneous duties. Now things had gone horribly wrong. Yu Xiao irritably exclaimed, that cursed Yi Kanglin. Couldn't he warn me before being demoted, saying that his work hadn't been handed over yet? Whose fault is it now? Little Fish rolled her eyes beside her, thinking, he was going to be demoted. How likely was it for him to say all that? Just as Little Fish was rolling her eyes, a guard suddenly ran over and reported to Yu Xiao. Master, something terrible has happened. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao's murderous intent was nearly tangible. Throughout the day, she'd kept hearing bad news, making her extremely irritated. Furious, Yu Xiao shouted, what now? Scared by Yu Xiao's shout, the guard fell to his knees trembling and stuttered, the essence gathering array has stopped. The spiritual energy within the sect is quickly depleting. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao's face went pale. She abruptly turned to look at Mu Chang'e. Mu Chang'e immediately protested loudly, not me. Not me. This time it's absolutely nothing to do with me. There's no way I gave the order to shut down the essence gathering array. Although Mu Chang'e was foolish, he was after all a cultivator and understood how crucial spiritual energy was for cultivation. So he definitely wouldn't do such a stupid thing as to let someone shut down the essence gathering array. Seeing that it really had nothing to do with Mu Chang'e this time, Yu Xiao surprisingly sighed with relief instinctively. But upon realizing that the essence gathering array had also failed, her mood plummeted. At that moment, a flying sword appeared beneath Yu Xiao's feet. Then the floating sword rose into the air, carrying Yu Xiao's body towards the direction of the gathering essence array. From behind, Little Fish and others like Mu Chang'e summoned their flying beasts and followed closely. They soon arrived at the peak of the gathering essence peak, where there was a spacious square. In the middle of the square stood a thick pillar, estimated to be about 10 meters high and as thick as it took 3 or 4 people to encircle it. At the top of the pillar was a mechanical device, shaped like a lotus. Around the lotus, there were several apparatuses that resembled crystal chandeliers. They hovered around the lotus device and were connected by iron chains. This was the Spirit Stream Sect's gathering essence array, and it was also one of Yi Kanglin's masterpieces. Recalling the early days when Yi Kanglin had just taken on the position of young commander, he noticed that the spiritual essence within the Spirit Stream Sect's territory wasn't very concentrated. Moreover, this level of essence concentration was being diluted year by year at an extremely stable rate. If this trend continued, the Spirit Stream Sect would eventually become a place without any spiritual essence. Therefore, Yi Kanglin rallied hundreds of skilled craftsmen, spending 10 years crafting this gathering essence array. Its working principle was similar to the fire control room, both of which extracted energy from beneath the earth. The difference was that the gathering essence array drew upon the spiritual essence of the earth veins. After the essence was extracted, it would be radiated across the entire Spirit Stream Sect through the mechanical device at the top, shaped like a lotus. Thanks to the infusions of essence from the gathering essence array, the spiritual essence concentration in the Spirit Stream Sect increased by over a dozen levels. In this way, the Spirit Stream Sect saw a surge in talented cultivators. And with more powerful cultivators, the Spirit Stream Sect's rule over the entire Jin Tian domain became even firmer. But now, the gathering essence array had shut down. How could Yu Xiao not be alarmed? You see, for cultivators, spiritual essence is as important as food is to ordinary people. Skipping a meal or two may not be a big problem, but going without food for a long time can be fatal. If a cultivator goes without nourishment from spiritual essence for an extended period, their body will wither, and they might even regress in cultivation level. On a larger scale, a sect's gathering essence array could even determine its rise or fall. Just this one gathering essence array was actually far more serious than the combined halt of the Bai Ling pill production line and the extinguishing of the fire seeds in the fire control room. When Yu Xiao arrived near the gathering essence array, the general Zhao Chongyang, who was responsible for guarding this place, hurriedly knelt down and said, "Welcome, my lord." Yu Xiao ignored the general and focused her gaze on the gathering essence array again. Upon seeing that the once extreme density of spiritual essence here was diminishing at an alarming rate, she instantly identified the issue with the gathering essence array. It had run out of fire rock crystals inside, so it had shut down. Fire rock crystals were a type of energy source specifically used to sustain the operation of the gathering essence array. Yu Xiao could actually see that the reason the gathering essence array had shut down was because it was devoid of fire rock crystals. And upon realizing this, she let out a slight sigh of relief. As long as the gathering essence array itself hadn't been damaged, then the problem wasn't too serious. Yu Xiao immediately turned her attention to the general and asked, "Didn't you know that all the fire rock crystals inside the gathering essence array were consumed? Why did you let it shut down without doing anything about it?" Chapter 13, Stubborn to the End. Perhaps due to being bombarded with bad news all day, she didn't fly into a rage when faced with the most critical gathering spirit array of Lingxi Sect, as she had done the previous 2 times. Instead, she inquired calmly. Zhao Chongyang reported truthfully. "Yesterday, Senior Muchanga came to inspect us, and it just so happened that we were changing the fire rock crystals for the gathering spirit array. At that time, Senior Muchanga requested to inspect the fire rock crystals and stated that no one was allowed to take them away until the inspection was completed. However, Senior Muchanga's inspection of the fire rock crystals took an extremely long time. By the time the gathering spirit array completely shut down, he hadn't finished. Afterward, I tried to restart the gathering spirit array but failed. My incompetence has made me unable to form the secret key to start the gathering spirit array, so I can only report this matter to you, Master." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao thought that it was another misdeed by Muchanga, leaving her feeling utterly exhausted. At that moment, she seemed to have fallen into a brief state of self-doubt. It was then that Xiaoyer, along with Muchanga and others, also rushed over. Seeing Yu Xiao standing motionlessly in place, Muchanga approached to ask, "Master, what's wrong?" Without saying a word, Yu Xiao suddenly turned around and slapped Muchanga hard across the face. Slap. The sound of the slap was especially crisp, and Yu Xiao's hand was heavy, giving Muchanga absolutely no chance to react. Muchanga himself was struck dumb and fell backward onto the ground, staring at Yu Xiao blankly. Yu Xiao coldly questioned him. "Why did you choose to inspect during the time the gathering spirit array was replacing its fire rock crystals yesterday? And why did you take such a long time? You remained indifferent even after the gathering spirit array completely shut down. Are you deliberately trying to create chaos, or are you also a member of the young martial party?" In response to Yu Xiao's accusations, Muchanga first appeared confused for a moment before getting up and angrily retorting. "Someone reported to me that someone was secretly replacing our gathering spirit array's normal fire rock crystals with inferior ones to make illicit profits. I simply wanted to conduct a thorough check to see if it was true, and who would have known this situation would arise?" Yu Xiao roared. "Was it necessary for you to inspect for such a long time? Why didn't you let them use the fire rock crystals once you finished checking one box? What do you want to do by keeping them all to yourself? Eat them." Infuriated, Muchanga saw his usually doting master publicly slapping him today over such a small issue regarding the gathering spirit array and lashing out. "Do I have a problem for wanting to double-check several times? Yu Xiao, do you really think you're something special just because you're my master? Who do you think you are? My deceased parents never hit me. What gives you the right to strike me? And because of you, it's no wonder Yi Kanglin wasn't sad when he divorced you." Before Yu Xiao could react, Muchanga turned around and left directly. These words stunned Yu Xiao. Perhaps because Yu Xiao had been too kind and indulgent toward Muchanga, he seemed to have forgotten who he was, daring to speak disrespectfully to Yu Xiao. And he did so in front of many people at the scene. The dignity of the head of the sect was trampled upon by a mere Muchanga in this moment without value. For a while, tears rolled down Yu Xiao's beautiful face. Her feelings for Muchanga were very complex, as they contained 3 different kinds of emotions: son, apprentice, and lover. Each emotion corresponded to the 3 different identities Muchanga held in her heart. It was precisely these identities that made Yu Xiao excessively indulgent towards Muchanga. But perhaps it was exactly this deep affection she cherished so much that could wound her deeply. Seeing this, Xiaoyer immediately stepped forward and comforted, "My lord." Hearing Xiaoyer's voice, Yu Xiao quickly composed herself, turned to Zhao Chongyang kneeling on the ground, and said, "Zhao Chongyang, tell me how to restart the gathering spirit array. Let me give it a try." Zhao Chongyang hastily responded, "You need to channel your soul power and spiritual energy into forming a 22-pattern spiritual diagram and infuse it into the activation steel to reopen the gathering spirit array." After listening, Yu Xiao said, "A 22-pattern spiritual diagram? Who can form something like this?" Zhao Chongyang quickly replied, "Senior, Yi always activated the gathering spirit array this way in the past. We've also attempted it, but failed." After hearing this, Yu Xiao gave a bitter laugh. Yi Kanglin, always Yi Kanglin. Is my Grand Lingxi Sect unable to function without him? Yi Kanglin." At this statement, no one dared to speak. Everyone silently lowered their heads. After calmly pondering for a while, Yu Xiao solemnly said, "Xiaoyer, pass down the order that the alchemists in the Imperial Medicine Hall should manually concoct the 100 spiritual pills first. As for the matter of the 100 spiritual original essence, I'll decide after discussing with the heads of various alchemy chambers." Xiaoyer hurriedly agreed. Then, Yu Xiao turned to a nearby guard and said, "Muchuan." The guard named Muchuan quickly stepped forward. Yu Xiao paused for thought before speaking. "You will work together with Bai Lu, the commander of Blood Robe Guard, to go to Yi Kanglin's former residence and search there for any notebooks or records. If found, bring them all here. From there, we'll look for the formula to adjust the fire seed in the fire control room, as well as the manual for starting the spirit gathering array." Muchuan nodded in agreement and then left. At this moment, Xiaoyer, standing beside her, approached Yu Xiao and suggested, "My lord, I actually think that bringing Yi Kanglin back might help solve these issues. He is, after all, the chief engineer of these projects. None would be more competent than him." However, Yu Xiao snorted coldly. "I have already dismissed him from his post. He's now just a servant disciple. What qualifications does he have for me to send someone over specially to seek his help? Moreover, I have already declared before that even without him, I can still create a strong Lingxi Sect. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyer gave a light, oh sound, and was about to turn away. But the next second, Yu Xiao suddenly said, wait. Xiaoyer stopped in her tracks, turned around, and asked, what other orders do you have, master? Yu Xiao took a deep breath and said, I won't send anyone to ask for his help, but he can take the initiative to apologize to me and proactively offer to solve these problems. As a result, he can atone for his sins. While speaking, Yu Xiao looked at Xiaoyer and continued, you find some time later to visit Yi Kanglin, and casually hint to him that if he admits his mistake and kneels in front of the Grand Assembly Hall for an entire day and night, I will consider lifting part of his confinement and restoring part of his power. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyer's lips twitched, and she couldn't help but internally sneer, a stubborn duck till death. She then respectfully replied, I'll do it immediately. Chapter 14. Yu Xiao's younger brother, Yulong. Only when Xiaoyer turned to leave did Yu Xiao let out a slight sigh of relief. At this moment, she even felt somewhat relieved. Thankfully, during the earlier trial of Yi Kanglin, she didn't end up killing him. Otherwise, dealing with these current issues would truly have been very difficult. Even though Yu Xiao detested Yi Kanglin greatly, her disdain for him could hardly be understated. She fully acknowledged his capabilities. In her eyes, as long as Yi Kanglin was involved in handling any matter, there was no need to worry about it being done poorly. Of course, she wasn't concerned that Yi Kanglin might refuse to help her either. The reason was simple. During the 300 years they were married, such scenarios had occurred many times. One instance was when, while managing the sword forging workshop, she noticed the cost of using refined iron stones for Lingxi Sect's weapons was extremely high. If they replaced the refined iron stones with black iron stones, the cost could be significantly reduced. Thus, during Yi Kanglin's absence, she secretly instructed others to replace the refined iron stones used for forging swords with black iron stones. When she congratulated herself on cleverly saving Lingxi Sect a great deal of expenses, the workshop supervisor informed her that the quality of the flying swords forged with black iron stones was very poor, and they had cracks. Such flying swords couldn't be used at all. Attempting to reforge them would result in significant losses instead. At that moment, Yu Xiao was indeed frightened. Her independent decision plunged Lingxi Sect's finances into precarious straits. Then, in order to evade punishment, she directly told the great elder of the sect that Yi Kanglin had ordered her to do it. This immediately made Yi Kanglin shoulder the blame. Upon his return, she asked Yi Kanglin to take responsibility for the issue, but initially, he refused. Replacing the material without permission was a serious offense. Even as the young commander of Lingxi Sect, he couldn't bear such a heavy crime. But Yu Xiao directly threatened that if Yi Kanglin wouldn't shoulder the blame, she would divorce him. In the end, Yi Kanglin gave in and took the blame. For this, he was punished by several great elders, receiving 20 lashes of the Kanglong whip on Thunder Peak. That punishment left Yi Kanglin bedridden for a week. And even after recovering from his injuries, he still had to clean up Yu Xiao's mess immediately, because only 3 days remained until the deadline for delivering the flying swords. If they failed to deliver, the sect would hold him accountable. Yu Xiao thought back, then that Yi Kanglin would surely be whipped again. After all, the substandard flying swords totaled over 70,000, and they were still short of 90,000 swords needed to meet the required output. Such a vast deficit seemed impossible to make up within 3 days. But astonishingly, Yi Kanglin actually managed to do it. He somehow acquired a special smelting technique. By grinding the refined iron stones into powder and using this technique to fuse the powder into those substandard flying swords, he successfully improved their quality to meet customer requirements. When the major client from Shunxiao Sword Sect came on the 3rd day to inspect the goods, they praised the quality of the flying swords highly. Not only did they pay the promised 8 million spirit crystals as remuneration, but they also presented an exceptional quality flying sword as a thank you gift. At this point, Yu Xiao suddenly claimed credit, stating that the management of the process was entirely hers. With complete shamelessness, she accepted the exceptional quality sword, meaning she avoided all the punishments but took all the benefits. As a result, Yi Kanglin was upset for several days. Yet Yu Xiao merely coaxed him with a few gentle words, and he returned to normal immediately. Recalling this, Yu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle softly. In her opinion, as long as the matter concerned her personally, Yi Kanglin would mostly give in. This time, having Little Fish hint to him that if he knelt for one whole day and night, she would forgive him and allow him to handle the issues with the spirit gathering arrays and the fire control rooms, he would surely be grateful to her. After all, if it weren't for her, how would he get the chance to demonstrate his abilities? Thinking of this, Yu Xiao's mood improved significantly. She almost didn't want to attend the pharmacist meeting, since as long as Yi Kanglin handled it, these trivial matters wouldn't require her attention. At the foot of Wuyuan Mountain, Yi Kanglin was like a farmer cultivating a barren piece of land in front of his cave residence. Around him, several guards responsible for watching him were also helping Yi Kanglin with hoes. Some of the guards dug water channels, some shoveled soil, and others weeded. A large group worked together efficiently to till the soil. At this moment, Yi Kanglin wiped the sweat off his forehead and said to the guards, "Guys, let's take a break. We can continue later." The guards responsible for watching Yi Kanglin just smiled and replied, "We're not tired, Commander Yi, you rest. We can handle this here." Yi Kanglin, upon seeing this, chuckled but said nothing more. Then he went over and sat on a reclining chair nearby, grabbing a bowl of cool tea and drinking a large mouthful. Standing beside Yi Kanglin, Yu Xiuxian gave him a sly glance and said, if other sect members saw this scene, they'd probably think these guards were servants arranged by Yu Xiao to attend to you. Kanglin chuckled and said, this place is so remote that who would come here? And even if someone did see it, what then? Can your sister really kill me? Xiuxian burst out laughing, looking quite enchanting as she did so, enough to make even Kanglin momentarily lost in thought. Truly, Xiuxian was in no way inferior when compared to her sister, Yu Xiao. Not only was her beauty stunning, but her figure was also exceptionally curvaceous. Sometimes, Kanglin himself even wondered whether all women from the Yu family had such striking physiques. Just at that moment, a familiar voice came. Senior brother. On hearing the sound, Kanglin instinctively turned around. He saw a handsome young man walking towards him. Recognizing him, Kanglin said, Longcheng, you've returned. The person arriving was none other than Yu Xiao's younger brother, Yulong. He was also the leader among Lingxi Sect's 12 xiuxian swordbearers. A xiuxian represented the strongest individual combat power within Lingxi Sect. How powerful were they? Basically, unless the Taishang elders came down from seclusion, no one could beat them, not even sect leader Yu Xiao. And Yulong was the first among the 12 xiuxian, designated as Qinglong, Green Dragon. His strength reached peak spirit flame realm, surpassing even his sister Yu Xiao by a significant margin. Chapter 15, Xiaoye arrives. Yulong appeared and quickly approached, glancing briefly around. His face darkened as he hadn't expected his sister to truly demote xianxuan to such a remote place. He immediately felt irritated, suspecting that it was likely Mu Chang'e who whispered nonsense in his sister's ear, leading her to make this decision. The surrounding guards respectfully greeted Yulong. We salute Qinglong Lord. Yulong nodded slightly and replied, you may rise. Then, his eyes fell on Xianxuan who was lounging on the recliner. With concern in his voice, he said, Senior brother, something's wrong. Xianxuan slowly asked, what is wrong? Yulong's expression grew serious. Yesterday, someone in Gufeng County discovered the traces of Shenma Ancient Sect. They attacked a small village west of Gufeng County, massacring every single soul without leaving a survivor. Upon hearing this, Xianxuan frowned and said, Shenma Ancient Sect? I killed their sect leader not long ago. How have they resurfaced? At this moment, Xiuxian, sitting next to Xianxuan, asked Yulong, isn't Gufeng County under the supervision of Uncle Ji? What are you doing there? Moreover, didn't the Shenma Ancient Sect usually only operate in the Mo Bay territories? Why have they now gone to Gufeng County? Turning toward Xiuxian, Yulong responded with surprise, second sister? How did you get here too? Xiuxian rolled her eyes, exasperated at how this boy just now noticed her. She fanned herself, saying, isn't this brat Xianxuan demoted? I'm here to keep him company. And you haven't answered my question yet. Thereupon, Yulong spoke in a grave tone. Yesterday, Uncle Ji sent me a message saying the traces of Shenma Ancient Sect were seen in Gufeng County. I also found it strange because most of Shenma Ancient Sect's forces had already been wiped out by senior brother. Even their sect leader's head was chopped off by you. Normally, if any of them survived, they should have immediately gone into hiding. There's no reason for them to reappear so quickly. However, upon reaching Gufeng County, I realized that instead of retreating, the Shenma Ancient Sect has become even more audacious. According to the statistics provided by Uncle Ji alone, there have been over 500 incidents related to Shenma Ancient Sect, resulting in 1,300 deaths. Worse yet, it seems they've appointed a new sect leader named Wu Neong, who is allegedly the son of the former sect leader. He's now in full control of the entire Shenma Ancient Sect. After hearing all of this, Xianxuan said calmly, why shouldn't you report these things to Mu Chang'e or your sister instead of coming here? Hearing this, Yulong's face showed dissatisfaction as he squatted next to Xianxuan, replying, Senior brother, you should be well aware that my sister doesn't know the first thing about warfare, and suppressing rebellions is definitely beyond her abilities. As for that Mu Chang'e, frankly speaking, aside from having a good-looking face, what good is he? He's utterly useless. At the moment, looking across Lingxi Sect top to bottom, other than you, I truly can't think of anyone else. To which Xianxuan simply chuckled, saying, it's not that I don't want to help, but I'm powerless right now. You see, I've been dismissed by your sister, and am currently just a servant disciple, permanently confined here. How can I assist you? Or do you dare disobey your sister's order and drag me out? Xianxuan's words struck Yulong speechless. Indeed, as the enforcer of Lingxi Sect, Yulong could not defy the orders of the sect leader. Then, Yulong said earnestly, Senior brother, could you possibly give me some advice? Twisting his head toward Yulong, Xianxuan questioned, advice about what? A few minor members of Shenma Ancient Sect. Aren't you capable enough to handle them? Or did you forget everything I taught you on the battlefield? Yulong shook his head. No, what I mean is, Shenma Ancient Sect has recently changed dramatically. They seem to have mastered some special cultivation method, growing astonishingly fast. From the day before yesterday to yesterday, I encountered them in conflict twice. In both conflicts, I could distinctly feel their power increase significantly. Although they're still far behind the combat disciples of our Lingxi Sect, if they continue developing at this rate, they will inevitably threaten Lingxi Sect's position once again. Senior brother, with your vast knowledge, do you know what secret method they might be using? Upon hearing this, Xianxuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, if they can drastically increase their strength in just one day, then it's likely that they're using some kind of sacrificial cultivation technique. If it's a sacrifice, then they must have something to offer. And what exactly is the offering? Yi Changlan casually picked up a nearby bowl of cool tea and took a large sip before saying, "The commoners they've massacred." Once Yulong heard these words, as if something clicked in his mind, he immediately bowed to Yi Changlan and said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." With that, he turned around and left. Seeing this, Yu Qingyan looked curiously at Yi Changlan and asked, "What did you tell him? Why was he so excited?" Yi Changlan chuckled. "Just spouted off a bunch of random nonsense. What else could I do?" As for whether or not he actually understood anything, well, we'll never know. Joking aside, since Yi Changlan had been so severely mistreated by Yu Xiao, now that her Lingxi Sect was experiencing another rebellion, why would he ever help her plan a solution? Even though it was Yulong who came asking, Yulong was ultimately serving Yu Xiao. Thus, Yi Changlan rambled on about useless stuff with the sole purpose of keeping Yulong away from him and out of his hair. Unexpectedly, this young man seemed to have actually grasped something from it all. Thinking about this, Yi Changlan couldn't help but laugh again. Then, Yi Changlan suddenly called out towards a specific direction. "Xiaoyer, aren't you usually so busy today? What brings you here? Don't you need to attend to your esteemed master?" This statement immediately put the surrounding guards on high alert. They all shifted their gaze towards the direction Yi Changlan was looking, shouting loudly, "Who's there? Show yourself." Even Yu Qingyan turned her curious gaze in that direction. A moment later, Xiaoyer gracefully jumped down from where she had been hiding behind a large rock. Seeing all the guards staring at her with weapons drawn, she let out a light chuckle. Truly deserving titles our Yi General has, transforming the guards watching over you into your personal bodyguards. When the guards recognized Xiaoyer, they quickly lowered their weapons and greeted her respectfully, "Sister Jiang." Xiaoyer's full name was Jiang Xiaoyu. Though officially just a maid, she was one of Master Yu Xiao's closest confidants, which led many of the lower-ranked guards and sect members to honor her with the respectful title of Sister. Ignoring them, Xiaoyer strutted through the ranks of guards confidently until she reached Yi Changlan. Smiling mischievously, she said, "I brought you some good news. Would you like to hear it?" At this, Yi Changlan burst out laughing before bluntly responding with 2 words, "Nope." Chapter 16. Am I such a savage person? As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaoyu's little face fell, and she said, "I haven't even said anything yet." Yi Changlan stood up from the reclining chair. Stretching lazily, he said, "Let me guess. It's probably that woman Yu Xiao who has run into some trouble and wants me to go over and clean up her mess, right?" Xiaoyu pouted. "What kind of cleaning up are you talking about? That sounds so vulgar. This is the lady giving you an opportunity to redeem yourself. With such a good chance, don't you want to seize it?" But Yi Changlan waved his hand, signaling her to stop, then smiled and said, "No thanks, I'm perfectly fine here. I don't need any opportunity for redemption." With that, Yi Changlan picked up the hoe and prepared to finish tilling the remaining land. However, Xiaoyu stepped directly in front of him, anxiously saying, "Lady said that as long as you face the Imperial Hall and kneel there for a day and a night, and if you confess your mistakes to all disciples, she will consider lifting part of your confinement and restoring some of your privileges. How generous this offer is. Are you really going to refuse such an honor, Commander Yi?" After hearing this, Yi Changlan was dumbfounded. He pointed one finger at his nose while glaring at Xiaoyu and said, "I've already divorced her. Do you think I still have the obligation to grovel like before?" Xiaoyu retorted instantly, "Is there no need for it? Commander Yi, Lingxi Sect was after all built by you personally. Can you just sit idly by and watch Lingxi Sect decline again? Moreover, this time, Lady has chosen to make concessions. She's only asking you to kneel for 1 day and 1 night, not 10 days and nights. This is already a special favor. After all, she once declared in the Imperial Hall, in front of all the sect's elders, that she demoted you and that even without you, she can still manage the entire sect effectively. If, hypothetically speaking, if she didn't impose any punishment on you and simply called you back, wouldn't that be slapping her own face? As the head of the sect, how could she possibly allow such things to happen? Therefore, she gave you an opportunity to acknowledge your fault actively. By doing this, you can regain your previous position, and she would also save face, thus not losing prestige in front of so many disciples. See, isn't this a win-win situation? Besides, I don't see what Weichip is troubling you anyway. You've knelt before, haven't you?" Upon hearing this, Yi Changlan's mouth twitched. For some reason, he felt an impulse to slap this little girl. Her face has been saved, but my dignity is being disregarded? Fine, tell her to find someone else. I'm done serving her. Saying this, Yi Changlan sidestepped Xiaoyu and walked to the farmland. However, Xiaoyu widened her eyes and said, "Commander Yi, you're the chief engineer responsible for the spirit gathering array and the central fire control room construction. Who else but you could take care of it?" Hearing this, Yi Changlan paused and turned his head towards Xiaoyu, asking, "Spirit gathering array? Central fire control room? What's wrong with these places?" Xiaoyu then immediately recounted everything that had happened yesterday. After listening, Yi Changlan first pressed his lips together as if trying hard not to laugh. But eventually, he couldn't hold it anymore and burst out laughing heartily. Next, Yu Qingyan and the other guards also started laughing heartily. Everyone laughed until they bent over, full of gloating delight. Seeing this, Xiaoyu, with a somewhat pitiful look, asked, "Why are you all laughing?" Crossing his arms, Yi Changlan said, "Didn't Yu Xiao say that Mu Chang'e was the best candidate for the Lingxi Sect's young master position? And now, within 1 day, he's already caused chaos across the entire sect." Xiaoyu instinctively wanted to defend Yu Xiao, but thinking of the idiot Mu Chang'e, ultimately chose not to. She quietly waited until everyone stopped laughing and then told Yi Changlan, "Commander Yi, We only have a week left before the delivery deadline for the Bailing pills. If Lady cannot deliver them on time, we'll provoke the fury of Lingxi Sect and lose nearly 18 million spirit crystals. Even if you won't apologize, at least re-brew us a vial of Bailing Original Essence. Xuanhuan waved his hand and chuckled. Stop, hold on. I can't brew Bailing Original Essence right now. Don't forget, my cultivation level has been abolished by your Lady Superior. It's something I can no longer refine. My point remains the same. I am quite content staying here. If she truly has issues beyond her control, let her find someone more capable. There's nothing I can do. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was about to say something more when suddenly Xiuxian walked over and gently said to Xiaoyu, That's enough. You can go back now. If he doesn't want to help you, even if you force him, it will be useless. He's very stubborn, don't you know that? At this moment, Xiaoyu softly replied with an, oh, her face looking quite dejected since she hadn't completed the mission assigned by her master. Naturally, she felt a bit guilty. She then turned around to leave. However, just at that moment, Xuanhuan suddenly shouted, Wait a moment. Xiaoyu was immediately delighted and instinctively looked back, asking, Commander Yi, have you changed your mind? Xuanhuan took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket and tossed it to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu unconsciously caught it and asked, What is this? Xuanhuan chuckled and said, When you take a bath tonight, pour this medicine into the water and soak for half an hour. This can increase the probability of your realm breakthrough. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyu's face flushed red. She never expected Xuanhuan to have seen through her impending realm breakthrough so clearly, and specially gave her a bottle of medicinal liquid. Although she was a confidant of the sect leader, her situation was far from as glorious as it seemed. In reality, she didn't possess much in terms of tools or pills for aiding her cultivation breakthroughs. Often, she had to spend money to buy them, and sometimes couldn't even get any. Previously, she was still worried about the problem of breaking through her current level. If not carefully controlled, this could lead to death. But now, with the medicinal fluid provided by Xuanhuan, things were different. Even if it only increased her chances of success by 10%, it was already an invaluable treasure for her. With her face blushing bright red, Xiaoyu bowed slightly towards Xuanhuan and sweetly said, Thank you, Commander Yi, for your gift. Saying that, she quickly ran away, fearing that if she stayed longer, others might see how embarrassingly red her face was. Seeing this, Xuanhuan smirked. But Xiuxian suddenly stepped next to him and teased, I used to think you were only good at handling interpersonal relationships. I didn't expect you to be such a skilled flirt. Speaking, Xiuxian showed a sly expression and nudged Xuanhuan with her elbow, continuing, Hey, tell me, are you planning on deceiving my sister's little maid too? Seducing her for your own purposes? Xuanhuan instantly widened his eyes and indignantly declared, How could that be? Am I such a beast? Chapter 17, Soaring Lifespan. Just as Xuanhuan was speaking, a system prompt suddenly rang in his ears. Ding, today's reward for lying flat. The natural spirit treasure, water spirit source, the Dao vessel, Xuanhuan, and the high-level moon stage blade technique, divine, leading to abyss. As this notification sounded, Xuanhuan first froze for a second, then involuntarily let the corner of his mouth rise into a sly grin. Deep inside, he was quite pleased with himself. He had originally assumed that the pastoral system would require daily completion of various tasks in order to gain rewards, but unexpectedly, simply by lying flat, he could obtain numerous rewards, and the varieties were quite diverse, each of them being extremely high in quality. Without even mentioning the rest, just the Dao vessel Xuanhuan alone would be enough to make all of Lingxi Sect tremble, because, even within Lingxi Sect, there were merely 2 artifacts that reached the level of Dao vessels. Furthermore, both of these Dao vessels were kept by the 2 grand elders of the Palace of Divine Spirits, who disciples under normal circumstances wouldn't see, let alone use. Even the sect leader, Xiao, used only an artifact at the spiritual stage level. From this, one could clearly understand how rare it was to have a Dao level artifact, let alone the moon stage martial skill divine leading to abyss, or the natural spirit treasure, water spirit source. Thinking about these things, Xuanhuan immediately decided to find a secluded place where he could quietly inspect his rewards. But just then, Xiuxian suddenly pulled on Xuanhuan's ear, asking, Hey, did you fall asleep? Why'd you suddenly stop talking? At this, Xuanhuan remembered Xiuxian was still right next to him. He then raised his hand and pulled her hand off his ear before saying, Xiuxian, listen up, can you help me out with something? Saying so, he smiled craftily and edged closer to Xiuxian, appearing rather lewd. Xiuxian frowned in disapproval. What kind of help? She had already guessed that whatever Xuanhuan wanted wasn't likely to be commendable. Sure enough, in the next moment, Xuanhuan chuckled. Can you buy some seeds for me? I mean, my farmland here is all ready, but without seeds, how are we supposed to plant anything? You get that, right? Instead of answering, Xiuxian pointed at the guards surrounding them. There are so many people around here, why don't you ask them to do it for you? Xuanhuan also glanced at them and said, They're my bodyguards. Do you think they can leave whenever they want? And besides, if they went to buy them, what happens if they end up purchasing subpar seeds? It's better if you go. I'll feel more reassured. Okay. As he spoke, Xuanhuan actually draped his hand around Xiuxian's waist and drew his face close to hers. Annoyed, Xiuxian rolled her eyes and scolded, Get lost. Why should I be any better at buying seeds? I bet you won't recognize my hard work anyway. Now you're criticizing me. Shocked, Xuanhuan quickly protested. No, why would I criticize you? By this point, Xiuxian wasn't listening to any of Xuanhuan's excuses anymore. She turned around and headed toward the exit, her discontented voice ringing out. You men are all the same. None of you are worth trusting, humph. Never mind. I'm not going to deal with you anymore. With that, she lightly tapped her foot on the ground, leaping tens of meters into the air. Then, a flying magical beast came over, gently catching her and flying away with her, disappearing to some unknown destination. Xuanhuan looked up at this sight, unable to suppress a twitch of his lips. Damn it. Why do women always get angry for no reason and completely without cause? All I asked her to do was buy something. Is that so unreasonable? Shaking his head, Xuanhuan stopped thinking about it and turned back towards his cave mansion. Meanwhile, the servants guarding Xuanhuan outside remained faithfully stationed, becoming door gods to watch over Xuanhuan. Inside, Xuanhuan immediately sat cross-legged on his bedmat and retrieved the Universe Star Stone. With a flicker of thought, his consciousness entered the inner space of the Universe Star Stone. Right now, all the life-extending fruits inside the Universe Star Stone had flowered and borne fruit. They sprouted thin vines which coiled upwards along the bamboo poles Xuanhuan had previously inserted. These poles were entirely enveloped until every single one was covered, after which flowers began to bloom, followed by fruit. The fruit bore resemblance to grapes, but their entire bodies were red. When plucked individually, they resembled cherries. At this moment, xiuxian suddenly flew over and said lazily, "This time, the fruit harvest was decent. 124 life-extending fruits have matured. On average, a single seed probably yields about 20 fruits." Xuanhuan nodded slightly and said, "A ratio of 1 to 20 is actually not bad. I originally thought that getting 70 or 80 fruits would be satisfying." As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh, raising his hand to stroke the newly grown life-extending fruits. The next moment, the system panel refreshed. Host, Xuanhuan. Current lifespan, 20 days. Stored lifespan, 376 days. Xuanhuan turned to look at the system, his eyes widening slightly in surprise as he exclaimed, "Wow, this batch of life-extending fruits can give me more than a year of lifespan." Saying so, Xuanhuan ate all the fruits growing on the vines one by one. As the fruits went down his throat, his lifespan rapidly increased. Not only that, Xuanhuan could clearly feel his bodily strength rising dramatically, because in the pastoral system, power and lifespan are interconnected. This means, the longer Xuanhuan's lifespan grows, the stronger his abilities become. After eating all the life-extending fruits, the system panel updated again. Host, Xuanhuan. Current lifespan, 1 year 31 days. Stored lifespan, 0 days. Seeing his lifespan finally reach a full year, Xuanhuan couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. For anyone who's close to death, having their lifespan suddenly extended by a year and a month would surely bring immense joy. Even Xuanhuan was no exception, because a year really gives one enough time to accomplish many things. At the same time, he clenched his fists tightly, sensing the power within him, and then turned to xiuxian, asking, "Judging from my total amount of current lifespan, should I already be comparable to cultivators at the beginning phase of the Wuyuan Jing stage?" xiuxian pondered for a moment before responding, "More or less, but a year of lifespan is still too short. At this level, you'd be considered among the weakest practitioners in the lower ranks of the Wuyuan Jing xiaocheng cultivator circle." In the cultivation world where Xuanhuan resided, cultivators were divided into distinct realms. From lowest to highest, these were Wuyuan Jing, Xianxia Jing, Linghui Jing, Tianyang Jing. Each realm would further subdivide into Xiaocheng, Dacheng, Yuan Man, and Dingfeng. To take Lingxi Sect as an example, those at the Wuyuan Jing stage were generally ordinary disciples. Only after reaching Xianxia Jing could they ascend to positions like Hall Master, Guardian, or Overseer, which carried some standing in the sect. At the higher levels of the Linghui Jing stage, these were members of the high-ranking management. Among them, the elders of each division, sword wielders, blood-cloaked guard commanders, and the head of the enforcement hall, all key positions, belonged to the Linghui Jing level. However, most were only at the Linghui Jing Xiaocheng stage. As for the sect leader, Yu Xiao, she had reached the Linghui Jing Yuan Man stage. Her younger brother, Yulong was a bit stronger, having reached the Linghui Jing Dingfeng stage. Thus, Yulong held the top rank among the 12 sword bearers. Above the Tianyang Jing level, one entered the domain of great elders. As for whether there were higher stages above Tianyang Jing, even Xuanhuan did not know. After all, during his 300 years in this cultivation world, he had never encountered any cultivators beyond the Tianyang Jing stage. Chapter 18. Xiaoxian's Concerns. Yi Kanglin's current strength is only at the initial stage of the Yuan realm, and he is even one of the weakest at this level. If he didn't have the title of the former young commander of the Lingxi Sect, such a level of power in the dog-eat-dog world of cultivation would mean certain death countless times over. It's not impossible that while sleeping, someone could ensnare his soul into a flag for refining spirits as nourishment. After absorbing all these longevity fruits, Yi Kanglin still had over 120 cores of longevity fruits in his hand. At that moment, he turned to xiuxian and asked, "You mentioned earlier that the fertility of this island's soil can only support part of the planting of longevity fruits. About how much is this part?" xiuxian crossed her arms in front of her chest, thought carefully for a while, then said, "It can probably support the growth of 2,000 seeds. If more than that, those additional seeds will fail to grow." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin smiled faintly and said, "If it can support the growth of 2,000 seeds, what do I have to worry about?" As he spoke, he lowered his head and planted all the 120 seeds in the soil. At this time, xiuxian asked again, speaking of which, wasn't one of your rewards today a spirit treasure with natural attributes called water spirit source? Why don't you take it out? After burying the seeds, Kanglin immediately opened the system panel and smiled. If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. Kanglin had entered the internal space of the Huanyu Star Stone intending to test the rewards he received. But after seeing so many longevity fruits, he forgot about this until reminded by xiuxian, who naturally prompted him to take out the reward without delay. When Kanglin confirmed receipt, the next moment, a sharp tang cross knife flew out, along with a thick scroll and a thumb-sized water droplet. These three items hovered in front of Kanglin. His gaze swept across them briefly. He lifted his hand and first picked up the brand new tang cross knife. The blade was perfectly straight, just like a stick, but when Kanglin grasped the handle and slowly drew it out, an ink-black blade appeared before him. Lifting the tang cross knife, under the sun's illumination, the blade reflected a dazzling light. And carved onto the blade were two clear characters, xianhuan. These two characters were likely the name of this tang cross knife. With just a casual wave of the hand, Kanglin sliced through the ground, leaving behind a shallow groove. This showed just how astonishingly sharp the blade was. This is a Daoqi level magical tool, right? It looks pretty good, but it seems no different from an ordinary sword. Kanglin commented indifferently. However, xiuxian beside him snorted and laughed. Your strength is so weak now. Of course you cannot unleash its power. Kanglin thought about it and agreed. After all, Daoqi level magical tools are typically used by grand elders who have reached the Tianyang realm. It's normal that common disciples can't fully utilize its strength. Next, Kanglin picked up the scroll. He gently unfurled the scroll, discovering it contained a set of blade techniques. It should be paired with the tang cross knife, named Divine Attraction to Oblivion. Judging by its appearance, it must be quite a formidable set of blade techniques. Just as Kanglin was puzzled, a beam of light emanated from the scroll and infused into his forehead. The next moment, Kanglin felt streams of information flooding into his brain. The information transformed into words, which combined to form sentences, and the sentences arranged themselves into passages. When all the passages came together, they formed a qualified set of blade techniques. Before long, all the information on the scroll was completely absorbed into Kanglin's mind. Subsequently, the scroll seemed to catch fire, disintegrating into ashes that were carried away by the wind. Involuntarily, Kanglin exclaimed, "What an amazing skill scroll! Something that normally takes years, even over a decade for ordinary people to master. Kanglin managed to become thoroughly proficient with in less than 10 seconds. Indeed, anything produced by the system was truly top-notch. Finally, Kanglin turned his gaze towards the small water droplet the size of a thumb. Turning his head towards xiuxian, Kanglin inquired, "What use does this thing have?" xiuxian simply explained, "For you, it might not have much use, but if injected into the soil here, it can enhance the life-extending effects of the longevity fruits. From increasing lifespan by 3 days per longevity fruit originally, it can be improved to increase by 4 days per longevity fruit." After hearing this, Kanglin was immediately delighted, exclaiming, "Holy crap, it's so powerful." Though the increase in lifespan is only by a day, it makes a big difference when considering the large base number. For example, with today's 120 longevity fruits, if each could extend life by 4 days instead of 3, Kanglin's current lifespan would be extended by an additional 4 months. Thinking about this, Kanglin immediately grabbed the water droplet and asked xiuxian, "How do I use this thing?" xiuxian said, "You swallow it, then place your palms on the ground." Hearing this, Kanglin quickly followed her instructions. As the water spirit source entered his mouth, the first sensation was icy coldness, almost like chewing ice cubes. When it reached his stomach, it melted quickly into streams of energy. Then, Kanglin slapped the ground with both hands. Next, pure water attribute spiritual power surged into the soil beneath, instantly moistening it. With the addition of water attribute spiritual power, the seeds that Kanglin had just planted began sprouting tender buds immediately. Not only that, but even the withered vines around them rejuvenated. Kanglin couldn't help but look forward to a bountiful harvest the next day. However, at this moment, xiuxian suddenly questioned him casually. "Hey, Kanglin, aren't you supposed to deal with that demon god ancient sect issue?" Kanglin paused, turned his head towards xiuxian, and asked, "Demon god ancient sect? Why are you bringing them up?" Crossing her arms in front of her chest, xiuxian's expression turned somewhat grim. "Ordinarily, I shouldn't tell you about this, but I'm worried that if you die suddenly, I'll be sealed again. That's why I have to bring it up." At these words, Kanglin frowned slightly, instinctively asking, "Why would I die?" xiuxian took a deep breath and solemnly said, "The demon god ancient sect has a method to rapidly boost their strength in a short period of time, which will cause their forces to swell rapidly. Within 1 or 2 months at most, they will likely have the ability to annihilate the entire Lingxi Sect. At that point, you might also lose your life. As for your little brother-in-law, Moondragon City, he won't be able to handle those man-eating monsters." Upon hearing this, Kanglin's expression grew grave as well. Chapter 19. Yu Xiao apologizes to Mu Chang'e. But after a short while, Kanglin's furrowed brows soon relaxed as he casually said, "Stop worrying unnecessarily. Are the many powerful experts in Lingxi Sect eating their meals for nothing? 170,000 combat disciples. Are they merely decorative? All these assets have taken me 300 years to accumulate. Even if Yu Xiao were a pig, there's no way the Divine Devil Sect could destroy her in such a short time. Besides, I've been dealing with the Divine Devil Sect for a long time now. Based on my understanding of them, they won't be able to stir up any real trouble. Nong Xiuxian, seeing Yi Kanglin act so nonchalant, immediately became somewhat angry and said, "The times have changed. The newly instated leader Wuan of theirs is a very capable person. Under his leadership, the Divine Devil Sect has become unrecognizable from what it once was. If you continue being this arrogant and underestimate the enemy, all you'll get in the end is your own death." Despite Nong Xiuxian trying her best to make things sound serious to catch Yi Kanglin's attention, Yi Kanglin still appeared completely unruffled. Especially when Nong Xiuxian reached her last point, he even started yawning, looking utterly bored. Even if the Divine Devil Sect does really have the strength one day to overthrow Lingxi Sect, that has nothing to do with me. Right now, I'm just a servant disciple. When the sect truly falls, I can just run away. The people who should be worried about these matters are Xiao and her little lover Muchanga. If they're not concerned, why should I bother myself with so much? With that, Yi Kanglin swung the Tianyuan Tang knife in his hand and attempted to start practicing. On the side, upon hearing Yi Kanglin's statements, Nong Xiuxian seemed to want to say something else. However, seeing the resolute demeanor on Yi Kanglin's face, she swallowed back her words. Doing some simple calculations, according to Yi Kanglin's current rate of growth, by the time the Divine Devil Sect makes its move, Yi Kanglin should likely have developed the strength to protect himself. Even if he can't deal with those man-eating demons, escaping shouldn't be an issue. With that thought, Nong Xiuxian raised her hand and activated the system interface. The next moment, the system panel displayed an aerial view of the Lingxi Sect's mountain gate. As Yi Kanglin's system administrator, Nong Xiuxian decided to first help Yi Kanglin map out an escape route to prevent him from falling into disarray and panic on the day he might need to flee. The following day, at the young marshal's residence of Lingxi Sect, Xiao gracefully walked in. Numerous disciples and attendants within the mansion bowed deeply as they greeted her. Xiao waved her hand signaling that there was no need for excessive formalities, then headed inside. At that moment, Muchanga's maid came out, bowing slightly before Xiao as she said, "Greetings, master, may you enjoy infinite blessings." Xiao looked towards the bedroom, then asked the maid, "Where's Chang'e? Why hasn't he come out with you?" The maid also glanced towards the direction of the bedroom, then softly replied, "Marshal Mu returned yesterday and has kept himself locked in his room since then. He hasn't eaten or drunk anything for a whole day now." And, here, the young maid paused for a moment, seeming as though she had some unspoken difficulty. Xiao knitted her eyebrows and sharply rebuked, "And what? Speak." The maid quickly responded, "And, last night, Marshal Mu cried for quite a while. He said that he shouldn't have accepted the position of young marshal of Lingxi Sect because doing so angered you." Upon hearing this, Xiao's complexion turned pale, and she felt a surge of annoyance. She exclaimed, "How could he think like this? Can none of you here console him at all?" With that, Xiao stormed off towards the bedroom calling out, "Chang'e, Chang'e, your teacher has come to see you." Meanwhile, the group of servants trailing behind Xiao waited outside, not entering. As for Little Fish, she sneered disdainfully and commented, "Just because he got scolded a few times by Master, he went and cried like a useless piece of trash." Little Fish had long disliked Muchanga. Were it not for Xiao's favoritism toward him, Little Fish would probably have kicked him out of Lingxi Sect already. A person like him serving as the young marshal of Lingxi Sect was akin to letting an eunuch serve as army commander. It was simply absurd. At this moment, Wuan walked over and lazily spoke beside Little Fish. "You'd better lower your voice a bit. If the sissy inside hears you, he'll likely report you to the master again." Little Fish carelessly retorted, "Report me, then. He behaves like such a waste of space. Isn't it fair to let others criticize him a bit?" Before Little Fish could finish her sentence, Xiao's voice suddenly sounded from inside the bedroom. "Little Fish, come in for a moment." As soon as these words were spoken, Little Fish was instantly startled, cursing in her heart. Shit. Didn't he really hear that? Wuan beside her immediately started gloating. He bit his lip hard to stifle a laugh. If it weren't for the presence of so many people around them, he might have burst out laughing right then. Seeing this, Little Fish kicked his shin hard, making Wuan almost yell out in pain. Right as he was about to question Little Fish, "What are you doing?" she shouted toward the bedroom. "I'm coming." And with that, she jogged inside. Once inside, Little Fish saw Muchanga weeping and sobbing while snuggling in Xiao's arms. Xiao tenderly stroked his back, soothing him gently. "It's all teacher's fault. I shouldn't have scolded you publicly yesterday or made you lose face like that. Shall I apologize to you?" At this, Muchanga pouted and replied sulkily, "All right, I'll forgive you this time." This sight sent shivers down Little Fish's spine, prompting her to ask Xiao directly, "Master, did you call for me?" Turning her head towards Little Fish, Xiao asked, "I was so preoccupied with official duties yesterday that I nearly forgot to ask you about Yi Kanglin." Recalling her conversation with Yi Kanglin, especially when he gave her that bottle of spirit-enhancing elixir, Little Fish felt blush creep onto her cheeks. She softly replied, "Yi Captain is still staying in Wuyuan Mountain. He hasn't gone anywhere." Furrowing her brows, Xiao interrupted, "That's not what I asked. Did he kneel and admit his mistake? If he has, I'll send someone to release him from confinement so he can handle the matters at the alchemy workshop and the spirit gathering array." Ever since yesterday, numerous disciples have filed petitions with me, saying that the lack of spiritual energy within the sect is hindering their cultivation progress. Saying this, Xiao continued somewhat irritably. Seriously, couldn't they wait just a little longer? It's only been one day without spiritual energy nurturing them. Would they die or something? They're acting like demons demanding my soul. Although this was how she spoke, Xiao also knew well that the spirit gathering array had to be repaired as soon as possible. After all, much of a sect's growth depended heavily on the improvement and strength of its disciples. However, upon hearing this, Little Fish responded rather awkwardly. Well, it seems Yi Captain doesn't quite intend to apologize. Chapter 20. Muchanga hoped Xiao would help him take the blame. Upon hearing these words, Xiao immediately stood up from the bed, her expression displeased as she said, "What? He's not apologizing." Xiaoyer nodded slightly and said, "General Yi mentioned that he felt quite comfortable at the foot of Wuyuan Mountain and decided to retire entirely. He doesn't plan on coming back down the mountain in the future." After hearing this, Xiao became furious, questioning immediately, "What kind of joke is this? He just decides to retire like that? Then who will clean up the mess left in the sect?" It seemed as though she herself had forgotten who it was that initially banished Xuanhuan to Wuyuan Mountain. At this moment, Xiaoyer suggested, "How about you directly order him to be reinstated in his original position?" Xiao immediately scolded, "Nonsense. Should I issue an order for him to be reinstated? Isn't that equivalent to telling everyone in the sect that I wronged him? Or are you saying that even you believe Xiao can't manage anything within Lingxi Sect without Kanglin?" Seeing Xiao's anger, Xiaoyer quickly knelt down, softly replying, "I've realized my mistake. Please allow me to accept your punishment." Observing this situation, Xiao took a deep breath and then sat down again. She spoke to Xiaoyer, "Stand up. I didn't mean to punish you." Only then did Xiaoyer slowly stand up. Currently, Xiao asked, "Where's Bai Lu? I sent her to look through Yitanglan's residence for notebooks or diaries. Did she find anything?" As soon as Xiaoyer was about to open her mouth, a black shadow emerged, and a flirtatious and charming voice echoed, "I've already found them, but there were quite a number of items, so it took some time to sort them out." As she spoke, an exquisitely beautiful woman dressed in black leather slowly walked out from the black shadow. This woman's appearance somewhat resembled a 30-year-old housewife from the mortal world, radiating with the charm of a mature woman throughout her demeanor. Especially her proud bosom could rival that of both Yu Xiao and Yu Qingyan. This woman was none other than Bai Lu, the commander of Blood Cloak Guards of Lingxi Sect, a powerhouse who had achieved great accomplishment in the spiritual fire realm. Additionally, she was Yu Xiao's aunt. Upon hearing Bai Lu's words, Yu Xiao showed joy, stepping closer and saying, "Since they've been found, let me see them." Bai Lu gently stroked her storage ring, and immediately a streak of light appeared. Subsequently, around 7 or 8 scrolls floated out. Bai Lu then said to Yu Xiao, "My lord, these scrolls contain engineering diagrams and design plans used by Kanglin when he constructed the spirit gathering formation. Among them is the secret key formula book needed to restart the spirit gathering formation. However, they are rather complex. It may require some time to fully understand them." Yu Xiao picked up a scroll casually and started looking through it. On the scroll were indeed all kinds of data related to Yitanglan's construction of the spirit gathering formation along with various notes. And the total amount of text, symbols, patterns within each of these scrolls combined must have numbered in the tens of millions of characters, illustrating how detailed the information was. After confirming the authenticity of the scrolls, Yu Xiao turned to ask Bai Lu, "Annie, how did you find these?" "When Yitanglan was banished, I clearly sent people to search his residence, and no such scrolls were found." Bai Lu gave a knowing smile and coquettishly replied, "When I found these scrolls, they were already ashes. It seems that Yitanglan probably foresaw his own danger before being banished, so he burned these scrolls beforehand. Unfortunately, he probably didn't know that our sect's forbidden secret technique, time rewind technique, could restore destroyed items to their original state. Even though these scrolls were reduced to ashes, we still had methods to restore them to their former state." As she spoke, Bai Lu giggled, seeming rather pleased with herself. Even Yu Xiao couldn't help but laugh mischievously. It seems that Mother's decision to not let Yitan know all the depths of Lingxi Sect's power was truly wise. If he had known that we possessed this time-reversing secret technique, he wouldn't have so easily disposed of those books. After finishing their sentences, the two women glanced at each other, each seemingly spotting slyness in the other's eyes. Evidently, in their perspective, no matter how smart Yitanglan was, he still couldn't match them. But right at this moment, Muchanga suddenly asked, "Master, if you possess such a temporal ability to rewind time, why didn't you use it 2 days ago to restore the spirit gathering formation, the broken 100 spirit essence paste, and the extinguished spiritual flame?" After Bai Lu saw the foolish expression on Muchanga's face, she rolled her eyes in disdain. Even she couldn't figure out what aspect of Muchanga, this good-for-nothing, Yu Xiao actually liked. However, these were not words that she would ever say directly. Instead, she simply turned her head back and ignored him. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao gently explained to him, "Because this kind of time rewinding ability requires a large consumption of spirit crystals. Generally speaking, the larger the object being reversed in time, and the more distant the time period we need to rewind to, the greater the number of spirit crystals required. Like the spirit gathering formation or the pilot fire in the fire control room, which are all large objects. Even if we had the capability to reverse them, the amount of spirit crystals needed would be so much that we couldn't handle it. As for the 100 spirit essence paste, well, it cannot be reversed in time at all." Just as Muchanga was about to ask why, Bai Lu interjected, "Master, now that these scrolls have been found, I will take care of matters related to the fire control room and the spirit gathering formation immediately." Yu Xiao nodded slightly, saying, "Wait outside for a moment. To be safe, I'll go with you." Upon hearing this, Bai Lu didn't refuse either. She simply nodded and replied, all right. Then, turning around, she headed towards the door. Xiaoyu noticed this and called out, Master, your servant takes her leave. With that, she walked out too. Now, only Yu Xiao and Mu Chang'e remained in the room. At this point, Yu Xiao said softly to Mu Chang'e, Chang'e, for the time being, stop dealing with the affairs of the young general's residence and go down to the lower ranks to learn for a while. When you've made some progress, then you can manage the young general's residence again. Alright. Though Yu Xiao was quite annoyed by Mu Chang'e's earlier idiocy, he was after all a disciple she had raised herself. Thus, in order to avoid similar situations in the future, she decided to let Mu Chang'e study for a while first. In response to this, Mu Chang'e didn't resist any longer, merely nodding his head obediently. But soon after, he added, Still, Master, could you promise me one thing? As he spoke, Mu Chang'e adopted a pitiful expression once more. Yu Xiao stroked his hair tenderly and asked softly, What else do you want? Mu Chang'e hesitated a bit before finally saying, It's just, could you tell people in the sect that the idiotic actions I took 2 days ago were actually because you told me to do them? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao froze, instinctively replying, What? Tell others that those things you did were actually because I ordered you to do them. Mu Chang'e's meaning was already quite clear. What he wanted was for Yu Xiao to help him take responsibility for his blunders. How could the sect leader not understand this? So Yu Xiao somewhat irritably responded, If you messed up those things, you should shoulder the consequences yourself. How can I, your teacher, take your place? Chapter 21, Suddenly Missing Yi Kanglin. At this moment, Mu Chang'e began to pout again and said, Master, you've already punished me. There's no way you can let the other disciples in the sect mock me again. Besides, I only made those elementary mistakes because I didn't understand the rules of these departments. If I had caused such a joke just after becoming the young commander, how could I maintain my dignity within the sect? But if Master were the one who directed me to do it, then that would change the nature of things entirely. Others wouldn't think I'm foolish. They believe Master deliberately planned it. This way, my position in the eyes of other sect members is preserved, right? Yu Xiao became immediately perplexed upon hearing this. Although she was the head of the sect and had never worried about gossip from her subordinates, never had she imagined herself covering for anyone either. Previously, it was Yi Kanglin who always covered for her, but now here she was covering for someone else. What kind of arrangement was this? Thinking about this, Yu Xiao wanted to refuse Mu Chang'e's request, but Mu Chang'e pouted again, her eyes glistening with tears on the verge of crying. Upon seeing this, Yu Xiao ultimately couldn't bear to reject him, so she silently nodded and said, All right, just this once, and never again. Hearing this, Mu Chang'e immediately jumped up happily, embraced Yu Xiao, and then kissed her pale cheek, saying with a smile, Thank you, Master. Seeing Mu Chang'e's beaming face, Yu Xiao also smiled faintly. All right, go eat first, you haven't eaten all day. Don't starve yourself. Mu Chang'e nodded vigorously and then walked out. The moment Mu Chang'e left, Yu Xiao's smile disappeared. If Yi Kanglin were here, I probably wouldn't have to take the blame, or better yet, if he were still around, that kind of incident might not have happened in the first place. Yu Xiao slowly walked outside, reminiscing involuntarily about her moments spent with Yi Kanglin in the past. That guy was usually carefree and laughed without a worry in the world, but being with him truly gave her peace of mind. It felt like as long as he was around, there wasn't any trouble they couldn't solve together. Contemplating this, Yu Xiao suddenly murmured to herself, If there hadn't been a power conflict between us, could we have stayed together? Or rather, if we had just been an ordinary married couple, could we have grown old together? As she spoke, Yu Xiao pulled out her communication jade disc. This communication jade disc was specifically designed by Yu Xiao to stay in touch with Yi Kanglin. In the past, when she and Yi Kanglin were still married, regardless of what situation he faced, he almost sent messages every day. If there was really nothing happening, he even came up with some terrible jokes to make her laugh. Even though she told Yi Kanglin many times that his behavior annoyed her, he still persistently stuck close to her. Now, Yi Kanglin had been demoted by her to a miscellaneous disciple, confined at the foot of Wuyuan Mountain with all his cultivation abolished. This decision seemed to finally put an end to dealing with that nuisance once and for all. Yet inexplicably, she felt a sense of emptiness inside, as if something was missing from her life. When Yu Xiao opened the jade disc in her hand, the last time Yi Kanglin sent her a message was several days ago, the day he returned after suppressing the rebellion. At that time, Yi Kanglin had just received the divorce decree from Yu Xiao, then bombarded her with a long series of messages. Yu Xiao, what do you mean? Why give me a divorce decree? What are you trying to say? You want to divorce me? Do you want to get rid of me after using me up? Or do you feel I no longer hold any value, and therefore wish to push me away? Speak up. What does your silence mean? Even if you want to kill me or see me dead, you should at least allow me to die knowing the reason. A marital bond of 300 years. Do you just discard it so easily? Is your heart really made of stone? Yu Xiao, answer me. Immediately, right now, reply to me. Otherwise, I will go straight to your palace and find you. I've reached your palace. Your guards don't let me in. Tell them to let me pass. Hey, Yu Xiao, are you reading the messages I'm sending you? Yu Xiao, what do you mean by all this? Are you intending to play games with me? Fine, then I'll play along with you until the end. The messages abruptly stopped here. When Yu Xiao continued flipping through the disc, there was nothing else below. In fact, that day, she had been looking at the communication jade disc all along, and she had anticipated that Yi Kanglin would fiercely question her, or even come to her bedroom palace to find her. But she just didn't want to respond directly. She was truly tired and annoyed by spending all these years with Yi Kanglin. She greatly disliked being lectured by someone of a lower rank than herself. Moreover, he even emphasized in her ear how a sect leader should behave. Even though those reminders were correct, she still didn't want to hear them. She just found it extremely annoying. Therefore, on the night Kanglin triumphantly returned, she summoned Muchanga and let him have a wild time inside her bedroom palace. No matter how much Kanglin screamed outside her bedroom, she completely ignored him without responding to a single word. Her goal was one thing only: to retaliate against Kanglin for his misdeeds over these years. She wanted to make him realize who the real master of the sect was. Nowadays, she had accomplished her purpose. Kanglin had utterly disappeared from her sight. Finally, no one could tell her what to do anymore, and she was finally free to do everything as she pleased. The feeling of having complete control over power was so addictive that nobody could possibly understand how good it felt. And she finally didn't need to sneak around like before when she was together with Muchanga. She could openly allow Muchanga to enter and exit her bedroom palace, enjoy intimacy with her, and chat together for entire nights. These were things she had dreamed of getting in the past. Yet, she couldn't figure out why. Now that she truly obtained these things, she didn't feel as happy as she had imagined. Instead, there was even a slight feeling of loss. Especially after noticing that Kanglin hadn't sent her a single message after being demoted, she became even more dissatisfied. Could it be that because she punished him a bit, he completely cut off communication? Not even a good morning or good night, nor asking if she was tired or hardworking recently. Nothing at all. Right then, Xiao angrily stomped her foot and cursed under her breath. Dead ghost. Hadn't he seen that when she sent little fish to him, she was actually giving him a way out? If he simply apologized and said, "Sect leader, I admit my mistake. I will never dare to disobey again. Please forgive me." Such a simple sentence. Could he not say it? Even if she had wronged him and he didn't harbor any disobedient thoughts, setting aside facts for now, wasn't he at fault in some way? If he would just lower his head, she would let him return. Wasn't that a good deal? Or did he think being confined in a tiny place was a very happy thing? Thinking about this, Xiao grew infuriated and coldly said, "Fine, since you like being locked up so much, you can just keep sitting there. Sooner or later, you'll beg me to let you out." Chapter 22, Blood Wheel Eye. Ding, today's life-flat reward. 15 pounds of rare spiritual medicine seeds, the nature element spiritual treasure Chinsi, and the awakening of a special talent, Blood Wheel Eye. Kanglin couldn't help but laugh as he heard the voice prompt. There was no denying that having this pastoral system was great. One didn't have to do anything but lie flat to gain a bunch of rewards. However, instead of rushing to collect those rewards, Kanglin looked towards the lifespan extending fruit orchard. After a day of cultivation, all the 120 seeds that Kanglin had planted yesterday had already borne fruit. On an island the size of a basketball court, more than half of the area was already covered with lush branches and leaves. Among these leaves hung red fruits resembling grapes. At this moment, Kanglin resembled a rural housewife, carrying a vegetable basket in his hand to pick the lifespan-extending fruits one by one. When Kanglin's fingers touched a lifespan-extending fruit, the system could calculate the lifespan enhancement it would bring him. Once Kanglin had harvested all the fruits, the system panel automatically updated itself. Host, Kanglin. Current lifespan, 1 year 30 days. Reserve lifespan, 27 years 17 days. Seeing that the batch of lifespan-extending fruits had added 27 years to his life, Kanglin let out a long cry. Satisfying. An increase of over 20 years of life would make anyone ecstatic. After all, who in this world would complain about living too long? Especially when lifespan is tied to strength, its value becomes even more apparent. Then, Kanglin began eating the picked lifespan-extending fruits, one by one. Since there were quite a number of fruits, it took Kanglin over an hour to consume them all. As he swallowed the lifespan-extending fruits, Kanglin could distinctly feel his vitality rapidly strengthening. This enhancement also increased his physical strength drastically, while cultivating peculiar currents of Yuan force. Yuan force differs from the Fa or Ling force utilized by cultivators. Fa and Ling forces are acquired by absorbing external essence into the body and converting it into energy for cultivators to use. Thus, if external energy were to disappear, cultivators would face a great disaster. Yuan force, however, works entirely differently. It seeks power within. Simply put, when a person's physical strength reaches a certain level, Yuan force can naturally accumulate inside the body. The replenishment method is simple as well, like an ordinary person consuming food or getting sleep restores Yuan force. In Kanglin's case, under the continuous augmentation of his physique and lifespan, a powerful Yuan force emerged. Frankly speaking, if the threshold for cultivating Yuan force weren't so high, perhaps mainstream cultivation wouldn't be focused on Ling force. With all the energies from the fruits absorbed, the data on the system panel also updated. Host, Kanglin. Current lifespan, 28 years 1 month 16 days. Reserved lifespan, 0 days. Upon seeing he could live for another 28 years, Kanglin once again couldn't resist letting out a wicked grin. With this universal starstone and these lifespan-extending fruits, my lifespan should be able to infinitely increase, meaning my strength can continue to rise without limit. According to this pace, I probably don't need to wait until the day the god-demon Ancient Sect arrives. I will already become the strongest of this era. Ahaha. Speaking here, Kanglin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Gnome xiuxian flew over at this time, slowly saying, "A lifespan of 28 years is nearly comparable to a Xuanhuan realm apex powerhouse. Still, in front of a Linghua realm expert, death remains inevitable. The cultivation realms are divided into Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan, Linghua, Tianyang. Just as Yi Kanglin was laughing joyfully, Nong Xiuxian poured cold water over him. Immediately after, Yi Kanglin irritably retorted, I wasn't going to say this, but must you ruin the mood now? Nong Xiuxian did not respond directly. Instead, glancing at the system interface, he said, today's lying flat reward has been issued, go claim it quickly. While saying this, Nong Xiuxian sighed, seemingly exasperated by Yi Kanglin's self-amused behavior. Nevertheless, paired with his young boy-like appearance, the sigh seemed somewhat comical. Without further ado, Yi Kanglin immediately opened the system panel and claimed the lie flat reward as soon as he saw it. The next moment, a bag of spiritual medicine seeds flew out from the system panel, followed by a pearl-like bulb that emitted dazzling light even in the bright daylight. The last item was a scroll. These 3 items hovered before him. First, he reached out to take the bag of spiritual medicine seeds. Upon opening it, he was pleasantly surprised to see that it contained seeds of various rare herbs, diverse in types and exceptionally high in quality. If these seeds were planted on this farmland, Yi Kanglin would soon have more medicinal herbs than he could ever use. However, Yi Kanglin didn't immediately plant the seeds but instead turned his gaze toward the second item, the scroll. He extended his hand to pick up the scroll, quickly scanning over it while muttering, Talent Awakening, Blood Wheel Eye? As he spoke, he gently unfurled the scroll. Sure enough, the same scene as before appeared again. A beam of light shot out from the scroll, steadily landing on Yi Kanglin's forehead. The next instant, Yi Kanglin felt an overwhelming darkness enveloping his vision, followed by an intense wave of pain. Gaha! He closed his eyes in agony, unable to suppress a scream as blood began gushing profusely from both eyes, looking quite horrifying. Seeing Yi Kanglin's tormented expression, Nong Xiuxian remained serious and said, Only a few days have passed, and yet you've obtained a talent awakening scroll, and it's for an eye technique? I can't tell if this kid is just ridiculously lucky or merely a product of sheer coincidence. As he spoke, even Nong Xiuxian started feeling envious of Yi Kanglin, completely ignoring his painful screams. After about an hour, the excruciating pain in Yi Kanglin's eyes gradually subsided. Slowly, when he opened his eyes again, the patterns of the blood wheel eye emerged, emitting a sinister red glow even under the daytime sun. Looking around, Yi Kanglin realized that his vision had now reached an unprecedented level of terrifying acuity. He could clearly see a tiny parasitic insect wriggling on one feather of a seagull thousands of meters away. He could also see through his skin, identifying veins, muscles, bones, and other internal structures. In short, with these eyes, Yi Kanglin could virtually see everything he desired to. Chapter 23. Bai Lu is Yi Kanglin's secret lover. At that moment, Yi Kanglin excitedly said, This pair of eyes is incredibly powerful. Nong Xiuxian then said, The top-tier pupil technique, Shui Luan Tong, is indeed powerful. With these eyes, combined with the Tian Yuan Tang Dao and your knife skills, there probably won't be any cultivators at your level who can match you. Yi Kanglin nodded seriously, without any doubt about Nong Xiuxian's statement. His gaze then shifted to the last item. It was an object resembling a light bulb. Yi Kanglin turned to Nong Xiuxian and asked, What is this? Nong Xiuxian replied indifferently. It's a nature-type spiritual treasure called Qinxi. It's similar to a light-based treasure. By applying it in this space, it can greatly enhance the intensity of the light source here, thereby increasing the yield of every seed. Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin was delighted and said, Can it increase the production of the longevity fruit? How powerful! However, Nong Xiuxian furrowed his brow slightly and said, But according to the capacity of this farmland, your current production of longevity fruit probably won't increase much. An estimate indicates that planting 80 more seeds will reach the limit of this farmland. After these words were spoken, Yi Kanglin was somewhat taken aback. Reaching the limit after planting 80 more seeds? But didn't you say before that this farmland could plant at least 2,000 seeds? Right now, there are only about 130 seeds planted here. If we add 80 more seeds, that would be 210 seeds. This number is more than 10 times less than what you mentioned before. From Yi Kanglin's words, it was evident that he was somewhat dissatisfied, even feeling as if he had been tricked by Nong Xiuxian. But Nong Xiuxian chuckled bitterly and said, I originally thought it could hold 2,000 seeds too, but who knew that this longevity fruit has such a strong ability to extract nutrients from the soil? In just a few days, the farmland's nutrients have been absorbed so thoroughly. At this rate, it won't be long before this farmland returns to its barren state. As he spoke, Nong Xiuxian sighed, and his expression turned rather somber when he looked at the farmland. At this moment, Yi Kanglin's eyes shifted towards the light source, Qinxi, and he said, If we use this spiritual treasure, isn't it supposed to increase the yield of the longevity fruit? If we inject this into the world here, wouldn't it slow down the progress of the farmland turning back into barren land? Nong Xiuxian nodded. It indeed can, but not for very long. So over the next few days, you'd better hope that the system grants you more rare earth cores. Otherwise, this farmland will inevitably turn into a desert. Yi Kanglin pursed his lips at this moment, as if he wanted to say something more, but ultimately swallowed his words. Immediately, he raised his hand and took Qinxi in his grasp. Like using the water spirit source earlier, he shoved Qinxi directly into his mouth. The originally bulb-sized Qinxi rapidly shrank and slid down Yi Kanglin's esophagus, entering his body. In no time, Qinxi's energy merged completely with Yi Kanglin's body. Then, Yi Kanglin lifted a hand, gathering his intent, and soon a pure glow condensed in the palm of his hand. This was the kind of glow that could be seen, but not touched. Without hesitation, he hurled this glow toward the sun in the sky. The sun inside the simulated world of the star stone promotes photosynthesis in plants, but its energy is still a bit weak. However, with the addition of Chunxi, this natural spiritual treasure, things are different. With Chunxi's boost, the solar energy here will be significantly increased. Previously, one seed of the longevity fruit could produce a maximum of 20 fruits, but with the enhancement from the light source, the production of the longevity fruit can reach the level where each seed produces 30 fruits. If according to Nong Xiaoxian's statement, this internal world of the star stone can plant at most over 200 seeds of longevity fruit, then, the final amount of longevity fruit obtained should be able to reach 6,000. Exchanged into lifespan, it could reach 65 years. Although this increase in lifespan is already quite substantial, considering that this number represents the maximum supply of life per time, it still evokes some helplessness. Nevertheless, Kanglin did not stay dejected for long, instead looking forward to whether the system might reward other treasures, thereby raising this upper limit. Thinking this way, Kanglin became a little excited to see what treasures the system would give him tomorrow. Of course, no matter how excited he was, Kanglin didn't forget to plant the seeds in the soil. He worried that if he forgot, then tomorrow when he came back in, there wouldn't be any longevity fruit for him to eat here. As for the rare medicinal herb seeds rewarded by the system, Kanglin didn't plan to plant them here. After all, the farmland here was reserved for the cultivation of longevity fruit, and other herbs had to take a backseat compared to it. Naturally, this didn't mean those seeds were useless. In fact, Kanglin had also reclaimed farmland outside, where these seeds could be planted instead. Once Kanglin had buried all the seeds for the longevity fruit, suddenly a voice sounded in his ear. Kanglin. Hearing this voice, Kanglin turned his head and looked towards the distant sky. At that moment, Nong Xiaoxian flew over and said, "Someone from the outside world is looking for you. Go check it out quickly. I'll handle things here." Kanglin had no objections and nodded, agreeing with her suggestion. The next instant, his body disappeared from the spot. A moment later, Kanglin's consciousness returned to his external physical form. At this time, Kanglin still sat cross-legged on the bed like a puppet, unmoving. When he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar figure standing elegantly before him. "Bai Lu, how did you come here?" Upon seeing that it was Bai Lu, the commander of the Blood Red Guard, Kanglin immediately got up from the bed and approached her with a chuckling smile, saying, "I thought Yu Xiao had sent you off on another mission again. You've stayed away for so long without coming to see me." Married to Yu Xiao for 300 years, Kanglin naturally knew that the woman before him was Yu Xiao's aunt. But at this moment, he boldly hugged Bai Lu's slim waist and lifted her up into a horizontal embrace. Bai Lu was startled by his bold action and lightly slapped his chest in irritation, reproaching, "You dead rogue. What's the rush?" With a hearty laugh, Kanglin carried Bai Lu over to the bed and laid her down, then sat beside her, reaching to untie the silk sash around her waist. Chapter 24. Kanglin's illegitimate daughter. But Bai Lu just waved Kanglin's hand away, saying irritably, "Are you a stud? The moment we meet, all you think about is sleeping together?" Kanglin withdrew his hand and asked, "Didn't you come to me for that reason?" He and Bai Lu had been maintaining an undercover relationship for nearly 2 years. Every time Bai Lu took the initiative to find him, it was usually for their rendezvous. So this time, he still instinctively thought that her visit was for the old purpose. But Bai Lu retrieved a mirror from her storage ring and handed it to Kanglin, saying, "Your daughter has already reached 1 month of age. Haven't you inquired about her yet?" As she spoke, an image of a cute baby girl appeared in the mirror. The infant lay sound asleep in her swaddling clothes. Kanglin then took the mirror and started looking at it carefully. There was no mistake. This baby girl was indeed the daughter that Kanglin secretly had with Bai Lu. A year ago, the rebellion in Mo Bay territory grew more intense, and several generals responsible for suppressing the rebellion had already fallen. At that time, Kanglin realized that, based on the development of events, Yu Xiao would undoubtedly send him to Mo Bay to quell the rebellion. Facing those cannibalistic monsters, Kanglin wasn't sure if he could return alive. Therefore, to leave a legacy in this world, he sought out his secret lover. That was Bai Lu, and he expressed his desire to have a child. Strangely enough, Bai Lu agreed at the time. Afterward, the two became incredibly close for over half a month. The result was as expected. Bai Lu successfully became pregnant. Actually, at the time, Kanglin had originally intended to seek Yu Xiao, hoping she could bear him a child. However, that woman always looked down on him. He felt fortunate just to be in a physical relationship with her. To hope she'd give him a child was simply daydreaming. Moreover, Yu Xiao was at that point deeply involved with Mu Chang'e, making it even less likely for Kanglin to be with her again romantically. Thus, Kanglin had no choice but to choose his secret lover, Bai Lu. After becoming pregnant, Bai Lu immediately asked Yu Xiao for a year-long retreat, citing an impending breakthrough in her strength. Yu Xiao didn't detect any anomalies and really did grant Bai Lu a year's leave. In reality, during that year, Bai Lu stayed hidden in her mansion, quietly nurturing the unborn child until the baby was born and she completed her confinement period. Only then did Bai Lu reappear before Yu Xiao. When Yu Xiao asked why Bai Lu's power hadn't broken through and instead her body seemed much weaker, Bai Lu explained her breakthrough attempt had failed, leaving her physically fragile. At that moment, Yu Xiao even felt sympathy and rewarded Bai Lu with many health tonics. After all, Bai Lu was also Yu Xiao's aunt. So if Yu Xiao didn't take care of her, who else would? As Kanglin looked at the daughter in the mirror, despite being only 1 month old, The girl already resembled Kanglin somewhat in appearance. At this moment, Bai Lu slowly said, I've already sent the child back to the Bai family. My parents are taking care of her now. Upon hearing this, Kanglin nodded lightly, but couldn't help asking, why don't we keep her in Lingxi Sect? Sending her so far away must exhaust you as well. Bai Lu, however, responded unhappily, you're not the young marshal of Lingxi Sect anymore. You can't protect my daughter. If she stays there, sooner or later xiao will discover her. When that happens, it'll spell doom for both of us. After hearing this, the laughter in Kanglin's eyes, which initially surfaced upon seeing his daughter, vanished without a trace. He nodded. Bai Lu was right. He couldn't protect his daughter if she stayed with him. Sending her back to Bai Lu's family was probably for the best. After all, the Bai family was also a formidable force within the Jin Tian domain. If the Yu clan ruled Lingxi Sect like royalty, then the Bai family was equivalent to royal in-laws. Indeed, their daughter would be safer with the Bai family than at Lingxi Sect. With this realization, Kanglin turned his head toward Bai Lu and asked, can her grandparents accept her? At this, Bai Lu got off the bed, standing before Kanglin. As she began undressing herself, she said, my parents recognize this child, but they do not acknowledge you as her father. Upon hearing these words, Kanglin slightly staggered, surprised though he understood the logic behind this. Given his current downfall, it was reasonable that her parents wouldn't approve of him. At this moment, however, Bai Lu continued, also, our Bai family has decided that this child will officially be incorporated into our Bai family lineage. This means that our Bai family will take full responsibility for raising the child, including providing her with the best cultivation resources. Of course, it also means she won't bear the surname Yi, but instead, the surname Bai. The implication of these words was already clear. The child would take her mother's surname and be officially registered under her mother's family. Kanglin responded somewhat surprisedly. My impression of the Bai family isn't that they are the type to clean up other people's messes. Don't tell me, just because this child is yours, your Bai family will take complete responsibility for her. By now, Bai Lu had already stripped off all her clothes, revealing her pure white body. Despite having just given birth, thanks to the nourishment provided by spiritual energy, her figure had quickly returned to its pre-pregnancy state. At that moment, Bai Lu straddled Kanglin's legs and said, you don't need to worry about this. All you need to know is that our Bai family will indeed take full responsibility for this child. As she spoke, Bai Lu also recalled a previous scene in the Bai family. When the child was first taken back, Bai Lu's parents actually didn't recognize her, considering the child an illegitimate offspring, unworthy even to enter their household. However, when the Bai family's elders sensed the aura radiating from the child, their attitudes completely changed. They were astonished to discover that the child possessed an extremely rare and special constitution known as the Great Supreme Spirit Constitution. After all, the last time the Bai family's elders had encountered such a Supreme Spirit Constitution was in Kanglin. Unfortunately, Kanglin's Supreme Spirit Constitution was broken and useless, which was exactly why he could not cultivate spiritual energy. Frankly speaking, without the Night Pearl bestowed by the former Grandmaster of Lingxi Sect, Kanglin might not have even been able to join Lingxi Sect, let alone become a cultivator. But now, the child born after Kanglin and Bai Lu's coupling had fully inherited Kanglin's Supreme Spirit Constitution, and it was a perfectly intact version, without any damage. More astonishingly, on top of this, the child had further elevated her physique to another level, reaching the mythical Great Supreme Spirit Constitution. Such a constitution was nearly a once-in-a-millennium genius. If the Bai family nurtured her well, she would surely grow up to surpass the elder of Lingxi Sect and become one of the world's dominant forces. Considering this point, the Bai family elders became so ecstatic that they were willing to incorporate the child into the clan genealogy. However, precisely because of the child's possession of the Great Supreme Spirit Constitution, the Bai family refused to acknowledge Kanglin as the biological father. Perhaps in their eyes, Kanglin, the fallen young marshal, simply wasn't worthy. Chapter 25, Yao, your mother is truly beautiful. By the time Bai Lu recalled this, she had already stripped Xianxuan of his top clothes and was about to kiss him passionately. But Xianxuan stopped Bai Lu, then looked into her eyes and asked, since your family doesn't acknowledge me as the father of the child, why are you here looking for me? In Xianxuan's view, Bai family with their airs of superiority would never permit Bai Lu to continue associating with him. Therefore, he felt that there must be another purpose for Bai Lu's visit. Yet, Bai Lu smirked and said, while gazing at Xianxuan, I thought you used to be pretty smart. Why have you become so slow on the uptake? Hearing this, Xianxuan thought carefully for a moment before saying, I can't possibly guess what those old men in your Bai family are thinking. Bai Lu gave a light laugh. That child has an incredibly powerful body type. Even our Bai family elders recognize him as a world-class genius. For such a genius, no family could ever want too many. At these words, Xianxuan suddenly understood. He stared at Bai Lu, widening his eyes, and exclaimed, you Bai family wants to use me as a stud pig? Saying this, Xianxuan obviously showed some anger. However, the next second, Bai Lu slapped him hard across the face. Slap. The sound of the slap was extraordinarily crisp, and soon after, a red handprint appeared on Xianxuan's face. Then, Bai Lu coldly said, do you even know who you are? To us Bai family, other than providing an excellent bloodline, do you have any other utility? Listen well, Xianxuan. From the very start when I approached you until giving birth to your child, it was all for one goal, having a child with an extremely spiritual body. As long as more such prodigy offsprings can be produced, I don't care if your body gets overdrawn or exhausted. At this moment, Bai Lu's eyes revealed an eerie fervor. It was as though a believer offered their life for their faith. Perhaps inside the Bai clan, there were also similar brainwashing methods that forced descendants to strengthen the clan at all costs. But at this moment, after being slapped by xianxia, he paused for a second, then turned his head toward Bai Lu. Gradually, xianxia displayed a strange smile. The smile was chilling, even a little deranged. Even Bai Lu started feeling a chill down her spine. In the next moment, amid Bai Lu's surprised scream, xianxia abruptly pushed her onto the bed and laughed. Is that so? Since you're willing to go this far for the Bai family, then I will not hold back. With that, xianxia smacked Bai Lu, instantly dazing her. Startled, Bai Lu looked at xianxia, angrily speaking, "How dare you hit me?" At this moment, xianxia glared intently at Bai Lu and sinisterly smiled. "And what if I do hit you?" As he spoke, he slapped Bai Lu again, making both sides of her face match. From that point onward, xianxia and Bai Lu became entangled. Half an hour later, as xianxia's hands weakened, he fell powerless onto Bai Lu. Bai Lu, like a young girl, snuggled up to xianxia and gently said, "Was my slap painful for you? That's why you got so angry, right?" She then pursed her lips lightly and softly stroked xianxia's face with her hand. In fact, she hadn't struck xianxia with much force. Thus, just minutes later, the imprint on his face disappeared. Still, Bai Lu couldn't help but express guilt. "Why did you say those unpleasant things, likening you to a stud pig, and so forth? It sounded awful. If you hadn't said those things, I wouldn't have slapped you. Don't say things like that anymore, okay?" As she spoke, she leaned against xianxia's chest. Chapter 26, Bai Lu's Advice. At the moment, Kanglin said indifferently to Bai Lu, who had initiated a friendly gesture, "The next time there's an opportunity, can you let me go back and see my girl?" Hearing this, Bai Lu's face turned red. "The elders of our Bai family won't allow you to return to visit her, but since you've brought it up, I will try my best to help you convince our family elders." Kanglin looked at Bai Lu with some surprise. Seeing her feminine demeanor made him involuntarily smile. However, at that moment, Kanglin wrinkled his nose as if he smelled something fragrant. He blinked his eyes and said, "How has the concentration of spiritual energy in the air changed?" Although Kanglin was no longer a cultivator, he still possessed a strong ability to sense things. Thus, he immediately noticed the change in the concentration of spiritual energy in the air. And Bai Lu giggled softly, covering her mouth. "Oh yes, you didn't know yet. Yesterday, Xiao already restarted the spirit gathering formation. And she also reallocated the fire seed in the central control fire room. Now, the entire sect's spiritual energy supply has been restored. All the major forging workshops have returned to normal and continue production. Even the Bailing Primordial Essence, Xiao personally refined a bottle of it. Although her purity level cannot match yours, it should still be usable. At least, the managers in the medicine workshop have no problems with it." After hearing that Xiao had resolved all these issues so quickly, Kanglin looked surprised and said, "These things were handled so quickly? Looks like I underestimated her." As he spoke, Kanglin pursed his lips, thinking that according to Xiao's efficiency, it would take at least 4 or 5 months, perhaps even half a year, for her to handle all these matters. Unexpectedly, just a few days had passed, and everything had been taken care of. This did indeed make Kanglin look at her with higher regard. At that moment, Kanglin asked, "By the way, how did she restart the spirit gathering array? And how did she adjust the fire seed in the central control fire room? Tell me about it." Upon hearing these words, Bai Lu's expression slightly stiffened. Of course, she could not tell Kanglin that she infiltrated his former residence, repaired the literature he had burned, and handed it over to Xiao to use. Because from her perspective, if Kanglin didn't want Xiao to see those texts, then there must have been a reason. She feared that by restoring his items and presenting them to Xiao, he might see it as a betrayal. Even though Bai Lu herself didn't really care about these things, she still did not want to say it now, at least not during this period. She didn't want Kanglin to feel disdain towards her. So, she replied tactfully. Probably Xiao invited support from other sects, thus completing the restart of the spirit gathering array. The specific reasons, I am not very clear about. After listening, Kanglin nodded. Although he still harbored some doubts, he did not ask further questions. But then, Bai Lu suddenly said, "Can you apologize to Xiao, Kanglin?" Kanglin looked back at Bai Lu and asked, "Why do you bring this up all of a sudden?" Bai Lu hesitated before saying, "Because I don't want you to remain imprisoned." Then she raised her head and looked straight into Kanglin's eyes. "As of today, you should have seen Xiao's abilities. Any major event happening in the Lingxi Sect, she can deal with it easily, handling everything properly and perfectly. Becoming the supreme ruler of the Lingxi Sect is something everyone expected from her. Becoming a great leader is only a matter of time. If you proactively apologize to her and fully submit to her, there is no shame in it. Just saying, Master, your servant knows their mistake. Your servant dares not to disobey anymore and hopes Master forgives us is enough. After all, she has been married to you for 300 years. If you are willing to humble yourself, she will definitely let you off. Even if she wronged you, she was forced to do it. Given that the power struggle between you two has reached a dead-end situation, she had to demote you, and none of this is entirely her fault, right? Why don't you just apologize to her? Give her a way out. Give yourself a way out. And this way, it will benefit both you and her, as well as me, right?" Bai Lu's gentle persuasion actually stirred a bit of Kanglin's thoughts. But in the next second, Kanglin smirked evilly. What if I simply refuse to admit my mistakes to her? As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Lu, who had been smiling warmly just now, suddenly changed. She slowly sat up and said to Yi Kanglin, "If that's the case, I will stand on her side and fully support her managing the entire Lingxi Sect." This was equivalent to telling Yi Kanglin that she would not distance herself from Yu Xiao because of her relationship with Yi Kanglin. Moreover, she would completely swear allegiance to Yu Xiao. At this moment, Yi Kanglin sat up and asked incomprehensibly, "Is it just because she is your niece? So you will firmly stand by her side?" Bai Lu took a deep breath. Her eyes looked forward, leaving Yi Kanglin with only the sight of her beautiful profile, as she said coldly, "I have already said that it is only a matter of time before Yu Xiao becomes a great ruler, and only in her hands can Lingxi Sect achieve brilliance. Only when Lingxi Sect becomes strong, my Bai family can rise with it. She is a great ruler, but also a holy monarch. I believe following her will make the future more hopeful. Although she may be currently blinded by some wicked people, I believe she will soon wake up and cancel the wedding with that scoundrel." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin's eyes widened as he subconsciously sat up, asking, "Cancel the wedding? What wedding?" Bai Lu turned her head to look at Yi Kanglin, asking, "You didn't know yet?" Yi Kanglin, confused, asked, "What could I possibly know here in this desolate place?" Bai Lu chuckled softly and then gently said, "In a few days, Yu Xiao will marry Mu Chang'e. At that time, Mu Chang'e will truly become Lingxi Sect's lord consort." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin opened his mouth, then slowly said, "That fast." Chapter 27, The Second Spirit Gathering Array. Bai Lu got down from the bed. She picked up her fallen clothes and put them on without further ado, all while speaking. "To be honest, I don't wish for Mu Chang'e and Yu Xiao to marry because that useless one will only hold Yu Xiao back. But if Mu Chang'e becomes more disciplined after marrying Yu Xiao and focuses on being a proper concubine in the palace, I have no objections. Of course, if you return, perhaps Yu Xiao wouldn't end up marrying Mu Chang'e." To Bai Lu, Mu Chang'e was utterly unworthy of Yu Xiao, and if he continued to interfere with Yu Xiao's management of Lingxi Sect, it would be even more nauseating. Therefore, Bai Lu hoped Yi Kanglin would proactively apologize to Yu Xiao, as she believed that once Yi Kanglin humbled himself, Yu Xiao might reconsider and perhaps not marry Mu Chang'e. Compared to Mu Chang'e, Bai Lu still thought Yi Kanglin was more reliable as Lingxi Sect's auxiliary minister. However, Yi Kanglin let out a soft laugh. Leaning against the wall, he watched Bai Lu dress with an indifferent expression and said, "I've already divorced Yu Xiao. Whoever she chooses to marry is none of my concern. I really don't care. All I want now is to enjoy life and not worry about anything else." Upon hearing this, Bai Lu took a deep breath. She turned her head to look at Yi Kanglin's carefree appearance and said, "I know you're still resentful that Yu Xiao nullified your cultivation and removed your position. But I just want to tell you, if you choose to sulk over such a trivial matter with Yu Xiao, your ultimate outcome will be a humiliating loss. Not just you, anyone or any faction daring to oppose Yu Xiao won't have a good end. So, take advantage of your remaining worth to her, and quickly bow your head before her. That's your wisest choice right now." After Bai Lu finished speaking, she fixed her gaze intently on Yi Kanglin, hoping he would still admit his mistakes willingly. But Yi Kanglin chuckled, then laid back on the bed again. "Why are you worrying on behalf of Yu Xiao, when she herself doesn't care whether I submit or not?" Bai Lu gave a cold snort. After finishing dressing, she turned around and left, muttering curses on her way out. Like Lu Dong been bitten by a dog, unable to recognize kindness. Bai Lu couldn't fathom why Yi Kanglin was so stubborn. She clearly had his best interest at heart, explaining what was right and wrong, but he didn't appreciate it at all. She truly couldn't understand how someone with such low apparent intelligence managed to revitalize the almost collapsing Lingxi Sect. It was like seeing ghosts. After Bai Lu left, the cave dwelling returned to its tranquil state. Yi Kanglin pursed his lips and whispered, "Gnome xiuxian, to what extent has the divine devil ancient sect developed? Have Lingxi Sect spies or xiuxian noticed their movements?" xiuxian was an intelligence agency within Lingxi Sect responsible for monitoring the ruling classes of the major kingdoms and empires across Jin Tian domain, ensuring they do not harbor rebellious intentions. At this moment, Gnome xiuxian emerged from the Universal Starstone and sat next to Yi Kanglin, asking, "Why ask suddenly about this?" Yi Kanglin sighed somewhat helplessly. "I just want to know whether, before the divine devil ancient sect arrives, I can enhance my power enough to stand against them. Of course, if conditions permit, I'd like to bring my daughter along and flee together." Gnome xiuxian then lay down, hands behind his head, leisurely replying, "I normally shouldn't tell you this. As a system administrator, revealing too many secrets of this world to the host could lead to penalties. But I can give you a little hint." Yi Kanglin turned his head towards him, asking curiously, "What hint?" Gnome xiuxian bit into his finger, grinning. "If it's fate, it's not calamity. If it's calamity, you cannot avoid it." After saying this, Gnome xiuxian disappeared from the spot. This phrase left Yi Kanglin completely confused. Wait, what does it mean? But Gnome xiuxian didn't appear again. As Yi Kanglin reflected deeply, he carefully mulled over Gnome xiuxian's previous words. If it's fate, it's not calamity. If it's calamity, you cannot avoid it? Murmuring this, he frowned, contemplating. Does this mean the divine devil ancient sect's attack is something I'm destined not to escape? In that case, why did Gnome xiuxian previously help me plan an escape route? Is it impossible for me to escape the encounter with the divine devil ancient sect even if I leave Lingxi Sect? Isn't this fucking annoying? Lingxi Holy Martial Calendar, May 11th, year 843. The entire Lingxi Sect was festooned with lanterns and brimming with excitement. Today was the wedding day of Yu and Mu Chang'e. The rulers of various dynasties and empires in Jin Tian domain all came to offer their congratulations. The gifts they brought were piled up in several palaces. It had been half a month since Kanglin was demoted. Although there was a minor hiccup when Yu first took over Lingxi Sect, leading to the cessation of operations in the sect's forge workshop and spirit gathering array for a while. Thankfully, with the notebooks and formula books found from Kanglin's residence, Yu managed to resolve all these problems successfully. The workshop resumed production, and Bai Ling Dan continued to be refined. All disciples of Lingxi Sect still enjoyed the benefits of the spirit gathering array constructed by Kanglin. Everything seemed to be gradually returning to normal, and the sect members seemed to have forgotten about Kanglin's dismissal. Moreover, Yu discovered a set of hand-drawn designs in Kanglin's old notebook. These designs depicted the blueprints for constructing a second Lingxi Sect. Though it was just a very general concept, Yu believed that this design was feasible. Thus, she gathered numerous architects, weapon casters, and spirit array masters to deliberate on the construction of the second spirit gathering array. At this moment, Yu sat quietly on the back of a flying magical beast, overlooking the busy builders below. These people were the craftsmen she summoned for the construction of the second spirit gathering array. Even though today was her own grand wedding day, she chose to personally oversee the work of these laborers. The reason was simple. The second spirit gathering array was extremely important, not only for Yu but also for the entire Lingxi Sect. If the second spirit gathering array could be completed, within a maximum of 20 years, Lingxi Sect would surpass Tianji Sect in strength and possibly rank as one of the dominant sects. Lord, a gentle voice called out at this time. Yu instinctively turned her head toward the source of the sound. There appeared Bai Lu riding another flying magical beast. After getting closer to Yu she jumped onto Yu flying magical beast and asked, "The wedding ceremony is about to start. Why are you still here?" As she spoke, she sat beside Yu Yu gazed down at the blueprint in her hands and said helplessly, "Laying the foundation for the spirit gathering array is an essential phase. It determines the lifespan of this newly constructed spirit gathering array. I simply cannot trust others to supervise this part, so I decided to come myself." Hearing this, Bai Lu tenderly extended a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off Yu forehead, softly saying, "You are the master of a sect. You can't oversee everything. Delegate tasks like supervising workers to those below you." Chapter 28. The Gathering Spirit Array Explodes. Yu smiled softly and shook her head, saying, "There's nothing wrong. I'm not tired." As she spoke, she turned her gaze back to the blueprint in her hand and asked, "By the way, Annie, do you know what this symbol on the blueprint means?" Yu pointed with her finger to a special symbol on the manuscript diagram, her eyes filled with confusion. It was this very symbol that many array masters and architects of Lingxi Sect had failed to comprehend. Although they all thought that it could be ignored, her woman's intuition told her that this symbol wasn't so simple. Because she knew Kanglin too well, that guy would never draw something useless on his own diagrams. So this symbol must have its significance. As for what exactly it meant, it was completely incomprehensible. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu looked at the manuscript diagram and eventually shook her head, saying, "I'm not sure either." Speaking further, she added some complaints. This brat Kanglin, he should just draw his manuscript without adding so many strange symbols. If he insists on drawing, he should at least add detailed explanations. Who can understand this? At this moment, Yu let out a soft laugh, her white hand hugging Bai Lu's slender waist as she laughed. "Auntie, you've forgotten that this draft was something Kanglin didn't want others to see. If it weren't for your use of the time rewind spell, this manuscript would still be nothing but ashes now." Bai Lu thought about it and agreed, but then she asked, "Shall we find time to ask him? After all, Wuyuan Mountain isn't far from here." Yu shook her head. "He burned these drafts to prevent us from seeing them, which is essentially because he doesn't want us to live happily, right? In that case, even if we go to ask him, he will most likely not tell us what this means. Let's focus on studying ourselves." Bai Lu nodded lightly. "That's true. After all, our Lingxi Sect doesn't lack one excellent spirit array master." However, Yu suddenly leaned her face closer to Bai Lu. That delicate little face suddenly stared at Bai Lu, making Bai Lu somewhat at a loss, asking, "My lady, what's wrong?" Yu looking at the mature beauty before her like a peach, gently said, "Annie, why does your body always carry a faint milk aroma?" Upon hearing these words, Bai Lu's heart trembled slightly. She was currently breastfeeding, so it made sense for her body to have a milk scent. Suddenly, Bai Lu became nervous. She worried that Yu might discover her relationship with Kanglin, which would be problematic. Then, Bai Lu actually returned the embrace around Yu slim waist, smirked, and said, "Didn't expect your nose to be so sensitive, huh? You even smell my new perfume." Saying that, Bai Lu pulled down her collar, signaling Yu to take a sniff. But Yu directly lowered her head to look inside Bai Lu's collar and subconsciously exclaimed, "So big and so white." Hearing this, Bai Lu blushed red, muttering unhappily, "You bad girl, I asked you to smell my perfume. Where are you looking?" After all, Bai Lu was Yu aunt, so such teasing left her a bit bashful. But Yu giggled. "Nope, I just noticed that your chest seems to have grown quite a bit recently. Let me guess, did you find a partner, right?" As she spoke, Yu wore an expression as if she understood everything, causing Bai Lu to roll her eyes, feigning a petulant tone. "What nonsense, how can I possibly have a partner? Stop talking nonsense." Yu Xiao then started pinching Bai Lu's sides, laughing while cursing. Still denying it? Watch me tickle you to death, see if you confess. Bai Lu couldn't help but giggle repeatedly under Yu Xiao's tickles. The two beautiful women began to wrestle and chatter atop their flying beast. Since Bai Lu and Yu Xiao were almost the same age, despite their generation gap, their everyday interaction was more like that of sisters. This was also the reason why Bai Lu unhesitatingly chose Yu Xiao over Yi Kanglin when faced with a choice between them. Undoubtedly, these two sisters sitting there actually constituted a rather stunning scenery line. They even attracted some stealthy glances from the construction workers below. Some men with less self-control couldn't even resist letting saliva drip down the side of their mouths. For them, if given the chance to be close to such beauties, they might willingly choose immediate death in exchange. Of course, if they knew that Yi Kanglin had actually slept with both of these women, and in a very fierce manner, they would probably be envious to the point of madness. However, just at this moment, there was a sudden loud explosion, causing the entire Lingxi Sect to shake as if an earthquake had occurred, even making the ground tremble. Many construction workers who were still carrying stone materials immediately collapsed on the ground. They looked around in panic, shouting, "What's happening? What's going on?" This explosive sound naturally caught Yu Xiao's and Bai Lu's attention as well. They stopped their playful quarrel and turned their gazes towards the direction from which the explosion originated. Yu Xiao's pupils slightly contracted as she exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that the direction where the gathering spirit array is located?" As she spoke, she immediately urged the flying beast under her to fly towards that direction. Even Bai Lu now wore a grave expression, silently praying that nothing would happen to the gathering spirit array. But, as the old saying goes, the more you fear something, the more likely it will happen. When Yu Xiao guided the flying beast to the mountain peak where the gathering spirit array was located, she was horrified to see that the entire mountain peak resembled having been bombed by a nuclear weapon, with almost the whole top of the mountain blasted off. No, more accurately speaking, the upper half of the entire mountain peak was gone, along with several surrounding peaks collapsing together. Since the peak where the gathering spirit array was installed was now missing, it naturally meant that the entire gathering spirit array had been reduced to pieces. For a while, whether it was Yu Xiao or Bai Lu, their faces turned deathly pale, devoid of any color. The next moment, Yu Xiao jumped directly off the back of the flying beast. A full-circle master of the spiritual fire realm falling from 1,000-meter-high altitude would hardly be affected. Moreover, the flying beast was not even 1,000 meters away from the destroyed mountain below. Yu Xiao's gaze fell on several disciples at the center of the explosion. She grabbed one of them, intending to ask what exactly had happened. But this disciple had already stopped breathing, his face almost completely shredded. Then, Yu Xiao glanced at the other disciples nearby, hoping to find survivors among them. However, after glancing around, she discovered there wasn't a single survivor. Unable to control herself, Yu Xiao screamed out loud. What exactly happened here? Chapter 29. Arrest the criminal Yi Kanglin. As this shout erupted, it immediately unleashed an extremely powerful spiritual energy pressure. In an instant, this spiritual force dispersed the smoke after the explosion here. At this moment, Bai Lu also jumped down from the sky and said, "Master, I brought the time retrograde mirror. We can use it to see exactly what happened before the explosion here." Yu Xiao then remembered the existence of the time retrograde mirror. She anxiously said, "All right, take it out quickly. I want to see who exactly is the audacious bastard that dared to destroy the spirit gathering array of my Lingxi sect. If I find out, I will certainly wipe out all 9 clans related to him." But by this time Bai Lu had already taken out the time retrograde mirror. It was a mirror similar to a bronze mirror. By channeling magical power into it, one could rewind scenes up to 5 minutes prior to the present moment on site. This device should allow them to find the murderer who destroyed the spirit gathering array. As Bai Lu injected her magical power, the scenes reflected in the time retrograde mirror were displayed in their eyes. There it was, the enormous spirit gathering array which was originally operating well, but suddenly cracks appeared on its sturdy pillars. Afterward, more cracks emerged. Meanwhile, the flow of spirit energy started fluctuating wildly, going up and down without stability. Before long, the spirit gathering array self-destructed right before Yu Xiao's and Bai Lu's incredulous eyes. Yes, it self-destructed, without anyone destroying it or any sect disciple making mistakes. It was entirely the sudden split and self-destruction of the spirit gathering array. This scene nearly shocked Yu Xiao speechless. With a disbelieving gaze at Bai Lu, she angrily asked, "What's going on? Why did the spirit gathering array explode when it was perfectly fine?" This incident wasn't comparable to the previous accident when the spirit gathering array stopped functioning. When the spirit gathering array stopped working, finding the restart key would enable it to function again. However, if the entire array exploded, there would be no other solution except for reconstruction. And Bai Lu's mind went blank at this moment as well, clearly not knowing what exactly had occurred. At this point, however, a sentence that Yi Kanglin once said to her involuntarily flashed back in her mind. Strange, how has the concentration of spiritual energy in the air changed? When the spirit gathering array was restarted, Yi Kanglin immediately noticed a change in the concentration of spiritual energy in the air. Back then, Bai Lu thought Yi Kanglin didn't know about the restart of the spirit gathering array and explained it briefly to him. Afterward, Yi Kanglin did not mention it anymore, and Bai Lu directly tossed this sentence aside. But now, upon seeing the sudden self-destruction of the spirit gathering array and reminiscing about these words, she suddenly realized something might be wrong. Did Yi Kanglin realize back then that the spirit gathering array had the risk of self-destruction? Thinking about this, Bai Lu's eyes immediately showed irritation. Before she could articulate her suspicion, another voice came through. Master. The attention of Yu Xiao and Bai Lu simultaneously shifted towards the direction where the sound came from. It was the officer responsible for guarding the spirit gathering array. He came crying, knelt down with a loud thud in front of Yu Xiao, and shouted loudly, "Master, this subordinate has sinned. Please punish me, master." As he spoke, he glanced at the mountain peak that had been destroyed by the explosion and began crying even louder. Upon seeing this, Yu Xiao instantly realized that this old man must have known the reason why the spirit gathering array had self-destructed. Immediately, she lifted the officer with one hand and angrily demanded, "What exactly happened? Why did the spirit gathering array suddenly self-destruct? Was it your fault?" The officer cried even harder but still explained, "It was that formula book used to restart the spirit gathering array. The formula book you found in Yi Marshal's residence does not match our current spirit gathering array." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao was stunned. She released the officer and coldly asked, "What do you mean does not match? Explain it clearly." The officer fell onto the ground first and then got up. With tears streaming down his face, he said, "Actually, on the day you restarted the spirit gathering array, master, this subordinate already noticed that the excess spiritual energy leaked from the spirit gathering array was incorrect. But since you were excited back then, this subordinate didn't dare to ruin your mood and did not speak up. Instead, I returned to look for problems in the documents. This investigation took several days, until just now I finally realized that the formula book you used to restart the spirit gathering array does not match the spirit gathering array we currently use. Once this mismatched formula book is used, it leads to the speed of extracting spirit energy being greater than the speed of emitting spirit energy. It's like a reservoir. When the amount of water injected is greater than the amount of water flowing out, the water level in the reservoir will keep rising. Similarly, during this period, the spirit gathering array was in a process of continuously accumulating spirit energy. And when the total amount of accumulated spirit energy reached the limit that the spirit gathering array could bear, it would explode. The officer practically yelled the last sentence, his emotions extremely agitated. After he finished speaking, he even cried louder. Yu Xiao, on the other hand, was completely stunned. Her legs went limp, and she almost fell over. If Bai Lu hadn't been there to support her, she probably would have collapsed. At that moment, Yu Xiao loudly shouted at the officer, "You already discovered something wrong with the spirit gathering array. Why didn't you report it immediately? Instead, you delayed until now to tell me? What are your intentions?" The officer hurriedly knelt down, banging his head on the ground forcefully while crying out loud, "Lord, giving false reports is a capital offense. Until I was certain whether there was indeed something wrong with the spirit gathering array, I truly didn't dare to casually report such a matter. Please spare my life. Lord, please spare my life." As soon as these words came out, Yu Xiao once again felt her blood pressure surge. She had even forgotten that it was her own rule. Before confirming the problem, no one was allowed to make random reports, or they would be beheaded. The reason why she set this rule was simple, because many members of the sect were always worrying about potential problems in the workshop procedures which might lead to safety hazards, or some procedures that might affect the quality of the pills. Frustrated by their constant nagging, Yu Xiao directly issued an order: no random reporting without pinpointing the specific issue, or face immediate execution. This made her ears enjoy some peace for a time. But within days of issuing this decree, an event like this occurred? Whose fault was this? At that moment, Yu Xiao took a deep breath and then declared loudly, "Mu Chuang, the master of the enforcement hall, and Bai Lu, commander of the Blood Cloak Guards, come forward and listen to my orders." As soon as these words were spoken, all the members of the enforcement hall, including Mu Chuang, suddenly appeared behind Yu Xiao, as if from thin air. Even the 170 Blood Cloak Guards silently appeared behind Yu Xiao at that moment. In an instant, at least 400 people gathered at the scene. These 400 individuals simultaneously kneeled before Yu Xiao on one knee, their voices deep as they said, "We are here." Yu Xiao furiously commanded, "Follow me to capture the criminal Yi Kanglin on Mt Yuan. Chapter 30. Confused Yi Kanglin. A roar of, "Yes, my lord," erupted simultaneously from the crowd of 400 people at the scene. Immediately after, Yu Xiao stepped lightly on the ground, and her figure leapt once more onto the back of a flying magical beast. The 400 individuals behind her also summoned their own flying magical beasts, and followed Yu Xiao towards Wuyuan Mountain. Even though Wuyuan Mountain was located at the edge of Lingxi Sect's territory, it only took dozens of breaths to arrive, thanks to the speed of the flying magical beasts. After that, shadows in the sky descended like raindrops. In no time, these over 400 individuals arrived orderly in front of Yi Kanglin's residence. Yu Xiao's gaze instantly locked onto Yi Kanglin's figure not far away. That person was lying on a recliner, sound asleep with a fishing rod propped up beside him. He appeared incredibly relaxed. For some inexplicable reason, perhaps because he was sleeping too soundly, he had completely failed to notice Yu Xiao's arrival. Seeing Yi Kanglin's leisurely demeanor made Yu Xiao even angrier, prompting her to immediately shout at the guards nearby, "Seize this insolent youth." Without hesitation, several guards rushed forward, reaching Yi Kanglin in an instant and grabbing both his hands and feet. It was only then that Yi Kanglin woke up suddenly, still looking rather dazed. His eyes scanned the surroundings for a moment before subconsciously asking, "What's going on? What happened?" Before he could ask any further questions, the guards restraining his hands and feet forcefully pinned him down on the ground. This action caused Yi Kanglin's chin to collide painfully against the ground. Groaning in pain, he screamed, "What the hell? Are you all crazy?" Saying this, Yi Kanglin struggled to free himself from the restraints of the guards. At this moment, Yu Xiao walked gracefully over and coldly questioned Yi Kanglin. "Yi Kanglin, what sin should you be punished for?" At the sound of her voice, Yi Kanglin's eyes looked toward her direction. The first thing he saw were exquisite phoenix-patterned red cloud boots. Looking up along the boots, he found Yu Xiao dressed in a grand red wedding dress glaring coldly down at him. Furrowing his brows, Yi Kanglin asked, "Yu Xiao, why are you here?" Without answering, Yu Xiao turned to look at Mu Chuan, the head of the enforcement hall, who immediately rebuked Yi Kanglin. "You dare address Lord directly? Shameless." Yi Kanglin rolled his eyes as his gaze once again turned to Yu Xiao, questioning her. "What did you say just now? What crime have I committed?" "Hold on, how exactly did I offend you?" "In the past half-month, I've been staying right here, never leaving." As Yu Xiao gazed downward at Yi Kanglin, she took a deep breath, her full bosom rising and falling slightly, then continued. "So, even at this moment, you're still pretending ignorance with me? Or is it that you simply can't stand seeing me live comfortably? Every time something happens that goes according to my heart's desires, you go out of your way to destroy it entirely, don't you?" Now, Yi Kanglin was even more baffled. Wide-eyed, he exclaimed, "What kind of gibberish is this? Can you explain things clearly for once? What exactly did I do?" Right at this very moment, Yi Kanglin truly felt speechless. He hadn't done anything, yet the woman in front had suddenly ordered someone to restrain him and rambled on with incomprehensible accusations. If Yi Kanglin didn't recognize this woman, he might even suspect if she'd lost her mind. Just as Yu Xiao was about to speak and disclose the situation, a low growl interrupted, "Big brother." As this roar sounded, everyone present saw that Yulong, one of the 12 sword executors of Lingxi Sect, had abruptly rushed in. Upon seeing Yi Kanglin being held by 4 guards, he swiftly delivered a swift kick. Bang bang bang. In less than the time it took to breathe, those 4 elite guards were sent flying off. Indeed, the strongest battle force under the Great Elder deserved its reputation. Subsequently, Yulong helped Yi Kanglin, who had fallen to the ground, to stand back up and asked him concernedly, "Big brother, are you alright? Are you hurt?" Yi Kanglin shook his head indicating he was fine. However, Yulong directed a dissatisfied glare towards his sister, the Blood Robe Guard, as well as the enforcement hall guards, and coolly said, "Lord, what exactly do you intend? Do you think it's glorious to bully a defenseless person in broad daylight?" Seeing her younger brother shielding Yi Kanglin behind him, Yu Xiao narrowed her eyes slightly. She stepped forward and without saying anything, slapped Yulong across the face. Slap. The sound of the slap echoed as Yulong's face was struck and turned to the side, leaving an obvious handprint on his cheek. Following this, Yu Xiao scolded sharply, "You insolent fool. Do I need your permission for whatever I wish to do?" With his cheeks stinging from the slap, Yulong's face was filled with discontent. Suppressing the rising anger in his heart, he looked at Yu Xiao and said, "Sister, if there are hundreds of you surrounding Master Brother, making accusations against him, don't I have the right to ask a few questions?" In response to her brother's gaze, Yu Xiao let out a cold humph. Then her eyes again fell onto Yi Kanglin as she coldly asked, "Is it me deliberately causing trouble for him, or is it him creating problems for us?" After these words, Yulong was instantly stupefied. He turned his gaze towards Yi Kanglin, his eyes seeming to ask, "What did you do?" But Yi Kanglin merely shrugged and said, "I don't know, don't ask me." Then Yulong directed his questioning look back to his sister Yu Xiao, asking, "Master Brother has been staying at Wuyuan Mountain all this time. How could he cause trouble for us?" Yu Xiao sneered coldly before gravely saying, "Trouble? All right, I'll tell you right now." Right at this moment, Lingxi Sect's only spirit-gathering array exploded. As soon as those words left her lips, Yulong's pupils shrank sharply. Even Yi Kanglin's expression stiffened slightly, disbelief filling his eyes. He had personally built the spirit-gathering array. Its safety was beyond question. How could an explosion occur? Could someone have secretly detonated the spirit-gathering array and framed him? Yi Kanglin had just formed this thought when Yu Xiao's next sentence immediately dispelled that possibility. Hearing her furious words, "Do you know why the spirit-gathering array exploded? It's because of you, Yi Kanglin. Our spirit array master used your restart formula book, leading to the array's self-destruction. Can you deny that this wasn't your conspiracy?" Speaking this, Yu Xiao directly retrieved the repaired spirit-gathering array formula book from her storage ring and threw it down in front of Yi Kanglin. Upon seeing this, Yi Kanglin raised an eyebrow, exchanging glances with Yulong, clearly seeing each other's confusion. Unconsciously, Yulong questioned, "Master Brother, when did you give my sister the formula book of the spirit-gathering array?" Looking down at the formula book on the ground for a moment, Yi Kanglin picked it up and said, "I haven't even drawn the current restart formula book for the spirit-gathering array yet. How could I have given it to her?" At this point, Yulong stepped closer to Yi Kanglin. His eyes focused on this formula book as he asked, "So what about this formula book?" Yi Kanglin remained silent, intently examining the contents of the formula book. Yu Xiao didn't urge Yi Kanglin either. She waited patiently for them to finish, curious herself to see how Yi Kanglin would twist the truth. After a brief moment, Yi Kanglin revealed an expression akin to suffering from constipation. Turning his eyes toward Yu Xiao, he asked, "Where exactly did you get this thing?" With arms crossed under her chest, Yu Xiao retorted solemnly, "It doesn't matter where I got it from. All I want to know is is this formula book yours? Chapter 31. Everything's a mess. Yu Xiao fainted on the spot. Yi Kanglin blinked and then said, I drew this. But it's the formula book for the old version of the Ling Gathering Array. The current Ling Gathering Array can't use it at all. Yu Xiao, hearing this, her expression froze for a moment, and she instinctively asked, what do you mean? At this time, Yulong also began to explain. 10 years ago, wasn't the Ling Gathering Array hit by lightning, causing the main axis traction system to be damaged? At that time, you ordered the elder brother to repair the Ling Gathering Array. And you also required the elder brother to upgrade the Ling Gathering Array, and forbade it from being struck by lightning again. The elder brother followed your orders, repaired, and upgraded the Ling Gathering Array. This formula book matches the old version of the Ling Gathering Array back then. Our current Ling Gathering Array is the upgraded new version. You used the old version of the formula book to restart the upgraded Ling Gathering Array. There will definitely be an explosion. Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiao was instantly stunned in place. She herself was not an array master and had no idea about the difference between the new and old versions of the Ling Gathering Array's restart formula book. But in the next second, she argued, if so, why didn't you label this formula book? If it had been labeled, I wouldn't have used it, and the Ling Gathering Array wouldn't have exploded. Those disciples guarding the Ling Gathering Array wouldn't have been killed either. Yi Kanglin gave out a soft chuckle and replied, the Ling Gathering Array has already been upgraded, and this formula book is now useless. Why would I bother to add a note? As he spoke here, Yi Kanglin paused, looked at the formula book in his hand once more, and then looked at Yulong, saying, but to tell you the truth, didn't I already burn this thing? How did it return to its original form? At this point, Yulong also looked at Yu Xiao and said, sister, I can attest to this. Before the elder brother was demoted by you, he was worried that you might still use these obsolete formula books, so he spent a whole day burning them. I was present at that time, and I even helped him burn for several hours. Yulong came forward very candidly, proving for Yi Kanglin. As the sword holder of Lingxi Sect, Yulong dared to guarantee Yi Kanglin with his own identity, which shows how much he trusts Yi Kanglin. At this moment, Yi Kanglin suddenly spoke up, addressing Yu Xiao. Hey, Yu Xiao, honestly speaking, I think your investigation direction might be wrong. With the explosion of the Ling Gathering Array, if you want to find the primary person responsible, you shouldn't focus on me. Instead, you should find the one who restored this formula book. Whatever intentions this person harbored, knowing that I had already destroyed these things, he still restored it and submitted it to you for use. So, it is evident that this person who restored the formula book is the first culprit. After Yu Xiao heard this, her expression became complicated. Instinctively, she turned her head and looked at Bai Lu behind her. After Bai Lu remained silent for a while, she stood up and said to Yi Kanglin, it was me who found this formula book and restored it to its original form. Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin slightly flinched, and he looked at Bai Lu incredulously, asking, you restored it? Why did you restore it? Yu Xiao took a deep breath and then said, it was my order that she does this. Yi Kanglin's gaze shifted back to Yu Xiao, raising an eyebrow, and said, you ordered her to do this? Yu Xiao sniffed coldly, that's right. On the day Chang'e was just appointed as young leader, because he didn't know the rules, it caused the Ling Gathering Array to shut down. So, I sent someone to search in the mansion where you used to live, looking for any formula books to restart the Ling Gathering Array. Then, Bai Lu brought this thing back. That's all. It was hard to imagine that Yu Xiao would so generously admit that she was the instigator of all the events. Yi Kanglin opened his mouth, looking at her with eyes like watching an idiot, and slowly said, if you wanted to restart the Ling Gathering Array, why didn't you just come to me directly? Why make it so complicated? Yu Xiao, however, retorted irritably, if I went to you, would you help me restart the Ling Gathering Array? Yi Kanglin naturally replied, of course not. And I would mock you thoroughly as well. Yu Xiao. Then, she stamped her feet in anger and exclaimed, I don't care, but anyway, this explosion of the Ling Gathering Array is entirely your responsibility. No matter what method you use, fix the Ling Gathering Array immediately. By now, Yu Xiao was showing some signs of rolling on the ground and causing a scene. At this moment, Yulong, who was standing beside Yi Kanglin, seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly took a step forward and asked in a flustered tone, by the way, sister, apart from this formula book, have you used any other notes that we burned? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao felt her heart leap into her throat, because the fire seeds inside the central fire control room were also adjusted using those burned notes. For a moment, Yu Xiao felt all her hair stand on end as she asked with some tension, the notes that you burned, should they work normally? Yi Kanglin chuckled and replied, if they could be used normally, why would we burn them? In an instant, Yu Xiao felt a cold chill rush to the top of her head. Before she could react, there was a deafening explosion the next second. It seemed like something else had exploded. Then, this explosion seemed to have triggered a chain reaction. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions resounded throughout the Lingxi Sect territory. People who didn't know might think that hundreds of bombs had been dropped on the Lingxi Sect. Yu Xiao and almost everyone at the scene heard the sound of the explosions. Especially Yu Xiao, her delicate face instantly turned deathly pale. Right after, a blood cloak guard rider came rushing over on his flying beast. Jumping off his flying beast, he tumbled toward Yu Xiao, then knelt down with a thud, exclaiming in panic, Lord, it's bad. The central fire control room suddenly exploded, setting off hundreds of forges across the sect and nearly 1,000 heating furnaces. Nearly 1,000 disciples didn't have time to escape from the workshops and were killed on the spot. and the number of casualties is still rising. Not only that, but the flames from the explosion ignited a large number of buildings, vegetation, and other infrastructure within the sect. The sect headquarters has now become a sea of fire, and since these flames come from the depths of molten lava, normal rain can't extinguish them. Disciples with weaker powers will be burned alive. Lord, please issue an order immediately to evacuate all the sect members. As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Xiao's eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. This immediately caused everyone present to cry out in shock. My lord! My lord! Healer! Quickly call a healer! Chapter 32. Yu Xiao regrets. But not long after, Yu Xiao groggily opened her eyes again. Although the previous blow had severely affected her, as a strong cultivator who had reached the Ummon stage of the spirit flame realm, she still possessed some recovery abilities. At that moment, with everyone's support, she stood up again. She first took a deep breath, looked at Mu Chuan, and said, Mu Chuan, go and gather all the members of the enforcement hall who can still move, and have them participate in the rescue operation. Mu Chuan immediately bowed respectfully and replied, As you command. After speaking, he called together all the disciples of the enforcement hall present and left. Next, Yu Xiao turned to her younger brother Yulong and said, Longcheng, take the rest of the blood cloak guards to the back mountain and activate the heavenly rain formation. Make sure to extinguish all the earth fires within the sect within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Yulong nodded slightly, also bowed in acknowledgement, and then gathered the other blood cloak guards to head toward the back mountain. And Bai Lu, looking at the departing crowd, asked Yu Xiao, My lord, what about me? What should I do? Yu Xiao did not respond, but instead turned her gaze to Yi Changlan and couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter was somewhat sorrowful, deeply moving one's heart. Right now, your heart must be feeling quite pleased and satisfied, right? As she spoke, she took a step closer to Yi Changlan. The spiritual streams of Lingxi Sect have been completely disrupted by me, resulting in such severe casualties. This is probably the scene you've dreamed of seeing, isn't it? Yi Changlan pursed his lips and then said candidly, If I speak from my heart, this indeed is a scene I have desired to witness, but I don't feel particularly happy. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao suddenly burst out laughing, as if she had heard a very funny joke. Tears even streamed down her face as she shouted loudly at Yi Changlan. You don't feel happy? Huh, that's a lot. Isn't it precisely because you wanted to see my wretched state? To witness my regret-filled, tear-streaming reaction because I dismissed you. If that's truly what you were thinking, then I will tell you. You win, I admit I regret it. From the moment you left, everything has spiraled out of my control, and almost nothing has gone according to my plans. I admit, my governing ability is far inferior to yours. Without you, there are indeed many things I cannot accomplish well. Do you find my words satisfying now? Is your heart eased? Yu Xiao grew increasingly agitated while speaking, and by the end, she was outright shouting. Bai Lu attempted to calm her down, but she wouldn't listen, her gaze firmly fixed on Yi Changlan. Yet Yi Changlan merely sneered and responded generously. Very satisfying and soothing. Yu Xiao continuously breathed deeply, seemingly trying hard to regulate her emotions. After a short while, she said indifferently, Fine, since you're satisfied, come with me now, and let's find ways to repair the fire control chamber and the spiritual essence gathering formation. Afterward, I will reinstate you to your former position, allowing you to continue serving as the young marshal of Lingxi Sect. Upon hearing these words, both Bai Lu and Yi Changlan revealed expressions of disbelief. Because although Yu Xiao's words sounded assertive, upon careful consideration, one could perceive that she was actually conceding to Yi Changlan. Perhaps at this very moment, she truly regrets her past actions. She regrets dismissing Yi Changlan too early, regrets that at the time she wasn't calmer or better prepared, and regrets prematurely handing over the young marshal's authority to Mu Chang'e. But the world does not offer second chances, and those disciples killed in the explosions won't be brought back to life just because of her remorse. All this can only be attributed to her own fault. Nevertheless, she is someone who can let go easily. Once she realized that she couldn't function without Yi Changlan's assistance, she decisively bowed her head before him, hoping Yi Changlan would return to help her resolve the current mess. However, Yi Changlan shook his head at this point. I have already retired and no longer wish to involve myself in Lingxi Sect affairs. The young marshal position should be given to a capable disciple. As he spoke, Yi Changlan intended to turn around and return to his personal abode. But Yu Xiao shouted again, Yi Changlan. Yi Changlan paused, turning to look at her once more and asking, Is there anything else? Yu Xiao coldly said, If you don't help me deal with this mess, I will hate you for the rest of my life. Our marital relationship of 300 years will be utterly severed. This was already the biggest leverage Yu Xiao could think of to threaten Yi Changlan. However, Yi Changlan coldly sneered and said, From the moment you brought that useless person Mu Chang'e back to Lingxi Sect, our marital relationship had already come to an end. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao immediately revealed a look of sudden realization in her eyes. At this moment, she finally understood why Yi Changlan refused to help her. It turned out that everything was still related to Mu Chang'e. Yi Changlan was still jealous of Mu Chang'e even now. She guessed that Yi Changlan's intention was probably to use Mu Chang'e as leverage to threaten her. If she didn't sever ties with Mu Chang'e, then Yi Changlan wouldn't assist her in dealing with the fire control chamber and the spiritual essence gathering formation. After realizing this, Yu Xiao took a deep breath and somewhat desolately said, If you don't want to help me, then I won't ask for your help anymore. I can manage without your assistance, but I cannot be without Chang'e. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan sneered once more, thinking how self-assured this woman was, assuming he cared who she was with. Then Xuanhuan reclined back onto his lounge chair and picked up a wine gourd, taking a large gulp before continuing. At first, I thought your association with Muchanga was just a passing fancy, something you'd grow tired of eventually, and then discard. Later, when I heard about your impending marriage to him, I realized you might actually be serious about it. As he spoke, Xuanhuan gave a light laugh, suddenly becoming curious and examining Xiao while asking. I'm genuinely puzzled. What could possibly be so great about someone like him that would make you become so infatuated? This question caused even Bai Lu to turn her gaze toward Xiao. Clearly, she too was curious what kind of magic potion Muchanga must have given Xiao to make her so obsessed with him. Chapter 33. The house arrest lifted, Kanglin resumed his former position. Xianxia, on the other hand, smiled calmly. You wouldn't understand. Workaholics like you will never get it. In your eyes, there's nothing but the sect, power, and work. There's almost nothing else besides those. But Chang'e is different. To me, he is like a beam of light in the darkness, making me feel warm. Every day I spend with him makes me happy and content. He tells me a bunch of unfunny jokes to cheer me up when I'm sad. He also goes crazy and laughs with me when I'm drunk. He is like a gift from God to me, making me feel the meaning of being alive for the first time. Because of him, I developed an impulse to be with him no matter what. And all this is something I haven't experienced in the 300 years since we got married. Kanglin, do you know how many times I really wish the person I married was Chang'e, not you? When Xianxia mentioned Muchanga, her eyes seemed to reveal deep affection and sweetness. But hearing this, Kanglin flared up and said, So that's why you were so eager to kick me out and let him fully replace my position? Xianxia didn't deny it but admitted it frankly. Exactly. Because I don't want to keep hiding anymore. I want to be openly with Chang'e. I want him to be my husband. I want him to lead this sect with me to new brilliance. At this point, Kanglin could no longer sit still. He abruptly stood up from his recliner, staring intently at Xianxia as he said, So what am I to you? A stepping stone to pave your way, or a ladder for your glorious path, or perhaps the one who picks up the pieces when your hopes are shattered? As he continued speaking, Kanglin deeply inhaled. His anger began to surge, and he roared loudly. You say my eyes see only the sect, only power, only work, and nothing else. But let me tell you clearly, you fool. Lingxi Sect is your family's clan force. It's not mine. For these 300 years, I've exhausted myself for the sake of this sect. Do you think I did it for whom? For your father, for you, and for your entire clan. For your sakes, I've racked my brain for 3 centuries, and what have I received in return? Your suspicion, your betrayal after I've done everything for you. Now you compare me with that useless waste Muchanga. Fine, if in your eyes I'm worthless compared to him, then don't come to me anymore. Let him handle the affairs of the sect. Let him solve these messes. Why bother talking to me about all this? Xianxia's eyes seemed slightly moist at this point. Suddenly, she spoke in a tone laced with grievance. That's not what I meant. Saying this, she even tried to step forward to hold Kanglin's hand. However, Kanglin slapped her hand away, shouting, Stay far away from me. Xianxia stopped trying to touch Kanglin. She remained still where she stood, lowering her head slightly. After listening to Kanglin's words, she appeared somewhat guilty. Even if she disliked Kanglin, he had indeed done much for her and much for this sect. Without Kanglin, the Lingxi Sect might have ceased to exist long ago. Thinking about this, tears suddenly started flowing down Xianxia's face as she looked at Kanglin and said, I never thought you fell short of him in every way. I just simply have no feelings for you. That's all. For these many years since we got married, I've tried countless times to make myself like you, to care about you, to understand you. But after striving for so many years, I realized I couldn't accomplish that. You're simply not my type. Being with you makes me feel no sense of belonging, or even closeness. Sometimes, I'd rather be with a servant than with you. It feels more comfortable. So my decision to divorce you isn't what you think, a struggle for power or wealth. It's simply because I feel nothing towards you, which led me to choose divorce. After saying this, Xianxia wiped away her tears and gently closed her eyes for a moment. When her eyes opened again, she had restored herself to the bearing suitable for the leader of a sect. But looking at Kanglin now, the defiant look from earlier was gone. In the next moment, she touched her storage ring lightly, and a tiny night pearl flew out. She placed the night pearl on the nearby recliner and said, This is the night pearl that was originally taken from you. I've thought about it. Since my father gave this night pearl to you, it belongs to you now, and I have no right to take it back. Now, I'm returning it to its rightful owner. As for your cultivation being ruined because of this, I sincerely apologize. As compensation, you can take any cultivation resources you want from the Lingxi Sect storage without paying a single spiritual crystal. In addition, I will lift your house arrest and announce to everyone in the sect that you had no plans of rebellion. Everything was just my wrongful accusation. Then, I'll reinstate you to your former position as the young marshal of Lingxi Sect. The young marshal's residence will also be reopened for you. Of course, whether or not you choose to come back is entirely up to you. If you feel comfortable living here, you're welcome to stay. I won't object. Having said that, Xianxia didn't wait for Kanglin's response. With a light step on the ground, her figure leaped into the air. As she jumped high into the sky, a flying magical beast flew over and smoothly caught her. Then, with her in tow, it flew off into the distance. Standing in the same spot, Kanglin crossed his arms, and his expression turned somewhat sour. He had been in a good mood earlier. If Xianxia hadn't come, he might have slept soundly through the night. But after her visit, he found himself at a loss for words and couldn't even manage to go back to sleep. At this moment, Bai Lu beside him also spoke up, saying, "If you don't have anything else, then I'll leave as well." With that, Bai Lu turned around to leave. But Yi Kanglin suddenly called her back. "Bai Lu." Pausing mid-step, Bai Lu turned her head to look at Yi Kanglin and asked, "What is it?" Yi Kanglin suddenly looked up at her and asked, "Do you still think Xianxia is a great enlightened ruler?" Bai Lu hesitated. This statement by Yi Kanglin was essentially responding to the day when Bai Lu had advised him to apologize first. Back then, Bai Lu had said Xianxia was a wise monarch who would inevitably achieve great accomplishments. If Yi Kanglin kept opposing her, it would ultimately be to his own detriment. However, Bai Lu's thoughts were beginning to change slightly now. After glancing in the direction Xianxia had departed, she said, "She just needs a little more time to grow." This implied that Bai Lu still believed Xianxia could become a great enlightened ruler, but only after some time of training. Hearing this, Yi Kanglin chuckled. He turned around and picked up the night pearl on the recliner. Then with a forceful squeeze, there was a faint crack. The night pearl shattered immediately. Witnessing this, Bai Lu's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Yi Kanglin coldly laughed and said, "Anything touched by Xianxia feels dirty to me." Chapter 34. Increased lifespan by 90 years. After finishing his words, Yi Kanglin sprinkled the powder in his hand onto the ground and then headed towards his cave dwelling. Bai Lu, seeing this, said, "Yu Xiao has already lifted your confinement. Why are you going back?" Yi Kanglin chuckled and replied, "I'm quite comfortable here. Why would I go back? Am I overfed or something?" Bai Lu pursed her lips. She seemed to want to say something more, but ultimately kept silent and turned to leave. After Bai Lu had gone, Yi Kanglin returned to his cave dwelling as well. He slammed the door shut and took a deep breath, looking somewhat weak. What had been a peaceful life of seclusion was now all messed up because of that nasty woman Yu Xiao. It seemed clear now that if he truly wanted to live in seclusion, it might be impossible for him to remain at Lingxi Sect any longer. Sitting on the bed, Yi Kanglin took out the Huanyu Starstone and locked his thoughts on it. The next moment, Yi Kanglin's spirit consciousness entered the interior of the Huanyu Starstone. The scene remained the same, a basketball court-sized farmland, half of which was covered with lush xianxia fruits. On the other side, a small workshop had been built. Yi Kanglin folded his arms across his chest and walked straight into the workshop. Inside, human-sized stone figures worked busily along a production line. They poured xianxia fruits onto the conveyor belt, while other stone figures on either side used knives to separate the flesh from the seeds. After separation, the fruit pulp continued to the next process where it was squeezed into juice. This juice was boiled in a large cauldron. Once the xianxia fruit juice was condensed into a thick paste, various rare herbs were added to adjust its potency, before being poured into large vats for fermentation. Watching these hard-working stone people, Yi Kanglin couldn't help but marvel. The system reward Naitai no new skill is really impressive. Turning stones into farm slaves allows them to work uninterruptedly for 24 hours. No eating, no drinking, no sleeping, not tired, and they don't need to excrete. It's truly the embodiment of a perfect worker. Speaking of this, Yi Kanglin couldn't help but laugh softly. His unpleasant mood due to Yu Xiao's earlier antics seemed much better now. Just then, Gnome Xiuxian flew over, holding a wine gourd in his hand, and said to Yi Kanglin, "Hey, Yi Kanglin, the first batch of xianxia fruit wine has been brewed. Try it." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin instinctively reached out and grabbed the gourd. The moment he touched it, the system panel refreshed automatically. Host, Yi Kanglin. Current lifespan, 46 years, 2 months, 27 days. Stored lifespan, 91 years, 7 months, 11 days. When Yi Kanglin saw that the xianxia fruit wine in the gourd could provide him with 91 years of lifespan, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Holy cow, so much extra lifespan. This winemaking technique is too incredible." If Yi Kanglin hadn't made a mistake, this bottle of wine should have been made from the batch of xianxia fruits collected 10 days ago. There were about 3,600 fruits in that batch. Calculating each fruit providing 4 days of lifespan, Yi Kanglin would have only received 40 years of lifespan at most. However, after brewing this batch of fruits into fruit wine, the number doubled. This clearly demonstrated how powerful this set of brewing techniques was. At this point, Nong Xiuxian also said, although the effect of the winemaking technique is pretty good, the one downside is that the brewing time is way too long. If we didn't have this Huanyu Starstone, you'd have to wait a full decade just to take a sip of this fruit wine. Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Indeed, calculating based on the internal time flow rate of the Huanyu Starstone, the 10 days Yi Kanglin waited in the outside world equated to a decade inside the Starstone. In other words, the xianxia fruit wine in this bottle had aged for a whole decade. If Yi Kanglin did not have the Huanyu Starstone, he really wouldn't be able to afford waiting such a long time. With this in mind, Yi Kanglin carefully opened the gourd and first smelled the misty aroma inside. A look of intoxication appeared on his face. Perhaps because he hadn't eaten xianxia fruits for a full 10 days, when he smelled this alcohol aroma, he felt as if he was experiencing the first time he ate xianxia fruits. His entire body became extremely comfortable, just like flipping and tumbling with a beloved woman in bed. Swallow. The first sip of fruit wine down his throat made Yi Kanglin's eyes gleam. The taste was actually somewhat similar to yogurt, sour and sweet, and very thick, with occasional bursts of alcohol fragrance lingering. The next moment, Yi Kanglin vigorously poured the fine wine from the gourd into his mouth. Gulping, gulping. Forged from a special space artifact, The gourd contained over 100 caddies of fruit wine. However, under Yi Kanglin's unrestrained drinking, it was all consumed in a very short period of time. Following this, the system panel numbers updated once again. Host, Yi Kanglin. Current lifespan, 137 years, 10 months, 7 days. Stored lifespan, 0 days. Upon seeing that his life essence had reached 137 years, Yi Kanglin grinned widely. Even without the nourishment of spiritual energy, he could now live well past 100 years. In fact, his lifespan was even longer than those of most cultivators. At the same time, Yi Kanglin could clearly feel the power within his body become much more robust. It was then that gnome xiuxian flew over and, after glancing at the system panel, said, "Exchange the equivalent of 137 years worth of cultivation into a cultivator's realm. It would roughly be at the beginning stage of the Tianyang realm. According to your Lingxi Sect hierarchy, your current strength is almost on par with the Taishang elders. Repairing realms, Xuyuan realm, Xinzhen realm, Linghua realm, Tianyang realm." Despite this, Yi Kanglin chuckled and replied, "Still early. The Taishang elders of the Divine Palace are mostly at the completion or peak stages of the Tianyang realm. If I truly were to fight any one of them, I'd still end up perishing." After saying that, he turned his gaze toward the jars filled with fruit wine and smiled. But who knows, when tomorrow's second batch of lifespan-extending fruit jam fermentation is completed, whether someone else may not end up winning. Yi Kanglin's eyes narrowed slightly as his tongue flicked across his lips. The following day, in the study of the sect leader, Yu Xiao sat stern-faced in front of the desk. At her side, Mu Chang'e stood silently in place, head lowered as if he were a child who had made a mistake. In front of Yu Xiao, her personal attendant, Xiaoyu, held a stack of reports and said, "So far, this fire disaster has caused property damages amounting to about 970 million spirit crystals. Among them, the number of destroyed forging workshops totals 136, which is 1/3 of our entire sect's total workshops. In addition, the death toll inside the workshop reached 8,600 people, while the injured numbered as high as 22,000. The treatment costs for these personnel and compensation payments to the deceased families will also amount to a very substantial sum." After making her report, Xiaoyu gently placed the document on Yu Xiao's desk. Yu Xiao, however, remained expressionless as she stared at the desk, her mind seemingly lost in thought. After a while, she finally asked, "Is there anything else? If not, you may leave. I want to be alone for a while." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's lips pressed together. She glanced down at another report in her hand. Although she did not wish to bring more bad news to Yu Xiao at this time, she summoned the courage to say, "Last night, the subordinate city-state, Xianhuan City under our Lingxi Sect jurisdiction was attacked by assassins from the ancient God-Devil Sect. A total of 140 deaths and 2,700 injuries occurred, including the city lord Yu Ruyu." Upon hearing the name Yu Ruyu, Yu Xiao's head snapped up abruptly. She locked eyes on Xiaoyu, her voice cold as she asked, "What happened to my aunt?" Chapter 35, The Divine Palace Judge. When Xiaoyu stepped back instinctively under the sharp gaze of Ye Xiao, he said, "She was injured by the enemy's projectile while battling with assassins from the Shinma Ancient Sect, causing her to be poisoned severely, and she is currently unconscious. However, Xianhuan City's medical facilities are unable to treat this particular kind of poison. Therefore, they decided to send Yu Ryu back to the sect for treatment. According to their progress, they should arrive soon." Upon hearing this, Ye Xiao's face went pale. She abruptly stood up from her seat and couldn't help shouting, "Why would people from the Shinma Ancient Sect appear in Xianhuan City? Haven't they already been exterminated by Yi Canghai long ago? Why have they re-emerged now and infiltrated the heartland of our Jin Tian domain? What about the sentries at Haishuatai? What good are they if they don't even notice someone has arrived right at our doorstep? Why do I maintain these useless ones? Could it be that one day, my head could be chopped off and they'd remain completely indifferent?" Ye Xiao appeared extremely agitated, evidently very upset. It was bad enough that a major casualty incident occurred within the sect. Now worse, one of its directly governed city-states had also suffered an attack by the Shinma Ancient Sect. Even her closest aunt was injured during this attack. How could she not feel angry? Just as Xiaoyu was about to explain, a young page suddenly came rushing in and said to Ye Xiao, "Master, something terrible has happened. The Divine Palace Judge has arrived." As soon as those words were spoken, Ye Xiao's expression turned incredibly grim. As the master of Lingxi Sect, she naturally knew who the judge was. That person was the envoy representing the 9 supreme elders of the Divine Palace. Though his authority might not be as great as hers, when necessary, the judge could impeach or even dismiss her. Therefore, the arrival of the Divine Palace Judge was like having a sword hanging over her head. Without delay, Ye Xiao turned to Mu Chang'e beside her and said, "Come out with me." Mu Chang'e, upon hearing this, was visibly terrified on his already pale face, but dared not defy Ye Xiao's command. Nervously, he said, "Yes, ma'am." With that, he followed Ye Xiao out of the study room. One after another, they made their way to the reception hall. At this time, an elegant and beautiful woman was seated in the chief position inside the reception hall, delicately sipping tea and radiating extraordinary grace. On both sides of her, uniformly dressed guards stood, unlike Ye Xiao's guards. These wore black soft armor with a large Shun character emblazoned on their chest. This was the exclusive uniform set of the Divine Palace. When Ye Xiao entered the reception hall, the guards on either side of the Divine Palace saluted her loudly without kneeling down, addressing her not as Lord, but as Master. Ye Xiao paid no heed to the guards and only focused her gaze on the beautiful woman sitting at the top. This was none other than the divine palace judge, Li Xiaoxiang, who held another important identity, Ye Xiao's biological mother. Ever since the former sect master passed away and handed over the title to Ye Xiao, Li Xiaoxiang retired into the background and assumed the role of divine palace judge. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't appear easily. Unless a significant accident had occurred within the sect, she wouldn't intervene, carrying with her the edicts of the 9 supreme elders. Seeing her own mother, Ye Xiao respectfully bowed and greeted. "Greetings, Your Eminence." Li Xiaoxiang then rose from her seat, walked around the desk, and approached Ye Xiao. She was wearing a snow-white silk gown. Though called a gown, it looked like a short skirt from the front. The hem only reached her thigh root, exposing a pair of slim, white legs, yet the rear train required 2 pages to carry it. Undoubtedly, Li Xiaoxiang's figure was incredibly fiery. Just talking about her impressive bust, it surpassed even Ye Xiao and Yu Qingyan's fullness. Moreover, her low neckline further accentuated her deep, snow-white cleavage. Her waist was incredibly slim, every graceful movement drawing everyone's attention. As Li Xiaoxiang approached near Ye Xiao, she calmly asked, "Why did you divorce xianxia?" Ye Xiao bit her lips, just about to respond, when the next moment a sudden slap sound rang out. To her surprise, Li Xiaoxiang suddenly struck her with an unexpected slap. Ye Xiao's small face was struck forcefully, causing her head to turn sharply to the side. Instantly, a bright red flush appeared on her white, flawless cheeks. She looked at her mother with disbelief. But Li Xiaoxiang wore an expression filled with disappointment and frustration as she sternly demanded, "Answer my question. Why did you divorce xianxia?" At this moment, Ye Xiao's stubborn streak came through. Holding her neck high, she retorted, "Isn't it natural that I want to pursue my own happiness? During the time I was married to xianxia, I never experienced a single day of joy. What good is such a marriage? Even if he treated me well, how does that matter? Mother, I am your daughter, but have you ever thought about whether I've been happy in these 300 years since our marriage? You haven't. Because you simply do not consider my feelings. After father left, you never even came to see me once. If it weren't for yesterday's major accident, would you even remember that you have a daughter like me?" Li Xiaoxiang, seeing Ye Xiao's reddened eyes, again coldly rebuked, "Do you think being the sect leader of Lingxi Sect is all about comfort and ease? Can you just dismiss a major contributor to the Lingxi Sect because of a simple complaint that things aren't going well for you? Did you stop to consider how other members of the sect who have earned great merit might feel when making this decision? How will they view our family? If you keep acting this way, who would be willing to dedicate their life to our Lingxi Sect in the future?" Ye Xiao, however, turned her head away and said proudly, "Say what you will. I've already dismissed him, and there's no way I'll go back to him. Besides, I issued an apology decree yesterday, publicly announcing to everyone in the sect that I wrongly blamed xianxia. I also restored his rank. And now, if he doesn't want to return, then that's none of my business anymore." Perhaps to Ye Xiao, apologizing to xianxia and issuing a public confession to all the disciples were enough. What more could be expected? Was she supposed to renounce her cultivation to vent xianxia's anger? Upon hearing Ye Xiao's response, Li Xiaoxiang revealed a deep look of disappointment on her face. Then her gaze fell on Mu Chang'e standing behind Ye Xiao. When that man saw Li Xiaoxiang's sharp eyes on him, he was terrified to the point of kneeling down immediately, his body trembling uncontrollably. Li Xiaoxiang's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. The one before her was the young man who had lured her daughter into making so many irrational decisions. With this realization, Li Xiaoxiang coldly commanded, "Bring him out. Behead him as a warning to others." Chapter 36. To choose the position of the Grandmaster or to choose the one he likes. Upon hearing this, a guard from the Divine Palace immediately saluted and went to Mu Chang'e's side, grabbing both his arms and beginning to drag him outside. Mu Chang'e was instantly terrified and began yelling, "Master, save me! Master, save me!" Seeing this, Yu Xiao quickly became anxious and shouted at the guards, "Stop! I dare you to touch him!" Hearing her words, the guards paused their steps and looked back at Li Xiaoxiang. With anger in her voice, Li Xiaoxiang commanded, "Take him away." This time, without hesitation, the guards dragged Mu Chang'e towards the exit. This action scared Mu Chang'e so much that he wet himself, struggling desperately while crying, "Master, save me! I don't want to die, master, master!" Yu Xiao then turned to look at her mother. Seeing her mother's firm expression, she suddenly drew a sword from one of the guards beside her and pressed it against her own neck, declaring, "Mother, if you harm him today, I will not live on." Her words left Li Xiaoxiang stunned. She stared blankly at her daughter, her eyes filled with disbelief. Wasn't Yu Xiao still her haughty, invincible daughter? Why would she resort to such extreme measures for this useless man? Yu Xiao continued, "I'll count to 3. If you don't release him, I'll kill myself right in front of you." As she spoke, she loudly counted, 1, 2. She counted quickly, and the sharp blade had already cut through her skin, drawing a bright red drop of blood that trickled down. Just as she was about to count to 3, Li Xiaoxiang ordered the guards, "Release that man." The guards let go of Mu Chang'e, who immediately collapsed in terror on the ground. But next, he crawled like a dog toward Yu Xiao, clinging tightly to her legs. Shaking, he warned the surrounding Divine Palace guards, "I warn you, my master is the Grandmaster. If you dare harm me again, my master won't let you off." Li Xiaoxiang looked at this cowardly man and then at Yu Xiao, asking, "So this is the man you like? One who hides behind a woman and trembles with fear, even publicly wetting his pants under pressure? Xiao, what has happened to you? Yu Xiao lowered the sword from her neck, turning her head to look at the trembling Mu Chang'e. Gently supporting him, she asked tenderly, "Are you all right?" After taking a deep breath, Mu Chang'e shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Thank you, master." Yu Xiao nodded and glanced at Mu Chang'e's soaked trousers before instructing a maid. "Take him back to my chambers to change into clean clothes. I'll come shortly." The maid bowed and prepared to escort Mu Chang'e away. It must be said that Yu Xiao truly treated Mu Chang'e well. Even Li Xiaoxiang couldn't help but feel ashamed. In the 300 years she spent with Yi Kanglin, she never treated him as kindly as Yu Xiao did Mu Chang'e. Then, Li Xiaoxiang declared, "Mu Chang'e is the main culprit behind this incident. If it weren't for his unauthorized shutdown of the fire control room, yesterday's fire accident wouldn't have occurred. This matter, he must take responsibility for it." Her words made several palace guards block Mu Chang'e's path. Seeing this, Mu Chang'e once again pitifully looked at Yu Xiao. Though Yu Xiao did not object to her mother's statement, she still asked, "Mother, how do you intend to punish him?" Li Xiaoxiang glanced at the bloody sword still in her daughter's hand and realized she could no longer sentence Mu Chang'e to death, lest her love-struck daughter actually do something rash. After considering this, Li Xiaoxiang said, "Death penalty can be spared, but punishment must still be meted out. 30 lashes with the Kanglin whip, 50 years salary forfeited, demotion from the position of young commander, and forbidden from serving for life." Upon hearing these words, many present guards involuntarily sucked in a cold breath. Losing the title of young commander perhaps meant little, especially since Yu Xiao, being the grandmaster, could ensure Mu Chang'e still enjoyed honor and wealth within Lingxi Sect. But 30 lashes with the Kanglin whip, this was terrifying. Back in the day, Yi Kanglin had been penalized with 20 such lashes for falsely taking blame for Yu Xiao, resulting in him being bedridden for an entire week. This time it was even harsher, directly sentencing to 30 lashes. For a weakling like Mu Chang'e, he would likely be beaten to death. Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'e immediately fell to his knees and pleaded tearfully with Li Xiaoxiang. "Oh great judge, please spare my life. Oh great judge, please spare my life. I will never serve as young commander again. I won't compete with Yi Kanglin either. Please show mercy and let me live." Saying this, Mu Chang'e began bowing fervently to Li Xiaoxiang. But Li Xiaoxiang scolded him sharply. "Speak standing up." After being rebuked, Mu Chang'e quickly stood up and dared not cry any longer. Then, Li Xiaoxiang looked at Yu Xiao and asked, "Do you have any more objections?" Yu Xiao paused for a moment before responding. "He cannot withstand 30 lashes from the Kanglin whip. Can I take part of the punishment in his place? If it weren't for me appointing him as young commander, this accident would not have happened. Ultimately, I am the one responsible, isn't that right?" Yu Xiao's words struck right at the core of the issue. But Li Xiaoxiang closed her eyes tightly for a moment. She glared at her daughter angrily and said, "Yu Xiao, have your brains been kicked by a donkey? I've worked hard in front of the elders to prove that none of this is your fault. You were also misled, so that led to an irrational decision. But now you want to protect this useless man by taking on some of his punishment voluntarily? Do you think you're great, or has this bastard put some kind of love spell on you, making you lose all sense of who you are?" Yu Xiao turned and faced her mother, speaking earnestly. "I know exactly what I'm doing. Mother, there's no need to say anything more. I will shoulder the consequences of my actions. I'll take 20 lashes out of the 30 with the Kanglin whip, and the remaining 10 punishments will stay with him. This way, we should be able to satisfy the ancestors, shouldn't we?" After hearing her daughter's words, Li Xiaoxiang took a deep breath. In that moment, she seemed to age several hundred years instantly. She even began to wonder if her cold treatment towards her daughter caused her to develop such a distorted view of love. Ultimately, Li Xiaoxiang did not argue further with her daughter. She casually sat down and said, "Since you enjoy punishing yourself so much, what else can I say? However, after this is over, you must remarry Yi Kanglin immediately. This isn't up for negotiation. It's an order. It's a direct command issued by our Yu family's ancestral patriarchs." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao was stunned. Her eyes reddened instantly, and her voice trembled with Lingxi as she protested. "Why? As the head of the sect, do I not even have the right to be with the person I love?" Li Xiaoxiang slammed the table forcefully and barked. "Precisely because you are the head of the sect, you cannot act recklessly." At this, Yu Xiao froze, staring blankly at her mother, wanting to say something but held back. Then Li Xiaoxiang spoke again. "The ancestor has already decided. If you refuse to remarry Yi Kanglin, then you must step down as the sect leader and pass the position to your younger sister, xiuxian. Will you choose the position of grandmaster or the one you love? It's your decision." Chapter 37. Yu Xiao agrees to remarry. After these words, Li Xiaoxiang took a deep breath, picked up a cup of tea randomly, and sipped it lightly. Then she waited for Yu Xiao's response. At this moment, Yu Xiao fell silent. There was no expression on her face, and her eyes were dim, as if the world had become darker. A while later, she looked at Mu Chang'e again, who was also looking at her with eager eyes. The pitiful look in his eyes caused Yu Xiao's heart to ache painfully, much like when she had first picked him up as a child. There was an indescribable bond she couldn't sever. But asking her to give up her position as leader and pass it to her younger sister xiuxian was something she simply could not do. Thinking about this, Yu Xiao closed her eyes gently, as if making some kind of decision. A tear slid down from the corner of her eye. "I will go find Yi Kanglin and remarry him. But from now on, I won't let him touch me, not even a single finger. He can't come within 1 meter of me." Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'e's face instantly turned white. His legs weakened, almost collapsing onto the ground. Clearly, he never expected his master to truly abandon him. As for Li Xiaoxiang, upon hearing this, Her previously grim expression eased somewhat. She nodded slightly. What happens after you remarry Kanglin is your couple's business. I won't interfere. And whether or not you let him touch you is none of my concern. All that matters is that you continue your life together. Everything else becomes negotiable. Li Xiaoxiang spoke in a tone reminiscent of a typical Chinese parent. No matter how happy or unhappy your marriage may be, the fact remains that being married is enough. Then Yu Xiao said, when will Changa's punishment begin? If it's now, then I'll head straight to the punishment hall to receive the whiplashes. Even at this moment, Yu Xiao was still thinking about helping Mu Chang'e, demonstrating just how deeply she cared for him. However, Li Xiaoxiang responded nonchalantly. Why so hasty? Clean up this mess within the sect first before going to accept your punishment. With that, Li Xiaoxiang looked at Yu Xiao's servant, Little Fish, and said, Girl, come over here. Hearing this, Little Fish approached Li Xiaoxiang timidly and asked, Judicial Officer Li, what orders do you have for me? Li Xiaoxiang retrieved a token from her waist and handed it to Little Fish, saying, Take this token to the Eastern Commander Peak and tell the Peak Master to activate the backup Yunling array. If he doesn't obey your order, show him this token and inform him that it's by my command. Upon hearing this, Little Fish cautiously took the token, revealing a puzzled expression, and asked, The Yunling array? Is that a type of jeweling array? But isn't it true that our Lingxi sect only has one usable jeweling array? Upon seeing Little Fish's confused face, Li Xiaoxiang couldn't help but chuckle and explained. The Yunling array is a legacy left behind by the previous sect master. Its effect is similar to a jeweling array, but it's an old antique now. Its efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy might not even reach 1/10 of the modern jeweling array's capabilities. Ever since your commander Yi built the new jeweling array, the Yunling array has been stored and used on the Eastern Commander Peak. It must be close to 300 years now. Fortunately, we didn't dismantle it back then, and now we can use it in this emergency. Upon hearing this, Little Fish instantly understood. She'd only been part of Lingxi Sect for over 100 years, so naturally, she wasn't well versed in events from 3 centuries ago. Now, after Li Xiaoxiang's explanation, she grasped the gist and softly said, I'll go to the Eastern Commander Peak right away and ask the Peak Master to activate the Yunling array. With that, she turned around and walked out. Then Li Xiaoxiang turned her gaze toward Mu Chang'e, who was frozen stiff where he stood, and called out, Mu Chang'e, come here. At the sound of Li Xiaoxiang's voice, Mu Chang'e immediately rushed forward and, with a thud, knelt down, stuttering, Judicial Officer Li, what are your orders? Seeing this cowardly creature, Li Xiaoxiang showed signs of exasperation. She couldn't comprehend why her daughter liked such a person. After remaining silent for a moment, she said, Assassins from the Divine Devil Ancient Sect appeared in Xianxia City. Strangely enough, the city guards failed to capture even a single assassin, leading me to believe that their skills are quite formidable. Now, I command you to lead 500 sect disciples to Xianxia City and apprehend those assassins alive. I need to know how they managed to infiltrate the heartland of Jin Tian domain and avoid the sentry eyes of Haishuatai. When Mu Chang'e heard that he was to capture the assassins from the Divine Devil Ancient Sect, his face immediately paled. Although he had never dealt with members of the Divine Devil Ancient Sect, he had often heard others talk about them. They were a group of monsters who ate human flesh and drank human blood. Even Yi Kanglin, as he once was, had nearly fallen into their hands on several occasions. To send him after such monsters was no different from sending him to certain death. At the moment, Mu Chang'e trembled as he looked at Li Xiaoxiang, as if begging for mercy. However, Li Xiaoxiang coldly declared, If you refuse to go, then head to the enforcement hall to receive 30 lashes of the dragon-defying whip. Not a single lash can be missed. Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'e hastily said, No, this humble one will head straight to Xianxia City and bring the assassins back in the shortest time possible. With that, Mu Chang'e stood up and rushed toward the exit. Finally, Li Xiaoxiang turned her gaze toward her daughter Yu Xiao, who had remained silent, standing motionless in the same spot. Li Xiaoxiang took a deep breath and said, Xiao, go find Yi Kanglin now. Try not to delay the remarriage any longer, sooner is better. Yu Xiao did not respond. She simply turned around and walked out. Perhaps this was Yu Xiao's silent protest against her mother. Upon seeing her daughter's demeanor, Li Xiaoxiang helplessly shook her head. At that moment, she couldn't help but wonder. If Yu Xiao's father hadn't passed away so early, would she still have become this way? Inside the cave dwelling of Yuan Edge Mountain, Yi Kanglin was currently together with Yu Xiao's younger sister, Yu Qingyan, having just finished a fierce battle. Afterwards, Yu Qingyan nestled in Yi Kanglin's arms and asked, What's wrong with you today? It feels like your mood isn't too great. Yi Kanglin took a deep breath, suddenly recalling yesterday's events, and instinctively revealed a bitter smile. Seeing this, Yu Qingyan giggled and teased. Let me guess. Is it something about my sister? Yi Kanglin paused, looking at the beauty before him, and laughed. Not bad. You've guessed it. Yu Qingyan chuckled teasingly. Do you think I don't know you? Who else besides my sister could make you walk around all day with a gloomy expression? Chapter 38. Yu Qingyan is pregnant too. Yi Changlan smiled and said, Yesterday your sister came to see me. She first lifted my house arrest, and then reinstated me in my position. Yu Qingyan looked up at Yi Changlan's profile and asked, Isn't it good that she lifted your confinement? Yi Changlan sneered. What's good about it? It feels like she was bestowing a favor on me, leaving me upset the whole day yesterday. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyan understood and responded with an irritated tone. Since you're in a bad mood, does that mean you specially called me here to cheer you up? Yi Changlan's expression froze for a moment. He indeed thought this way in his heart, but definitely couldn't admit it out loud. Thus, he grinned and looked at Xiuxian, saying, I simply missed you. Where did all these thoughts come from? Xiuxian narrowed her eyes slightly, suspiciously asking, Is that so? Yi Changlan affirmed as if it were the most natural thing, of course. Then Xiuxian suddenly leaned over Yi Changlan's chest and said, Hey, Yi Changlan, I have something to ask you. Will you answer honestly? Without realizing, Yi Changlan replied, What do you want to know? Just ask. Xiuxian hesitated briefly and then asked directly, If I become the leader of Lingxi Sect, will you come and assist me? Upon hearing these words, Yi Changlan was stunned. He stared blankly at the beauty lying on him and bitterly laughed. Your sister isn't dead yet, is she? As long as she's alive, there's no chance for you to be the leader. You should be more aware of this than I am. This wasn't Yi Changlan threatening Xiuxian, but rather the words spoken by her great-grandfather, the Grand Elder of the Yu clan. In the eyes of the Elder of the Yu family, Moon Xiao is forever more suited for the role of sect leader than Xiuxian. If Xiuxian doesn't gain recognition from those elders, then she will never become the leader. However, Xiuxian merely smiled calmly at this point and said in a soft voice, Don't bother with whether or not I can become the leader. I'm just asking, if I really become the leader, will you come and assist me? Xiuxian spoke very seriously, looking completely as though she wasn't joking around. At this point, Yi Changlan also realized something. He paused, muttering, But I've already retired. Before Yi Changlan could finish his sentence, Xiuxian extended one slender finger to press gently against Yi Changlan's lips, signaling him to stop talking. She then softly said, Save that excuse for my sister. I don't want to hear it. Moreover, I know what you're concerned about. You're afraid that if I become the leader, I might act like my sister and discard you once we've achieved our goals. But let me tell you, I'm different from her. I won't betray you. Besides, you dislike my sister and that useless Muchanga. But actually, deep down, you still have feelings for Lingxi Sect. Even if you deny it, I know you deeply don't want to see Lingxi Sect get ruined by them, right? While speaking, she cupped Yi Changlan's face with both hands, her tone becoming grave as she said, Yi Changlan, please answer me seriously. If I become the leader of Lingxi Sect, will you help me govern the sect? Confronted with Xiuxian's solemn expression, Yi Changlan felt somewhat uncomfortable and fell silent for a while. He tried again to refuse. However, Xiuxian's next words left Yi Changlan stunned. If you dare to refuse me, then I'll make sure your child never meets their father. These words startled Yi Changlan. His instinct immediately turned towards the daughter he sent to live at the Bai household. Did Xiuxian already know about the existence of this child? Thinking this, Yi Changlan instinctively tensed but still managed to pretend calm, saying, What child? I don't know what you're talking about. Xiuxian snorted disdainfully and softly spoke. I'm pregnant. Your offspring. If after I ascend to the position of sect leader, you refuse to help me manage the sect, then I'll ensure you never see this child. After these words, Yi Changlan's pupils contracted sharply. He sat up immediately from his seat, filled with alarm, exclaiming, What did you say? Are you pregnant? No. How could this happen so quickly? Isn't it only been half a month? And already, you're pregnant? Seeing Yi Changlan's flustered appearance, Xiuxian chuckled in satisfaction. Her laughter was beautiful, seemingly having anticipated Yi Changlan's reaction. Then, she brushed the hair off her forehead behind her ears and said seductively, If you don't believe me, we'll perform a blood drop recognition ceremony when the baby is born in a few months. You'll know if the child is yours when the time comes. Xiuxian said this with great confidence. After all, she had been trying to conceive for nearly half a year, and during that time, she only had relations with Yi Changlan. So if the child isn't Yi Changlan's, then whose could it be? But at this moment, Yi Changlan's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. The daughter of the Bai family already made him feel as if he had a fishbone stuck in his throat, and now, there was also an illegitimate child on the way. Even though the child hadn't been born yet, he couldn't escape this situation. Moreover, judging by Xiuxian's demeanor, it was entirely impossible to make her go for an abortion. At this thought, Yi Changlan suddenly regretted why he never considered the consequences when enjoying himself with these women. Right then, Yi Changlan asked gloomily, How do you expect me to help you? This clearly indicated compromise. Upon seeing this, Xiuxian smirked smugly. She knew that using the child as leverage would ensure that Yi Changlan wouldn't dare not to assist her. Having this thought, Xiuxian sat on Yi Changlan's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, and said, The first step we need to take is to knock my sister down. Once she falls, the elder ancestor of the Yu clan will have no choice but to appoint me as the sect master. Then, you will assist me just like how you assisted my sister back then. Once my rule over Lingxi Sect becomes stable, the child in my belly can be entered into your Yi clan family tree. Xiuxian's words were equivalent to saying that the child she bore for Yi Changlan could carry Yi Changlan's surname, thereby recognizing Yi Changlan's identity as the father. At this point, Yi Changlan gave a wry smile. His lips pressed together as exhaustion showed on his face. But when Xiuxian saw his expression, she became discontented. Grabbing Yi Changlan's cheeks between her two hands, she snapped irritably. What kind of expression is that? The two successive sect masters of Lingxi Sect have both slept with you, and after everything, they've even borne you a child. And yet, you're still unsatisfied. With his lips pursed, Yi Changlan then smiled and said, I'm not dissatisfied with anything, but I am just wondering if Lingxi Sect can survive for that long. As he spoke, Yi Changlan furrowed his brows, recalling a piece of information that Nong Xiuxian had told him yesterday. The Divine Devil Ancient Sect has already gathered over 1.6 million troops in the Mobei territory and plans to launch a large-scale attack on Lingxi Sect within a week. At that time, Lingxi Sect's 1.8 million combat disciples will be wiped out instantly, and everyone will die. While they haven't attacked yet, seize the opportunity to flee. Recalling this, Xuanhuan suddenly didn't know how to bring up the matter to Xiuxian. Chapter 39. Kanglin turns out to be a pervert. However, after Xiuxian heard Kanglin's words, she frowned and said, "What did you say just now? What do you mean that Lingxi Sect will still exist for so long? Are you cursing Lingxi Sect to face extermination?" At this moment, Xiuxian clearly showed her dissatisfaction, and her attitude toward Kanglin worsened. Kanglin smiled and said, "My point is, with our current ability, can we overthrow Xiao? Although she has made many mistakes recently, the fundamentals are still in place. It's not easy to bring her down." Hearing this, Xiuxian let out a light snort and replied, "You don't need to worry about that. I have my ways." Looking at her proud little expression, Kanglin couldn't help but smile gently. Just as he wanted to ask what good methods she had, suddenly a voice came from outside the door. "Kanglin, are you there?" After hearing the voice, both Kanglin and Xiuxian were shocked, especially Kanglin, who said dumbfoundedly, "Shit, why is woman Xiao coming again?" As he spoke, he looked at Xiuxian. At this moment, they were both naked, and if Xiao saw them, how could they explain? Before Kanglin could think of what to do, Xiao from outside directly pushed the door open and said, "If you don't respond, then I'll come in." The door was immediately opened, and Xiao saw Kanglin sitting on the bed with a forced smile, and his quilt looked unusually bulging, as if something had been stuffed inside. Then Kanglin somewhat awkwardly asked, "Is there anything? Why did you bother to come over at such a late hour?" Under the quilt, Xiuxian rolled her eyes and silently cursed. "Such a coward, you're already divorced from my sister. What do you even fear? It's like some illicit affair." However, Xiao had already come close. If she pulled back the quilt at this moment, it would be interesting. But Xiao didn't do that. She just glanced at Kanglin, who forced a laugh, and said, "So early to sleep? Without clothes? I remember you didn't used to sleep naked before, right?" With a twitched mouth corner, Kanglin replied, "After living separately from you, I developed a preference for sleeping naked. Don't mention it, quite comfortable indeed." Xiao glanced around at the ground, where Kanglin's clothes were scattered all over the floor. Right away, she picked up a piece of torn cloth and smelled it by her nose. Then she said, "Why does this piece of cloth feel exactly like the material of women's underwear? There's even a faint fragrance on it." As she spoke, she turned her gaze toward Kanglin again. Just when Kanglin was about to offer an explanation, Xiao tossed the piece of cloth aside with disgust and continued, "At least you used to be the former young commander of Lingxi Sect, yet you're stealing girls' intimate clothing? Are you really unafraid of disgrace if people found out?" At this moment, Xiao seemed to label Kanglin as a thief, one who steals female undergarments. She must have imagined scenes of Kanglin taking the stolen items to secretly comfort himself in his cave. It was a truly unpleasant sight. She casually reached into her storage ring and took out a scroll of document, then tossed it at Kanglin, saying, "Here, take it. You've already achieved your goal. I have nothing to say. Maybe this is fate. Apparently, I am destined not to be rid of you." Upon hearing these words, Kanglin subconsciously grabbed the document and asked, "What is this?" Xiao explained, "The marriage contract for remarriage. Sign your name and stamp your magical seal. Then we'll be officially remarried." Upon hearing this, Kanglin reflexively responded, "Remarry?" His eyebrows shot up, ready to question why Xiao would want to remarry him without reason. Suddenly, his face distorted grotesquely, sweat rolling down his forehead as he thought, "Is this woman Xiuxian crazy? Even if the person in front wasn't her older sister but a stranger, it wouldn't be appropriate to cause chaos like this. Isn't she embarrassed at all?" Seeing the monstrous look on Kanglin's face, Xiao sneered coldly once more, saying, "I'm only remarrying you in name only, so you don't need to get so excited, because even if we remarry, I won't share a room with you. You shouldn't blame me for going too far. If anyone's to blame, blame yourself for being clever enough to report to our old ancestor, thereby exerting pressure on me to force this remarriage." After listening to her words, Kanglin was completely dazed. What was this woman talking about? He couldn't understand. At that moment, he raised his hand to signal Xiao to stop, then asked in confusion, "Am I the one who reported you and forced you to remarry me? What are you talking about? Can you make it clearer?" Xiao was now a bit annoyed and coldly said, "Have you not had enough pretense even at this point? Fine. Since you don't care about appearances anymore, neither will I consider your feelings. To cut to the chase, my mother came to see me with instructions from our family's moon sect elder, requiring me to remarry you, or she would take away my position as sect master. At first, I couldn't figure out why the old ancestor cared so much about our marriage, until just now when it suddenly dawned on me. No one else in the Lingxi Sect but you, Kanglin, could persuade the old ancestor and pressure me into making this decision. You secretly complained to our old ancestor, which is why she made this demand. Isn't that right, Kanglin?" After her words fell silent, Xiao coldly chuckled again, her expression icy as she continued. "Originally, yesterday I still felt some pity for you, thinking I shouldn't treat you so harshly since you're also a great contributor to Lingxi Sect. But now it seems I've misjudged you after all. Someone like you, willing to do anything to achieve your goals, no matter what we do to you, it won't be excessive. But unfortunately for you, you miscalculated this time. You should not have meddled with me. Because even if you went to report to the old ancestor and used that to require me to remarry you, I won't let you touch me with a finger. In this world, except for Chang'e, I won't acknowledge anyone as my husband, including you, Kanglin." After Xiao finished speaking, She once again turned her gaze towards Yi Kanglin, and Yi Kanglin twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, finally comprehending Yu Xiao's meaning. It must be the case that the senior ancestor of the Moon Clan threatened to deprive her of the title of Sect Master to force Yu Xiao to remarry him. But the other party mistakenly believed that he had gone to the Moon Clan's senior ancestor to complain, which led the ancestor to interfere in her marriage. Realizing this point, Yi Kanglin sighed with a bitter smile and said, Yu Xiao, you might have misunderstood me. I never visited your senior ancestor. If you don't believe me, check my communication jade plaque and see whether I've spoken a single word about remarrying you to your elder. Moreover, I never thought about remarrying you either. However, Yu Xiao angrily replied, Shut up. I will never believe your deceitful tricks. Right now, immediately sign the remarriage contract without hesitation. I can't stand being here 1 second longer. I need to remind you of another thing. After we remarry, if you dare come within a meter of me, don't blame me for personally eradicating you. Seeing this scene, Yi Kanglin knew that Yu Xiao wouldn't listen to his side of the story, so he looked at the remarriage contract, pondering what to do. Suddenly, Yu Qingyan's voice came from under the quilt. Sister, I can prove that Yi Kanglin has no intention of remarrying you, nor did he tattle to the senior ancestor. As she spoke, Yu Qingyan actually emerged directly from the quilt. Upon seeing her sister naked and hiding in Yi Kanglin's bed, Yu Xiao was shocked. Her pupils contracted sharply, and she gasped. Yu Qingyan, how could you be here? Chapter 40. You're getting back at me, aren't you? Yu Qingyan giggled at this moment. Then she threw off the quilt and walked out, saying slowly, Why would I be here? Can't you figure it out? As she spoke, her slender neck was displayed before Yu Xiaoyou. At this moment, Yu Xiaoyou's delicate little face turned pale instantly, because she clearly saw that her sister's neck had many kiss marks and even scratches. No matter how stupid someone might be, they could easily understand what had happened with this scene. In an instant, Yu Xiaoyou became completely petrified where she stood. Her mind went blank, as if her soul had departed, seemingly unable to believe what was happening right before her eyes. After seeing Yu Xiaoyou's dumbfounded expression, Yu Qingyan giggled again. She seemed to enjoy her sister's uncomfortable look very much. Then she walked to a wardrobe in front of Yu Xiaoyou and pulled out her clothes from it. Then she calmly dressed herself. Long before Yi Kanglin was demoted to Wuyuan Mountain, Yu Qingyan had been in a semi-cohabitation relationship with Yi Kanglin. Therefore, even though her clothes were torn by Yi Kanglin, there were still clean clothes of hers inside Yi Kanglin's wardrobe. When Yu Qingyan put on a completely new set of clothes, she twirled around in front of Yi Kanglin, playfully saying, Dear brother-in-law, can you take a look? Does this dress look good on me? Sweat started trickling down from Yi Kanglin's forehead. He glanced at Yu Xiaoyou who was standing beside him, her head bowed and silent, and said, You just need to feel good about yourself. You don't need to ask me. Hearing this, Yu Qingyan pouted coquettishly. How could that be possible? Unlike certain women who, despite being favored by their husbands, cheat within their marriage, I am always the one who thinks the most about my own husband. As she spoke, she also looked over at Yu Xiaoyou beside her and said with a chuckle, Sis, don't you agree? Women who mess around within their marriage deserve a life of loneliness, never obtaining what they desire. Speaking thusly, Yu Qingyan let out another giggle. It must be said that her laugh sounded extremely pretentious. At this moment, Yu Xiaoyou, frozen on the spot, suddenly raised her head. She first glanced at Yi Kanglin who was still sitting on the bed, then looked at Yu Qingyan. Although her face showed no expression, her eyes were full of intense anger. The next moment, Yu Xiaoyou tapped her storage ring with her finger, causing a sharp green longsword to materialize immediately. This was a magic flying sword artifact that had reached the Dao level. The moment it appeared, Yu Xiaoyou aimed the longsword directly at Yu Qingyan. Her speed was extremely fast, almost impossible for the naked eye to capture. Seeing this, Yu Qingyan let out a cold laugh, as if she had anticipated her sister's sudden attack all along. She pushed off the ground with her foot, her body swiftly retreating backward. The sharp Qingyun sword missed its target, but in the next second, Yu Xiaoyou made a slash forward. A razor-sharp blade of sword Qi shot straight toward Yu Qingyan. Seeing this, Yu Qingyan neither dodged nor blocked it. Instead, she lifted a delicate jade finger and pointed toward it. Swish! The space ahead rippled like water waves. Then a lotus flower flew out from the center of the ripples. The lotus instantly exploded, transforming into countless petals. With a spin, these petals formed a protective shield. Boom! The blade of sword Qi struck the shield, exploding instantly. The terrifying sound of the explosion reverberated throughout the cave residence. Rumbling sounds, cracks appeared on the walls, furniture tipped over everywhere, and large quantities of debris fell from the ceiling above. However, after the explosion cleared, Yu Xiaoyou saw that the lotus shield protecting her sister was intact without a single scratch. At the same time, the lotus shield dispersed suddenly, and Yu Qingyan emerged from within, her palm thrusting forcefully toward Yu Xiaoyou. Yu Xiaoyou was startled internally and instinctively retaliated by raising her hand to strike back. Bang! The two palms collided mid-air, instantly generating a powerful gust of energy that spread outward. Subsequently, both sisters simultaneously retreated to either side. After they stabilized themselves, Yu Qingyan cheerfully asked, Sis, do you still want to fight? By now, Yu Xiaoyou's fury had subsided. She looked across at Yu Qingyan with clear sight and coldly asked, Have you already broken through to the full Lingxi realm? Yu Qingyan chuckled softly, leaning backward gently. Behind her, a giant lotus couch appeared in thin air, supporting her comfortably. She casually rested one leg over the other and slowly said, Sis, you've been the sect leader for too long. Your reaction time has really slowed down. It took you this long to figure it out. By saying this, xiuxian was essentially admitting that her cultivation had reached the Linghuo realm's full capacity. This meant that neither Xiao could handle her, nor could she handle Xiao. Then Xiao turned her cold gaze toward Kanglin, who was sitting on the bed, and asked, Kanglin, what do you mean by this? Kanglin took a deep breath and replied, we're already divorced. According to reason, I shouldn't need to inform you if I'm with anyone, right? Upon hearing this, Xiao suddenly slammed her long sword into the ground and loudly exclaimed, why would you go after her? Don't you know she's my younger sister? As she spoke, she pointed one finger directly at xiuxian across from her. However, Kanglin nonchalantly retorted, there's no blood relation between us. Why can't I be with her? Xiao sounded indignant as she protested. No means no. Have you become so hungry just because we got divorced after such a short time? You couldn't even leave my younger sister alone. Or maybe you're simply getting back at me. Is that it? While saying this, Xiao's voice seemed slightly choked up, as if she were feeling deeply wronged. Chapter 41, A Pending Perception. At this moment, xiuxian spoke up. Sister, you can't say things like that. Yan and xianxia truly love each other. Besides, my qualifications are no worse than yours. Why couldn't he choose me? She stepped closer to Xiao again, smiling mischievously, and said, in terms of cultivation, both of us have reached the perfect spirit fire realm. When it comes to talent, as a sequence saintess of Lingxi Sect, I'm not inferior to you. And now that you two have divorced, why shouldn't I be with him? Xiao completely ignored her sister's words. Instead, she fixed her gaze on xianxia and said, sign the remarriage document now. After you sign it, we'll get back together and continue our marriage as normal. I will live with you as a married couple and give birth to your children. But under one condition, you must never see this woman again. Can you do it? Upon hearing these words, xianxia was somewhat shocked. For Xiao to prevent him from being with her younger sister, she would even agree to live with him as a married couple and bear his children? What kind of enmity could exist between these two sisters that they so detested seeing each other do well? At this point, xiuxian also addressed xianxia. Xianxia, if you dare to sign, then in the future, you'll never see me again. This immediately placed xianxia before a clear choice. He lowered his head and looked at the remarriage document in his hand. After pondering for a while, he slowly tore it up. He then looked at Xiao and said, we've already divorced. There's no going back to how things were before. Can you understand that? The moment Xiao saw xianxia tear up the document, her eyes seemed to redden, and she suddenly let out a bitter laugh. Good. You've chosen her over me. Xianxia, I really didn't expect that less than a month after our divorce, you could be so heartless. Alright, fine. If you think she's better than me, then go ahead and be happy with her. I won't meddle anymore. But I must warn you, today is the first and last time I've actively approached you about reconciliation. In the future, even if you kneel down and beg me to get back together, I won't even glance at you. Not even if you threaten to die will I maintain the slightest connection with you. Our marital bond is severed forever. With that, Xiao turned around and stormed off furiously. Xianxia watched her leave, but made no move to follow her. Xiuxian sat back down at this point. Seeing her elder sister's hurt appearance, she inexplicably felt a twinge of discomfort. But when she remembered everything her sister had done to her in the past, that discomfort vanished entirely. Her eyes then returned to Xianxia as she asked, hey, Xianxia, will you really regret not remarrying her in the future? Xianxia chuckled faintly and said, regret? I'd regret more if I actually remarried her. Xiuxian queried, puzzled, why? Leaning back casually, Xianxia said with crossed arms, so-called marriage documents are nothing more than pieces of paper without any real binding power. Even if we remarried, she'd still end up chasing after Muchanga. Even if she agrees to live with me as a couple, or even give birth to my children, who could guarantee that those kids are indeed mine and not Muchanga's? So, rather than being entangled in a life where I compete with another man for a wife's favor, this kind of existence suits me far better. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian nodded understandingly. Almost everyone in Lingxi Sect knew how deeply Xiao clung to her obsession with Muchanga. As Xiao just exited the residence, walking along the way, she used her long sword to slash through the surrounding trees and vegetation. The images of her ex-husband and her younger sister kept flashing through her mind. Though technically an ex-husband, this situation filled her with anger. In her perspective, Xianxia should never have relations with another woman. Even if she shared a bed with Muchanga, Xianxia wouldn't have gone to any other woman. Even if she disabled his cultivation, dismissed all his positions, or sold him to Lingxi Sect, he still wouldn't do anything to betray her. This wasn't Xiao's random conjecture, but a mindset ingrained during their 300 years together. She had become accustomed to Xiangxia's unilateral sacrifices for her and his steadfast loyalty. Thinking back to the year of her birthday, Xianxia had wanted to get intimate with her, but she had driven him out instead. Then, she turned around and engaged in a heated session with Muchanga in the training chamber. At that time, Xianxia was so consumed by anger with no outlet that he ended up comforting himself in his own room. As absurd as it sounds, that's exactly what happened. Xianxia could only console himself while his wife spent her time drenched in sweat, fervently entwined with her disciple in their private quarters. Even though Xianxia could have sought relief from a palace maid or a servant girl at that moment, he chose not to. Why? Because at that time, Xianxia loved Xiao to such an extent that it had seeped into his very bones. He loved her so much that no matter how extreme Xiao's actions towards him were, he would never complain. Thus, Yu Xiao firmly believed that if she initiated reconciliation, Xuanhuan would gratefully accept her proposal immediately. Even if, after their reunion, she demanded that Xuanhuan must not touch her again and she would continue her intimate relationship with Muchanga, she was confident Xuanhuan would still agree. Precisely because of this deep-rooted love Xuanhuan held for her, Yu Xiao took all his sacrifices and devotion without any emotion. She even said once, "What good does Xuanhuan's affection for me do? If I cannot feel happiness, then what is the point of such a marriage?" However, the scene that unfolded before her eyes today completely overturned all her beliefs. Chapter 42. Yi Kanglin will regret it. How could Yi Kanglin actually be looking for another woman? And what's more, her younger sister xiuxian. For a moment, Yu Xiao even suspected that she had fallen under some kind of illusion. Otherwise, how could such an absurd thing happen right before her eyes? She couldn't possibly accept something like this. Yi Kanglin was her man. Even if she threw him away at Mount Yuanshin, no one else was allowed to pick him up, and no one was permitted to lay a finger on him, not even her own younger sister. Because of this thought, she lost her mind in anger earlier and even attacked xiuxian with her sword. But now, after calming down, the surge of anger has transformed into deep disappointment and pain. Yu Xiao suddenly stopped in her tracks and squatted down. Hugging her legs with both hands, she buried her face in her knees and started sobbing. Each time she imagined xiuxian and Yi Kanglin writhing together on the bed, it felt as if the weakest part of her heart was being cut by a knife. The pain was so intense that she almost went insane. Perhaps experiencing betrayal from someone close for the first time, Yu Xiao's sobs grew louder and louder, eventually turning into uncontrollable weeping. If it weren't deep into the night, disciples of Lingxi Sect would surely have come over to gawk by now. At the same time, a figure emerged out of the darkness. It was none other than Yu Xiao's aunt, Bai Lu. Seeing Yu Xiao squatting on the ground sobbing, she approached and asked, "Xiao, what's wrong with you?" At this point, Bai Lu was speaking to her as her aunt. When Yu Xiao heard Bai Lu's voice, she looked up, recognizing Bai Lu, cried harder, and immediately hugged her neck tightly, wailing uncontrollably. "Auntie, Yi Kanglin, that bastard Yi Kanglin actually slept with another woman behind my back." After hearing these words, Bai Lu's face turned pale. She instinctively wondered if Yu Xiao had discovered her affair with Yi Kanglin. However, the next sentence from Yu Xiao put her at ease. "Just now, when I went to propose remarrying Yi Kanglin, I saw him with that cheap girl, xiuxian. They actually..." Yu Xiao recounted everything that happened. After finishing, she buried her face in Bai Lu's chest. Upon hearing all this, Bai Lu's expression flickered with annoyance. Not because Yi Kanglin had been secretly consorting with xiuxian, but because he dared to make Yu Xiao so upset. In Bai Lu's eyes, her relationship with Yi Kanglin was merely one of underground lovers without any genuine affection between them. Therefore, Bai Lu didn't care at all about Yi Kanglin fooling around with others. But letting Yu Xiao cry so much, that she could not tolerate. After all, Yu Xiao had grown up under her watchful eye, so it was only natural to help Yu Xiao get revenge. With that thought, Bai Lu gently spoke to Yu Xiao. "Xiao, shall I go to Mount Yuanshin later to get some revenge for you?" Bai Lu's tone was icy, suggesting who knew just how she would seek vengeance for Yu Xiao. However, after a good bout of crying, Yu Xiao seemed somewhat calmer. Wiping away her tears roughly, she said, "There's no need. Beating him up would be meaningless. If there's revenge to be exacted, it should be harsher." As she spoke, her eyes slightly narrowed. Seeing this, Bai Lu questioned, "Is there anything you'd like me to do?" Yu Xiao paused for a moment before saying, "No, all we need to do is wait quietly." After hearing this, Bai Lu became somewhat puzzled and softly asked, "Wait?" Yu Xiao lightly nodded and coldly replied, "All along, I haven't quite understood why I ran into Yi Kanglin and xiuxian just as I proposed remarrying him. But now I understand." Saying this, Yu Xiao involuntarily clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with burning fury as she said, "That son of a bitch Yi Kanglin deliberately teamed up with that despicable girl xiuxian to take revenge on me." At this, Bai Lu was slightly startled. "Revenge on you?" Yu Xiao nodded. "I've stripped Yi Kanglin of his cultivation and even cost him a significant portion of his lifespan. So naturally, he would harbor hatred toward me. Especially just now when I went to see him to propose our remarriage and further demanded that he not touch me even after remarrying. So he intentionally made xiuxian appear in front of me to provoke me. The reason why he did this is very simple. He wanted to tell me that he's not someone no one wants. If I don't cherish him, he can easily go to someone else. This is the message he wants to send to me." Upon hearing this, Bai Lu blinked and asked with some confusion, "So what?" Yu Xiao took a deep breath and then coldly replied, "So, in a few days, he will surely come to me of his own accord and talk about getting back together. Because he thinks that after I see him fooling around with xiuxian, I'll become anxious, even worried, and when he proposes reuniting, I'll agree immediately. In fact, he might use this opportunity to drive Chang'e away. Thus, he can achieve two goals at once." After listening to this, Bai Lu couldn't help but be amazed. Yi Kanglin is quite scheming. As she spoke, she asked Yu Xiao again, "Then what should we do afterward?" Yu Xiao smirked coldly. "When he comes to propose getting back together, I'll pretend to fall for it and agree with his plan. But when the time comes, I will let him taste the consequences of playing with me. If he likes having sex with other women right in front of me, then when the time comes, I will have sex with Chang'e right in front of him, and let's see who will ruin each other first." Saying this, Yu Xiao slightly narrowed her eyes. However, Bai Lu said, "But how are you going to explain it to Divine Palace? The great elders demand that you and Yi Kanglin reunite immediately. Otherwise, they will strip you of your position as sect leader." Yu Xiao responded indifferently. I will deal with the patriarch myself. I believe they will understand. Hearing this, Bai Lu didn't say anything further. At this moment, Yu Xiao walked toward the palace quarters. While walking, a venomous look flashed in her eyes. Yi Kanglin, do you think your little scheme will make me value you more? How ridiculous. You'd better suppress yourself forever and never come to me proposing reconciliation, or I'll make you understand what humiliation truly means. Chapter 43, Beautiful Mistress. The next day, Yi Changlan was tidying things up inside his cave dwelling. Based on the intelligence provided by Nong Xiuxian, the Divine Demon Sect would begin attacking Lingxi Sect in a few more days. Taking advantage of the situation not being completely chaotic yet, Yi Changlan thought it best to pack up first, so when it came time to flee, there wouldn't be any panic. However, while collecting his items, Yi Changlan's brow furrowed. He was pondering if he should bring others along when the Divine Demon Sect attacked. Though Yi Changlan detested Yu Xiao and her group of disciples immensely, there were many people within Lingxi Sect with whom Yi Changlan had decent relationships. He didn't want to just let them perish. For instance, Yu Qingyan. After all, she was carrying his child. If he left her alone, when the Divine Demon Sect invaded, the only result awaiting her would surely be death after brutal violation. And then there was Bai Lu. Though the relationship between Yi Changlan and her wasn't very close either, at least she had given birth to his daughter for him. To leave her here, as is, would seem inappropriate. For a moment, Yi Changlan began to feel conflicted. He carelessly packed all his organized luggage into his storage ring and grabbed a bottle of wine. At the same time, he opened the system interface. Host, Yi Changlan. Current lifespan, 234 years, 3 months, 27 days. Stored lifespan, 96 years, 1 month, 6 days. Upon seeing the system interface, Yi Changlan felt much more at ease. Ever since mastering the art of brewing, transforming all longevity fruits into even better longevity-enhancing fruit wines, Yi Changlan's daily lifespan could now increase by over 90 years. Including today, Yi Changlan's remaining lifespan had reached 234 years. And the enhancement in longevity from the bottle of fruit wine in his hand also reached the 96 years level. Without much thought, Yi Changlan raised the gourd and gulped down its contents. As the liquor entered his stomach, waves of energy started gathering in Yi Changlan's body, accompanied by a strong life force rapidly expanding. About half an hour later, the gourd was empty, and the system interface updated. Host, Yi Changlan. Current lifespan, 330 years, 5 months, 2 days. Stored lifespan, 0 days. Upon seeing that his lifespan had successfully broken through to 300 years, Yi Changlan couldn't help but chuckle. At this rate, it wouldn't take long before his lifespan could reach 1,000 years, perhaps even 10,000 years. By then, he truly could match the heaven's lifespan. The only downside was that the combat power enhancement brought by these years of life was rather vague. In the absence of Nong Xiuxian, Yi Changlan couldn't determine how powerful 300 years of cultivation really was. He could only wait until his next entry into the Universe Starstone to ask him again. But, right as Yi Changlan was thinking like this, his eyes slightly widened. He immediately turned his head and smiled towards a certain direction behind him. Mistress, what brings you here? After his words faded, a transparent figure materialized in Yi Changlan's cave dwelling. This person was none other than Li Xiaoxiang, the Divine Palace Judge, who was also Yi Changlan's mother-in-law and mistress. Li Xiaoxiang gracefully walked forward. Seeing that the cave dwelling had already been cleared out, she said, preparing to move back to the young marshal's residence. Are we? Hearing this, Yi Changlan dryly coughed and laughed, sort of. At this point, Li Xiaoxiang sat down beside the bed, revealing her pair of snow-white and slender legs. Then, she leisurely asked, why did you not agree to reconcile with Xiao yesterday? Hearing this, Yi Changlan immediately snapped back to reality and said, do we even have the necessity to reconcile? The one she cares about is Mu Chang'e, and I don't want to keep acting like a love slave. In that case, then I will grant her freedom. Continuing together will only make both of us very tired. Li Xiaoxiang fell silent for a while upon hearing this, then slowly said, last night, she went to the Divine Palace once, telling our Great Elder about your refusal to reconcile with her. As a result, our Great Elder became enraged and directly stripped her of her position as Sect Master, ordering me to serve as acting Sect Master. Upon hearing this, Yi Changlan's pupils constricted as he exclaimed in shock, stripped her of her position as Sect Master? Is that necessary? At this, Li Xiaoxiang reclined, accentuating her perfect figure even more. Then Li Xiaoxiang propped her head up with one hand and lazily said, this concerns the life and death of the sect. Do you think it isn't? Furrowing his brow, Yi Changlan said after a brief period of calm thought, has something happened? Li Xiaoxiang let out a laugh. What do you think? At this, Yi Changlan also took a seat on a stool. He casually picked up a gourd of wine and downed a mouthful, saying, so what exactly happened? Without hesitation, Li Xiaoxiang explained clearly. Not long ago, our Yu family's great elder used the celestial prediction technique to divine that Lingxi Sect might face impending bloodshed in the near future, even a massacre. And the source of disaster comes from the north. The great elder surmises it may have something to do with the recent activities of the Divine Demon Sect. So he planned to recruit you into the Divine Palace to discuss the matter. But his subordinates informed him that you had been demoted by Xiao, that girl, to a servitor disciple, and had all your cultivation prowess stripped. Upon learning this, the great elder became furious and wanted to personally punish Xiao for her actions. However, the other grand elders managed to persuade him against doing so. Nevertheless, he still issued an ultimatum demanding that Xiao immediately reconcile with you, or else she would lose her position as sect master. Instead, that stubborn girl completely ignored it, telling the Great Elder she would only agree if you came crawling to her to ask for reconciliation. After hearing this, the Great Elder instantly dismissed her from the position of sect master and ordered me to act as the temporary sect master. After listening to the full story, xuanhuan's face revealed a hint of realization, but deep inside, he began pondering. Yulong, that old man, is truly becoming more adept at celestial prediction, capable of divining even the upcoming rebellion of the Divine Demon Sect. But speaking of which, it's quite astonishing that he was so infuriated over my demotion, showing how much that old man really values me. With these thoughts in mind, Xuanhuan spoke to his beautiful mistress. Beautiful mistress, when it comes to dealing with the Divine Demon Sect, I'm afraid I cannot offer any assistance. Chapter 44. Xiao, your mom is truly beautiful. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiang revealed an expression as if she had expected such a response. She apparently guessed that Kanglin would say something like this, so she directly said, if you can't help, then there will be no one in Lingxi Sect who can. Kanglin crossed his arms, asking instinctively, why? At this point, Li Xiaoxiang sat up from the bed and slowly said, 800 years ago, the Divine Demon Ancient Sect was the ruling force of the Jin Tian domain. But due to cruel killings, the suffering among common people led to widespread resentment. Until one day, our Yu family's founding ancestor led countless commoners to revolt with makeshift weapons, setting out on a path to punish the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. That battle lasted for a full decade before they were finally driven out of the Jin Tian domain, and our ancestor founded a new ruling power here, Lingxi Sect. However, Lingxi Sect's rule over the entire Jin Tian domain wasn't stable. Without mentioning anything else, those members of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect have been causing trouble ever since Lingxi Sect was established. The successive leaders also spent a lot of time trying to completely annihilate these remnants of the previous dynasty. But they were just like cockroaches, impossible to exterminate. Sometimes, we would even be severely injured by their attacks. This situation continued until 300 years ago when your arrival brought about a change. The previous leader, your master, entrusted us, the 4 women and the entire Lingxi Sect, to you on his deathbed. He originally hoped that before Xiao could grow into her full strength, you would protect Lingxi Sect from collapsing too quickly. But unexpectedly, after taking power, you carried out bold reforms, significantly enhancing Lingxi Sect's overall combat power. Afterwards, you ruthlessly suppressed and cleansed the rebellious Divine Demon Ancient Sect. Not exaggerating, during these 300 years under your rule, it has been the hardest period for both the Divine Demon Ancient Sect and other insurgent forces. Now that the Divine Demon Ancient Sect has made a comeback, they carry enough strength to overthrow the entire Lingxi Sect. Against such a group of madmen, apart from you, Kanglin, there is not a single person within Lingxi Sect who can deal with them. After finishing her words, Li Xiaoxiang calmly looked at Kanglin. Now do you know why our old ancestor got so angry when learning that Xiao didn't reunite with you? Kanglin sneered. They think they can tie me down through marriage and make me continue doing work for them. However, I've lost all interest in you Xiao already. Marriage means nothing but a joke to me now. On the contrary, if they really want to win me over, it'd be better for them to offer some real compensations. Perhaps, I might consider. After hearing this, Li Xiaoxiang lightly pressed her crimson lips together and immediately approached Kanglin. In Kanglin's somewhat surprised gaze, she suddenly sat on his legs. Master Mother, what are you doing? Looking at his gorgeous mother-in-law, Kanglin felt quite bewildered. And then Li Xiaoxiang coquettishly asked, didn't you say you wanted some compensation? What if I offer myself as your compensation? Would you accept? As she spoke, her delicate arms encircled Kanglin's neck. Meanwhile, a highly tempting fragrance wafted toward Kanglin's nose. Gulped. Kanglin couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The next moment, Kanglin's hands encircled the slender waist of his mother-in-law, and he slowly said, Mother-in-law, don't you realize how dangerous this statement is? Li Xiaoxiang brought her face close to Kanglin, softly breathing. What's dangerous about it? Would you dare to consume me? Her seductive demeanor was much stronger than Yu Qingyan's. No, it seemed Yu Qingyan learned her charming allure from her mother. At this moment, Kanglin suddenly lifted his mother-in-law and placed her on the bed. Unable to resist, Li Xiaoxiang rolled her eyes and complained, can't you be gentler? Hearing this, Kanglin chuckled, then started to kiss her. The activities inside the room lasted for a full half-hour. When everything calmed down, Kanglin lay on the bed, exhausted, while Li Xiaoxiang rested on his chest. Then, Li Xiaoxiang grumbled, Brat, what if I get pregnant? What will you do? Upon hearing this, Kanglin was startled. How could he forget to take contraceptive measures just now? Otherwise, if he ends up getting mother-in-law pregnant, it would make it even harder for him to break away from Lingxi Sect in the future. With this in mind, Kanglin said, Mother-in-law, how about I refine some contraceptives for you? Would you be willing to take them now? At his words, Li Xiaoxiang burst into laughter immediately. What a great idea. Boy, after having your fun, you think you can just walk away with a slap on the butt? There's no way that's going to happen. Chapter 45, Li Xiaoxiang's thoughts. Kanglin was suddenly a little confused by the situation. The main reason was that Yu Qingyan was already pregnant, and if she knew that his mother's belly also swelled because of him, wouldn't she want to kill him? Thinking about this, Kanglin decided he should try to persuade Li Xiaoxiang. But Li Xiaoxiang immediately sat up in bed. While tying her hair back, she said. Alright, I'll take contraceptive pills once I get home. You don't need to worry about it. After hearing that Li Xiaoxiang was willing to take the contraceptive pills, Yi Kanglin slightly sighed in relief. Then, he hugged her slim waist from behind, rested his chin on her delicate shoulder, and smiled, saying, I'm not someone who leaves after enjoying pleasures. It's just that the current situation outside is chaotic. If you bear a child now, it won't be easy to take care of. So when things stabilize, if you wish to have a child, we'll have one, alright? Li Xiaoxiang cooed in agreement with no objections but sneered inwardly. When the situation stabilizes, who knows which random woman you will chase. Using this opportunity, I must first conceive your child so I can bind you tightly to Lingxi Sect. If you think you can escape, think again in the next life. With this thought, Li Xiaoxiang sneered again quietly. In reality, as soon as Li Xiaoxiang entered the cave, she had realized that Yi Kanglin might be preparing to leave. If Yi Kanglin intended to return to the young commander's residence, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? So, to firmly bind Yi Kanglin to Lingxi Sect, Li Xiaoxiang conceived the idea of having his child. Based on her understanding of Yi Kanglin, although he was ruthless and would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, he was very good to those close to him. For someone like him, only a child could hold on to him for the long term. Recalling this, Li Xiaoxiang suddenly asked, By the way, Yi Kanglin, do you know anything about the toxins used by the Divine Demon Sect? Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin paused for a moment, unsure why his beautiful teacher suddenly brought it up. Nevertheless, he replied, I know a little, but not much. What? Li Xiaoxiang hesitated for a moment, and then said, Xiao's aunt, Yu, was injured by Divine Demon Sect assassins in Xuanhuan City 3 days ago. A special toxin was injected into her body, and the alchemists within the sect are powerless against it. Longqing mentioned that you had previously resolved similar toxins. So, I hope you can help save Ryu. Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin fell into deep contemplation. His relationship with Ryu wasn't particularly warm or hostile. During the early years when Yi Kanglin managed Lingxi Sect, she supported him, and their relationship resembled more of a superior-subordinate dynamic. Under normal circumstances, over time, Yi Kanglin might have developed feelings for Ryu. However, an incident later changed their relationship. After Yi Kanglin dealt with the rebellion intentions of Lingxi Sect's non-family royalty members, he invited Ryu for drinks to celebrate. They both got drunk, leading to something inappropriate between them. That night left cracks in their relationship. Though Ryu did not blame Yi Kanglin or demand responsibility from him, he could sense that the way she looked at him had changed. After all, Ryu and Yi Kanglin both had families. She had her husband, and he had his wife. It goes without saying how uncomfortable two married people would feel after engaging in such actions. Even worse, Ryu was Xiao's aunt and the sister of Yi Kanglin's master, layering even more complications in their tangled relations, making Yi Kanglin uneasy to face her. Yet, factually speaking, Ryu did not trouble Yi Kanglin for long. Following that experience, Ryu requested a transfer away from the main Lingxi sect to the Changyue town garrison, which the sect promptly approved. From then on, there was no more entanglement between Yi Kanglin and Ryu. Who would have thought, 17 years later, they'd meet again? How has she been doing? Thinking about this, Yi Kanglin couldn't help but bitterly chuckle. Seeing this, Li Xiaoxiang subconsciously assumed that Yi Kanglin was unwilling to lend a hand, so she said, Yi Kanglin, Ryu has been your old partner after all. I hope you don't let Xiao's issues affect your willingness to help her. After all, she might still be unaware that you've been demoted. As Li Xiaoxiang was about to say something more, Yi Kanglin raised a hand and said, Teacher, I'll definitely save you Ryu. It's not that big of an issue. Besides, as you mentioned, we have been old partners after all, so I'll lend a hand for this. Only then did Li Xiaoxiang nod in satisfaction. That's more like it. With that, Yi Kanglin got up from the bed and casually pulled out an undamaged piece of clothing to wear. His previous clothes had all been torn apart just moments ago, so he now needed to find another set. Li Xiaoxiang also stood up at the same time to put on her clothes. She took new garments from her storage ring and put them on similarly. After both of them finished dressing, Li Xiaoxiang seemed to recall something and suddenly said, Oh yeah, Yi Kanglin, Ryu's daughter has come along too. She is with Ryu at the pharmacy right now, but the girl has quite a bad temper. When you meet her, try your best not to get into any conflict with her, alright? As soon as these words left her lips, Yi Kanglin stumbled in his step and almost fell to the ground. Then, with a look of horror, he turned towards Li Xiaoxiang and exclaimed wide-eyed, Daughter? When did Ryu have a daughter? Why didn't I know about this? Li Xiaoxiang rolled her eyes, saying, All you do every day is focus on the sect's official duties and those rebels outside. How would you have time to listen to such trivial matters? As she said this, she gave Yi Kanglin a suspicious glance and asked, But come to think of it, why are you so nervous about it? Feeling somewhat guilty, Yi Kanglin scratched his nose and chuckled, saying, Nothing, just curiosity. How old is her daughter? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiang thought for a moment before replying. She was born on March 8th of the 827th year of Shengwu era, so she should be around 16 years old by now. Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin felt startled inside. Born in the 827th year of Shengwu era? That year happened to be the second year after Yi Kanglin and Ryu broke up. Chapter 46, Jiang Xinxin. After realizing this, Yi Changlan's expression became somewhat uneasy, and he kept comforting himself. Ryu has her own husband, and the daughter she gave birth to should be her husband's. After all, they only had sex once. It couldn't possibly be so coincidental that she conceived then. Besides, even if she did conceive, why didn't she find him? Instead, she quietly lived in Changyue City. Thinking of this, Xianxia exhaled a bit and asked Li Xiaoxiang, "Was you Ryu's daughter hurt by the assassins from the Divine Demon Ancient Sect?" Li Xiaoxiang had already dressed properly. In response to Xianxia's inquiry, she shook her head and said, "The girl wasn't injured, but she was startled a little. She should have recovered by now. However, just in case, when you go there, you'd better check on her as well. If she were poisoned with some unknown toxin, it would be troublesome." Xianxia nodded lightly at this and asked again, "By the way, what is her name? I wouldn't want to go there not knowing her name." "Jiang Xinxin, that's her name. Once you get there, you'll immediately recognize her." Recalling the image of Jiang Xinxin in her mind, Li Xiaoxiang couldn't help but chuckle lightly. I wonder who she inherited that fiery temper from. She doesn't look like either her father or mother. She's more like a tomboy. Xuanhuan pursed his lips slightly, not saying anything more. He picked up something and prepared to leave. At this moment, however, Li Xiaoxiang's communication jade tablet started ringing. Xuanhuan paused in his steps, turned around, and looked at Li Xiaoxiang, asking, "What happened?" Li Xiaoxiang took out her jade tablet and said, "Seems like Mu Chang'e isn't completely useless after all. He actually managed to bring back those assassins from the Divine Demon Ancient Sect." As she spoke, she approached Xianxia and handed over the jade tablet, saying, "You can take a look yourself. That boy managed to capture all the assassins within 5 hours. It seems he isn't entirely useless after all." Upon hearing this, Xianxia took the jade tablet and briefly scanned it. There were only 10 assassins, and it took him 5 hours. Li Xiaoxiang quickly snatched back the jade tablet, dissatisfied, saying, "What do you know? Don't underestimate these assassins just because their numbers are few. Their hiding skills are incredibly strong." On the night when Ryu was attacked, all the officers in Xianxia City came out, but none of them could catch the assassins. So, I let Mu Chang'e atone for his sins by personally heading to Xianxia City to capture those assassins. I thought he might need several days, but surprisingly, he accomplished it in 3 hours, far exceeding my expectations. After listening to this, Xianxia slightly furrowed his eyebrows. For some reason, he felt like this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. But he couldn't exactly pinpoint where the issue lay. So eventually, he shook his head and decided not to dwell on these trivial matters. "Are you about to return to the enforcement hall to interrogate those assassins, Master Mother?" Li Xiaoxiang lightly nodded her head. "Since they've been caught, I definitely need to conduct an interrogation. After all, if members of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect can evade the sentries of the Blackwater platform and infiltrate into the direct jurisdiction city of the Lingxi Sect, this is inherently a very dangerous situation." Hearing this, Xianxia fell silent. At that moment, both of them walked out of the cave, dwelling together. After walking for a stretch, they separated. Xianxia was heading towards the clinic, while Li Xiaoxiang was going to the interrogation room of the enforcement hall. About half an hour later, Xianxia arrived at the front of the clinic. When Xianxia entered the clinic, he saw that in the courtyard, rows of wounded lay on the ground. All these wounded were Lingxi Sect disciples stationed in Xianxia City. However, their bodies had been poisoned by a special kind of toxin, turning their skin greenish, and their faces were twisted in unbearable pain, issuing cries that resembled wild animals. If their bodies hadn't been tied down with ropes, they probably would have already gone berserk. At this moment, inside one of the wards in the clinic, sounds of broken objects echoed loudly. It sounded like either medicine pots or other items being shattered. Immediately after, a young and inexperienced female voice rang out. "Get out. All of you get out. You useless bunch of waste. You can't even cure this poison. What good are you to the Lingxi Sect? Listen up. I give you 15 minutes to find a pharmacist who can cure this poison. I'm telling you, my mother is the current sect leader's own aunt. If anything happens to her, all of you will die." Following that, a large number of physicians poured out from the ward, looking disheveled as they exited. Some of them even had torn clothes, clearly clotted by someone. At the same moment, a familiar figure also emerged. "Commander Yi, you've finally come." Xianxia looked toward the voice and discovered that the person who had arrived was actually Yu Xiao's personal maid, Little Fish. Xianxia approached her and instinctively inquired, "What happened? All this commotion, why do those physicians look like that?" Upon hearing this, Little Fish revealed a helpless expression. She gestured with her chin toward the direction of the ward and said helplessly, "Just don't ask. That little ancestor inside finds our clinic's physicians incompetent because they can't save her mother. Now, she's raging inside. And that's not all. I went through so much trouble to gather another group of doctors for her, but she just chased them away and even used threats to scare them." After hearing this, Xianxia walked straight ahead, speaking as he went, "I'll go take a look." Little Fish nodded slightly upon hearing this, then followed Xianxia into the room. However, as soon as the two stepped into the ward, a sharp longsword instantly thrust towards Xianxia. Little Fish's heart leapt in alarm, and she subconsciously wanted to protect Xianxia, but she realized the speed of the sword was too fast for her to block with her strength. Meanwhile, Xianxia simply raised 2 fingers and directly clamped the oncoming longsword. He then turned his gaze toward the girl holding the sword and slowly said, "No wonder no one could cure your mother. With your attitude, anyone would run away." Right at that moment, standing before Xianxia was a vivacious young beauty. She appeared to be about 16 or 17 years old, with a well-proportioned figure. While she wasn't as voluptuous and stunning as Yu Qingyan or Li Xiaoxiang, her figure was extremely balanced, giving off an aura of height and purity. However, the killing intent in her eyes bore no resemblance to the temperament expected of someone her age. With ease, Jiang Xinxin pulled the longsword back from Xianxia's grasp and coldly spoke. "You're not a physician from the clinic, yet you dared to barge into my mother's ward uninvited. If I don't kill you, then who should I kill? Hearing this, xianxia chuckled and glanced at Yu lying unconscious on the bed nearby. Her condition was similar to the others outside. Her face was pale green, and her expression showed immense suffering. But instead of screaming, she lay quietly on the bed, gasping for breath continuously. Seeing this, xianxia looked at Jiang Xinxin and asked, "Do you know who I am?" Jiang Xinxin replied indignantly, "Who cares who you are? If you can't save my mother, get out." Still furious, Jiang Xinxin was tormented by seeing her mother lying there in unbearable pain, while all the doctors kept saying they were helpless. Which daughter wouldn't be infuriated hearing such words? Especially now, with this unknown person suddenly showing up before her. It only made her more annoyed. Naturally, she showed xianxia no respect. Chapter 47, Detoxification. But Kanglin was smiling and said, "I am an old acquaintance of your mother." With that, he walked directly toward the hospital bed. Seeing this, Jiang Xinxin wanted to block Kanglin's way, but xiaoyer standing beside her stopped her, saying, "Miss Jiang, he is Yitanglin, a great commander of our Lingxi Sect." Upon hearing this, the somewhat irritated look on Jiang Xinxin's face instantly changed. Shocked, she exclaimed, He is Commander Kanglin." Then, she looked at Kanglin again, clearly showing some disbelief. The first powerful statesman of the Lingxi Sect, Kanglin, actually came personally to treat her mother. This was almost inconceivable. However, Kanglin paid no attention to the shocked gaze of the young girl as he approached Yu, looking at the familiar face now full of suffering. At this moment, Yu slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Kanglin, she unexpectedly asked, "Why have you come?" Kanglin took one of her hands and began to feel her pulse, following by saying, "If I didn't come, you might not have survived." Yu bit her lips slightly and then turned her head away. She was originally not someone who liked to talk, especially when facing an old friend. She found it even harder to say anything. Kanglin didn't mind her reaction. After taking her pulse briefly, he snapped his fingers lightly. In the next moment, a flame surged up on his finger. Then, this clump of spirit energy constituted flame was pressed onto Yu's pulse by Kanglin. SSS. Feeling the burning sensation from her wrist, Yu couldn't help but gasp, sweat immediately flowing down her forehead. Jiang Xinxin, seeing her mother's situation, worriedly shouted, "Mother!" But xiaoyer once again stopped her, saying, "Miss Jiang, let's not stay here. It will affect General Ye's treatment for your mother. Let's wait outside." Saying so, xiaoyer practically dragged Jiang Xinxin out. Subsequently, there were only Yu and Kanglin left in this ward. Kanglin poured a great deal of fire element positive spirit energy into Yu's body while asking, "What happened on the night you were attacked? The Divine Demon Ancient Sect aren't just brutes. I can't figure out why they would actively attack you." Currently, Yu's temperature quickly increased, her complexion becoming a little flushed. Black smoke immediately rose from the top of her head, and black sweat flowed out of her skin. As these substances were expelled, Yu's body visibly recovered at an alarming rate. At this point, she calmly said, "The people of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect tried to recruit me. They told me their sect leader had gathered over 1,000,000 ancient heavenly demon armies and was about to launch a strong offensive against the Lingxi Sect. At that time, no one in the Lingxi Sect will survive. If I surrender to them willingly and open the city gates of Xuanhuan City during their invasion, letting them surge in, they promised they wouldn't harm me or my daughter. I refused, so they attacked me. Especially the leading person, whose strength was very powerful, at least reaching the peak of the spirit fire realm. The strength of the other 9 individuals was also formidable, mostly having the xuanhuan realm level, and under their combined efforts, I lost." Cough, cough, cough. Before long, Yu coughed forcefully, spitting out a large amount of dark bruised pus and blood. These were all toxins inside Yu's body. Seeing this, Kanglin said, "How about their individual strength? Do you think, with Lingxi Sect's combat personnel strength, can we deal with them?" After catching her breath, Yu's complexion improved slightly. She paused briefly before saying, "It's impossible. Our combat personnel from the Lingxi Sect are definitely no match for them. The members of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect have mastered a special method somewhere unknown. This will allow their bodies to enter a state where physical endurance is nearly infinite, and their recovery speed increases tenfold. Even if their bodies are severed, they grow back instantly. Also, their strength and speed increase significantly, and they secrete a highly potent toxin within their bodies. If their blood comes into contact with you, or if you're scratched by their claws, you'll be poisoned. Once poisoned, the toxin will spread rapidly. The victim's physical condition will deteriorate quickly within a dozen breaths, and they'll eventually be bitten to death. With our Lingxi Sect's combat personnel strength, at least 4 people must be mobilized simultaneously to take out 1 member of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. And this is still a very conservative estimate. On a real battlefield, the ratio might be even higher." Upon hearing this, Kanglin's expression turned grim. The situation described by Yu matched the intelligence given to him by Nong Xiaoxian. It would take 3 or 4 fighters from the Lingxi Sect to deal with a single disciple of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. In that case, when the enemy's army of 1,000,000 troops attacked the Lingxi Sect, the existing military forces of Lingxi would indeed not be able to withstand it. Thinking about this, Kanglin suddenly felt hesitant for a moment, unsure of how to proceed. Half an hour later, Kanglin stopped channeling fire element positive spirit energy into Yu. He then took a bottle of medicinal liquid from his storage ring and handed it to her to drink. Yu obediently drank down the medicine. Afterwards, the greenish hue on her face completely disappeared, and the sensation in her body of being devoured by thousands of insects also vanished. Her overall mental state had recovered significantly. She sat up in bed, her eyes showing a flicker of gratitude towards Yi Kanglin as she said, "Your medical skills have advanced quite a bit over these years." Yi Kanglin also lightly chuckled and replied, "My medical skills were taught by you. If you hadn't left back then, perhaps my skills would be even stronger than they are now." Hearing this, Yu Riyu's originally relaxed and pleasant expression instantly turned somber. She turned her head away and softly said, "Can we not bring up things from the past?" Seeing this, Yi Kanglin understood that she didn't wish to recall their night of passion, so he nodded and said, "All right, I won't say anything more." He stood up from the bedside and walked towards the door. After opening the door, Yi Kanglin said to Xiaoyu and Zhang Xinxin sitting on the steps outside, "Your mother has recovered. You can come in now." At these words, Zhang Xinxin, who had been feeling drowsy, immediately perked up, excitedly standing from her seat. She exclaimed, "My mother has recovered? Really?" Saying this, she eagerly rushed into the room. Indeed, upon entering, she saw that her mother was already back to normal, looking much rosier than before. Zhang Xinxin ran over, tearfully saying, "Mother." While shouting this, she immediately threw herself into her mother's arms, sobbing joyfully. "You're finally safe. You scared me half to death." Seeing this, Yu Riyu giggled and tenderly wiped away the tears on her daughter's face, saying, "Foolish child, what are you afraid of? With Uncle Yi here, why would you worry?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinxin remembered something and turned to look at Yi Kanglin outside the door, laughing. "Then, I should go thank him now." Yu Ryu gave a gentle and said, "Go ahead." As soon as the words were spoken, Zhang Xinxin walked out again. However, as Yu Ryu gazed at Zhang Xinxin's retreating figure, her expression suddenly became extremely complicated, her heart filled with a swirl of mixed emotions. Chapter 48, Furious Yuxiao. Outside, Yitanglan at this moment handed a prescription to the pharmacist here and said, "These are prescriptions for curing the undead poison of the divine demon ancient sect. Follow the notes on it to collect the ingredients and send them to the medicine refining room for preparation." The pharmacists, upon receiving the prescription, gratefully said, "Thank you, Commander Yi." They then turned and left. After they all left, Zhang Xinxin walked over. She shyly said, "Uncle Yi." "No, Commander Yi, my mother sent me to thank you for rescuing us." Yi Canglan glanced at the girl and smiled, saying, "If you really want to thank me, then next time we meet, don't try stabbing me with your sword." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinxin's face turned red, as she had lost control due to her emotions earlier and did something impulsive. She now pouted in a teasing manner. "All right, I won't do that next time." Yi Canglan nodded lightly, but seemed to recall something else. He suddenly asked Zhang Xinxin, "By the way, why is it only you taking care of your mother? Where's your father? Didn't he come with you?" Zhang Xinxin's face immediately showed a hint of sorrow. Lowering her head, she paused silently for a moment before replying. "My father passed away 2 years ago. Now it's just me and my mother." Yi Canglan was slightly surprised and said, "He passed away?" Zhang Xinxin nodded and added, "He contracted a rare cold poison, which paralyzed him, and he stayed bedridden. Ever since I can remember, he was lying there like a wooden statue, unable to move." After hearing this, Yi Canglan blinked a few times and subconsciously responded, "Cold poisons typically take 20 years before symptoms fully manifest." In other words, he must have been afflicted by the cold poison at least 22 years ago and has been bedridden ever since. Zhang Xinxin replied with an innocent look, "I'm not sure about that. Mother never told me anything, and neither did the family steward." Yi Canglan, after hearing this, felt a deep chill inside. A fake smile appeared on his face as he murmured, "Shit, karma." On a forest path outside the medical hall, Yu Qingyan happily strolled toward its direction. Judging from her appearance, it seemed as though she had encountered something truly delightful. However, before she could get closer to the medical hall, a voice interrupted her. "Are you this happy just because you stole someone else's husband?" With the sound of this voice, Yu Qingyan stopped in her tracks and looked in the direction of the speaker. The former sect leader, Yu Xiao, slowly emerged from the shadows, her expression dark, almost feral. In her hand, she gripped the sharp blue cloud longsword, as if preparing to kill. Seeing this, Yu Qingyan couldn't help but smirked slightly. "Oh, elder sister, what a pleasant surprise to bump into you here. Are you also here to find Yi Canglan?" Yu Xiao didn't answer her question, but instead continued approaching her. The tip of her blue cloud longsword actually carved a groove into the ground. Her expression filled with hatred as she spat. "You know very well that Yi Canglan is my ex-husband. Why do you seduce him?" Yu Qingyan froze briefly at this statement before laughing coquettishly. "What nonsense, sister. I have official duties to handle. I don't have the time or energy to seduce anyone. Also, please refrain from using the word seduce in the future. I don't like it." When Yu Qingyan finished her last sentence, a similar ferocity filled her eyes. It was clear that these two sisters were not to be underestimated. But Yu Xiao fiercely scolded her. "If you hadn't seduced him, why wouldn't he come to reconcile with me?" Since leaving Yi Canglan's cave mansion, Yu Xiao had waited almost a full day and night, yet Yi Canglan never once came looking for her. It was as though she had been completely forgotten. At that moment, Yu Xiao felt sudden panic and fear, akin to losing something invaluable. Although she refused to admit it verbally, on some psychological level, she had been highly anticipating Yi Canglan making the first move to find her. But Yi Canglan did not. This fact, she simply could not accept. She could not comprehend. Hadn't Yi Canglan treated her so kindly in the past? It wasn't even mere patience. It had bordered on complete subservience. How could such a man who had treated her with unparalleled affection truly forget her altogether? How could she possibly believe that? Thus, Yu Xiao incessantly contemplated the reasons for Yi Zhonglan not coming to look for her. Was it because of Mu Chang'e? No, that shouldn't be right. After all, Mu Chang'e had been by her side for so many years. If it was Mu Chang'e, he would have exploded long ago and wouldn't wait till now. Since it wasn't Mu Chang'e, what other reason could there be for him not finding her? Yu Xiao thought deeply but couldn't figure it out. It was only when she was bathing and dressing and looked at herself in the mirror that she suddenly came to her senses. That's right, it was Yu Qingyan, that scheming woman, who had lured Yi Zhonglan. If not for her, why wouldn't Yi Zhonglan come to find her? Hence, the crux of the problem was with Yu Qingyan, so she immediately sought Yu Qingyan out. This is why she confronted Yu Qingyan face to face and accused her of seducing Yi Zhonglan. At this moment, Yu Qingyan laughed, laughing very happily as if she'd heard an incredibly funny joke. Sister, don't you think you're being quite immature right now? Are you really under the impression that the reason Yi Zhonglan didn't come looking for you is simply because he has some feelings for me? But Yu Xiao suddenly growled. If not you, then who else? Listen up, Yu Qingyan. From now on, stay away from that man. There's no way he'll ever be with someone like you. And do you know why he's currently cozying up to you? It's purely because you resemble me. He sees my reflection in you, which is why he stays by your side. Once this novelty fades, the first thing he'll do is cast you aside. So, you'd better stop bringing embarrassment upon yourself. In response, Yu Qingyan smiled coyly. Oh, is that so? Sister, may I ask, what authority do you have to order me to leave him? Don't forget, you are no longer the sect leader of Lingxi Sect. You're merely a censor-in-chief. While it's true that the position of censor-in-chief is one step below the emperor and above 10,000 others, you still don't have the power to command me. Yu Xiao fell silent. Indeed, Yu Qingyan was correct. She was now only a censor. Her authority in Lingxi Sect was equal to that of the military commander. They were both the heads of the officials. The difference between these two positions, however, is simple. One handles external conquests, while the other governs internally. Simply put, they represent civilian and military roles. In the past, during the time when Lingxi Sect lacked talent, Yi Zhonglan simultaneously held both roles. He had to suppress rebellions externally and carry out reforms internally. Now that Yu Xiao had been stripped of her title as sect leader, she had been reassigned to the position of censor. Then Yu Xiao posed a question. What if I'm ordering you to leave him based on our sisterly bond? Would you accept it? Her tone suddenly softened, suggesting that Yu Xiao also realized she had no real authority to command Yu Qingyan, thus resorting to using her status as an elder sister to pressure Yu Qingyan. However, Yu Qingyan erupted in laughter, filled with heartache, weichap, resentment, and anger. Elder sister? Yu Xiao, are you even aware that you're my sister? As she spoke, Yu Qingyan's smile instantly vanished, and she loudly questioned Yu Xiao. Back when you imprisoned me in the cold palace for 200 years, did you ever consider that you were my elder sister? Chapter 49, The Heart of the Forest. As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Xiao's expression changed slightly, and immediately after, her gaze began to falter, unable to look directly at Yu Qingyan. It seemed that Yu Qingyan's words had hit a sore spot in her heart. After a moment of silence, Yu Xiao slowly said, You will naturally understand this matter in the future. I can't tell you why right now. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyan's sneer did not fade from her face. She walked straight toward her sister and said in a coquettish tone, Can't tell me? Or do you simply dare not tell me? Let me guess. Could it be that you're worried about me seizing your position as head of the sect, so you kept me under house arrest? When your position became secure, you suddenly remembered you had a younger sister like me and decided to release me. By the time she finished speaking, Yu Qingyan had already approached Yu Xiao closely. She leaned her face right in front of her sister's with an unyielding glare, saying coldly, Sis, am I wrong? Yu Xiao's complexion turned very unpleasant, especially when Yu Qingyan spoke in such a provocative manner, which only made her angrier. Enough! Stop talking! Yu Xiao suddenly raised her voice, turning crimson as she looked at her younger sister, and said, In your eyes, am I truly just someone who would harm kin for power? Qingyan responded directly, Isn't that the case? Yi Zhonglan has been aiding you for 300 years, helping you stabilize your position as sect head, yet you still exiled him to Wuyuan Mountain. Someone like you, who knows what else you're capable of doing? At this point, Yu Xiao smirked coldly and bluntly said, That's correct. Yi Zhonglan has indeed helped me greatly, and yes, I eliminated him once my status was secure. But you are not the same as Yi Zhonglan. He was demoted because he became too powerful. And you, don't think I'm being rude, but someone like you doesn't concern me. I don't feel threatened by your existence one bit. Furthermore, placing you under house arrest in the cold palace wasn't even my idea. But Yu Qingyan snorted at this response. Not your idea? Then whose idea could it be? Across the entire Lingxi sect, apart from you, who else would wish for my disappearance from the world? Yu Xiao took a deep breath, pursed her lips, and chose not to linger much longer on this topic, repeating firmly, I'll say it again, you will naturally know about this matter later, and for now, I have nothing more to say to you. Seeing that her sister continued to display an unfazed attitude, Yu Qingyan sneered, then quietly pulled up the sleeve covering her wrist. Subsequently, Yu Xiao noticed a delicate bracelet worn around her wrist. At the sight of the bracelet, Yu Xiao's pupils contracted sharply, exclaiming aloud, Where did you get this bracelet? Yu Qingyan cautiously stepped back a few steps, keeping some distance between herself and her sister before coquettishly saying, Oh, didn't expect you to remember this bracelet, huh? Unfortunately, it isn't yours anymore since Yi Zhonglan already gave it to me. Hearing this, Yu Xiao's face flushed deeply. She could not forget this necklace. It was a gift Yi Xuanhuan presented to her during her 300th birthday celebration. Back then, for what seemed a modest present, Yi Xuanhuan actually spent 5 whole years preparing it. From among thousands of high-quality carnelian stones, he selected 20 with the best features. He then hired more than 30 craftsmen, who worked tirelessly over 5 years to forge it into the bracelet named the Heart of the Forest. Additionally, inscribed within each diamond on the Heart of the Forest was a different line of blessing. Yu Xiao, happy birthday. Even now, Yu Xiao could still recall how, upon finishing the gift's preparation, Yi Xuanhuan enthusiastically delivered it to her on her birthday night. At that time, his eyes sparkled with anticipation, evidently eager to see her happy. Yet, Yu Xiao showed no interest in the gift he presented. Mocking remarks followed as Mu Chang'e, sitting next to her, ridiculed the bracelet, stating that it looked uglier than the trinkets sold at roadside stalls. Yu Xiao's face had turned green with indignation. She assumed that on her birthday feast, Yi Xuanhuan merely bought some random bracelet from a roadside stall. In anger, Yu Xiao discarded the bracelet Yi Xuanhuan had given her right in front of hundreds of guests by throwing it into the trash bin. She even verbally abused Yi Xuanhuan, saying, "What kind of cursed thing are you gifting? What do you take me for? A beggar on the street? Using something like this to fob me off? Yi Xuanhuan, do you think that since you've attained a certain status in Lingxi Sect, you can look down on me? I'll tell you, the day you irritate me, I can just command to have everything you own taken away. Don't believe me? Then try." At that moment, Yi Xuanhuan's previously hopeful expression instantly dimmed, especially when faced with Yu Xiao's questioning. He didn't even argue back, but silently turned around and left. Only Yu Xiao and Mu Chang'e remained seated in their main positions. Those unaware might even mistakenly assume that Yu Xiao and Mu Chang'e were a couple. Recollecting this moment, Yu Xiao glanced at the bracelet on Yu Qingyan's wrist. Wasn't this exactly the same gift Yi Xuanhuan had given her back then? At the time, Yu Xiao thought it was merely a roadside trinket. It wasn't until later that she learned from Xiaoyu that the Heart of the Forest, that very bracelet, was actually a top-tier magical treasure capable of rivaling a divine artifact. She also learned that Yi Xuanhuan had spent 5 years pouring his heart into creating this present. Then Yu Xiao immediately sent someone back to retrieve it, but alas, it could not be found. She assumed it must have been picked up by someone else, never imagining that the bracelet would resurface today on Yu Qingyan's wrist. The moment Yu Qingyan revealed this bracelet, her intentions became obvious, to deliberately provoke Yu Xiao. Judging from Yu Xiao's current expression, it was clear Yu Qingyan's provocation had succeeded. Yu Xiao was genuinely infuriated. Annoyed, Yu Xiao retorted, "That bracelet belongs to me. Even if I discard it, Yi Xuanhuan absolutely would not give it to anyone else." Yu Qingyan sneered and said, "You're dreaming. Do you really think Yi Xuanhuan would cling to you forever, a twisted tree?" Enraged beyond control at this remark, Yu Xiao immediately raised her Qingyun sword and slashed toward Yu Qingyan. Yu Qingyan quickly reacted, mockingly responding, "Oh, so now that you can't argue your way out, all you know is brute force, huh? Truly worthy of our sect head." As she spoke, flower buds materialized around Yu Qingyan. They began spinning rapidly and released countless petals flying directly toward Yu Xiao. Facing the oncoming petals, Yu Xiao wildly swung her Qingyun sword. Clang clang clang. When the Qingyun sword made contact with the petals, they emitted metallic clinks, and even sparks flew mid-air. Subsequently, Yu Xiao broke through Yu Qingyan's petal assault and rushed straight toward her. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the two full-fledged experts of the spirit flame realm engaged in an intense battle. Their powerful spiritual energy reverberated outward, causing even the nearby infirmary to sense its intensity. Sitting at the stone table drinking wine, Yi Xuanhuan naturally felt the tremor underfoot. An outsider might have mistaken it for an earthquake. Beside him, Yu Ryu slightly startled, asking, "What's going on?" Jiang Xinxin, next to Yu Ryu, swiftly drew her sword with a fierce gaze, stating, "Someone is fighting." And they seem to be strong experts reaching the spirit flame realm. Upon hearing this, Yu Ryu paused momentarily. Spirit flame realm marked the watershed between cultivators and mortals. Even within the Lingxi Sect, there wouldn't be more than 30 people who reached this level. So who could possibly be fighting at this late hour? At this moment, Yi Xuanhuan leisurely stood up, saying, "Let's go check it out. Anyway, we have nothing better to do here." With that, Yi Xuanhuan walked outside on his own while Yu Ryu and her daughter exchanged a glance before following closely behind. Not only Yi Xuanhuan, many patrolling disciples of Lingxi Sect gathered as well. However, upon seeing that the combatants were Yu Xiao and Yu Qingyan, everyone was stunned. Both women were heavyweight figures in the sect. How could anyone dare to stop them? Chapter 50, Otherwise. When Yi Kanglin saw that Yu Xiao and her sister were fighting, he blinked. Damn, do these two sisters have a feud? They fight every time they meet, every time. Yu Ryu asked gently, "Do they often fight?" Yi Kanglin chuckled as he recalled the scene of their fight in his cave, where even their clothes tore apart. His face slightly flushed. Especially now, after drinking, he felt an almost unbearable thirst, even having an impulse to overpower them. But at this moment, Jiang Xinxi cried out, "Oh no, they're about to use all their strength." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin's gaze shifted back to Yu Xiao and Yu Qingyan. Indeed, the two sisters stood on either side, both gathering their power. In Yu Xiao's hand, the Qingyun sword split into countless sword shadows, which then surrounded her body. Moments later, those sword shadows converged into a massive sword-shaped serpent over 100 zhang long, lunging directly toward Yu Qingyan. On the other hand, Yu Qingyan was equally fierce. Around her floated 10 flower buds, releasing their power gradually, emitting dazzling light. At first glance, it seemed like there were 10 small suns swirling around her. Then, these suns combined into a fire lotus as large as a house. Without hesitation, Yu Qingyan hurled the fire lotus toward the enormous 100-zhang-long serpent opposite. If they collided, buildings within 300 meters would likely be leveled. Yi Kanglin narrowed his eyes lightly. There was still a medical hall nearby. Without further ado, he put away his wine gourd, ready to intervene. But suddenly, a figure darted forward. This figure positioned itself right between Yu Xiao and Yu Qingyan's colliding attacks. Amidst everyone's shocked expressions, this person managed to block both Yu Xiao and Yu Qingyan's full power strikes with both hands simultaneously. From afar, it looked like a shadowy figure extending both arms. On the left was a 100-zhang-long silver giant serpent. On the right, a house-sized fire lotus. Only then did Yi Kanglin recognize this figure, muttering softly, Yulong? Yes, the person standing at the center of these twin attacks was none other than the younger brother of Yu Qingyan and Yu Xiao, Yulong. In the next moment, Yulong gripped both hands tightly and, spinning his body, made both the 100-zhang serpent and the house-sized fire lotus rotate along with him. Subsequently, Yulong threw these twin powers into the sky. Shoo! The serpent and the fire lotus intertwined and ascended into the heavens, exploding roughly 1,000 meters up. Boom! A terrifying explosion resonated through the night, brilliant light illuminating the dark skies. Heat waves swept across, shaking the trees and structures below. Yu Xiao and Yu Qingyan also retreated dozens of meters. Once they stabilized themselves, Yu Xiao growled lowly. Yulong, what are you doing? You don't know how dangerous that was. At that very moment, when Yulong had suddenly appeared before her attack, she was utterly stunned, instinctively attempting to withdraw her force but realizing it was too late. Thus, her strongest attack had forcefully landed in Yulong's grasp. At this point, Yu Qingyan also reprimanded Yulong with a scowl. If you want to die, just take a sword and slit your neck. Why meddle here? Yu Qingyan was equally upset since the sudden turn of events startled her greatly as well. Yulong bowed respectfully to both sisters, saying, Eldest sister, second sister, it's already nighttime. If you must fight, please go to the training ground. This place isn't suitable. Yulong's words were measured. As one of the 12 sword executors of Lingxi Sect, naturally, he could not sit idly by while sect buildings faced destruction. Yet deep down, Yulong was fully aware that if the attacks of his two sisters had indeed met, the resulting injuries would have been severe. Not wishing either of his sisters to be hurt, he resorted to such a risky method. At this, both Yu Qingyan and Yu Xiao simultaneously let out cold snorts, clearly losing their will to continue fighting. At this moment, Yi Kanglin approached and said to Yulong, Xiaolongcheng, impressive. In just a few days, your skills have increased so much. Recognizing Yi Kanglin's presence, Yulong bowed and responded, Senior brother. Yi Kanglin stepped forward and asked Yu Qingyan, why did you suddenly start fighting like this? At this point, Yu Qingyan approached Yi Kanglin and said in a pitiful tone, It's not me who initiated the fight. It's her wanting to attack me, so I have to defend myself. Look, she even hurt my hand. As she spoke, Yu Qingyan extended her palm towards Yi Kanglin. After glancing at it, Yi Kanglin indeed saw a red mark on it. He rolled his eyes and said, Does such a minor injury still hurt? It will dissipate soon. But Yu Qingyan was whining. No, please blow on it for me. It still hurts. Yi Kanglin had no choice but to gently rub her palm. Now, Yu Qingyan looked nothing like the female deity of destruction she was moments ago. Rather, she resembled a complete little girl. Even Yulong watched in bewilderment, never imagining that his second sister also had this side. However, just then, Yu Xiao interjected, Yi Kanglin. Upon hearing someone calling him, Yi Kanglin turned to look and upon seeing it was Yu Xiao, he asked, What is it? Yu Xiao pursed her lips, then said somewhat discontentedly, I was also injured. This was equivalent to saying she needed comfort too. Before Yi Kanglin could respond, Yu Qingyan abruptly grabbed his arm and giggled. That's your own fault. Go find your family's Mu Chang'e. Enraged by this sight, Yu Xiao then glanced tearfully at Yi Kanglin and said, What about the bracelet on her wrist? That was clearly the gift you gave me. Why is it on her? Please explain this to me. Hearing this, Yi Kanglin blinked, lowered his head, and looked at the bracelet on Yu Qingyan's wrist and said, Well, I gifted it to her since you didn't want it, and she doesn't mind having it. So, it might as well belong to her now. The casualness with which Yi Kanglin spoke made it sound like a trivial matter. However, Yu Xiao wasn't going to let it slide. She stepped close to Yi Kanglin, her eyes reddening, and declared, I want that bracelet now, and I want you to take it back. Yi Kanglin blinked again, then chuckled and said, Sister, I've already given it away. It belongs to someone else now. How am I supposed to take it back? Yu Qingyan joined in, laughing. Exactly, it's mine now. If you want it, tell your family's Mu Chang'e to make one herself. Afterward, Yu Xiao tearfully insisted to Yi Kanglin, I don't care, I want this bracelet now. Give it back to me, or else. By the time Yu Xiao got to the end of her sentence, she trailed off, apparently unable to think of anything else that could intimidate Yi Kanglin. Chapter 51, Mu Chang'e's background. At this moment, however, Yu Ruyu approached. In a gentle tone, she said, All right, stop arguing. Your mother just sent a message telling you to go to the assembly hall together. As Yu Xia looked up, she saw Yu Ruyu and Jiang Xinxin, a beautiful mother-daughter pair, walking hand in hand. Yu Xia instinctively said, Auntie, are you recovered? Yu Ruyu gently nodded her head. I'm basically fully healed. It's all thanks to your martial Yi. Otherwise, I might still be better than now. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian glanced at Xuanhuan. The man was no longer her husband, yet a sense of loss filled her heart. At this time, Xiuxian asked, Auntie, what did you say earlier? Mother called us to the assembly hall. Ryu nodded. It seems like she extracted some crucial intelligence from the assassins captured by Mu Chang'e and intends to discuss it with you all. Since you're all here, let's just head over together. Xiuxian furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Intelligence related to the Divine Demon Sect? She turned to Xuanhuan and said, shall we check it out? Xuanhuan thought for a moment, then nodded. Sure, let's go. At this moment, Xiuxian said to Ryu, Auntie, aren't you coming with us? Ryu didn't answer immediately, but her daughter quickly responded, Cousin, my mother has just recovered. She isn't suitable for discussing such heavy topics now. You all go ahead. We'll pass on this occasion. Hearing this, Xiuxian no longer spoke and simply said to her cousin, then take good care of Auntie. We'll visit you again after finishing our business. Jiang Xinxin softly affirmed with a sound, then walked off holding her mother's hand, saying with a laugh, Cousin, see you later. With this, Xiuxian seemed much more relaxed. She didn't bring up the matter of the heart of the forest again, though her eyes appeared rather dim. In this moment, she suddenly wished their relationships could return to how they used to be, but she also realized it was already impossible. After another half hour had passed, Changlin, Xiuxian, and several others entered the assembly hall one after another. The hall at this point was already crowded with hundreds of disciples. All the high-level management members were present almost without exception. Changlin and Xiuxian exchanged a glance before stepping to their designated positions. Changlin and Yulong stood on the farthest left, as they were part of the military faction whose main task was external territorial expansion. Xia and Xiuxian, however, stood on the right side, which represented the civilian faction tasked mainly with internal governance. With the arrival of the trio composed of Changlin and the Yu sisters, almost all the high-ranking members of Lingxi Sect were gathered. It was only then that Changlin directed his gaze towards the sect leader's throne. The next moment, his eyes slightly widened as he muttered under his breath, Yu Wutian? He wasn't wrong. Seated on the sect leader's throne was Yu Wutian, the leading elder among the 9 grand elders of the sacred palace. Additionally, he was also the ancestor of the Yu family. If speaking of hierarchy, Xia and her siblings would have to call him great ancestor. The acting sect leader, Li Xiuxian, stood beside Yu Wutian. Upon seeing Changlin, she smiled faintly with obvious delight. Changlin made a puckering motion with his lips to indicate kissing her. Instantly, Li Xiuxian's cheeks flushed red. She then made a vexed gesture towards Changlin and signaled with her eyes for him to behave. Chuckling softly, Changlin turned his head away from her, but couldn't help thinking about having a proper reckoning with her once the meeting concluded. Just at this moment, Yu Wutian, seated majestically on the throne of the sect leader, opened his mouth and said, All of you here tonight, there are only 2 matters I wish to address. At this, the 100 ministers gathered all redirected their gazes towards Yu Wutian, awaiting his next words. Everyone present understood clearly that if the chief of the great elders of the Lingxi sect had emerged from seclusion, it certainly wouldn't be for trivial reasons. Therefore, all present began to feel a touch of tension. But Yu Wutian caressed his beard and laughed, saying, The first thing I want to share with everyone is to congratulate my younger sister, Sister Longxian, who has finally found her long-lost great-grandson. The last bloodline of the dragon family ultimately returns to our Lingxi sect, marking a fortunate event for our sect. Upon these words, everyone on site was momentarily stunned. Even Yi Changlan's eyes widened. The last bloodline of the dragon family has returned to Lingxi sect? Is it true or false? Can't be just bluffing, right? As an old hand at Lingxi sect, Yi Changlan naturally knew what kind of existence the dragon family was. 300 years ago, when he first entered Lingxi sect, the dragon family was still the first family after the Yu family. Back then, even the Bai family could only rank 3rd. However, within the following short span of 100 years, the dragon family quickly fell from power. Many of their strong clansmen died in external conquests, and newborn babies were being lost early. This caused the dragon family's strength to rapidly decline. Until the last descendant perished in battle, the dragon family was basically stricken off the list of families in Lingxi sect. Only Dragon Xian remained, still holding the position as one of the grand elders. But, once she passed away, all traces of the dragon family in Lingxi sect would be completely erased. No one had expected that 200 years later, Granny Dragon Xian would actually have found her great-grandson. That meant the bloodline of the dragon family had been successfully preserved, and it was possible that they might achieve their former glory once again in the future. Thinking about this, Yi Changlan suddenly understood why Yu Wutian had personally come forth to announce this matter. It was clear the old man was very pleased. Thereupon, Yu Wutian spoke towards the side door direction. Hao Ran, come out and greet everyone. When his words settled, everyone at the scene saw a refined young boy supporting an elderly woman slowly walking out from the side hall. And upon seeing who came out, Yi Changlan was stunned again. Even Yu Xiao revealed a face full of disbelief. She couldn't help but exclaim aloud, Chang'e? How could it be you? That's right, the so-called last bloodline of the dragon family announced by Yu Wutian turned out to be Mu Chang'e. And the elderly woman beside Mu Chang'e was none other than Granny Dragon Xian, one of the 9 grand elders of Lingxi sect, and also Mu Chang'e's great-grandmother. Chapter 52. Mu Chang'e proposes to Yu Xiao. Everyone saw Mu Chang'e step to the center of the great hall and introduce himself. Esteemed elders, seniors, masters, and lords present, my name is Long Hauren, also known as Mu Chang'e. I believe you are all familiar with me, so there is no need for further introduction. It's quite amazing that, after spending more than a decade in Lingxi Sect, I've only just discovered today that this place is truly my home. It might be called fate. As for why I could recognize my great-grandmother, it was all due to sheer coincidence. To make it brief, yesterday while executing an order to capture assassins from the Divine Demon Sect, I inadvertently awakened the bloodline power within me. This allowed my great-grandmother to recognize me. Because of that, we, as grandparents and grandson, finally recognized each other, for which I have to specially thank Master Judge. Had it not been for Master Judge dispatching me to apprehend the Divine Demon Sect, I probably would never have known I even had a great-grandmother who served as Elder Emeritus. As he spoke, Mu Chang'e turned his head and smiled at Li Xiuxian. Although his words were filled with gratitude, Li Xiuxian detected a note of defiance. Even Yi Kanglin sensed something unusual. The idiot before him seemed increasingly arrogant now that he'd found support. At this moment, seated majestically on the throne, Wuan burst into laughter and addressed those below. Fellow sect members, my younger sister's young great-grandson once committed some small offenses within our sect. Though they caused some casualties, ultimately, it's nothing too serious. In my humble opinion, all punishments initially intended, including dismissal, flogging, and salary penalties, should be revoked entirely. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, everyone in attendance respectfully responded, "Great Ancestor, your wisdom shines bright." Only Yi Kanglin appeared exasperated, knowing full well that Mu Chang'e had indirectly caused the deaths of thousands of Lingxi Sect disciples. And now, because he'd become another Elder Emeritus's great-grandson, those punishments would simply be wiped away. So this was what privilege looked like. Once Mu Chang'e learned that all his punishments had been rescinded, he was utterly thrilled. If they weren't in the main council hall, he might have jumped up in excitement right then and there. Still, he managed to compose himself and said to Wuan, "Thank you kindly, Great Ancestor. However, I have a special favor to ask and hope you will allow it." Wuan chuckled and replied, "Speak freely. Your parents and grandfather all sacrificed themselves for Lingxi Sect. You, as the last dragon family heir, whatever you desire, I shall strive to fulfill it." Heartened by this, Mu Chang'e glanced toward Xiao standing nearby and asked cautiously, "Not long ago, your servant here was supposed to hold an incomplete wedding ceremony with Magistrate Xiao. I wonder if Great Ancestor can approve for us to complete that unfinished ceremony. Because marrying my master, Xiao, has always been my greatest dream in life. As long as I can be with her, I'm willing to do anything." With these words, all eyes turned toward Xiao. Stunned, Xiao gazed fixedly at Mu Chang'e, her cheeks flushed crimson. She turned expectantly toward Great Ancestor Wuan. According to her mother's request, her relationship with Mu Chang'e was strictly forbidden. But it wasn't her mother's decision. It came from second ancestor Yulong. However, if first ancestor, Wuan, consented, there was still hope for their marriage to continue. Thus, Wuan laughed heartily and said, "It's your generation's affair. You decide for yourselves. I won't intervene." These words effectively approved Mu Chang'e's continuing union with Xiao. In response, Mu Chang'e fell onto both knees, bowed deeply, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Great Ancestor." Next to Wuan, Li Xiuxian grimaced upon hearing that their ancestor actually agreed to let Mu Chang'e marry her daughter. Yet she couldn't act out publicly given the crowd, so she repressed her frustrations. Then Mu Chang'e approached Xiao. From his storage ring, he pulled out a precious ruby ring, and kneeling down on one knee, looked at her sincerely and asked, "Master, will you marry me? Are you willing to grow old with me together?" Seeing Mu Chang'e's sincere gaze, Xiao's eyes became moist with emotion. Unbelieving, she stared back at him. At that moment, she suddenly felt how absurd it was, laughing inwardly at herself. There was a man who loved her so deeply right beside her, so why did she still go and look for that bastard Yi Kanglin? When she had always loved the man who was Mu Chang'e from start to finish, why did she still go and initiate a reunion with Yi Kanglin? It was really laughable. Whenever she recalled how she had actively sought Yi Kanglin for their reunion before, she felt so awkward that she thought her toes could dig into the ground. Fortunately, Mu Chang'e wasn't angry about her previous actions. In fact, he was still willing to marry her. One could only imagine how moonstruck Xiao must have been at that moment. At that very instant, Xiao said happily, "I do." As she spoke, she extended one of her hands, letting Mu Chang'e gently place the ring on her ring finger. Subsequently, Mu Chang'e stood up, hugged Xiao tightly, and began to kiss her. In front of so many people present, they were kissing publicly. At this point, a hall master stepped forward and respectfully said to Elder Wuan, "Xiao and you couples, as well as Longxian Elder. Congratulations to our venerable ancestor for gaining such an excellent son-in-law, Elder Longxian for reuniting with blood relatives, and Magistrate Yu for sealing marital bliss." Then, all the people on the scene joined together in chorus. "Congratulations to our venerable ancestor for gaining such an excellent son-in-law, Elder Longxian for reuniting with blood relatives, and Magistrate Yu for sealing marital bliss." The only ones not reacting at the scene were Yulong, Yi Kanglin, and Yu Qingyan, standing expressionless. Yulong couldn't stand Mu Chang'e, Yu Qingyan despised Xiao, and Yi Kanglin detested both of them. But now, since they were basking in their glory, he wouldn't ruin it by wrinkling their brows. Hence, all three remained silent. After embracing each other for a while, Xiao and Mu Chang'e parted their lips and looked contentedly at the officials present. With so many blessings received, Xiao also felt that she hadn't made a wrong choice in this man. Because, at this point, he wasn't just a pretty face who lacked substance. He was the great-grandson of the Elder Venerable, someone destined to be groomed as the successor of Lingxi Sect, a genius who would enter the Divine Palace in the future, a top prospect. How could any mere Kanglin compare to these accolades? At this moment, Xiao couldn't help but chuckle lightly, laughing at herself for being too foolish. Why had she just fought with Kanglin over a Kanglin? It was truly senseless. Then, Xiao turned her gaze toward Kanglin, conveying a message through lip movements only he could understand. See that? I'm not someone who can't live without you. No matter how good you once were to me, Mu Chang'e is my true soulmate. And you are nothing but a pitiful little insect. No matter how hard you work your entire life, you'll forever remain an insect. Chapter 53. Lingxi Sect is almost about to be destroyed. Xuanhuan merely chuckled in response, understanding the lip movements of Xiao, but deliberately turning his head away and refusing to look at her. This left Xiao with a feeling as if she had thrown a punch into cotton. However, at this moment, Wuan spoke again. All right, let's talk about the second matter now. His words hushed the bustling scene. Everyone realized that Wuan had two things to announce today. The first was the return of Mu Chang'e as the last heir of the Long family. What would the second one be? Then Wuan said coolly. The 10 assassins captured from Xuanhuan City by Hao Ran have disclosed all the intelligence they know. The Divine Demon Sect has decided to gather 50,000 followers over the next few days to attack our Lingxi Sect's Jiaguan. I've decided to wipe out this army of 50,000 ahead of time, to enhance the prestige of our Lingxi Sect. What do you all think? After hearing this, Xuanhuan slightly narrowed his eyes. Was the Divine Demon Sect's large-scale offensive against Lingxi Sect finally about to begin? Then these 50,000 troops must just be an appetizer, implying that the main event was likely still to come. With this thought in mind, Xuanhuan spoke to Wuan. Great Ancestor, I oppose sending troops to punish these 50,000 members of the Divine Demon Sect. Upon saying this, the people present couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Good grief. Looking at the entire Lingxi Sect, probably only Xuanhuan dared to oppose the highest ruler's idea. At this point, even Wuan frowned and turned to look at Xuanhuan. Evidently, being publicly rebutted made him lose face somewhat, but upon considering Xuanhuan's contributions to Lingxi Sect, he managed to suppress his dissatisfaction and asked Xuanhuan, "What's your reasoning?" In a calm and composed manner, Xuanhuan replied, "These 50,000 are nothing more than a decoy, designed to draw Lingxi Sect's attention. They have even more troops gathering. Once we focus on them, other regions' defenses might be relaxed. At that time, more Divine Demon Sect armies could appear and launch attacks on Lingxi Sect, which will surely cause trouble." When these words were spoken, many began discussing among themselves. And Wuan asked, "How do you know the Divine Demon Sect has more troops?" Xuanhuan paused for thought before replying. Grandmaster Yulong used the Heavenly Destiny method to predict the variables for Lingxi Sect. There will be great calamity coming from the northern frontier of Maja territory, and this calamity could possibly bring extinction-level destruction to Lingxi Sect. And where exactly is this northern Maja territory? It's precisely the main gathering area of the Divine Demon Sect. Thus, we can conclude that their troop numbers are certainly much higher than this. Moreover, since it has reached the point of potentially destroying Lingxi Sect entirely, I estimate that their mercenary forces reach well over 1 million. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like setting off a bomb within the court hall. Everyone began discussing in disbelief, creating quite a clamorous atmosphere. But at this moment, Mu Chang'e stood up, directly rebuking Xuanhuan. Nonsense. If there are over 1 million members of the Divine Demon Sect in Maja territory, then how could we not know? Director Yi, are you mocking our Lingxi Sect Blackwater Platform's intelligence-gathering network as useless, or mocking our great ancestor for lacking even this basic judgment ability? Besides, even supposing that the Divine Demon Sect has 1 million members, so what? Our Lingxi Sect has nearly 2 million combatants. What do we have to fear? Xuanhuan frowned slightly and responded. Currently, the single-soldier combat capability of the Divine Demon Sect has increased dramatically. In case of equal forces, their overall combat effectiveness is at least 3 times greater than that of Lingxi Sect's combatants. If they really have an army size of 1 million, then Lingxi Sect's 2 million combatants will not be enough at all. As for the Blackwater Platform's intelligence network, frankly speaking, I have completely lost confidence in it. Just consider how 10 Divine Demon Sect assassins could infiltrate Xuanhuan City and attack its lord, Yuruyu. They indeed are no different from decorations. At this point, Xiao stepped forward and said coldly, "Even if the intelligence-gathering abilities of our Blackwater Platform sentries have declined somewhat, they should still be more accurate than your assumptions, right? Your claim earlier about the Divine Demon Sect having 1 million members boils down to just speculation. Without any evidence, what gives you the right to say that our Blackwater Platform sentinels are mere ornaments?" The Blackwater Platform is the intelligence department established by Xiao. So naturally, she felt extremely dissatisfied when Xuanhuan said that the department she founded was nothing more than a decoration. Xuanhuan then said indifferently, "Whether you believe it or not is up to you. I've already warned you. If we hastily send troops and get slaughtered as a result, don't blame me." Mu Chang'e burst out laughing, looking at Xuanhuan with an expression full of mockery, and said, "Director Yi, how long have you been retired? Have you become such a coward in just a few days? The Divine Demon Sect, I haven't had no dealings with them. Those 10 Divine Demon Sect assassins captured this time were all apprehended by me personally. I know exactly what their level is. Frankly speaking, their individual combat strength can't possibly compare with our sect's warriors. Saying they're trash would even be praising them. Not to mention those ridiculous words that their overall strength could be 3 to 4 times stronger than ours. In response, Xuanhuan calmly said, "Isn't it possible that these people intentionally allowed themselves to be caught by you, solely for the purpose of revealing the plan about the 50,000 members attacking Zhaiguan to attract the entire Lingxi Sect's attention?" Infuriated, Chang'e swore, "Bullshit. Xuanhuan, since you are fearful, why do you also try to dissuade others from taking action? By your logic, does it mean we should ignore all other kingdoms and empires outside Zhaiguan? How will they look at our Lingxi Sect in that case? Will they still obediently pay tribute to us in the form of taxes and spirit crystals?" Xuanhuan slightly pursed his lips and replied, "If Lingxi Sect is nearly destroyed, why bother about whether the outside kingdoms live or die? Protect ourselves first." Truthfully, Xuanhuan didn't really care about the fate of Lingxi Sect, but there was something else that tied him deeply to it. His women were all here. Xiuxian carried his child within her, and the daughter of Ryu might be his own flesh and blood as well. Moreover, Bai Lu's foster daughter Bai family also carried his lineage. Because of these many connections, he couldn't help but warn everyone present not to fall into another person's trap. At this point, seated on the imperial throne, Yu Wutian suddenly slammed the table and roared furiously. Impudence. With Yu Wutian's roar, a surge of overwhelming spiritual force spread across the hall, immediately forcing everyone present to kneel down onto the ground. Only Yi Changlan and Yu Xiao remained standing. And at that moment, Yu Wutian angrily scolded, "Yi Changlan, do you think just because you've achieved some merits for Lingxi Sect, you can speak without restraint and disregard me, this old man?" Yu Wutian was initially watching the two youngsters bicker with calm, but hearing Yi Changlan utter the phrase, "Lingxi Sect is almost about to be destroyed," made him infuriated. For him, these words were more venomous than a curse hoping for his early demise, hence the explosion of anger. Facing Yu Wutian with no emotion, Yi Changlan simply saluted and said, "Ancestor, I am merely speaking my mind." Hearing this, Yu Wutian narrowed his eyes lightly and directly coldly asked, "Then what if this old man insists on sending troops to eliminate the 50,000 followers of the Divine Demon Sect?" Chapter 54. Let Mu Chang'e teach Yi Kanglin how to fight? Yi Changlan took a deep breath and said, "If the ancestor insists on this, then I have nothing to say." At this moment, Mu Chang'e stepped forward. "Ancestor, I, your humble son-in-law, am willing to lead troops to Zhaiguan to eliminate those 50,000 followers of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect and enhance the prestige of our Lingxi Sect." Upon hearing Mu Chang'e's words, Yu Wutian's expression became slightly better. He looked at Mu Chang'e and asked, "How many troops do you need?" Mu Chang'e responded loudly, "I've already had some experience dealing with the followers of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. We don't need too many troops. 80,000 will be sufficient." After these words were spoken, Mu Chang'e lifted his chin, his face beaming with confidence. Yu Wutian, hearing this, laughed heartily. "Good. No wonder you are the man of our Lingxi Sect. This kind of spirit is exactly what we should have. 80,000 troops, approved by me." Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'e joyfully bowed in gratitude and respectfully said, "Thank you, ancestor. I assure you that I will not disgrace my mission. I will completely annihilate the followers of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect." Yu Wutian nodded satisfactorily at this point. Only Yi Changlan, standing beside, had a look of derision. He knew the true strength of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. 50,000 followers of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect would require at least 10,000 battle personnel from the Lingxi Sect to defeat them. And even so, this was only if commanders led wisely under advantageous circumstances, utilizing favorable conditions for timing, terrain, and harmony among people. Someone like Mu Chang'e, who understood nothing, dared to claim he could conquer them with just 80,000 troops. Truly, he was arrogantly confident. Yet, Yu Wutian seemed to fall for this act. Then Yu Wutian turned to Yu Xiao and laughed. "Xiao, you still have an excellent eye for people. Even the great-grandfather didn't understand why you insisted on divorcing Yi Changlan. Now it appears your decision was very wise indeed." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao inclined herself respectfully before Yu Wutian and smiled sweetly. "Thank you, great-grandfather, for your generous praise. Chang'e has merely done what one of Lingxi Sect's disciples should. Unlike certain people who hold the title of Chief Marshal but hide timidly inside the sect headquarters, fearful and hesitant." This statement pointed out Yi Changlan. Upon hearing this, Yu Wutian gave Yi Changlan a contemptuous glance. After thinking for a while, he stated, "Yi Changlan, since you don't dare face those people from the Divine Demon Ancient Sect, there is no reason for you to keep the position of Chief Marshal. How about this? We'll transfer it temporarily to Longhauran, letting him take up the post of Chief Marshal and lead the expedition to Zhaiguan. Once they return victorious, we'll reconsider who should hold the position of Chief Marshal. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Yi Changlan raised an eyebrow. He had just been reinstated a few days ago, and now this again? But perhaps due to previous experience of being demoted, this time he didn't seem too bothered. In a rather casual tone, he replied to Yu Wutian, "I have no objection, ancestor. If Mu Chang'e wants the position of Chief Marshal, then let him have it." This response once again disappointed Yu Wutian. He had hoped that Yi Changlan would fight back and make an effort to reclaim the Chief Marshal's seat. It wasn't something easily attainable after all. Yet here he was, ready to give it up without much hesitation. Yu Wutian then spoke sternly. "Don't think giving up the position of Chief Marshal means everything is over. Listen carefully, Yi Changlan. I order you to serve as Longhauran's military strategist in this expedition. You are to consult with Longhauran on strategies against the Divine Demon Ancient Sect and offer advice. Understand clearly, though, you don't hold command of the troops. Your only authority lies in making suggestions. The real power remains with Xianxia, whom you must follow entirely. After saying this, Xuanhuan was shocked. His entire brain almost crashed. Why pull him into this when Mu Chang'e is so eager to send himself to certain death? He never said he wanted to go to Jiaiguan. In that moment, Xuanhuan wished to decline, but unexpectedly, Gnome Xiaoxian's voice suddenly echoed within his mind. Hey, Xuanhuan, accept it from this old man first. Hearing Gnome Xiaoxian's voice, Xuanhuan frowned and questioned mentally. Accept it? Why? Do you also wish for me to die at the hands of the divine demon ancient sect? However, Gnome Xiaoxian seriously replied, I'm not joking with you. Trust me, accept it first. I'll explain later gradually. Hearing this, Xuanhuan furrowed his brow again, took a deep breath, and said to Yu Wutian, I obey. Yu Wutian then turned his gaze back to Mu Chang'e and said, How Ran, you will bear some extra burden, bringing along this baggage. When you have free time, instruct him more often about how to fight. After all, you have already had some experience dealing with the divine demon ancient sect now, whereas he has no idea about the gap between our Lingxi sect and them. Mu Chang'e gave a self-satisfied smile and said to Yu Wutian, bowing his fist respectfully, Your humble son-in-law obeys your orders. At this point, Mu Chang'e turned back to Xuanhuan and said, Little Yi, come over to my military camp later, and I'll teach you how to read maps. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's gaze grew cold, learning battle strategy from this waste of a person? But at that moment, Yulong suddenly interjected, speaking coldly to Mu Chang'e. Mu Chang'e, it would be best if you cleaned up your mouth a bit. Back in the days when my senior brother was in charge, he crushed various rebellious forces like the Divine Demon Ancient Sect, the Bloodthirsty Barbarians, the Blood Robe Cult, and the Skeleton Sword Sect so thoroughly that they couldn't even raise their heads. And at that time, what were you? This comment struck Mu Chang'e with a look of fear on his face, for Yulong was a direct descendant of the second ancestor, Yulong, as well as the chief executor of the Sacred Swords of Lingxi Sect. This identity wasn't something to play around with. Immediately, Mu Chang'e coughed slightly and said, I was just joking with him. Why are you so nervous? Yulong replied coldly, I don't need your jokes. Listen carefully, my senior brother is serving as your strategist, so stop having any ill intentions. If he gets even the slightest injury after returning, I will chop off one of your arms. These words sparked a killing intent in Yulong's eyes that almost took form. Seeing this, Mu Chang'e instinctively swallowed hard, momentarily losing his words. But right at this moment, the matriarch sitting atop the dais, Lingxian, spoke sharply. Xiaolong, your voice is a bit too loud. Moreover, Hao Ran is now your brother-in-law, so be careful about your tone when speaking to him. As she spoke, an overwhelming wave of spiritual power was unleashed. It was the terrifying aura of someone who'd achieved the minor accomplishments of the Tianyang realm. Levels of cultivation, Qiyuan realm, Xuanzhen realm, Linghua realm, Tianyang realm. Although her spiritual energy was not as overwhelming as Yu Wutian's, Yulong still felt a strong sense of pressure pressing down upon him. Within moments, Yulong's back bent slightly, as if he were about to kneel down. Meanwhile, Mu Chang'e, seeing his grandmother come to his support, immediately lost his timid expression. He sneered while looking at Yulong, as if mocking him. You think you're tough? Huh? Show me again if you dare. Moon Xiao, standing next to Mu Chang'e, naturally wanted to speak up for Yulong since he was her younger brother. However, remembering that he'd actually dared to suggest cutting off her husband's arm, she quickly suppressed that thought. She thought it might do him good to receive a lesson from Elder Longxian and keep him more respectful. And seated on the throne, Yu Wutian simply chose to ignore everything that happened. He did indeed like his grandchild, Yulong, but seeing him stand up for Yi Changlin made Yu Wutian a bit uneasy. He then shared the same thought as Yu Xiao, allowing Grand Aunt Longxian to discipline him a little. Chapter 55, Second Ancestor, Yulong. The next moment, Yulong's back gradually became hunched, and even his nose had fresh blood seeping out. The spiritual force pressure released by Grandma Longxian was still being continuously applied to Yulong's body. It seemed like one more step would cause Yulong to kneel on the spot. But at that very moment, Yi Kanglin slowly stepped forward. He stood in front of Yulong, looked at Grandma Longxian, and said, Elder Longxian, isn't it a bit excessive to bully someone junior? As he spoke, a pair of strange red blood-will pupils appeared in Yi Kanglin's eyes, locking onto Grandma Longxuan's figure. Following this, an aura much stronger than Grandma Longxuan's abruptly spread out. This far more overwhelming energy suddenly concentrated on Grandma Longxuan's body. Boom. The next moment, the spirit seat beneath Grandma Longxian actually exploded violently. Subsequently, this old woman knelt down on the spot, forcefully spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, all present people contracted their pupils. Mu Chang'e let out a shocked cry. Great-grandmother. After saying this, he rushed to Grandma Longxuan's side. Arrogance. Moon Wu Tian, seated on the king's throne, suddenly roared. He abruptly stood up from his position, his palm striking directly towards Yi Kanglin. In response to this, Yi Kanglin returned the blow with a counterpunch. Bang! As the two palms collided, a circle of air force surged outwards, then rapidly caused the ground beneath both men to collapse. Officials from the Lingxi Sect were immediately blown sprawling onto the ground. The two extremely strong fluctuations of spiritual force even caused the Grand Assembly Hall to tremble. Boom. Before long, Yi Kanglin and Moon Wu Tian separated their palms. Moon Wu Tian retreated dozens of steps before stabilizing his form. whereas Yi Kanglin remained standing steadfastly in place, without moving. For a moment, Moon Wu Tian revealed an expression of disbelief. Was Yi Kanglin's strength even greater than his own? No, impossible. How could Yi Kanglin be his match? All this must be fake. At that moment, Moon Wu Tian intended to attack Yi Kanglin once again. But the next second, yet another figure suddenly appeared, directly stepping between Yi Kanglin and Moon Wu Tian. Big brother, why bother about a little kid? With this person's appearance, the chaotic scene on-site quickly settled down. Even Yi Kanglin, who had intended to wreak havoc, calmed down promptly. He raised his head to look at the person who had suddenly blocked his way. It turned out to be the second ancestor Yulong. Yulong's emergence caused many hidden Yu clan shadow warriors, ready to attack Yi Kanglin, to pause. Even Moon Wu Tian stopped continuing his attack. Looking at his younger brother, he coldly said, "This damn brat even dared to hit his elder, and you are still going to protect him?" Yulong placed his hands behind his back and smiled warmly, replying, "It wasn't intentional on his part. Besides, Sister Longxian is also unharmed. Why bother over such trivialities?" At this moment, Grandma Longxian, who was supported by Mu Chang'e and heard Yulong's words, spat out another mouthful of blood. Her current sorry state, was she fine? But in the face of Yulong, she didn't dare argue further, merely muttering angrily as she turned away. Meanwhile, Moon Wu Tian also stated seriously, "Younger brother, if you keep protecting him this way, one day in the future, he will surely fight you too." After speaking, Moon Wu Tian turned and left, clearly in bad mood. Only after this did Yulong turn around and gaze at Yi Kanglin, warmly stating, "Young man, here you go creating trouble for me again." Faced with this second ancestor, Yi Kanglin initially paused for a moment, revealing a flicker of fear in his expression, because he realized just how strong this second ancestor was. Strong enough that he couldn't even perceive the depths of his strength. Even with activated blood wheel pupils, he couldn't discern the level of this ancestor's cultivation at all. Could it be that this second ancestor had already surpassed the heavenly Yang realm, reaching a higher tier level? Yi Kanglin fully believed that if this second ancestor wanted to kill him, it wouldn't take more than 3 breaths. Thinking about this, Yi Kanglin told the second ancestor, "Senior Jiang, you should have seen earlier, it was them who started first. I was simply defending myself." At this point, Yulong also walked over and addressed the second ancestor. "Second grandfather, it was Mu Chang'e who insulted my master first. That's when I rebuked him. Who gave him the right to be so arrogant, relying on grandmother Longxian while not putting us in consideration?" At this moment, Yulong's tone still carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Had grandmother Longxian not intervened midway, he would have likely thrown a punch at that idiot. Yulong placed his hand on Yi Kanglin and Yulong's heads, kneading them hard as he asked, "Why didn't you two dodge farther when they attacked first? Why provoke a conflict?" As he said this, he actually ruffled their hair so that it became completely messy. It seemed in his eyes, he truly regarded Yi Kanglin and Yulong as little children. Yi Kanglin's face twisted uncomfortably. After breaking free from Yulong's hand, he said, "Since you're here now, could you speak for me regarding the expedition matter? Honestly, I don't want to be Mu Chang'e's damn military advisor. I think if I stay with him, I might die because of him." Yulong rolled his eyes. "You young man, stop talking nonsense. You agreed just a moment ago, and now you want to back out? How do you expect me to help you explain? Just obediently go on the expedition. When you return triumphantly, I will personally welcome you." As he spoke, he grinned and helped straighten Yi Kanglin's hair. But Yi Kanglin looked at him meaninglessly and said, "Jiang Sr., do you really believe that Mu Chang'e can wipe out that group of 5,000 people from the Divine Demon Ancient Sect?" Yulong softly replied, "Actually, I'm pretty optimistic about him. Moreover, I feel Brother Moon Wu Tian was right. You should learn something from Mu Chang'e. At least he knows how to stand up for the sect when it is in danger, unlike you who stays silent in the background." Yi Kanglin chuckled with crossed arms, somewhat discontentedly saying, "He only brought an army of 80,000 people. How the hell are we supposed to fight?" Yulong laughed. "Isn't there also the garrison at Jiaiguan? Combined with them, it's actually not much of a problem. That's all. Stop complaining and prepare yourself well. You've rested long enough recently, and played long enough too. Since there's trouble in the sect now, you should make your contribution. Don't forget, your wife and children are waiting for you inside the sect." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin's eyes widened. Staring directly at Yulong, he asked, "Senior Jiang, how did you know?" Yulong rolled his eyes again. "Do you think you can hide those trifling matters from me?" Saying this, he took a bottle of medicine liquid from his storage ring and handed it to Yi Kanglin, saying, "Also, take this with you." Subconsciously taking it, Yi Kanglin asked, "What is it?" Yulong calmly answered, "It's called Immortal Milk Elixir, a divine antidote. There are many swamps and poisonous mists around Jiaiguan. Take it as a precaution." After hearing this, Yi Kanglin reluctantly accepted it, muttering, "I get it." Yulong also bowed respectfully to Yulong. "Second grandfather, I will take my leave first." After leaving the assembly hall, Yi Kanglin strode off towards Mount Wuyuan on his own. Having lost the position of young marshal, naturally, he would not return to the young marshal's residence. However, he didn't care anyway since he found living there uncomfortable compared to his own cave residence. At the same time, he silently yelled inwardly to Gnome xiuxian, "Hey, why did you tell me to agree to that old man's request to become a military advisor?" Gnome xiuxian flew out from Yi Kanglin's storage ring at this moment. While licking a lollipop, he told Yi Kanglin, "Didn't you say earlier that you were upset about the longevity increment being insufficient from drinking the wine made from life-extending fruits inside the Universal Star Stone?" Upon hearing this, Kanglin hesitated slightly, remembering indeed he had mentioned it before. Primarily, it was because every day he could only drink 1 pot of fruit wine brewed from the longevity fruits, providing an extension of merely 90-odd years of lifespan. Although it sounded like a lot, given that Kanglin's lifespan was tightly linked to his strength, it fell far short of meeting his current needs. After all, in a few days, the divine demon ancient sect would engage Lingxi Sect in an all-out war. By then, his current abilities may not even suffice to be noticeable. Thus, his only option was to drastically accelerate the growth of his lifespan. With this in mind, Kanglin asked Nong xiuxian, "Have you found a way to increase the yield of the life-extending fruits?" Taking another lick of the lollipop, Nong xiuxian grinned. "Kind of. The place you'll go to on this expedition, isn't it called Xianhuan?" Instinctively, Kanglin nodded. Nong xiuxian continued. "In that place, there exists a top-tier natural earth elemental treasure known as the spiritual soil crystal core. All you need to do is implant this core into the fields inside the universal star stone, allowing the regular fields to evolve into spiritual fields." The moment these words left Nong xiuxian's lips, Kanglin's pupils contracted sharply as he exclaimed in surprise. "Evolve into spiritual fields?" Nong xiuxian nodded and grinned. To put it simply, the current universal starstone farmland produces life-extending fruits that can only add up to 96 years of lifespan per day. But if the farmland evolves into spiritual fields, the yield of life-extending fruits will increase by more than 3 times. In other words, as long as you obtain the spiritual soil crystal core, your daily lifespan increment will reach over 300 years. Upon hearing this, even Kanglin, who had braced himself mentally, couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Living 1 day and gaining 300 years of lifespan? That would probably drive anyone insane. Even Kanglin, despite his composure, subconsciously swallowed hard at the number 300, his eyes instantly revealing a glint of madness. Then, Kanglin's steps suddenly quickened as he hurriedly walked toward the direction of the Wuyuan Mountain cave residence. Seeing this, Nong xiuxian immediately followed, asking, "Hey, where are you going, Kanglin?" Kanglin chuckled and said, "I'm going back to prepare. I've already started looking forward to the day of the expedition." Chapter 56. Mu Chang'e is a rare military genius that comes once in 10,000 years. 5 days later, on the training square of Lingxi Sect, over 80,000 combat disciples were standing straight here at this moment. They all wore silver armor as per Lingxi Sect's regulations. Some held long spears, some had long swords, others heavy hammers, and still others crossbows. Their equipment was nothing if not comprehensive. Next to these warriors stood the imposing foam beasts, also clad in armor, looking mighty and proud. At this time, in front of the army, Mu Chang'e wearing the commander's armor slowly sheathed his long sword, then turned his gaze towards his newlywed wife, Xiao. With eyes full of affection, he said, "You should just rest in the sleeping chamber. There's no need for you to specially come out and see me off." But Xiao rolled her eyes at him. "I am your wife now. Isn't it natural for me to see you off?" Mu Chang'e smiled at this point. "Is the teacher worried about me? In fact, there's really no need for you to overly concern yourself. I've already dealt with the people of Shinma Ancient Sect. I know exactly what kind of stuff they're made of. This expedition for me is as simple as earning points by doing easy tasks. There will be nothing serious happening." At this point, Xiao took out a cloak from her storage ring and gently draped it around Mu Chang'e's shoulders, saying, "Lions must use all their might even when catching rabbits. Never underestimate your opponent, or you'll likely end up in trouble unexpectedly. Yulong told me this when we first met. Though I don't like him personally, his viewpoint does have its merits. Moreover, this expedition task was specifically prepared for you by Great Ancestor, intending for you to establish achievements so that upon your return, he can bestow on you an even higher title. Therefore, you absolutely cannot mess this up." When Mu Chang'e heard Kanglin's name, a look of disdain instinctively showed on his face, and he replied, "After I successfully complete this rebellion suppression mission, achieve far greater accomplishments than he has, you won't have to use his words to contradict me anymore." Xiao pouted slightly and said softly, "It'd be best if you could do that." As she spoke, Xiao suddenly hugged Mu Chang'e, catching him off guard. He reflexively responded, "Teacher, what's wrong?" Xiao's tone was somewhat heavy as she continued, "In the past, I always treated you like a child. But now, seeing you dressed in military garb, I realize you've grown up, and you're now a fully capable commander. Though I want to tell you to stay safe and not fight recklessly for honors, I feel so angry whenever I think about Moon Xianxia and that woman. Chang'e, please, for the sake of the master's request, accomplish this anti-rebellion campaign perfectly, making Miss Yu Qianyan understand that the man I chose is not a weakling. And let Yi Kanglin know that you are not a waste, but rather the general of Lingxi Sect, whose talents are no less than his, and even surpass his." Okay. After hearing these words, Mu Chang'e seemed to be moved inside. He hugged Xiao back and laughed, saying, "Teacher, rest assured, I will surely prove to everyone in the entire sect that I, Mu Chang'e, am stronger than anyone. As for him, Yi Kanglin, he is merely a stepping stone for me." Hearing this, Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, finding amusement in Mu Chang'e's earnest expression. She kissed him lightly on the lips and said tenderly, "I will wait for your victorious return within the sect." Mu Chang'e nodded lightly with a soft saying, "Wait for my good news in the sect." With that, Mu Chang'e swiftly turned around, sitting atop his foam beast. Gazing at the spirited army on the drill square, he delivered an impassioned speech aimed at boosting morale. Previously, Yi Kanglin also did this before his expeditions, so Mu Chang'e followed suit. As for Yi Kanglin, who stood nearby, he ignored Mu Chang'e's roaring and instead turned to Li Xiaoxiang, saying, "Teacher mother, you should go back now, we are leaving soon." Li Xiaoxiang, however, gave him a seductive smile and said, "What? So soon you want to rush me away? I remember last night, you held me tightly, not letting me leave." This caused Yi Kanglin's face to redden considerably. These days, he had almost been spending all his time with women like Li Xiaoxiang, Bai Lu, and Yu Qingyan. Because of this, his legs were still feeling weak. So, Yi Kanglin bitterly asked, "Where are Bai Lu and Qingyan? Why haven't they come?" Li Xiaoxiang rolled her eyes and retorted, "Qingyan has been experiencing severe morning sickness recently. I didn't wake her up, allowing her to keep lying down while Bai Lu is taking care of her beside." Yi Kanglin nodded and then smiled, saying, "During my absence, please take good care of her, Master Mother." Li Xiaoxiang, however, let out a flirtatious hum and said, "You only want me to take care of her. Then who will take care of me?" Yi Kanglin bitterly replied, "Don't you have maidservants to serve you? Besides, you're not pregnant. Who needs to take care of you anyway?" At this, Li Xiaoxiang burst into giggles again and feigned indignation by saying, "Who told you I'm not pregnant?" Upon hearing these words, Yi Kanglin was immediately shocked. He stared straight at Li Xiaoxiang, finding it hard to believe as he said, "Master Mother, you." Li Xiaoxiang gently nodded and said, "I just got pregnant in the past few days. I've already had the doctor check my pulse." At this moment, Yi Kanglin's mouth twitched slightly before he helplessly shook his head. Well, there's no way he could leave now. Yu Qingyan being pregnant was one thing, but now even Li Xiaoxiang was with child. If calculated this way, within Lingxi Sect, he would soon have about 3 children. If counting Jiang Xinxin as well, that would make 4. Wow, Yi Kanglin never realized how impressive he truly was. Just as Yi Kanglin was lost in thought, the army suddenly shouted loudly on the field, "The general is mighty! The general is mighty!" He subconsciously turned his head towards Mu Chang'e's direction and found him shouting with the soldiers. Never did he expect that this guy was so adept at rallying hearts and minds. Li Xiaoxiang, seeing this, laughed and said, "I didn't expect the old ancestor to be so good at picking people. This Mu Chang'e seems to actually have some real skills. He managed to gather the hearts of the soldiers so quickly, it wouldn't be surprising if he really has some military talent." Yi Kanglin chuckled and responded, "Perhaps." Li Xiaoxiang looked askance at him and teased, "Are you not worried that he might completely replace you?" Yi Kanglin nonchalantly remarked, "Let him replace me, so what?" At this moment, his lieutenant Qin Shao approached, clasped his fists, and said to Yi Kanglin, "General Yi, we should depart." Yi Kanglin lightly nodded, "I understand." Then he turned around and faced Li Xiaoxiang. After some consideration, he stepped closer, pinched her chin with one hand, and kissed her. This action caused Li Xiaoxiang's face to turn red. She lightly slapped Yi Kanglin in annoyance, teasingly saying, "There are still other people here, you deadbeat." Yi Kanglin smiled, then turned around and sat atop the chase winged beast, leaving along with the main force. Li Xiaoxiang stood there and watched Yi Kanglin ride away. Not far off on the high platform, the Supreme Elder Yu Wutian and Grandmother Longxian were both looking at the rapidly departing army. At this point, Yu Wutian said, "Sister-in-law, when do you think our nephew Howren returns? I should organize what kind of welcoming ceremony for him." Grandmother Longxian coughed dryly. "The battle hasn't ended yet, and you're already planning his victory banquet? How imaginative." With his hands behind his back, Yu Wutian retorted, "Though my eyes may have become clouded, my insight into people remains sharp. Nephew Howren is a rare military genius that appears once in 10,000 years. This rebellion suppression will present no difficulty to him." Grandmother Longxian looked somewhat surprised at her senior brother. She didn't expect him to give such a high evaluation to Mu Chang'e. After all, even the young Yi Kanglin wasn't referred to as a military genius that appears once in 10,000 years. From this, it could be seen just how much Yu Wutian valued Mu Chang'e. At that moment, Grandmother Longxian asked, "What kind of reward do you plan to give Howren when he comes back?" Her words were an implicit acknowledgement of Yu Wutian's assessment of his great-nephew. Yu Wutian thought for a moment and replied, "I plan to hand over the management of 1/5 of Lingxi Sect's fighting disciples to him." As soon as these words were spoken, Grandmother Longxian was shocked. 1/5 of the fighting disciples amounted to 3 or 40,000 troops. But soon enough, she understood, instinctively questioning, "Do you intend to weaken the military authority of the second patriarch?" When Grandmother Longxian mentioned the second patriarch, she was naturally referring to the second founder of Lingxi Sect, Yulong, who was also the second mentor of Yi Kanglin. Yu Wutian nodded. The second patriarch has been holding onto Lingxi Sect's army for hundreds of years. It's time for him to step aside and relinquish part of his control. However, Grandmother Longxian seriously said, "Although Howren possesses remarkable military prowess, he is simply too young. Would he be at a disadvantage competing against someone as experienced as Yi Kanglin?" Grandma Longxian was fully aware that Yi Kanglin, being one of the key cards in the second patriarch's camp, was not an easy person to deal with. Taking a step back, even without Yi Kanglin, just dealing with Longqing for a month would likely give Mu Chang'e quite a bit of trouble. At this thought, Grandma Longxian said, "Ultimately, we have too few top-tier talents in our lineage. Sooner or later, the second patriarch will drain us completely." Yu Wutian, however, chuckled and said, "No need to worry, we should trust Howren's abilities. By the time he grows up, everything will be different." At this, Grandma Longxian chose not to say anything further. Chapter 57, Take it step by step. Jiaguan, located at a natural pass south of the Donghuang Prefecture, sits in the middle of the Wuyuan Mountains, serving as a vital gateway connecting Donghuang Prefecture with the outside world. If the Jin Tian domain is comparable to the Lingxi Sect's de facto controlled territory, then Donghuang Prefecture would be equivalent to the central province. Xianxia City would be akin to the imperial capital, with the Lingxi Sect being the supreme ruling institution of the capital, and xiuxian acting as the southern gate guarding the capital. 800 years ago, from the time the founding ancestor of the Yu clan established the Lingxi Sect up to now, this xiuxian had resisted hundreds of large-scale battles for the Lingxi Sect, yet no one had ever been able to conquer this terrifying pass. Although xiuxian's defensive capabilities were incredibly astonishing, it also had a very serious defect. It was too close to the main mountain gate of the Lingxi Sect. The shortest distance between the two was less than 100 li. For mortals, this might seem very far, but for cultivators, it was just within reach. Especially for disciples of the Lingxi Sect's combat department riding on chase-wind beasts, such a distance could be covered in merely an hour. If xiuxian fell, foreign tribes could reach the walls of the imperial city in mere moments. Precisely because of its proximity, when the chief supreme elder of the Lingxi Sect, Yu Wutian, learned that xiuxian was about to be attacked by the divine demonic ancient sect, he eagerly added reinforcements to this area. At the moment, on the plains leading to xiuxian, the 80,000 combat disciples led by Mu Chang'e were traveling toward xiuxian at a remarkably high speed. Wherever the chase-wind beasts passed, clouds of dust swirled. Xianxia, sitting atop one of the chase-wind beasts, discreetly opened the system panel. On the panel, it clearly displayed the distance between Xianxia and the Spirit Earth Crystal Core. Xiuxian was hovering next to Xianxia. After looking at the map on the system panel, he asked Xianxia, "When do you plan to leave this group and retrieve the Spirit Earth Crystal Core?" Xianxia enlarged the map and noticed that the Spirit Earth Crystal Core was located in a region named Hidden Mountain Range. He turned to Xiuxian and said, "The Spirit Earth Crystal Core is in the Hidden Mountain Range? How come I remember you mentioning before that this Hidden Mountain Range is one of the bases of the Divine Demonic Ancient Sect?" Hearing this, Xiuxian blinked several times and puzzledly said, "Did I?" Then, he opened the intelligence collector in the system and indeed found records related to the Divine Demonic Ancient Sect's base location in the relevant information. Sure enough, it was in the Hidden Mountain Range. Furthermore, according to the coordinates on the map, the position of the Spirit Earth Crystal Core was precisely in the central headquarters of the Divine Demonic Ancient Sect's base. Seeing this, Xiuxian again asked Xianxia, "The Spirit Earth Crystal Core is inside the headquarters of the Divine Demonic Ancient Sect's base. How do you plan to take it?" Xianxia bit his lips and thought for a while before turning around to look at the battle disciples following behind him. Then he said, "Once the army engages with the followers of the Divine Demonic Ancient Sect, I'll sneak into their base amidst the chaos to see if I can steal the item. If I can steal it, that would be ideal. If I cannot, I'll either have to force my way or think of other methods." To this, Xiuxian replied with some exasperation, "There are over 55,000 Divine Demonic Ancient Sect followers, all extremely formidable. Forget you attempting to overpower them. If even Yulong, the second patriarch of the Lingxi Sect, were here, he'd likely fall victim to them." With a hint of helplessness, Xianxia said, "That's why I'm considering stealing it." Xiuxian teased, "You'd better pray that these 80,000 battle disciples can withstand the assault of the Divine Demonic Ancient Sect for a little longer. Otherwise, even if you try to steal it, there's no guarantee you will succeed." Upon hearing this, Xianxia took a deep breath. Xiuxian's words resonated with his concerns. Based on his understanding of the Divine Demonic Ancient Sect and these battle disciples, once both sides clashed directly, the combat disciples would be completely overwhelmed in less than an hour. This meant Xianxia had at most 1 hour to infiltrate the central base of the Divine Demonic Ancient Sect to steal the Spirit Earth Crystal Core. Only 1 hour? Will that be enough? Xianxia muttered with some anxiety. But they had already arrived, and there was no point regretting it now. For now, he could only proceed step by step. In the distance ahead, where Mu Chang'e was located. Mu Chang'e, clad in the armor of a commander, excitedly looked forward. Based on his estimation, they would reach xiuxian in no more than half an hour. At this moment, Mu Chang'e's deputy, Wang Heshan, approached and said to Mu Chang'e, "General, xiuxian has just sent a message." Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'e turned to look at Wang Heshan and asked, "What did the commander over there say?" Wang Heshan seriously replied, "The Divine Demonic Ancient Sect has launched another attack. They asked us to hurry up further. They said that this offensive by the Divine Demonic Ancient Sect is extremely fierce. They may not be able to hold on much longer." Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'e burst out with an excited laugh. "Another attack? Isn't that exactly what I wanted?" Speaking of this, his eyes once again lit up with excitement, even imagining himself charging into battle, driving the traitors of the Divine Demonic Ancient Sect to flee in disarray. "Ah, you have come just in time, Divine Demonic Ancient Sect. I was just worrying about where to find you once we reach xiuxian. Who would have thought you'd deliver yourselves right here? Well then, today your heads shall serve as my military merit." As he spoke, he said to his deputy Wang Heshan, "Wang Heshan, pass the order down. Accelerate the entire army's movement. We must arrive at xiuxian in the shortest time possible." Wang Heshan saluted and said, "As ordered." But the next second, he still expressed some concerns, saying, "General, for the Divine Demonic Ancient Sect, we need to remain more cautious. Your current state seems to already hint at an eagerness to gain too much merit prematurely. Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'e whipped Wang Hashan with the leather whip in his hand and berated him. Does my way of doing things require you to point fingers at me? Listen well. If upon my arrival at the battlefield, the divine demonic ancient sect people have fled, I will hold you responsible. After being whipped, Wang Hashan immediately fell silent. He no longer dared to offer any more advice, but instead faithfully relayed Mu Chang'e's orders downward. On the towering walls of Jiaiguan, countless Lingxi Sect soldiers tightly grasped various heavy crossbows, arrows, and spirit weapons such as magical fire guns, attacking the crowd of followers of the divine demonic ancient sect below. Boom boom boom. Continuous explosive sounds caused numerous members of the divine demonic ancient sect to be blown away on the spot. However, they quickly rose back up and continued their assault on Jiaiguan's gates. Farther away, the divine demonic ancient sect's army had set up rows of pitch-black cannons. These cannons were all weapon-level artifacts, specially created by the divine demonic ancient sect to demolish the strongholds and fortresses of the Lingxi sect. They were called Black Devil Cannons. Each Black Devil Cannon possessed tremendous destructive power, capable of not only dealing immense damage to fortifications themselves, but also generating burning effects that inflicted varying degrees of burning injuries on surrounding Lingxi sect disciples. At a glance, the divine demonic ancient sect's army attacking Jiaiguan had brought along more than 300 heavy Black Devil Cannons. Such dense artillery could nearly saturate Jiaiguan with attacks. Boom boom boom. Another simultaneous firing from the Black Devil Cannons occurred. Subsequently, hundreds of fireballs flew out in unison, directly hitting the protective barrier around Jiaiguan. A resounding roar echoed through the defensive barrier, causing tremors throughout the mighty walls of Jiaiguan. The commander guarding the area, Li Xiaoyang, under this saturation-style attack by the Black Devil Cannons, nearly collapsed to the ground. Thankfully, his aide supported him, preventing any loss of face. Li Xiaoyang, pale-faced, looked down at the sea of the divine demonic ancient sect army below and anxiously shouted at his aide. Where are the reinforcements? Why hasn't the sect's reinforcements arrived yet? The aide tensely responded. General, the message has been sent. The reinforcements will take a little more time to get here. Hearing this, Li Xiaoyang threw the large sword in his hand into the ground in anger, shouting furiously, Damn it! If they don't come soon, this Jiaiguan may not hold much longer. Just then, an officer rushed over and urgently reported to Li Xiaoyang. General, the protective barrier on the east side has developed cracks. It's estimated that there will be a breach within the next incense stick worth of time. Li Xiaoyang's complexion turned pale as he shouted. Cracks have appeared in the protective barrier. How is that possible? Wasn't it just repaired yesterday? Why are there cracks again so quickly? Before Li Xiaoyang could get a clear answer, another officer came over to report. General, the west gate cannot hold much longer. It may be completely destroyed at any moment. Please give orders to dispatch additional manpower for support. Even before Li Xiaoyang could respond, soldiers kept rushing over one after another, reporting bad news. General, more than 80% of the soldiers in the 9th military camp have been casualties, and they will be wiped out soon. Please give the order to retreat. General, medical supplies are about to run out, and many injured soldiers cannot receive effective treatment. It is estimated that within half a day, the number of casualties will further increase. General, the spirit crystals maintaining the protective barrier are almost depleted. When they are gone, the protective barrier will be completely destroyed, and our army will be unable to withstand the next artillery attack from the divine demonic ancient sect. As one bad report after another came in, Li Xiaoyang's face immediately took on a look of despair. He sat helplessly on the ground, utterly drained. Chapter 58. Panic among the divine demon ancient sect army. For 800 years, Jiaiguan had always been one of the most impregnable passes within the Lingxi sect's territory. One recalls the time when Commander Kanglin was personally stationed there, successfully defending against the attacks of nearly 800,000 troops from 9 rebel groups. But now, in the face of an attack by the 50,000-strong divine demon ancient sect army, they were almost completely unable to fight back. At this moment, Li Xiaoyang suddenly gave a bitter laugh, his heart filled with deep self-reproach. Although he was very clear that this 50,000 divine demon ancient sect army was no weaker than the 800,000-strong rebel group of old, still, he felt he had failed the trust of the Lingxi sect and also failed Commander Kanglin, who had promoted him to this position. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoyang slowly raised the long sword in his hand and muttered, Commander Yi, once Jiaiguan falls, I will certainly die as reparation. As he spoke, his eyes became particularly resolute. However, at this moment, a young officer rushed over in excitement, his face animated as he said, General, reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have arrived. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyang looked towards the young officer excitedly and exclaimed, Reinforcements have come. The young officer nodded excitedly and said, It's less than 5 miles away from Jiaiguan. Among the leading generals is Commander Kanglin, and there's another young commander, apparently named something like Mu Chang'e. When Li Xiaoyang heard that Kanglin had actually arrived, he burst into laughter, saying, Ha! Heaven hasn't forsaken me. Li Xiaoyang, Jiaiguan is saved. Down below, among the divine demon ancient sect army, the commander responsible for this Jiaiguan assault, Wuan, sat leisurely on a grand chair, enjoying tea in peace. Looking at Jiaiguan across the way being pounded by heavenly devil cannons until it swayed precariously, Wuan laughed heartily and said to an old witch beside him, Grandmaster Ji, I'll bet you that Jiaiguan will be fully captured by us within the burning of an incense stick. Do you believe me? The old witch known as Grandmaster Ji gave a strange laugh. An incense stick? This old woman thinks even half that time isn't needed. Wuxian thought it over and agreed it should be about right, then said, as long as we capture Jiaguan, using this fortress as a base, we can successfully tie down large numbers of Lingxi Sect soldiers. At that point, the chief minister should be able to smoothly occupy many territories of the Lingxi Sect. If Yu Wutian and Mu Chang'e were here at this moment, they would surely be surprised to discover that almost all the conversation between Wu Shan and the old, which was exactly what Yi Kanglin had predicted. The plan of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect was indeed to use Jiaguan to attract large numbers of Lingxi Sect troops, thereby creating advantageous offensive conditions for other regional Divine Demon Ancient Sect armies. They had never intended to attack the main gate of the Lingxi Sect headquarters from Jiaguan from the start, because from Jiaguan to the mountain gate of the Lingxi Sect, the distance seemed not long, but there were actually layers of defenses set up in between. An impetuous attack from this direction would undoubtedly cause considerable casualties to the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. So rather than pursuing this route, they decided to adopt a delay tactic, tying down Lingxi Sect forces to weaken defense in other regions. At this time, however, the old witch suddenly said, Master Wu Shan, speaking frankly, it wasn't a good idea to let 10 assassins infiltrate Xianxia City and reveal our intention to gather 50,000 troops to attack Jiaguan to the Lingxi Sect through assassinating the city master. Wu Shan turned his head to look at her, asking, why? The old witch explained, as long as we attack Jiaguan, the garrison here will naturally send messages to the main Lingxi Sect force, and they will definitely dispatch reinforcements. But you've already let them know beforehand, which causes them to prepare early. As such, before we even manage to capture Jiaguan, their reinforcements are likely to arrive. At that point, this pass will be even harder to seize. Wu Shan shook his head with a smile. Whether their reinforcements arrive early or late has no effect on us. Or rather, whether we capture Jiaguan or not is not so important. Our purpose in coming here is only one, to draw more Lingxi Sect troops here. So, the earlier the news is released, the more troops can be gathered here. The less pressure the bishops taking other attacking routes will bear. And for us, who are tasked to distract the main force of the Lingxi Sect, our achievements will be greater. At that point, after His Holiness the Pope overturns the rule of the Lingxi Sect, the rewards we will receive will also be more plentiful. After speaking, he looked at the old witch again and said, so, Priestess Tan, do you still think it was a bad idea to leak the news to them in advance? Upon hearing this, the old witch chuckled. No wonder His Holiness appointed you as the commander of this operation. Now I see how wise His Holiness' decision truly was. Wu Shan, flattered by her praise, gave an arrogant smile. However, just as they were feeling smug, a disciple rushed over hastily and said to Wu Shan and the old witch, Apostle Duan, Priestess Duan, bad news. Reinforcements from the Lingxi Sect have already arrived. Hearing this, Wu Shan and the old witch exchanged glances with a sneer. Wu Shan said contemptuously, they came quite fast. How many are there? As he spoke, he continued sipping his fragrant tea. The disciple replied, according to reports from our scouts, about 70 or 80,000. At these words, Wu Shan spewed out the tea in his mouth with a scoff and burst into laughter. Just 70 or 80,000? What is the Lingxi Sect thinking? This many wouldn't last us 2 days. The old witch casually added, it's probably just an attempt to probe our military situation. They'll likely continue sending reinforcements. Wu Shan, after pondering for a while, thought this was plausible. Then, licking his lips greedily, he snickered evilly. It's been such a long time since we've tasted the blood and flesh of the disciples of Lingxi Sect. Now, we can finally feast well. As he spoke, even saliva dripped down the corner of his mouth. But then the disciple quickly added, our scouts reported seeing Yi Kanglin among the reinforcements. Both Wu Shan and the old witch froze. Especially Wu Shan, whose face stiffened visibly in seconds. Staring blankly, he mumbled in disbelief. What did you say? Our scouts saw who? The disciple was almost on the verge of tears, pointing toward Jiaguan in terror, shouting, young commander of the Lingxi Sect, Yi Kanglin. When Wu Shan heard the name, Yi Kanglin clearly, the teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a crash. His eyes filled with horror, he exclaimed, you're lying. We were told Yi Kanglin had already been dismissed and placed under lifetime house arrest in Wuyuan Mountain. How could he possibly be here? Saying this, he grabbed the disciple by the collar with both hands, lifting him up and roaring furiously. You must be seeing things, right? You must have mistaken the identity, correct? Perhaps there's merely someone among the reinforcements who looks very much like Yi Kanglin. Isn't that right? Answer me quickly. Even now, deep inside, Wu Shan still prayed fervently that his scout had seen wrong. For Wu Shan, the mere mention of Yi Kanglin sent shivers down his spine. Over the hundreds of years he'd served as one of the 12 apostles of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect, he had fought only about 20 or so battles involving Yi Kanglin. And each time, it had ended in repeated defeats, defeat after defeat, and every single encounter nearly cost him his life. The most perilous occasion happened 50 years ago during one battle. Back then, with merely 2,000 troops, Yi Kanglin had wiped out his army of 30,000 soldiers without a single survivor. Then, Yi Kanglin crushed Wu Shan's head beneath his boot, smirking cruelly and asking, haven't I heard that you enjoy eating the flesh of my sect members? I wonder what your own meat tastes like. Saying this, Yi Kanglin's eyes had gleamed with excitement. Although 50 years had passed since that incident, it was still vivid in Wu Shan's memory, haunting him like an unshakable nightmare. On countless nights, he woke up drenched in sweat, touching his head to confirm it was still intact. This caused Wu Shan to instinctively tremble whenever he heard the name Yi Kanglin. If it weren't for reliable information confirming Yi Kanglin's dismissal, Wu Shan would never have dared take command of this campaign. But what about now? How could Yi Kanglin suddenly be reinstated? Even if reinstated, he should remain stationed at the central headquarters. Why come personally because of a minor campaign like this? To Wu Shan at this moment, it felt as though he had casually thrown a normal attack, only for the opponent to retaliate with a king bomb. Who could handle this? Meanwhile, the disciple lamented with a mournful expression. Apostle Duran, I hope our scouts were wrong, but it is indeed Yi Kanglin himself. Our scouts were terrified to the point of nearly fainting. He said he'd recognize Yi Kanglin even if his face turned to ash. He vouched for it with his life. Upon hearing these words, Wu Shan went numb instantly. Trembling all over, he released the disciple, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Quickly, the disciple supported him, calling out, Apostle Duran. Wu Shan's breathing became somewhat rapid, his legs trembling uncontrollably, and he was breaking out in a cold sweat, his face pale, in absolute terror. Escape, his mind was now fixed on just one word, escape. Otherwise, he would be killed. At this thought, Wu Shan no longer cared about Xianxia. He immediately roared at the masses of believers below. All troops heed my order. Cease the attack, retreat, immediately. Chapter 59, Yi Xuanhuan, do you want a rebel? On the wall of Xianxia, General Li Qiaoyang was still excited about the imminent arrival of reinforcements. However, at this moment, his assistant excitedly said, General, look, the Divine Demon Sect is retreating. Upon hearing this, Li Qiaoyang slightly paused and turned to look at the scene below the city wall. Indeed, he saw the vast army of the Divine Demon Sect rapidly withdrawing like a tide, appearing very hurried. An uninformed person might even think that Li Qiaoyang was preparing for a counterattack. Seeing this, Li Qiaoyang became immediately excited and shouted loudly, You bastards! Why are you running away? You should keep fighting if you have any guts. A group of cowards who only bully the weak. You dare to covet Xianxia with your insignificant forces? Eat shit instead. Even if given another 300 years, you would never be able to cross this fortress. Perhaps due to excessive excitement, Li Qiaoyang even lost himself, turning red in the face. At this moment, a young officer suddenly approached and respectfully said to Li Qiaoyang, General, the sect's reinforcements have arrived at the north gate. Let's go and welcome them. After these words, Li Qiaoyang quickly regained his composure, patting his head. He nearly forgot the important matter and said, Right, let's go now. We can't make Commander Yi wait too long. Saying this, Li Qiaoyang quickly descended from the city wall and headed towards the north gate. However, the young officer beside him reminded him, General, the commander of this reinforcement isn't Commander Yi. Li Qiaoyang, upon hearing this, stopped momentarily and asked while walking, Not Commander Yi? Then who is it? The young officer replied, A youth named Mu Chang'e. The sect has just sent us word. This Mu Chang'e is the supreme commander of this reinforcement force, and we must unconditionally cooperate with all his commands. Hearing this, Li Qiaoyang became confused. Instinctively, he questioned, Who exactly is this Mu Chang'e? How could he become the supreme commander of the reinforcements? Moreover, if he is the supreme commander, then what about Commander Yi? Why did Commander Yi personally come over? The young officer answered, Commander Yi is merely the marching advisor of this reinforcement force without command authority. As for Mu Chang'e, he is reportedly the great-grandson of Elder Long Xian from the sect's uppermost council and also the husband of Magistrate Yu Xiaolu. Upon hearing this, Li Qiaoyang became completely baffled. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, his mind disordered as he exclaimed, Wait, what on earth are you talking about? How did Yu Xiaolu, the sect leader of our Lingxi Sect, turn into a magistrate? And her husband should be Commander Yi, shouldn't it? How did she suddenly end up with some random person named Mu Chang'e? And more importantly, wasn't it said that Elder Long Xian no longer had descendants? How did a great-grandson appear out of nowhere? Due to his long-term deployment at Xianxia, Li Qiaoyang always received news from the sect relatively late. Therefore, he knew almost nothing about what had happened within Lingxi Sect in the past month. Seeing Li Qiaoyang so perplexed, the young officer began explaining. Things are like this. Half a month ago, Commander Yi was dismissed by sect leader Yu Xiaolu. The young officer recounted all the information he had gathered. After hearing all this, Li Qiaoyang finally understood what had happened. Subsequently, he scoffed coldly. It seems this Mu Chang'e is not a good one either. In Li Qiaoyang's view, anyone who dared to compete with Yi Changlan for a woman couldn't be a good person. However, considering Mu Chang'e was Elder Long Xian's great-grandson, Li Qiaoyang suppressed his dissatisfaction. Very soon, Li Qiaoyang rode his swift horse and rushed to the north gate. At this time, the north gate had just opened, allowing them to see both Yi Changlan and Mu Chang'e arriving just as they reached. Mu Chang'e tightened his reins abruptly, stopping his chasing wind beast underneath him. His gaze swept across the numerous welcoming city defense generals before he loudly spoke out. Who is the commanding general? Come forward to see me. These words were extremely impolite, clearly showing a complete disregard for Li Qiaoyang. However, Li Qiaoyang did not take offense. He quickly stepped forward, saluting Mu Chang'e with a bow and saying, This humble one is Li Qiaoyang, the main general defending Xianxia. I greet General Mu. Mu Chang'e, looking at the bloodstains and tattered clothes on Li Qiaoyang, immediately realized he had just gone through a fierce battle, thus explaining his current disheveled state. Subsequently, Mu Chang'e said, Lead the way for this general. Today, I will cut off 1,000 heads of the Divine Demon Sect myself. Upon hearing this, Li Qiaoyang immediately responded, To report to General Mu, the Divine Demon Sect's army has already retreated. Upon hearing the words, much to Mu Chang's annoyance, he exclaimed, "What? They retreated? You must be joking. The general just arrived at Jiaguan, and they've already left? What is the purpose of my arrival here then? Absolutely not. I can't let them escape so easily. Once they regroup, they will be even more difficult to deal with." He then turned his gaze to Li Xiaoyang and commanded, "Which direction did those bastards flee to? I will personally lead troops to chase them down." Hearing this, Li Xiaoyang was utterly taken aback. Instinctively, he glanced over at Yichanglan. However, Yichanglan was leisurely sipping from a wineskin, clearly unbothered and relaxed. And when Mu Chang'a noticed this, he shouted furiously once more, "Are you deaf? I'm asking you a question." Li Xiaoyang quickly responded, "Report to General Mu. Though the Divine Demon Sect has retreated, they still retain a significant portion of their forces. If we pursue them now, we might fall into their ambush. It would be better to follow me into the city for a brief rest and recuperation. Once we have formulated a proper strategic plan, we'll make our decision on how to proceed. How does that sound?" Mu Chang'a, however, became irritated again as he grabbed the whip in his hand and struck Li Xiaoyang without warning. Smack! This immediately caused Li Xiaoyang to collapse on the ground. Having just gone through a fierce battle, he had no strength to evade and was hit head-on. At the next moment, Mu Chang'a's voice boomed out. "You damn fool. Are you mentally impaired, or what? When I asked where the bastards of the Divine Demon Sect fled to, you replied by saying we should formulate a strategy first. What are you implying? Do you think the general needs your teachings to fight wars?" As Li Xiaoyang fell to the ground, he glared fiercely at Mu Chang'a. Behind him, many of his officers rushed forward to help him up. One young officer indignantly remarked to Mu Chang'a, "You're one of Lingxi Sect's commanders, and yet you don't even understand the principle of do not chase defeated foes too far. Our general kindly warned you. The Divine Demon Sect has withdrawn. Chasing them now offers no real advantage and could very likely put us at a disadvantage. Of course, if you want to die yourself, it's fine with me, but don't drag the disciples of Lingxi Sect along to certain death." After these words were spoken, Mu Chang'a grew furious. He leapt off the back of his chasing wind beast, grabbing the young officer by the neck and coldly said, "Who exactly do you think you're speaking to? Foolish man, do you know who I am? Listen carefully. My great-grandmother is the Grand Elder of Lingxi Sect. My wife is the Chief Magistrate of the sect. And right now, I am the Supreme Commander of this reinforcement army. Forget about you. Every single person within this entire fortress is required to unconditionally obey my orders. Furthermore, do you know how many soldiers I've brought out for this campaign?" Mu Chang'a displayed an 8-finger gesture and bellowed loudly towards Li Xiaoyang and the surrounding Jiaguan defense generals. 80,000. I brought out 80,000 soldiers, armed with such terrifying combat power. What sort of ambush should I fear? What kind of nonsense is that? Do you truly believe I grew up being scared? Seeing the young officer whose neck was grabbed by Mu Chang'a, Li Xiaoyang immediately yelled furiously, "General Mu, let go of her first. We can negotiate peacefully." Mu Chang'a cast his gaze at Li Xiaoyang and sneered coldly, "Will you behave if I let go?" Saying that, he applied more force on the officer's neck, instantly turning his face completely red. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyang's eyes turned bloodshot. He was about to make a move. But suddenly, Yichanglan came closer, grasping Mu Chang'a's wrist while smiling and sarcastically remarking, "If you want to quarrel, do so, but bullying a young girl, what kind of hero is that?" As Yichanglan's eyes met Mu Chang'a's, instantly, Yichanglan's blood-willed pupil manifested, making Mu Chang'a tremble all over. Simultaneously, Mu Chang'a felt an intense pain coming from his wrist, as if it were gripped tightly by a mechanical arm. This agony made him grit his teeth, and he immediately released Li Mengmeng. Just then, Li Xiaoyang rushed over, supporting his younger sister and anxiously asked, "Mengmeng, are you all right?" Coughing lightly twice, Li Mengmeng shook her head. "I'm fine." Relieved upon seeing this, Li Xiaoyang took a deep breath and once again turned his attention to Yichanglan and Mu Chang'a. Meanwhile, Mu Chang'a was watching Yichanglan with apprehensive eyes. 5 days ago, in the Grand Hall of the Imperial Court, Yichanglan used these very eyes to send Mu Chang'a's great-grandmother spitting blood after being repelled by his power. At the same time, he struck the first Supreme Elder, Yu Wutian, causing him to stagger back repeatedly. Faced with such a monstrous opponent, it would absolutely be a lie if Mu Chang'a said he wasn't intimidated. At that moment, his frustration reached its peak as he loudly shouted at Yichanglan, "Yichanglan, what do you intend to do? Start a rebellion?" Chapter 60. Mu Chang'a insists on his own way and recklessly chases after the Divine Devil Ancient Sect. Yi Kanglin smiled peacefully. "It's nothing. I just feel that some things could be resolved with a good conversation. There's no need for physical conflict. After all, we are all from the same sect, aren't we?" As he spoke, he took another swig of fine wine from his flask. But Mu Chang'a felt humiliated. Pointing at Li Xiaoyang, he said, "This damn fool has repeatedly obstructed my pursuit of the Divine Devil Ancient Sect. Don't you think it's fair to give him a bit of punishment?" Before Yi Kanglin could open his mouth, Li Xiaoyang stepped forward. His tone was cold as he said, "The Divine Devil Ancient Sect has incredibly strong individual combat prowess. They're like monsters with unlimited stamina. They never get tired no matter how much they fight. Moreover, their body's healing ability is astonishing. Our Lingxi Sect's spirit weapons pierce through their bodies, but they can still continue moving. Their speed, strength, burst power, reaction abilities, these basic attributes, are far superior to our Lingxi Sect's warriors. Don't underestimate them just because there are only 500,000 of them. I estimate that without at least 200,000 people, we won't be able to subdue them. Then, looking at the 800,000 warrior disciples brought by Mu Chang'e, he continued, let me not mince words. This number of people isn't even enough to scratch them. Actually, Li Chaoyang had already decided not to try stopping Mu Chang'e from going to his death alone, especially since he'd seen Mu Chang'e almost strangle his younger sister earlier. He wanted Mu Chang'e dead at the hands of the divine devil ancient sect more than anything. Yet, when he thought about the over 80,000 Lingxi Sect warriors under Mu Chang'e, he couldn't harden his heart. Like Li Mengmeng, he didn't want those warriors following Mu Chang'e into certain death. At that moment, Mu Chang'e roared, "You bastard, stop fooling around with me. Do you think I've never dealt with the divine devil ancient sect? With their kind of skill, General Mu here could flatten them with just one hand. Also, talking about extraordinary healing and almost infinite stamina? What a laughable excuse. Lost the battle? Just accept it. There's no use in making so many excuses. I'll tell you something. Unlike your pathetic lot at Jiaiguan who couldn't even defeat a measly 500,000 men." After these words, the dozens of Jiaiguan generals who came to welcome were immediately infuriated. Enraged, they began to question and shout at Mu Chang'e. "What did you just say? You better repeat that. Bastard, my life nearly ended in the previous battle. If you call us cowards, come today and let's see who the real coward is." Immediately, dozens of Jiaiguan generals started yelling at Mu Chang'e. The soldiers behind Mu Chang'e rushed forward, holding back these angry generals. Deputy General Wang Hashan said soothingly to them, "Generals, please calm down. We're all one family. There's no need for such hostility." But the Jiaiguan generals screamed in fury, "Whose family is he? Let him die if he wants to." The situation quickly turned chaotic. Just as a physical confrontation seemed imminent, Yi Kanglin bellowed with a low growl, "Enough! Everyone shut up." His voice wasn't loud, yet it reached everyone's ears instantly. In an instant, both sides became quiet, turning to look at Yi Kanglin. Although Yi Kanglin was no longer the young commander of Lingxi Sect, his authority in the army remained strong. Most of the people present had been promoted by Yi Kanglin himself, thus none dared to act rashly in front of him. Yi Kanglin took a deep breath. Looking at Li Chaoyang, he said, "Go open the south gate and let us pass." Li Chaoyang was about to speak up for advice, but Yi Kanglin waved his hand to stop him, saying, "Our great General Mu Chang'e will not rest until he takes a few heads from the divine devil ancient sect." Then Yi Kanglin turned to Mu Chang'e and said, "Isn't that right, General Mu?" Mu Chang'e said nothing. Leaping onto his wind-chasing beast, he ordered, "Move out. Go to the south gate. Pursue the divine devil ancient sect." Upon hearing these words, Wang Hashan and the other warrior disciples who accompanied Mu Chang'e from Lingxi Sect glanced at each other, then also climbed onto their beasts and followed Mu Chang'e into the fortress city. Seeing this, Li Chaoyang asked Yi Kanglin, "Commander Yi, what exactly is the sect leader thinking? Why would he allow someone like this lead the troops?" Yi Kanglin took a swig of fruit wine and chuckled, "Can't you tell? The rich second generation is just out here to experience life." At this point, Li Mengmeng, who was standing next to Li Chaoyang, could no longer keep quiet. Her delicate voice immediately rang out. If he wants to experience life, does he really have to drag the lives of 70 or 80,000 people along with him? What does he think human lives are? If it weren't for having Grandma Longxian as his backing, I would definitely cripple him with my own hands. As she spoke, this little girl crossed her arms in anger, clearly upset. Seeing this girl disguised as a boy, Yi Kanglin instinctively wanted to laugh. He stepped forward and placed a hand on her helmet, laughing and saying, "Mengmeng, aren't you about 19 years old now?" Li Mengmeng's face turned a bit red upon seeing Yi Kanglin's sudden move. She subconsciously stepped back, replying, "I still have 2 weeks until my 19th birthday celebration." Yi Kanglin nodded. "It has to be said, I've suddenly discovered that you and your cousin are becoming more and more alike. It's truly worthy being sisters." Upon hearing this, Li Mengmeng recalled Li Xiaoxiang's cold yet enchanting face, then responded, "Commander Yi, how is cousin doing now? Being the acting sect leader of Lingxi Sect must come with a lot of pressure, right?" Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin thought of Li Xiaoxiang's belly, at which moment he began pondering whether if Li Mengmeng found out that he had got her cousin pregnant, would she get mad and ignore him. Thinking of this, Yi Kanglin chuckled and said, "She's doing great now. Elder Yu Wutian from Taishang is managing the sect affairs, so she has plenty of leisure time." Li Mengmeng pursed her lips and said, "I wonder when I can go back to see her." Although Li Mengmeng and Li Xiaoxiang were only distant cousins, they always had a good relationship. Especially during the years when Li Mengmeng was between 4 and 16, Li Xiaoxiang essentially raised her. Thus, to Li Mengmeng, Li Xiaoxiang was akin to both an older sister and a mother figure. At this moment, Yi Kanglin swung himself onto the back of the Zhifeng beast and laughed. "In a few days, after we resolve the divine devil ancient sect issue, I'll personally take you back to see her." Hearing this, Li Mengmeng's chubby little face lit up with joy, and she excitedly said, "Really?" Yi Kanglin nodded and affirmed, "Of course it's real. That's all. Won't talk to you anymore. I have to go, or I'll fall behind the main force." Having spoken, Yi Kanglin also entered into the fortress city. The so-called fortress city was actually a kind of city built according to the fortifications of Jiaiguan. Because of its fully enclosed structure and extremely strong defense attributes, such cities were referred to in Lingxi Sect as fortress cities. This fortress city constructed within Jiaiguan wasn't particularly large, with a total population of only over 300,000. Of course, despite the small number of its population, before the war broke out, the economy of this place was very prosperous. Because it was one of the primary channels connecting Eastern Huang Prefecture with the outside world. Many subordinate kingdoms and empires of Lingxi Sect wishing to offer tribute to Lingxi Sect generally chose to go through this route. With a large volume of traffic, the economy was naturally boosted. Unfortunately, the Divine Devil Ancient Sect rebellion erupted, leading this once brilliant fortress city to now look quite desolate. Sitting on the back of the xiuxian beast, Kanglin saw that almost all the shops on both sides of the street were tightly shut. Despite it being broad daylight, there were only a few stragglers brave enough to walk on the streets. Seeing this scene, Kanglin's expression became somewhat grave, contemplating what to do after finding the Earth Spirit Crystal Core. Perhaps he could easily wipe out the group from the Divine Devil Ancient Sect. As he thought, he urged the xiuxian beast to pick up speed again and quickly caught up with the main force. Together with the main force, he exited through the South Gate. The South Gate and North Gate of Jiaguan Fortress City were two separate access points. The North Gate led to Eastern Huang Prefecture, while the South Gate led to the outside world. Therefore, when Kanglin passed through the Fortress City and exited the South Gate, all he could see was a dense forest. Right in the middle of the dense forest, there was only a single road for people to walk on. Upon seeing this, Mu Chang'e made a quick decision and declared, the members of the Divine Devil Ancient Sect must have fled in this direction. Soldiers, follow me and charge ahead. After he spoke, Mu Chang'e charged ahead without hesitation, and everyone else followed closely behind, charging out as well. Mu Chang'e's eyes were filled with fervor at this moment, especially after witnessing how Kanglin issuing a single order managed to make everyone present refrain from rash actions. This sight inspired Mu Chang'e deeply. He also wanted to become a person of authority, wanting everyone to genuinely fear him from the bottom of their hearts. But to achieve all of this, there was one thing that was needed. Battle merits. And how could one obtain battle merits? There was only one way left, engaging in battles. At this moment, Mu Chang'e had already begun planning what to do once they caught up with the Divine Devil Ancient Sect, how to slaughter them. Only Kanglin standing beside him slightly furrowed his brows. He suddenly found it strange why the members of the Divine Devil Ancient Sect would suddenly retreat. Could it be some other hidden scheme? Chapter 61. Xuanhuan wants to kill all of us. Just as Xuanhuan was pondering, he heard a system notification sound in his ear. Ding! Today's lifespan has been digested completely. Please confirm absorption. With this notification ringing out, Xuanhuan suddenly remembered that he had not yet absorbed the day's additional lifespan. He immediately opened up the system panel. Host, Xuanhuan. Current lifespan, 810 years 5 months 11 days. Reserved lifespan, 96 years 1 month 6 days, absorbable. Upon seeing the absorbable mark next to the reserved lifespan, Xuanhuan raised his hand and tapped on it. Subsequently, the reserved lifespan on the system quickly converted into current lifespan. Simultaneously, Xuanhuan could clearly feel the power within his body surging at an almost visible rate. In no time, all the reserved lifespan had converted into current lifespan. Host, Xuanhuan. Current lifespan, 906 years 6 months 17 days, peak Tianyang realm. Reserved lifespan, 0 days. As the current lifespan reached 906 years, Xuanhuan could distinctly sense his strength reaching a new height. Additionally, he surprisingly discovered that the system panel had undergone an update. Next to the current lifespan, there appeared a realm designation. This signified that Xuanhuan's current lifespan force was equivalent to that of a peak Tianyang realm powerhouse. This level of strength would even suffice to crush most of the Grand Elders in the Divine Palace. However, if facing the second Patriarch Yulong, he likely still falls short by a considerable margin. At this thought, Xuanhuan's mind recalled the recent confrontation with the second Patriarch. The oceanic spiritual energy fluctuation from the opponent's body was monstrous, without end. Even though Xuanhuan's strength had grown exponentially now, in front of him, he might endure no more than 10 breaths before being defeated. With this realization, Xuanhuan's desire for the Spirit Earth Core deepened further. If he could obtain the Spirit Earth Core, then the daily increase in his lifespan could reach over 300 years, and perhaps he could surpass the second Patriarch Yulong within a short time. Once he became the strongest in the Lingxi Sect, the sect could be overturned and transformed. Xuanhuan chuckled evilly to himself. Initially, Xuanhuan had planned to betray the Lingxi Sect and never return to this place that had disappointed him. But later, due to Bai Lu giving birth to a daughter, along with Yu Qingyan and Li Xiaoxiang both subsequently becoming pregnant, this made it impossible for him to leave Lingxi Sect easily. Worse still, he was uncertain whether Bai Lu's daughter was indeed his offspring. Hence, he decided that after obtaining the Spirit Earth Core, he would first go into hiding and let his strength surge beyond the level of the second Patriarch. Then, upon overthrowing the Yu family, he would proclaim himself the supreme ruler of Lingxi Sect. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan's lips curled upward slightly. While Xuanhuan was lost in his fantasies, his deputy Qin Xiao reminded him, General Yi, look ahead. Those people appear to be from the demon god Ancient Sect army. On hearing these words, Xuanhuan snapped back to reality. Following the direction of Qin Xiao's finger, he indeed saw a large group of people roughly 500 meters away, fleeing madly. Xuanhuan's eyes lightly narrowed, and the blood-wheel pupil subtly activated. In an instant, he clearly recognized the attire of these people, and thus unexpectedly said, Indeed, it is the demon god Ancient Sect's army. But why are they running? Yi Changlan had originally anticipated a battle between the demon god ancient sect army and the Lingxi Sect disciples, which would give him the chance to raid their base while they were distracted. But these fools seemed to have no intention of engaging Lingxi Sect, which was rather strange. Meanwhile, up ahead, Mu Chang'e, upon spotting the demon god ancient sect army, excitedly shouted, "Brothers, speed up! Chase down those bastards over there. Today, anyone who can sever a head of someone from the demon god ancient sect shall be rewarded with 100 spirit crystals by your general." These words sparked a roar of excitement among the combatants of Lingxi Sect. In no time, the overall march speed of Lingxi Sect surged again. It wasn't long before the distance between them and the demon god ancient sect army decreased from 500 meters to only around 300 meters. And the members at the forefront of the demon god ancient sect naturally noticed the pursuing combatants from Lingxi Sect. They promptly reported the matter to their commander, Wushan. Wushan, who was leading the charge, turned pale upon learning that Yi Changlan had actually brought troops to pursue them. He exclaimed in horror, "What did you say? Yi Changlan is actually chasing us." The messenger beside Wushan pointed backward and said, "They are less than 300 meters behind us." Upon hearing this, Wushan was instantly dumbfounded. He stood up from his dragon steed, looking toward the rear. Sure enough, he saw the dense mass of Lingxi Sect warriors charging at them as if they were crazy. And amidst this group, Wushan also spotted the familiar figure, Yi Changlan. In an instant, Wushan's entire face froze. He simply couldn't understand how Yi Changlan dared to do such a thing. Based on his understanding of Yi Changlan, there was no way Yi Changlan wouldn't know the combat strength on their side. Thus, for Yi Changlan to pursue them would bring him no benefit at all. But why had he still come out after them? Wushan's breathing quickened. He spun around, reseating himself on the back of the dragon beast, quickly thinking about what Yi Changlan intended to do. Could it be that he truly feared no death? Or perhaps, he had made other preparations? At this thought, a flash of enlightenment struck Wushan's mind, and in this moment, everything suddenly became clear. Yi Changlan must have made other preparations. Based on his understanding of Yi Changlan, this man never fought without a plan. Since he dared to chase them, it could only mean one thing. This bastard had absolute confidence that he could annihilate everyone on their side. As this realization dawned on Wushan, beads of cold sweat again trickled down his forehead, and his lips trembled as he muttered, "Yi Changlan, this bastard, wants to wage a total war. He plans to massacre all of us." Thinking about this, Wushan's hands holding the reins started to shake uncontrollably. Long-buried fears deep within him were now magnified to their peak in this very moment. Meanwhile, a minor disciple by his side spoke to Wushan. "Apostle Master, I think Lingxi Sect's combat strength isn't much to write home about. Moreover, they just dared to fire concealed arrows at us earlier. How about we send some people over to eliminate them?" But Wushan slapped the disciple across the face in response, shouting, "Go die yourself. Don't drag us into your doom." Chapter 62, Overbearing. The disciple who was beaten felt confused, not understanding why their apostle Wuan would show such a look of horror. And when he looked toward the other disciples, he found that many older or more experienced ones actually wore identical expressions. Especially upon hearing the three words, Yi Changlan. These elder predecessors all turned deathly pale, as if commoners had seen a ghost, shaking all over. He wondered, could Yi Changlan be this terrifying? To scare the predecessors into looking like this? Then, they heard Wushan say to those behind him, "Hurry up a little bit in the back. If you are caught by Yi Changlan, don't count on me to save you." This sentence caused the speed of the Divine Devil Ancient Sect army's movement to suddenly increase significantly. Simultaneously, a strong sense of panic rapidly spread within this core. But at this moment, the old witch said to Wushan, "The Zephyr beasts of Lingxi Sect are faster by one notch than our dragon steeds. Even if we retreat with full force, sooner or later they will catch up with us. Moreover, we are currently carrying various heavy cannons, in which case escape is simply out of the question." Upon hearing this, Wushan recalled that the rear forces were carrying large numbers of black demon cannons, and these big things were too huge to fit into storage rings. So, if they wanted to survive, it meant these black demon cannons were doomed to be left behind. Thinking of this, Wushan gritted his teeth and felt as if his heart were bleeding. These cannons were special weapons personally assigned by the Pope Bancher, and now they had to be discarded. Just thinking about it made him feel so unwilling. However, if they continued to carry these things, sooner or later Yi Changlan would catch up. Considering this, Wushan took a deep breath and said to the logistics soldiers below towing the black demon cannons, "Everyone listen to my order. Discard the black demon cannons and all heavy items on your bodies, then lightly equip and retreat. If His Majesty the Pope Bancher decides to punish, you can fully shift all responsibilities onto me and just say, I ordered you to abandon these important equipment." The current Wushan, in order to retain these 50,000 soldiers, already felt a sense of reckless desperation. With this order from Wushan given, many veterans almost immediately complied. In an instant, all kinds of messy items were thrown away by these veterans, naturally including all the black demon cannons, which were also discarded. It truly became a complete light retreat. And with the abandonment of these heavy objects, the withdrawal speed of the Divine Devil Ancient Sect army indeed increased dramatically again. This time, the distance from the Lingxi Sect army was finally widened. On the other side, Mu Chang'e, upon seeing this scene, first paused in astonishment. Upon noticing that the crowd ahead had abandoned their supplies and weapons, he burst into laughter and said to the adjutant Wang Heshan beside him, "The Divine Devil Ancient Sect Corps isn't worth mentioning after all. Without even starting the fight, they've already voluntarily thrown away their weapons. How much do these guys fear our Lingxi Sect? Indeed, what Li Chaoyang said about how powerful the Divine Devil Ancient Sect is turns out to be nothing but excuses for his own incompetence. Wang Hashan's gaze was focused on the discarded supplies and weapons, and asked, General, should I send people to collect these equipment? After all, they can be considered our spoils of war. Mu Chang'e waved his hand and said, why the rush? Once we have exterminated this batch of Divine Devil Ancient Sect members, there'll still be plenty of time to come back and pick up these war trophies. Upon hearing this, Wang Hashan thought it made sense. But then, Mu Chang'e shouted again, speed up. We are about to catch up with the Divine Devil Ancient Sect. I'm about to establish an unprecedented merit. Speaking, Mu Chang'e led by example and rushed forward. The Zephyr Beast under him was much faster than other Zephyr Beasts, so with full force, the speed of this Zephyr Beast suddenly surged ahead by a great deal. At this point, Mu Chang'e was already planning to cut off the heads of the Divine Devil Ancient Sect members and take them back to humiliate the group of useless people like Li Chaoyang. Every time he thought about those guys' faces, Mu Chang'e grew furious. They couldn't beat the Divine Devil Ancient Sect themselves, yet they still tried to block others from seizing military honors, utterly disgraceful people. Not to mention talking nonsense about not wanting to drag down other fighting comrades. It was truly laughable. These people are nothing but born villains. They couldn't get the military merit themselves, so they wouldn't allow others to get it either. If Mu Chang'e wasn't the supreme commander of this campaign, he might really have been held back by them. Thinking of this, Mu Chang'e spurred on his swift-winged beast to further accelerate. Today he was going to achieve the first kill against the Divine Devil Ancient Sect, and he had to personally cut off the first head to prove his worth for this expedition. However, when the generals behind, like Wang Hashan, noticed this, they all roared, General, danger, do not act alone. But Mu Chang'e, who had always been fixated on achieving military merits, could not hear Wang Hashan and others. He continued to accelerate even more. Slowly, the distance between him and the Divine Devil Ancient Sect army shortened to less than 20 meters. Then, Mu Chang'e shouted, where do you traitors think you're running? Take a sword from your general. As he spoke, his foot tapped on the back of the swift-winged beast, causing his figure to leap into the air straight towards the opposing members of the Divine Devil Ancient Sect. His sharp longsword stabbed directly at the heart area on the back of one of their disciples. At this point, Wushan also noticed Mu Chang'e's movement. In that instant, his eyes were already bloodshot as he screamed, Xuanhuan, you thieving cur! How dare you send such an insignificant lackey to provoke me? Do you truly think I, Wushan, am made of clay? Wushan was now thoroughly enraged. Even after retreating to such an extent, Xuanhuan still refused to let him go, and even sent this kind of garbage to humiliate him. How could he possibly endure it? Without delay, Wushan leaped off the back of his dragon steed and charged directly towards Mu Chang'e. In this moment, Wushan had transformed his fear of Xuanhuan into boundless rage. It was just like how ordinary people, when scared to the extreme, would turn extraordinarily crazy. Wushan's state at present was exactly like that. Within the blink of an eye, his speed brought him right before Mu Chang'e, then lifted a fist and swung towards Mu Chang'e's direction. And Mu Chang'e, at this time, noticed the sudden appearance of Wushan. His heart stirred slightly in surprise, quickly reacting to the fierce punch coming at him. One could see Mu Chang'e instinctively alter the trajectory of his thrusting sword, redirecting it towards Wushan. In a flash, the highest commanders of the two armies met mid-air. Wushan, however, let the sword pierce through his chest without resistance, then struck Mu Chang'e's face with a counterpunch. The force of this punch was incredibly terrifying, completely distorting Mu Chang'e's entire face and breaking several teeth right on the spot. Next, Wushan spun in mid-air and kicked Mu Chang'e squarely in the middle of his chest. Chapter 63, 2,000 Dead Warriors. Boom. The power of this single kick was immense, almost carrying the wrath of Wushan as if the heavens were falling. In the next moment, Mu Chang'e was sent flying back like a cannonball, taking down the wind-chasing beast that had been pursuing from behind with him. This directly halted the pursuit by Lingxi Sect's army. At this time, Wang Hashan also stopped, jumped off the back of the wind-chasing beast, and urgently supported Mu Chang'e, asking tensely, General, are you alright? Nothing serious, right? At this moment, Mu Chang'e's entire face was twisted, several ribs on his chest were broken on the spot, blood seeping from his mouth, and he stared in shock towards the direction of Wushan. At this point, Wushan was already standing atop a dragon cult beast, his gaze firmly locked on their side. Simultaneously, the wound in his chest that Mu Chang'e had pierced through had instantly healed completely. Not even a drop of blood flowed out. It showed just how laughable Mu Chang'e's attack was to Wushan. Then, Wushan said to one of his believers, Laha, we're about to reach Wuyuan Mountain range. Choose 2,000 men to act as dead warriors, then do your best to delay these Gaoyak, like pests. Upon being called, the believer immediately complied. Soon enough, among the 5-man army, 2,000 men were selected as dead warriors. They held up their sharp sabers high, shouting loudly, dedicated our lives to serve His Holiness the Pope. Saying this, they charged towards the Lingxi Sect's army. At this time, Wang Hashan was still helping Mu Chang'e heal his wounds. After successfully resetting Mu Chang'e's jawbone, he said, General, your move just now was too dangerous. Do you know who that person was? Once Mu Chang'e's mouth functioned again, he still had a look of fear on his face as he asked, who is that guy? Xuanhuan walked over at this moment and said loudly, one of the 12 apostles of the god-demon ancient sect, Wushan Gerjia. As he spoke, Xuanhuan laughed again. This guy hasn't been on the battlefield for about 50 years, right? Who would have thought I'd encounter him here today, let alone that he'd personally step in? Mu Chang'e finally realized that the person he had fought with earlier was none other than one of the 12 apostles of the God-Demon Ancient Sect. He said it all made sense why the opponent's strength was so strong. They were not at the same level as those assassins captured in Changhua City long ago. Turns out that person was the strongest warrior in the opposing army. No wonder he had fallen in just a brief exchange. This seemed perfectly reasonable. Having reached this conclusion, Mu Chang'e, whose demeanor had been somewhat dispirited before, recovered significantly. However, at this point, he obviously no longer dared to be the front man and decided to retreat and first fix his broken ribs. However, at this moment, Xuanhuan once more said, "Oh, looks like someone has been sent over from the other side." This statement startled Mu Chang'e, and he instinctively turned his head to look towards the direction where the followers of the God-Demon Ancient Sect had fled. Sure enough, he saw a large group coming straight toward them, shouting loud, "Vow eternal loyalty to His Holiness the Pope." Though the enemy's momentum was very astonishing, Mu Chang'e was again amused when he realized there were only a few thousand people. Just these few dare to provoke our Lingxi Sect's army? Good. Seems that this general won't kill a few lackeys today. This bunch wouldn't learn fear. After hearing this, Xuanhuan rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think everyone is like you, enjoys picking fights with others? These people are clearly all dead warriors. Their daring to initiate attacks on us is likely aimed to buy time for the main force to retreat. Currently, there's absolutely no need to clash directly with them. Just find a few thousand people to engage them, while the rest pursue the main army." But after hearing this, Mu Chang'e angrily questioned Xuanhuan. "Are you the supreme commander, or am I? Do I need your orders?" Xuanhuan crossed his arms, gave an oblique glance at Mu Chang'e, and coldly said, "You had better speak politely to me. Otherwise, I don't mind twisting your head off right here." After hearing these words, Mu Chang'e became scared immediately, stepping back one step, then remounting the wind-chasing beast, addressing the battle soldiers behind him. "Soldiers, come with me, annihilate those few thousand people ahead." Mu Chang'e entirely ignored Xuanhuan's advice because he felt there were only a few thousand people on the other side. Was it necessary to assign separate forces to deal with them? Why not simply crush them with overwhelming force? Why bother making things so complicated? Following this, a large number of troops were rallied by Mu Chang'e and surged towards the 2,000 warriors on the opposite side. Upon witnessing this scene, Xuanhuan took a deep breath, and a look of helplessness appeared on his face. It had to be said that someone with poor skills yet a large addiction to conflict, especially when they have an unshakable background, was nothing short of a disaster for those who served under them. Xuanhuan truly couldn't fathom why Li Xiaoxiang had previously thought this guy was capable of leading an army. However, at this moment, Deputy General Qin Xiao walked over and asked Xuanhuan, "Commander Yi, I actually think General Mu's order isn't wrong. Anyway, there are only a few thousand men on the other side. Using our main force to directly push forward can easily swallow them up, right? There's really no need for any elaborate strategies, is there?" Hearing this, Xuanhuan let out a snicker as he looked at Qin Xiao and said, "Do you think having more people always guarantees an advantage?" Qin Xiao replied with confusion in his tone, "Isn't it?" Shaking his head, Xuanhuan pointed toward the battlefield where the Divine Demon Ancient Sect's suicidal squad was already engaged in combat and said, "If this were an open plain, then the number of troops would indeed play a decisive role. But this place isn't a plain. It's surrounded by trees, rocks, and streams, and most of the ground consists of holes and mud. It's completely unsuitable for large-scale military operations. On the contrary, it gives significant advantages to the several thousand-strong team on the other side. And besides, they're all suicide warriors who don't require unified command. They simply go berserk, and they will still deal considerable damage to Lingxi Sect. What's more, the individual strength of these suicidal soldiers is far superior to that of Lingxi Sect's forces. If we want to crush them purely through sheer numbers, Lingxi Sect will suffer horrific casualties." As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Xiao comprehended everything and immediately shifted his gaze toward the front battlefield. Sure enough, he saw the casualties on the Lingxi Sect side drastically rising, while the several thousand-strong suicidal team from the Divine Demon Ancient Sect wasn't sustaining too many losses. The situation was just as Xuanhuan had described, highly unfavorable for Lingxi Sect's main force. It became evident that if Xuanhuan's plan had been followed, dividing a few thousand people from Lingxi Sect's main force to specifically deal with these suicide warriors, not only would casualties on Lingxi Sect's side be much lower, but also their main force could continue to pursue the Divine Demon Ancient Sect's main army and prevent them from escaping. It would indeed achieve two goals with one move. Chapter 64, Initial Victory. But now, Mu Chang'e leading everyone to directly confront those several thousand people has played right into their hands. These several thousand soldiers of death have actually managed to hold down the 10,000 strong core of the Lingxi Sect, ultimately allowing the main forces of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect to escape unscathed. Thinking about this, Qin Xiao felt a genuine admiration for Xuanhuan when he looked at him. 2 hours later, the 2,000 Death Knights sent by the Divine Demon Ancient Sect were completely wiped out by the Lingxi Sect. However, the Lingxi Sect also suffered heavy losses. The casualties of the Lingxi Sect amounted to 7,000 fallen combatants and over 5,000 wounded members. In total, the casualties numbered as high as 12,000 people. Such shocking war losses could only be orchestrated by a prodigy like Mu Chang'e. Replacing any experienced general would not achieve such high losses. However, even with such losses, Mu Chang'e did not seem concerned. In his hand, he held a severed head while riding on his chase-wind beast towards Yi Kanglin. Laughing heartily, he said, "Yi Kanglin, don't you see it? Those 2,000 men of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect have all been eliminated by me. This is the head of their dare-to-die squad captain. Now, do you or do you not admit that my talent surpasses yours?" Hearing this, Yi Kanglin merely glanced at the head he was holding and coldly replied, 8 10,000s against their 2,000, and you still have the audacity to boast? Mu Chang'e argued back, "Then I'll ask you, have those 2,000 people been annihilated or not?" To this, Yi Kanglin couldn't refute it, so he nodded to acknowledge Mu Chang'e's accomplishments. Flipping his wrist, Mu Chang'e threw the head to the side and said, "Also, this battle was conducted solely under my command without your involvement. Therefore, all the credit must go to me alone, and you will receive no benefit from it." Regarding this, Yi Kanglin showed an expressionless face and simply hummed in response, then asked, "So what next? Do you plan on continuing the pursuit of their main forces, or are you ready to retreat?" Mu Chang'e, with ease written all over his face, answered, "The top elite force of 2,000 from the Divine Demon Ancient Sect has already been obliterated by me. The remaining riffraff no longer poses any threat. However, I don't want our warriors to exhaust themselves, so I've decided to return to Xianhuan first for rest and regroupment before continuing our campaign against these rebels." Curious, Yi Kanglin blinked and asked, "How do you know this unit of 2,000 is their most elite force?" Arguing back, Mu Chang'e said, "With a fighting strength so powerful, how could they not be elite?" Yi Kanglin laughed and asked, "And what if these 2,000 were merely regular disciples who, upon being dispatched to engage us, were subjected to some spell by their commander that erased the fear of death, thus making them mad?" Yi Kanglin had encountered something similar when battling the Divine Demon Ancient Sect in the past. The enemy soldiers charged forward as though they didn't fear death at all. At the time, Yi Kanglin wondered why these soldiers fought so recklessly. Even a solid military merit system should not have led to such desperation. It wasn't until later that Yi Kanglin learned there was a secret art within the Divine Demon Ancient Sect that, once cast on the sect's followers, would erase their fear of death. Just then, Yi Kanglin, while observing the Divine Demon Ancient Sect's Death Knights, guessed that Wushan and others might indeed have used this secret art on them. But at this point, Mu Chang'e retorted angrily, "Nonsense. Such terrifying combat power could not possibly just come from average-level fighters, and even adding a fearless secret art wouldn't reach this level. Besides, taking the extreme case, if they really had this kind of terrifying ability, wouldn't it be easy for them to crush us? So, why would they choose to run away if they can win so easily?" This question, Yi Kanglin couldn't answer either because he was curious too. If the Divine Demon Ancient Sect had the strength to crush the Lingxi Sect's army, why did they choose to flee like a dead dog, leaving behind their weapons and supplies? Clearly very abnormal. Despite thinking hard for a while, Yi Kanglin still couldn't figure it out, so he stopped pondering these issues altogether. Seeing Yi Kanglin say nothing, Mu Chang'e took it as tacit approval of his own assumptions. He then instructed his deputy Wang Heshan, "Wang Heshan, take some people to gather up the Divine Demon Ancient Sect's dropped baggage, weapons, and black magic cannons, and transport everything back to Xianhuan. I want to show Li Chaoyang and his group of bastards how rich my spoils of war are." Wang Heshan bowed respectfully and responded, "Understood." Then, Mu Chang'e turned to look at a general and said, "Wu Jiang, go send a message to the sect. Tell them this campaign against the rebellion has achieved an initial victory. We've thoroughly defeated the enemy's 20,000 troops, capturing weapons, grain, cannons, and other supplies." Upon hearing this, Wu Jiang was startled. He opened his eyes wide and asked, 20,000? Mu Chang'e stared intently into his eyes and questioned, "Is there a problem?" Wu Jiang quickly shook his head and replied, "No, no problem." At that moment, he turned around to find a communication soldier to relay the news back to the sect. Beside him, Yi Kanglin's lips twitched. Glancing at the casualty figures of Lingxi Sect, he mocked, "Does this deserve to be called an initial victory? And claiming to have thoroughly defeated 10,000 enemies? Really has some talent for exaggeration." Nevertheless, Yi Kanglin didn't comment further, knowing well enough that overstating military achievements was something many field commanders often did. He had done it himself in the past, but nothing as exaggerated as this. The most extreme case was claiming to have wiped out 20 10,000s when actually only dealing with 10 10,000s. That was all. Thinking about this, Yi Kanglin suddenly turned his head towards the direction of Lingxi Sect and quietly muttered, "Still, if Moon Xiao hears her husband achieved such an initial victory and also captured so many materials, she will likely be thrilled and use this event to make much more fuss." As he spoke, Yi Kanglin took a deep breath and set off on his chase wind beast to return to Xianhuan. Stealing the spirit soil crystal core would have to wait. It wasn't long after Yi Kanglin left that a black-clad figure hiding in the forest emerged suddenly. Looking at the site of the previous battle where Lingxi Sect's piled corpses lay alongside the 2,000 bodies from the Divine Demon Ancient Sect, he murmured, "These Lingxi Sect's combatants aren't that strong after all. Dealing with over 2,000 Death Knights still resulted in over 10,000 casualties." Saying this, he glanced again in the direction Yi Kanglin had departed, narrowing his eyes slightly. Strange, Yi Kanglin didn't participate in the command or operations at all. It seems that the Apostles' earlier worries were completely unnecessary. Moreover, this army of Lingxi Sect is not nearly as formidable as the Apostle imagined. everything he feared was unfounded. Having concluded this, the black-clad man swiftly turned away, needing to immediately report these findings to the apostle. Chapter 65. The shocked Li Xiaoyang. On the city wall of Jiaiguan, Li Xiaoyang and a host of other defending generals, including Li Mengmeng, paced back and forth. Occasionally, they would cast their gazes toward the distance, their expressions filled with anxiety. It wasn't because Li Xiaoyang was worried about Mu Chang'e getting into trouble. As far as they were concerned, even if Mu Chang'e died at the hands of the Divine Devil Ancient Sect, they wouldn't feel a thing. But they did not want Yi Kanglin or the other 80,000 Lingxi Sect combat disciples to run into trouble. Before long, one of the defending generals pointed excitedly toward the front and said, "General, look, they're back." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaoyang's gaze immediately followed the direction of the general's finger. Sure enough, he saw Mu Chang'e leading a large group of Lingxi Sect soldiers slowly returning. However, most of these disciples bore varying degrees of injuries, and some had even fallen in battle. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyang was immediately startled, quickly guessing that Mu Chang'e might have clashed with the Divine Devil Ancient Sect. Without delay, he hurried down from the city wall and led a large group of people forward to greet them. At this time, Mu Chang'e also dismounted from his wind-chasing beast. Upon seeing Li Xiaoyang, he snorted coldly and then spoke in a sarcastic tone. Isn't this General Li? What brings you to personally welcome us little ones? Did you grow restless inside the fortress? Or are you simply bored?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyang immediately bristled, truly unable to stand Mu Chang'e. Not only did he speak foully, but he also always carried an arrogant air, which was extremely irritating. Yet recalling that Mu Chang'e's background involved him being the Grand Elder of the Lingxi Sect, Li Xiaoyang held his tongue. He bowed respectfully and asked, "General Mu, did you engage with the Divine Devil Ancient Sect?" Mu Chang'e burst out laughing, looking very self-satisfied as he declared loudly, "Not just engaged. Let me tell you the truth. That gang of Divine Devil Ancient Sect lackeys couldn't even last 2 hours against my forces. They were utterly wiped out by your humble general." As he spoke, Mu Chang'e raised his chin slightly toward the captured black demon cannons nearby, then bragged smugly, "Look at what we've got. I'm sure you all recognize these, don't you?" Li Xiaoyang, along with Li Mengmeng and the rest of Jiaiguan's defending generals, all turned their gazes toward those black demon cannons. They were instantly stunned, especially Li Mengmeng, whose adorable cherry lips opened wide into an O shape. She could hardly believe that the man before her had truly annihilated the Divine Devil Ancient Sect and even reclaimed their cannons. Could it be that this Mu Chang'e was indeed a prodigy of unparalleled talent? In that moment, Li Mengmeng couldn't help but glance curiously at Mu Chang'e, observing his self-congratulatory demeanor. She could only reflect that the old saying truly held merit. One cannot judge a person solely by appearance. Meanwhile, both Li Xiaoyang and the other Jiaiguan defending generals widened their eyes, stepping closer to inspect the cannons closely. Had they not just been bombed by these cannons mere hours ago, they might have assumed Mu Chang'e had merely gathered some fake replicas to fool them. Right at this point, Li Xiaoyang approached Yi Kanglin cautiously and inquired quietly, "Commander Yi, are all these cannons truly equipment belonging to the Divine Devil Ancient Sect?" With a mouthful of wine from his flask, Yi Kanglin nodded and confirmed, "Yes, they're genuine." Li Xiaoyang took a deep breath, stealing another glance in Mu Chang'e's direction, then asked Yi Kanglin softly, "Is it true what General Mu claims, that he exterminated the entire Divine Devil Ancient Sect within less than 2 hours?" Yi Kanglin lightly hummed once in affirmation. At this realization, Li Xiaoyang was on the verge of opening his mouth to tell him that the actual number of Divine Devil Ancient Sect members Mu Chang'e had eliminated was only 2,000. And even at that, it was with an army of 80,000 that it had taken less than 2 hours to wipe out those 2,000 individuals. However, before he could explain further, Mu Chang'e suddenly interrupted by speaking directly to Li Xiaoyang. "Have you all had enough of gawking? If so, get all the physicians established to come and see to my men immediately. Haven't you noticed how wounded my troops are?" Realizing this, Li Xiaoyang promptly acknowledged the many casualties among Mu Chang'e's forces. He hastily bowed to Mu Chang'e and responded, "General Mu, please follow this subordinate inside the fortress for treatment. Also, could you share approximately how many casualties there were, so I can send word to make preparations?" After contemplating for a moment, Mu Chang'e replied, "Around 10,000 or more casualties, I think. The exact count can be verified once we reach the infirmary." After saying that, Mu Chang'e led the way toward the fortress. Li Xiaoyang respectfully bowed and said, "This subordinate will attend to it immediately." Again, Li Xiaoyang was deeply impressed by Mu Chang'e's accomplishment. Having wiped out over 50,000 members of the Divine Devil Ancient Sect with a casualty count of only about 10,000 was astonishing. Such a low casualty rate would be rare, even among Lingxi Sect's many famous generals. For a moment, Li Xiaoyang's gaze towards Mu Chang'e shifted from disdain to admiration. For soldiers, they always respected such top-tier warriors. With this thought in mind, Li Xiaoyang suddenly said, "Yi Mengmeng, when you see General Mu in the future, try to be more respectful. Don't behave as rudely as before, understood?" After speaking, Li Xiaoyang waited for a response but found his sister, who had been following him, gone. He looked around and called out, "Mengmeng." Finally, his eyes fell on Yi Kanglin. Li Mengmeng had her arm around Yi Kanglin's, chatting happily while walking towards the fortress. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyang hurried over and scolded, "You brat, always running around." Li Mengmeng stuck out her tongue at her brother and then turned to Yi Kanglin, asking, "Commander Yi, Now that the battle is over, do you still intend to bring me back to the Lingxi Sect to meet Sister Xiaoxiang? Yi Kanglin smiled and said, Who told you the battle is over? Startled, Li Mingming exchanged glances with Li Qiang, who then questioned, Didn't General Mu say earlier that the Divine Devil Ancient Sect was entirely annihilated? Are there any survivors? Yi Kanglin laughed and replied, He only wiped out part of them. A portion of the Divine Devil Ancient Sect army managed to escape, so after we rest for a few days, we'll have to launch another attack. Upon hearing this, Li Qiang gave a light, oh, and seemed to understand, then asked, Do we need any additional supplies? I can prepare them now if necessary. Yi Kanglin responded, Just ask Mu Chang'e for what he needs. Li Qiang nodded and returned to the fortress. Seeing her brother's actions, Li Mingming pouted cutely and muttered, So what if that Mu Chang'e won a single victory? My brother actually behaves so servilely, truly pathetic. Yi Kanglin glanced at the little girl and laughed. 80,000 against their 2,000. Can that even be called a triumph? At these words, Li Mingming became thoroughly confused, widening her eyes as she asked, 80,000 against 2,000? Wasn't the Divine Devil Ancient Sect supposed to have 50,000 people? Why only 2,000? As Yi Kanglin watched Li Qiang walk away, he quietly explained the entire story to Li Mingming. After hearing it, Li Mingming opened her mouth wide and let out a long, ah. These black demon cannons were left behind by them, and they only sent 2,000 people to stop you. Chapter 66. Let Xiuxian be Mu Chang'e's concubine. Yi Kanglin nodded, but Li Mingming asked in confusion. Not really. Why would the people of Shenma Ancient Sect do this? They have full strength to crush our 80,000 troops, so why are they retreating? Yi Kanglin took another swig of fruit wine and said, I too would like to know the answer to this question. Speaking of which, Yi Kanglin looked down at Li Mingming's military uniform, which seemed very cumbersome probably because it was the wrong size. Thus, he said, Also, where did you get that military uniform from? It's so ugly, you must change immediately after we go back. Li Mingming pouted her cute little mouth and said, I want to join the battlefield to kill enemies, but my brother doesn't allow me, a girl, to come to the front line, so I stole an outfit from the warehouse. Originally, I thought I could pass as a boy and avoid my brother's gaze, but he saw through me right away. Yi Kanglin glanced at her small bosom, her pale face, and her red lips and laughed. With your appearance, even a blind person would see that you're a woman disguised as a man, wouldn't they? At this point, Li Mingming noticed that Yi Kanglin's gaze had fallen on her bosom. Her face instantly turned red. She gave him a kick on the butt, and then said in a coquettish voice, Pervert. After saying this, she ran off angrily, probably preparing to change back into women's clothing. Yet Yi Kanglin shook his head with a smile. But just at this moment, a system notification suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding, system upgrade completed. The shopping store is now open. With the sound of this prompt, Yi Kanglin was momentarily confused, muttering under his breath, Shopping mall? He opened the system panel and indeed saw the word mall appear on the system interface. He opened it casually, only to see various dazzling goods displayed. Silver fox armor. Price 1 day of life energy. Meteor warhammer. Price 2 days of life energy. High explosive powder keg. Price 3 days of life energy. Inferior spirit grain. Price 1 day of life energy /1 kg. Spirit beast summoning scroll, xianhuan warhorse. Price 10 days of life energy. Siege crossbow. Price 20 days of life energy. Seeing the dazzling array of items before him, Yi Kanglin was left speechless. He didn't expect the goods in the system mall to be purchasable with lifespan points, though it seems only reserve lifespan can be used. Current lifespan, on the other hand, was non-transferable and couldn't be utilized. After seeing this prompt, Yi Kanglin twitched at the corner of his mouth, because he had just absorbed his reserve lifespan and filled it into his current lifespan, thus increasing his current lifespan to a level of 900 years. Now that the mall has been opened, it tells him that only reserve lifespan can be used to purchase goods within it. It felt as if he were being played around with like a monkey. Taking a deep breath, Yi Kanglin muttered to himself, Well, the reserve lifespan I've gained these past few days won't be absorbed yet. I'll keep it stored for now and buy something once I accumulate enough. As he said this, Yi Kanglin rubbed his chin with his palm and let out a smirk of amusement. Just the other day, he had thoughts about ruling overall, and now the system has activated them all. Thus, as long as he relied on the products provided by the system, he could create an elite army in no time. Then, not only Lingxi Sect will be no match, even the Shenma Ancient Sect with its 1,600,000 strong army would be flattened by him. However, he would not return immediately to assist Lingxi Sect, at least not until Lingxi Sect's massive combat power had been exhausted by the Shenma Ancients. After that, he'd step in. Isn't there a saying, when the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman profits, which ensures maximum benefits? With this in mind, Yi Kanglin started calculating how best to strike back. If he returned too early, there's a high possibility Lingxi Sect and Shenma Ancient Sect would still possess significant combat power, which might result in him being besieged by both sides. That would be troublesome. On the other hand, returning too late might not work either. If the entire Lingxi Sect were destroyed and his wives abused and killed, everything would be meaningless. Clutching his chest with his hands, Yi Kanglin murmured, Lingxi Sect still has roughly 1.7 million active duty warriors, while the reserves number up to 3 million. Based on this situation, about a month after the full-scale war between Shenma Ancient Sect and Lingxi Sect would be the most appropriate time. In the main mountain gate of Lingxi Sect's headquarters, atop the Grand Assembly Hall, Yu Tian sat on the Patriarch's throne, reviewing piles of memorials with a swift brush. Just as Yi Kanglin had said, although Li Xiaoxiang was the acting patriarch of Lingxi Sect, almost all the work that the patriarch should do was taken over by Yu Wutian. Since 600 years ago, when Yu Wutian passed the position of patriarch to his son, he hadn't experienced the feeling of holding great power for a long time. Now, sitting back on the patriarch's throne, it made even the old man Yu Wutian feel rejuvenated. It was at this moment that an excited communication soldier came rushing into the Grand Assembly Hall and reported to Yu Wutian. Grand Ancestor, General Mu Chang'e has just sent back a message. In the first battle upon reaching Jiaiguan, they achieved a great victory against the Xinhua ancient sect. Not only did they wipe out 20,000 enemy troops, but they also captured a large amount of supplies, cannons, and weapons. They expect to completely annihilate the Xinhua ancient sect army within 5 days. As this triumphant news spread, many inside the Grand Assembly Hall were stunned. Granny Longxian burst out laughing heartily. Truly worthy of being a descendant of my family. Child Howren has not disappointed me. Although Granny Longxian had foreseen the victory in the first battle, she was still thrilled to hear it firsthand. At this point, Yu Wutian took the good news from a small eunuch's hands, carefully examining its content. After reading it, he smugly turned to look at the deputy seat on the other side and said, "Younger brother, didn't you say that Howren needed at least 10 days to defeat the army of Xinhua ancient sect? How is this situation different from your prediction? Oh yes, you also mentioned something before, stating that since Howren was commanding the troops for the first time, his casualties would likely reach up to 40,000 people. But now, it seems like things are not quite the way you predicted, huh?" Ha ha ha. Yu Wutian laughed joyfully, unable to conceal his pride. However, Elder Moon Longjiang, seated on a spirit chair, modestly nodded. Older brother speaks well. It seems I underestimated young Mu Chang'e. Such extraordinary military talent. Even Yi Kanglin might not be able to compare with him. Upon hearing Yi Kanglin's name, Granny Longxian snorted disdainfully. That coward. What qualifies him to be compared with my good grandson? Second master, don't blame me for speaking plainly. Yi Kanglin's era has already passed. There's no need for you to keep mentioning him in front of us. This is now the era of my good grandson, Long Howren. Although he mentioned in the good news that he could annihilate the remaining forces of Xinhua ancient sect within 5 days at most. But from my perspective, 3 days should suffice. Elder Moon Longjiang awkwardly nodded. All right, sister says the right thing. Yi Kanglin's era has already passed. I won't mention him again. As he said this, he smiled toward the direction of his elder brother Yu Wutian. And beside Yu Longjiang, Yu Qingyan pursed her lips slightly. She gently caressed her belly and muttered softly. So what if they won a small battle involving tens of thousands of soldiers? Why make such a fuss? Each campaign Yi Kanglin commanded in the past involved millions of troops. Saying this, Yu Qingyan rolled her eyes, looking quite disapproving. But Granny Longxian suddenly laughed from across. Qingyan, shouldn't you have seen the gap between Howren and Yi Kanglin by now? Yi Kanglin is ultimately not on the same level as our Howren. Sticking with him won't bring you any good results. Here's a deal. If you wish, I can help persuade Howren to take you as one of his concubines. You'll follow Howren thereafter. What do you think? Chapter 67. Yu Xiao is pregnant. After these words, Yu Qingyan widened her eyes and said, I am to be Lord Mu Chang'e's concubine? Dragon Xin chuckled and replied, That's right. Our Howren is so excellent. Being his concubine is something many girls dream of. Yu Qingyan let out a hollow laugh. She was about to retort when Elder Yu Longjiang spoke up gravely. Sister, even though Qingyan hasn't formally married Yi Kanglin yet, they are already like half a couple. Therefore, things like being Lord Mu Chang'e's concubine are best not mentioned again, understood? As he spoke, Yu Longjiang gave an amiable look at Dragon Xin. This gaze instantly made Dragon Xin feel uneasy. Only then did she remember that Yu Qingyan was the direct descendant of Yu Longjiang, and her open poaching would naturally irritate him. With this thought in mind, Dragon Xin laughed. Yes, my old bones spoke inappropriately. I will not mention it again. She then looked toward Yu Qingyan and smiled. Qingyan, you won't blame your grandmother-in-law, will you? Qingyan rolled her eyes, but didn't respond. Instead, she shifted her gaze toward Yu Longjiang and said, Second ancestral grandfather, I'm somewhat tired. I shall retire first. Yu Longjiang nodded but seemed to remember something. He suddenly whispered to Yu Qingyan. Starting tomorrow, don't attend the court session. Since you're with child, it's inconvenient for you. Just rest inside the palace. Despite Yu Longjiang lavishly praising Mu Chang'e in front of Grandma Dragon Xin and elder brother Yu Wutian, he was quite aware of the disparity between Mu Chang'e and Yi Kanglin. Therefore, if Yu Longjiang wished to keep Yi Kanglin close and serve under him long-term, then protecting Yu Qingyan's unborn child would be paramount. At this moment, Yu Qingyan softly acknowledged with a slight stood up, and bowed slightly to Yu Wutian and Yu Longjiang, saying gently, To both high ancestors, granddaughter takes her leave. As soon as the words left her lips, she turned around to leave. However, just at that moment, a young maid dashed into the hall excitedly announcing to everyone present, Elder ancestors, Officer Shi Yao is pregnant. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyan stopped in her tracks. Even Yu Longjiang and Yu Wutian widened their eyes in surprise. Grandma Dragon Xin, overcome with excitement, stood up and cried out, What? Shi Yao is with child? The little maid confirmed by nodding eagerly. Just now, the physician has checked her pulse. It's definitely confirmed. She is carrying a child. Hearing this, Dragon Xin immediately burst out laughing. Truly, heaven has not forsaken our long family. Finally, we have offspring once more. Just as these words fell from Grandma Dragon Xin's mouth, Xiao gracefully entered the grand hall. She glanced at the young servant girl who had come earlier to report. She then respectfully greeted Wu Tian and Grandma Dragon Xian, saying, "Greetings to both great ancestors and great-grandmother." Seeing Xiao approach on her own, Grandma Dragon Xian hurried forward to greet her. A hint of reproach laced her tone as she said, "You silly girl, you're already pregnant, running around everywhere like this. Come, sit down quickly." As she spoke, Grandma Dragon Xian helped support her granddaughter-in-law as she sat down. Her joy was so apparent that the wrinkles on her face seemed squeezed together. Xiao gently patted her belly and commented lightly, "I wanted to personally share this good news with all the ancestors. Who knew little Lien beat me to it?" Little Lien, named after her character, stepped quietly to Xiao's side and pouted a bit before explaining. "It's because Master isn't moving very conveniently anymore, so I specifically came to report the good news to all the elders beforehand." Xiao glanced sideways at her with a teasing reprimand. "You were thinking ahead to get your reward, weren't you?" Little Lien's face turned red, and she stuck out her tongue without denying it. Grandma Dragon Xian casually tossed over a pouch of spirit crystals to this young girl. "Here, take it." Perhaps because her mood was exceptionally good, the amount of money Grandma Dragon Xian gave as a reward was unusually generous, making the young servant named Lien extremely happy as she repeatedly thanked Grandma Dragon Xian. Meanwhile, Wu Tian rose from the patriarch's throne, smiling. "Today truly brings one celebration after another for our Lingxi sect. The victory at Jiaguan, and then the daughter of our Yu clan becoming pregnant with the heir of a meritorious official. Indeed, heaven blesses our Lingxi sect. Ha ha ha." He then directed his sight towards second elder Yulong and grinned. "Old 2, I think we should do this. When Howren returns victorious, appoint him as Great General Zhenwu, granting him command over 2/10 of the sect's army. What do you say?" Incidentally, the child in Xiao's womb will be honored as one of the sequenced holy children. Upon reaching 18 years old, he or she will participate in the selection for the position of sect leader, just like other sequenced holy children. Upon hearing this, Yulong's pupils contracted sharply. He turned to look at Wu Tian, who was grinning, and said, "I don't oppose appointing Mu Chang'e as the true Wu Great General, but allowing him to command 2/10 of the sect's army might be a bit too hasty. After all, his experience is still slightly insufficient. As for the matter concerning the child in Xiao's womb being one of the sequenced holy children, that could prove rather difficult. According to the family teachings of the Yu clan, only someone of the Yu family can become the sect leader. I'm sure, brother, you still remember that, correct?" Wu Tian sneered and replied, "Mu Chang'e's abilities are already plain for everyone to see. Eliminating 20,000 enemy troops during his first battlefield appearance already speaks volumes. Allowing him to command 2/10 of the sect's army is entirely reasonable. And regarding the child in Xiao's womb, that's simple enough." Wu Tian looked at Dragon Xian and said, "Little sister, when the child is born, let this child take the surname Yu. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Dragon Xian's face instantly revealed a look of wild joy. By merely changing a surname, her descendants could enter the ranks as candidates for the head of Lingxi Sect. This deal was simply unbeatable. As for the proliferation of the Long family lineage, that wasn't hard either. Since Mu Chang'e hadn't died yet, upon his return, they could arrange more women for him, continuing the Long family bloodline through him. With this thought in mind, Dragon Xian immediately bowed respectfully and said, "I humbly follow my brother's arrangement." Seeing the darkened face of Yulong when he glanced over, Wu Tian felt secretly delighted beyond measure. At this moment, Xiuxian let out a cold snort and loudly said, "The punitive campaign against the divine demonic sect isn't even over yet, and Grand High Ancestor already thinks about rewarding Mu Chang'e. Isn't it somewhat rushed?" From Xiuxian's tone, one could easily hear her dissatisfaction. After all, if all the rewards went to her sister's husband and children, then where were hers and her child's? Meanwhile, Xiao stood up and with a smiling expression said to Xiuxian, "What on earth is Sister Qingyan saying? That divine demonic sect has an army of just 5-10,000 men. 2 10,000s have already been wiped out, and these were their most elite forces. The rest? They'll be easy to mop up." As she spoke, Xiao turned to Yulong and said, "Second great-grandfather, the outcome of this punitive expedition against the divine demonic sect is almost certain. There's no suspense here at all. Thus, your granddaughter believes there's nothing inappropriate about the grand ancestor's favoritism. After all, our Lingxi sect also values capability above everything else, right? Even Yi Kanglin, who shares no relation with the Yu or Long families, has held the position of vice commander for so many years. So why can't the child Xiao, bear assume the position of sect leader? And why shouldn't my husband command 2/10 of our sect's army?" Chapter 68, Awaiting the Prey in the Pot. Inside the temporary base of the 21st Army of the Divine Devil Ancient Sect at Wuyuan Mountain, Wushan sat silently on a seat covered with tiger skin, listening expressionlessly to the report from the scout below. As the scout related every detail of the information he had gathered, Wushan's originally calm demeanor gradually shifted into facial muscle twitching and finally erupted into a roar of rage. "Are you telling me that I've just been scaring myself? Xuanhuan doesn't even have any military authority. The previous battle was all commanded by a guy named Mu Chang'e, and they don't even have any hidden cards. We sent out 2,000 assassins and managed to cause over 10,000 casualties to them." The scout kneeling below, terrified to the point of collapsing on the ground, responded nervously, "Adult pilgrim, every word I say is true. Absolutely no deceit." Wushan stood up from his seat. In a fit of rage, he even kicked the table in front of him, flipping it over, and causing all the teacups on it to shatter. This made all the disciples of the Divine Devil Ancient Sect guarding around fall on their knees, not daring to look directly into Wushan's eyes. But then Wushan roared loudly. Xianxia, how dare you play tricks on me? Ah, if I can't peel your skin off, I'll take your last name as my own. At the side, the old witch said at this moment. Pilgrim adult, perhaps you should calm down first. Yelling at your subordinates right now has absolutely no meaning. This energy would be better spent carefully discussing how to deal with Xianxia. Wushan roared back at the old witch. How do you expect me to stay calm? He walked to the old witch, showing the number 8 gesture with his fingers, and said with a distorted face. 800,000 people. They merely sent 800,000 pieces of garbage and frightened my elite troops into fleeing like dogs everywhere. This is utterly disgraceful. The joke of the world. Wushan's emotions at the moment seemed very agitated, even verging on completely collapsed. This feeling was like a colonel leading a 10,000-strong army, discovering he had actually been chased by a group of 800 bandits. Such a disgraceful experience made Wushan almost want to commit suicide on the spot. The old witch clearly knew that Wushan's current state was extremely frustrated. She thought for a while before saying, our mole inside Xianhuan territory just sent back a message that Mu Chang'e plans to attack us again in 5 days. And this time, he's bringing only 70,000 men, boasting about swallowing our base and claiming to cut off your head. Speaking, the old witch took half a step closer to Wushan and said with a ferocious expression, if that bastard really cuts your head off, that will truly lead to eternal shame. After the old witch finished speaking, the originally violent Wushan, as if drenched with a bucket of cold water, calmed down quickly. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and returned to the tiger skin seat, then calmly asked, will Xianxia come along this time? Seeing this, the old witch frowned deeply. She could see that Wushan's fear of Xianxia seemed deeply rooted in his bone marrow. Even though he already knew that Xianxia did not have any military authority and that Mu Chang'e's 70,000 men could be annihilated instantly, he still lacked confidence to face Xianxia head-on. Upon realizing this, the old witch spoke loudly. So what if Xianxia comes along? Pilgrim adult, please understand clearly. With your current military strength, you can easily wipe out a 20 million strong force of Lingxi Sect. Why would you fear these 70,000 people? Hearing this, Wushan chuckled, saying dejectedly, 120 years ago, when I first encountered Xianxia, my army had 1,700,000 soldiers, and he only had 300,000. At that time, I also believed I could crush him effortlessly. However, I was beaten so thoroughly I had no chance to fight back. Of the 1,700,000 strong, less than 500,000 successfully escaped. 70 years ago, during the Peacock Feather campaign, in order to avenge the prior humiliation, I mobilized 100,000 troops intending to personally execute Xianxia. At that time, his forces were less than even 10 million, yet he still crushed my 50 million men entirely. Wushan paused here, looked up at the old witch, and trembled in voice, saying, for over 100 years, I've clashed with Xianxia in combat 23 times. But every single time, I was beaten to the ground. And almost every time, he reversed the situation despite being at a disadvantage. Do you know what these 23 defeats mean to me? It's despair, it's total collapse, it's unbearable humiliation. Xianxia is an absolute monster, something that can't be defeated by any human. Can you understand that? When Wushan finished his last sentence, he roared with all his might. However, the old witch glanced back at the guards who were still kneeling on the floor and waved her hand, dismissing them. After the guards left, the old witch approached Wushan. She extended her withered hand and gently placed it on Wushan's face. Incredibly, the moment this bony hand touched Wushan's skin, it burst with new vitality. The dark complexion rapidly transformed into smooth, youthful skin. Within moments, the once dried-out palm became as soft as a young maiden's. As Wushan looked up at the old witch, she had transformed into an extraordinarily beautiful young woman. Then, the young woman softly spoke. In this world, there are no enemies that cannot be defeated. No matter how much of a god Xianxia may seem, even he gets tired or weak sometimes. And if we strike him when he's weakest, there's no way he'll ever get back up again. Wushan paused, instinctively asking, Xinlin, what do you plan to do? Xuanhuan's seductive red lips curved slightly as she softly said, aren't they boasting about attacking our base? About wiping us all out? About cutting off your head to intimidate others? Let's give them exactly what they want. With that, Xinlin gave an evil yet enchanting laugh. Seemingly struck by an idea, Wushan fell silent for a while before saying, you're thinking of luring them into a trap? Xinlin let out a delicate laugh. Her frail body slithered effortlessly into Wushan's arms, sitting directly on his lap as she grinned. If they want this base so badly, let's just give it to them. But once they step in, there will be no way out for them. As long as we set everything up ahead of time, even if Xianxia comes himself, he'll have no choice but to be captured by us, willingly or not. Chapter 69, Arrogant Mu Chang'e. Wushan burst into laughter upon hearing this. He looked at Xinlin and said, they always say that the cruelest hearts belong to women. I didn't think there was a bit of truth in that statement. Xinlin gave him an unfriendly glare. Am I not thinking for you? If you don't chop off Kanglin's head with your own hands, you might be submerged in his shadow all your life. Wushan did not refute her words because he had been intimidated by Kanglin's authority for 50 years. At the moment, Wushan abruptly swept Xinlin into his arms and walked toward the inner room. If the anger in his heart wasn't vented now, it could possibly cause him a fatal internal injury from fury. A short while later, within the inner chamber, the sound of tearing clothes could be heard, along with Wushan's bestial roar and Ji Xuanlin's sultry breathing. 5 days later, below the Jiaguan city wall, Muchanga once again wore new military uniforms and mounted the chasing wind beast, appearing fully refreshed. Meanwhile, 70,000 disciples of Lingxi Sect were also ready to go, prepared to punish the remaining forces of the Demon God Sect. Li Xiaoyang, along with many other generals, came to see them off. Li Xiaoyang asked with uneasiness, "General Mu, do we really not need reinforcements from our side?" Although Li Xiaoyang already knew about Muchanga's strength and believed he should have more than enough power with these 70,000 soldiers to level the Demon God Sect's base and decapitate their commander-in-chief. Out of precaution, Li Xiaoyang still hoped that additional troops could be dispatched to join forces with Muchanga to eliminate the sect. But Muchanga sneered disdainfully. "Don't take it wrong if I speak rudely. The defending army here within Jiaguan would only drag my efforts down instead of helping me." Lowering his head and looking at Li Xiaoyang coldly, he continued, "So, all of you stay put inside Jiaguan. Just wait for my good news. Don't waste time daydreaming about stealing others' military achievements. It makes things dull, doesn't it?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyang's face stiffened, and so did the expressions of the group of officers behind him. Clearly having good intentions, Li Xiaoyang thought he was assisting Muchanga in fighting the Demon God Sect, but Muchanga took it as wanting to steal his glory. Who would understand? Then, Li Xiaoyang sighed deeply and decided not to fuss over Muchanga anymore. Instead, with a forced smile, he said, "This subordinate wishes General Mu success on the battlefield, and may his martial fortune prosper." Muchanga scoffed again, proudly lifting his chin. Without even acknowledging Li Xiaoyang's congratulations, he directly rode the chasing wind beast toward the front. As soon as Muchanga left, several Jiaguan defense generals cursed under their breaths. Just won a battle, making it seem like he has achieved something great. What nonsense. Commander Yi handled campaigns with millions back in the day and wasn't half as arrogant. This guy is going to die at the hands of the Demon God Sect sooner or later. Saying that, they turned around and left. At this moment, Li Xiaoyang looked towards Yi Kanglin who stood nearby, not yet leaving. Yi Kanglin was being supported by Yi Mengmeng next to the chasing wind beast. Judging by the fact that Yi Kanglin couldn't even stand steadily, it appeared he had gotten drunk again, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a state. Li Xiaoyang approached and said, "Commander Yi, how much have you had? Perhaps you should skip today's campaign and just rest properly in the city." With one hand gripping onto the chasing wind beast to keep himself upright, Yi Kanglin chuckled cheerfully and said, "Are you joking? How can the campaign go without Commander Yi Kanglin? Moreover, there's a fine treasure in the Demon God Sect base that I haven't obtained yet. How could I miss out on that?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyang paused, subconsciously asking, "Treasure? What kind of treasure?" Yi Kanglin suddenly snapped awake from his drunkenness, realizing he was almost about to disclose the spirit soil crystal core. He quickly laughed, saying, "Of course, it's various vintage wines brewed by the Demon God Sect. What else could it be?" Li Xiaoyang just felt exasperated, wanting to say something. However, Yi Kanglin leapt onto the chasing wind beast with ease and smiled at Li Xiaoyang. "That's enough. No need to see me off. Go back." Li Xiaoyang bowed respectfully toward Yi Kanglin and said, "Commander Yi, please take care on your journey. I wish you all a victorious return and immediate triumph." Yi Kanglin chuckled and said, "All right, I thank you here. That's enough talk. It's time for me to go." As he spoke, Yi Kanglin lashed the whip in his hand toward the chasing wind beast's rump. The beast let out a long cry and charged forward. All that remained was Li Xiaoyang watching Yi Kanglin leave. He couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, interacting with Commander Yi is more comfortable. Muchanga simply can't compare to Commander Yi. Saying this, Li Xiaoyang turned his head to look at Li Mengmeng beside him, only to find her gazing vacantly at the retreating figure of Yi Kanglin. Today, Li Mengmeng had already changed into a lightweight white dress, which perfectly outlined her alluring figure. It was undeniable that the Lis and the Yus were both families renowned for producing beauties. The girls from Yu typically possessed full bosoms, while the Lis were tall with slim and graceful figures. But at this moment, Li Xiaoyang noticed a red kiss mark on Li Mengmeng's neck. He frowned and asked, "Mengmeng, what's wrong with your neck? Why is there a red spot?" Upon hearing this, Li Mengmeng, who had been lost in thought while staring at Yi Kanglin's departing figure, instantly woke up. She turned to look at her brother and said, "What red spot?" Li Xiaoyang pointed to the kiss mark on her neck and said, "Right there below your neck, it's red." Li Mengmeng was startled. Instinctively covering the spot, she blushed and said, "This? Oh, this is just a mosquito bite from yesterday. I scratched it, but don't worry, it'll be gone soon, brother." Saying this, Li Mengmeng didn't give Li Xiaoyang the chance to ask further before turning and leaving. This left Li Xiaoyang standing alone in confusion. On Yi Kanglin's side, aided by the speed of the chasing wind beast, Yi Kanglin quickly caught up with Muchanga's main force. At this time, Muchanga was still laughing and chatting with his subordinates, looking very smug. Just then, Muchanga turned his head towards Yi Kanglin. He rode his chasing wind beast closer to Yi Kanglin and smirked wickedly. "Hey, Commander Yi, where did you run off to fishing again? There's such a strong smell of alcohol on you. Could it be you just woke up from a drinking spree?" Without hesitation, Yi Kanglin pulled out his wine gourd and took another swig, saying, "What do you want from me?" Chapter 70, The Divine Demon Ancient Sect Punitive Expedition, begins. Yi Kanglin was all too familiar with Muchanga. He knew that this guy would never strike up a conversation for no reason. Now that he was initiating the conversation, there must be something he wanted to discuss. Sure enough, after hearing Kanglin's words, Chang'e smiled and raised one of his hands. In his hand was a scroll map, and he asked, "Do you know what this is?" Kanglin responded with a blank expression, "What is it?" Chang'e tossed the map over to Kanglin casually and said, "You take a look. This is the terrain distribution map of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect's base, including the deployment of their troops. Everything is clearly marked here. As long as we have this, I estimate the battle will end within at most 2 hours." At this point, Kanglin spread out the map and carefully studied it. Indeed, finding that the location of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect's base within the Black Wuyuan Mountains was clearly labeled. The spies, hidden sentries, and deployed armies of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect were all meticulously marked. Seeing this, Kanglin couldn't help but ask instinctively, "Where did you get this map from?" Chang'e snatched the map back and chuckled faintly. "Of course it was given by my wife, Xiao. Don't forget, her Blackwater platform is the strongest intelligence-gathering organization within the territory of Lingxi Sect, with members practically spread throughout the entire Jin Tian domain. All the relevant information on this map was specially assigned by my wife Xiao in order to assist me in winning this battle. By the way, there's another matter I need to remind you of. Our patriarch has already said that once I complete this campaign, upon returning, he will bestow upon me the title of True Martial General, giving me command over more than 20% of Lingxi Sect's forces. At that time, my reputation within Lingxi Sect will completely surpass yours, Kanglin." As he spoke, Chang'e grinned smugly, his face full of anticipation and longing for future glory. Kanglin took another sip of fruit wine before saying, "Your map is fake. In my estimation, the Divine Demon Ancient Sect has probably already set a trap waiting for us to jump into." Upon hearing this, Chang'e felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Irritated, he glared at Kanglin and shouted, "What evidence do you have that this map is fake? Have you personally entered the Black Wuyuan Mountains to investigate? Or maybe, like me, you also have a dedicated team of intelligence gatherers who have helped you acquire the relevant information?" Kanglin put away his wine gourd and replied slowly, "Evidence? None whatsoever. But the reason why I say this map is fake is quite simple. This map is far too detailed, so much so that even the number of people in each hidden lookout is precisely noted. Even the world's most powerful intelligence organization can't achieve such accuracy. How could Xiao's deteriorating Blackwater platform? I speculate that the Divine Demon Ancient Sect has already planted traitors within the Blackwater platform. Then, through this mole, they delivered this fake map to Xiao, who in turn gave it to you." After finishing, Kanglin yawned, as if overcome by drowsiness. Upon hearing Kanglin's words, Chang'e became instantly enraged but refrained from shouting loudly again. Instead, with a dismissive tone, he retorted, "I see, you're just jealous of me, aren't you? Jealous that I have such a capable wife who can provide me with intelligence while you have nothing." Kanglin burst into laughter. "Jealous of you? Don't make me laugh. Relying on someone like Xiao for help, you'll die without even realizing how." Upon hearing this, Chang'e became even more convinced that Kanglin was envious of him. He chuckled and said, "When I chop off the commander of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect's head and seize their base, I hope you can still speak these words." Kanglin rolled his eyes but decided not to engage in any further conversation with this man. He turned his head aside and started contemplating how to obtain Spirit Earth crystal cores later. However, Chang'e seemed to be unable to stop talking now. "I know, you and Li Chaoyang are both the kind who can't stand seeing others succeed. You yourselves cannot achieve things, and you don't want others to get them either. If I had really believed Li Chaoyang's lies earlier and didn't pursue the Divine Demon Ancient Sect, I might not have achieved the first victory. It's a good thing that this general is very decisive and won't be influenced by the likes of you shameless people. Otherwise, if we had really let those people from the Divine Demon Ancient Sect escape, there would be no place left for us to cry." Upon hearing these words, Kanglin gave a hollow laugh. Sometimes, he felt that communicating with someone like an idiot was entirely impossible. On top of that, the other party actually believed they were always right, considering any warning from others as wrong. At this thought, Kanglin slowly said, "Let you think whatever you want." With that, Kanglin rode his swift-wind beast to put some distance between himself and this annoying guy, in case he got himself into unnecessary trouble. However, Chang'e acted as if he deliberately tangled with Kanglin. Each time Kanglin tried to avoid him, Chang'e would come closer again. Then, he began boasting incessantly in front of Kanglin. "Hey, Kanglin, let me guess, you're still pining for my wife, Xiao, aren't you? Otherwise, why are you deliberately defaming her, even belittling her? By saying things like, depending on her help, you wouldn't know how you'd die. Don't you just feel upset that she's willing to help me, but not you? Even without telepathy, I can sense the envy in your words. You clearly feel quite unpleasant about it, don't you? But come to think of it, it's understandable that you feel envious. After all, not just any man has the privilege to have a capable partner like Xiao. Even if you had once possessed her, ultimately you couldn't continue walking together with her. Only someone like me, a rare genius of military talent who appears once every 10,000 years, deserves to be Xiao's man." Kanglin almost burst out laughing after hearing this. He turned his head toward Chang'e and asked, "The once in 10,000 years first-rate military talent? Is this title something you bestowed upon yourself?" Chang'e arrogantly replied, "This title was given to me by Grand Ancestor Yu Wutian. That old master recognized my talents long ago and already knew that the era belonging to me had arrived. Therefore, he previously promised me that as long as I exterminate these traitors of the divine demon ancient sect, he would allow me to command over 20% of Lingxi Sect's forces. Yeah, Kanglin chuckled once more. We'll talk about that after you manage to annihilate those traitors. Don't forget, their base still houses over 5,000 people. But Mu Chang'e said disdainfully, their most elite 2,000 men have already been wiped out by me. Isn't it easier now to deal with the remaining bunch of rotten fish and shrimp? Now that I have this intelligence map, handling those useless wastes will be effortless. The outcome of the battle has already been decided. The victor will undoubtedly be me, Mu Chang'e. There will be no other possible outcome. Otherwise, why would Grand Ancestor prepare my reward beforehand? When Ye Kanglin saw that this guy was going to babble on endlessly again, he raised his hand to stop him, then gestured towards the front and said, the first line of defense of the divine demon ancient sect is already here. Hearing this, Mu Chang'e glanced forward, indeed seeing watchtowers towering in the distance. These towers bore the military flags of the divine demon ancient sect. Evidently, this was the first line of defense marked on the map. Excitedly, Mu Chang'e declared, comrades, follow me and slaughter them all. Chapter 71. Irresistible Momentum, Bold Advance. As Mu Chang'e's voice faded, his figure rushed forward first. Behind him, many members of the Lingxi sect followed closely. As for Ye Kanglin, he stepped aside and watched quietly. He had no military authority and wasn't a combat member. He was just a military advisor. Therefore, this kind of war could be left to Mu Chang'e and his people. At the moment, he discreetly opened the system interface. Host, Ye Kanglin. Current lifespan, 906 years 5 months 11 days. Peak of Tianyang realm. Stored lifespan, 481 years 3 months 22 days. After 5 days of accumulation, Ye Kanglin's reserve lifespan had increased to over 480 years. This amount was enough for him to buy many things in the system mall. However, he didn't immediately use these stored years, because he always felt that these reserve lifespans would have significant use later on. Thinking like this, Ye Kanglin picked up his wine gourd and took another big gulp, then shifted his gaze toward Mu Chang'e. Seeing Mu Chang'e leading his troops and scattering the divine demon ancient sect's army and other followers in panic, Ye Kanglin squinted lightly and muttered under his breath. When did the divine demon ancient sect's army become so weak? The scene appearing in Ye Kanglin's line of sight showed these members of the divine demon ancient sect behaving like an undisciplined rabble. Their fighting ability was extremely poor, and the commanding generals were extremely disorganized. Facing Mu Chang'e's assault, they barely put up any defense worth mentioning. Their collapse was as easy as smashing a clay idol with a stick. In a short while, more than 1/3 of the divine demon ancient sect followers had been decapitated. Witnessing this, Ye Kanglin's expression turned serious, muttering, "What is Wuxian up to? Could it be that those 2,000 assassins sent out earlier really were his elite forces? And besides them, there are no other proper armies." Saying that, Ye Kanglin contemplated deeply and said to himself, it couldn't possibly be intentional to place useless trash on the front lines as cannon fodder, weakening the Lingxi sect soldiers' physical strength. Ye Kanglin considered it plausible. Meanwhile, as Ye Kanglin pondered, Mu Chang'e successfully broke through the first line of defense. A large number of divine demon ancient sect followers fled in panic. But during their escape, Mu Chang'e shot them down almost instantly. Then, Mu Chang'e roared again, lifting the long sword high and charging ahead once more. Combatant disciples behind him also followed. Seeing this, Ye Kanglin also drove the wind-chasing beast and caught up with the main force. In the following period, the Lingxi sect's attack was akin to breaking through bamboo sticks. Everywhere they charged, the divine demon ancient sect's forces retreated. Within a brief half an hour, Mu Chang'e had captured more than a dozen ambush points and 3 layers of defensive lines. They were now less than 200 meters away from the central command post. This entire offensive process went very smoothly. So smoothly that Ye Kanglin even felt a slight sense of illusion. Was this base they were attacking truly under the control of the divine demon ancient sect? Why were they so weak? But when Ye Kanglin looked at the flags hanging around, he confirmed that he had not mistaken his target. Up ahead, Mu Chang'e excitedly roared, "Traitors, where are you running? Taste the general's blade." With a slashing sound, Mu Chang'e split a member of the divine demon ancient sect into 2 halves. As blood splattered all over the ground, Mu Chang'e's face turned flushed, and his sword waved even crazier. Each movement of his sword caused a head to split apart, blood spurting from the necks. Not long after, Mu Chang'e led his team successfully into the divine demon ancient sect's main camp. This place was inside a hollow mountain. The mountain itself was hollow, and the divine demon ancient sect had built a structure similar to a bandit stronghold here. The entrance facing outside was a cave mouth 3 meters high. As Mu Chang'e stormed into the interior of the mountain, the divine demon ancient sect's army already entrenched there immediately attacked from all sides. Mu Chang'e, trembling with excitement, continued to fight against them. In this moment, Mu Chang'e felt as if a war god had possessed him. Wherever he went, enemy heads flew off spontaneously. Very soon, the corpses along the path piled up extensively. "Hurry, block him. Don't let him approach me." At this time, Wuxian, standing on a raised platform, shouted frantically to his subordinates. His appearance seemed extremely afraid of Mu Chang'e, and this move completely exposed him to Mu Chang'e's sight. Mu Chang'e turned his head and looked at Wuxian, then laughed. "Dog thief. The general was still wondering where to find you, but didn't expect you to come out yourself. Just right. Your life, I'll take gladly." As he finished speaking, Mu Changa's long sword in his hand suddenly aimed at Wu Shan. With a casual wave of his hand, the sword shot forward like a meteor. Boom. Wu Shan's body was instantly pierced through, and together with his body, it was nailed onto the wall by the sword. With Wu Shan's death, the Divine Demon Ancient Sect army immediately fell into great chaos. They no longer had any intention of resisting Mu Changa. They threw down their weapons and turned to flee. Seeing the enemy's defeat, Mu Changa burst out laughing. The scene before him was exactly what he had expected. Facing General Mu Changa's attack, the Divine Demon Ancient Sect almost put up no resistance and was routed by him. At that moment, Mu Changa ordered his subordinates behind him. Catch all these traitors, leave none alive, kill them all. Many Lingxi Sect disciples responded affirmatively, and subsequently began a frenzied slaughter against the Divine Demon Ancient Sect members. In no time, over 5,000 Divine Demon Ancient Sect followers were massacred, leaving only more than a dozen survivors. A massive pile of bodies was stacked on an open piece of land, even forming a small hill. At this moment, Kanglin also walked in from outside. He scanned the enormous hollow mountain peak and the ancient castle, muttering to himself. Strange, there's no light source here, why is it so bright? Nong Xiuxian then explained. There are many moonlight stones embedded on the walls here. The light from the stones is dispersed through the walls, so you can't see the direct light source. Kanglin nodded. Then he opened the system interface and said, Alright, since we've come in already, next we should go find the Spirit Earth core. But at this moment, a flying sword shot straight towards Kanglin's face. Kanglin, with a calm expression, lifted 2 fingers and pinched the flying sword between them. Then he turned his head and looked at Mu Changa who was walking towards him. Chapter 72. Whose child is in Yuera Moon's stomach? Kanglin asked with a poker face. What do you want to do now? Mu Changa currently still held a human head in his hand, and that head belonged to Wu Shan. But Mu Changa said proudly, didn't you say before that this divine devil sect was so powerful and strong? From the beginning of the war until now, it hasn't even been an hour yet, and the battle is already over. With their level of skill, I'm curious about how you managed to fight them for 300 years when you were in power. People outside always say that if it wasn't for you suppressing these rebels, Lingxi Sect wouldn't have today's peace. But from what I see now, if I had full control of the military and government back then, I could have completely annihilated the Divine Devil Sect in less than 3 years. Kanglin rolled his eyes. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Mu Changa and slowly replied, think whatever you want. As he spoke, Kanglin dismounted from the wind-chasing beast and followed the system prompt to prepare to retrieve the Spirit Earth Crystal Core. At this moment, however, Mu Changa said, I will report today's battle results back, letting Xiu'er and the elders know that I, Mu Changa, have successfully completed the extermination mission against the Divine Devil Sect. And I will also tell them that during this process, your husband provided absolutely no help, entirely slacking off. Kanglin kept walking forward and replied, do as you please. Say whatever you want. The worst you can do is lock me up again. After hearing this, Mu Changa's facial muscles twitched in anger. If he had the strength, he might have rushed over and pinned Kanglin down to beat him. In the end, though, he took a deep breath and calmed himself. Then, he ordered a communication soldier to send the good news of completing the extermination mission back to the sect. However, something Mu Changa failed to notice was that in the depths of darkness, countless pairs of blood-red eyes were staring intently at the more than 70,000 Lingxi Sect combatants inside the base. When the news reached the Lingxi Sect, there wasn't much excitement within the sect. Perhaps because this outcome matched everyone's expectations, there was nothing surprising. Even Mo Wu Tian and Dragon Xin grandmother, upon learning that Mu Changa had completed the extermination mission, simply nodded to show they understood. Meanwhile, in Princess Yu Qingyan's private garden, Yu Qingyan sat on a comfortable rocking chair, sipping afternoon tea while flipping through various collections of folk stories. Just then, Yu Xiaoru walked gracefully over. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, Yu Xiaoru, like Yu Qingyan, changed into loose pajamas and removed her makeup. Still, even without makeup, her perfect features continued to captivate all who saw her. Yu Xiaoru sat opposite Yu Qingyan and directly said, Changa has successfully completed this rebellion suppression task and has beheaded the bandit leader. However, he harshly scolded your husband, Kanglin, in the battle report. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyan immediately lifted her head from reading and looked at her sister, asking, what did he say? Yu Xiaoru picked up a cup of black tea, sipped it, and said, he said that your husband offered no assistance at all, slacking off throughout the entire process, and hopes that the elders punish your husband. After hearing this, Yu Qingyan gently placed the story collection down and said disdainfully, Kanglin originally did not want to participate in this rebellion suppression campaign. It was you who insisted he go. To this, Yu Xiaoru chuckled lightly. How about that thing I asked you earlier? Qingyan subconsciously countered, what thing? Yu Xiaoru stepped closer towards her younger sister. The matter about being taken as Changa's concubine. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyan's face immediately darkened. She put her teacup heavily on the sidestone table and said to Yu Xiaoru, sister, don't tell me that person sent you here to persuade me. Then she smiled. You can return and inform him that I will not become anyone's concubine. After hearing this, Yu Xiaoru's expression fell, and she coldly said, will marrying into the Long family make you feel humiliated? Yu Qingyan burst out laughing, propping her head with her slender arm, and watching her sister mischievously, saying, sister, how long have you been close with Mu Changa? Are you truly seeing yourself as part of the Long family? Yu Xiao's expression turned serious. She raised her hand to caress her belly and said, I'm already carrying the Long family's child. Why can't I consider myself a member of the Long family? Upon hearing this, xiuxian couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. She burst into uncontrollable giggles, as if she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. She laughed so hard that tears started streaming down her face. After a short while, she managed to control her laughter and, looking at her sister with a teasing tone, asked, "Sister, don't you know whose child is in your stomach? Is it really Muchanga's?" At these words, Xiao was startled. She abruptly stood up from her seat and hissed furiously, "How dare you? Who are you talking to?" Seeing that Xiao was clearly upset, xiuxian giggled again. Then, she casually retrieved a medical diagnosis record from her storage ring and grinned. "More than 10 years ago, when you first took Muchanga in, you already knew he was a castrated man and had no reproductive ability at all. How could you possibly become pregnant by him?" As Xiao saw the diagnosis record in xiuxian's hand, she was shocked. How did xiuxian get her things? Just as she was about to reach out to grab it, xiuxian swiftly stored the record back into her storage ring. "Give it back to me," Xiao angrily demanded, requesting the return of the document. Chapter 73. A sudden change. The plot of the Divine and Demon Sect. Everyone from Lingxi Sect fell into the trap. But xiuxian still smiled and said, "Give it back to you? Sure, but first tell me, what exactly do you want to do?" Xiao's face gradually turned more severe. She coldly said, "What are you talking about?" At this moment, xiuxian also stood up from her seat and took half a step towards Xiao, saying, "You should have known long ago that Mu Chang'e is a descendant of the Long clan. Yet why didn't you immediately take him to meet Aunt Long Xian? You know Mu Chang'e is heaven-appointed baron with no reproductive ability, unable to have normal marital relations. Then why did you still marry him and pretend to be pregnant by him? And who is the father of the child in your belly? Sister, what exactly do you want to do? Tell your little sister. Maybe I can help you in some way." As she spoke, xiuxian's face once again revealed a seductive expression while continuously moving closer to her sister. Her voice was also filled with charm. Yet the next second, Xiao slapped xiuxian across the face. This slap left xiuxian momentarily stunned. When she looked at Xiao again, she saw the panic on her face had faded, leaving only iciness. "You're asking too many questions, I won't answer a single one of them." Saying that, Xiao turned around and walked away. But xiuxian suddenly said, "Sis, isn't the child in your belly the third master uncle's?" Upon hearing this, Xiao stopped for a moment but did not turn around. Xiuxian, however, focused her gaze on her sister's back and said, "Isn't the third master uncle almost over 300 pounds? How can you stomach such a thing? Moreover, his age could nearly be our father's. His appearance is extremely lewd. If I didn't know you better, I would really suspect you have a fetish for ugly men, to like such disgusting men. Even so, you are still one of the top beauties of our Lingxi sect. I truly can't understand how you developed such strange preferences." At this moment, Xiao stopped, turning to look at xiuxian, smiling sinisterly. "You're good at guessing, but unfortunately, you guessed wrong." Saying that, Xiao no longer responded and disappeared on the spot. Xiuxian stood there somewhat dumbfounded. Was there someone else besides the third master uncle that her sister met? Doesn't that mean that on the night she married Mu Chang'e, she had sexual relationships with more than 2 men? Or even more? Thinking about this, xiuxian suddenly felt her head spinning. She began wondering, ever since 300 years ago when Yi Changlan broke her sister's innocence, has she become so open-minded? Although all the above are merely guesses, they were probably quite close to the truth. She suddenly felt relieved for Yi Changlan. Thank goodness he ended things with her sister early. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be Mu Chang'e wearing the green hat of cuckoldry, but Yi Changlan himself. In the Black Wuyuan Mountain range, the temporary base of the Divine and Demon Sect, inside the cave castle, Yi Changlan climbed out of a pit 20 meters deep. At the moment, he was completely filthy, but his face was full of joy, because the spirit earth crystal core he had been yearning for finally came into his hands, only to see Yi Changlan carefully wiping an apple-sized green gemstone with his clothes. After wiping all the mud off cleanly, Yi Changlan said to Nong Xiuxian beside him, "It seems that joining this pacification campaign was the right decision. Otherwise, I might never get hold of this thing in my entire life." Nong Xiuxian asked, "The energy of the spirit earth crystal core can support the use of the whole universe starstone for 100 years. Logically, such things should only exist within spirit stone veins." Speaking, he turned his head to look at the 20-meter deep pit behind him and said puzzlingly, "Why would a place like this have a spirit earth crystal core? It's really strange." Yi Changlan put the spirit earth crystal core into his storage ring and said, "Who knows, perhaps someone buried it here ahead of time." Nong Xiuxian hesitated, instinctively asking, "What do you mean?" Yi Changlan looked around at the vast cave and said, "This place clearly is artificially dug. Not mentioning other places, just that drill ground alone can accommodate tens of thousands of people. Such a large space cannot possibly come from natural evolution. Since this place has been artificially excavated, I speculate that before the Divine and Demon Sect arrived, it might have also been a similar base of operations. Or this castle might actually be a massive tomb." Upon hearing this, Nong Xiuxian nodded. He thought it was very plausible. Just then, Yi Changlan's deputy Qin Xiao walked over and said to Yi Changlan, "General Yi, General Mu has called for us to gather. He says we're going to return to the capital." Yi Changlan nodded with an approving sound and followed Qin Xiao towards the drill ground, saying along the way, "Are we returning so quickly? Have all the treasures here been looted?" Qin Xiao laughed bitterly and said, "This place is dirt poor. There are hardly any treasures to loot. General Mu even scolded us for it." Xianxia nodded and smiled, saying, "That makes sense. If there were any treasures here, he wouldn't leave so soon." Before long, the two arrived at the drill ground. There, the 7 myriads of combatants from Lingxi Sect were already gathered. Xianxia stood on a raised platform delivering an impassioned speech, expressing his satisfaction with the soldiers' performance and discussing rewards they would receive upon their return. The soldiers clearly enjoyed this and began shouting enthusiastically, "Long live General Mu! Long live General Mu!" At this moment, Xianxia perhaps really did establish his authority. However, just then, a loud rumble echoed, and the entire drill ground began to shake violently. Then, rock debris started falling from the ceiling. Everyone looked around in terror, not knowing what was happening. Even Xianxia was momentarily confused. At this moment, a guard rushed in and hurriedly reported to Xianxia, "General Mu, a large number of rebels from the Divine and Demon Sect have suddenly appeared outside. We estimate at least 50,000 of them. Our hidden sentries along the route have all been eliminated by them. They are now less than 300 meters away." Upon hearing this, Xianxia immediately panicked and shouted, "Rebels from the Divine and Demon Sect? You're bullshitting me. I've killed all the rebels from the Divine and Demon Sect. Where did more rebels come from?" During Xianxia's questioning, someone screamed, "Look, the bodies of those rebels." Hearing this, Xianxia also turned to look at the corpses of the rebels he had killed. To his astonishment, the skin on their faces began peeling off, and all their disguises vanished. A closer inspection revealed that these bodies were not rebels from the Divine and Demon Sect at all. They were all ordinary rural bandits, common people. Even the head of Wushan that Xianxia cut down turned into the head of some unfamiliar old man. Seeing this, Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine. His face pale, he murmured softly, "We've been tricked." Chapter 74. The terrifying combat strength of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect had left Xianxia dumbfounded. But this panic didn't last long before Xianxia resumed his sneer. He slightly lifted his head and arrogantly said, "So what if we fell for their trick? A bunch of brats. So what if they managed to survive another round? A paltry 50,000 at best. What ripples can they stir?" Xianxia then descended from the podium and declared loudly, "Hear my command, all troops." With that roar, the initially chaotic disciples of Lingxi Sect's combatants quickly calmed down. They looked seriously at Xianxia, awaiting the order from this supreme commander. They heard Xianxia's grave voice say, "Follow me. Let's slaughter them until not a single one remains." As the words died out, all the soldiers hoisted their long swords high into the air, roaring together, "Our general is mighty." Following this, Xianxia leapt back onto his swift-winged beast and ordered, "Forward." With that, he whipped his steed and led the charge outside. The rest of the tens of thousands followed closely behind. After these people left, Kanglin casually found a place to sit down again and picked up his wineskin for another large swig. At this moment, xiuxian reappeared. After glancing at the departing army and then turning towards Kanglin, he asked, "They've gone out. Why are you still staying here?" Kanglin stretched lazily and replied, "They'll be back soon anyway. Why should I bother going out with them?" Xiuxian paused, instinctively questioning further, "How do you know they'll come back soon?" Kanglin snorted, turned his gaze to look around the walls, and chuckled. In this cavern, soft bone powder lingers in the air. Once it's inhaled, the body becomes weak and powerless, unable to harness more than 3/10 of its spiritual energy. In this state, Xianxia and his men wouldn't stand a chance. Upon hearing this, xiuxian carefully sniffed the air and indeed detected traces of soft bone powder. However, these scents were extremely subtle. Most ordinary individuals couldn't possibly detect them, and even seasoned alchemy experts would find it difficult to discern. No wonder Xianxia and his men hadn't noticed upon entering. Then, xiuxian turned to Kanglin and asked, "You knew about the trap, right?" Kanglin laughed aloud. "The moment Xianxia gave me that map, I knew it was leading us into a trap." Xiuxian further questioned, "Then why didn't you warn him?" Kanglin rolled his eyes, replying, "I did warn him, but did he listen? That guy just assumed I was envious of him or wanted to steal his military achievements. Since he thinks himself so capable, why not fully delegate the command to him, giving me some leisure time as well?" Hearing this, xiuxian sighed deeply. It truly seems like Lingxi Sect has drawn an 8-lifetime streak of bad luck by getting such a commander. Subsequently, he joined Kanglin where he sat quietly waiting. After roughly the duration of an incense stick, Xianxia and his forces indeed returned. Unlike their previous bold departure, this time those who rushed back were heavily wounded. Even Xianxia himself had over a dozen arrows protruding from his body. Had it not been for his good fortune dodging all vital points, this encounter alone could have ended him. Still, Xianxia had no time to lament his injuries. As soon as he arrived at this drill yard, he immediately shouted orders to those behind. "Seal it, block the entrance. No matter what, don't let them get in." Following these instructions, Lingxi Sect's followers swiftly barricaded the heavy stone doors. Not long after, the rebel forces of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect began attacking the stone gate ferociously. Explosions thundered incessantly, and debris started raining down from above. Watching all this, Xianxia's lips turned pale, his legs trembled, and his gaze became unfocused. From behind, Kanglin lightly slapped his shoulder and laughed. "Hey, General Mu, how did you run back here?" This sudden sound caused Xianxia, already on high alert, to jump violently. He immediately created a distance of 4 or 5 meters between himself and Kanglin, glaring fiercely at him. Once realizing it was Kanglin, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Yet shortly after, He stormed up to Yi Kanglin and yelled angrily, "Why is this happening?" Blinking his eyes innocently, Yi Kanglin responded, "Why is what happening?" Mu Chang'e angrily grabbed Yi Kanglin by the collar and pointed at the outside, shouting loudly, "Why have the rebels of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect suddenly become so powerful? Why are they like bugs that can't be killed no matter how hard we try? This doesn't make any sense." Yi Kanglin casually slapped away Mu Chang'e's hand gripping his collar and said, "The combat strength of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect has always been this way. I reminded you before we set out. When we reached Jiaiguan, Li Chaoyang and Li Mingming also warned you. The Divine Demon Ancient Sect fighters are extremely strong, but you didn't listen to a word." At this moment, Mu Chang'e's mind felt as if it had crashed. Instantly, he recalled what Li Chaoyang and the Jiaiguan defenders had previously told him. The individual combat capability of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect is very powerful. They're like monsters with infinite stamina, never getting tired, and their healing abilities are astonishing. Our Lingxi Sect spirit weapon guns pierce through their bodies, yet they can still continue fighting. And their speed, strength, burst power, reflexes, all these fundamental attributes, are far superior to our Lingxi Sect warriors. Don't be deceived by the fact that there are only 50,000 on the other side. In my estimation, we would need at least 200,000 troops to defeat them. At the time, Mu Chang'e thought that was just Li Chaoyang scaring him, but after nearly dying in the hands of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect just now, he realized that it wasn't a bluff. The Divine Demon Ancient Sect really was strong and terrifying. The scene unfolding before his eyes now was truly representative of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect's combat power. Realizing this, Mu Chang'e was utterly stunned, unable to stop trembling in fear. Boom. Another cannonade resounded, startling Mu Chang'e. He turned his head toward the stone door, seeing its many cracks, realizing it wouldn't hold much longer. Immediately, Mu Chang'e's gaze fell upon Yi Kanglin, saying, "The people of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect may barge in any time now. What should we do?" Yi Kanglin nonchalantly sipped on his fruit wine and responded, "Why ask me? I'm not the commander. Besides, I warned you earlier, the Divine Demon Ancient Sect is already very powerful now, and even the map you have in your hand could well be fake. Don't believe so much, but you refuse to listen. You also said that after cutting off the head of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect commander, I'd stop babbling nonsense." Chapter 75, Commander Yi, I have erred. Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'e's face revealed a look of frustration. He immediately started to argue unreasonably. How was I supposed to know that their true strength would be so formidable? If I had known, would I have been so aggressive? Besides, even if you're not the commander, you're still the military advisor accompanying the troops. Your job is to provide me with strategies. And now you say you don't want to be involved? Well then, if you choose not to get involved in anything, according to military law, I could execute you right here and now. As he spoke, Mu Chang'e pointed his long sword at xianxuan. But xianxuan rolled his eyes and said, "Even if you kill me, it won't help. I'm no god, what can I do? Moreover, if even you, the once-in-a-millennium first-rate military talent, can't think of a good solution, then isn't it obvious that I have even less chance?" After these words were spoken, Mu Chang'e's facial muscles began to twitch. Xianxuan's words clearly mocked him by using his previous words against him. At this thought, Mu Chang'e fell silent for a moment. He turned his head and looked at the severely wounded soldiers. Just in the instant they charged out, an army of 70,000 lost about 10,000 on the spot, leaving only fewer than 60,000 now. Moreover, among these 60,000, a significant portion suffered from severe injuries. And yet, they still stared at Mu Chang'e eagerly, hoping that he could come up with a good solution. At this moment, Mu Chang'e clenched his teeth tightly. He fiercely plunged the long sword in his hand into the ground and looked toward xianxuan, bowing respectfully as he said, "Commander Yi, I have been disrespectful to you before, which is my fault. Please forgive me, Commander Yi. But now, our Lingxi Sect army is facing life and death situations. Please set aside our personal grievances temporarily to jointly deal with the great enemies outside. Once we return to Lingxi Sect, whatever punishment Commander Yi wishes to impose on me, I will accept without any complaints. Please show us the way forward." Hearing this, xianxuan gave Mu Chang'e a surprised look. He had already known this man would eventually concede to him, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Still, xianxuan slowly replied, "I've already told you, there's nothing I can do about the current situation. What use is it asking me?" Mu Chang'e suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot as he asked harshly, "Commander Yi, are you forcing me?" Xianxuan shrugged and said with exasperation, "I'm telling you the truth. What else would you expect me to say?" Mu Chang'e couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He nodded seriously and said ferociously, "Good. It seems you've forced me." Saying this, Mu Chang'e suddenly tore off the armor he was wearing, looking ready for a fight. Seeing this, a trace of confusion appeared in xianxuan's eyes. He wondered if Mu Chang'e really intended to fight him at this moment. But the next second, xianxuan saw Mu Chang'e kneel down with a thud and knock his head loudly against the ground towards him. "Commander Yi, I admit my mistakes. I apologize sincerely by knocking my head to you. Please show us the way forward. Out of all the people present, only your experience commanding troops is the highest. Only you can devise a way to counteract the ancient divine and demonic sect. I hope you can consider the other disciples' faces and save us." As he spoke, he forcefully struck his head against the ground several more times, each blow echoing loudly. This sight even caused xianxuan's mouth to twitch slightly at the corners. At this moment, Wang Hashan, Qin Shao, and some other generals also approached xianxuan, kneeling on both knees before him and saying, Commander Yi, except for you, there is no one who can save us from this peril. If you refuse to help us, all of us might die here. Another general, speaking earnestly, declared, Commander Yi, all mistakes, big or small, belong to General Mu. Punish him alone if you must, but please don't hold the others accountable. More generals approached, intending to say something further, but Yi Changlan raised a hand to stop them. Then, crossing his arms calmly over his chest, Yi Changlan said, There's not no way, but it depends on whether you can accept it. At this moment, Mu Chang'e looked up excitedly and said, We can accept it. As long as we can survive, we can accept any conditions. Yi Changlan snorted with disdain and said, Send word back to the sect. Tell them we've been surrounded by the rebel forces of the ancient divine and demonic sect, and we're currently trapped within their base. Request reinforcements to rescue us. Based on the division's troops from Lingxi Sect, it should take them about an hour to arrive here. We only need to hold out for a little while, and reinforcements will be here to save us. Upon hearing this, everyone froze in place. Yi Changlan's solution was indeed clever. However, everyone found themselves in a predicament, especially Mu Chang'e, as the commander, whose eyes blazed with fury as he retorted. I've just reported back to the sect that I've successfully completed our mission of eradicating the ancient divine and demonic sect rebels. And now you're asking me to tell them I'm besieged? Are you deliberately embarrassing me? After this, how am I supposed to face returning to Lingxi Sect? How will the elders see me? How will senior sister Longxian see me? How will Xiao look at me? The entire sect, how will they all perceive me? Yi Changlan, did you even think about my feelings? Yi Changlan said indifferently. That's why I asked if you could accept the plan. If you refuse, then I have nothing more to say. After all, you're the highest commander here. Whether or not to act is your decision. Mu Chang'e immediately stood up from the ground, no longer kneeling toward Yi Changlan. His eyes blazing, he snarled. One lives for one's dignity. If I return to Lingxi Sect like this, I'd rather die right here. After his words, other generals shouted, General Mu, please reconsider. At this moment, Wang Hashan stepped closer to try to persuade him. General Mu, this isn't the time to care about face. Besides, this incident wasn't entirely your fault. Your intelligence was incorrect, underestimating the strength of the ancient divine and demonic sect, leading to our current predicament. You'll just need to explain the situation to the elders when you return, and they will certainly forgive you. At this point, Qin Xiao also approached. He spoke reproachfully. That's right, General Mu. In life and death situations, do we really care about saving face? Even if the disciples of Lingxi Sect laugh at us because of this, they'll only mock you personally, not the rest of us. What do you think? At these words, Mu Chang'e suddenly roared in frustration. Enough. All of you, shut up. As soon as he finished speaking, those who had intended to persuade him fell silent, staring dumbfoundedly at Mu Chang'e. But Mu Chang'e continued grimly. I'm the supreme commander here, and I don't allow anyone to send for help. Whoever dares to act rashly will be killed on the spot by your general. As the last word left his mouth, everyone glanced nervously at each other. Even Yi Changlan sighed. This guy was still as stubborn as ever, not having changed one bit. If it weren't for the Spirit Earth Core, he really shouldn't have followed along. Chapter 76, Escape Secret Passage. Right as Yi Kanglin was thinking this, Mu Chang'e suddenly shouted again. All troops listen up. Anyone still with the ability to fight, get up immediately and charge out with your general. Today, anyone who manages to escape alive will be rewarded with 1,000 spirit crystals. Just after Mu Chang'e finished speaking, he suddenly felt like he couldn't catch his breath, prompting him to cough forcefully. Following this, he started feeling blurred vision, weakness in his legs, and the sensation that he might fall at any moment and not be able to get back up. It wasn't just Mu Chang'e. The other soldiers also began showing signs of extreme exhaustion. What's happening? My hands feel like they have no strength at all, Mu Chang'e said, looking perplexed at his own hands. At that moment, he felt like even breathing was an immense effort. Seeing this scene, Yi Kanglin murmured softly, Is the effect of the Wuan Gu San beginning? As she spoke, Yi Kanglin turned her head to look at Qin Xiao, Wang Hashan, and others. She noticed that they were also showing similar symptoms. It was Wang Hashan who suddenly spoke up. General, we seem to have been poisoned. Upon hearing these words, Mu Chang'e was bewildered. Poison? Where did the poison come from? Saying this, he glanced down at the arrows stuck in his body, then pulled them out and asked, Could it be the poison on the arrows? Wang Hashan shook his head. No, not the arrows. There are many people here who haven't been injured, yet they're also showing signs of poisoning. Mu Chang'e looked around upon hearing this, and indeed, he saw many members of their group lying exhausted on the ground despite being uninjured. Realizing the situation, Mu Chang'e looked around again and growled softly. Is it a toxin in the air? This air is toxic. Hurry, cover your mouths and noses. Don't breathe in this poison anymore. Speaking, Mu Chang'e quickly covered his mouth and nose to prevent further inhalation. The others followed his example. However, at this moment, Yi Kanglin remarked, The Wuan Gu San has already entered your bodies. Covering your mouth and nose now won't do any good. Hearing the 3 words, Wuan Gu San, Mu Chang'e felt his heart sink dramatically. He had originally intended to rally the troops and break through together. But now, they weren't a match for the Divine Devil Sect to begin with. With the added effect of the Wuan Gu San, it would be nearly impossible to win. Realizing this, Mu Chang'e collapsed onto the ground with an ashen face, appearing utterly helpless. At this point, a subordinate commander approached and said, with a tone filled with fatigue, General, earlier while searching for treasures, I found a secret passage inside a storage room. Perhaps that passage can help us escape. Upon hearing these words, Mu Changa's dull gaze brightened slightly. Excitedly, he grabbed the subordinate commander by the arm and exclaimed, "A secret passage? Why didn't you say so sooner? Hurry, take us there immediately." The subordinate commander hurriedly nodded and replied, "This way, I'll lead you there." With that, the subordinate took the lead, and the rest followed closely behind. However, just then, the subordinate commander glanced at the swift-wind beasts and addressed Mu Changa. "General, the secret passage isn't large enough. Swift-wind beasts simply cannot fit through." These words made Mu Changa freeze again. He turned to look at the swift-wind beasts. The swift-wind beasts served as both their mounts and their feet. Without them, if surrounded by the Divine Devil Sect, they wouldn't even be able to flee. But if they wanted to save themselves, they would need to abandon the swift-wind beasts. After pondering this, Mu Changa asked the subordinate commander, "How long is the passage? If it's not too long, maybe we could widen it a bit and take the swift-wind beasts along." Shaking his head, the subordinate commander responded, "Useless. That passage is deep, and given our current circumstances, we don't have much time left to escape. Even if we attempted to widen the passage, there simply isn't enough time." Upon hearing this, Mu Changa's heart sank further. What should they do? Abandon the swift-wind beasts and escape alone, or ride them straight out in the frontal assault? Boom. Another cannon blast echoed, and Mu Changa turned to look at the direction of the stone gate. Finally, he roared loudly, "Everyone, leave the swift-wind beasts behind. We'll make our escape on foot." With that, everyone present dismounted from the swift-wind beasts and followed the subordinate commander towards the hidden secret passage. Standing nearby, Kanglin watched silently without comment. After contemplating for a moment, she decided to follow them as well. Just as the deputy general had said, the secret passage he had found was extremely narrow, only wide enough for two adults to walk side by side, and its height was less than 2 meters. Indeed, such a passage could not accommodate the swift-wind beasts. However, as long as they could escape with their lives, the swift-wind beasts seemed less important. Soon, the army of 60,000 entered the secret passage in an orderly manner. Yet, this stretched the line so far that the front and rear couldn't even see each other. If the passage were to suddenly collapse at this moment, it would bury everyone alive. Out in the open, Wuxian sat atop his dragon colt, his gaze fixed on the entrance to the fortress, waiting patiently. At this moment, Xianlin rode her dragon colt over. She had once again assumed the appearance of an old witch. Xianlin excitedly reported, "Apostle Wuan, our scouts have sent word. Mu Changa has fallen for the trap. They've already abandoned the swift-wind beasts and turned into the tunnel we dug ahead of time." Hearing these words, Wuxian immediately burst out laughing. "Good, let's head to the end of the tunnel and wait for them." Saying this, Wuxian turned to one of his subordinates. "Divide 20,000 men from the group and accompany me to the end of the tunnel to await Lingxi Sect's arrival. Let the rest stay here. If Kanglin suddenly orders a retreat, intending to flee from this direction, you'll open fire immediately and blast them to death." The subordinate saluted promptly in acknowledgement. In no time, from the 50,000-strong army, 20,000 men quickly separated and followed Wuxian away, riding their dragon colts at great speed toward the end of the tunnel they had pre-dug. But at this moment, Xianlin, who was riding beside Wuxian, asked, "Apostle, why don't we just blow up the secret passage now and bury them all alive? Why go through the trouble of leaving an exit specifically for them to crawl through?" Wuxian smiled and replied, "It was already a stretch to dig the tunnel within 5 days. Are you expecting me to also procure gunpowder from somewhere? Besides, if simply burying the people of Lingxi Sect alive could guarantee their total annihilation, then our demon ancient sect wouldn't have been suppressed by Lingxi Sect for all these years." Upon hearing this, Xianlin subconsciously nodded. At this point, Wuxian's face revealed a sinister expression. "Kanglin, when I personally catch you, I will make sure you fully experience what it means to be humiliated." Chapter 77, The End of the Secret Passage. Inside the underground tunnel, Kanglin, Mu Changa, and the others from Lingxi Sect were still carefully exploring as they moved forward. Since none of them had been to this place before, no one knew if there might be any traps or similar hazards. Therefore, everyone was walking with extreme caution. Only Kanglin seemed completely at ease, drinking wine while casually following alongside the main group. He didn't even need to use a moonlight stone to see everything clearly around him. This sight irritated Mu Changa quite a bit. After all, with so many people now on edge, it was only you who looked as leisurely as a grandpa buying vegetables, strolling with such an unperturbed posture. Would that not make anyone uncomfortable? But Kanglin paid no heed to Mu Changa's dissatisfied gaze and continued his composed pace. In truth, his blood-wheeled pupils were already maximized. Under this state, even if an ant approached him, he could instantly lock onto it. While fully focusing his blood-wheel pupils, Kanglin mentally called out to Nong xiuxian, "Nong xiuxian, help me devise an escape route." Nong xiuxian's voice quickly reached Kanglin's ears. "What kind of escape route?" Kanglin glanced back at the members of Lingxi Sect following behind and responded mentally. "The Soulstone core is already in our possession. I don't wish to remain with these people anymore. Once we leave here, I want to slip away to some hidden location." However, Nong xiuxian directly rejected this idea. Not possible. A flicker of confusion appeared on Kanglin's face as he instinctively questioned, "Why?" Nong xiuxian said helplessly, "Do you really think you can just leave now?" Kanglin countered, "Why can't I?" Nong xiuxian briefly explained, "This time, the commander Wuxian of the Demon God Ancient Sect is specifically targeting you. As long as you stay with the group, your strength can be preserved. Once separated from the group, You'll have to face the entire Demon God Ancient Sect army by yourself, tens of thousands of soldiers. Do you truly believe you can survive against tens of thousands of Demon God Ancients? Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin's expression immediately grew serious. Does Wuxian have a problem? I've done nothing wrong to him. Why does he target me? Nong Xiuxian nonchalantly replied. You may think there's no grudge between you two, but that old man would love to devour you alive. Trust me, don't separate too soon from this group. At least wait until you're out of danger before considering leaving. Otherwise, once surrounded by a multitude, things will become very complicated. After hearing this, Yi Kanglin pursed his lips, took a deep breath, and reluctantly agreed. All right, I understand. But, can you tell me first whether this secret passage leads to the outside world? Nong Xiuxian cleverly answered. This falls under the category of intelligence-related questions. As per usual rules, if you want to know, you must exchange reserve lifespan. Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin instantly displayed an extremely exasperated expression. Ever since half a month ago when Nong Xiuxian and Yi Kanglin announced that desired intelligence could be purchased using reserved lifespan, this fellow has always found ways to make Yi Kanglin trade his stored life years. Normally, if the price were cheaper, Yi Kanglin would accept it, but the key issue was that every single time Nong Xiuxian demanded absurdly high prices for the exchanged years. Take the last time when the Demon God Ancient Sect prepared to muster 1.6 million troops for a full-scale attack on Lingxi Sect. Nong Xiuxian charged a decade of lifespan. The price was outrageous. Moreover, according to Nong Xiuxian, the cost of 10 years of lifespan wasn't fixed, it would adjust based on the importance of future requested intelligence. Simply put, the cost of information Yi Kanglin wanted depended entirely on Nong Xiuxian's mood. Thus, Yi Kanglin asked, how much will the price for this piece of information be this time? Nong Xiuxian pondered for a moment and said, let's say 20 years of lifespan. After all, in such an environment, intelligence is equivalent to life itself. Although Yi Kanglin was slightly irked, he still consented, saying, fine, 20 years then. Nong Xiuxian chuckled and said, all right, wait a sec. Shortly thereafter, a system notification rang in Yi Kanglin's ears. You have consumed reserve lifespan, 20 years, 0 months, 0 days. Remaining reserve lifespan, 461 years, 3 months, 22 days. Subsequently, Nong Xiuxian's voice relayed into Yi Kanglin's ear. This secret passage was specially dug out for you by Wuxian, intending for you to abandon the pursuing wind beast. Currently, Wuxian and other followers of the Divine Devil Ancient Sect are already waiting for you at the end of the tunnel. Once you get out, they will annihilate you. Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin furrowed his brow slightly. Just to make us abandon the pursuing wind beast, he specially dug a secret passage? That's ridiculous. In my opinion, Yi Kanglin continued, when Mu Chang'e and others entered the stronghold, Wuxian could have replaced the softening powder with a more lethal poison, eroding bone powder. If that happened, the disciples of Lingxi Sect would have perished in no time, eliminating the need for all this trouble. At this point, Yi Kanglin took a deep breath, showing disinterest in understanding Wuxian's motives. He then asked Nong Xiuxian again, if we turn back to our starting point now, can we directly avoid the ambush ahead? Nong Xiuxian rolled her eyes. Don't even think about it. The path behind has been blocked. From the moment you came in, there was no way to turn back. Right now, except moving forward, you have almost no other options. And by the way, the person who found this secret passage is a spy planted by the Divine Devil Ancient Sect. That guy may stab you in the back anytime soon, so be careful. After hearing this, Yi Kanglin looked up towards the officer leading the way for Mu Chang'e in front, muttering quietly. Prevention during the day and prevention at night can't stop an insider from betraying you. Just as Yi Kanglin sighed like this, suddenly above him, the ground began to tremble, and slowly debris started falling down. This scene shocked everyone present immediately. Wang Yishan spoke first. Someone is applying pressure on the secret passage from above. They seem to want to bury us alive. As soon as these words were spoken, Mu Chang'e froze instantly. He shouted loudly, buried alive? Are you kidding me? How would they know where we are right now? Yi Kanglin bypassed the man, saying, never mind all that. Let's just escape first. With that, Yi Kanglin rushed forward. Seeing this, Mu Chang'e and the others kept quiet and hurriedly followed Yi Kanglin as they sped towards the front. In no time, Yi Kanglin emerged first from the end of the secret passage. The next moment, what greeted his eyes startled him greatly. Chapter 78, Wuxian in extreme excitement. He suddenly realized that he was now at a huge circular valley. It looked just like a meteor crater. The place where Yi Kanglin emerged was right at the very center of this giant pit. What shocked Yi Kanglin was that the surrounding areas of this circular valley were already filled with dense ranks of the Divine Magic Ancient Sect army. A familiar face even smiled and said to Yi Kanglin, hey, Yi Kanglin, it's been a while. Still fine, I presume. Yi Kanglin's gaze fell upon the one who spoke. This person was none other than Wuxian. At this moment, behind Yi Kanglin, others from the Lingxi Sect started emerging one after another. In an instant, the not-so-large exit turned into a kind of pressure release valve, where people uncontrollably rushed out frantically. Even if someone wanted to retreat after seeing the scene ahead, it was impossible, because the ones inside the tunnel all rushed out in competition, and those trying to go back couldn't get through. However, strangely enough, the Divine Magic Ancient Sect didn't attack the people from Lingxi Sect, but instead watched them mockingly. Once all members of the Lingxi Sect had completely escaped from the exit, they almost froze in confusion. Gazing at the encircling Divine Magic Ancient Sect army, their faces visibly turned ashen pale. Qin Shao coldly chuckled and drew his long sword, protecting himself around Yi Kanglin. Wang Hashan stood stiffly there, seemingly at a loss about what to do. Only Mu Chang'e furiously grabbed the deputy general who had informed him of the secret passage and roared, "What is going on? Didn't you say the secret passage would allow us to escape safely? Why are the divine magic ancient sect waiting here?" But at that moment, the deputy closed his eyes and immediately collapsed. Mu Chang'e was about to yell at him for faking death. However, in the next second, Mu Chang'e saw that the skin on the face of this so-called deputy suddenly peeled off, revealing an unfamiliar face beneath. The worst part was, he discovered that this person was no longer breathing. After witnessing this, Mu Chang'e instantly realized that he'd been tricked by the divine magic ancient sect once more. At this moment, Wang Hashan asked Mu Chang'e, "General, shall we retreat back into the secret passage?" Yet Mu Chang'e angrily slapped Wang Hashan across the face, shouting, "What's the point of going back now? Should we wait for them to bury us alive?" Confused by Mu Chang'e's blow, Wang Hashan hesitantly asked, "Then what should we do? Just stand here and die?" Mu Chang'e was also unsure. He glanced at the tightly surrounded troops around them and shifted his gaze towards Yi Kanglin, asking, "Yi Kanglin, what should we do now?" At this point, Mu Chang'e seemed to have placed all his hopes on Yi Kanglin, because he had thoroughly experienced the formidable strength and deviousness of the divine magic ancient sect, realizing that if he continued leading this force, everyone might end up dead. But in the next second, Mu Chang'e noticed that Yi Kanglin paid no attention to his request for help, instead pulling out a Tang horizontal knife artifact from his storage ring and charging toward a direction. This made Mu Chang'e dumbfounded. Was Yi Kanglin choosing to directly break through the encirclement? Damn it, has this guy gone mad? Isn't he scared of being killed in direct combat? Despite his doubts, Mu Chang'e and the rest could only choose to trust Yi Kanglin's judgment for now. The moment Yi Kanglin rushed out, they all followed him toward that direction, and the high-positioned Wushan, upon seeing this, bellowed, "Fire the cannons!" Following Wushan's order, the dozens of black demon cannons already set up around the circular valley fired simultaneously toward the group from Lingxi Sect. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion sounds immediately thundered throughout the area. In an instant, numerous disciples of Lingxi Sect were blown apart on the spot. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin shouted back to the rest, "Anyone with smoke bombs, use them now." As soon as these words were spoken, members of the Lingxi Sect took out their smoke bombs and threw them away. In a short while, thick smoke surged throughout the area. These clouds did indeed cause a certain level of visual hindrance for the divine magic ancient sect side. However, the effect wasn't significant, because several tens of thousands gathered together made them a moving target that could not escape. In the next second, the cannonade resumed, the sound ringing loudly again. The casualties of Lingxi Sect sharply increased, while Yi Kanglin at this moment had his eyes set on the edge position of the circular valley, and his xianhuan great saber swept lightly forward. Soul hook sickle blade. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of sharp blade auras were abruptly unleashed, slicing apart the incoming divine magic ancient sect members on the spot. In the next moment, Yi Kanglin led the charge out of the circular valley. Subsequently, a massive army of the divine magic ancient sect surged toward Yi Kanglin's position. The blood-will pupils in Yi Kanglin's eyes activated, enabling him to see every movement clearly. Simultaneously, using the body techniques, flowing shadow steps, and blade skill ghost shadow kill, Yi Kanglin moved like a phantom, darting freely across the battlefield filled with hundreds of combatants. In his wake, countless lives of divine magic ancient sect followers were taken. As Yi Kanglin carved a bloody path through their ranks, the other disciples of Lingxi Sect surged forward from the breach. The divine magic ancient sect armies also drew their weapons, clashing fiercely with the Lingxi Sect disciples. However, due to the significantly superior individual prowess of the divine magic ancient sect warriors, compounded by the lingering poison of softbone powder still affecting the Lingxi Sect members, they were being brutally slaughtered en masse. Now, only Mu Chang'e, Qin Shao, Wang Hashan, and a few generals held out somewhat better, but even they wouldn't last much longer. Observing this scene, Wushan grew ecstatic. His breathing quickened, his face flushed, his body trembling slightly. His lips curved uncontrollably as he burst into loud laughter. Yes, that's right, it's exactly this feeling. Exactly this sensation. It's identical to that time. Wushan roared excitedly, his expression radiating an unhinged exhilaration. Chapter 79, reduced to only 8,000 people. The current scene is exactly the same as the battle 70 years ago. The only difference is that back then, Yi Kanglin stood in a high position overlooking himself and other believers of the Shenma ancient sect being slaughtered by the Lingxi Sect's disciples. That scene is still fresh in Wushan's memory to this day. But today, everything has changed. His position with Yi Kanglin has reversed. He stands in a high position, looking down on Yi Kanglin facing the massacre of members of the Shenma ancient sect. And when Xiuxian saw this, there was a look of helplessness on her face. At this moment, she suddenly understood why Wushan didn't poison Lingxi Sect's warriors or have anyone blow up Lingxi Sect's escape passage at the beginning. Turns out, all he wanted was to recreate a certain battle from his past encounter with Yi Kanglin. If we put it nicely, it's called regaining confidence. If not, it's purely wasting time pointlessly. After all, it takes so much time and energy. But soon after, Xiuxian suddenly noticed that Wushan's laughter had abruptly stopped, and instinctively, she turned her head to look at Wushan. She saw Wushan looking in terror at a certain direction, and Xiuxian, following his gaze, saw Yi Kanglin break through the three-layered ambush set up by Wushan ahead of time. Seeing this, Wuxian immediately panicked. All his previous pride and excitement disappeared instantly, and he shouted loudly at countless subordinates. Hurry, stop Kanglin. Absolutely can't let him escape. If he runs away, I'll kill you all. With Wuxian's shout, a large number of Shinma Ancient Sect troops rushed towards Kanglin. However, at this time, the other combatants of the Lingxi Sect were like madmen, tangling with those pursuing Shinma Ancient Sect troops. This meaning is already very clear. These combatants of the Lingxi Sect are using their lives to hold back these pursuers to buy time for Kanglin and other commanders to escape. Seeing this, Wuxian instantly became livid, roaring, "A group of useless trash." As he said, Wuxian actually picked up his own magical weapon, a cleaver, stepped hard on the ground, and his figure quickly dashed out. At this moment, Wuxian intended to personally execute Kanglin. There was a faint whoosh sound. Wuxian's body flew like a cannonball towards Kanglin, but Kanglin suddenly paused, sharply turning his head, his eyes looking towards Wuxian's side. And Wuxian saw Kanglin smile, that smile filled with coldness, deviousness. In an instant, Wuxian, who originally wanted to attack, suddenly felt his hand trembling, and dared not chop at Kanglin with the cleaver in his hand. But Kanglin, in response, swung the xianhuan long knife in his hand towards Wuxian. Whoosh! A sharp crescent-shaped flow of light shot directly towards Wuxian's body. With his figure still in midair, there was no way for Wuxian to dodge. Thus, he quickly held his cleaver in front of himself. Bang! The crescent-shaped light cut hard against Wuxian's cleaver, immediately pushing Wuxian's body rapidly backwards. Boom! Not long after, Wuxian crashed into a small mountain peak like a meteor, crumbling the mountain peak entirely. Apostle Master! Xiuxian exclaimed upon seeing this. She was about to rescue him, but Wuxian ran out first, looking at the direction where Kanglin escaped, saying, "Forget me. Quick, chase Kanglin. Mustn't let him run away." At this moment, Xiuxian turned her head to look at the direction Kanglin had fled, her expression serious, and she said to Wuxian. He ran towards the swamp area. If our people rashly pursued deep into it, they might not be able to come out. Upon hearing this, Wuxian was stunned in place and looked around at other battle zones. He saw that a large number of combatants from the Lingxi Sect had been killed, with only around 10,000 left to escape. Realizing what Kanglin did here was to make so many people rush in one direction. Originally, Kanglin himself knew that a large group gathered together would become an obvious target. However, if they could reach the ring-shaped canyon, everything would be easier. Because, although Shinma Ancient Sect had fewer hands, merely 20,000, and Lingxi Sect, though weak in fighting strength, had more in numbers. In this situation, even if the Shinma Ancient Sect could continue killing, they wouldn't be able to exterminate everyone in a short period. This way, inevitably, some people would successfully escape. Moreover, once the disciples of Lingxi Sect and believers of Shinma Ancient Sect mix together, the black magic cannons can no longer be used. Because he cannot possibly order the cannons to target his own side. Thinking about this, Wuxian slightly squinted his eyes and coldly laughed. Well done, really well done, Kanglin. I've ultimately underestimated you. At this moment, a believer stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Wuxian and asked, Apostle Master, the Lingxi Sect's disciples have fled into the swamp area. Should we continue pursuing them? Wuxian's gaze turned towards the direction Kanglin and others had escaped, and he said, the sky is about to get dark. At that time, highly corrosive marsh gas will disperse throughout the abyssal swamp. Once touched, no matter how strong one's physical body, it will dissolve into a pool of blood water. Kanglin chose to attack in this direction precisely because he anticipated that I wouldn't dare to pursue him deep into the abyssal swamp area, right? At this point, Wuxian deeply stated, issue the command. Seal off all the escape routes of the entire Black Tortoise mountain range. They like staying in the swamp. Let them stay then. We'll wait until the sky brightens tomorrow morning, after the marsh gas dissipates, and then enter to collect their bodies. The messenger disciple immediately bowed in response and quickly left. Xiuxian at this point commented, fortunately, the Black Tortoise mountain range's area isn't large. Otherwise, with our limited number of men, it might not be enough to seal off all the exits. Wuxian was silent for a moment, then said, I will seek approval from His Holiness the Pope for additional reinforcements. Upon hearing these words, Xiuxian slightly blinked, subconsciously saying, now? Will His Holiness the Pope agree? Wuxian responded calmly, he will. He will definitely agree. Deep inside the abyssal swamp area, Kanglin led the remaining 8,000 people as they frantically sprinted deeper into the swamp. Not knowing how long he had been running, Kanglin gradually slowed his pace and began breathing heavily. Turning around, he saw the other members of Lingxi Sect who had followed closely behind. Upon seeing Kanglin stop, they all collapsed onto the ground, clearly exhausted. Chapter 80. Muchanga seeking external help, shocking Lingxi Sect. Muchanga, Wang Hashan, and Qin Shao sat down on the ground. Muchanga asked first, what is this place? Why didn't the people of the Divine Devil Ancient Sect chase us here? Qin Shao said while breathing heavily. This is the Abyss Swamp Zone. Upon hearing this, Muchanga, who was previously out of breath from exhaustion, suddenly opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, what? He turned to Kanglin and shouted, Kanglin, are you crazy? Why did you bring us into this place? Don't you know that the swamp gas in the Abyss Swamp Zone will dissolve us into a puddle of blood? At this moment, Kanglin sat down on a large rock and adjusted his breathing while saying, if we hadn't come here, do you think we could have escaped? After these words, Muchanga fell silent. Indeed, if it weren't for the people of the Divine Devil Ancient Sect's consideration of the dangers of the swamp zone, they probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Currently, Kanglin instructed Qin Xiao, send a message back to the sect, telling them that we are trapped in the swamp area of the Black Kanglin Mountains. Please dispatch troops to rescue us. Qin Xiao nodded and immediately retrieved the communication jade disc. Seeing this, Mu Chang'e instinctively wanted to stop him, but Wang Hashan held him back and shook his head, signaling him not to be so stubborn anymore. And thus, Mu Chang'e closed his eyes and stopped speaking altogether. The previous arrogance had now completely disappeared. Only then did he suddenly remember the night before the expedition, when he told Yu Wutian that just 80,000 men would suffice to suppress the rebellion at Jiaguan. How laughable that seemed now. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought that I, Mu Chang'e, would come to this day? Ha 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 ha. Then, Mu Chang'e burst into uncontrollable laughter towards the sky. Afterward, he collapsed flat on the ground. Kanglin, however, ignored Mu Chang'e and secretly opened the system map. Upon seeing their current location, his expression became exceptionally grim as he muttered curses. What a disaster. We've only just escaped from that fortress, and now we're stuck here in the swamp. It'd be great if we had flying beasts as mounts. We could just fly away through the sky. At the foot of Lingxi Sect's mountain gate, Yu Wutian, along with Longshan Granny, Yu Qingyan, Yu Xiao, and others were quietly waiting. They were called over by Yu Wutian specifically to stand guard here, ready to welcome Mu Chang'e's triumphant return. In celebration of Mu Chang'e's successful completion of this military mission, Yu Wutian even went out of his way to publicize Mu Chang'e's feats widely. By now, everyone across the Jin Tian domain knew about Mu Chang'e, the young general who effortlessly eradicated 5,000 soldiers from the Divine Devil Ancient Sect on his first campaign. Yu Wutian also encouraged some veteran generals and commanders from Lingxi Sect to study Mu Chang'e's battle strategies, intending to establish an image of a strong, clever, and valiant General Mu within the hearts of all people. It could also be seen as Yu Wutian laying groundwork for Mu Chang'e to better take charge of the Lingxi Sect army. However, Yu Wutian and his group had already waited almost an hour at the mountain gate, yet there was still no sign of Mu Chang'e's victorious army, which naturally raised doubts. Yu Qingyan was sitting in a soft chair, idly flipping through her storybook collection. As a pregnant woman, she wasn't required to come, but having not seen Kanglin for several days, she decided to attend anyway. But after waiting such a long time without seeing even a shadow, Yu Qingyan began to grow restless and complained. Great-grandpa, are you sure Mu Chang'e and his forces are returning at this exact time? With his hands behind his back, Yu Wutian silently stared into the distance, visibly irritated himself. I ordered their retreat back midday. Even if something delayed them along the way, it shouldn't have taken this long, right? Yu Xiao interjected at this point. I suspect the generals at Jiaguan are throwing a welcome feast for Chang'e and his companions. After all, Chang'e helped their commanding officers resolve such a major issue this time. It would be awkward if they didn't properly thank him. As she spoke, she glanced smugly at Yu Qingyan. Yet Yu Qingyan simply ignored her smugness and calmly replied, Jiaguan has already sent word. Kanglin and the rest didn't even return to Jiaguan. At the sound of this, Yu Xiao was taken aback. She turned to Yu Wutian and said, they didn't return to Jiaguan? They couldn't possibly be deliberately taking a longer route, could they? At this time, Yulong had his arms crossed over his chest, and he kept taking deep breaths. He didn't know why, but he always had a bad feeling. Then, Yulong spoke up. Since noon, we've been sending messages to our seniors, but they haven't replied once. I'm wondering if they've run into any trouble. Yu Wutian immediately scolded him. Impossible. His 3 words were spoken firmly and left no room for argument. But Yu Wutian continued in a heavy voice. I assembled a total of 80,000 disciples who can fight. Even if part of them were lost in the first battle, there are still more than 70,000 people left. With such an enormous army, we could crush some small nations in the secular world. How could they possibly run into trouble? However, Yulong scratched his nose and said, what I'm saying is, if our seniors run into trouble, what should we do? Yu Wutian coldly retorted, there is no if. I understand senior brother Howren's abilities much better than all of you. There's absolutely no way he could encounter troubles that he can't resolve. Yet, just as Yu Wutian was speaking with certainty, from behind, Bathing Master Mu Chuan of the Enforcement Hall rushed forward anxiously towards Yu Wutian, saying, Ancestor, it's not good. It's not good. Only moments ago, General Qin Xiao sent us a message, stating that they have been besieged by the rebels of the Divine Devil Ancient Sect inside the swamp area of the Black Kanglin Mountains. Now, their troops are down to fewer than 10,000 men, and they urgently need reinforcements from us. Chapter 81. Full-scale war begins. As the sound faded, everyone at the scene was momentarily stunned. It took a full 3 seconds before everyone widened their eyes, revealing shocked expressions on their faces. Especially Yu Wutian let out a low growl. What did you say? Howren is trapped in the swamp area of the Black Kanglin Mountain range, and his army has dwindled to less than 10,000. Yu Wutian clearly couldn't accept this news because, in his view, dealing with merely 500,000 rebellious troops from the God Demon Ancient Sect should be as easy as eating and drinking water. How could they have been counter-killed? Even if those cannibalistic demons had used some sort of deceit, resulting in losses for the Lingxi Sect's generals, it still shouldn't come down to them being defeated so badly that only 10,000 or fewer remain. Fake. Yu Wutian's first thought right then was that this news must be false. He grabbed Mu Chuan by the collar and roared loudly. Where did you get this information from? If it's hearsay, I'll kill you on the spot. Wuan was sprayed with spittle all over his face by Tian, but dared not resist, only replying with a pitiful expression. Ancestor, this news came from General Qin Xiao just now, and it was transmitted via a communication jade disc. There can be no mistake about it. Speaking, Wuan took out the communication jade disc and handed it to Tian. Tian snatched the jade disc, examining it thoroughly with great detail. Meanwhile, people surrounding also stepped forward. Xiuxian looked somewhat pale, her eyes even showing a trace of panic. She turned her head towards her younger brother Yulong and said, Xuanhuan is also part of the team. This means he's also trapped in the Black Kanglin mountain range, doesn't it? Yulong also had a very grim expression, but seeing the worried look on his second sister's face, he comforted her. Sister, don't worry. Our senior brother is much smarter than us. In this world, there are probably not yet any born souls who can threaten him. Upon hearing these words, Xiuxian's concerns didn't decrease. She casually took out a communication jade disc from her storage ring, attempting to contact Xuanhuan. However, after sending the message, Xuanhuan didn't respond. Seeing this, the fear in Xiuxian's eyes spread again. Her gaze shifted towards the patriarch, Tian, intending to say something. But Tian violently threw the jade disc onto the ground, smashing it into pieces. Following that, he yelled furiously, You bastards from the god-demon ancient sect! To think you would resort to such despicable tricks. After witnessing the patriarch's reaction, Xiuxian understood the news was likely true. Then, she questioned, Greatest ancestor, since things have reached this point, we should immediately send someone to rescue them. Once night falls and the swamp gases rise in the abyssal marshes, Yichanglan and Mu Chang'e will surely die. Hearing this, Tian's originally enraged emotions suddenly calmed down. Immediately after, his gaze fixed on Xiuxian, who stood aside lost in thought. Her eyes were scattered, seemingly deep in contemplation of something. Tian directly spoke up. Xiao, the real strength of the Shinma sect was reported by your Blackwater Terrace. The intelligence maps used when Howren attacked the base of the Shinma sect were provided by you. Although I shouldn't say anything harsh to you now, shouldn't you explain to me why such a serious error occurred within your intelligence system? Tian's implication was clear. He believed that the reason for Mo Chang'e's misfortunes was largely due to inaccurate intelligence, which led to their encirclement. And most of this intelligence came from Xiao, so Tian felt that Xiao should bear at least half the responsibility for the mission's failure. When Xiao heard Tian's questioning tone, she knelt down directly, speaking earnestly. Great ancestor grandfather, this is Xuanhuan's fault. But please give Xuanhuan some time to investigate the internal issues of the Blackwater platform thoroughly. Recalling Yichanglan's previous words here, the intelligence collection network of the Blackwater Terrace, frankly speaking, I've completely lost faith in them. Take the recent event where 10 assassins from the God Demon sect infiltrated Changyue City to attack its city, Lord Yuryu. This shows they are indeed nothing more than a mere decoration. Reflecting back to this moment, Xiao realized that what Yichanglan had said back then wasn't just sarcasm. It was a warning that the Blackwater Terrace had likely been infiltrated by enemy forces. However, at that time, Xiao was completely unwilling to admit that the forces she had built could be infiltrated. Therefore, after that day, she completely ignored Yichanglan's words. Recalling this moment, Xiao once again said to Tian, If there are traitors inside my Blackwater Terrace, I, Xiao, will personally execute them. After hearing these words, Tian's originally irate expression slightly softened, but his tone still carried dissatisfaction as he said, You have 3 days. If you can't investigate within 3 days, then you won't need to hold your position as the Imperial Censor. Upon hearing this, Xiao's expression stiffened slightly, and in the end, she nodded her head in agreement. At this moment, Tian looked at Wuan and said, Send down the order, prepare 100,000 troops. Tian was just about to issue an order to gather forces to rescue Yichanglan and Mu Chang'e when suddenly, the master of the Lingxi Sect's military hall, xiuxian, rushed over and immediately said to Tian, Ancestor, urgent news? Tian turned his head towards xiuxian, and upon seeing the look of panic on his face, his eyebrows furrowed as he asked, What else has happened? Tian knew xiuxian well. This old man was usually a very steady individual, yet today, he appeared extremely agitated, clearly indicating that something major had occurred. At that point, xiuxian handed over an urgent message to Tian, speaking with anxiety. News is coming from all provincial, prefectural, and county branches. They have come under attack by the demon god ancient sect and other rebel forces. So far, the number of rebel troops we estimate to be over 500,000, and it continues to grow. Simultaneously, the rebels' attacks have been incredibly fierce, and in less than an hour, they have already annexed more than 20 of our county-level sub-branches, along with all the 3,600 miles of territory controlled by those branches, which have now fallen. At present, these rebels have begun attacking the various prefecture and even province-level branches and urgently require reinforcements. As soon as xiuxian finished speaking in one breath, Tian's legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed onto the ground. Fortunately, some attendants nearby quickly supported Tian, preventing him from falling. Next, Tian loudly shouted at xiuxian, Where did these rebels come from? A month ago, when Yichanglan still held command, he clearly wiped them all out. Why have 4 or 50 million of them suddenly emerged now? And why have they become so terrifying? Did they simply materialize out of nowhere? Seeing the ancestor's anger, xiuxian hurriedly explained, Old ancestor, we have been investigating this matter. These rebel forces of the demon god ancient sect, their origins, they. xiuxian paused here, glancing towards Yulong. Chapter 82. The downfall of Lingxi Sect has entered the countdown phase. When Yulong saw this, he took over his topic and said to Yu Wutian, "Those rebels do seem to have appeared out of nowhere." As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Wutian, Yu Qingyan, and everyone else present revealed an incredulous expression and looked at Yulong. Yulong explained to everyone. In fact, from the day after my senior brother xianhuan was demoted, those rebellious forces of the god-demon ancient sect that had been completely annihilated already showed signs of resurgence. They carried out massacres in our border areas and mountains where our control is relatively weaker. So, I personally led the army to investigate. At that time, there were very few of these rebels, and their strength was extremely weak. When they encountered our regular army, they would mostly flee immediately. But, when I tried to capture them, I could clearly feel that their power was growing at an incredibly terrifying speed. And their numbers were also increasing explosively. The strangest part is, I couldn't find where their reinforcements were coming from at all. By this point, Yulong looked at Yu Wutian and said solemnly, "Great-grandfather, it seems like these rebels really did just appear out of nowhere." When Yu Wutian heard this, his entire face tightened. At this moment, he seemed somewhat regretful. He regretted urging Yu Xiao to demote xianhuan back then. At that time, he purely wanted to weaken the influence of grandfather number 2 Yulong by suppressing xianhuan. But how could he have ever imagined that things would go out of control right after xianhuan was demoted? And behind Yu Wutian, Yu Xiao, at this time, touched her belly and looked at her younger brother, saying, "Dragon City, are you implying that today's rebellion is entirely my fault? If I hadn't removed xianhuan from his position, wouldn't something like this not happen?" Swallowing his breath deeply, Yulong spoke. During the 300 years that senior brother held office, there was almost no large-scale war in the Lingxi Sect. If there were any, senior brother would quickly suppress them. Speaking thus, Yulong looked at Yu Xiao and said, "Sister, though I shouldn't say this, I still want to tell you that your decision back then was indeed wrong." Infuriated, Yu Xiao stood up from her seat and snapped coldly. If the troops of the god-demon ancient sect truly materialized out of nothing, then whether or not xianhuan was removed from his position, wouldn't the result be the same? Dragon City, it's because you're overestimating xianhuan. Given the current momentum and strength of the god-demon ancient sect, even if xianhuan were still the young general of the Lingxi Sect, he couldn't prevent this situation either. Yulong retorted with some anger. The turmoil caused by the god-demon ancient sect isn't something new. It's been going on for 800 years now. Why were they the quietest during the 300 years when the elder brother was in power? And why did they start another rebellion immediately after he was demoted? Sister, let me say something unpleasant. Had you not demoted senior brother back then, I don't think this situation would have happened today. Hearing this, Yu Xiao's beautiful eyes widened angrily, about to yell again. But Yu Wutian roared loudly. "Enough! Both of you shut up!" Upon hearing Yu Wutian shout, Yu Xiao and her younger brother immediately fell silent. Then Yu Wutian declared somberly, "Longcheng, lead 300,000 combat members to Tien Prefecture. That place is one of our most important strategic strongholds in Lingxi Sect, and also one of the areas being attacked the hardest by the forces of the god-demon ancient sect. I give you 10 days to fully suppress the rebels in that region." Yulong responded promptly with a bow. "Understood." Continuing, Yu Wutian turned his gaze towards xiuxian and ordered, "xiuxian, return immediately to the General Staff Headquarters and issue an announcement to all provinces, prefectures, counties, and branches within the Jin Tian domain. Declare the entire sect to be in a state of wartime. All retired combat members shall be recalled." xiuxian saluted with equal seriousness and stated, "Understood." With that, he turned around to carry out the orders. Subsequently, Yu Wutian addressed Mu Chuan, head of the Law Enforcement Hall, saying, "Mu Chuan, have the second son come to the Central Command Center immediately." Mu Chuan also bowed to accept the order, but then asked, "What about General Mu? Nightfall is near, and they won't be able to hold out much longer." Taking a deep breath, Yu Wutian thought calmly for a while before responding. Let him find a way to hold on for a while. Now that the sect has entered a wartime status, we cannot spare more troops to reinforce them." Upon hearing this, Mu Chuan saluted and agreed before immediately turning to leave. However, Yu Qingyan approached anxiously and said, "Great ancestor grandfather, both Mu Chang'e and Yi Changlin have suffered severe injuries. They are currently in a dangerous marsh area, and they can't hold out for much longer." But Yu Wutian sharply rebuked her, saying, "Blame them for their own incompetence. With just 50,000 rebel forces, how could they get trapped like this? They once confidently assured this old man that 10,000 armies would be sufficient to quell the rebellion. And now, there are less than 10,000 soldiers left. From now on, no one shall mention Longhauran or Mu Chang'e's name in front of me." After speaking, Yu Wutian stormed off angrily. Only Yu Qingyan glared at his retreating back resentfully, muttering under her breath, "Who is it that insisted on sending troops to Jiaguan to suppress those rebels? Yi Changlin had already reminded you that this was all just a trick of the god-demon ancient sect, but you refused to listen. Now that trouble has come, you're blaming them." As Yu Qingyan thought this, she stomped her foot irritably, pondering if there was any way to help Yi Changlin. Then, her gaze shifted to her sister Yu Xiao standing nearby. She noticed Yu Xiao calmly pulling out a roster, flipping through information regarding the centuries of Haishutai. Seeing this, Yu Qingyan couldn't help but say discontentedly, "Sister, Your husband is also in the Black Tortoise Mountains. He might die at any moment. Aren't you worried at all? Yu Xiao responded indifferently. Of course I'm worried, but what can I do? Should I fly over to support them by myself? After saying that, Yu Xiao closed the roster and turned to investigate the traitor within Haishuatai. This scene left Yu Qingyan dumbfounded. Was this still the same Moon Xiao who had adored Mu Chang'e to the point of madness? Why did she seem so calm when learning that Mu Chang'e might soon face life-threatening danger? Had all her previous displays of affection been an act? Did she actually not like Mu Chang'e as much as it seemed on the surface? If it was all an act, then many previously inexplicable behaviors suddenly made sense. For example, why would someone as sharp and intelligent as Yu Xiao throw herself into turmoil for a foolish waste of a person with mediocre cultivation abilities and insignificant achievements, even opposing her motherly xiuxian? Perhaps she had simply been acting as a lovesick individual, and therefore seemed irrational in her responses to Mu Chang'e's every move. This thought left Yu Qingyan momentarily frozen in place. As she stared at her sister's retreating figure, her eyes narrowed slightly. Yu Xiao, what exactly are you up to? At the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain, in the temporary command tent of the God-Demon Ancient Sect, Wu Shan took out a scroll, respectfully placing it on the table. In the next instant, the scroll unfolded itself. A drop of water appeared at its center, rising into the air. The droplets circled in midair and then gathered in one spot. Gradually, they formed a human-like figure. Upon seeing the figure fully manifest, Wu Shan knelt down on both knees, his head hitting the ground forcefully as he spoke loudly. Greetings, Holy Father. At this moment, the projected figure composed entirely of pure water elemental energy belonged to none other than Wu Fenghuang, the supreme ruler of the God-Demon Ancient Sect. To be precise, this was merely Wu Fenghuang's external manifestation. Her true form remained at the main headquarters of the God-Demon Ancient Sect. Looking now, Wu Fenghuang wore men's attire, her black hair tied neatly at the back, covered by an exquisitely crafted crown. Dressed in a grand red dragon robe, she looked down imperiously from above at Wu Shan kneeling below, speaking coldly. This old one instructed you to divert the attention of Lingxi Sect's leadership to Jiaiguan, thereby holding back the main army of Dongguan County. So what are you doing right now? Surrounding the Black Tortoise Mountain range? To massacre a single Lingxi Sect commander? As she spoke, the external manifestation of Empress Wu Phoenix slowly moved toward Wu Shan, walking while coldly berating him. And such a puny insect, yet you couldn't capture him either. Wu Shan, isn't this old one being too lenient with you? How dare you defy my orders like this? Chapter 83, Wu Shan develops an operation plan, decapitation of Yi Kanglin. Wu Shan's head was still pressed to the ground as he listened to the voice of the Pope, and his breathing became rapid with a strong sense of oppression causing involuntary trembling in his body. But despite this reverence, he said loudly, Your Holiness, among the Lingxi Sect troops on the mountain, there is an old acquaintance of ours. As soon as these words were spoken, Witch Phoenix's expression changed slightly. She seemed to think of someone but did not say it aloud. Instead, she waited for Wu Shan to continue. At this moment, Wu Shan also looked up and towards Witch Phoenix. Then he spoke grimly. That old acquaintance is Yi Kanglin. These words caused even Witch Phoenix's pupils to dilate involuntarily, and her face flashed a hint of panic in an instant. But soon, she calmed down and said seriously, Yi Kanglin was already demoted to a servant disciple by Yu Xiao long ago, so how could he possibly appear here? With a serious expression, Wu Shan replied, I am unclear about the specific reasons, but I can definitely confirm that person is indeed Yi Kanglin. Moreover, he doesn't have military authority either. Otherwise, even with only 80,000 combat disciples from Lingxi Sect, there is absolutely no way I would be able to force him into his current situation. After hearing this, Witch Phoenix immediately understood the reason behind all of Wu Shan's actions. After a short period of thought, she asked, What do you plan to do? Wu Shan responded seriously, I beg your holiness to dispatch another 100,000 soldiers to me. I will personally capture Yi Kanglin alive and take him to the tomb of the former pope, where I will offer his head as a tribute to soothe the spirit of the previous pope. However, Witch Phoenix outright refused. 100,000 soldiers. Are you aware we are already fully engaged in war against Lingxi Sect? To mobilize 100,000 soldiers just to deal with one Yi Kanglin. Wu Shan, has your brain been compressed by a door? Besides, they are already surrounded in the swamp region. We don't even need you to act, as waiting for the marsh gas to spread will turn them into pools of blood. Why do you need so many troops then? Furious, Wu Shan shouted, Your Holiness, do you truly believe such mere marsh gas can kill Yi Kanglin? In the Dragon Head Plains battle, we laid out 140 heavenly cutting arrays and over 3,000 spiritual array masters to ambush and annihilate Yi Kanglin. What was the result? He escaped nonetheless. Using 100,000 people to handle him is not an overuse of resources. From the very moment I realized it was Yi Kanglin himself, I already knew my 50,000 men had absolutely no chance of keeping him trapped, let alone killing him. The only reason why he is currently confined is purely because I've nearly maximized every favorable circumstance. But all of this is merely temporary. If time goes on any longer, he will undoubtedly formulate a new breakout plan. Suddenly, Witch Phoenix interrupted sharply. Enough. Whatever Wu Shan was about to continue saying got swallowed back, leaving him staring at Witch Phoenix blankly. Coldly, Witch Phoenix added, Even Yi Kanglin does not deserve for me to rally 100,000 soldiers solely to deal with him. Right now, my goal is one. Overthrow Lingxi Sect and restore our holy devil church's dominion. Compared to the grand wishes of all the popes throughout the history of our holy church, Yi Kanglin is nothing. Yet Wushan countered lightly. If Yi Kanglin survives, can our holy devil church overturn Lingxi Sect? Even if we overthrow Lingxi Sect, as long as he remains alive, our ruling seat will never be secure. Upon hearing this, Witch Phoenix seemed moved slightly by his words, yet remained resolute. At this point, Wushan rose from the ground, his eyes firmly locked onto Witch Phoenix as he stated, "Sister, have you forgotten how father and the elder brother perished? Father, Wu Xiantian, gathered more than 20 times the amount of troops as Yi Kanglin in the Black Forest campaign and heavily damaged Yi Kanglin's forces, but when pursuing him, fell victim to Yi Kanglin's ambush. As for the elder brother Wu Neong, his body hasn't even been buried yet." Hearing this, Witch Phoenix's bright eyes seemed to glisten with tears emerging. Months ago, elder brother Wu Neong planned to raid a city under Lingxi Sect's control, but upon arrival, he saw Yi Kanglin's commander flag hoisted above the city. In an instant, Wu Neong abandoned all his armies, turning tail and fleeing. When he returned to base, however, Wu Neong learned that Yi Kanglin wasn't even in that city. Then, the supreme commander of the venerable demon god sect, Wu Neong, became the laughingstock in the army for being scared and fleeing just by a commander flag. Realizing his own shameful behavior, Wu Neong burst into a fit of mad laughter. His voice roared crazily. The greatest humiliation ever. Ha ha ha. After this episode, Wu Neong fell ill and passed away shortly after. Following this was Wu Niang's sister, Witch Phoenix, disguising herself as him to become the new pope of the demon god sect. Recalling these events, Witch Phoenix's hatred for Yi Kanglin peaked at an unprecedented level at that moment. If Witch Phoenix had been able to continue her assault on Lingxi Sect for the great wish of restoring the holy church of previous popes, then now, her inner self was entirely overwhelmed by emotions of hatred. Witch Phoenix immediately turned her gaze to her third brother, Wu Shan, saying, "To deal with Yi Kanglin, simply deploying more people is not enough. At least we need a comprehensive plan to capture him alive." Upon hearing this, Wu Shan immediately became excited. He knew that Her Holiness the Pope had agreed to allow him to continue his campaign against Yi Kanglin. Wu Shan promptly pulled out a very detailed battle plan from his storage ring and respectfully presented it to Witch Phoenix, saying, "Your Holiness, the operation plan I drafted to tackle Yi Kanglin is here, and I named this campaign Operation Decapitation of Yi Kanglin. With only 100,000 troops, I can capture him alive and drag him before our eldest brothers and fathers' graves to use his head and blood to cleanse the shame they once suffered. Of course, if Your Holiness consents, we could humiliate him first before chopping off his head. At the time, he trod us underfoot and suppressed us for 3 whole centuries. Now, we will repay him in kind. Let him know that those whom he once despised are now capable of manipulating him like puppets." Witch Phoenix took the operation plan and quickly skimmed through it. After finishing, she shook her head. Wu Shan's heart jumped in alarm. Could it be that Her Holiness wasn't satisfied with his plan? But Witch Phoenix calmly said, 100,000 troops aren't enough. She fixed her eyes on Wu Shan and spoke icily. "I will send you 400,000 troops, including the assistance of corps commanders from the 9th Army to the 18th Army and the coordination of 2 chief bishops. I shall fully support your Operation Decapitation of Yi Kanglin, but if you still fail to capture him, bring me your head instead." Hearing this, a look of wild joy spread across Wu Shan's face. He knelt down again and bowed deeply as he shouted, "Thank you, Your Holiness." At this moment, Witch Phoenix stopped speaking. She closed her eyes, and the body clone suddenly dissolved into a puddle of water splashing on the ground. Wu Shan stood up again, picked up the Decapitation of Yi Kanglin operation plan, and a distorted smile emerged on his face. The image of Yi Kanglin treading his head underfoot, mocking him as though he were a dog, remained fresh in his mind until now. Now, just imagining himself using the same method to tread Yi Kanglin's head underfoot made Wu Shan ecstatic with excitement. "Haha, Yi Kanglin, you looked down on me back then, didn't you? You thought I posed less threat to you than an ant, and even dared me to go fetch reinforcements. Well, this time I'll make you pay 100-fold for every bit of humiliation you threw at me that day." Chapter 84, World Tree. Inside the space of the Wuyuan Mountain, Yi Changlan took out the spiritual earth crystal core he had found and injected it with a powerful surge of primordial energy before forcefully striking the crystal core towards the island beneath his feet. Bang! In an instant, the spiritual earth crystal core was embedded dozens of meters deep into the soil. After finishing, Yi Changlan brushed off his hands and turned to look at Nong Xiuxian asking, "All right, I've buried the item as per your request. What's next?" Nong Xiuxian, while licking a lollipop in her hand, said, "Find something sturdy to hold on to. It might get shaky soon. Don't end up eating dirt." Upon hearing this, Yi Changlan paused slightly and asked instinctively, "It's going to shake hard? What's shaking so badly?" Just as Yi Changlan wondered, the ground beneath his feet started trembling violently. The feeling was similar to an earthquake, with the entire island quaking fiercely. Even the surrounding sea rippled with waves. Soon after, Yi Changlan watched in shock as the small island beneath him slowly began rising upwards. Before long, the previously submerged parts of the island gradually emerged from the water. The scene resembled a receding tide. Not only that, but the soil of the island underwent tremendous changes. The barren land began to accumulate rich nutrients. Even the areas that were soaked by seawater transformed into fertile soil suitable for plant growth. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the island stopped rising. Its exposed surface area had expanded by dozens of times compared to its original size. If its original size was about the same as a basketball court, then now, the island had grown to be roughly the size of a school. Standing at the very center of the island, Xuanhuan observed all these changes with immense astonishment on his face. He stepped onto the soil that was once submerged by seawater and casually picked up a handful of mud. The originally loose mud had transformed into high-quality black soil. If one looked closely, it was even possible to see wisps of spiritual energy lingering between the soil particles. Seeing this, Xuanhuan turned and asked xiuxian, "Is this what you call spiritual farmland soil?" However, xiuxian smiled faintly and said, "Not that fast. The fusion cycle between the spiritual earth crystal core and the soil is at least 3 years. That means you have to wait 3 days outside for the soil here to completely transform into spiritual farmland soil." Realizing this, Xuanhuan promptly took out the seeds of the life-extending fruit and handed them over to the stone man nearby to have all the seeds sown. With the significant rise in fertility and cultivation area of this farmland, the planting scale of the life-extending fruit could also be expanded accordingly. According to xiuxian's previous statement, the yield would increase by at least 3 times or more. In this way, Xuanhuan's daily increment of life essence gained could reach above 300 years. Thinking about this, Xuanhuan couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Then he asked xiuxian again, "Can the world tree bear fruit now?" xiuxian turned her head and looked at a large tree not far away, saying, "It should be about ready now, right? Why don't you go check?" Saying that, xiuxian flew first toward the center of the island, with Xuanhuan closely following. At the center of the island stood a tall and majestic tree. Just its height reached nearly 10 meters, and the trunk was thick enough for 2 or 3 people to hug together around it. And enveloping this world tree was a terrifying aura of life force. This world tree was the reward Xuanhuan received on the 10th day after activating the pastoral system. Originally, it was just an ordinary seed, and Xuanhuan didn't take it too seriously. It wasn't until xiuxian reminded him of its importance that he placed the seed at the center of the island to cultivate it. Now, after several years of growth within the time domain of the Wuyuan, the tiny seed had grown into a lush ancient tree. Coming under the world tree, Xuanhuan looked upward towards the crown of the tree. As he squinted slightly, he spotted fruits hanging on the branches of the world tree. However, the appearance of the fruits was special. If there was anything they could be likened to, it would be the likeness of children. Yes, children. They were exactly like the ginseng fruits he'd seen on TV in his past life. At this moment, Xuanhuan turned his head and asked xiuxian, "Hey, aren't these fruits actually ginseng fruits?" xiuxian, however, rolled her eyes and said, "What ginseng fruits? These are your soldiers." As soon as these words came out, Xuanhuan was startled. He widened his eyes and looked at xiuxian, saying, "Soldiers?" xiuxian nodded, then turned his head to look at the stone men who were still hard at work far away, and said, "Do you still remember the book, The Art of Mimetic Farm Slaves, that the system rewarded you with before?" Xuanhuan nodded. "Of course I remember. It was with this secret art that I created the stone men working for me. But what does this have to do with these ginseng fruits?" xiuxian smiled, then suddenly answered in an indirect way. "The world tree has another name, called the cradle that gives birth to world lives. There is a rumor that when the world began, it was the arrival of a world tree that brought life to this continent. So, people later referred to the world tree as Mother Tree, indicating the origin of all lives." Hearing these words, Xuanhuan felt somewhat bewildered. He rolled his eyes and asked, "I'm just saying, xiuxian, when did you also become someone who speaks in riddles? Can't you speak more clearly?" Seeing that Xuanhuan still didn't understand, xiuxian stopped teasing him immediately and explained straightforwardly. "Place your palm on the main trunk of the world tree. Then use the art of mimetic farm slaves to inject your stored life essence into it. Then, that's all." Xuanhuan blinked his eyes. Although he didn't know exactly what xiuxian was going to do, he still followed his method. But while doing so, he still asked, "How much stored life essence should be injected?" xiuxian replied nonchalantly, "Any amount will do. Several hours, or even days can be fine." Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan said, "Then let me first inject 3 hours worth of my stored life essence." With the control of the art of mimetic farm slaves, Xuanhuan's stored life essence flowed into the main trunk of the world tree. At the same time, xiuxian took out a small gourd, opened it, and a wisp of soul flew out, entering one of those ginseng fruits. Dong! The ginseng fruit that absorbed the soul actually fell from the branch of the world tree right on the spot. Xuanhuan paused, instinctively turning his head toward the ginseng fruit. He saw that the originally fist-sized fruit started to grow gradually. In a moment, the fruit had grown to the size of a normal infant. Chapter 85. Kanglin's Infinite Troop Summoning Technique. Content retrieval failed. 1. The key has expired. Please wait for an update. 2. This book does not exist or has been removed due to copyright issues. Chapter 86. Mu Chang'e wanted to be a deserter, but Kanglin was left behind. Mu Chang'e coughed dryly and said, "It's dawn, and the marsh gas has started to disperse." Upon hearing this, Kanglin turned his head and looked toward the distant horizon. Indeed, a streak of fishbelly white was slowly rising, and the newborn morning sun began to lightly sprinkle light over this land. Then, Kanglin looked at the thick marsh gas under the tree. Just as Mu Chang'e had said, the originally extremely concentrated marsh gas was now dissipating at a visible speed. After seeing this, Yi Kanglin let out a sigh of relief and then turned to Mu Chang'e, saying, "You called me here just to tell me this?" Mu Chang'e pursed his lips with an expression that seemed like he wanted to say something but held back. Then, he grinned and said, "Commander Yi, in the past, because of Xiao, there were some unpleasant incidents between us. Now, we can also be considered comrades in arms and shared adversity. The events that happened before might as well be set aside, never to be mentioned again. What do you think?" Yi Kanglin revealed a look of annoyance on his face and coldly said, "What exactly do you want to say?" When Yi Kanglin showed signs of impatience, Mu Chang'e quickly said, "I want to go down the mountain to fetch reinforcements. I hope you can divert the attention of the divine demon ancient sect." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin was momentarily stunned. He blinked his eyes and said, "You want to save your own life, yet expect me to help you divert the enemy's pursuit?" Mu Chang'e opened his eyes wide and said, "What do you mean I want to save my own life? I'm going to fetch reinforcements." Yi Kanglin twitched his mouth corners and turned to look at Qin Xiao sitting on a branch across from him and said, "Has the headquarters not responded to your distress signal yet?" Qin Xiao's expression appeared somewhat uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, he said, "The headquarters replied, saying that since the divine demon ancient sect is launching a massive offensive against Jin Tian domain, they have entered a wartime state and cannot allocate additional forces to support us." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin's heart immediately chilled. Because the meaning of this message was already clear, those old men of Wutian had abandoned them. Although he had known this day would eventually come, he had never expected it to arrive so quickly. He also hadn't expected that the main forces of the divine demon ancient sect had begun a full-scale attack on Jin Tian domain. Thinking about this, Yi Kanglin turned and looked at Mu Chang'e again. It made sense why this guy had thought about escaping so early. Apparently, reinforcements couldn't be relied upon, so he wanted to save himself. Right away, Yi Kanglin jumped down from the tree and then said to everyone still on the tree, "The marsh gas has dissipated, all of you come down." Upon hearing this, everyone present jumped down from the trees. Then, Yi Kanglin turned his head toward Mu Chang'e and said, "Now that the headquarters are in a wartime state, where do you plan to go to get reinforcements?" Upon hearing these words, Mu Chang'e knew Yi Kanglin agreed with his request and quickly excitedly said, "I intend to go to Rejang City, where our Lingxi Sect has a sub-department garrison. We should be able to gather reinforcements there. Commander Yi, believe me, if you can hold off those bastards of the divine demon ancient sect for 2 hours, I will successfully escape. At that time, I will first go to Rejang City and find reinforcements for you." After hearing these words, Yi Kanglin let out a chuckle. "I'll believe that when hell freezes over." At this point, Qin Xiao beside them said, "General Mu, forgive my straightforwardness, but I think it's highly unlikely that you'll be able to escape. In fact, there's even a chance they'll intercept and kill you. If that happens, everything will be over. On the contrary, this swamp area is much safer. Instead of taking the risk to break out, we should carefully deliberate on a good escape plan before making any decisions." Although Qin Xiao meant this advice kindly, it pricked Mu Chang'e's ears. He irritably said, "I can't handle this anymore. If we continue staying here, either we get caught by the divine demon ancient sect or dissolved into blood water by the marsh gas. This godforsaken place, I don't want to stay here a second longer. I'm leaving now, returning to the sect, returning to my master's side." As he spoke, Mu Chang'e addressed the remaining more than 8,000 people, saying, "Divide 4,000 people to go with me and fight our way out. The rest of you stay here and assist Commander Yi in directing the battle. Listen up, I'm not being a deserter. I'm finding help for you. As soon as I get reinforcements, I will come back to rescue you immediately." Everyone at the scene remained silent, but followed Mu Chang'e's request and actively separated 4,000 people. Most of the 4,000 people who were separated belonged to the lineage of Wutian. They were more inclined to be with Mu Chang'e. As for the remaining 4,000 people, they belonged to the faction of the second patriarch Yulong and were more inclined toward Yi Kanglin's side. After the distribution of manpower was completed, Mu Chang'e immediately took out a flare gun and fired it toward the sky. Whoosh! The flare flew into the air, then exploded. Mu Chang'e looked gratefully at Yi Kanglin, who still sat where he was, saying, "Commander Yi, I leave the task of holding off the divine demon ancient sect to you." Without waiting for Yi Kanglin's response, Mu Chang'e rallied his 4,000 troops and rushed downhill in unison. In no time, they disappeared from sight. Then, Qin Xiao turned to Yi Kanglin and asked, "Commander Yi, what should we do now?" Yi Kanglin simply reclined on a large rock and said lazily, "What to do? Stay here and take a nap first." Upon hearing this, many present were taken aback, especially Qin Xiao, who worriedly said, "Mu Chang'e just fired a flare and revealed our position. The divine demon ancient sect will probably attack us soon. So are we going to do nothing?" Yi Kanglin chuckled and said, "If it were any other generals of the divine demon ancient sect, perhaps they would lead their forces and storm over here. But if it's Wushan, rest assured, that guy doesn't have the guts to lead an assault." With that, Yi Kanglin yawned loudly and added, "Trust me, even if the divine demon ancient sect saw the flare, they won't take any action. My guess is, they've already sealed off all routes down the mountain. They're probably waiting for us to walk straight into their trap." Hearing this, Qin Xiao gasped and quickly looked in the direction Mu Chang'e and his group fled, panicking as he said, "What about General Mu? If he rushes forward like this, won't he run straight into the divine demon ancient sect's guns?" Yi Kanglin chuckled again and said, "You've already warned him not to flee so hastily and reminded him that this place is safest for now. But he didn't listen, insisting on leaving immediately because he can't bear to stay here a moment longer. What can we do? Hearing this, Qin Xiao could only helplessly shake his head. He turned to look at the Lingxi Sect disciples around them, noticing their weary faces and extremely low morale. One of the disciples suddenly asked Yi Kanglin, "Commander Yi, are we going to die?" Chapter 87, Gaining 4,000 Private Armies. Yi Kanglin turned his head to look at the disciple and subconsciously said, "Why do you ask this?" The panic in the depths of the disciple's eyes began to show, and even his hands started trembling uncontrollably. "My junior sister in the sect told me that this time, the rebel forces of the Divine Devil Ancient Sect launched a very fierce attack. In just one night, they have already captured several 10,000 miles of territory. Following this trend, isn't our Lingxi Sect in mortal danger? If Lingxi Sect really perishes, where should we go?" Another disciple also spoke up. "Now we are trapped in this swamp area. Although there is no immediate life-threatening situation, how long can this situation last?" While speaking, this disciple suddenly knelt down towards Yi Kanglin, then moved towards him on his knees, saying with panic, "General Yi, please tell me what we should do next. I had nightmares all night long. I dreamt Lingxi Sect was gone, the old sect master was gone, no one would save us, and we would be trapped here to die. General Yi, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die." Tears were streaming out from this disciple's eyes. At the same moment, a large group of Lingxi Sect disciples knelt down before Yi Kanglin. They all broke down emotionally and asked Yi Kanglin, "General Yi, we don't want to die either. Please tell us what we should do." This set off a chain reaction as many people knelt down one after another, looking at Yi Kanglin expectantly. Clearly, for these people, apart from Yi Kanglin, no one else could save them in such a situation. Upon seeing their panicked expressions, Yi Kanglin helplessly shook his head. Originally, these combat disciples of Lingxi Sect had been specially trained and basically did not fear death. However, the fatal problem was that they suffered a defeat under Mu Chang'e yesterday. Then, a large number of people died, and later they found out that their sect was under attack and no one would come to rescue them. This caused their already taut nerves to completely snap. Facing wave after wave of blows, even these tough-minded combat disciples started to feel lost and frightened about the future. If the person sitting here was not Yi Kanglin, many of them might have already chosen to hang themselves. Yi Kanglin looked at the numerous combat disciples of Lingxi Sect kneeling before him and loudly asked, "Do all of you want to survive? Fine, let me first ask you a question. What identity do you currently have? Are you my subordinate, Yi Kanglin's, or still a disciple of Lingxi Sect?" The meaning of Yi Kanglin's words was already clear. He was giving them a choice, to become his subordinate or continue to be a member of Lingxi Sect. For a moment, quite a few people looked at each other hesitantly. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin added again, "You don't need to rush to answer me. I will give you some time to consider well. If you are willing to become my subordinate, Yi Kanglin's, then I will ensure the safety of all of you. Of course, if you still choose to remain as a member of Lingxi Sect, I will not oppose it. But don't expect me to protect you." Speaking, Yi Kanglin glanced at the path down the mountain and pointed in that direction with his finger. "The way down the mountain is over there. If you do not want to follow me and neither want to return to Lingxi Sect, but intend to surrender to the Divine Devil Ancient Sect, it's fine. Go now. I absolutely will not obstruct you. To stay or leave is entirely up to you." As Yi Kanglin finished his words, everyone present exchanged glances briefly. Thereupon, silence reigned momentarily. At this point, Qin Xiao suddenly stepped forward, knelt down to Yi Kanglin on both knees, and shouted aloud, "We swear to follow General Yi Kanglin until death, braving fire and water without hesitation." With Qin Xiao's voice resonating through the air, the rest of the people suddenly roared in unison. "We swear to follow General Yi Kanglin until death, braving fire and water without hesitation." This clearly meant they chose to follow Yi Kanglin. After witnessing this, Yi Kanglin burst into laughter. Standing on a rock, he looked down at the people below and declared loudly, "Good, since all of you are willing to fight the world with me, then from now on, you are also my brothers under Yi Kanglin. Since you are brothers, I guarantee that all of you will live on. From now on, we will share blessings and hardships equally together." Seeing this, everyone spoke aloud with a resonant voice. "We will share blessings and hardships equally together." The sound was loud, almost deafening. For a moment, the originally despondent emotions of the group seemed to be reinvigorated at this point. For those who had followed Yi Kanglin before, there was no greater sense of security in this world than the promise of their war god, Yi Kanglin. It was precisely because of this that they once again saw a glimmer of hope. However, just then, xiuxian began cursing. He appeared right beside Yi Kanglin. As the system administrator, only Yi Kanglin could see xiuxian. Thus, the rest remained unaware of his presence. Infuriated, xiuxian burst out loudly in front of Yi Kanglin. "Are you crazy? Taking on so many followers and promising to protect their lives. Are you even planning to fight the war anymore?" Yi Kanglin casually picked up his wine gourd, took a sip, and mentally responded, "It's just over 4,000 people. What's the problem? Besides, I've already mastered the method to control the world tree. After producing more soldiers, would it even be hard to protect these few people?" After hearing this, xiuxian slapped his palm onto his own face, wiping it down forcefully as he angrily said, "Wu Shan has requested reinforcements from his sister, the Pope of the Divine Devil Ancient Sect, with a deployment of 40 legions. They've even specially devised an operation plan called Operation Decapitate Yi Kanglin, with the purpose of capturing you alive, using your head to honor their former pope." Saying this, xiuxian's eyes widened as he roared furiously at Yi Kanglin. 40 legions. 40 whole legions. With such a vast number of troops, even if you can now easily produce soldiers through controlling the world tree, how exactly do you plan to fight against all of them? And now you want to bring along all these brothers too. Aren't you just asking for death? Nong Xiuxian was visibly agitated, spitting saliva all over Yi Kanglin's face. Upon hearing that the Divine Devil Ancient Sect was mobilizing 40 legions to encircle him, Yi Kanglin couldn't help but grimace slightly. This should have been part of intelligence gathering. Yet unexpectedly, in his frustration, Nong Xiuxian blurted it out, allowing Yi Kanglin to learn this without expending any lifespan. With this thought, Yi Kanglin smiled faintly and replied to Nong Xiuxian, "Why are you so worked up? It's only 40 legions after all. No big deal, we'll manage fine." Seeing Yi Kanglin appear so unconcerned, rolling his eyes in response, Nong Xiuxian fainted right there. Chapter 88, Strategic Relocation. Yi Kanglin saw that this guy had once again taken on a look of death, rolled his eyes, and then said to the soldiers ahead, "Well, everyone, since from now on we are all brothers, in order to ensure that we all survive smoothly, I have decided that we should set off for the depths of the marshland immediately. What do you all think?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers present were slightly stunned. One of them asked first, "Commander Yi, the concentration of marsh gas deeper inside is denser than at the edges. Once we go deeper, it won't be as simple as just hiding in the trees to avoid the marsh gas." These words undoubtedly expressed what was on everyone's mind. But Yi Kanglin smiled and said, "Deep within the marsh there is a peak called Wuyuan Mountain, and it will be a decent place to take refuge. We will relocate there first, and then deliberate further on how to escape." After hearing this, everyone understood, and the disciple who had previously questioned him respectfully said, "This subordinate wishes to follow Commander Yi." The people behind echoed the sentiment. "This subordinate also wishes to follow Commander Yi." Yi Kanglin nodded, and started walking towards Wuyuan Mountain. Qin Xiao and the other disciples followed closely behind. At this moment, Nong Xiuxian, lying on the ground, quickly got up and hastily flew beside Yi Kanglin. Looking at the 4,000 defeated troops following behind Yi Kanglin, he shook his head and said, "Well, since you've already decided to incorporate these 4,000 men, I won't say anything more. But you must agree to one request of mine." While drinking the fine wine from his gourd, Yi Kanglin asked, "What is it?" Nong Xiuxian took out a small jade bottle from his pocket, tossed it to Yi Kanglin, and said, "I know nothing about Lingxi Sect, even less so its members. Therefore, I don't want any traitors or fickle characters in your team. Soon after reaching Wuyuan Mountain, make all of them ingest an erosive bone pill and inform them that if anyone among them dares to betray you, you can instantly end their lives. Don't find me too cautious. The situation under heaven changes swiftly, and if you get killed by someone, I'll be sealed again." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin glanced down at the erosive bone pills in his hand. He opened the bottle mouth and looked inside. He discovered that this little jade bottle was also a special space storage device with enough erosive bone pills for 10,000 at least. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin turned around to look at the group following behind him, and then spoke to Nong Xiuxian. "After reaching Wuyuan Mountain, I'll give them the pills. Are you reassured now?" Nong Xiuxian, upon seeing that Yi Kanglin no longer argued against him, satisfiedly nodded his head and said, "Currently, the divine force of Shenma Ancient School that is going to counter you hasn't gathered completely yet. There are only about 5,000 people at the foot of the mountain. Once you reach Wuyuan Mountain, use the world tree to summon an army, and break through directly." On hearing this, Yi Kanglin chuckled and said, "How much life force reserve does summoning an army consume? How much life force reserve is needed to fully arm this army? How much more to provide each soldier with a mount? If we haven't properly calculated all these costs, rushing into action would likely be fatal. And I don't plan on charging down the mountain too soon either." Nong Xiuxian was taken aback, instinctively asking, "Why? If you don't leave now, it will be difficult to escape when those 40,000 gather." After calmly pondering for a while, Yi Kanglin replied, "The Divine Devil Sect has launched a full-scale attack on the Jin Tian realm. Even if I can manage to break through the Black Gui Mountains using a temporarily summoned army, then what? Where would I go after leaving Black Gui Mountains? The entire Jin Tian realm has been sealed off by the Divine Devil Sect. Where could I possibly hide? Not only that, my control over a large army would inevitably become known, and surely Divine Devil Sect will mobilize an even larger force to come for me. At that point, how many enemies will I face? 50,000, 60,000, or 70,000? After hearing this, Nong Xiuxian fell silent. Indeed, even if Yi Kanglin managed to summon an army and break through the Black Gui Mountains now, there would surely be even more enemy forces sent to suppress him later. This would be a deadly situation for Yi Kanglin. Realizing this, Nong Xiuxian asked, "So what do you plan to do now?" Yi Kanglin took another swig from his wine gourd and then seriously said, "It will take some time for the 40,000 strong army to gather at this place. In the meantime, I can use this opportunity to accumulate more life force reserves. When the Shenma Ancient School launches their attack, I should be able to summon a sufficient number of troops by then. At that time, even if the Shenma Ancient School sends more people to suppress me, I should still have enough strength to protect myself." Nong Xiuxian nodded after hearing this. Currently, all Yi Kanglin needed was time. The longer he delayed the war with the Shenma Ancient School, the greater his chances of success would be. At the foot of the Black Gui Mountains, on a road leading out to the outside world, Mu Chang'e was leading a large contingent of men, madly galloping down the mountain. Based on his reasoning, after he exposed Yi Kanglin's position, the forces of the Shenma Ancient School would likely surge towards that location. Then, he might have a chance to escape with his life. Even if some rebels continued to guard the exit, it wouldn't be much of an issue since he had over 4,000 followers with him. These more than 4,000 disciples could easily handle any remaining rebels. As long as he returned alive to the sect and by his master's side, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice all 4,000 disciples. At this thought, Mu Changa's eyes gleamed with madness, muttering under his breath. Once I return to Lingxi Sect and by my master's side, I'll never come out again. To hell with military merit, to hell with prestige, survival is all that matters. With this in mind, Mu Changa's speed quickened considerably. In no time, his gaze caught sight of a canyon ahead, and he excitedly shouted, "We've reached the Forgotten Valley. Those behind me, hurry up. The Forgotten Valley is just ahead. Once we're through it, we'll have escaped the territory of the Black Wuyuan Mountains." Upon hearing these words, those following Mu Changa erupted with excitement, letting out a loud roar as they increased their speed. However, before they could reach the Forgotten Valley, a deafening explosion suddenly thundered through the air. Immediately, a mushroom cloud erupted among the 4,000 battered soldiers led by Mu Changa. This single blast killed over 20 or 30 men instantly. Those standing closer were blown away. Mu Changa immediately turned around upon seeing this, startled, looking around frantically. To his dismay, he saw countless rebel forces of the Xianxia ancient school suddenly appear atop the rocky hills surrounding them, towering above while looking down on them. Chapter 89. Mu Changa was captured alive by the divine demon ancient sect. Mu Changa's face turned pale in an instant. In horror, he said, "What's going on? Why didn't these rebels go after Xuanhuan? Why are they still here?" Then, from the midst of these rebels, a familiar figure slowly emerged. It was Wushan. However, he now looked particularly spirited and full of vigor. He fanned himself with one hand while saying to Mu Changa below, "I've been saying it all along. Why would someone like Xuanhuan resort to such a low-level trick? You thought one signal flare could deceive my eyes. It turns out that all this time, the decision was made by you? You moron." As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding rebels burst into laughter. At this scene, Mu Changa's eyes nearly popped out in rage as he shouted at Wushan, "Damn it! Who do you call a useless person? Do you even know who I am? My wife is Lingxi Sect Assembly Inspector Xiuxian. My great-grandmother is Elder Longxian. If you dare to touch even a finger on me, they will never forgive you." Wushan also started laughing hysterically after hearing these words. "I don't give a damn about your wife or grandmother. If I let you escape today, my lord would really not forgive me." As he spoke, Wushan's gaze became cruel. He immediately issued orders. "Open fire." After his command, black magic cannons that had already been positioned around aimed straight at Mu Changa and his people below. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions immediately rang out among the crowd. One mushroom cloud after another rose into the sky, instantly killing many disciples of the Lingxi Sect on the spot. In such a dense artillery attack, it seemed like even the temperature of the air was rising. Seeing this, Mu Changa's face once again showed signs of terror. He immediately ordered, "Wang Hashan, find a way to block these cannons. I'm retreating first." Before waiting for Wang Hashan's response, Mu Changa hurriedly rushed toward the direction of the Forgotten Valley. But when Wang Hashan saw this, he roared loudly, "General Mu is in danger." Just at Wang Hashan's shout, Mu Changa, braving repeated cannon fire, noticed that a large group of rebel troops were surging toward him from the direction of the Forgotten Valley. Riding dragon stallions and armed with sharp steel knives, they were rushing to kill their way over. Startled, Mu Changa quickly suppressed his original idea of escaping alone and retreated back to hide among the Lingxi Sect disciples. At this moment, the attacks from the black magic cannon stopped. Then, dense groups of rebels surged from both sides, swiftly encircling Mu Changa and his group. They glared menacingly before charging at them. After an instant's worth of time, the more than 4,000 combatants Mu Changa led out were all wiped out. Even Wang Hashan, who had always followed beside Mu Changa, was pierced through his body by over a dozen spears, his eyes wide open in death. Throughout the battlefield, only one person remained alive. The highest commander of this expeditionary force to quell the rebellion, Mu Changa. However, at this point, Mu Changa resembled a pitiful worm, clutching a long knife in his hand, his eyes filled with extreme fear as he looked at the rebels who had completely surrounded him. Around his feet lay the bodies of his guards responsible for protecting him, all with unclosed eyes. The rebels surrounding Mu Changa chuckled when they saw his miserable state, their eyes gleaming with cunning akin to cats playing with a mouse. Then, the rebels parted to make a pathway. Wushan slowly emerged from this passage. Sitting atop his dragon stallion, he looked down at Mu Changa from above and coldly smirked. "Kneel. I'll spare your life." Upon hearing these words, Mu Changa's fragile nerves finally gave way. The long knife in his hand fell to the ground directly. Then, with a soft kneel, he knelt in front of Wushan, the leader of the rebels. Ha ha ha. Mu Changa's action caused everyone present to burst into maniacal laughter. Back in the days when Xuanhuan held power, they were hunted down like rats on the streets, living in constant fear every day. They would flee in panic upon seeing any disciple of the Lingxi Sect. But now, they had actually forced a general of the Lingxi Sect, a real general, to kneel before them begging for mercy. This sense of sweet revenge, for these rebels, it was simply incomparably satisfying, incredibly gratifying. A certain rebel commander from the divine demon ancient sect then directly rushed forward to Mu Changa. With one kick, he sent him sprawling on the ground, and then placed one foot on his head, shouting loudly, "Damn it, you people from Lingxi Sect are always so arrogant, aren't you? Weren't you quite enjoying suppressing us back then? Come on, be arrogant again and see what happens. Thus was Mu Chang'e trampled underfoot. He wanted to struggle, but didn't dare at all. Tears of humiliation streamed down his eyes as he quivered and said, Master, great-grandmother, where are you? I want to go home. I want to go home. As he spoke, he began wailing uncontrollably. This big man, almost 6 feet tall, cried like a woman now. Just a few days ago, when Mu Chang'e set out for the expedition with great confidence, boasting about exterminating all rebel forces, how dashing and heroic he appeared. But now, he had become nothing more than a laughingstock for the rebels, too afraid even to fight back. Wushan also jumped down from his dragon steed. With his hands clasped behind him, he approached Mu Chang'e. Seeing Wushan walk up, the officer who was stepping on Mu Chang'e's head respectfully stepped aside. Then Wushan calmly asked, Do you know why I haven't killed you yet? Mu Chang'e looked fearfully at Wushan, shaking his head in terror to show that he did not know. Wushan gave a cold laugh, then squatted down, gently helped Mu Chang'e up, and gently patted the mud off Mu Chang'e's body while tidying up his collar. This scene baffled Mu Chang'e, leaving him unsure of what Wushan intended to do. Wushan then smiled and said, Now that my divine demon ancient sect has fully declared war on the Lingxi Sect, our holy emperor plans to completely overthrow Lingxi Sect and re-establish the rule of our sect over Jin Tian realm. In front of the 1.6 million troops of my divine demon ancient sect, the army of the Lingxi Sect is like paper, breaking once we hit. But still, there are a few capable generals who fight like tough bones, extremely difficult to handle. Especially that Yulong fellow. He seems to be a general personally trained by Wuan, showing somewhat similar battlefield command abilities. Our divine demon ancient sect has indeed suffered some losses under his leadership. Chapter 90, An Eye for an Eye. After hearing this, Mu Chang'e immediately had a bad feeling. He looked at Wushan and asked, What do you want me to do? Wushan laughed heartily upon seeing this and said, Join our divine devil holy sect. With your understanding of Lingxi Sect, you have every qualification to accept the baptism of our sect. Then, I will send you to Tian County so that you can deal with the bastard in Yulong City. It should be very effective. Mu Chang'e's face turned white instantly as he quivered and said, No, it won't work. Yulong City is my master's younger brother. If I harm him, my master will surely kill me. Besides, I am the young marshal of Lingxi Sect, and I will never betray the sect. Absolutely not. Although Mu Chang'e's words sounded resolute, one of the generals behind him kicked his legs directly, forcing Mu Chang'e to kneel down again. This made Mu Chang'e grit his teeth in pain. Then Wushan grabbed Mu Chang'e by the hair and said fiercely, Listen up, General Mu Chang'e. I am not negotiating with you. If you were worthless to me, I wouldn't have kept you till now, understood? Facing Wushan's extremely cold expression, Mu Chang'e's tears flowed once more, as he desperately declared, I'll listen to you. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll obey. Please don't kill me. Saying this, Mu Chang'e began crying uncontrollably again. Seeing this, Wushan laughed heartily, showing satisfaction. Good. Those who know when to yield are true sages. General Mu, you're indeed a rare talent. He then turned to one of his subordinates and said, Hey, take General Mu away and take good care of him. We mustn't neglect him, understand? The few followers of Wushan bowed in response, and then carried Mu Chang'e away. Afterward, Wushan gazed at the numerous bodies on the ground. After pondering, he said to the surrounding rebels, These corpses are gifts for you all. Enjoy them well. At these words, the surrounding rebels became excited and rushed towards the corpses of the members of the Lingxi Sect. They were like beasts, opening their bloody mouths wide and tearing apart these bodies while devouring the flesh off the dead bodies. For these rebels, the flesh and blood of Lingxi Sect's disciples were more tempting than any delicious delicacy in the world. The 4,000 corpses were almost completely dismembered and devoured by over 10,000 rebels in a blink of an eye. When Mu Chang'e was dragged away and glanced back, he saw the rebel forces of the Divine Devil Sect behaving monstrously as they bit and chewed various organs and limbs. This caused him to lose control over his lower body, and he could only be supported by 2 attendants to walk. Such a terrifying scene resembled a living hell, filled with bloodshed. Mu Chang'e muttered to himself, trembling. During Yi Kanglin's 300 years in power, he was dealing with creatures like these? How did he manage to suppress these monsters for 300 years? As he spoke, he burst out laughing, a laugh born of overwhelming pressure, thinking in his heart, Yi Kanglin, compared to them, perhaps you are the real monster. Thinking this, Mu Chang'e couldn't bear the immense mental pressure anymore. Closing his eyes, he fainted entirely. At this moment, Wushan sat leisurely on a soft chair, enjoying his subordinates feasting on the remains of Lingxi Sect disciples. He then shouted loudly to a few generals. Mo xiuxian, Bai Quan, Shui Wujiang. Several generals called out, came over, and addressed Wushan. Apostle Deng. With his leg crossed, Wushan calmly asked, How much longer until each of your respective task forces can reach here? General Mo xiuxian responded. Our leader has indicated that it would take at least 5 days to arrive, but I've already informed him that this time the person captured in the operation is Yi Kanglin. He should probably arrive within 4 days. Hearing this, Wushan slightly narrowed his eyes, and then smiled and nodded. It seems Yi Kanglin has quite a few enemies. Who would have thought even the leader of your bloodthirsty savage tribe wanted nothing less than to eat him alive? Mo xiuxian grimaced viciously and said, Not only does our leader wish to rip him apart and eat him, but I also wish to shred him limb from limb and cast him into the 18 levels of hell. Recalling the past scenario facing Yi Kanglin, Xiuxian continued. Back then, it was merely because he had sexually assaulted a female disciple of Lingxi Sect, but Yi Kanglin actually issued an order to physically castrate him. He had lost his entire reproductive organ, which made him unable to touch a woman ever again. Such pain for someone with a lascivious nature was more desperate than being killed. Thinking about this part, Xiuxian said coldly, Apostle Wushan, once Yi Kanglin is captured alive, could you allow me to carve off a few pieces of his flesh? Rest assured, I won't kill him, but I will make him experience what it's like to be a eunuch. The other generals chimed in as well. Apostle Wushan, if we are allowed to humiliate Yi Kanglin, our bloodthirsty robe sect also wants a share. All we want are his eyes. In the past, the leader of our bloodthirsty robe sect merely ate a few children's eyes, but that damn Yi Kanglin gouged out our leader's eyes. So this time, we will repay him with his own methods. Soon after, more generals passionately started discussing how they would torture Yi Kanglin. Wushan listened and smiled warmly while looking at them, not saying a word. If Yi Kanglin were here right now, he would certainly be surprised to find that these generals under Wushan's command were almost all his old defeated foes, including the factions they belonged to, the sanguinary barbarian tribe, the bloodthirsty robe sect, the massacre battalion, and many others. In the past, they had almost been beaten by Yi Kanglin so thoroughly that they scattered like dogs. Had it not been for their tenacious vitality and good fortune escaping successfully, they might not have survived until now. Now these rebel forces had all been reorganized by the Divine Devil Ancient Sect into one consolidated entity, forming several large-scale group armies. Although their individual powers had increased dramatically, the psychological trauma from facing Yi Kanglin never disappeared. That's why they were highly eager to capture Yi Kanglin, pondering on how to torture him, as a way to assuage the fear they once felt towards him. As for Wushan, he maintained a neutral attitude toward their requests, neither agreeing nor refusing, just observing them silently. At this point, Xiuxian spoke again to Wushan. Apostle Wushan, currently, Muchanga has pulled out half of his remaining 8,000 troops. This means that Yi Kanglin's side only has 4,000 men left. In this situation, isn't it possible for us to take action ourselves and capture Yi Kanglin alive? These words caused excitement among everyone present as they looked at Wushan, clearly hoping to catch Yi Kanglin sooner and avenge their previous humiliations. Chapter 91. Testing the new troops' combat strength. However, Wushan chuckled and said, Alright, who among you wants to lead the troops to capture Yi Kanglin? Upon hearing this, the original excitement on everyone's face immediately disappeared. They glanced at each other and then remained silent. Seeing this, Wushan chuckled again and said, Let's wait for the main force to arrive honestly. Now that Muchanga has been captured by us, it means Yi Kanglin already possesses the command of those 4,000 soldiers. Although there are only 4,000 people, with the strength of our God-Demon Sacred Sect army, we can certainly crush him easily. But considering Yi Kanglin's capabilities, who knows if he might launch a counterattack? Therefore, before the main force arrives, none of us should make any rash moves. At this moment, all of them bowed their fists in unison in response. But after pondering for a while, Wushan continued, Nevertheless, it is necessary to intimidate that guy a bit. Wushan turned his head towards Xianlin and said, Xianlin, go find someone to write several 10,000 public letters. Then use patrol crows to drop these letters into the camp where Yi Kanglin is stationed. Just tell Yi Kanglin's soldiers that the person the God-Demon Sacred Sect aims to capture is only Yi Kanglin, and it has nothing to do with others. If they surrender peacefully, all of them can avoid death. Otherwise, when our 40,000-strong army surrounds the city, it will be your end. Upon hearing this, Xianlin hesitated and said, Should we disclose the news about our 40,000-strong army to Yi Kanglin now? If so, wouldn't it expose our trump cards too early? Wushan scoffed. We've already said that these are public letters, which obviously aren't written just for Yi Kanglin, but rather intended for his entire group of soldiers to read. Once those mere 4,000 men have all fled, Yi Kanglin will become a bear commander. At that point, you can torture him as much as you want. As he spoke, Wushan let out a sinister chuckle. The other generals also showed signs of excitement at this moment, shouting aloud, Long live the Apostle! Long live the God-Demon Sacred Sect! Long live His Holiness the Pope! Xianlin then respectfully said to Wushan, I'll have someone start writing this public letter right away. In the marsh area, at the waist level of Skeleton Mountain, Yi Kanglin and over 4,000 others were entrenched in a cave within Skeleton Mountain. This natural cave wasn't small, it was large enough to accommodate over 4,000 people. At the moment, Yi Kanglin was sitting cross-legged on a rock. His gaze was directed toward the center of the field, where two combatants were fighting each other. One of them was a battle apprentice from Lingxi Sect, and the other was one of the new humanoids summoned by Yi Kanglin using the World Tree. Yi Kanglin had named him Xiuxian. Several hours ago, once Yi Kanglin and his group arrived at Skeleton Mountain, he hastily summoned Xiuxian from within the space of Huanyu Starstone. Then, he purchased a set of silver fox armor from the system store and made Xiuxian fight against a battle apprentice from Lingxi Sect. Yi Kanglin wanted to know whether the new humanoids created by the World Tree were stronger than the battle apprentices cultivated by Lingxi Sect. In the center of the arena, the members of Lingxi Sect watched this splendid battle intently. Xiuxian handled the duel with Lingxi Sect's apprentice effortlessly. When the latter threw a punch, Xiuxian spun around and delivered a kick to his abdomen, throwing him away. Following that, as Lingxi Sect's member fell down, Qin Xiao declared, Click, this match is won by Xiuxian. Surprise filled the eyes of Lingxi Sect's disciples seated around the perimeter. They wondered how this newcomer could possess such formidable skills. Wasn't it easy for him to knock down their comrade? This kind of strength probably matches up even with some disciples of the divine demonic ancient sect, doesn't it? However, Kanglin was still not quite satisfied. He asked Wuqian, "Wuqian, how much strength do you have left?" When Wuqian saw Kanglin calling him, he immediately turned around, knelt down, and clasped his fists to say, "Lord, I did not put forth any real effort." He then turned his head towards the side where Lingxi Sect's disciple lay, stating, "This person's power is too weak. Even without exerting a tenth of my strength, he has already fallen." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a beehive had been disturbed. Many sect disciples stood up around him, anger evident in their voices as they yelled, "Damn, what nonsense are you spouting? Because of a little skill, you dare to be so arrogant. Do you even know the meaning of death? If you're really confident, come challenge me and see if I don't beat the living daylights out of you. If I do, I'll change my last name." When Kanglin witnessed this, he sternly shouted, "Be quiet, all of you." After the words were spoken, everyone immediately quieted down. Then, Kanglin said to Qin Shao, "Pick 10 disciples, and let them fight Wuqian again." Qin Shao acknowledged the order with a bow and then proceeded to select 10 disciples. Kanglin then turned his gaze towards Wuqian and said, "Wuqian, this time you are allowed to use weapons and hurt others, but you must use all your strength." Wuqian bowed respectfully to Kanglin and replied, "Understood." With that, he got up and looked at the 10 Lingxi Sect disciples selected by Qin Shao. They were all ready for battle, glaring at Wuqian as if they were prepared to give him a thorough beating. Unfazed, Wuqian slowly drew his heavy sword from his waist. This heavy sword was the matching equipment of the silver fox armor, named Inai Feng Quang Dao, and when used together, it could provide both attack and defense capabilities. The Lingxi Sect disciples, seeing this, also drew their weapons. As Qin Shao roared loudly, "Begin!" Wuqian immediately engaged in combat with the 10 disciples. Meanwhile, Kanglin watched closely from the side. He was contemplating that if Wuqian's combat strength was sufficient, he would later use Wuqian as a template to mass-produce soldiers. At that moment, a sound of dong 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 resonated through the area. In the next instant, Wuqian had one foot on a Lingxi Sect disciple's chest while holding the Ni Feng Quang Dao against his neck and saying, "Do you yield or not?" That disciple quickly answered, "I yield." Kanglin observed the scene. Wuqian standing straight in place while the other 10 Lingxi Sect disciples lay defeated around him. He couldn't help but be impressed. He hadn't expected Wuqian's strength to be so great. Then, without hesitation, Kanglin announced loudly, "Replace the batch of people and increase the number to 20 this time." Upon hearing these words, Qin Shao immediately followed through. Before long, Wuqian found himself wielding the heavy sword alone against 20 Lingxi Sect fighting apprentice disciples. This time, Wuqian noticeably felt more challenged, even overwhelmed for a bit, but gradually he regained the upper hand and successfully achieved a counterattack. However, this also left him extremely exhausted, almost collapsing. Seeing this, Kanglin instantly realized that Wuqian's limit was probably about 20 people. If there were more than that, Wuqian might no longer be able to handle the situation. Chapter 92, A Day for 30,000 Earth Rank Legion. At that moment, xuanhuan said, "All right, the match is over. You all take a break." Wuqian and the remaining 20 combat disciples then stepped back. At this time, xiuxian flew out and said to xuanhuan, "The combat power of this Wuqian should have reached the level of an Earth Rank soldier." Upon hearing this, xuanhuan turned his head to look at xiuxian and asked, "Earth Rank soldier? What is that?" xiuxian sat next to xuanhuan. This time, he wasn't holding a lollipop but instead had a baby bottle in his hand. While drinking from the baby bottle, he explained, "High-ranking figures in the upper heavenly court usually classify their troops into ranks. From high to low, they are heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow, and common ranks. Among them, heaven-rank soldiers are the strongest, while common-rank soldiers are the weakest. The gaps between these 5 ranks are enormous. Common-rank soldiers belong to the standing armies of human kingdoms. They generally lack any magic or spirit energy. These armies are the weakest, requiring 100 men on average to withstand the assault of a novice Yuan realm cultivator. Most of the human kingdoms, dynasties, and empires in Jin Tian domain mostly consist of common-rank armies. Yellow-rank armies are the basic immortal core. Although their fighting power far exceeds that of common-rank armies, they wouldn't stand a chance against higher realms. On average, 100 yellow-rank soldiers can resist the attack of a xuanhuan realm cultivator. The Lingxi Sect's 180 million combat disciples essentially constitute a yellow-rank army. As for mysterious rank armies, there's no need for much explanation. They're a rank higher than yellow. The current 160 million strong force from the Divine Devil Ancient Sect falls within this category. You've seen their combat power. Their individual combat ability is 3 to 4 times stronger than Lingxi Sect's forces. Therefore, their attacks on the Lingxi Sect can almost be described as overwhelmingly crushing. After listening up to this point, xuanhuan finally understood. He only realized today that armies could also be classified by rank. But right after, his heart skipped a beat, and he widened his eyes as he looked at xiuxian and exclaimed, "Hold on, what did you say earlier? The combat power of this Wuqian I created can reach the level of an Earth Rank soldier." xiuxian nodded. According to the current situation, it indeed satisfies the strength of an Earth Rank soldier. The only downside is that mass-producing such a type of soldier would come with a very high cost. After hearing this, Yichanglan's originally extremely delighted mood was immediately dampened like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Indeed, as Nong Xiuxian said, the cost of mass-producing soldiers like Xiuxian would be incredibly high. For example, to make the world tree produce a single living new human requires 1 day of reserved lifespan. To equip this new human with a set of silver fox armor requires another day of reserved lifespan. With the armor, a mount named Xianhuan Fire Horse is still required, which consumes yet another day of reserved lifespan. If you calculate the 1 gene, a unit of weight, of spiritual grain these soldiers consume daily, even more expenses will arise. Don't underestimate these costs. Each seems to only require 1 day worth of reserved lifespan. However, once accumulated, it ends up being extremely expensive. At this point, Yichanglan leisurely stated, if we use Xiuxian as the template to mass produce, then out of a year's reserve lifespan, i.e., 365 days, only 100 days can be used to create 100 new humans. Then, use another 100 days to buy equipment, followed by another 100 days to buy mounts, and the last 65 days can be spent purchasing 65 kilograms of spiritual grain. Calculated this way, a year's worth of reserve lifespan can only create a fully equipped 100-person Earth-rank legion. Nong Xiuxian crossed his arms and casually remarked, and your daily growth in reserve lifespan now is only 300 years. This translates to creating just a 30,000-person Earth-rank legion per day on average. After hearing this, Yichanglan blinked his eyes. Unconsciously, he opened the system panel. Pastoral system. Host, Yichanglan. Current lifespan, 906 years, 5 months, 10 days, Summit of Tianyang Realm. Reserve lifespan, 557 years, 5 months, 16 days. After seeing that his total reserve lifespan was merely 557 years, Yichanglan's entire face drooped as he said, my current reserve lifespan can only produce a 50,000-plus Earth-rank legion at most? Seeing this, Nong Xiuxian sighed and helplessly replied, that's why I said, the creation cost of an Earth-rank legion is so incredibly high. Yichanglan, however, looked at his current lifespan and said irritably, why can't the current lifespan be used for transactions? If the current lifespan could be traded, it would be possible to create more than 90,000 troops. Nong Xiuxian chuckled and replied, what are you daydreaming about? If the current lifespan could be traded, you'd kill yourself in no time, believe me or not. Yichanglan rolled his eyes, but did not argue. At that moment, he anxiously glanced outside the cave and calmly said, I hope the demons of Shinma Ancient Sect will delay their attack. Yichanglan felt as though he were desperately short of time. Even postponing the war with Shinma Ancient Sect by a day would be helpful. If the battle began too early, it would pose an extremely unfavorable situation for him now. Just as Yichanglan was contemplating this, Qin Xiao suddenly rushed over in panic and exclaimed, General Yi, bad news. Turning his head, Yichanglan asked, what's wrong? Qin Xiao handed a letter to Yichanglan and said, it's from the patrol crows of the Shinma Ancient Sect. They've dropped a large number of public letters on our side. The letters contain words sowing discord between you and the other disciples. The rebels claim they only want to capture you and have no interest in anyone else. They demand that everyone surrender and immediately leave the mountain if they don't want to die. Otherwise, once their army of 400,000 arrives, all of us here will perish. As Qin Xiao spoke these words, fear became clearly visible in his eyes, and sweat trickled down his forehead as he stared anxiously into Yichanglan's eyes and said, 400,000 troops. General Yi, those bastards from Shinma Ancient Sect plan to amass an army of 400,000 to suppress us. Hearing this, Yichanglan chuckled and corrected him. They're after me, not you. Why are you so scared? Terrified, Qin Xiao asked, does it make any difference? General Yi, you know what kind of monsters those cannibals are. How many of their words can we actually trust? Once the army of 400,000 gathers here, we might really be done for. Worse yet, these public letters being spread among our troops. If anyone entertains thoughts of surrender and creates a chain reaction, soon enough everyone might flee. Chapter 93. Yichanglan became a commander with no soldiers? After hearing these words, Yichanglan pursed his lips slightly and immediately took out the bottle of eroding bone pills that Nong Xiuxian had given him. He then headed outside. When he reached outside the cave, many disciples sat on the ground looking dejected, their expressions as if they had lost their own mothers. Some among them crumpled up the open letter that Wushan and others had thrown up, then forcefully threw it to the ground, trampling it heavily underfoot in an attempt to vent their frustration. But when they saw Yichanglan come out, each one stood up from the ground, greeting him. Commander Yi. Yichanglan glanced at the open letter in his hand and asked everyone, is there anyone who wants to surrender? At this statement, all present were somewhat startled, not expecting Yichanglan to suddenly ask such a question. They looked at each other, unsure how to respond. Taking a deep breath, Yichanglan said calmly, I am not some kind of authoritarian ruler. Serving under me comes with a choice. If you feel like following me has no future, you can leave. I won't stop you. Of course, as always, once you leave, I will no longer protect you. Upon hearing this, the crowd revealed looks of confusion. One disciple, mustering his courage, stepped forward and nervously said to Yichanglan, Commander Yi, the Divine Devil Sect sent 40,000 troops specifically to deal with you. Once these armies gather at the foot of the mountain, no one will be able to stand against them. Yichanglan nodded. I know. The disciple continued. Now the rebels say that if we surrender right now, they will spare our lives. Although I don't know if those people will keep their promises, trying might still give us a chance to survive. Once that 40,000 strong army arrives, we'll have no chance to live. Again, Xuanhuan nodded. I understand that too. Another disciple stepped forward and said to Xuanhuan, Commander Yi, let's not waste more effort on futile resistance. Let's surrender. As these 3 words left his lips, the face of the disciple once again revealed deep repression. The surrounding disciples all displayed extremely painful expressions. Yet another disciple then stood up and said to Xuanhuan, General Mu has already been captured by the rebels. I think if General Mu is in their camp, perhaps he could provide us some support. Moreover, victory and defeat are common occurrences in war, and surrendering isn't dishonorable. Commander Yi, what do you think? As they spoke, all eyes turned hopefully towards Xuanhuan, and upon seeing this, Xuanhuan took a deep breath. He knew these people had been thoroughly frightened by the Divine Devil Sect's 40,000 strong force. Currently, they had completely lost their fighting spirit, and even if Xuanhuan forcibly drove them to the battlefield, they would likely lack the resolve to continue fighting. With this thought in mind, just as Xuanhuan was about to speak, Qin Xiao behind him stepped out, loudly scolding these disciples. Are you scared, stupid, or are you still half asleep? How can you trust the lies of the Divine Devil Sect? Have you forgotten how they treated the civilians during their attack on Donglai City? 20,000 people in that city. Not a single survivor, every single one killed without exception. So tell me, do you actually think a group of man-eaters like that would let you live and surrender? Even if you grovel and offer yourselves as dogs to them, they wouldn't accept you. The only thing they're doing now is trying to break your will with psychological tactics so that they can eliminate us without shedding a drop of blood. Understand, as Qin Zhao's shouts filled the air, the numerous warriors present still kept their heads down silently. Then, the same disciple from before stepped out again and argued. But even if we don't surrender, what difference does it make? General Qin Xiao, our food supplies are almost gone, and we have no way of getting replenishments. Even if they don't come up here, we'll probably die anyway. If we're dying either way, why should I bother wasting my strength in another fight? Isn't it better to just lie down and end it all properly? As Qin Xiao prepared to retort again, Xuanhuan raised his hand to stop him. Then, Xuanhuan looked at the assembled crowd and said calmly, Whoever wants to surrender can go down the mountain now. I won't stop you. Of course, if you still want to stay by my side and keep fighting with me, you can. But you must take this thing. Xuanhuan raised his hand and took out the eroding bone pill, continuing. This is called the eroding bone pill. Once taken, your lives will completely be in my hands. Don't say anything about trust issues. Your current behavior has already made it impossible for me to fully trust you. So, now I give you 2 choices, leave or stay. Those who choose to leave and surrender, all connections between us will end from now on. For those who choose to stay, eat the eroding bone pill in my hand and entrust your life to me. I repeat, I will ensure you won't face any more life-threatening dangers. The crowd fell silent again at this moment. Not long after, one of the disciples slowly took off their armor and put down their weapon. Afterward, he knelt down before Xuanhuan, bowed deeply, then turned around and left. This disciple's choice was very clear. He chose to surrender. Perhaps deep down, he still trusted Mu Chang'e more than Xuanhuan. With one person taking the lead, the other disciples followed suit. They put down their armors and weapons, then bowed to Xuanhuan and turned to leave. When Qin Xiao saw this, he wanted to speak up to dissuade them, but Xuanhuan stopped him. Both of them quietly watched as these people gradually left. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, over 4,000 disciples had almost entirely left, leaving only 17 people behind. These 17 included Qin Xiao and Yi Wuqian, who complied with Xuanhuan's requirements and all swallowed the eroding bone pill. If they dared betray him, Xuanhuan could activate the eroding bone pill and let it corrode their bones. Finally, Xuanhuan stood on a rock, gazing toward the direction of the Wushan army camp at the foot of the mountain, muttering, Wushan, every time before, you managed to escape from my grasp, but this time, I won't let you go. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with intense anger. At this point, Nong Xiuxian flew out, glancing at those departing disciples, and said to Xuanhuan, Those disciples are actually still loyal to you, but when facing the choice between life and death, they still chose to trust their own judgment. To be honest, if you had summoned that army of 50,000 right now, perhaps they wouldn't have left, and possibly wouldn't have died. But Xuanhuan shook his head. No need. They've left, so discussing this further is meaningless. The only thing I can do now is wait until our forces are enough and personally slay that scum. Wushan. 5 days later, at Lingxi Sect's main headquarters, during the hour of 7:30 p.m. In the assembly hall, numerous high-ranking members of Lingxi Sect were somber-faced. Especially Yu Wutian, in a rage, beat a messenger into a puddle of blood. The entire atmosphere was unusually heavy and oppressive. Within just these 5 days, more than 2/3 of the territory in Jin Tian domain had already been occupied by the Divine Devil Sect. The number of casualties in Lingxi Sect's army had exceeded 1 million. Helplessly, Lingxi Sect's leadership decided to withdraw all elite forces back to Dongguan Prefecture, which was Lingxi Sect's central province. However, this caused the territories lost in Jin Tian domain to be devoured at an even more alarming rate. For Lingxi Sect, the current war situation could simply be described as wherever the Divine Devil Sect attacked, Lingxi Sect's army retreated. It wasn't really a war, it was a one-sided massacre. At this time, Bathing Hall Chief Mu Chuan rushed in and said to all the higher-ups present, Great Elder, we found it. I've discovered where the Divine Devil Sect's rebel forces get their reinforcements from. Chapter 94. The source of the Divine Demon Sect's army has been found. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately stirred up a storm in the otherwise still hall of the assembly. Especially Yu Tian, who instantly approached Mu Chuan, excitedly asking, "What did you say? Have you found out where the Divine Demon Sect's army comes from?" Mu Chuan nodded excitedly and said, "This is an ancient method of sacrifice. It took me going through countless historical records to find relevant information about it." Yu Tian's eyes lit up and he enthusiastically nodded. "Good job. Tell us everything that happened." During these 5 days, Yu Tian had almost been suffocated every day by the constant stream of defeats. The Divine Demon Sect's army was like monsters, impossible to withstand with human strength. In this situation, the imminent destruction of Lingxi Sect was lingering in the hearts of all the sect members. Now that Mu Chuan had finally uncovered the source of the Divine Demon Sect's army, it meant that perhaps there might be hope for Lingxi Sect after all. Only then did Mu Chuan open a scroll and begin addressing those present. First of all, I must emphasize one point. Most of the soldiers in the Divine Demon Sect's army are not alive. As soon as these words came out, Yulong's eyes widened as he murmured, "Not alive." Mu Chuan nodded and explained briefly. "That's why these rebel soldiers are so hard to kill. They're already dead. The Divine Demon Sect has massacred a large number of ordinary civilians and sacrificed their souls, exchanging them for a more powerful type of soul entity. This kind of soul entity is called the Heavenly Devil Soul Entity. These Heavenly Devil Soul entities will reattach themselves to the already deceased common people. In this way, those common people completely become followers of the Divine Demon Sect and treat the Pope's orders as ultimate decisions, executing them without hesitation." After hearing this, Elder Yulong suddenly remembered the massacre incident in the border region of Jin Tian domain that occurred not long ago. At that time, Yulong had sent his grandchild, Yulong, to investigate, but no substantial findings were made. Yulong's report only stated that the actions of the Divine Demon Sect were very strange, growing rapidly, but avoiding direct confrontation with Lingxi Sect's army. At that moment, Yulong also wondered what exactly the Divine Demon Sect intended to do. Recalling it now, Yulong understood. It turned out that at that time, the Divine Demon Sect had already begun preparing for a full-scale attack on Lingxi Sect. At this moment, however, Xiao suddenly interjected, asking Mu Chuan, "Wait a moment, if the Divine Demon Sect possesses such a powerful ritual of sacrifice, why didn't they use it earlier? Why choose now?" Mu Chuan took a deep breath, turned to Xiao, and respectfully said, "Using the sacrificial ritual requires meeting 3 extremely harsh conditions. First, one needs to sacrifice over 10,000 people at once. Second, the sacrifice must take place under the arrival of the blood red moon. Third, the age of the practitioner must be no less than 200 years old, and they must be a virgin." Mu Chuan then calmly continued, "If any one of these 3 conditions is missing, the sacrifice will fail." When Commander Yi was in power, the Divine Demon Sect could never have captured 10,000 people at once. They could only secretly snatch some stragglers from various places. Even if they gathered enough people, they would still need to wait for the arrival of the blood red moon. But the blood red moon appears only on average every 10 years. Furthermore, even if the first 2 conditions are met, there's the final condition. The age of the practitioner cannot be younger than 200 years old, and they must be a virgin. After speaking, Mu Chuan addressed everyone in the room loudly. The current Pope of the Divine Demon Sect is 201 years old, perfectly satisfying the 3rd condition. Moreover, the last time the blood red moon appeared was on April 27th, year 833 of the Sacred Martial Era. That was 10 years ago. Therefore, the reason why the Divine Demon Sect chose this time to start the rebellion is because this year happens to be the year of the blood red moon's arrival. Months ago, the rebellion in the Northern Desert Territory and the massacre of several cities were part of the Divine Demon Sect's preparations for the final conditions of the sacrifice. After Mu Chuan finished speaking, everything became clear. Especially Xiao felt her chest heavy with unease. She suddenly remembered the day before she demoted xianxuan. At that time, xianxuan had also mentioned that the behavior of the Divine Demon Sect was very strange, not resembling rebellion at all. It was purely killing for the sake of killing. And xianxuan had told her that he wanted to continue the investigation. But at that time, Yuzainli thought about how to get rid of xianxuan, so she didn't care what the rebels' purpose was. Therefore, when xianxuan quelled the rebellion in the Northern Desert Territory, she immediately ordered him to return to the capital and forbade him from continuing his investigation. If she had allowed xianxuan to conduct a more thorough investigation at that time, could they have uncovered the Divine Demon Sect's intentions earlier and thus prevented this sacrifice? At this thought, Xia felt another wave of pain in her chest. Taking a deep breath, Xia then asked Mu Chuan, "Is there any way to turn these reanimated rebel soldiers back into corpses?" Mu Chuan shook his head silently. "It's impossible to make all of them revert back to their original state at once. But they aren't invincible. If you destroy their heads or hearts, they won't be able to move anymore." As he spoke, Mu Chuan pursed his lips and hesitated before saying, "Also, there are 2 pieces of bad news I need to report, Master Yushur. Please brace yourself." Xia scoffed coldly. Compared to the annihilation of the sect, nothing else could possibly be worse for her now. Calmly, she said, "Just tell me. What is it?" Mu Chuan took a deep breath and said, "The commander at Taiyan County has sent back word. Our troops' deployment there has been leaked. This led to the fall of Taiyan County. General Yulong, who was guarding the city, was critically injured by the rebel forces, and his current whereabouts are unknown. Upon hearing this, Xiuxia abruptly stood up from her seat, exclaiming in shock. What did you say? Longxing has been injured? How could this happen? How could the troops' deployment be leaked? Wuan lowered his head and continued. Our spies in Tian County reported seeing the figure of Commander Mu Chang'e amongst the rebel army. The rumors about Mu General joining the enemy side might not be false. Moreover, as he knew the troop deployments of Tian County, it's very likely that he disclosed the information to the enemy. Hearing this, Xiuxia's knees went weak, her face drained of all color, and her eyes filled with disbelief. How could this happen? Why did it come to this? Seeing Xiuxia's reaction, Wuan once again glanced towards Yuqingyan. Noticing this, Yuqingyan realized he probably had more news to share with her. She braced herself and said, Does it concern Xuanhuan? If not, please don't tell me. Chapter 95. A Tier-Earth division of 200,000 soldiers begin mobilization. At this moment, Yuqingyan seemed even more lovesick than Xiao, showing complete indifference even as the sect faced an existential crisis. Wuan nodded at this point and said, General, he has been trapped in the Black Turtle Mountain range for 5 days. Only moments ago, our mole inside the Divine Demon Sect informed us that Wushan, one of the 12 apostles of the Divine Demon Sect, gathered over 40,000 troops intending to launch a decisive attack on the summit of Black Turtle Mountain. They also gave this campaign a name, the Operation to Behead Yi Changlan. Upon hearing this, Yuqingyan's beautiful face immediately broke out in sweat, trembling as she spoke. 40,000 soldiers. Why didn't Yi Changlan mention these events to me through the communication jade tablet? Wuan hesitated slightly and replied, Perhaps, he didn't want you to worry, so he didn't say anything. At this, Yuqingyan's breathing deepened involuntarily, her hands beginning to tremble. She then turned her head towards the second patriarch, Yulong, pleadingly asking, Grandpa second patriarch, do you still plan to gather the army tomorrow to rescue Yi Changlan as you had told me before? Yulong fell silent upon hearing these words. Previously, he indeed considered sending an army to rescue Yi Changlan. Even now, when Lingxi Sect was struggling with its own difficulties, he still didn't want to abandon Yi Changlan. The reason was simple. Yi Changlan was more experienced when it came to dealing with the Divine Demon Sect. If he could return alive, then his command over military operations could resolve Lingxi Sect's current predicament. However, after hearing that Wushan intended to dispatch 40,000 troops to suppress Yi Changlan, Yulong was placed in a difficult situation. Because, based on the opposing forces' calculations, Lingxi Sect would need to mobilize at least 3 to 4 times their number to barely contend with them. But could Lingxi Sect mobilize that many troops right now? Clearly not. Thinking about this, Yulong clenched his teeth tightly, eyes filled with reluctance. After weighing the pros and cons, he turned back to Yuqingyan. Looking into her hopeful eyes, Yulong retrieved a small vial from his storage ring and handed it to Yuqingyan. Surprised, Yuqingyan asked, What is this? Calmly, Yulong replied, An abortion pill. As soon as those words left his lips, Yuqingyan abruptly stood up, staring intently at Grandpa's second patriarch Yulong. The implication of him giving her an abortion pill was already very clear. He wanted to give up on Yi Changlan. But Yuqingyan refused to comply. With teary eyes, she looked at Yulong and said, Second Grandpa, it was you who personally promised to save Yi Changlan. Yulong placed the abortion pill on the table and stated, For Yi Changlan to hold off 40,000 troops alone is already the final act of merit he has accomplished for the sect. So, Qingyan, you should understand how difficult it will be for Lingxi Sect to snatch someone amidst 40,000 enemy troops. And under the current circumstances, do we actually have enough troops to possibly rescue Yi Changlan? Speaking earnestly, Yulong placed both his hands on Yuqingyan's shoulders and said seriously, Qingyan, listen to what your second grandfather says. You are still young. If you bear Yi Changlan's child, your future path will become exceedingly difficult. Facing Yulong's patient but stern admonishment, Yuqingyan simply did not want to hear any of it. She angrily threw off Yulong's hand and choked out. If none of you wish to go save him, fine. I'll go by myself. Even if I die, I must die alongside him. Saying this, Yuqingyan spun around and rushed towards the exit. When Yulong noticed, he attempted to stop her, but Mo Wutian walked over and said, Let her be alone for a while. Once she comes to her senses, she will know what to do. You don't need to worry about her doing anything stupid. The girl is much smarter than you, old man. With a sigh, Yulong remarked, So what next? The first band of rebels is almost at Donghuan County. At this rate, Lingxi Sect will be doomed without hope. Mo Wutian smirked lightly and responded, So what if they really reach Donghuan County? I have plenty of ways to deal with them. Frowning deeply, Yulong stared at his elder brother and asked, What methods do you have? Instead of answering directly, Wutian cast a glance toward Xiao, or more precisely, towards Xiao's belly, and muttered something only he could hear. Just wait some time. When the fetus grows a little more, all troubles will disappear. As he spoke, an eerie smile appeared on Wutian's face. In the Black Turtle Mountain range, within the swamp region and the Mountain of Dry Bones, deep inside was a massive underground palace. It looked similar to the ancient base of the Divine Demon Sect, another relic created by ancestors. Walls embedded with countless moonlight stones illuminated the vast palace brilliantly. Most crucially, one didn't need to worry about being affected by external marsh gases when inside this place. At that moment, Yi Changlan sat leisurely on a throne, flipping through the messages on his communication jade tablet. Over these past 5 days, Xianxia often felt bored, so his only way to kill time was chatting idly with Xiuxian. But for some unknown reason, she suddenly stopped replying today. With a helpless sigh, Xianxia put away the communication jade tablet. Just then, Qin Shao rushed in hurriedly, panicking as he exclaimed, "General Yi, an army of 40,000 has reached the borders of the Black Turtle Mountain range. Earlier, I used the bird's eye sharing technique and saw dense troops surrounding the entire Black Turtle Mountain range layer by layer. It's estimated there are at least several 100,000 soldiers. Apparently, this force should be the 40,000-strong army Wu Shan mentioned before." Upon hearing this, Xianxia slightly paused, muttering subconsciously, "This quickly?" He helplessly shook his head, secretly hoping the enemy would delay their arrival a bit longer. According to his plan, he was going to wait until the rebels from the Divine Demon Sect reached Donghuang County before making his move. By then, the Lingxi Sect forces would have been worn down, and the rebels themselves would also suffer losses. At that point, it'd be perfect to seize victory out of someone else's conflict, a perfect opportunity. Unfortunately, the 40,000-strong army Wu Shan gathered arrived too fast, leaving no other option but to act sooner than expected. Xianxia immediately activated the system interface. Host, Xianxia. Current lifespan, 906 years, 5 months, 5 days, peak Daeyang realm. Stored lifespan, 2,117 years, 1 month, 19 days. Seeing that his stored lifespan had already exceeded 2 millennia, Xianxia couldn't suppress a grin. These reserves of lifespan were more than enough to summon a fully armed Earth-class army, core numbering 20,000 strong. Deciding instantly, Xianxia descended from his throne and walked towards the central plaza of the underground palace with his hands behind his back. Kong Xiao instinctively asked upon seeing this, "General Yi, where are you heading now?" Chuckling, Xianxia said mysteriously, "You'll find out soon." He then made his way to the edge of the plaza and knelt cross-legged. Inwardly, he called out to Gnome Xiuxian inside the Cosmic Star Stone. "Gnome Xiuxian, are you ready?" Inside the Cosmic Star Stone, Gnome Xiuxian took out a small gourd containing hundreds of thousands of souls. Concerned, he asked, "Are you sure you want to summon a 20,000-strong Earth-class core all at once?" Xianxia smirked. "What choice do I have? They're practically knocking on my door. Should I just sit here waiting to die?" Sighing deeply, Gnome Xiuxian responded, "All right then, I'm prepared. Now you can start injecting your stored lifespan into the world tree." Without hesitation, Xianxia nodded, placed his palms together, and grinned wickedly. "Let's start mass production." Chapter 96, Xiuxian has arrived. Just as Kanglin finished speaking and was about to channel all of his stored life force into the world tree, the beeping sound of the communication jade disc suddenly rang in his ears. Kanglin paused, glancing at the jade disc beside him, only to find that Xiuxian had finally replied after a long silence. Upon seeing this, Kanglin instinctively picked up the jade disc, quickly scanning over it. His eyes then widened as he immediately stood up, shouting out loud, "Shit, what's Xiuxian doing coming here? Has she gone crazy?" There was no mistake. The message he had just received informed him that Xiuxian was already at the He Mountain range, asking Kanglin to come out and meet her. The problem was, the surrounding areas of the He Mountain range were currently packed with 40,000 rebels, and she, merely a cultivator at the peak Lingxi realm, how could she possibly have infiltrated? What's worse, she was even pregnant. If anything went wrong and she had a miscarriage, Kanglin would undoubtedly die of anger on the spot. Without delay, Kanglin hastily ran towards the exit while simultaneously responding via the jade disc. "Kanglin, why did you come here? It's extremely dangerous. Go back immediately." "Xiuxian, now that I'm already here, do you want me to leave?" "Kanglin, isn't that obvious? Don't you know there are 40,000 rebels below the He Mountain range? If they discover you, you'll be dead." "Xiuxian, I see them now, and also their heavy equipment, along with the black magic cannons. Who knew they would be so focused on you?" "Kanglin, forget about all those useless details. Where are you? I'll go find you." "Xiuxian, you tell me where you are first. I've been circling this place, but haven't spotted you yet." "Kanglin, I'm on top of the Bone-Dry Mountain." After replying with this statement, an idea flashed across Kanglin's mind, causing him to respond immediately. "Wait a moment, have you already entered?" Xiuxian replied instantly. "Yes, I've already seen you." Teehee. Kanglin was momentarily perplexed. Standing atop Bone-Dry Mountain, he glanced around but didn't catch any sign of Xiuxian. Even activating his blood wheel pupil, scanning thoroughly through the skies, brought no result. Still not spotting Xiuxian, he responded on the jade disc again. "Where are you? Why can't I see you?" "Xiuxian, look behind you." Confused, Kanglin instinctively turned his head around and witnessed the space distort slightly before a massive golden-winged mystical eagle beast materialized out of thin air. Immediately afterward, Xiuxian jumped down from the back of the beast and dashed straight into Kanglin's arms. "Idiot, I haven't seen you for days. Did you miss me?" As Xiuxian held onto Kanglin's neck, she teased him with a smile. However, Kanglin helplessly embraced Xiuxian's slender figure, his gaze shifting toward the golden-winged mystical eagle beast as he asked, "How did you hide your presence so well that I didn't even notice your existence?" Earlier, when he had first seen Xiuxian appear seated on the golden-winged mystical eagle beast, Kanglin had been shocked speechless for 3 full seconds. Because he had realized with terror that even though the golden-winged mystical eagle beast had approached within 2 meters of him, he hadn't sensed its presence at all. Moreover, this happened despite having activated his blood wheel pupil, meaning he had completely failed to detect both Xiuxian and the golden-winged mystical eagle beast. Turning her head briefly toward the creature, which was roughly 3 meters long, xiuxian laughed and explained. Little Jin is my pet since childhood. Its body carries the bloodline of ancient divine birds, allowing it to utilize innate supernatural powers to hide both itself and whoever rides on it. Coupled with our Moon Clan's secret art, Tortoise breath technique, it perfectly achieves the hiding of both presence and physical form. At this point, xiuxian looked proudly at Kanglin and cheerfully added, "Pretty impressive, right?" Hearing this, Kanglin couldn't help nodding in agreement, admiration flashing in his eyes. However, upon observing little Jin's relatively small size, he commented, "The spiritual energy of your pet seems rather weak. It should still be in its juvenile stage, correct?" Xiuxian nodded, acknowledging without objection, adding with a touch of regret, "Little Jin's current spirit power isn't enough to hide the presence of 2 people. Otherwise, 5 days ago, I would have ridden it here and taken you away." Kanglin chuckled lightly, placing a hand on Xiuxian's fragrant shoulder and smiling. "It doesn't matter anyway, because Lingxi Sect isn't safe now. The few elite forces left won't be able to hold on for much longer." Upon hearing this, Xiuxian's face revealed a look of discomfort, as Lingxi Sect was where she had grown up since she was little. Watching her home being destroyed would make anyone feel uncomfortable. However, at that moment, Kanglin suddenly took her hand and led her into the cave, saying as he walked, "Since you're already out, stay by my side from now on. It'll be safer here with me than in Lingxi Sect." Xiuxian was startled. She let herself be led away like that, with an adorable expression. Meanwhile, the golden-winged mystical eagle beast behind her turned into a beam of light and flew into Xiuxian's spirit beast pouch. A spirit beast pouch is essentially a type of spatial artifact that can hold living creatures, but it can only store spirit pets bound by a contract. As Xiuxian was taken by Kanglin deep inside Wuyuan Mountain, into an underground city, she looked surprised and said, "How could there be a palace here? It's so big. Could it be that you carved it out?" Kanglin smiled faintly and said, "How could I possibly carve out such a vast place? This was carved out by predecessors." Xiuxian thought about it and found it made sense. At this moment, Xianxia and 17 others rushed forward. Upon seeing Xiuxian, they all bowed respectfully and greeted, "Greetings, Holy Maiden." Xianxia then exclaimed in shock, "Holy Maiden, how did you get here? Isn't the area below surrounded by rebel forces? Did they not discover you when you entered?" Xiuxian didn't answer Xiao's question, but instead glanced over the 17 people and then turned to look at Kanglin, saying, "Aren't these your entire force?" Kanglin chuckled and said, "Yes, and also no." Xiuxian rolled her eyes and said, "You dare say it's safer here than at Lingxi Sect with just these dozen or so men? You really have been scared stupid by those rebels." Kanglin casually replied, "Scared stupid? Not quite." Saying this, Kanglin walked toward the plaza. Seeing this, Xiuxian instinctively called out, "Hey, Kanglin, where are you going?" Kanglin sat cross-legged in the center of the plaza and said, "Stand far away. You'll know soon." Hearing this, Xiuxian exchanged glances with Xiao and the others, then asked in confusion, "What is your commander doing?" Xiao shrugged his shoulders, indicating he didn't know either. Only Xiuxian behind them understood what was happening. Thereupon, Kanglin placed his hands together and gently closed his eyes. Immediately, waves of powerful life force erupted from him like surging tides. Around Kanglin, a small mist of light formed, which, viewed from afar, created a hazy illusion. At the same time, xiuxian inside the Huanyu Star Stone saw a streak of golden light descending from the sky and directly infusing into the World Tree's peak. Seeing this, xiuxian expressed her dissatisfaction. "Finally, here he comes. Kanglin is always procrastinating." As she spoke, she opened the small gourd she held. Subsequently, streams of souls flew out automatically, searching for suitable ginseng fruits and entering them. With the infusion of souls and life force, the ginseng fruits produced by the World Tree fell one after another. It seemed like a rain of ginseng fruits. Each time a fruit fell, new ones immediately sprouted from the branches of the World Tree. Just as xiuxian had said, with enough life force, the World Tree could produce an endless supply of ginseng fruits. Then, as the ginseng fruits hit the ground, they quickly grew, transforming from infants to young adults. Next, these young adults stood upright from the ground and were immediately wrapped in silver halos. In the blink of an eye, the halos disappeared, revealing that they were now clad in formidable silver fox armor suits, and beside each of them appeared a xianhuan war horse as their steed. In no time, the first group of 5,000 rank Earth soldiers was created. They stood neatly aligned in the center of the island. Chapter 97, 200,000 Earth rank troops, Silver Fox Corps. Xiuxian casually unleashed a ripple of spiritual energy, instantly manifesting a spatial teleportation array beneath the feet of the 5,000-strong troop. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, these 5,000 fully armed Earth-rank soldiers vanished from their original position. Meanwhile, in the outer world, Xuanhuan, sitting cross-legged in his spot, found before him an immense golden space teleportation array forming out of thin air. The golden light was so bright that it practically illuminated the entire underground city. Standing some distance away, Xiuxian and others like Qin Shao looked on in astonishment as they watched countless human figures gradually appear from the center of the teleportation array, ascending upward. These figures were clad in formidable armor, with heavy weapons like axes, long swords, and spirit-infused fire guns strapped to their waists. Moreover, each individual exuded an exceptionally powerful aura. Although only numbering 5,000, their intimidating presence was even more fearsome than the 10,000-strong army of Lingxi Sect. Seeing this, Xiuxian narrowed her eyes slightly, murmuring under her breath, "A teleportation array?" She then recalled something her sister, Xiao, had once said to her. At the time, she claimed that over the 300 years Xuanhuan served as the young general of Lingxi Sect, he must have been secretly cultivating his own force, possibly even his own armed power base. Back then, Xiuxian dismissed this notion, thinking there was no way Xuanhuan, who devoted himself entirely to Lingxi Sect, could have secretly built such a military strength for himself. But now, after witnessing Xuanhuan using the teleportation array to summon a full 5,000 troops, Xiuxian realized that perhaps her sister Xiao hadn't been wrong after all. Xuanhuan did indeed possess his own private army, and judging by their combat prowess, they were far from weak. With this thought in mind, Xiuxian couldn't help but feel slightly displeased. After all, as the saintly maiden of Lingxi Sect, she naturally would not want Xuanhuan to do anything against the rules of the sect. On the other hand, a part of her secretly rejoiced, because if Xuanhuan owned such a formidable army, didn't that mean salvation for Lingxi Sect? Although an army of 5,000 was insufficient to alter the overall battlefield situation, it could certainly alleviate some pressure on Lingxi Sect. Yet, just as Xiuxian was contemplating this, she suddenly noticed that Xuanhuan's body began to levitate in the air. Then, beneath him, several additional teleportation arrays of equal size appeared. Following that, even more Earth-rank troops were transported through the arrays onto this vast square, forming one formation after another. When Xiuxian saw this scene, her pupils constricted, and an expression of disbelief spread across her delicate face. If one teleportation array could summon 5,000 people, wouldn't several arrays mean tens of thousands had been teleported here? What shocked her even more was that the process of teleportation showed no signs of stopping. Even more armies kept appearing. Each and every soldier was powerful and well-equipped, embodying valiant warriors ready for battle. As the numbers of the army continued to grow, Xiuxian and others like Qin Shao found it increasingly difficult to breathe, overwhelmed by the awe-inspiring spectacle before them. At this point, Yi Wugan stepped forward, gesturing for Xiuxian and Qin Shao to move farther back. Only then did Xiuxian realize how crowded the once spacious square had become with the continuous arrival of troops. She began stepping backward instinctively. After about an incense stick's worth of time, Kanglin finally ceased his summoning. By this point, his stockpile of longevity years had been depleted from 2,000 down to 117 years 1 month 19 days. Kanglin decided to allocate these remaining years of life as the cost for intelligence-gathering operations. Meanwhile, on the vast underground plaza, there were already 40 battalions of soldiers lined up. Each battalion contained 5,000 soldiers, meaning that there were a total of 200,000 troops. And these were all Earth-rank super troops. This massive force occupied nearly every inch of the square, which spanned tens of thousands of square meters. Next to each warrior stood an elite Huangshan warhorse, doubling their already formidable might. With this equipment, coupled with their powerful physical statures and trained mounts, the individual combat ability of each soldier reached 20 times that of Lingxi Sect's regular troops. Moreover, they surpassed the rebel forces of Shinma Ancient Sect fourfold. And during large-scale engagements, their collective potential could explode beyond merely quadrupling. If they were further bolstered by effective command strategies from Xuanhuan and other brilliant generals, their effectiveness would be even more devastating. At this moment, Xuanhuan, still hovering in midair, opened his eyes. His figure gracefully descended onto a high platform amidst the plaza, gazing down at the 200,000-strong force below. The gazes of these 200,000 soldiers all focused intently on Xuanhuan. In unison, the 200,000-strong army kneeled towards Xuanhuan and cried out in one voice, "Pay respects to our master. May our master's blessings rival the heavens, and may his life extend for 10,000 years." The momentum was immense, even echoing back repeatedly. Xuanhuan stood with his hands clasped behind him, looking at this unit that belonged entirely to him. Aloud he said, "Everyone rise." "Thank you, master." All rose as one, but continued to lock their gaze on Xuanhuan. And then Xuanhuan loudly declared, "Starting from today, our legion shall be named Silver Fox. Our sole purpose of existence is one thing: eliminate all enemies. Dominate the entire realm, and let the whole continent know of the Silver Fox Legion's fame." In unison, they shouted, "Eliminate enemies, dominate the world." As the slogan sounded, Xiuxian, standing further away, blanched. At this point, even if she were foolish, she would have already understood. From this moment onward, Xuanhuan was no longer a member of Lingxi Sect, but the supreme commander of this force, known as the Silver Fox Legion. Thinking to this, Xiuxian couldn't help but purse her lips slightly, and she inexplicably felt some discomfort in her heart. In the time that followed, Kanglin began to orderly assign officers and establish the military system. Among these assignments, Yi Wugan joined the officer ranks, along with the 15 former Lingxi Sect disciples who had sworn allegiance to Kanglin, all of whom received appropriate military ranks. As for Qin Shao, Kanglin did not give him command over troops, but kept him close as a deputy general and strategist. Xiuxian held no official position, yet no one dared to overlook her since everyone knew she was the spouse of the supreme commander. No one could afford to provoke her. Xiuxian offered no objection, mainly because she still hadn't been able to separate herself from her identity as the holy maiden of Lingxi Sect. Swiftly, Lan, leaning on his extensive experience in military management, efficiently appointed the key generals across various battalions. These officers weren't ordinary men. In their previous lives, they had been experienced battle-hardened generals who retained their past life memories after being reincarnated. Therefore, Lan didn't need to train them. They could skillfully lead troops into battle or coordinate seamlessly with his commands. When Lan had arranged everything, it was already around 3:30 a.m. Slowly stepping out of the cave, Lan looked toward the thick marsh gas enveloping the foot of Wuyuan Mountain and spoke. As soon as it's light, we'll engage in an all-out battle with the Witch Mountain. I wonder how much better that bastard has become these past few years. At this moment, xiuxian also stepped out. She glanced down the mountain trail and asked, though the individual combat strength of the Silver Fox is strong, the rebels outnumber us twofold. Are you sure you won't discuss the battle plan with your subordinates? Xiuxian did not ask where Land's army had come from, for as a smart woman, she knew which questions to ask and which ones not to. What she could do now was simply to serve as a good support to Lan. To Xiuxian's question, Lan lightly smiled and said, did I not just state the battle plan? Aim at one direction and break through it all at once. The specifics will be adjusted during the battle. A bit taken aback, Xiuxian replied incredulously, all charging in one direction. So right from the start you're prepared to directly confront Witch Mountain's main forces? Lan snorted a laugh. Is that possible? Witch Mountain doesn't know the true combat capabilities of my army, and he also wants to capture me alive. In that case, his method will only be one thing. Conduct a surrounding attack. By locking down the entire Black Kanglin mountain range and gradually compressing the encirclement space until I'm fully entrapped with no escape route, he'll achieve the goal of capturing me alive. But the critical flaw of a surrounding battle lies in that once the encirclement is spread out, the manpower gets scattered, weakening defense capabilities in certain areas. And I will focus all my efforts on breaking through a single point. This way, I can penetrate the encirclement. Chapter 98. Want to kill me? Let's see if you've got what it takes. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian immediately understood. When she glanced at Lan, her eyes revealed a flicker of admiration. It was no wonder that Lan had often achieved desperate counterattacks with an army far smaller than the enemy's when leading troops in the past. Such remarkable military command skills were truly not something an ordinary person could accomplish. If only Yu Xiao hadn't dismissed Lan back then, perhaps the disaster that befell Lingxi Sect today could have been avoided. Thinking about this, a touch of sorrow appeared on Xiuxian's face. At this moment, Lan turned his head and looked at her, saying, it's still early. You should go rest for a bit, otherwise you'll be very tired. As he spoke, Lan affectionately stroked Xiuxian's belly. However, Xiuxian shook her head gently and replied, I'm not sleepy. I'm just a little nervous. This is my first time participating in such a large-scale battle. I don't know how it will feel. Lan chuckled, then pulled her into his arms and laughed again, saying, you'll soon understand the feeling of stomping your enemies into the ground. At the foot of Wuyuan Mountain, inside the command tent of the 23rd Army of the Demon God Sect, Wuan was methodically deploying the forces at various key points. His gaze was fixed on the map, as if he feared overlooking any details. Around the table, the 8 division commanders were continuously discussing the details of the subsequent combat operations. Their thoughts aligned with Lan. They would wait until dawn when the marsh gas dissipated from Wuyuan Mountain before launching an attack on Lan. And at this point, the intelligence gathered by Wuan and the others still showed that Lan had only 17 soldiers. Even so, none of the main officers present dared to underestimate him. At this moment, the 2 great red-clad cardinals of the Demon God Sect slowly walked in. These 2 individuals possessed power at the Tianyang realm level, holding extremely high status even within the Demon God Sect. Upon seeing the extreme anxiety on Wuxian's face, one white-haired cardinal smirked disdainfully and said, an insignificant Lan has managed to make our apostle so anxious. Just imagine how cautious our apostle must be against an army of 17. This white-haired cardinal deliberately stressed each syllable in the phrase, army of 17, clearly mocking Wuxian for being frightened witless by 17 people. However, Wuxian completely ignored the white-haired cardinal's taunts and instead raised his head slowly, fixing his gaze on him as he said, Bai Sha, once the sun rises tomorrow, you and Imo Xiaodian shall proceed to the Eastern Passage in trance. I will assign you 600,000 soldiers. If you see Lan there, do not engage in combat with him. Immediately send me signals via the patrol crows, and I will promptly assemble everyone to deal with him. Upon hearing this, Bai Sha snorted disdainfully again. Apostle, aren't you being overly cautious? There are only 17 men in total. Even if we do encounter them, given we have an army of 600,000, isn't wiping them out as simple as eating or drinking water? Is it necessary to rally everyone together to deal with him? Wuxian became somewhat annoyed upon seeing Bai Sha's complacent expression and said, Bai Sha, since you've never dealt with Lan, you might consider him as just a competent commander. But after actually facing off against him, you will realize that dealing with a monster like him requires utmost prudence. Bai Sha, noticing Wuxian seemed somewhat displeased, nodded to indicate understanding, but still wore a smug grin as he said, it's hard for a cook to prepare meals without rice. No matter how skilled Lan is, without soldiers under him, all his skills are rendered useless. However, since the apostle has spoken, I will certainly take it seriously. Saying this, Bai Sha stretched lazily, looking drowsy, seemingly wanting to sleep some more. The impending battle with Xuanhuan was almost completely out of his mind. In his view, Wu Shan and the Pope were simply intimidated by Xuanhuan's former reputation, which is why they made such a big fuss. But Baisha was different. Growing up amidst rivers of blood and mountains of corpses, what kind of monsters hadn't he encountered? Could Xuanhuan possibly be more formidable than those fanged and clawed denizens of the underworld? Thus, the idea of mobilizing 40 million troops just to deal with a single Xuanhuan left him completely baffled. He had repeatedly advised the Pope that using 1/10 of their forces would suffice. Yet, the Pope directly rebuked him. Even a lion pouncing on a rabbit uses its full strength. Don't you understand such basic principles? Baisha, listen carefully to what I say. In order to capture Xuanhuan alive, I have allocated a force of 400,000 soldiers to you. If you fail this mission, then you may as well go apologize to the previous Pope in the underworld. Recalling this, Baisha coldly snorted. Mission failure? What a joke. Is there even a possibility for such a mission to fail? Meanwhile, Wu Shan had already agreed on a unified combat strategy with the other 8 Legion commanders. He said to the other officers present, the Patrol Crow's reconnaissance team will enter the Wuyuan Mountain range first for reconnaissance and must report Xuanhuan's specific whereabouts at all times. Under no circumstances are you allowed to expose yourselves. If necessary, avoid confrontation when you can hide or flee, and under no circumstances should you engage in conflict with them. The commander responsible for reconnaissance, from the 10th Legion, stood up seriously and said, I obey your orders. Next, Wu Shan said to another person, Xia main bishop, you and General Gui Yao, along with General Shou Xiao, will be responsible for the southern 3 cavern territories and set up an ambush beforehand. If you can capture him alive beforehand, it would be ideal, but if not, try to delay him. Most importantly, do not let him escape from the territory you're responsible for. Is that clear? Named Xia, the main bishop, solemnly responded, Understood. Indeed, Xia was much more cautious than his younger brother Baisha. He never took any orders from the Pope lightly. Then, Wu Shan looked at the other officers and continued, Changhong, Chan Chu Guai, you two will be responsible for guarding the Forgotten Valley. In case our encirclement plan is somehow broken by Xuanhuan, then you must destroy the Forgotten Valley, which leads to the outside world. The only task given to you is to block off that passage. Use gunpowder barrels or black magic cannons if needed. Anything that gets the job done. The skinny man named Chan Hong and the fat man named Chan Chu Guai both saluted in unison. Wu Shan proceeded further, saying, Shi Wei, Zhao Longyuan, you two deploy the black magic cannons at the western passageway entrance. In one breath, Wu Shan assigned all negotiated combat plans to various officers and dispatched sufficient manpower to ensure they had enough time to respond. Such discussions continued for an entire hour, as the first light of dawn gradually rose on the horizon. Wu Shan and the numerous generals all stepped out of their camp tents. They glanced at the eastern sun, then towards the marsh gas slowly dissipating atop the Wuyuan Mountain range. Wu Shan coldly declared, Xuanhuan, this time, there's no way I'll let you escape again. Atop the Wuyuan Mountain range, Xuanhuan stood on the peak of Bone Hill, looking down at the direction where Wu Shan was stationed below. Even though the distance between the two was several kilometers, it seemed like they could see each other clearly over such great distances, as if the other were right before their eyes. Just then, Xuanhuan chuckled faintly. Want to kill me? Let's see if you've got the capability. As he spoke, inside the deep caves behind Xuanhuan, pairs of eerie eyes opened one after another. Chapter 99, Revenge Achieved? He casually picked up his wine gourd, sipped it lightly, and his gaze looked toward the distant horizon as he watched the sun rise slowly. Gradually, the dense swamp gas within the Black Wuyuan Mountain range became increasingly sparse. Although it still caused some burning sensation to the skin, with the protection of the silver fox armor, it was likely there wouldn't be much of a problem. Yet Kanglin casually summoned his xianhuan warhorse and mounted it immediately. He said slowly, All of you, let's go. After speaking, Kanglin whipped his horse with a snap. The xianhuan warhorse neighed and charged towards the direction of the foot of the mountain. Just as Kanglin rushed out, a large number of cavalry surged out simultaneously from the cave behind him. Despite the great number of people in the cave, under organized management, they all came out in an extremely short period of time. From afar, the Silver Fox army charging out resembled a water dam that had opened its gate. The dense crowd was like the rushing water. In an instant, a long military march route was drawn on the road leading from the Bone-Dry Mountain down to the foot of the mountain. Under the sunlight, the silver armor shone brilliantly. Before riding for too long, Kanglin's blood-red eyes suddenly activated. Then, he saw hundreds of meters away in the sky, a swarm of patrol crows flying over. It wasn't hard to guess that these crows were the rebels' eyes. Upon seeing this, Kanglin turned his head and spoke toward a direction behind him. Qingyan, can you eliminate them all? In the marching army, a figure sprang into the air and laughed softly. Leave it to me. These little ants aren't even enough for my meal. As Qingyan ascended into the sky, below her appeared a giant golden-winged mystical eagle beast, resembling a bald eagle, but its feathers emitted a golden hue. Its wingspan could reach 7 to 8 meters when fully stretched. Qingyan gently landed on the back of the golden-winged mystical eagle beast, and her eyes fell upon those countless patrol crows. She smirked and teased the beast. Little Jean, it's your turn. The golden-winged mystical eagle beast let out a loud eagle cry and immediately headed straight towards the direction of the patrol crows. At the same time, its mouth opened wide. Instantly, a powerful suction force emanated like a swallowing black hole, quickly pulling the nearby patrol crows within its grasp. Without letting them escape, their bodies uncontrollably flew into the mouth of the golden-winged mystical eagle beast. Swish, swish, swish. In no time at all, thousands of patrol crows were eaten completely by the golden-winged mystical eagle beast, leaving only a scattering of feathers falling slowly from the sky. After witnessing this, xiuxian tenderly stroked the golden-winged mystical eagle beast's head and praised, "Well done." However, the golden-winged mystical eagle beast let out two pitiful cries, clearly dissatisfied with the taste of the crows. Seeing this, xiuxian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then she stroked its feathers while consoling. "All right, after we're done, I'll take you for a good feast." Satisfied with this promise, the golden-winged mystical eagle beast flapped its wings heartily and continued to follow Yi Kanglin's main force forward. Meanwhile, it activated its innate abilities, making its and xiuxian's presence vanish into thin air. According to Yi Kanglin's requirement, xiuxian did not need to directly engage in frontal conflicts with the Divine Devil Sect's army. Her sole responsibility was to serve as the army's eyes. After completely disappearing, xiuxian glanced back at the direction of the Deadbone Mountain. By now, the army had extended over 2 kilometers, with the soldiers inside the caves finally finishing their march. Bringing up the rear of the army was Yi Wuqian, who mainly handled covering the retreat and preventing enemy rebel forces from launching surprise attacks from behind. Having noticed this, xiuxian promptly drove the golden-winged mystical eagle beast downward. Soon, she arrived above Yi Kanglin's position and shouted, "Hey, Yi Kanglin, isn't the formation of the army pulled too far? If the enemy breaks through in the middle, it will be very dangerous as the front and rear may lose contact." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin also turned his head and glanced at the queue stretched several kilometers long behind. As a seasoned commander, how could he possibly not know that such elongation of the army's formation posed significant risks? But he had no choice. The pass leading down the mountain was only 7 or 8 meters wide and couldn't accommodate too many troops marching side by side. So, they could only extend the formation so long. Right then and there, Yi Kanglin responded upward to xiuxian in the sky. "The mountain path is too narrow. The formation can't be gathered together, so I need you to act as eyes and watch out for enemies' sudden attack." xiuxian on the sky twisted her head and glanced at the entrance of this passage, showing a look of resentment on her face. She complained, "This long queue. How can I keep an eye on everything alone?" Although she was grumbling, she still controlled the golden-winged mystical eagle beast to shuttle back and forth between the formations. Thankfully, the golden-winged mystical eagle beast had an extremely powerful vision, able to lock onto objects within a 10-kilometer radius. Otherwise, Yi Kanglin's assignment to xiuxian would have been impossible for her to carry out well. But according to the current marching speed, it was estimated that they would reach the Forgotten Valley in about 1 incense stick time. Once they left the Black Gui mountain range, there would be vast plains ahead. Then, they wouldn't have to worry about the military formation issues anymore. Right when Yi Kanglin was leading the army to advance at full speed, the first group of rebels from the Divine Devil Sect was also approaching Yi Kanglin's forces. Leading the charge was Bai Sha, the red-robed archbishop of the Divine Devil Sect, also the one who had always looked down on Yi Kanglin until now. And beside him was Ma Xiaoyan, the scoundrel who once raped a female disciple from Lingxi Sect, but got physically castrated by Yi Kanglin. The two led a force of 60,000 soldiers, slowly advancing towards the summit. During this period, Ma Xiaoyan's expression appeared very tense, with sweat dripping from his forehead. And nearby, Bai Sha saw his condition and chuckled lightly. "Ma Xiaoyan, are you that afraid of Yi Kanglin?" Ma Xiaoyan did not respond directly, only taking deep breaths repeatedly. After a while, he grinned ferociously. "Being afraid? Archbishop Darun, you're really making a joke here. It's just, I'm somewhat overly excited." Bai Sha turned his head toward him, softly humming. "Excited? Is it because the great vengeance is going to be fulfilled soon?" Ma Xiaoyan replied in a grotesque manner. "It's not just about fulfilling great vengeance. The main reason is that every time I think about how I, Ma Xiaoyan, will finally have the chance to step on Yi Kanglin, my whole body trembles with excitement." As he spoke, Ma Xiaoyan let out loud laughter, emotionally agitated as he told Bai Sha, "Archbishop Deng, maybe you'll never understand the feelings of someone who has tasted the bitterness of defeat all your life. Among the battles I fought against Yi Kanglin, almost every single time, he beat me like a dog, every moment filled with imminent dangers. I've engaged in 11 battles with him, lost all 11. My grandfather, my older brother, my master, even several of my younger brothers, almost all of them have died by his hands. As for myself, due to being castrated by him, I ended up childless. Revenge for such immense disgrace consumes my every thought. Now, finally, the opportunity has arrived. Finally, I can step forward as a victor and personally stomp Yi Kanglin into submission, make him beg for mercy at my feet. I can also castrate him just like he did to me, making him feel what it's like to become a eunuch." Ah. Ma Xiaoyan became increasingly excited as he spoke, even turning red in the face. Chapter 100, The First Battle of the Silver Fox Legion. When Bai Sha saw his appearance, he chuckled and casually picked up a tobacco pipe, lightly sipping from it. "If we get a chance to meet Yi Kanglin later, how about we privately execute him?" As soon as these words were spoken, Mo Xiaotian was startled in his heart and asked, "Execute him without permission?" Bai Sha nodded. "As long as we don't kill him outright, then drag him before Wushan. Let him see how the monster both he and his holiness dread is toyed with by us." At this moment, Mo Xiaotian hesitated and said, "However, Apostle Duan has instructed that once we encounter Yi Kanglin, We should report it to him immediately. Then he will gather troops to deal with Yi Kanglin. Bai Sha glanced at Mo Xiaotian with disgust and said, "Is that guy Wushan so scared of Yi Kanglin that you too are scared out of your wits? Or could it be that you no longer wish to avenge your father and brother?" Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaotian hesitated. Of course, he wanted revenge, even in his dreams. But the precondition was not to disobey superior orders, right? At this moment, he wanted to say more, but Bai Sha gestured for him to stop. "If Wushan or His Holiness wants to punish you, you can just shift the blame onto me." Saying this, Bai Sha took another deep puff of the tobacco pipe and blew out thick white smoke. After listening to this, Mo Xiaotian remained silent for a moment, then enthusiastically nodded, saying, "All right, I'll follow Bishop's instructions." Bai Sha smiled again and looked towards the road ahead. The reason he wanted to privately execute Yi Kanglin was only one: to tell His Holiness that someone like Yi Kanglin doesn't require mobilizing such an enormous army. Even if he were brilliant, he was merely a commander with some wits, unable to create too much turmoil. Focusing so many armies on him would be nothing but a waste of manpower. Just as Bai Sha thought this, Mo Xiaotian suddenly shouted, "Bishop Deng, look ahead. There seems to be someone coming." Upon hearing this, Bai Sha's gaze turned forward, and indeed, they saw a shadow gradually approaching them. At this sight, Bai Sha's heart raced slightly, and he excitedly said, "Could it be? I was just guessing whether we might encounter him, and now we really have met?" Mo Xiaotian narrowed his eyes slightly, quickly recognizing the figure leading the group ahead. Exactly who he'd been longing for all along, Yi Kanglin. Behind Yi Kanglin, there was even a group of people. Seeing this, excitement, panic, anger, and fear simultaneously washed over Mo Xiaotian's face. He then declared to Bai Sha, "This man Yi Kanglin, I'll handle him." Bai Sha nodded, offering no objection, calmly replying, "Go ahead." Then, he leaned back with an amused expression, wondering how Yi Kanglin would die next. However, as Yi Kanglin's group gradually approached, Bai Sha involuntarily frowned slightly, because he noticed that the number of people following behind Yi Kanglin seemed significant. There should be hundreds judging by sight, yet according to intelligence, he was supposed to only have 17 subordinates? Before Bai Sha could clarify what had happened, Mo Xiaotian had already charged forward. Riding his dragon steed, he shouted loudly toward Yi Kanglin. "Yi Kanglin, once upon a time, you brought me disgrace, and today, I will make you pay it back 100-fold. As he spoke, Mo Xiaotian's energy surged wildly, instantly unleashing his capabilities fully into the spiritual fire stage. Upon seeing Mo Xiaotian, Yi Kanglin's lips twitched as he subconsciously muttered, "Where did this fool come from?" Though somewhat puzzled, Yi Kanglin didn't bother to investigate further. With a step on the back of Xianhuan's fiery horse, his figure leapt away. Facing Mo Xiaotian's charge, he threw a powerful kick directly into his face. Boom. In an instant, Mo Xiaotian was struck, his face distorted, and he flew backward in a straight line. Whoosh. Mo Xiaotian hit numerous rebel soldiers behind him, causing chaos and destruction akin to a cannonball among them. Seeing this, Bai Sha was slightly startled, and lifting his head toward Yi Kanglin, he murmured, "Heaven-yang stage?" Smiling sinisterly, he added, "There's indeed some skill. No wonder why Wushan mobilized so much force against him." But just the next second, Bai Sha's expression changed again. At this moment, Yi Kanglin was only about 50 meters away from them, and it was then he noticed that an extraordinarily large number of people followed behind Yi Kanglin. From just this glance, there were at least several thousand, right? Hey, what's going on here? Where did this guy get so many troops? Bai Sha looked around in a state of confusion, wanting to find someone to ask, but no one could answer his question. At the same time, amidst the Silver Fox Legion, a dense barrage of arrows suddenly shot out. These arrows traced beautiful arcs across the sky, and then struck with perfect accuracy on the heads of the leading rebels of the Shinma sect. In an instant, thousands of rebels fell dead on the spot. What? After witnessing this scene, Bai Sha was startled. He wanted to give orders to form a defensive formation, but at that moment, Yi Kanglin suddenly appeared before Bai Sha like a ghost. A sharp tang crossbow blade cut straight towards Bai Sha's neck. Bai Sha's heart jolted, and his body swiftly retreated backward. He narrowly avoided Yi Kanglin's slash, yet a trail of blood still flowed from his skin. With Yi Kanglin's arrival, the vast Silver Fox Legion surged forward like a flood into the rebel ranks of the Shinma sect. Splat splat. Wherever the sharp, heavy swords swung, they instantly decapitated numerous rebels or pierced through their hearts. The Shinma sect rebels, proud of their self-repairing ability and tenacious vitality, seemed like a joke in the eyes of the Silver Fox Legion. In an instant, more than 10,000 of the over 60,000 rebel soldiers were beheaded. It was at this point that Bai Sha, jumping far away, revealed an expression of panic. He shouted loudly at everyone. "Everyone, stay calm. Do not panic. All battalion-level officers, coordinate your soldiers well and form proper battle formations." Despite Bai Sha's desperate cries, due to the rapid speed of the Silver Fox Legion's charge and their sudden impact, the battlefield had descended into chaos. Even before the Shinma sect rebels could form effective defense formations, they were already shattered by the Silver Fox army. Simultaneously, Yi Kanglin also aimed his tang crossbow knife toward Bai Sha. Bai Sha's heart jolted. As a peak Tianyang realm expert, Bai Sha could clearly feel that Yi Kanglin's combat power was stronger than his, far stronger. As Yi Kanglin rushed near, Bai Sha quickly drew his silver soft sword and fought against Yi Kanglin. Clang clang clang. Yi Kanglin wielded his Tianyuan Tang Dao with fierce strikes aimed directly at Bai Sha's head, forcing Bai Sha into complete passive defense. His feet touched the ground, and his body rapidly retreated backward. Opening his mouth swiftly, a great amount of white python spewed forth from his throat, lunging viciously toward Kanglin. Chapter 101. First Victory. System activates new function. As Kanglin saw the situation, a cold smirk appeared on his face, and the Tianyuan Tang Dao in his hand began to swirl into an extraordinary sword technique. Swish, swish, swish. The pythons closing in on Kanglin were instantly beheaded within the blink of an eye. Their bodies were cut into pieces. Afterwards, Kanglin kept advancing towards Bai Sha, who quickly formed seals with his hands, shouting, "Damn it, stay away from me." As he spoke, his body rapidly inflated, tearing apart the entire human skin within moments, transforming into a 100-meter giant python. Ding! Kanglin's Tianyuan Tang Dao slashing at its scales only produced metallic clashing sounds. In that moment, Kanglin swiftly retreated, his gaze locked onto the white giant python as he calmly said, "A beast spirit? No wonder I smell such a nauseating stench from afar." While speaking, the white giant python opened its bloodthirsty mouth toward Kanglin again, but this time, flames of intense green fire erupted from its maw. The overwhelming heat instantaneously increased the surrounding air temperature significantly. However, just before the green flames could touch Kanglin, he gently swung forward. A faint swishing sound resounded. A sharp crescent moon of light cleanly split the green flames in two, continuing on straight toward the snake's head. Boom! In one strike, the huge head was knocked backward, and seeing this, Kanglin's feet once more propelled him as he charged towards the white giant python. With precision, his Tang Dao pierced into the lower abdominal skin of the python. With another swift slash, the soft underbelly skin was cleanly dissected open by Kanglin. Oh! Immediately, the white giant python emitted a desperate and ear-splitting cry. Then, its form began changing yet again. The massive snake body quickly inflated. Upon realizing this, Kanglin subconsciously stepped back several paces, only to see that the giant snake body suddenly split into countless little snakes about the size of fingers, then scattered flying out in all directions. Evidently, Bai Sha realized there was no way he could match Kanglin and understood continuing would certainly mean death. So he chose escape. But Kanglin simply sneered wickedly, the blood-will pupil in his eyes spreading a sinister red glow. Subsequently, his line of sight became fixed upon one of the little snakes. In the next instant, Kanglin had already reached close to the little snake, and with his Tang Dao, swiftly chopped down. PFTCH. Sprays of thick blood splattered anew. That little snake wriggled for a bit before reverting back to Bai Sha's human form. Unfortunately, the abdominal area had been struck by Kanglin's Tang Dao, leaving him completely immobile. Trickles of blood continued to seep from the corners of Bai Sha's mouth as he turned to look at the Silver Fox army still continuously rushing down the mountain, as well as the remaining hundreds of renegade, divine, demon, ancient sect soldiers, laughing hysterically. "I told you, Your Holiness the Pope has never deceived me. I should have foreseen that she'd gather so many people to deal with you like this. There must be a reason. Never imagined that after my many years roaming the demon den, today I'll end up dying at your hands, human brat." Kanglin roughly yanked the Tang Dao from Bai Sha's body, then coldly asked, "Where are Wushan and the others now?" Bai Sha chuckled softly, exhausting his last ounce of strength to pull out a patrol crow from his storage ring, allowing the crow to fly away as he said, "In a little while, he'll bring the main force over to find you." Glancing briefly at the crow flying away, Kanglin didn't stop it, but instead raised his Tang Dao once more, preparing to chop off his head. Seeing this, Bai Sha questioned, "Can you tell me before I die where these armies of yours came from? At least let me die understanding." Kanglin lightly laughed. "Soon Wushan will descend to join you. Then let him explain everything." Before Bai Sha could react further, Kanglin's hand rose, blade fell, and a head dropped cleanly from Bai Sha's neck. After everything quieted, Kanglin turned his gaze back toward the battlefield. At this point, the 6 myriad divine demon ancient faction armies had already been slaughtered to near extinction. Only a few stragglers left putting up any resistance, and even they were quickly decapitated. Just then, Wuqian approached Kanglin, dragging a half-dead xiaoxian behind him as he spoke. "My lord, this man wishes to see you, saying he has very important intelligence to impart." Upon hearing this, Kanglin looked at xiaoxian, whose battered form at the hands of Wuqian was barely hanging on to life, and said, "Intelligence? What intelligence can you possibly have?" At this moment, xiaoxian raised his head with great difficulty. He glanced at his subordinates who had been almost completely slaughtered, then turned to Kanglin, speaking in a dispirited tone. "I don't have any intelligence, I just want to ask you, back then, why didn't you kill me after castrating me? I don't believe it was because you suddenly felt compassion. What was your purpose?" Kanglin blinked, then turned to Wuqian and asked, "Who is this guy?" Wuqian shook his head, so Kanglin turned his attention back to xiaoxian, replying helplessly, "Sorry, my friend, I think you might have mistaken me for someone else. I don't know you at all." Hearing this, xiaoxian scoffed. "Do you not recognize me? Or is it because you've killed too many of our kind that you can't even remember my face?" To this, Kanglin did not deny. Seeing this, xiaoxian laughed again. "Fine, if you no longer remember, then I have nothing more to say. Do it then. Hopefully this time, you will not show mercy again, otherwise I will come back to seek revenge." At this point, Kanglin's eyes lit up, and he let out a long, realization striking him. "Now I remember, I seem to have indeed castrated one of the bloodthirsty savages before. At the time, I refrained from killing you purely out of curiosity, whether your organs could grow back after being cut off. To my surprise, later that night, someone saved you, and then I forgot all about the matter. After hearing these words, xiuxian spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The question that had plagued him for years finally had its answer, yet there was not an ounce of happiness in his heart. For Kanglin's answer caused him even more anguish than insult. In an instant, xiuxian roared, "I will never die by your hand." As he spoke, he clenched his teeth and bit down, instantly releasing hidden poison within his mouth into his body. In no time, his body convulsed violently, and he fell onto the ground, losing his life. Upon witnessing this, Kanglin seemed somewhat surprised. This guy truly is decisive. Then, Wuqian lifted his heavy blade and chopped off Xiuxian's head, ensuring that there would be no possibility of him coming back as a zombie. Right after Xiuxian's head hit the ground, a system prompt rang in Kanglin's ears. System upgrade complete. The sacrifice for lifespan function has now been activated. The host may sacrifice enemy souls to exchange for lifespan. Note: the stronger the sacrificed soul energy, the more lifespan exchanged. Chapter 102, Medical Core. After hearing this prompt, Kanglin was stunned for several seconds. Soon after, his breathing became somewhat rapid, and the joy in his heart almost became uncontrollable. By sacrificing the souls of the enemy, he could gain stored life years. Did that not mean that the more enemy soldiers Kanglin killed, the more military power he would obtain? Thinking about this, Kanglin forcefully restrained the pleasure in his heart and looked at Wuqian beside him, saying, "Wuqian, go and estimate the number of our casualties. Report to me immediately after you finish." Wuqian immediately bowed and responded affirmatively, then turned around to proceed with the task. Meanwhile, Kanglin quickly opened the system interface and, as expected, found a newly added sacrifice function button. Without hesitation, Kanglin directly clicked on the button. Next, Kanglin's world changed. It transformed into a black and white netherworld perspective. Simultaneously, he noticed red auras emanating from the corpses of the Lingxi Sect rebels lying on the ground. Without doubt, those red auras were the Tianma souls within these rebels' bodies. The next moment, a soccer-sized swallowing black hole appeared before Kanglin, and a powerful suction force emerged quietly. However, this suction seemed limited only to the Tianma soul entities and did not affect other physical objects. Standing nearby, Kanglin clearly saw that the Tianma soul entities began involuntarily flying toward the devouring black hole and being swallowed one by one. At the same time, Kanglin observed that his stored life years kept increasing. 117 years, 124 years, 135 years, 148 years. On average, each Tianma soul entity provided about 4 days' worth of stored life years for Kanglin. Of course, if it happened to be a more powerful general soul, then the gained stored life years would significantly increase. Once the over 6 million Tianma souls had been completely devoured, Kanglin discovered that his reserve account had increased by 657 years. Simultaneously, the system interface was also updated. Host, Kanglin. Current lifespan, 906 years, 5 months, 4 days, peak Tianyang realm. Reserve lifespan, 774 years, 8 months, 25 days. Seeing his reserve lifespan increase to 774 years, Kanglin almost couldn't stop himself from laughing out loud. He hadn't expected that the soul energy of the Lingxi Sect rebels would be so enormous. With these over 700 years of reserve lifespan, didn't that mean he could add more than 70,000 additional soldiers to his army? Just as he thought about this, Wuqian hurriedly returned and said to Kanglin, "Lord, the generals below have already summed up the casualty data. This fight with the over 60,000 rebels caused approximately 12,000 casualties in our army, including around 7,000 fatalities." Upon hearing this, Kanglin slightly paused, then gazed at the scene full of corpses and displayed an expression of slight surprise, saying, "Over 60,000 rebels resulted in 7,000 deaths? Damn, these guys actually have some skills." No wonder Lingxi Sect was driven into such a desperate situation. Nevertheless, the casualties are still within an acceptable range. As he spoke, Kanglin took a deep breath, thinking to himself, "Perhaps I need to exchange some medical troops, otherwise these wounded soldiers might very well die." Opening the system panel again, he scanned for a while to see if there was suitable equipment to cultivate a medical core. But at this moment, xiuxian flew out and told Kanglin, "If you want to cultivate medical-type troops, buying talent books is sufficient." However, the price of each talent book isn't cheap. This made Kanglin pause slightly, instinctively asking, "Talent book? What is that?" xiuxian reflected for a moment, then explained, "Similar to your talent skill books, they are a kind of soul-based text which transmits knowledge and skills via soul force. In short, if you purchase a medical talent book and empower it among these troops, their brains will automatically acquire professional medical knowledge along with relevant practical abilities." Upon hearing this, Kanglin was instantly impressed, exclaiming, "Damn, there's something like that." xiuxian reflected for a moment, then continued, "The sole drawback is that talent books aren't inexpensive, especially medical ones, which are particularly valuable. In other words, for the cost of 1 year of your reserve life years, you can exchange for 100 fully equipped Silver Fox Corps soldiers. However, the same cost would only get you 10 all-knowing and all-capable medic units." Upon hearing this, Kanglin felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. There was actually a 10-fold price difference between combat soldier units and medical soldier units. Kanglin sighed deeply, somewhat helplessly saying to xiuxian, "All right, Help me summon a wave of medical troops later. Nong Xiuxian chuckled mischievously, snapping her fingers and smiling. Okay then. As she spoke, she once again transformed into a streak of light, flying back into the boundless starstone inside Kanglin's storage ring. Afterward, Kanglin followed the operational method that Nong Xiuxian had mentioned, starting clicking on the system panel. Finally, Kanglin clapped his hands together, channeling an endless flow of reserve life years into the world tree within the boundless starstone's internal world. This scene drew the attention of xiuxian, who was circling overhead in the sky. She looked down and noticed the dense life energy reappearing around Kanglin. So she descended on her golden-winged mystical eagle beast and set in the direction of Kanglin. Kanglin, what are you still doing? Why haven't you ordered us to leave quickly? The rebel forces may soon launch an attack. Xiuxian was genuinely worried inside. Although she had already realized that Kanglin's Silver Fox army was far stronger than the rebels, they were still vastly outnumbered by the enemy. Under these circumstances, she naturally hoped that Kanglin would order their quick retreat as soon as possible. But after circling high above for some time, she saw no command from Kanglin for the group to advance further, so she came down to inquire about the matter. However, before she could find out the reason, Xiuxian beside her pulled her back and respectfully said to her, Lady-in-law, Lord Yi cannot answer your question right now. Please wait aside for a moment. If Xiuxian wasn't the main wife of their lord, Xiuxian might have directly scolded her to move away. Yet, Xiuxian glared at Xiuxian with annoyance, speaking coldly. Xiuxian, even as one of the commanding officers of the Silver Fox Corps, do you not realize how dangerous our current situation is? Even if our army is far superior to the rebels, on a battlefield where we're so overwhelmingly outnumbered, there remains the risk of being wiped out entirely. But instead of issuing any reminders, you, as one of our lord's confidants, are just following him here idly. What exactly are you thinking, Xiuxian? Chapter 103. The exit was blown up, and none of them could escape. Xiuxian immediately bowed and said respectfully, Madame Zhang, please wait a moment more. You will naturally understand Lord Ye's intention later. As Xiuxian was about to scold him, the next second, space teleportation formations began to surround Kanglin's body. Seeing this, Xiuxian was startled and thought, what is this? Does Kanglin still have a reserve force? How many armies has this guy accumulated? Just as Xiuxian was confused, she saw a group of 10 people slowly appear. They were a medical team. How did Xiuxian know these people were part of a medical team? It was because they weren't wearing heavy armor or carrying weapons, but instead had various medical instruments and first aid kits. At a glance, it was clear that they were medical soldiers. Besides the medical soldiers, the Silver Fox Legion also appeared, with reinforcements to cover for the wounded soldiers lost in the battle. In no time at all, Kanglin summoned 50,000 new recruits and an additional 1,000-person medical unit. With the appearance of the medical units, they quickly began tending to the injured Silver Fox Legion members. For those lightly wounded, their wounds were bandaged quickly, and they mounted their horses again. For the more severely wounded, those who had broken bones, they were first sent to carriages for treatment. Upon seeing this, Xiuxian finally understood why Kanglin hadn't ordered an immediate retreat. He had been concerned for the wounded soldiers. She blushed and looked at Kanglin, saying, So you wanted to take all the heavily injured soldiers with us when we leave? Sitting on his xianhuan steed, Kanglin smiled and replied, Or what? Should I abandon them entirely without any care? If I really did that, I'd probably lose my title as general. Xiuxian smiled softly and said, Then can we leave now? Kanglin nodded slightly, then addressed the rear troops. Whole army, listen to the command. Proceed at full speed. After speaking, Kanglin led from the front, followed by the rest of the army closely behind. After the addition of 50,000 fresh troops, Kanglin's Silver Fox Legion grew from 20,000 to 24,000 men. If it hadn't been for the 7,000 war dead, his army size might have approached the 250,000 mark. Still, there were no major issues overall. Leading the massive Silver Fox Legion forward, Kanglin headed toward the Forgotten Valley. Perhaps due to nearing the exit, the channel they were traveling through was becoming increasingly wide, gradually forming a vast expanse of land. The benefit of this was that Kanglin's army didn't need to be stretched so long, allowing them to form a good defensive formation. Not long after, Kanglin caught sight of the Forgotten Valley ahead. Mao Chang'e must have been ambushed here by Wushan and his allies before being captured alive. The 5,000 followers who accompanied Mao Chang'e down the mountain almost certainly met their end here as well. Recalling this, Kanglin helplessly shook his head. To be honest, he actually had considered rescuing those 5,000 disciples who followed Mao Chang'e. However, they never trusted him. They only trusted Mao Chang'e. As such, no matter how much Kanglin wanted to rescue them, it was futile. Thinking of this, Kanglin couldn't help but shake his head again. Meanwhile, his gaze swept across the surroundings. According to his estimation, Wushan and his group should have closed in by now. Why had they made no sound or sign even after so long? Next, Kanglin lifted his communication jade tablet and messaged Xiuxian, who was hovering 100 meters above, asking if she noticed any suspicious targets. At that point, Xiuxian, floating high in the air, quickly glanced around her surroundings. Soon, she spotted large numbers of enemy troops converging on Kanglin's position. Her face turning grim, Xiuxian murmured, These guys arrived awfully fast. Then, she transmitted the message via her jade tablet. Those rebel forces are gathering towards your direction, encircling in semicircular formation, like a gaping mouth trying to swallow you all. After reading the message on the jade tablet, Kanglin couldn't help but chuckle, then turned to inform Yi Wuqian and others. Whole army, slow down a bit. Don't rush too fast. Yi Wuqian immediately saluted and accepted the order, then relayed it down the chain of command. Indeed, the movement of the Silver Fox Legion visibly slowed down in plain sight. The generals of the Silver Fox Legion did not question why Yi Kanglin wanted to slow down. In their eyes, if their lord issued such an order, there must be a purpose behind it. But Xiuxian in the sky was baffled when she saw this scene. She immediately sent a message to Yi Kanglin, questioning him. Yi Kanglin, what are you doing? The rebels are already chasing us, and you're slowing down. Yi Kanglin quickly replied. Can you see how many rebels there are? Upon hearing this, Xiuxian looked around again, relying on her spiritual energy injected into her eyes, allowing her to see scenes several kilometers away. After roughly estimating the number of people, she replied to Yi Kanglin. The number of rebels is only 400,000. You killed more than 60,000 earlier, so now there should be about 340,000 left. At this moment, Yi Kanglin chuckled softly under his breath. With 340,000 people, if I let them escape, I would cry myself to sleep in the bathroom. Before the system's sacrifice function was activated, Yi Kanglin might have really thought of just breaking through directly without any hesitation. However, since the sacrifice function has been activated, that plan can no longer be followed. After all, one rebel soul could exchange for 4 days of life essence reserves. This was far better than longevity fruit adding years to his life. How could Yi Kanglin leave easily after knowing this? Just as Yi Kanglin was thinking about this, suddenly a thunderous roar erupted. Startled, Yi Kanglin instinctively raised his head to look at the Forgotten Valley ahead. He then saw continuous explosions ringing out. Following this, huge rocks at both ends of the Forgotten Valley came crashing down, blocking the valley in one fell swoop. Indeed, the wide channel had been completely destroyed. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin instantly felt intense rage and shouted, "What the hell happened?" As he spoke, Yi Kanglin immediately reined in his horse. The army behind him also stopped following suit. Everyone stared straight at the blocked valley before them, appearing somewhat lost. Only Yi Kanglin yelled loudly. "Damn it! Which idiot did this? How dare you block the exit? How are we supposed to get out now?" Chapter 104, 34-25, The advantage is on our side. Just as Yi Kanglin looked completely crushed staring at the immense rubble of rocks ahead, a large number of rebels surged around the Silver Fox core, directly surrounding them. At the same time, Wu Shan's voice echoed out loudly. "Just missed it by a little, just a bit more, and you would have escaped, Yi Kanglin. Did you really think all my prior preparations were for nothing?" As he spoke, Wu Shan slowly emerged from the crowd of rebels, looking down arrogantly at Yi Kanglin below. But at that moment, Yi Kanglin suddenly turned his head to fix his gaze upon Wu Shan. At the same time, the 24,000-strong Silver Fox army also turned their gaze towards Wu Shan. This striking scene was so overwhelming that even Wu Shan, a man who had seen countless grand occasions, felt a tremor. With an uneasy expression, he looked down at the densely packed ranks of the Silver Fox army below and muttered, "I knew it. You brat must have had something up your sleeve. No wonder Ma xiuxian and Bai Sha couldn't hold you back." Yi Kanglin took a deep breath, then muttered under his breath, "Calling you a fool isn't any exaggeration. You've blocked the exit, but aren't you also stuck in this godforsaken place?" Wu Shan let out a cold snort. "As long as I can kill you, I don't care about that. Besides, we'll clear away the ruins. It just takes some more time." Yi Kanglin nodded, saying, "So it looks like after the battle, we'll only be able to clear the debris slowly." Upon seeing this, Wu Shan's eyes became fierce, and he abruptly raised his hand. The next moment, the Black Devil Cannon pushed forward aimed straight down at Yi Kanglin and the other Silver Fox Corps members. In response, Yi Kanglin sneered, "Rusty junk like that, suitable only for Mu Chang'e, and yet you dare show me such nonsense." Then Yi Kanglin shouted loudly, "Fire!" In the blink of an eye, the archers within the Silver Fox Corps, who had already been ready, shot a large number of arrows, accurately embedding them into the cannons' mouths. Moments later, a dull explosion echoed inside the cannons, causing them all to fail. Wu Shan inwardly startled and immediately gave an order. "Withdraw the cannons, bring out the guns, fire." At once, the rebels pulled out a large amount of Black Devil guns and started firing at the Silver Fox Corps below. Similar to the Black Devil Cannon, the Black Devil gun belongs to the category of spiritual weapons, but its power is much smaller and easier to carry. Not only can it be stored in space pouches, but it can also serve as a club when necessary. In contrast, the Black Devil Cannon has great power, but is overly cumbersome and highly immobile. Realizing that Yi Kanglin's arrows had damaged the cannons, Wu Shan did not issue orders to repair them, but immediately withdrew the cannons and switched to using guns instead. It was clear that his adaptability was relatively strong. On the other hand, Yi Kanglin had already given orders beforehand. After the archers destroyed the Black Devil cannons, the next wave of arrows targeted the gun-wielding rebels and the other insurgents. Boom boom boom. Whistling arrows flew through the air, resulting in direct frontal exchanges between musket and arrow fire. The outcome was straightforward. The armor worn by the Silver Fox soldiers easily withstood most of the gunfire attacks. On the contrary, the rebel army lost many men within these brief moments. Within this short period, the casualty ratio between the rebels and the Silver Fox army reached a staggering 13-1. That meant for every 13 rebels killed, there was one casualty among the Silver Fox army. Next, some Silver Fox soldiers, despite being exposed to bullets, rushed against the rebels. Relying on their incredibly defensive armor, the Silver Fox army managed to penetrate deep into the ranks of the rebels rather easily. At that point, the various rebel generals quickly mobilized their troops to attempt to intercept the advancing Silver Fox forces. For a while, both armies quickly engaged in close combat. It must be said that under Wu Shan's command, the rebel army's fighting ability was indeed stronger than those commanded by Bai Sha. At least, when facing the relentless assault of the Silver Fox army, Wu Shan could stabilize the situation rapidly, preventing chaos or collapse in his own ranks. Even so, the casualties in the rebel army continued to increase sharply. Wu Shan could clearly see that the single combat strength of the Silver Fox army was very formidable, almost capable of fighting 3 to 5 rebels simultaneously. This overwhelming slaughter where Earth rank warriors dominated Spirit rank fighters was now fully revealed. Before long, a large number of heads of the Divine Devil Sect rebels were chopped off. Wu Shan was completely dazed for a moment. He had no idea where Yi Kanglin had suddenly conjured up these armies from. Could it be that he had already stationed so many people in this Black Gui mountain range? Moreover, the fighting strength of these armies was incredibly powerful, even comparable to the Pope's Guard of the Divine Devil Sect, wasn't it? Just as Wu Shan was puzzled, Yi Kanglin suddenly brandished his xianhuan Tang Dao and charged over toward Wu Shan. Wu Shan's heart leapt in alarm, and he immediately pulled out a sharp battle axe to slash back at Yi Kanglin. Clang! The instant the two weapons made contact, a gust of force surged out. It might seem like Yi Kanglin's xianhuan Tang Dao was extremely thin, but its weight was not light at all. It must have been more than 50 kilograms. Next, Wu Shan was forcefully thrown backward by a powerful wave of force emanating from the xianhuan Tang Dao. Yi Kanglin picked up the sharp xianhuan Tang Dao again, preparing to personally execute Wu Shan. However, at that moment, several other army commanders from the Divine Devil Sect surged toward Yi Kanglin together. One muscular man roared loudly. "You bastard! Dare you harm our apostle? Watch me kill you today!" With a roar, the muscular man swung a massive hammer towards Yi Kanglin's head. Yi Kanglin dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the hammer's descent. Simultaneously, Yi Kanglin stepped on the hammer, using it as leverage to thrust his foot powerfully into the muscular man's chin. Bang! The muscular man was struck in the jaw and fell backwards, stiff as a board. But more experts continued to rush over. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin lightly began swinging his Tang Dao. Knife skill Ghostly Shadows Maze. He immediately activated. Swoosh! Yi Kanglin's figure moved like a ghost, easily evading the combined attacks of 7 great masters on the battlefield. Then with one slash, he directly cut off the heads of several military commanders from the Divine Devil Sect. Above the battlefield, xiuxian observed the scene below, wanting very much to come down and help. Even though Yi Kanglin could still hold his own against 9 opponents at once, prolonged combat would eventually place him at a disadvantage. Deciding then and there, xiuxian took out a spirit-grade firearm from her storage ring. This spirit-grade firearm was forged in the Lingxi Sect's forge workshop. She wondered how its power compared to the black devil guns used by the rebels. As she thought about it, xiuxian aimed the spirit-grade firearm at Wu Shan's head below. Chapter 105. Yi Zhang's daughter has been targeted by the Divine Devil Ancient Sect. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, a bullet shot out from the muzzle straight towards Wu Shan, who was still fighting below. Just as Wu Shan was about to be hit, a disciple of the Divine Devil Ancient Sect suddenly rushed out. That person seemed to have just arrived beside Wu Shan and took the bullet for him without fail. Thud! The disciple fell to the ground dead on the spot, while Wu Shan's eyes widened after seeing this. He looked up into the sky and shouted, "Who fired the gun?" However, his sight scanned the sky but did not find anyone's figure. Afterwards, he looked at other directions but also failed to discover the sniper aiming at him. But in the next second, another light bang sound rang out. This time, Wu Shan had prepared himself and naturally wouldn't stay foolishly in place. His body moved backward, easily dodging the bullet's aim. Yet, in that very moment, Wu Shan locked onto the direction where the bullet came from. Immediately, his gaze focused on xiuxian's location and he smirked coldly. "I've found you." As he said this, Wu Shan picked up his battle axe and fiercely charged toward the sky. At this moment, xiuxian, sitting on the back of her Xian eagle beast, upon realizing that Wu Shan had discovered her, disappointedly threw the spirit artifact fire gun aside and discontentedly muttered, "Useless junk thing, can't even kill the leader of the rebel forces. I really don't know which fool came up with such a thing." Then, Wu Shan dashed close to xiuxian, the battle axe in his hand swung straight down towards xiuxian's head. Xiuxian neither dodged nor blocked it, simply letting his battle axe strike down onto her head. Bang! The heavy axe steadily struck xiuxian's head. No, incorrect, more precisely speaking, it should be the petal above xiuxian's head. The petal, separated from xiuxian's skin by merely half an inch, firmly shielded against Wu Shan's entire attack. This scene left even Wu Shan dumbfounded, and xiuxian smiled sweetly at him, saying, "In this world, there are 2 kinds of people I despise most. One kind is those who abandon their wives and children and mess around irresponsibly. The other kind is super big bastards like you, who beat women." As she said this, xiuxian's white fingers swirled lightly before flicking them towards Wu Shan. Whoosh! A barrage of petals suddenly shot out and stably implanted themselves into Wu Shan's body. The impact force of these petals was even more terrifying than the previous bullets. After being hit, Wu Shan's body started descending downward. However, there was no blood flowing out from his body. A closer inspection revealed that he was wearing a highly resistant soft armor under his clothes, which mitigated most of the damage. But the immense shockwave carried by the petals had already jolted his internal organs severely. Not long after, Wu Shan was about to fall onto the ground. He immediately wanted to adjust his posture to avoid being crushed to death. The next second, however, Yizang's figure appeared ghost-like, driving a knife through Wushan's chest. The sharp Xianhuan Tang knife effortlessly pierced through Wushan's soft armor and impaled his heart. This sudden move happened so fast that even Wushan didn't have time to react. He looked incredulously at Yizanglan, who suddenly appeared before him and couldn't believe what he was saying. Impossible. Black Fog main sect leader should have held you back already. Yet Yizanglan exposed a chilling grin, replying, They're already finished. Only then did Wushan notice the corpses of the other 7 army group commanders and Black Fog main sect leaders sprawled nearby. Wushan and Yizanglan also descended to the ground by now. But Wushan lacked the strength to support himself anymore. He fell flat on the ground, life quickly ebbing away, fresh blood constantly oozing from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Yizanglan pulled the Tianyuan Tang knife out of his chest and wickedly laughed. You've escaped dozens of times earlier, but this time, you won't escape. After hearing this, Wushan coughed dryly and chuckled. His laugh sounded exceedingly desolate, as if in this instant, the world within Wushan's eyes turned dark. With great difficulty, he turned his head towards the battlefield. His 340,000 troops were almost annihilated by Yizanglan's Silver Fox army. In a flash, Wushan knew that once again he had lost. This Yizanglan guy is indeed the same as his elder brother described. He's a complete monster. In this world, probably only deities can fundamentally defeat Yizanglan. As Wushan thought this, tears of frustration streamed down his face. Yet when he looked at Yizanglan, he smirked wickedly. I haven't lost. You've lost, Yizanglan. Upon hearing these words, Yizanglan let out a slight, oh. In response, I've lost. Wushan coughed forcefully, spitting out even more blood from his mouth. But despite the intense pain in his chest, he continued with an evil grin. Isn't Bai Xingyuan, that young girl, your biological daughter? She's such a cute little girl, just 2 months old. But one can already imagine what a great beauty she will be when she grows up. Pity though, that girl won't grow up any longer. Yizanglan's originally disdainful expression instantly changed upon hearing these words, because Bai Xingyuan, the one mentioned by Wushan, was precisely Yizanglan and Bai Lu's illegitimate daughter. Why would this bastard say Yizanglan's daughter won't grow up? At that moment, his face darkened with cold fury. He grabbed Wushan by the neck, hoisted him up again, and roared, eyes glaring furiously. What nonsense are you talking? Speak clearly to me, damn it. Seeing the panicked state on Yizang's face, Wushan laughed loudly with satisfaction, but before long, he began to cough violently due to the gush of blood rising in his throat. Then, with a look of pure enjoyment as he watched Yizang's worried expression, Wushan stated, that girl perfectly inherited your genes, and is a chosen one with the great ascendant spiritual Tao body. Do you think what could our divine devil ancient sect possibly want to do with her? After hearing this, Yizanglan's complexion suddenly turned pale. Why? Why did Wushan know that Bai Xingyuan was Yizanglan's daughter, and also that his daughter possessed the great ascendant spiritual Tao body? In theory, aside from the senior members of the Bai family and a few others like Bai Lu, no one else knew about it. Could it be that there was a spy within the Bai clan? Was it this spy who revealed Bai Xingyuan's identity to the divine devil ancient sect? Considering this possibility, Yizanglan's heart froze, as he stared at Wushan in disbelief. And Wushan continued, our Pope intends to refine that girl into a corpse, and then turn that corpse into a zombie puppet king. Just imagine, such a tiny little girl. Does she know how to call her daddy yet? If we place her on a cold operating table, I suppose she'd be very scared. She might even wonder why her father and mother aren't beside her. Ahaha. Yizanglan, if you were to witness your daughter starve to death, and have her body dissected by the alchemists of our divine devil ancient sect, then refined into a puppet, wouldn't you go insane? Ha 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 ha. At this point, Yizanglan's eyes had become completely blood red. In a rage, he smashed Wushan onto the ground and lifted his Tianyuan Tang knife, intent on cutting him into pieces. Chapter 106. The Flying Legion, the Golden Crow Beast. Wushan shouted loudly, you have no more time. Our 13 million troops of the demon god Holy Religion have already arrived at Sanzhou City. At most in an hour, Sanzhou City will fall, and your daughter will be completely lost. Yi Kanglin, you cannot stop our demon god Holy Religion from unifying the entire Jin Tian domain. I will wait for you down below. This day won't be too far away, huh? In a rage, Yi Kanglin swung the Tianyuan Tang Dao he held and severed Wushan's head cleanly from his body, cutting his laughter short. But Yi Kanglin was still not satisfied. He wildly swung the Tianyuan Tang Dao in his hand, hacking and slashing at Wushan's corpse. In just a little while, the corpse had been cut into piles of shredded flesh. Yu Qingyan then jumped off the back of her golden-winged mystical eagle beast. Seeing this scene, she immediately stopped Yi Kanglin, speaking softly, Yi Kanglin, calm yourself down. At this point, Yi Kanglin finally stopped his movements, and his expression somewhat blankly turned towards Yu Qingyan. With her hands, Yu Qingyan stroked Yi Kanglin's face, saying, the rebels have all been slaughtered by us. We now need your orders to tell us what to do next. Yi Kanglin pressed his lips together. He glanced over the devastated battlefield, where almost all the soldiers were dazedly watching him furiously hack at a corpse, yet none dared to step forward to intervene. It was only at this moment that Yi Kanglin realized he might have lost his sanity. When he looked back at Yu Qingyan, she was also looking at him. Yi Kanglin relaxed his grip, letting the horizontal blade sword fall to the ground. Then he suddenly embraced Yu Qingyan tightly, saying with trembling voice, my daughter has been captured by the people of the divine evil ancient sect, but I am now almost powerless to go rescue her. Qingyan, what should I do? As he spoke, Yi Kanglin's body began to tremble. This lifetime warrior, at this moment, was like a helpless child. And when Yu Qingyan heard this, she lightly patted Yi Kanglin's back. She knew what Yi Kanglin was afraid of. Earlier, during the conversation between Yi Kanglin and Wushan, Yu Qingyan had heard everything. So she knew how shattered Yi Kanglin was right now. From the domain of Black Wuyuan Mountain where they currently resided, to Sanzhou City where the Bai family was located, the straight-line distance reached over 12,000 miles. Even if the Silver Fox Legion spurred their mystical yellow horses, running day and night for 10 days and nights, it would be hard to cover this distance. Or even taking the last possible scenario, if Yu Qingyan lent her golden-winged mystical eagle beast to Yi Kanglin and let Yi Kanglin fly there on it, it would still require at least 12 hours, meaning an entire day. In that span of 12 hours, the rebels would likely have obliterated Sanzhou City dozens of times. This resulted in Yi Kanglin helplessly knowing that his daughter was now in danger, but feeling unable to act. Such a mood, such an experience, might lead anyone to collapse on the spot. At that moment, Yu Qingyan gently said into Yi Kanglin's ear, "We are going there now, to save your daughter and the Bai family." Yi Kanglin, however, asked in a trembling voice, "Will we make it in time?" After a 2-second pause, Yu Qingyan looked up at Yi Kanglin and said, "Yes, we can make it. Everything will be in time. Do not underestimate the strength of the Bai family. I will send them a message right now and instruct them to hold out for about 10 days. By then, reinforcements will have arrived." Upon hearing these words, Yi Kanglin's originally aimless and perplexed eyes cleared once again. He took several deep breaths and quickly rekindled his spirit, his gaze shifting to Qin Xiao and Yi Wuqian as he stated, "Qin Xiao, tally the casualties of our current battle. Yi Wuqian, you lead the remaining able-bodied soldiers and ensure those stone obstacles are removed properly." Both Qin Xiao and Yi Wuqian bowed in acknowledgement and left accordingly. Next, Yi Kanglin raised his hand and made a gesture. A devouring black hole appeared silently, sucking in all the heavenly devil souls of the rebel forces present. Based on each soul providing 4 days of longevity, these 3,040,000 rebel forces instantly provided Yi Kanglin with 3,759 years and 12 months 24 days of stored life force. Seeing his stored longevity reach the level of 3,700 years, Yi Kanglin's eyes gleamed slightly. He inquired internally towards xiuxian, xiuxian, my stored longevity has already reached 3,000 years. Can the flying magical beasts section in the spirit beasts column of the system store now be unlocked? Sitting under the world tree inside the universal star stone, xiuxian rolled his eyes upon hearing Yi Kanglin's voice, replying, "Flying magical beasts? That has been unlocked long ago, didn't you know?" Xuanhuan was startled in his heart and immediately cursed in his mind. "Why the hell didn't you tell me earlier?" xiuxian replied immediately, "You didn't ask me." Xuanhuan. He was now too lazy to argue with this guy. He quickly opened the system store and indeed saw that the section for spirit beasts concerning flying magical creatures had already been unlocked. However, these flying magical beasts were very expensive. Even the cheapest flying magical beast, Great Peng Golden Crow Beast, required 100 days of longevity reserves. That meant a year of longevity could only buy 3 Great Peng Golden Crows, and an extra 65 days would be needed to purchase the food for the Golden Crows. The one benefit was that the Golden Crow beasts were extremely large in size, over 10 meters long, and could easily carry 20 people at once. Moreover, the system store provided special equipment for carrying people designed for the Golden Crow beasts. It was an ultra-large saddle shaped like a small house. Attaching this saddle onto the back of the Golden Crow made it look as though the Golden Crow were carrying a little house. Inside this little house, exactly 20 fully armed members of the Silver Fox Legion could fit. At this sight, Xuanhuan became excited immediately. Just then, Yu Qingyan, who stood nearby, saw Xuanhuan standing there motionless again and asked, "Xuanhuan, are you alright?" It was only then that Xuanhuan remembered there was someone beside him. Actually, all his operations on the system panel just now took place within his inner world. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like Xuanhuan stood there like a fool without moving. Turning his head towards Yu Qingyan, Xuanhuan smiled and said, "Go help Qin Xiao tally up the casualty numbers as well. I want to be alone for a while." Yu Qingyan blinked her eyes. Although she wasn't sure if Xuanhuan was really fine, she still nodded and turned to leave. After Yu Qingyan left, Xuanhuan sat cross-legged with his hands clasped together, ready to reasonably distribute these 3,700 years of longevity. Of these, he allocated 1,700 years specifically to buy flying magical beasts, another 1,000 years for summoning new troops. The remaining 1,000 years would be used to purchase accompanying equipment related to the flying magical beasts. Not more or less, it was just enough. The next moment, Xuanhuan began injecting the reserve longevity into the world tree inside the universal star stone. Before long, teleportation magic circles began to appear all over the vast battlefield. Subsequently, everyone present saw giant golden crow beasts slowly emerging from these teleportation circles, each one with its back equipped with what resembled a little house. As soon as the golden crows appeared, they spread their enormous wings and soared into the air. Then, more golden crows were teleported out. Not much time passed before a total of 5,000 golden crows hovered in the sky, emitting loud cries. Accompanying the appearance of these 5,000 golden crows, another 100,000 newly trained Silver Fox soldiers also materialized alongside them. Chapter 107, Dividing into 2 Groups. At this moment, Yu Qingyan's expression seemed much calmer after witnessing the scene. Perhaps the shocks from the previous two incidents were too overwhelming, so she was now more composed. Still, when she saw the golden crow beasts appear, a hint of surprise flickered across her face. She hadn't expected that Yi Kanglin actually had something like this, and even more surprisingly, Yu Qingyan even noticed what looked like grenade launchers on the saddles of these golden crow beasts. This left Yu Qingyan somewhat baffled. What was Yi Kanglin planning to do? Conduct an airstrike? Before she could figure it out, Yi Kanglin had already begun organizing the newly summoned 100,000 new troops, guiding them orderly onto the saddles of those golden crow beasts. Each golden crow beast could carry 20 people. 5,000 golden crow beasts were sufficient to transport 100,000 soldiers. At the same time, Yi Kanglin called out to Yi Wuqian. Wuqian. At that moment, Yi Wuqian, who was still busy organizing personnel to clear the passage through the Forgotten Valley, quickly ran over upon hearing his name being called. Respectfully addressing Yi Kanglin, he said, "My lord, what is your command?" Yi Kanglin glanced at the battlefield and then stated, "This battle against the 34 million strong rebel army of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect is estimated to have caused around 4 million casualties in our Silver Fox Legion. So I've decided you don't need to participate in subsequent operations heading to Sanzhou City. You'll remain here to ensure the channel is fully cleared, and once done, lead the over 20 million combat-ready forces here toward Lingxi Sect." Upon overhearing Yi Kanglin's words, Yu Qingyan, who had just walked up, immediately displayed an incredulous look. With joy, she asked, "Are you, Yi Kanglin, really determined to go back and rescue Lingxi Sect?" As she spoke, her face revealed an anticipatory glow. Even though Yu Qingyan didn't get along well with Yu Shirao, Lingxi Sect was where she had lived since childhood. Thus, naturally, she did not want Lingxi Sect to fall to the rebels. So now, upon hearing Yi Kanglin's decision to send 20 million troops to Lingxi Sect, she instinctively assumed Yi Kanglin intended to return and save Lingxi Sect. Seeing her reaction, Yi Kanglin laughed as he gently ruffled her hair and said, "Of course, Lingxi Sect is also where I grew up. I couldn't possibly let it fall, could I?" Upon receiving Yi Kanglin's affirmation, Yu Qingyan became ecstatic, jumping up in excitement before suddenly embracing him tightly. She clung to him as if fearing he might leave. After only a short while, her eyes reddened slightly. Her voice choked with emotion as she said, "Thank you, Yi Kanglin." At this moment, Yu Qingyan was genuinely moved. She originally thought Yi Kanglin would abandon Lingxi Sect because of her sister Yu Shirao. Back then, she even considered using death as leverage to force Yi Kanglin to send reinforcements back to Lingxi Sect. However, she never anticipated that Yi Kanglin would take the initiative to redeploy his forces back there. How could she not feel both joy and excitement? However, Yi Kanglin smiled warmly, patted her head, and added, "But you can't return to Lingxi Sect. You need to come with me to Sanzhou City to rescue Bai Lu, understand?" At first, Yu Qingyan hesitated for a moment but then sweetly smiled. "All right, as long as I'm by your side, I'll go anywhere." Speaking thus, she gleefully hugged Yi Kanglin again, displaying an evidently blissful expression. Meanwhile, Yi Wuqian standing opposite Yi Kanglin sent a telepathic message. "My lord, are you truly asking me to return and save Lingxi Sect?" Telepathic communication originally stemmed from the morphing farm slave technique, a method used by slave masters to control the minds of farm slaves. In Yi Kanglin's hands, however, it was improved into a means of private inner communication. At that moment, Yi Kanglin telepathically replied to Yi Wuqian, "Of course, you're going back to save Lingxi Sect, just not too early." Puzzled, Yi Wuqian asked, "Why not?" Yi Kanglin briefly explained, "Lingxi Sect is currently battling the main forces of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. Once you've finished clearing this passage, proceed back gradually. When both sides have worn each other down significantly, you'll step in and reap the benefits. Here, I'll leave you 20 million members of the Silver Fox Legion, which should be enough to wipe them out completely." Upon hearing this, Yi Wuqian immediately grasped the plan and then inquired, "Once I've absorbed their forces, how will we handle Lingxi Sect's population?" After a brief pause, Yi Kanglin responded, "First imprison all the members of the Yu clan. We'll deal with the aftermath once I resolve matters in Sanzhou City." After nodding at this order, Yi Wuqian hesitated for a moment and then continued, "My lord, before heading to Lingxi Sect, could you pass on more relevant information about Lingxi Sect to me so I can prepare in advance?" Yi Kanglin did not reject this request. Right away, he organized all the memories in his mind regarding Lingxi Sect and used his soul power to infuse them into Yi Wuqian's brain. Soon, everything Yi Kanglin knew about Lingxi Sect was also known to Yi Wuqian. After obtaining these useful intelligence, Yi Wuqian turned around and went to prepare. Then, Yi Kanglin turned his head toward those golden crow beasts and said to Yu Qingyan after seeing that the 10,000-strong army he had summoned had already successively boarded the saddles of the golden crow beasts. "Let's go. It's time for us to get on." Yu Qingyan softly agreed with an and then followed Yi Kanglin onto one of the golden crow beast saddles. As the commander, Yi Kanglin naturally possessed a dedicated golden crow beast. After both him and Yu Qingyan got aboard, they casually found seats and sat down. The appearance of this saddle somewhat resembled a subway car from Yi Kanglin's past life, with chairs set on both sides. Once Yi Kanglin and Yu Qingyan were seated, the wings of the golden crow flapped, lifting them into the air. Seated in their positions, Yi Kanglin and Yu Qingyan felt a brief sensation of weightlessness before gradually regaining balance. This mild swaying gave both Yi Kanglin and Yu Qingyan a fairly pleasant experience. At this moment, The beastmaster responsible for piloting the golden crow beast sitting outside the saddle asked Yi Kanglin. My lord, where are we headed now? Yi Kanglin calmly replied. 20 degrees northeast, fly for 12,000 miles. There's a city at that location. That's our destination. Hearing this, the beastmaster chuckled and said, all right. With that, he steered the golden crow beast away. The other golden crow beasts from behind swiftly followed. This massive flight course soared like a vast cloud, racing towards Sanzhou City with wind-sweeping speed. Sitting in the saddle, Yi Kanglin turned his head to look out the window, contemplating in his heart. According to the flying speed of the golden crow beast, we should be able to arrive in approximately 10 hours. It's just unknown if Sanzhou City can hold on for 10 hours. Thinking of this, Yi Kanglin recalled his young daughter, by xianhuan. Since her birth until now, Yi Kanglin had almost never seen her even once, let alone when her mother was pregnant with her. He hadn't taken care of them. This caused Yi Kanglin to feel a sense of guilt towards the two of them. It was precisely because of this feeling that Yi Kanglin had earlier displayed a momentary loss of composure. Quietly murmuring, Yi Kanglin whispered, Bai Lu, Xing, wait for me. I will definitely rescue the two of you. Yi Kanglin secretly vowed in his heart. Chapter 108. Yu Wutian's night visit to Yu Xiao's quarters. Inside the former master's quarters of Lingxi Sect, at the hour of high, 9:30 p.m. Yu Xiao, wearing a thin white nightgown, sat quietly in front of a dressing table. Her face was devoid of any makeup, yet this did not diminish her stunning beauty in the slightest. Her pitch-black tresses flowed down like a waterfall, reaching past her waist and swaying gently as a cool breeze drifted through the window. Such an exquisite beauty could easily rank within the top 20 beauties across all of southern Jiang subcontinent. At that moment, Yu Xiao gently picked up a comb, began brushing her long hair, and spoke softly. Grandfather of high ancestry coming here late at night. Isn't that a bit too intrusive? As her words faded, a shadowy figure materialized before Yu Xiao's bed. The man sat cross-legged, eyes tightly closed, breathing steady. Though nearly 600 years old, time had left no mark on his face. Had it not been for his white hair and goatee, he might have been mistaken for a middle-aged man under 40. This visitor was none other than the chief elder of Lingxi Sect, Yu Wutian. Slowly opening his eyes, Yu Wutian's gaze fell upon his great-great-granddaughter. He said with measured calmness, one of your third uncles passed away earlier today in a tea house. The sect physicians say it was due to a sudden illness. But I believe things aren't so simple. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao responded softly with a smile, continuing to brush her hair without interruption. She replied calmly, my third uncle was killed by me, though it wasn't through poison. Instead, I drained all of the yang energy from his body, which would result in his death within 2 or 3 days. Yu Xiao openly confessed to being the murderer of her third uncle. However, the cold indifference in her voice made it sound as if she were speaking about killing a chicken. Annoyed, Yu Wutian got off the bed and fixed Yu Xiao with a piercing look as he said gravely, he was a crucial piece planted by me within the second master's camp, and you went ahead and killed him for no apparent reason. Hearing her grandfather's displeasure, Yu Xiao gave a soft laugh, one clear and melodious. Then she placed the comb on the dressing table, stood up, and absent-mindedly touched her belly. Although it wasn't visibly evident yet, she appeared to cherish greatly the child growing inside her. She slowly said, third uncle was essentially my nutrient tank. I extracted his yang energy to nourish the child in my womb. Wasn't it right to do so? Hearing this, Yu Wutian instinctively looked at Yu Xiao's abdomen, sighing deeply in resignation. With dissatisfaction, he continued, even so, why did you have to kill him now? Don't you know he still has significant use for me? With a blink of her eyes, Yu Xiao then sat on the dressing table. Since she wore only a short white gauze dress, sitting thus revealed her long, fair legs like ivory. Casually crossing her legs, she dismissed it carelessly saying, that fatso is both repulsive and nauseating, always touching me during mission briefings. It's been a long while since I wanted to kill him. Moreover, the last time I drew his yang energy, Qinyan happened to see, mistakenly believing the child in my womb to be his. At this, Yu Xiao giggled. It's quite amusing. Even if I, Yu Xiao, should ever fall so low, I wouldn't let such a disgusting pervert near me, would I? And besides, that guy kept trying to ingratiate himself with me, leaving me no choice. After concluding, Yu Xiao turned to Yu Wutian and smiled sweetly. Hi ancestor grandpa, surely you're not upset with me? Yu Wutian closed his eyes lightly, his hands behind his back, and changed the subject, asking, have you obtained Longxian's heavenly longevity essence? Hearing this, Yu Xiao knew the true purpose of Yu Wutian's visit tonight must revolve around this matter. Without holding anything back, she merely tapped her storage ring, producing a purple bead the size of a lychee, releasing waves of intense life essence energy. The sight of this caused Yu Wutian's eyes to widen, his hand moving instinctively to grab it. But Yu Xiao immediately pulled the heavenly longevity essence back and, right in front of Yu Wutian, tucked it into her neckline. Upon seeing this, Yu Wutian immediately grew somewhat irritated. He coldly asked, what do you intend to do? Yu Xiao's sensual red lips pressed together slightly as she glanced down at her pale little toes before responding. The item can be yours, but shouldn't our high ancestor grandfather give me a little reward in return? Hearing this, Yu Wutian subdued his initial irritation and patiently asked, what is it that you desire? Yu Xiao fell silent for a moment before replying. Chang'e has already been tortured into a barely human state by the divine devil sect. I hope that you will rescue him. However, Yu Wutian responded with an unexpected remark. The dragon soul Yuan force within his body has already been drained by you. His intellect has now weakened to the level of a 12-year-old child. So why do you want to bring him back? Yu Xiao's lips tightened again, and then she spoke with some worry. After all, I was the one who raised him up. Moreover, I have now obtained the heavenly longevity essence from Dragon Elder's possession. So, I wish to take good care of the rest of his life. The meaning behind Yu Xiao's words was clear. She admitted to having exploited Mu Chang'e excessively. Firstly, she had adopted him, then ruthlessly extracted the dragon's soul Yuan force from within his body. Later, to acquire the heavenly longevity essence held by Elder Longxian, she arranged for Mu Chang'e to reunite with Longxian and then married him to seize the heavenly longevity essence. Furthermore, in order to gain Longxian's trust, Yu Xiao even became pregnant and successfully made Longxian believe that the child in her womb belonged to Mu Chang'e. Only through these actions did she manage to successfully obtain the heavenly longevity essence in Longxian's possession. And now, Yu Xiao had accomplished all her objectives, but Mu Chang'e was still trapped in dire straits. To be frank, Yu Xiao felt a tinge of sympathy. If possible, she still wished for Mu Chang'e to find a decent place to rest. Yet Yu Wutian harbored entirely different thoughts. He expressed complete disregard. Mu Chang'e is almost dead. Even if we save him, he won't survive for many more days. Moreover, the rebels of the Divine Devil Sect have already reached Dongguan Prefecture. Even if I wanted to save him, I am powerless to do so. This statement also clarified one point. He would not save Mu Chang'e. Chapter 109. Save ye Kanglin or Mu Chang'e? Yu Xiao's expression changed after hearing these words. After pondering for a while, she asked again. If we don't save Mu Chang'e, then what about Yi Kanglin? Does he still have significant value to us of the Lingxi Sect? If we can bring him over to our side, it will be much easier to deal with those rebels in the future. Shouldn't there be no issue now if you go and rescue him? As Yu Xiao spoke, there was even a trace of longing in her eyes. However, Yu Wutian let out a cold snort. The rebels have rallied an army of 40,000 to punish that reckless young man. Do you think he still has a chance to survive? Yu Xiao countered. The rebels won't be able to kill him. In this world, there is not yet anyone born who can kill him. As she said these words, her eyes appeared very resolute, as though she firmly believed that Yi Kanglin could not possibly die at the hands of the divine demonic ancient sect. Even with the rebels rallying an army of 40,000, Yi Kanglin would not die. Upon seeing her reaction, Yu Wutian fell silent. He knew that if he wanted to obtain the heavenly life essence from Yu Xiao today, he would have to choose between Yi Kanglin or Mu Chang'e. Either he saves Mu Chang'e, or he saves Yi Kanglin. Two choices, one must be chosen. At this point, Yu Wutian took out a memory pearl from his storage ring and tossed it out. The bead spun around for a bit, and a beam of light was projected from it. Just like a projector in a cinema, the light was cast onto the wall, instantly displaying an image. Yu Wutian immediately said, Yi Kanglin doesn't need us to save him right now. On the contrary, we may need his help to save us. Yu Xiao instinctively looked towards that image. It was a rather special perspective, viewed from above in the sky looking down. Below, Yi Kanglin's Silver Fox army was fiercely battling with the divine demonic ancient sect's rebels. Yi Kanglin wielded the Tian Yuan Tang knife in a single battle against the 8 battalion leaders of the divine demonic ancient sect, as well as Wushan and a red-robed archbishop, without showing any disadvantage. Then all of a sudden, Wushan leaped up with his battle axe and slashed toward the direction of the camera view. Seeing this, Yu Xiao seemed to realize something, turning her head to ask Yu Wutian, what is this perspective? Yu Wutian nodded. Correct, this is the viewpoint from your younger sister Yu Qingyan's golden-winged black eagle beast. When I personally imprisoned her in the cold palace, it was also when I gave her this black eagle beast. After listening to this, Yu Xiao suddenly realized. Her gaze turned back to the scene where she watched Yi Kanglin wiping out the divine demonic ancient sect and summoning the golden crow beasts as his flying army. She said, where did he get all these troops from? The individual strength of each soldier is clearly much stronger than the rebels of the divine demonic ancient sect. At this moment, Yu Wutian's face darkened somewhat as he replied. How did they come about? Of course by secret training. Does this really need to be said? In the 300 years since he became the young marshal of the Lingxi Sect, he embezzled an enormous amount of resources. With those resources, cultivating an army of several 100,000 isn't anything difficult. All he needs to do is transfer these armies through a space teleportation formation when the time comes. As Yu Wutian said this, he stared intently at Yu Xiao and said sternly, now, you should understand, right? Yi Kanglin absolutely does not require our intervention. Extending his hand, he sternly said, so, can you hand over the heavenly life essence to me now? Yu Xiao remained silent for a while before slowly taking out the heavenly life essence, but still appeared unwilling to hand it over easily, clearly reluctant to give this object to the other party. She said, 20 million of Yi Kanglin's troops are already on the way. By the time they arrive, his army can naturally break the siege for us, and this thing will be of no use to you. Seeing this, Yu Wutian suddenly lost his temper, shouting suddenly, Yu Xiao, do you truly believe that Yi Kanglin's reinforcements are coming just to save our Lingxi sect? With the immense military force under his command, do you think he would still let you control him as you wish? Do you believe, by the time his army arrives, both our Lingxi sect and the divine demonic ancient sect would have been severely weakened in fighting, and he could take the opportunity to order them to wipe us all out? Hearing this, Yu Xiao's complexion paled slightly. Indeed, what Yu Wutian said wasn't without merit. Perhaps other members of the Yu family would trust that Yi Kanglin would come to their aid. But Yu Xiao absolutely did not believe it, for a very simple reason. Yi Kanglin's feelings of disgust towards her had reached their peak. It was already fortunate that he wasn't coming to kill her. How could she possibly dare to expect him to save her? After realizing this, Yu Xiao finally gave up all reservations and handed the heavenly life essence over to Yu Wutian. Only then did Yu Wutian excitedly grab the heavenly life essence, raising it close to his nose to inhale deeply its life essence scent. The scent intoxicated him so much that it felt like he was floating on clouds. Then, Yu Wutian seemed to remember something. He immediately pulled out a small medicine bottle from his storage ring and placed it in Yu Xiao's hand, saying, "Remember to take these fetal stabilizing pills. Whether or not our Lingxi sect can make a comeback entirely depends on the child in your belly." Yu Xiao glanced down at the bottle of pills in her hand and then said somewhat dejectedly, "Once you achieve your goal, will you promise not to kill Yi Kanglin?" Yu Wutian had been about to leave, but after hearing Yu Xiao's words, he looked back at her curiously, teasingly asking, "Could it be that you still have feelings for that man?" Yu Xiao bit her lips and instinctively stroked her belly, replying, "I'll tell him that the child in my belly is actually his, and with this, I'll make him agree to remarry me. He values emotions greatly. If he knows the child is his, even if he despises me, he certainly won't abandon me." After hearing this, Yu Wutian scoffed lightly. "That bastard isn't easy to fool. Do you really think he'll believe what you say?" Yu Xiao calmly responded, "I naturally have my own ways." She once again looked straight into Yu Wutian's eyes and sternly asked, "If I manage to get him to agree to remarry me, can you spare his life? Or even let him remain by my side as an ordinary servant without any power?" Yu Wutian shook his head and sneered disdainfully, "Do whatever you want, but when the time comes, I will massacre every single soldier under his command and turn him into an imbecile. Only then will I allow him to live." Having said that, Yu Wutian didn't even wait for Yu Xiao's response before turning around and leaving. Chapter 110. Yu Xiao takes the initiative to send a message to Yi Kanglin. For Yu Wutian, he doesn't care who Yu Xiao might be with. To him, as long as his purpose can be achieved, even if he forces Yu Xiao and 10,000 disciples of Lingxi Sect to do anything, he wouldn't mind. Now, the Tian Shou essence has already fallen into his hands, and the child in Yu Xiao's belly is slowly growing up. As long as we wait for a period of time, all the current unfavorable situations of Lingxi Sect will disappear. Never mind how many powerful armies Yi Kanglin have. Never mind how many people Xuanhuan Ancient Sect has. They must all die. Yu Wutian walked on the road leading to the outside world, laughed loudly, while looking up at the sky. As she watched Yu Wutian's departing figure, Yu Xiao sat back in front of the dressing table again. She thought for a moment, then took out a communication jade tablet. This was the communication jade tablet initially used to communicate with Yi Kanglin. However, after she demoted Yi Kanglin, she hadn't used it ever since. She paused, started writing words on the communication jade tablet, and sent the message. The words were few, just a few sentences. Save the Bai family clan and immediately leave Jin Tian domain forever, and never come back. After sending this sentence, Yu Xiao put the communication jade tablet back inside the storage ring. Then her eyes gazed towards the window, appearing very complex in emotion. On the golden crow creature saddle leading the flying army, Yi Kanglin sat on a stool, showing an anxious expression. Beside him, xiuxian leaned against his shoulder, sound asleep at this moment. At this time, a communication jade tablet in Yi Kanglin's storage ring suddenly rang. Subconsciously, he pulled it out. Upon seeing that it was Yu Xiao's jade tablet, he showed a surprised look. How could this woman take the initiative to send him a message? Is she worried whether he's alive or dead? Out of curiosity, Yi Kanglin opened the communication jade tablet. Upon seeing those words, his eyes widened instantly, his face filled with disbelief. At this moment, Nong Xiaoxian flew out from the Huanyu Star Stone, saying to Yi Kanglin, "Is this a message from Yu Xiao?" Yi Kanglin nodded, then said unhappily, "There's a spy within the Silver Fox Legion." Hearing this, Nong Xiaoxian glanced at the content of the communication jade tablet, repeating unconsciously, "Save the Bai family clan and immediately leave Jin Tian domain forever and never come back." Nong Xiaoxian's expression turned grave upon saying this. Looking towards Yi Kanglin, she asked, "Does Yu Xiao know you escaped from Heikue Mountains and also that you are now preparing to head to Shazhou City to save the Bai family clan?" Taking a deep breath, Yi Kanglin expressed extremely seriously, "There were only 16 former Lingxi sect members under my command, and they've all taken the erosion bone pills. So logically, there's no possible way they would disclose my whereabouts to Lingxi Sect. Thus, the only person who could possibly leak secrets to Lingxi Sect would be one more person left." Yi Kanglin subconsciously turned his head towards Yu Qingyan beside him. But at this moment, Nong Xiaoxian questioned again. "However, assuming Yu Xiao knows everything about your actions here, shouldn't she theoretically also understand your current strength? Why would she order you to leave Jin Tian domain and never return?" Yi Kanglin fell silent for a while, shook his head, and didn't think Yu Xiao would say such a thing just to warn him. He only felt like these words sounded more like commands ordering him to leave Jin Tian domain. Thinking about this, Yi Kanglin instinctively wanted to reply with a message, questioning her intent. However, after a short while, Yi Kanglin discarded this thought and instead turned to Nong Xiaoxian, saying, "I want to buy intelligence related to the Silver Fox Army traitor." Although Yi Kanglin suspected it could be Yu Qingyan responsible, deep down, he was still unwilling to believe it. At this point, hearing this, Nong Xiaoxian lightly uttered an "oh" sound and immediately opened the system interface, then said, "Can you accept 10 years worth of stored lifespan?" Yi Kanglin nodded to show he could accept. At once, Nong Xiaoxian clicked the system panel and said, "All right, it's done." Here's your intelligence. Immediately thereafter, a stream of information from the system injected into Yi Kanglin's brain, filling his mind with lots of details. Soon, Yi Kanglin opened his eyes, turned his head to look at the sleeping xiuxian beside him, and said, "That golden-winged dark eagle signed a soul contract with you, Wutian?" At this moment, xiuxian turned off the system panel and asked, "Do you plan to tell xiuxian about this matter?" Yi Kanglin thought for a moment, then shook his head. "That mystic eagle beast has grown up with her as her partner. If I tell her that the mystic eagle beast is Yu Wutian's tool to monitor her, she might not be able to accept it. Moreover, she is pregnant, and this matter will certainly cause her no small amount of distress." Xiuxian countered. "Then how do you plan to deal with this mystic eagle beast? You can't possibly keep it around forever, right? Otherwise, every move you make will be seen by it clearly." Yi Kanglin smiled faintly. "Just use the mimetic agrarian slave technique to control the mystic eagle beast. Won't that suffice?" Upon hearing this, Xiuxian immediately understood. Indeed, using the mimetic agrarian slave technique could directly override the soul contract signed between a spiritual beast and its host. Thus, the shared vision between the mystic eagle beast and Yu Wutian would be cut off. At this moment, Yi Kanglin inquired again, "How is the situation at Xiaozhou City?" Xiuxian did not answer directly, but instead held up 3 fingers and said, "This still falls under the intelligence category. The charge is 30 years of stored lifespan." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin twitched an eyelid. Though somewhat annoyed, he still said, "All right, 30 it is." Xiuxian immediately replied, "Xiaozhou City is still holding out, but the walls of the outer district are nearly collapsing. It is estimated that within a few hours, the outer district of Xiaozhou City will fall. However, the city lord by Jianshan, who is also your father-in-law, has already issued orders to evacuate all the main residents of the outer district to the inner district. Therefore, even if the outer district is captured by the enemy, there will still be a wall around the inner district to block their advance. Also, some of the elders of the Bai family clan have already learned about the purpose of the ancient sect Shengma's large-scale attack on Xiaozhou City, which is to capture your daughter by Xinyue. They are considering whether to give your daughter to the ancient sect Shengma in exchange for the lives of 70,000 people in Xiaozhou City and the survival of the Bai family." Upon hearing these words, Yi Kanglin's eyes widened sharply as he exclaimed, "What?" Before he could vent his anger in loud curses, Xiuxian spoke again. "Rest assured, your second wife Bai Lu is the daughter of the Bai family clan's patriarch. Do you really think her father Bai Jianshan would allow his granddaughter to fall into the hands of the ancient sect Shengmo? However, many elders within the Bai family clan are still pressuring him. Under duress, Bai Jianshan first placed Bai Lu and the child under house arrest in one of the side rooms. After hearing this, Yi Kanglin slightly sighed in relief, saying, "That old man Bai Jianshan still has a bit of humanity left." Chapter 111, The Sacred and Demonic Soul Body. At this moment, Yi Kanglin seemed to have thought of something else. He turned his head and asked Xiuxian, "By the way, why did those people from the Divine Demon Ancient Sect want to capture my daughter? And why did they want to turn her into a zombie king puppet? What benefit could this be for them?" Xiuxian raised 4 fingers again and chuckled as he said, "This is also an intelligence-related topic, charged at 40 years of reserve life energy." Upon hearing these words, Yi Kanglin felt as if his heart was bleeding. With dissatisfaction, he said, "You're so obsessed with money. You charge for everything I ask." Xiuxian shrugged indifferently and smiled. "There's nothing I can do about it. The questions you ask are all related to intelligence. If I didn't charge, the system wouldn't provide me with the information either." Yi Kanglin's mouth twitched slightly, and he pulled out the system panel, glancing at the balance of his stored life energy. Host, Yi Kanglin. Current lifespan, 906 years, 5 months, 3 days, peak Tianyang realm. Stored lifespan, 391 years, 6 months, 21 days. After seeing that his remaining reserve lifespan was 390 years, Yi Kanglin looked somewhat uneasy. Although he could easily afford the cost of 40 years for this intelligence fee, he worried about encountering unexpected events later on, forcing him to expend more life energy for system resources. Considering this, Yi Kanglin finally gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed. "Fine, 40 years is 40 years." As soon as Yi Kanglin's words faded, the system interface changed immediately. Host, Yi Kanglin. Current lifespan, 906 years, 5 months, 3 days, peak Tianyang realm. Stored lifespan, 351 years, 6 months, 21 days. Now there were only 350 years left. At this point, Xiuxian wore a merchant-like smile and said, "The reason the Divine Demon Ancient Sect wants to capture your daughter is actually very simple. They intend to summon a stronger and larger army, consuming the entire Jin Tian domain and then targeting the entire southern frontier subcontinent." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin's expression subtly changed, and he subconsciously blurted out, "Summoning? Could it be that the Divine Demon Ancient Sect's army, like our Silver Fox Corps, comes from the World Tree incubating soldiers?" Xiuxian shook his head and explained briefly, "The Divine Demon Ancient Sect's army is summoned through sacrificing ordinary people's souls in exchange for powerful sacred and demonic soul bodies. Afterward, these sacred and demonic soul bodies are infused into the bodies of ordinary people who no longer possess any soul, thus reviving them. These resurrected individuals possess superhuman self-recovery abilities, even the power to regenerate lost limbs, and see a substantial increase in their various basic capabilities. And they unconditionally obey the commands of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect's Pope." When Yi Kanglin heard this, he understood but quickly asked another question. But if that's the case, shouldn't the Divine Demon Ancient Sect's army be growing larger after each battle? Why hasn't their force increased from its original size of 1,600,000? Nong Xiuxian hesitated a moment before replying. Summoning sacred and demonic soul bodies has 3 stringent conditions. The first condition is gathering 100,000 ordinary human corpses simultaneously. The second condition requires the process to occur during a blood moon night. The third condition mandates that the spellcaster must be over 200 years old and still a virgin. The first condition is fairly easy for the Divine Demon Ancient Sect to meet. But the second condition is impossible because blood moon nights appear only 3 times every decade. Upon hearing this, Kanglin instinctively raised his hand to stop Nong Xiuxian mid-sentence and asked with confusion, "They appear only 3 times every 10 years? What exactly does that mean?" Nong Xiuxian simplified his explanation. Out of the 12 months in the 10th year, there will be a total of 3 blood moon nights. And one has already occurred this year, shortly after you were demoted to a menial disciple. So the Divine Demon Ancient Sect gathered an army of over 1 million people at once. The second blood moon night of the year will arrive in 10 days. After hearing this, Kanglin's pupils shrank sharply, and he exclaimed, "In 10 days? Nong Xiuxian nodded. But in order to boost the strength of their army by 1 level, they've set their sights on your daughter. Finally, Nong Xiuxian returned the conversation back to Kanglin's daughter. And at this moment, Kanglin, as if realizing something, blurted out, "My daughter is only 2 months old. She doesn't meet the third condition at all." Nong Xiuxian laughed disdainfully. "That witch, Xuanhuan, doesn't need your daughter to live for 200 years. The reason she wants to refine your daughter into a zombie king puppet is actually to make her a scapegoat." After hearing this, Kanglin was confused again. He blankly said, "A scapegoat?" Nong Xiuxian nodded and continued, "Because sacrificing a large number of living beings will cause the practitioner to suffer from the backlash of karma fire. So, they need to find a puppet to shield the practitioner from the backlash of the karma fire. And your daughter is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for this role. Besides, she has the great transcendent supreme spiritual constitution, so it can summon a much stronger sacred demonic soul body. This sacred demonic soul body is far more powerful than the current celestial demonic soul body. When the sacred demonic soul body enters the corpse of an ordinary person, it can achieve combat strength comparable to the Earth tier units." After hearing this, Kanglin's pupils sharply contracted, and his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The reason why his Silver Fox Corps could deal devastating blows to the rebels now was because his troop grade was 1 rank higher than theirs. But if the enemy's troops also reached the same level as Kanglin's Silver Fox Corps and outnumbered his forces, the situation would become very unfavorable to him. At least, he wouldn't be able to annihilate the enemy with minimal losses anymore. With this thought in mind, Kanglin furrowed his brows deeply. However, Nong Xiuxian continued, "Additionally, there is another point I need to warn you about. If the people from the Divine Demon Ancient Sect get their hands on your daughter, they will be able to extract her blood plasma, indirectly cursing you. At that time, even you might end up under their control." Kanglin instinctively clenched his fists tightly and coldly said, "Now I understand. 800 years ago, the founding patriarch of Lingxi Sect, along with all the common people of Jin Tian Domain, were willing to do anything to overthrow the rule of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. People like them simply don't deserve to exist in this world." As he spoke, Kanglin seemed to recall something. He suddenly turned his head towards Nong Xiuxian and said, "By the way, Nong Xiuxian, there's actually something I've wanted to ask for a while. If I add all the life energy reserved for summoning these armies into my current lifespan, would my power reach a supreme level sufficient to wipe out all the rebel forces?" Chapter 112, Xiaozhou City on the Brink. Upon hearing this, Nong Xiuxian thought for a moment and then chuckled. "No. You will add those thousands of years of life energy to your current lifespan, at most allowing you to reach the Hua Gu Jing level. Or, to put it more grandly, you could reach the Xianxia Jing, but even so, you could at most single-handedly eliminate over 10,000 soldiers of the Shinma Ancient Sect army. If the number of opponents is denser, reaching 100,000, or even 200,000, then you will absolutely perish completely." After hearing these words, xuanhuan fell silent again. The principle that an ant in large numbers can bite down an elephant was something he understood. Back when he was the young marshal of Lingxi Sect, he had controlled massive armies to slaughter some super strong individuals more than once. Back then, just by mobilizing 10,000 Huang rank combat disciples from Lingxi Sect, they successfully managed to slay a strong individual who had reached the half-step Tianyang realm. From this, it was evident that cultivators were not invincible. Given sufficient numbers and proper command, it was possible to kill certain supreme experts. At this thought, Xuanhuan suddenly felt somewhat relieved that he didn't rashly add his lifespan to his existing life back then. Otherwise, things would have been difficult. At that moment, Xuanhuan's gaze shifted towards the moon far away, silently praying that the people of Xiaozhou City could hold on until he arrived. 8,000 miles away, the direct territory of Bai Clan, the outer city of Xiaozhou City. The incessant sounds of artillery continued, with a dense multitude of Shinma Ancient Sect army using firestones to break through the defenses of Xiaozhou City. Thick flames continuously scorched the protective barriers of Xiaozhou City. The battle hammer carts weighing 50 to 60 tons hammered furiously against the city gates of Xiaozhou City. At this moment, Wu Shaojian, the general commanding this operation of Shinma Ancient Sect, frowned deeply as he saw cracks appearing on the city gate. Since his invasion of Xiaozhou City, 5 hours had almost passed, yet he remained stalled outside the outer city, unable to make any headway. This situation angered him greatly. In that instant, xiuxian bellowed at the driver below, controlling the battle hammer cart. Increase the force further. If you don't pierce this damn rotten city gate within 1 incense stick burn time, I'll cut off your head. Upon hearing this, the driver immediately boosted the power of the battle hammer cart. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Under repeated assaults, significant cracks appeared on the immense city gate, and after being hit over 100 times by the battle hammer cart, it finally broke through. Seeing this, xiuxian became extremely excited and instantly issued orders to his subordinates. Everyone, go ahead. Rush inside. Devour all the commoners inside. As he spoke, xiuxian led from the front and rushed into the breach. However, as soon as xiuxian entered, he was momentarily confused, because what appeared before him was a sight of an empty city. Such a vast city, at this moment was pitch dark, without even a single ghostly shadow visible. Xiuxian was directly perplexed and unconsciously blurted out, "What the hell? Where are the people here? Where did they all go?" At this point, a subordinate stepped forward and respectfully said to xiuxian, "Lord Bishop, Xiaozhou City is divided into the outer city and the inner city. The civilians from the outer city must have been evacuated to the inner city." Upon hearing this, xiuxian's eyes immediately widened. He grabbed the subordinate by the collar and roared, "Do you mean that I worked so hard to break through this damn wall only to find another wall ahead?" The subordinate, scared stiff, trembled and hesitated, saying, "It should seem. Probably. Possibly be so." With that, xiuxian casually threw this guy aside and shouted to the rebels who rushed in together behind him, "Let's move toward the inner city." After speaking, xiuxian led a huge army toward the direction of the inner city. The structure of the city of Xiaozhou was similar to the fortress of Jiaiguan, except that it was shaped like a target, presenting in concentric circles. Viewed from the sky, it would be discovered that the inner city was essentially a city within a city, and the outer city expanded outward by a circle. Therefore, after conquering the outer city, xiuxian now still had one more wall to conquer. This made the already impatient xiuxian even angrier. Soon, he reached the inner city. At this moment, numerous disciples of the Bai clan on the walls of the inner city picked up spiritual weapon guns, aiming directly at the rebels below. The rebels were also unyielding, immediately bringing out the black magic cannon to counterfire with the Bai clan people. Both sides were once again locked in a stalemate. At the same time, Bai Jiangshan, the patriarch of the Bai family, slowly descended from the city wall. He had originally planned to rely on the strong defenses of the inner city to resist the rebels' assault. However, after seeing the rebel forces increase from 70,000 to 130,000 soldiers, he realized that Xiaozhou City would not hold. Preparations needed to be made immediately. Soon, Bai Jiangshan rode back to the city lord's mansion and without hesitation walked toward his daughter Bai Lu's chamber. It was already deep into the night, yet Bai Lu's room was still brightly lit. She sat by the edge of her bed, cradling a cute baby girl in her arms, softly humming a lullaby. The baby slept soundly, seemingly dreaming sweet dreams. This baby girl was none other than Yi Changlan, and Bai Lu's illegitimate daughter, Bai Shan, who also happened to be the possessor of the great supreme spiritual body that the Shima ancient sect was mobilizing 13 armies for. At this moment, Bai Jiangshan cautiously entered the room. He glanced at his granddaughter, then looked at Bai Lu and said, "I thought you had already fallen asleep." Upon hearing footsteps, Bai Lu knew it was her father. Yet, she didn't even lift her head. Instead, she continued hugging her daughter tightly, as if afraid someone might take her away. In a cold tone, she asked, "Have the rebels retreated?" Bai Jiangshan casually found a chair and sat down before replying. "They've already taken the outer city. They're already here at our doorstep." Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's eyes involuntarily became moist. The home where she had lived her entire life turned into a battlefield littered with bodies overnight, something no one could accept. Still, Bai Lu forced herself to suppress her anguish as she inquired, "Where are the reinforcements from the sect? Why haven't they arrived yet?" Bai Jiangshan picked up a teapot beside him and poured himself a cup of tea, saying, "The main rebel forces have reached Dongguan County. At this point, the sect itself is struggling to survive. How could they spare any troops to reinforce us?" Upon hearing this, Bai Lu seemed to understand her father's purpose and instinctively stated, "I will not hand Xianxuan over." In Bai Lu's mind, her father's visit in the dead of night must be to persuade her to hand the child over to the rebels in exchange for the safety of all the people of Xiaozhou City. Chapter 113, Go Find Yi Kanglin. But Bai Jiangshan shook his head and said calmly, "I won't let this child fall into the hands of the rebels." Upon hearing this, Bai Lu somewhat surprisingly asked her father, "Then why did you come?" Bai Jiangshan took a deep breath, as if he had made some kind of major decision in his heart, and said gravely, "You take this child and run away. Also, I will arrange for a few more direct descendants of the Bai family to leave with you." Bai Lu's eyes widened slightly, and she subconsciously said, "Run away." Bai Jiangshan nodded. "The rebels have already reached the inner city. It probably won't take long before they attack, and at that time all of us might die. But the bloodline of our Bai family cannot be cut off. So, I've already secretly arranged for a group of children from our family to be transferred out. Now it's your turn to leave." After listening, Bai Lu flatly refused, "I won't go." These words sounded stubborn. Evidently, giving up the home where she had lived all her life was something she could never do. Then she continued, "Even if I escape, yet in such a vast world, where can I go? The rebels almost swept through the entire Jin Tian domain. No matter where I go, there's no way I can escape their clutches. Even if I manage to escape Jin Tian domain by sheer luck, would the powers of other regions allow my presence? Bai Lu's words hit the nail on the head. Yet Bai Jiashan straightforwardly replied, "Go find Yi Kanglin in the He Mountains." Upon hearing these words, Bai Lu's expression immediately changed. It was clear that her face was filled with anger. If her daughter wasn't still sound asleep, she might have cursed out loud already. How many days has Yi Kanglin been trapped in He Mountains? There hasn't been any news, and furthermore, people outside are saying that the rebels mobilized 400,000 troops to kill him. Right now, he's barely keeping his own life. You actually want me to go find him? Bai Lu clearly couldn't believe why her usually shrewd father had suddenly made such a foolish decision today. However, Bai Jiashan's expression was extremely serious, showing that he didn't intend to joke around anymore. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Yi Kanglin won't die. Those 400,000 men can't kill him. Moreover, in this present world, besides Yi Kanglin, there is no one else who can protect you too." At this point, Bai Lu's face turned red. "Father, you've always disliked Yi Kanglin. Why are you speaking up for him like this today?" Bai Jiashan's voice grew stronger. "Because he hasn't fulfilled the responsibilities of a husband or a father, so I don't like him. But I know how capable that scoundrel is, which is why I'm asking you two to go find him." After hearing this, Bai Lu fell silent and looked again at the child in her arms. A year ago, when Yi Kanglin was still the young general of Lingxi Sect, about to head north to the desert border region to quell a rebellion, he said before leaving that he feared dying and therefore entrusted Bai Lu to bear him a child. And Bai Lu agreed. Over the subsequent month, everything went smoothly, and she became pregnant. After that, Yi Kanglin left for the northern border. During this whole year, Bai Lu, who was already pregnant, was secretly cared for by members of the Bai family. As for Yi Kanglin, apart from occasionally reminding Bai Lu through communication jade tablets to eat well and sleep well, he did nothing else. At the time, if only Yi Kanglin had utilized the connections within his sect to send Bai Lu some nourishing herbs, Bai Lu wouldn't have become angry with him. Later on, after Yi Kanglin successfully quelled the rebellion and returned to the sect, the first thing he did was not to visit Bai Lu and their daughter. Instead, he ran to see his current wife, Xiuxian. So, in anger, Bai Lu directly brought the child back to her parents' house. During this period, including the child's food, clothing, and expenses, as well as Bai Lu's confinement period costs, it was almost entirely covered by the Bai family. It was as if Yi Kanglin had simply contributed a bunch of little tadpoles and then ignored everything else. Subsequently, if Bai Lu hadn't actively gone to Yi Kanglin's residence to find him, he might have completely forgotten that he had a daughter waiting for him. Now, even though her parents' house was almost annihilated by the rebels, and both mother and daughter were close to being killed, Yi Kanglin still couldn't be seen anywhere. Thinking about this, Bai Lu couldn't help but feel tears welling up in her eyes, and her sorrow made her almost wish to tear Yi Kanglin limb from limb. She choked back sobs while speaking to her father. How would that scoundrel Yi Kanglin care whether we live or die? He probably hopes we're quickly killed by the rebels so he can chase other women for fun. But upon hearing this, Bai Jiashan fell silent. Thinking back to the past, when the old master of the sect passed away, Yi Kanglin had just taken on the position of young general of Lingxi Sect. At that time, Yi Kanglin had no backing and didn't have the support of the Yu family's grand elder, making his situation within Lingxi Sect extremely difficult. It was the Bai family who went against all opinions, stabilizing Yi Kanglin's position as the young general, paving the way for him to later become General Yi. There was also an incident where Yi Kanglin was besieged by enemy troops in a valley. Once again, it was the Bai family who mobilized numerous soldiers to rescue him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that without the Bai family's early help, Yi Kanglin wouldn't even be alive today. Yet now, with the Bai family about to face complete annihilation, they could only humbly implore him for protection through one of their daughters. Anyone would find such a situation infuriating, let alone Bai Jiashan, the patriarch of the Bai clan. Bai Jiashan reflected on all this and then looked up at his daughter. Seeing her emotions ease slightly, he took out a handkerchief, gently wiping the tears from her face, and said, "Father wants to rip Yi Kanglin, that ungrateful man, into pieces alive. But right now, there is no one besides him who can protect what little bloodline we Bai family still have left." As he spoke, Bai Jiashan placed a hand on Bai Lu's shoulder and said seriously, "Daughter, you must listen to me this time. As soon as you leave Shazhou City, go straight to Yi Kanglin. You tell him that all the favors our Bai family ever did for him are wiped clean. The only condition is that he must ensure neither you, nor this child, nor any of the remaining descendants of our Bai family are harmed in any way. And he must agree to this condition. Otherwise, I, Bai Jiashan, will not rest in peace even if I become a ghost. In the future, if he has the ability, let him take several heads of the rebels to avenge our Bai family's 1,400 people." After hearing this, Bai Lu looked at her father again, seemingly wanting to say more. However, her father had already stood up and said gravely, "Go pack your things. The others have been arranged for. We're waiting for you." After hesitating for a moment, Bai Lu didn't speak further. She gently picked up her child and started preparing. Chapter 114, The Fog. 6,000 li away from Sandbank City, in the sky above, a formidable army of Jinwu beasts was flapping their wings with all their might to increase their speed as much as possible. On the saddles of these Jinwu beasts, not a single soldier among the 100,000 Silver Fox Legion was sleeping. All were waiting anxiously for the moment they would arrive at their destination to fight fiercely. At this time, on the back of the leading Jinwu beast king at the forefront of the Jinwu army, Yi Kanglin was quietly looking into the distance. It was now midnight, 1 a.m., but they still had about half the journey left to reach Sandbank City. At this pace, it was unlikely they would arrive before dawn. Kanglin frowned deeply, his eyes fixed ahead. For some reason, he had an uneasy feeling in his heart. It was as if something bad was about to happen. At this moment, Xiuxian jumped up from the saddle below and sat next to Kanglin. She asked, "You're not going to rest at all, are you? You haven't closed your eyes for 2 days and 2 nights since we left the Black Wuyuan Mountains." Kanglin glanced at her and then sat down as well. He let out a sigh and asked, "Have we received any messages from the Bai family clan?" Xiuxian took out the communication jade disc used to contact the Bai family and checked it. Disheartened, she said, "Not yet. For some unknown reason, they haven't replied to us." Upon hearing this, Kanglin's expression darkened, because he also hadn't received any response to his message sent to the Bai family clan. Even Bai Lu hadn't responded. He even wondered whether the Bai family had confiscated Bai Lu's communication jade disc, which is why there was no reply. But if Bai Lu's jade disc had been taken, what about old Bai Jiangshan? As the patriarch of the Bai family clan, it was impossible that someone had confiscated his communication jade disc too. If so, why wasn't he responding either? Thinking about this, Kanglin's face grew increasingly somber, and he said slowly, "The small divine demon sect has truly become increasingly audacious. How dare they meddle with my people? Once we arrive at Sandbank City, I'll make them regret being born in this world." As Kanglin spoke, his eyes lightly narrowed, revealing an unmasked ferocity. Seeing this, Xiuxian instinctively touched her belly and said, "Is the Bai family very important to you?" Without noticing the oddity in Xiuxian's tone, Kanglin continued on his own. "In the early days when I first came to Lingxi Sect, they helped me quite a lot and even saved my life once. So, for this family, I really do want to do my best to protect it." After listening to this, Xiuxian further questioned, "Our Yu family also has done much for you. Why have I never seen you get this angry?" At this point, Kanglin caught the unusual tone in Xiuxian's voice. He looked up at her. Her pale profile under the moonlight was extremely charming, evoking a sense of tenderness and delicacy. Kanglin blinked and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Pouting slightly, Xiuxian said, "Nothing. I was just wondering, if one day in the future I'm in danger, would you come to save me just like you're doing now?" Hearing this, Kanglin couldn't help but laugh, and he pulled Xiuxian into his embrace, saying with a smile, "I won't let you fall into a dangerous situation. And if such a day really comes, I will absolutely rescue you no matter the cost." After hearing this, Xiuxian felt her heart stir slightly. She turned her head to look at Kanglin and, staring at his handsome face, wanted to say something. Just then, the animal tamer driving the Jinwu Beast King suddenly shouted in alarm, "Damn it! How could this happen?" Upon hearing his voice, Kanglin slightly paused, instinctively asking, "What happened? What's going on?" The animal tamer anxiously replied, "Commander Yi, we seem to have entered a fog zone." Upon hearing these words, Kanglin involuntarily widened his eyes and instinctively looked around him. Sure enough, the surrounding environment was becoming blurred at a visible rate. It felt just like being inside a strange foggy forest where visibility quickly diminished. At this sight, Kanglin asked the animal tamer, "Will these fogs affect our journey?" Still gripping the reins tightly, the animal tamer didn't dare give any guarantees in response to Kanglin's question, only vaguely replying, "The obstructed vision around us will affect our speed to some extent, and there's nothing I can do about that." Upon hearing this, Kanglin's expression turned grim. He asked again, "Can we raise the flying height of the Jinwu beasts a bit, trying to soar above this misty area? Or perhaps lowering the flight height would work?" But the beast tamer shook his head. The current altitude is already the highest that the Jinwu beasts can reach. If we ascend further, their bodies wouldn't be able to endure it. If we descend, it won't work either, because there are too many mountains in the area we're currently in. If we lower the flight altitude, with the darkness and dense fog, we could easily crash into a mountain peak. After hearing this, Kanglin's expression darkened even more. He took a deep breath to try calming himself before asking, "So, how much longer will it take for us to reach Sandbank City at our current speed?" The beast tamer estimated for a moment and replied, "It might delay us 1 to 2 hours, but this subordinate cannot guarantee that." Hearing this, Kanglin's anger immediately rose up. A delay of 1 to 2 hours would probably mean everything would be over when they reached Sandbank City. At this point, he opened his mouth to rebuke the beast tamer, but Xiuxian suddenly pulled him back, saying, "Kanglin, my little Jin isn't affected by this mist. Let me go ahead to Sandbank City first." Hearing this, Kanglin paused for a moment, remembering the golden-winged black eagle placed by Yu Wutian near Xiuxian. Instantly, he rejected her idea outright. "What use is it for you to go alone? What if you end up in danger?" Xiuxian shook her head and smiled. "I definitely have a purpose for going. First of all, I can inform the Bai family clan that reinforcements are on the way, thus boosting their morale. On the other hand, I can also bring some intimidation to those rebel forces, making them hesitate, even fear taking rash actions against you. In this way, I can buy you more time, can't I?" Still, Kanglin shook his head and refused. "No way. If the rebels target you, it'll be dangerous." Upon seeing Kanglin's behavior, Xiuxian felt a warmness welling up inside her heart. Actually, he did care about her. Though not good at expressing himself verbally, his actions were always so sincere. Thinking about this, Xiuxian softly said, "When Wu Shan surrounded you with 40,000 troops in the Black Wuyuan Mountains, I was still able to move freely. How could several 100,000 rebel forces capture me now?" Kanglin listened and found Xiuxian's words quite reasonable, but he still had concerns. "If you really have to go, then I'll accompany you." Yu Qingyan again shook her head. There must be a general within the marching army. Yi Kanglin, somewhat irritated, retorted. Isn't it fine if I just appoint someone else as the general? Gradually, Yu Qingyan started feeling impatient, not expecting Yi Kanglin to act so impulsively sometimes. Changing generals mid-battle is taboo in military tactics. Have you forgotten this? Chapter 115, Ambush. After hearing this, Yi Kanglin was instantly speechless. It was only at this moment that he suddenly realized he seemed to have lost his head. Yu Qingyan, seeing that he had become silent, gently held his arm and softly said, Well, you don't need to worry about me. Trust me, I'll be fine. Besides, I'm just going to deliver a message to them. Even if the rebels really target me, can't I just run? With little Jean accompanying me, if we can't fight, wouldn't I still be able to escape? Yi Kanglin took a deep breath and finally relented, saying, All right, but you must take care of your safety. If you notice anything strange, send me a message immediately. Yu Qingyan cooed an agreeable, then summoned her Xian eagle beast. With that, she leaped onto its back and swiftly flew off towards the direction of Xiaozhou City. Yi Kanglin looked at Yu Qingyan's retreating figure and fell into a brief reverie. He wondered why he always had to put the women in his life in such perilous situations. Just moments before, he had promised Yu Qingyan that she wouldn't get hurt, yet now he was helplessly watching her jump into the fire. At this time, Gnome xiuxian flew out again. He glanced at the direction Yu Qingyan had flown off to and asked, Is that girl's Xian eagle beast controlled by your surf spell? Yi Kanglin nodded. I cast the surf spell on it while she was sleeping. Gnome xiuxian then glanced at the 10,000-strong army behind them and said, Actually, I've been wanting to ask this for a while. Why didn't you summon this 10,000-strong army only when you reached the destination? Dragging so many people along will definitely slow down the march. After hearing this, Yi Kanglin's expression slightly stiffened. Then he gave Gnome xiuxian a look like he was constipated and said, Why didn't you remind me earlier? Damn it. Upon seeing this, Gnome xiuxian understood. Yi Kanglin, the fool, probably hadn't thought of this, which is why he summoned the army prematurely. Realizing this, Gnome xiuxian chuckled and said, If even this needs my reminder, then I might as well be the system host, and you can be the administrator. Meanwhile, between the exchanges of Yi Kanglin and Gnome xiuxian, in the northern mountain range of Xiaozhou City, Bai Lu, escorted by more than a dozen guards, quietly came out from a cave with a sleeping baby girl in her arms and followed by 3 or 4 children. The group quickly boarded a horse-drawn carriage that was prepared in advance. Although the carriage wasn't very spacious, it could still accommodate 7 to 8 adults. Under the control of the coachman, the carriage began to move slowly. Before departure, Bai Lu couldn't help but open the window and look towards the distant Xiaozhou City, the place where she grew up. This time leaving, she did not know when she would return. In a short moment, Bai Lu's eyes were almost teary, and she harbored deeper hatred toward the rebel forces that invaded her home. Just then, Bai Yu, the servant leader in charge of protecting Bai Lu, suddenly said, Sister, send a message to Yi Kanglin first. Although our clan master has given us a strict order to head to Black Tortoise Mountain Range, as a precaution, we should at least confirm Yi Kanglin's current situation. In case he himself is also in dire straits, we'll be heading straight into our doom if we go. Bai Lu turned her head to look at Bai Yu. After seeing Bai Yu's worried expression, she knew that Bai Yu was concerned about whether Yi Kanglin's place was safe. So, they wanted to take the opportunity to change their course to other places. Bai Lu carefully considered it, and took out the communication jade slip. However, after seeing its contents, her expression turned unpleasant. Seeing this, Bai Yu questioned, Sister, what's wrong? Bai Lu handed the communication jade slip to Bai Yu, gesturing for her to check it herself. Bai Yu instinctively took it over. When she saw the contents, her expression similarly became uneasy. Because ever since the Xiaozhou City came under attack by the rebels, Bai Lu had sent Yi Kanglin at least 2 to 3 dozen messages, yet Yi Kanglin had not replied once. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu curiously asked, Why hasn't he replied? At this point, Bai Lu coldly laughed. Either he's already dead in Black Tortoise Mountain, or he simply doesn't want to reply, hoping for us mother and daughter to die in the hands of the rebels. After hearing this, Bai Yu fell silent again. She opened the window and gazed outside. Despite there being over a dozen guards around the carriage, Bai Yu felt no sense of security. After considering for a while, she proposed to Bai Lu. Sister, let's go somewhere else. Let's not go to the Black Tortoise Mountain Range. Bai Lu glanced down at her daughter sleeping soundly in her arms and said indifferently, In this vast world, is there still a place where we can take refuge? She looked up at Bai Yu and continued in the same tone. To be honest, I'd rather hope that Yi Kanglin has died in the Black Tortoise Mountain than deliberately ignoring me. As my father said, looking across the entire Jin Tian domain, aside from him, almost no one can protect us. If even he is dead, then we will really have no way out. When Bai Yu heard these words, she was just about to object. But in the next second, a loud rumbling sound echoed. In this secluded and quiet mountain road, it sounded particularly piercing. Instantly, Bai Lu and Bai Yu were greatly startled, and even the child Bai Lu held woke up, crying loudly. Bai Lu hurriedly soothed her while glancing outside the carriage and shouted to the surrounding guards, What happened? But when she looked outside, her pupils shrank sharply. Outside the carriage, a large number of Lingxi Sect rebels suddenly appeared, completely surrounding their small team. Seeing this scene, Bai Lu quickly got out of the carriage, with Bai Yu closely following behind. The moment the 2 women stepped out, they were shocked to find a big pit directly in front of their team. Black smoke rose from the pit. Clearly, it had been blasted by a black demon fire cannon. If the carriage had been moving just a little faster earlier, it would have been bombed on the spot. and the more than 10 bodyguards around the carriage had all been killed in a blink of an eye, falling lifelessly to the ground. At this point, Bai Lu's gaze turned to the rebel forces who surrounded them. She estimated that there were at least 500 or 600 of them. Each one was grinning evilly at Bai Lu and the others, and one of the smaller leaders among the rebels stepped forward, laughing loudly. Never would I have imagined that I'd run into the young miss of the Bai family clan here. Bai Lu's eyes focused on this rebel squad leader. He was a semi-demon with 2 heads. His eyes were snake-patterned, his skin covered with snake scale armor, and his tongue flickered red, making him look extremely eerie. At this moment, Bai Yu stepped forward, drawing her long sword and pointing it at the double-headed snake as she coldly said, "Villain, I warn you, if you dare to take another step forward, I will show you what it feels like to lose your head." As she spoke, Bai Yu unleashed a powerful aura, indicating a peak-level spirit realm cultivation strength, only a step away from reaching the spiritual fire realm. However, the double-headed snake showed absolutely no fear, continuing to move forward as he mockingly said, "Oh really? So strong are you? Oh, how terrifying. Ahaha." The disgusting expression on the double-headed snake's face made the other rebels burst into laughter alongside him. This guy had originally come out to patrol, but never expected to encounter Bai Lu here. What was even more important was that she was carrying the female infant who possessed the Great Ascension Ultimate Spiritual Tao Body. Alright, this unexpected fortune had finally fallen into his hands. Chapter 116, Bai Lu wants to die together. After Bai Yu was mocked by so many people, her face immediately showed a look of shame and anger, and she shouted, "Dog villain, you want to die?" With that, Bai Yu wanted to rush forward and slaughter the 2-headed snake. But at this moment, Bai Lu stopped her with a grip. Bai Yu turned her head to look at Bai Lu. She saw Bai Lu lower her head and gently caress her daughter, who was still wailing. Then she handed her daughter over to Bai Yu. Bai Yu instinctively took her in her arms and said, "Sister?" Bai Lu turned her head and looked again at a few Bai family children peeking from the carriage, and then she said to Bai Yu, "I will hold these rebels back. You take these children and leave quickly." Upon hearing these words, Bai Yu's pupils shrank slightly. She shook her head hurriedly. "No, it won't do. If anyone is going to leave, it'll be you guys. I'll cover the retreat." But Bai Lu rebutted, "Your strength can only hold off how many people? And for how long? If you cover the retreat, we all will not escape." Bai Lu's words were not nice to hear, even had a targeted feeling. To Bai Yu's ears, it sounded like she was complaining about her being too weak. But Bai Yu knew very well that Bai Lu actually cared for her good, wanting her and these children to live. At this time, the 2-headed snake chuckled heinously. "Beauty, do you really think you can hold us all here? It's not what I say, but your little strength is truly inadequate." As he spoke, the 2-headed snake moved closer to Bai Lu and others, and the rebels surrounding them also kept shrinking the encirclement. After seeing this, Bai Lu et al.'s faces became incredibly grim. Then Bai Lu also stepped forward and told Bai Yu, "After reaching Black Tortoise Mountain, tell Yi Kanglin for me. His daughter, our Bai family has kept her safe. If he still has a bit of conscience, one day he should take revenge for our Bai family." Seeing this, Bai Yu called out, "Sister." But Bai Lu gave her an intense glare and scolded, "Get lost." At this point, Bai Yu finally did not insist anymore. She hugged the baby girl and got on the horse cart, then spurred the horses intending to directly charge out. And the 2-headed snake, upon seeing this, scolded, "Attack. Stop that dirty whore." Immediately, many god-demon ancient sect rebels present tried to stop the cart. But at this time, Bai Lu formed hand seals with both hands, silently chanting a complex incantation. Simultaneously, the enormous spiritual power inside her body diffused outward at an astonishing speed. In an instant, Bai Lu's figure levitated into the air, beneath her feet spreading a pattern resembling snowflakes. The patterns quickly expanded. All the rebels caught within the spell formation suddenly felt a formidable pressure assault. Puff. Within this breath, 2 or 3 weaker rebels spat blood on the spot, and their motions to stop Bai Yu froze in place. After seeing this, Bai Yu's eyes immediately reddened. As a member of the Bai family, she naturally knew what Bai Lu's skill was. It was the Bai family's secret art, Endless Domain. Through consuming her own life essence, she could thereby restrict all heretics within a 1,000-meter radius. Bai Lu was using this secret technique to forcibly delay the movements of over 600 rebels on site, preventing them from forming effective obstruction. However, such a secret art would not last for long. Otherwise, Bai Yu could have entirely slaughtered the opposing crowd while Bai Lu controlled the rebels. Unfortunately, her strength was too weak. She could not possibly kill 600 rebels in a short period, let alone just half of them. The remaining half would surely be more than what Bai Lu could handle. When the restriction effect of Endless Domain disappeared, Bai Yu would undoubtedly die. After thinking this, Bai Yu's eyes welled up with tears as she urged the horse cart to run faster. Simultaneously, she split several rebel soldiers obstructing her path with a single sword stroke. Yet, these rebels were merely action ally hindered, not completely immobilized. Some stronger rebels managed to defend themselves against Bai Yu's sword strike and retaliate. This demonstrated just how terrifying the skills of these rebels were. Bai Yu realized even more clearly how insignificant her strength was. Soon, under the urging of the horse, Bai Yu quickly broke through the encirclement of the rebels. As she left, she couldn't help but look back at Bai Lu heavily surrounded by the rebels. At this time, Bai Yu involuntarily recalled a figure. Tears welled up in her eyes as she muttered, "If Yi Kanglin were here, he wouldn't even need sister to use the secret art. He could have annihilated all these rebels." After saying that, she continued urging the horse on for a faster escape. In her arms, Bai Lu's daughter cried louder. It seemed as if the little girl could clearly sense her mother's life force rapidly slipping away. That deep, bloodline connection made this small child cry harder out of unbearable distress. Amidst the battlefield, Bai Lu watched Bai Yu gradually disappear into the distance and revealed a look of relief on her face. She followed up with words. Yi Kanglin, perhaps I can no longer accompany you in the future. I hope you take good care of our daughter and don't let her worry about you any longer. As she spoke, Bai Lu's complexion visibly became deathly pale while her lifespan was diminishing at an alarming rate. Within moments, nearly 100 years of life had been consumed, and the god-demon ancient sect rebels, who had been restrained, started to howl madly. Their screams were like those of wild beasts, filled with frenzy. Especially the general, the two-headed snake, bellowed, "You filthy woman, I'll slaughter your entire family." Ah! As he yelled, the 600-plus rebels exploded with brute strength. With such monstrous strength, they managed to weaken the binding power of the endless domain bit by bit. At this moment, Bai Lu also spat out a mouthful of thick blood. The rebels of the god-demon ancient sect belonged to the Xian rank soldier class. 100 Xian rank soldiers could counteract the attack of a single Lingfire realm expert. 200 Xian rank soldiers could hold their own against a Lingfire realm expert. 300 Xian rank soldiers could make a Lingfire realm expert feel threatened. 400 Xian rank soldiers possessed the ability to slay a Lingfire realm expert. At the scene, there were exactly 600 Xian rank soldiers present. For Bai Lu, a newly recovered Lingfire realm cultivator after childbirth, it was already astonishing to restrain all 600 people with her soul might. However, even using her lifespan to make up for insufficient spirit energy, the effect could not last for long. Ultimately, when Bai Yu and others had fully fled, the formation of Bai Lu's endless domain crumbled spectacularly. It shattered apart just like broken glass. Following this, Bai Lu collapsed helplessly onto the ground, with streams of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. And the god-demon ancient sect rebels who had been restrained by her, now freed, glared ferociously at Bai Lu sprawled helplessly on the ground. They then rushed toward Bai Lu like ravenous wolves. Seeing this, Bai Lu gently closed her eyes. Perhaps, dying in one's homeland is also quite a worthy end. Chapter 117. Xiuxian saves the day. However, just as these rebels approached Bai Lu within half a meter, suddenly a small lotus bud descended from the sky. Then, the bud hovered above Bai Lu's head and slowly began to bloom. Swish! The blooming bud exploded like a hand grenade, instantly releasing a dazzling light wheel. This sight immediately caused the rebels near Bai Lu to close their eyes, too frightened to look directly at it. Afterward, a powerful repelling force surged out. Boom! Within a 10-meter radius centered on Bai Lu, all the rebels were thrown back by this forceful repulsion, colliding with rocks or trees along the edges. Due to their astonishing backward speed, reaching up to 100 meters per second, most of them were crushed into meat paste upon hitting the rocks. Even those luckier ones who hit trees instead of rocks had their bodies shattered by the powerful repulsion. The trees snapped at waist level, leaving them paralyzed and unable to move. In contrast, Bai Lu, at the center of the blossoming flower, remained seated quietly, as if completely unaffected. Seeing this, Bai Lu was utterly confused, not knowing what had happened. Even the rebel general Xuanhuan, upon witnessing this, became infuriated and shouted aloud, "Who's there? Who's behind this?" Its eyes, with snake-patterned pupils, could perceive the spiritual energy fluctuations within the lotus bud. Therefore, it understood that someone was deliberately preventing them from approaching Bai Lu. At that moment, an alluring voice rang out above Xuanhuan's head. A group of men bullying an unarmed woman. How do you even have the face to exist in this world? Upon hearing the voice, Xuanhuan looked up abruptly and instantly spotted a golden-winged black eagle hovering midair. No, more precisely, a figure standing on the back of the eagle. That person was none other than Xiuxian. Her eyes burned fiercely with deep murderous intent. At this point, Bai Lu also saw Xiuxian and gasped in surprise. "Xiuxian." Xiuxian skillfully guided the black eagle down, landing beside Bai Lu. She helped her up gently and asked softly, "Auntie, are you okay? Are you injured?" Bai Lu wiped away the blood traces at the corner of her mouth, enduring the intense pain in her body, and said, "I'm fine, but why are you here?" Xiuxian chuckled lightly and replied, "Xianxia, that bastard, was worried about your safety and the child's, so he sent me first." She then cast her gaze towards the more than 500 gathered rebels once again. Just moments ago, Xiuxian's lotus bud technique had killed many of them, reducing the number of remaining rebels to over 570. Thereupon, Xiuxian declared loudly, "Xianxia has already gathered an army of 100,000 en route here, estimated to arrive in about an hour. At that time, the danger surrounding Shazhou City will be completely eliminated." Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's face showed incredulity mixed with joy as she exclaimed, "Xianxia is coming to rescue us? And he brought an army of 100,000 soldiers?" Xiuxian nodded slightly and responded, "When his army arrives, all the rebels here will die." This announcement made all the encircling rebels reveal varying degrees of fear. Subsequently, they turned their gazes sharply toward Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan roared outright, "You son of a bitch! Xianxia, that scoundrel, has already been surrounded by our master in the Wuyuan Mountains. He must have been flayed alive by now. How can he possibly show up so soon? Moreover, even if he isn't dead, he should have hidden long ago. Where would there be such an army?" As Xuanhuan spoke, it drew its double-edged curved blade, pointing it at Xiuxian while sneering. You foul wench. If you haven't woken up yet, I'll make sure you never do. With the end of Xuanhuan's words, the on-site rebels numbering over 500 also brandished their curved swords and began shouting excitedly. Instinctively, Xiuxian shielded Bai Lu behind herself, continuing to say, Auntie, get on the Black Eagle immediately. Hearing this, Bai Lu looked at the nearby Black Eagle, didn't hesitate much, and leapt onto its back. Then, she said to Xiuxian, Xingyan, get up here too. When Xiuxian saw so many rebel soldiers with a large number of bows preparing to shoot the Black Eagle, she said indifferently, just wait a moment. I'll be there soon. As she spoke, one of her fingers tapped on her storage ring, and with a strong pull, several dozen fist-sized flower buds immediately flew out from the ring. Upon seeing those flower buds, quite a few rebels instinctively stopped in their tracks, too afraid to approach any further. The explosion caused by the previous flower buds still left them trembling with fear, thus naturally none dared to recklessly advance. Then something even more terrifying happened. From Xiuxian's storage ring, more flower buds continuously emerged, and soon over 100 of these buds were circling around Xiuxian. Even she was visibly shaken by this sight, instinctively stepping backward. At that moment, Xiuxian let out a soft laugh, saying, I've wanted to try the power of this move for a very long time. Unfortunately, I couldn't find the right people to test it. Today it's perfect. I can use you all as subjects to see how powerful this move really is. With these words, Xiuxian formed an intricate hand seal and then clasped her hands together, muttering softly, scatter. Upon hearing her command, the more than 100 flower buds dispersed in all directions. This scene sent the gathered rebels screaming in panic. Even she collapsed in fear, shouting, Crazy woman, what are you planning to do? Xiuxian then jumped onto the back of the Black Eagle, giving a flying kiss with a grin, and said playfully, What? Sending you guys to hell, of course. As she spoke, Xiuxian raised a finger, snapped it, and calmly declared, Divine Dance. Explode. Her words barely finished when all the hundreds of flower buds, scattered across the battlefield, simultaneously burst into dazzling light and detonated. Boom, boom, boom. In a flash, the 570 rebel soldiers from the Divine Ancient Sect were engulfed in the massive explosion. When the explosive smoke swirled upwards, a shadow quickly darted away. It was none other than the Black Eagle carrying Xiuxian and Bai Lu flying up to a height of hundreds of meters. Only at this point could the two women consider themselves truly safe. Although Xiuxian had been calm throughout, inwardly she knew very well that if she hadn't thrown out all the lotus buds she had stored for more than a decade and wiped out those rebels, it would have been difficult for her to rescue Bai Lu. At this moment, Bai Lu spoke gently. Xingyan, thank you. Xiuxian smiled faintly again and said, Auntie, why are you being so polite now? Don't you remember when I was locked in the cold palace? You used to visit me frequently. At that time, you always called me Strawberry Blonde, and within a few years, we became distant. How come? Hearing this, Bai Lu also reminisced about the time spent with Xiuxian alone. Back then, Bai Lu had been under orders from Wu Tian to monitor Xiuxian. Her primary task was to observe every move Xiuxian made while imprisoned in the cold palace, document it meticulously, and report back to Wu Tian. However, over time, as Bai Lu spent more time with Xiuxian, a bond of genuine affection developed between them. If Xiuxian ever found out that Bai Lu had actually been a spy during those times, one wonders how she would view Bai Lu then. Chapter 118. Another 2,000 plus rebels have arrived. Bai Lu was about to speak, but before she could utter a word, her internal organs churned violently. Suddenly, Bai Lu started coughing violently, and then spat out thick blood. Xiuxian saw this and exclaimed in shock, Auntie, what's wrong with you? Where are you injured? Bai Lu's face was deathly pale at this moment. Her breaths also became very weak, but she still shook her head forcefully. I'm fine. She pointed in a direction as she spoke. We should go there first. Xiaoyu and those few children might still be in danger. We have to take them along with us. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian was momentarily stunned and said subconsciously, Children? What children? Didn't you escape alone? Bai Lu shook her head, and then briefly recounted how Shazhou City was about to fall, and the clan master by Jianshan had sent her along with a few other children away. Hearing this, Xiuxian glanced down at the positioning compass in her hands and said, But there's no indication on mine of any other by family members' spiritual energy fluctuations nearby? The positioning compass in Xiuxian's hands was given to her by Yichanglan during the Black Gui Mountains. By infusing the imprints of other cultivators' techniques into it, one could use these imprints to locate others. After detaching from Yichanglan's flying army, Xiuxian took this compass out and transferred all the imprints from her communication jade disc onto this compass, successfully finding Bai Lu's position. However, Bai Lu now claimed that Bai Yu and a few more Bai family children were also here, which puzzled her. Why didn't her positioning compass react? At that moment, Bai Lu said, When the God Demon Sect attacked Shazhou City, they deployed many magical artifacts around our area. Probably these artifacts disrupted our communication tools, causing your device to malfunction. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian suddenly understood. No wonder White family hadn't replied to any messages when she tried earlier. It was due to this reason. At that point, Xiuxian directed the Xian Eagle Beast toward the direction Bai Lu pointed at, saying, Since the positioning compass is no longer reliable, we'll just have to search visually. Bai Lu softly hummed in agreement, her gaze similarly sweeping over the surroundings below. Soon, the two women found Bai Yu and 3 other children hiding in a narrow cave entrance. Had it not been for the extraordinary vision of the Xian Eagle Beast, they probably wouldn't have been able to find them. At that moment, Baiyu, hidden inside the cave, upon seeing Bai Lu, immediately stepped out excitedly exclaiming, "Sister!" Yu Qingyan brought the Xian eagle beast down at that time. Upon seeing Baiyu and the infant she cradled in her arms, as well as the other 3 young children safe, she slightly let out a sigh of relief. Then she asked curiously, "Why are there just a few of you? Where are the others?" Upon seeing Yu Qingyan, Baiyu instinctively bowed in respect and greeted, "Pay homage to the Holy Maiden Lord." In reply to the Holy Maiden Lord's question, "There are only 5 of us altogether." Yu Qingyan was surprised and asked again, "Just the 5 of you? 1 woman, an infant, 3 children? Isn't it true, the Bai family sent just the few of you out?" At this moment, Bai Lu explained, "We came out in batches. The other groups of children have already escaped, and we are likely the last batch to escape." Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyan comprehended and responded, "All right, follow me. I will bring you to Yi Changlan's side. Once there, you will be safe." However, Baiyu looked at the Xian eagle beast and hesitated, saying, "Holy Maiden Lord, can your flying beast carry all of us?" Although the Xian eagle beast was over 3 meters long, they had quite a number of people. Counting Baiyu, there were 3 adults, 3 children, and a baby in swaddling clothes. As such, it was unclear if the Xian eagle beast could actually carry everyone. At that point, Yu Qingyan also looked doubtfully at the Xian eagle beast, and a bit regretful appeared in her mind. If she had known earlier, she would have asked Yi Changlan to dispatch a golden crow beast instead. The size of the golden crow beast was sufficiently large to transport 20 adults in one go without any problem. Then Yu Qingyan went near the Xian eagle beast and asked, "Xiaojin, can we bring everyone at once?" The Xian eagle beast, extremely intelligent, scanned the crowd present, nodded its head, and let out cries, indicating that there was no issue. Seeing this, Yu Qingyan excitedly said to Baiyu and others, "Xiaojin says we can do it, so get on." As she spoke, Yu Qingyan picked up one of the children and sat on the back of the Xian eagle beast first, then she herself climbed onto it. Next, Bai Lu held her daughter, Bai Xingyuan, and sat on the Xian eagle beast as well. The little girl seemed to sense her mother's presence and immediately giggled happily. Bai Lu also smiled softly and kissed her daughter's cheek. Meanwhile, Baiyu carried 2 young children in each hand and jumped onto the back of the Xian eagle beast to sit down. This caused the body of the Xian eagle beast to dip slightly. Evidently, carrying so many people at once was a bit of a strain for the Xian eagle beast. Yu Qingyan worriedly asked, "Xiaojin, are you really okay with this?" The Xian eagle beast let out a cry, indicating that it was fine, and attempted to spread its wings to take off. However, just then, a thunderous roar sounded. Everyone stopped right there. At the moment the roar rang out, Yu Qingyan and Bai Lu, along with the other women, were startled. They looked toward the direction the voice had come from, and saw an old man riding a dragon colt, leading nearly 2,000 cavalrymen, charging their way. By the old man's side was the 2-headed snake. The 2-headed snake, having already lost 1 head after being struck by Yu Qingyan's divine dance earlier, was now screaming in anger. It pointed at Yu Qingyan and the others and said, "Deputy Commander, it's them. They have the great supreme spiritually gifted infant the Pope desires." Upon hearing this, the old man grabbed a sharp spiral-bladed curved knife and hurled it toward the Xian eagle beast. "You will all stay put." As soon as the spiral-bladed curved knife was thrown, it began spinning rapidly and shot straight toward the neck of the Xian eagle beast. Clearly, the old man intended to kill the Xian eagle beast first so that the other women couldn't escape. When Yu Qingyan saw the approaching group of over 2,000 men, her face paled. She urgently urged the Xian eagle beast, "Xiaojin, take off quickly. I'll block that attack for you." The wings of the Xian eagle beast had already spread wide, and with a powerful flap, it managed to fly into the air. However, perhaps due to the heavy load, its body swayed unsteadily during the initial ascent, almost tipping over completely. Fortunately, it adjusted its angle in time, avoiding tragedy. Then it flapped its wings vigorously and rose swiftly into the sky. At the same moment, the old man's spiral flying blade arrived silently. Yu Qingyan lifted her hand, forming a mystical seal before flicking it forward. Brush. A lotus shield instantly formed in front of her, blocking the attack. Clang. Thud. When the spiral flying blade struck the lotus shield, it was like hitting metal, eliciting sparks as it recoiled backward. By this time, the Xian eagle beast had successfully taken off, flying towards the direction where Yi Changlan was. Seeing this, the old man said to his followers, "That Xian eagle beast is overloaded and can't fly fast or high. Everyone follow me and chase them down. Bring them down." With that, the old man took the lead and charged in the direction of the Xian eagle beast. The other 2,000+ rebels roared in agreement and followed behind him, chasing after the Xian eagle beast. Chapter 119. Yi Changlan arrives at the battlefield. The truth was exactly as the elder had said. The Xian eagle beast's weight load was too heavy to fly very high, and it couldn't fly very fast either. The rebels of the divine demonic ancient sect channeled their own spiritual power into the bodies of their dragon cult beasts, thus stimulating the ancient dragon bloodline within them. As a result, the dragon cult beasts could unleash more than 3 times their usual speed, successfully matching the flying speed of the Xian eagle beast. However, the cost of stimulating this ancient dragon bloodline meant that all these dragon cult beasts would die by the next day. Once the speeds of the troops in the air and on the ground reached a delicate balance, the elder said again, "Use black devil fire guns. Take down that dead bird for me. Artillery team, bring out the sky-shattering cannons. Aim them at that dead bird too, but don't kill it. His Holiness has instructed us The female infant with the great supreme spirit Tao body must remain alive. After his words, many responded affirmatively with respectful salutes. They drew their black devil fire guns and aimed them at the Xian eagle beast flying above. Another group retrieved enormous cannons, each as thick as a human thigh, also aiming towards the Xian eagle beast. The so-called sky-shattering cannon was not originally a lethal weapon. It already existed among the common folk. Its function was similar to firing fireworks or signal flares. Later, the high priest of the divine demonic ancient sect improved upon it, turning it into a deadly weapon. Despite this, many issues remained. In terms of power, it fell short compared to the Black Devil cannon, and regarding portability, it couldn't match the Black Devil fire gun. It was considered a quite useless weapon. Yet, even such an inefficient weapon proved suitable for the current situation. As numerous sky-shattering cannons were retrieved, under the rebels' control, they repeatedly fired shells toward the sky. Soon, around the Xian eagle beast, explosions began happening continuously, and with each explosion, dense smoke spread out heavily. After inhaling these fumes, the Xian eagle beast started showing signs of instability. Upon seeing this, Xiuxian quickly covered her nose and mouth while addressing those behind her. The smoke is toxic. Make sure you do not inhale these poisonous gases into your body. Bai Yu and Bai Lu immediately held their breath and shielded the children in their arms from the noxious smoke. Xiuxian looked at the thickening mist and instantly pulled out a lotus-shaped pouch, muttering softly, "Open." At once, the lotus surrounding the Xian eagle beast absorbed all the poison nearby. But by then, the Xian eagle beast had already taken in some toxins, causing its wings to grow weaker, and its speed slowed significantly. Everyone observing became panic-stricken. If it fell now, they might die. Then Bai Yu spoke up, saying, "Mistress, we need to reduce the weight carried by the Xian eagle beast. Otherwise, none of us will escape." Xiuxian turned to face Bai Yu, coldly asking, "What do you intend to do?" Bai Yu replied while glancing downward, "I won't join you in reaching General Yi. Please convey my greetings to him." Saying this, she prepared to jump, thereby reducing the burden on the Xian eagle beast. However, Xiuxian snapped harshly, "Foolish. Do you think yourself clever?" This startled Bai Yu, who met Xiuxian's eyes only to find her glaring furiously back, stating firmly, "Listen well. I have promised Yi Changwan. Every person saved today will live without exception." With that, Xiuxian gazed further into the distant sky and continued, "Currently, Yi Changwan is making his way toward our location. In a little time, we should meet up. So, no one is allowed to die." Hearing this, Bai Yu still wanted to say something, but below them, the 2,000 rebel troops of the divine demonic ancient sect, witnessing this scene, excitedly howled and roared with delight. Especially the elder, who shouted ecstatically, "You bitches, stay for old man here." As he spoke, the elder leapt upward in an instant, ascending over 100 meters into the air, directly where the Xian eagle beast hovered. This sudden action terrified the three girls atop the Xian eagle beast. The elder burst into laughter, brandishing his spiraled scimitar in a straight strike aimed right at them. Xiuxian also sprang forward at that moment, sending a palm strike against the elder's blade. At the exact moment her palm struck out, countless petals swirled around her hand, forming a robust protective barrier. Bang! The impact saw Xiuxian and the elder confront each other head-on. At this moment, Xiuxian instantly felt the formidable spiritual power transmitted from the elder's blade. It felt as if she had collided head-on with a charging rhinoceros. In just one exchange, Xiuxian was thrown flying backward and plummeting straight down. The palm that had clashed with the elder's weapon had its skin cracked, spilling forth thick streams of blood. Just as Xiuxian was about to hit the ground, the Xian eagle beast rushed over and caught her. However, at the very instant the Xian eagle beast descended, the rebel forces from the divine demonic ancient sect seized the opportunity to fire. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, several shells from the heaven-shattering cannons struck directly onto the body of the Xian eagle beast. Feathers were scattered all over in the process. The Xian eagle beast let out a pained cry, its beak spewing blood, with blood streaming down its body. At this sight, Xiuxian, who had already been injured somewhat, shouted in alarm, "Little Jean." After being hit, the Xian eagle beast, after enduring the pain for a while, adjusted its flight angle again despite its wounds and shot skyward once more. But the elder below, upon seeing this, angrily exclaimed, "You filthy bitch, you can't escape." As he spoke, his spiraled scimitar was once again raised high, taking aim at the Xian eagle beast's body before throwing it forcefully. Xiuxian's face immediately paled. This old man was at the peak of the spirit flame realm, and she definitely could not stand against him. Now, with the blade hurtling toward them again, if they were hit this time, they would truly be done for. Sure enough, the next second, the sharp spiraled scimitar pierced straight into the Xian eagle beast's left wing. The sharp blade sank deep into the Xian eagle beast's wing. The Xian eagle beast screamed in pain again. With this strike, it had utterly lost its ability to fly, plummeting straight downward. Seeing this scene, the elder excitedly shouted, "It's falling. Everyone charge. Cut that dead bird to pieces for me." Saying this, over 2,000 rebels from the divine demonic ancient sect surged towards the place where the Xian eagle beast was descending. At the same time, the girls on the back of the Xian eagle beast screamed in terror. However, just as the Xian eagle beast was about to crash into the ground, suddenly, both the elder and everyone present saw a monstrous flying beast appear, much larger than the Xian eagle beast. It caught the falling Xian eagle beast midair and soared back up into the sky carrying it. This sight instantly made the elder panic-stricken. Looking at the massive creature nearly 20 meters long, his face changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "Golden Crow King!" At the same time, an enormous fleet of flying beasts appeared in the distant sky, seemingly out of nowhere. On the saddles of these flying beasts rode an army fully armed, consisting of 100,000 soldiers, looking down at the 2,000 ants below. For a moment, all the rebels were completely stunned, including the elder and the double-headed snake. Only now did they realize that, in pursuit of the Xian eagle beast, they had run a considerable distance away. At this moment, atop the Golden Crow King's head, the elder saw his lifelong nightmare. Panic filled his voice as he cried, "Xianxia!" Indeed, standing atop the head of the Golden Crow King was none other than Xianxia. Right now, his eyes blazed with fury, locked onto the elder, the double-headed snake, and those 2,000 pitiful insects below. Chapter 120. Why are you so late? Kanglin responded in a tone devoid of any emotion. "No one shall be spared. Kill them all." With these words, the flying Golden Crow beast army hovering in the sky let out a chorus of bird calls, and then items resembling mortar bombs were hurled down. The elder on the ground and those with the two-headed snake, upon seeing this scene, instantly turned pale. In particular, the elder shouted furiously at the group behind him. "Everyone spread out. Don't gather together. Whoever escapes, escapes. After escaping, immediately report what happened here to Master Wuyuan. Tell him, Kanglin has arrived." However, before the elder's words had even finished, the mortar bombs had already fallen. Boom. A bomb exploded within 3 meters of him, immediately sparking a 3-meter-wide ball of fire. The scorching heat carried a wave of hot air that swept around, instantly burning the faces of the rebel soldiers nearby beyond recognition. The elder was also blown over by the heat wave, falling to the ground, and his clothes caught fire. But before the elder could rise and escape, more mortar bombs fell. Boom, boom, boom. For a time, the area where the rebels of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect were located was subjected to carpet bombing-like devastation. Before many of the rebels had even managed to escape, they were bombed to death by the falling mortar shells, and limbs were scattered all over the ground. The entire scene resembled a living hell. Organs and scattered limbs covered the ground. Some unfortunate souls closer to the explosion epicenter even vaporized on the spot. Yet Kanglin's mortar bombs were no comparison to Yue Qingyan's Divine Lotus Dance packets. His bombs were at least 100 times more powerful, capable of easily penetrating the spiritual energy defenses of an xuanhuan realm cultivator. Even Linghua realm experts would have to avoid these terrifying bombs. Within moments, more than 2,000 rebels were virtually annihilated. The 10,000 Inhu army mounted on the Jinwu beast did not even participate in the fight. At that moment, Kanglin ordered some soldiers to check for survivors. If there were any, they were to be immediately dispatched with follow-up attacks to ensure everyone was dead. Meanwhile, Kanglin returned to the saddle of the Golden Crow King beast. The medical troops he had stationed here were now treating Yue Qingyan, Bailu, and others, including the golden-winged Xian eagle beast, which also received treatment. Kanglin looked around the scene and first approached Yue Qingyan, asking worriedly, "Qingyan, how are you?" Yue Qingyan was breathing heavily but quickly glanced towards Bailu who lay unconscious nearby, saying, "I'm fine, but Aunt Bailu sustained serious injuries. Please go check on her quickly." Hearing this, Kanglin's gaze shifted to Bailu, and he said to Yue Qingyan, "Then rest well. I'll check on her first." He then turned to the female doctor tending to Yue Qingyan and sternly commanded, "Take good care of her. If anything happens to her, I'll hold you responsible." The female doctor nodded forcefully to indicate she understood. Subsequently, Kanglin moved to Bailu's side. The next second, his pupils constricted sharply, for he noticed that Bailu's hair was turning white rapidly, visibly to the naked eye. Her skin was aging swiftly as well, and her aura was weakening significantly. It seemed as though her breathing might stop at any moment. Yet Kanglin hurried to Bailu's side, looking at her attending physician anxiously, asking, "What's wrong? Why is she like this?" The doctor immediately knelt down, panic-stricken, replying, "My lord, it seems this young lady activated a secret art that consumed her life essence, resulting in severe damage to her foundation. From now on, she probably will never be able to cultivate again. Moreover, her life force flow has completely gone out of control. For every second that passes, she ages a year." Upon hearing this, Kanglin was dumbfounded. Immediately, he gently lifted Bailu up and watched her face aging rapidly while trying to think of ways to help. After a moment, he took out several bottles of medicine and longevity fruit wine from his storage ring. Gently shaking Bailu's body, he spoke softly, "Bailu, Bailu, wake up." Bailu slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the figure before her was Kanglin, her expression first flickered with shock, subconsciously wondering if she'd mistaken what she saw. But after confirming it was truly Kanglin's face, her shocked expression turned into anger, then shifted to sadness and pain. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out, her voice trembling. "Why are you so late? Do you even know that I and Xinyuan almost died at the hands of those bastards?" As she spoke, she raised one hand and forcefully pounded it on Kanglin's chest, sobbing and cursing. "I thought you no longer cared about us, you bastard." Seeing this, Kanglin instinctively hugged Bailu tightly in his arms, guilt filling his eyes. He should have foreseen that Xiaozhou City would be attacked by the Divine Demon Ancient Sect rebels. He should have also anticipated that Bailu and his daughter might be harmed. But he had wasted so much time fighting with that bastard in the Black Kanglin mountain range. If only he had summoned his 10,000-strong army first and immediately rushed to support Xiaozhou City, then perhaps none of the tragedies here would have happened. With these thoughts, Kanglin picked up a small medicine bottle, opened the cork, and said to Bai Lu, "Here, take the medicine first. Let me heal your wounds. After healing you, we will go back together to save Xiaozhou City." Bai Lu gradually calmed down from her sobbing. Seeing the liquid medicine Kanglin held to her mouth, she obediently opened her mouth and swallowed it. As soon as the medicine entered her body, she could clearly feel it dissolve quickly and turn into a warm stream spreading through her limbs and bones. The sensation was extremely comfortable. In no time, Bai Lu felt the intense pain in her body easing, even becoming completely bearable. At the same time, her damaged foundation was effectively restored. After finishing all the doses of medicine, Kanglin passed her a jar of longevity fruit wine, urging her to drink it. Due to using the Bai family's secret art, Infinite Realm, Bai Lu's lifespan had been drastically reduced within a short time to less than 1 day remaining. By having her drink the longevity fruit wine, he aimed to control the rapid loss of her lifespan to a great extent. Indeed, after drinking the longevity fruit wine, her white hair quickly fell out, replaced instantly by black locks. Moreover, the aged skin on her face reverted to youthful smoothness, appearing exceptionally soft and elastic. In just moments, after emptying the whole bottle of longevity fruit wine, Bai Lu's lifespan rebounded to 305 years. That was nearly 100 years more than her original life expectancy of 213 years. And as Bai Lu gradually recovered from her painful state, she softly stood up and turned her gaze toward xiuxian. Seeing a physician treating the wound on xiuxian's palm, she hurried over and gently asked, "Xingyan, how are you feeling? Does your hand still hurt?" Xiuxian looked down at her hand and shook her head to indicate that it no longer hurt, though her expression betrayed a hint of dejection. Evidently, she was deeply affected by what had transpired earlier. As the esteemed Saint Maiden of the Lingxi Sect, facing an old man from the rebel forces had resulted in her being defeated with just one stroke. This had left her deeply disheartened. Seeing that there appeared to be no serious issues, Bai Lu turned her attention to Bai Lu Xuanhuan instead. Xuan was still in the arms of a female doctor, seemingly asleep. Bai Lu approached immediately, saying to the doctor, "Let me hold her, you can rest for a bit." The female doctor did not refuse and handed the child back to Bai Lu. After taking her daughter, Bai Lu felt a sense of comfort. Glancing at Kanglin now examining the injured Xian eagle beast, curiosity prompted her to ask, "This Xian eagle beast has really made a great contribution today. Without it, I fear none of us would have survived." While applying medicine to the wounded wing of the Xian eagle beast, Kanglin replied, "This much is clear indeed." Lifting her eyes toward the Jinwu beast army outside the window, Bai Lu remarked, "By the way, I remember that the Lingxi Sect didn't cultivate Jinwu beasts, right? So why are there so many here?" Kanglin smiled. After finishing the treatment of the Xian eagle beast, he turned his head towards Bai Lu and said, "Because they are my private army." Upon hearing this, Bai Lu first slightly paused, then suddenly reacted, asking in disbelief, "Xiao didn't wrong you back then? You really did privately amass an army with intentions to rebel?" Chapter 121. Yi Changlan will avenge the Bai family for us. Yi Changlan rolled her eyes. What does it mean to have an intention of rebellion? When I was in power, didn't their Yu clan hold every position firmly? Bai Lu felt that way too upon hearing this. She wanted to say something more, but after pondering for a moment, she swallowed her words. Now, Lingxi Sect can barely take care of itself, busy dealing with the rebels from the divine demon ancient sect. If it weren't for the private troops and armies that Yi Changlan had kept hidden, she would really have met her end here today. Thinking of this, Bai Lu sat down at a nearby position with her child in her arms, gazing at the sleeping infant in her embrace before saying to Yi Changlan, "Yi Changlan, didn't you ask me before whether I still believe that Xiao could become a wise ruler?" Yi Changlan packed away various medicines and instruments used for healing and said, "Remember? At the time, didn't you say that Xiao needed some time to grow? Once she grows up, she will become a great monarch." Then he looked at Bai Lu and asked, "Why do you suddenly bring this up?" Bai Lu smirked slightly and turned her head to look at the early morning sunlight outside the window, then said, "To be honest, compared to Xiao, I think you are more suited to be a king." Upon hearing these words, Yu Qingyan, who was sitting not far away, suddenly raised her head. She took a deep look at Bai Lu, then glanced at Yi Changlan, revealing an expression of wanting to say something, but ultimately remaining silent. Yi Changlan, on the other hand, merely smiled without responding, also finding a spot to sit. He glanced again at the scenery outside the window, beginning to estimate the distance to Zhoushan City. It's estimated that they would arrive there soon. Zhoushan City, Inner District, Gate Area. After a night of bloody fighting, the gate of the Inner District was finally captured by the 10,000-strong army of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. At this moment, all members of the Bai family clan were gathered in the central square of the Inner District. Among them was Bai Xiuxian, the patriarch of the Bai family clan. His body was bound with ropes that suppressed spiritual energy, leaving him almost powerless like an ordinary person, completely unable to resist. Sitting majestically on a throne, the commander of the rebel army, Wu Sijian, listened grimly to his subordinate's report. After listening, Wu Sijian angrily stood up, slapping his subordinate across the face, and shouted, "Are you all useless? You couldn't even find a baby. Is it for nothing that our divine demon sect feeds you all?" The subordinate immediately knelt down and kowtowed desperately, saying, "Lord Abbot, we've already turned the entire mansion of the city lord, as well as the whole of Zhoushan City upside down, but we truly couldn't find that girl baby with the great multiplication supreme spiritual constitution." Wu Sijian furiously kicked the man away and then looked towards Bai Xiuxian. approaching him right away and grabbing his collar while coldly demanding, "Where's that baby girl? Where have you hidden her?" Seeing Wu Sujian so enraged, Bai Jiexian burst into laughter. "Would I be foolish enough to hide my granddaughter inside the city?" Hearing these words, Wu Sujian's mind went blank, because Bai Jiexian's words clearly indicated that the girl baby with the great multiplication supreme spiritual constitution had been sent out. Thus, wasn't this mission of Wu Sujian's assault on Zhoushan City directly declared a failure? Realizing this, Wu Sujian completely lost control. He grabbed Bai Jiexian's collar with both hands, roaring wildly, his eyes bloodshot. "You motherfucker! I've placed countless guards and patrol teams within 10 miles around Zhoushan City. How could you possibly transfer her out? Tell me, where exactly have you hidden her?" Bai Jiexian continued to look at him with a derisive gaze, chuckling, "Whether or not you believe is up to you. And if you stubbornly refuse to believe, then there's nothing I can do." Seeing Bai Jiexian's fearless attitude, Wu Sujian grinned wickedly. All right. Let's see whether your mouth or my knife is harder." Speaking, Wu Sujian instructed one of his subordinates, "Bring over all his immediate family members." That subordinate quickly turned around to carry out the order. In no time, several of Bai Jiexian's sons were escorted up by some rebel guards. Those young men immediately roared indignantly, "You bastards, release your grandpa, and see how I'll rip you apart alive." Bai Hao cursed Fug Ly, but at this moment, a rebel directly kicked him in the stomach, instantly causing his face to turn red with pain. He could even breathe only with great difficulty. Seeing this, Bai Jiexian immediately became furious, shouting out loud, "Bai Hao!" Hearing his father's voice, Bai Hao looked up and said upon seeing his father bound the same way, "Dad, are you okay? Haven't they hurt you?" Before Bai Jiexian could respond, Wu Sujian walked over. He grabbed Bai Hao by the hair and grinned evilly. "Your dad is fine, but you might not be." Upon hearing these words, Bai Hao's complexion changed slightly. Glancing at the long sword in Wu Sujian's hand, he panicked and asked, "What are you going to do?" At this point, Bai Jiexian also grew alarmed and shouted at Wu Sujian, "Wu Sujian, if you dare touch a single hair of my son, I will haunt you as a ghost forever." With an evil grin, Wu Sujian turned his head toward Bai Jiexian and said, "Starting from now on, for every second that passes without you telling me the location of the girl baby, I will cut off a piece of flesh from this guy. I'll keep cutting until he dies. Of course, if you still refuse to speak, then I'll move on to the next person." As he spoke, Wu Sujian glanced around at Bai Jiexian's children, concubines, brothers, and elders before laughing coldly. "Anyway, there are plenty of people here. I'll kill them one by one slowly until you talk." Seeing this, Bai Jiexian's eyes turned bloodshot, and he spat bitterly. "Wu Sujian, may you rot in hell." With a grotesque expression, Wu Sujian roared furiously. "Whether or not I have a good death has nothing to do with you. Tell me where the girl is right now. Otherwise, I'll kill him immediately." As he spoke, Wu Sujian pressed the blade against Bai Hao's body. Seeing this scene, Bai Jiexian was filled with anguish. But Bai Hao suddenly opened his mouth first, saying, "If you want my grandfather's life, go ahead. But let me warn you all. When xianxuan arrives, don't come crying to us for mercy." After these words, Wu Sujian gave Bai Hao a blank look, seeing how his emotions had shifted from earlier excitement to outright scorn. Then he coldly said, "What did you say? Who is coming?" "Xianxuan." Bai Hao raised his chin proudly and declared aloud, "Let me tell you frankly, I've already received news that Xianxuan is on his way here. Not only that, he's bringing 10,000. No, 20,000 troops. Exactly 20,000 strong. Although the number is small, with his tactical prowess, it's more than enough to slaughter all of you useless fools." After hearing these words, most of the rebels present displayed expressions of terror. Naturally, only those who had dealt with Xianxuan before showed such fear. As for the newly possessed recruits controlled by heavenly demon souls, they showed no reaction whatsoever. Perhaps, they didn't even know who Xianxuan was. When Wu Sujian heard Bai Hao's words, his expression visibly twitched. He stared hard at the little fatty and demanded, "How do you know that Xianxuan is coming? Who told you?" Bai Hao merely sneered and remained silent. Actually, he had no idea whether Xianxuan would really show up. All those words were simply fabricated to scare these bastards. At the moment, his younger sister Bai Lu had already been taken to safety. With her personality, she would surely bring reinforcements back without hesitation. Therefore, Bai Hao's task now was to stall these rebels for as long as possible. Once Bai Lu returned with the reinforcements, they'd be saved. Who exactly would come, and when they'd arrive, however, Bai Hao knew nothing about. Wu Sujian grew irritated when Bai Hao refused to answer, grabbing his hair again and yelling loudly, "I'm asking you a question. Who told you? And how does this person know that Xianxuan is coming to rescue you?" Feeling intense pain in his scalp, Bai Hao screamed back, "Kill me if you dare, but I won't say a word. When Xianxuan gets here, he'll avenge me anyway. Wu Sujian, I'm telling you, none of us in the Bai family are cowards. You and your rebel cronies will die in the hands of my brother-in-law sooner or later." Upon hearing this, all members of the Bai family began roaring fiercely in response. "That's right, Xianxuan will definitely avenge us. When he comes, none of you will escape alive. Wu Sujian, you bunch of cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. You only attacked us because you thought our Bai family clan was an easy target. If Xianxuan were here, you would have been scared out of your wits and probably wet your pants already. You useless trash, you'll all end up in hell sooner or later." Faced with the endless clamor from countless members of the Bai family, Wu Sujian angrily plunged the long sword in his hand into the ground and roared, "All of you, shut up." At once, everyone at the scene fell silent. Only then did they notice that Wu Suojian's eyes were bloodshot as he glared fiercely at them all. What they didn't know was that Wu Suojian's fear of Xianxia was no less than that of Wu Shan and others. He himself had come close to dying at Xianxia's hands several times. Precisely for this reason, he could not bear hearing anyone say that he feared Xianxia. In his view, it was an unbearable disgrace, an unspeakable insult. Immediately, Wu Suojian distortedly proclaimed, "Listen carefully, you ignorant fools. Today, I, Wu Suojian, will make this clear, whether Xianxia is here or not now. Even if he comes now, I, Wu Suojian, will kill him too. Not only does he bring 20,000 troops, even if he brings 50,000, or even 100,000 troops, I still can annihilate him completely." As he spoke, Wu Suojian raised the long sword and pointed it toward the crowd present, laughing wickedly. "If you don't believe me, wait and see. When you meet him after death, you'll know whether I, Wu Suojian, have the ability to kill him." Chapter 122. The times have changed. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the scene displayed expressions of shock. Some with weaker nerves even opened their mouths wide, looking as if they had seen a ghost. However, Wu Suojian felt a flicker of dark satisfaction upon seeing their reactions. He even thought that his previous words could have been more majestic. It would be even better if he could scare some people into crying. But not long after, Wu Suojian suddenly realized that something seemed to be off, because he noticed that these family members didn't seem to be looking at him at all. Instead, they were staring fixedly above his back. Some family members with smaller courage directly collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Not only the family, but also many soldiers and generals that Wu Suojian brought along all had dumbfounded expressions. Seeing this, an ominous feeling surged within Wu Suojian's heart, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Then, he slowly turned around shakily, gazing behind him. In the distant horizon, a large number of black spots suddenly flew in. These black spots resembled a locust invasion, giving one the impression of a massive, overwhelming force when viewed from afar. After they got closer, Wu Suojian's eyes widened involuntarily because he discovered that those black dots were actually enormous flying magical beasts. Wu Suojian was dumbstruck, muttering tremulously, "Golden crow beasts." Even more shocking to Wu Suojian was that on the saddles of these golden crow beasts, there were fully armed soldiers riding them. They were coldly scrutinizing the rebels below, as well as the family members and other commoners in Xiaozhou City. At this moment, a shadow standing atop the head of a golden crow king beast called out loudly to Wu Suojian below, "Yo, isn't that Wu Suojian? Haven't seen you in ages. Our last meeting was probably 70 years ago, right? Seeing me doesn't make you happy? Why such an expression? Who else could this speaker be but Yi Kanglin?" And upon recognizing that the person who arrived was indeed Yi Kanglin, Wu Suojian panicked. What the fat little Baihao said was all true. Yi Kanglin really had brought people to reinforce Xiaozhou City. Moreover, the army he brought seemed to exceed 10,000 men. Having understood this, Wu Suojian quickly responded. He immediately roared commands to his many subordinates. Li Kanshan, Gu Chan, lead the cannon squad and open fire on the golden crow beasts in the sky. Aim for their heads. The heads are their weak point. Shi Dance Jiang, Tongue Lizard. Take 2,000 men and capture these family members. Then push them forward as human shields. Long Hao, Big Black Bear. Hide behind those family members and aim your muskets at the armies on the flying beasts. If any of them dare jump down, shoot them immediately. One jumper, one death shot. Sky Master, Bloodbat, lead the other units to set up a lightning induction array. Once Yi Kanglin descends, direct the induction array at him and ensure his quick elimination. Following Wu Suojian's orders, the 8th Division commanders all acknowledged by clasping fists and swiftly mobilized their troops. Their efficiency was extremely high, setting everything up exactly as Wu Suojian requested within moments. They effectively placed the Golden Crow beasts, the Silver Fox Corps, and everyone including Yi Kanglin within the striking range. The next moment, a large number of black magic cannons on the ground fired upwards at the Golden Crow army in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Consecutive cannon blasts instantly thundered throughout the area. This type of black magic cannon that Wu Suojian carried seemed like an enhanced version, capable of firing 10 rounds in a short period. Seen from afar, it looked as though huge Gatling guns spewing long tongues of flame. Within moments, countless fiery balls burst in the sky, hitting several golden crows that couldn't dodge in time, causing them to plummet downwards. Naturally, the Silver Fox Corps soldiers who were riding atop the golden crows also fell. However, when they tried to pull out their spirit weapons and guns to fire at the rebels pushed the family members to the front, preventing the Silver Fox Corps soldiers from shooting easily. On the other hand, the rebel soldiers behind the family members raised their black magic rifles and began shooting towards the falling Silver Fox Corps soldiers from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous gunfire rang out. Those falling Silver Fox Corps soldiers couldn't dodge midair and thus ended up being hit. If it weren't for the armor on their bodies resisting the bullet impacts, they likely would have died on the spot. At this moment, Yi Kanglin, standing on the head of the Golden Crow King Beast, revealed an amused smile after observing the situation. He even nodded in approval and said, 70 years have passed since I last saw you, Wu Suojian. Your command skills have improved significantly. If you had more time to grow, you might truly become a menace. As he spoke, Yi Kanglin let out an evil grin. Wu Suojian caught sight of Yi Kanglin's expression and glared furiously, snarling. Yi Kanglin, times have changed. I'm no longer the weakling you once chased around like a dog. Today, I will kill you with my own hands and wash away the shame from before. With that, Wu Suojin drew a long sword, ready to slay Yi Kanglin personally. But the next second, an explosive roar filled his ears. Startled, Wu Suojin wondered why explosions were happening on the ground when the black magic cannons were aimed at the sky. At this point, Commander Li Kanshan of the 1st Division came over to report. Grandmaster, suddenly a large number of soldiers clad in silver armor have appeared around our black magic cannons. They attacked our troops and wounded many of them. Then they used small barrels of gunpowder to destroy several of the black magic cannons. Upon hearing these words, Wu Suojin was shocked and quickly took out his spyglass to examine the black magic cannon positions in the distance. Sure enough, he saw that a significant number of Silver Fox Corps soldiers had infiltrated the inner city at some point and destroyed those black magic cannons. The Divine Demon Sect soldiers tried to stop the Silver Fox Corps, but were utterly outmatched. Each one of them could fight against 4 or 5 soldiers from the Divine Demon Sect. How could they possibly win this battle? Only now did Wu Suojin finally realize what was happening. Yi Kanglin's appearance in the air was simply meant to draw his attention. Yi Kanglin must have arranged for a large force to sneak into the inner city with the sole purpose of targeting those black magic cannons. As soon as the black magic cannons were mostly destroyed, the pressure on the Golden Crow army in the sky decreased significantly. Chapter 123, The Prohibited Heaven Lightning Array. Then, the people from the Silver Fox Corps on the back of the Jin Wu beast shot out numerous sharp arrows. These arrows had a slower speed than spirit firearms, but they possessed tracking abilities, just like Sidewinder missiles. They directly bypassed the Bai family members in front and struck the rebels behind them. In no time, many members of the Bai family successfully broke free from the rebels' grasp and started fleeing madly towards the outside. Other rebels attempted to recapture them, but at this moment, a large number of the Silver Fox Corps jumped down from the sky, cutting off the rebels from the Bai family. Immediately, the rebels drew their bayonets and black magic firearms, engaging in fierce battle with the Silver Fox Corps blocking their way. However, how could these Xian-level soldiers possibly be a match for D-level soldiers? In an instant, the battlefield situation turned into a one-sided suppression. Many rebel heads were chopped off on the spot, rolling onto the ground. Even though these rebels had extremely strong self-recovery abilities, they still couldn't survive after their heads were cut off. Wu Suojin, upon seeing this, roared at all the army commanders. Don't bother with those Bai family members anymore. Everyone retreats quickly and activates the lightning array. As he spoke, on the battlefield of the inner city, the rebels resisted the Silver Fox Corps' assault while retreating. They then formed a massive ring, protecting Wu Suojin and several key commandants, including Li Kanshan, in the center. 11,000 men created 5 layers of protective fences, which astonishingly succeeded in resisting the Silver Fox Corps' attack. Meanwhile, Wu Suojin, sitting cross-legged in the middle of all the rebels, sat on the ground, drawing seals with his hands. In an instant, a circle of ancient array patterns appeared beneath him, diffusing outward from his center and successfully encompassing all the rebels. Yet Kanglin, in the sky, upon seeing this scene, immediately pulled out his spirit firearm and said to the other Silver Fox Corps soldiers who had not yet jumped down to fight, "We will shoot from above, aiming at Wu Suojin and others. Once they die, the rest of these disorganized masses will pose no threat." As he spoke, Yet Kanglin fired first. Behind him, the other soldiers also opened fire. Subsequently, the sound of consecutive firearm explosions echoed, with dense bullets raining down toward Wu Suojin and the others below. But when the bullets were about to make contact with their bodies, they were blocked by an invisible barrier. Bang bang bang. When the bullets hit that invisible barrier, they deformed rapidly as if they were flattened by a hydraulic press. Not a single damage was done to Wu Suojin and the 8 army commanders below. Seeing this, Yet Kanglin squinted his eyes slightly and murmured softly, "A protective barrier?" At this moment, Wu Suojin, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes and looked at Yet Kanglin in the sky, grinning wickedly as he said, "Yet Kanglin, do you really think I came without any preparation?" Saying this, he suddenly joined his hand seals together and roared lowly, "The prohibited heaven lightning array, activate." Upon hearing this, Yet Kanglin saw the surrounding circle composed of 11,000 people suddenly enveloped by a semicircular blue barrier. Then, a surge of energy shot towards the sky, immediately covering it with thick clouds. Thunder began to roll continuously across the sky. Seen from afar, one could even observe electric serpents coiling around the clouds. Upon witnessing this, Yet Kanglin's pupils shrank sharply. Immediately, he used his mental perception technique to inform every member of the Silver Fox Corps on site. "Everyone, retreat 1,000 steps backwards immediately." As soon as he spoke, the numerous members of the Silver Fox Corps stopped attacking the protective barrier of the rebels and retreated swiftly. Of course, while retreating, they didn't forget to bring along some Bai family members who were running too slowly, allowing them to escape together. With the rapid retreat of the Silver Fox Corps, in the next second, bolts of lightning fell from the sky. These bolts of lightning were akin to bridges connecting heaven and earth, striking directly on the ground and circling outward centered around Wu Suojin and the rebels. Every time the lightning passed, it triggered a series of explosive sounds. What was once a splendid inner city of Xiaozhou became a pile of ruins under the continuous lightning strikes. Some commoners who hadn't managed to flee in time were struck dead by the lightning, creating an utterly tragic scene. As for the Silver Fox Corps who were fleeing outward, they revealed expressions of utmost anger and despair. The speed of the lightning was incredibly fast. With their foot power, it was impossible to escape. They would definitely be caught up by the lightning. However, Just as these members of the Silver Fox Corps were thinking this, they had already retreated 1,000 steps away, as Kanglin had required. And at this moment, the lightning did not continue its pursuit of them, but stayed within its current range, continuously destroying various structures. At this time, Kanglin, standing on the head of the Jin Wu Beast King, upon seeing this scene, coldly snorted once. It was exactly as he had anticipated. The so-called thunder array summoned by Wu Sijin looked extremely terrifying, almost capable of destroying everything tangible. Even a strong individual in the Heavenly Sun realm would be annihilated when facing such an array. But it had a very fatal flaw. Its controllable range was extremely small. Even though Wu Sijin had gathered all the strength of the entire rebel group, amounting to 110,000 people, he could only expand the attack range to a diameter of 1,000 meters centered around himself. Any farther, and Wu Sijin would lose control. And at this moment, Wu Sijin, noticing that Kanglin had retreated so far, gritted his teeth angrily. He began cursing loudly towards Kanglin's direction. Kanglin, you son of a bitch, are you just good at hiding? Have some guts and face me directly. Because of the distance, Kanglin couldn't hear what the guy was saying at all. In the present moment, Kanglin was constantly pondering over how to break through this damned heaven-inducing array. He had encountered the heaven-inducing array of the demon god Ancient Sect in earlier years. The feature of this array was that its destructiveness could increase with the number of participants. Not only was its destructive power potent, but it also formed an electric barrier around the body, protecting itself from being accidentally injured by the lightning. Even the opponent could not breach the defense of this electric barrier. It wasn't exaggerated to say that the heaven-inducing array nearly perfectly combined the strongest defense and the strongest offense into a top-tier formation. More than 200 years ago, Kanglin had experienced the might of this formation under the previous pope of the demon god Ancient Sect, Wuyuan. Back then, Wuyuan had mobilized an army of 70 million people, summoning a divine punishment heaven thunder that obliterated a large city with a population of 1 million. That scene, even after 200 years, still made Kanglin feel somewhat haunted whenever he recalled it. If Wuyuan hadn't been gravely injured back then, rendering him unable to sustain the spiritual energy output of the heaven-inducing array, even Kanglin might have perished. Chapter 124. It's you who lost. As Kanglin thought this through, he once again looked over at Wu Sijin and couldn't help but bitterly smile. This guy is really becoming harder and harder to deal with. This time, there's absolutely no way I can let him leave alive. Saying this, Kanglin began calmly pondering about how he should respond to the cursed thunder attraction formation. However, just as he was thinking, Wu Sijin in the center of the thunder attraction formation along with the other 8 regiment commanders suddenly all floated up. Then, they actually rallied the other 110,000 rebel soldiers slowly advancing toward the direction of Kanglin and his companions. Seeing this, Kanglin's pupils sharply contracted. He exclaimed aloud, "My goodness, could they really play it like this?" Since the actual controlled range of the thunder array was very limited, Kanglin thought that as long as he stayed far enough away, Wu Sijin wouldn't be able to do anything to them. He never expected that this guy would directly have everyone move toward Kanglin's side. Once the control center position changed, then the range the lightning could attack would change accordingly. What was life-threatening was that their movement speed wasn't slow at all, a total of 110,000 people. Yet somehow, they were so coordinated in unison. The regiment under Wu Sijin's control was simply much stronger than the watered-down version from Wushan. At this point, Kanglin closed his mouth tightly and began fiercely thinking about what to do now. Logically speaking, no formation could possibly be completely perfect at 100%. There must be some weaknesses involved. Thus, as long as these weaknesses are found, the formation can be conquered. But the problem was, where were the flaws of the thunder attraction array? Kanglin closed his eyes briefly, reopened them, and quietly unleashed his blood-wheel pupil. In an instant, he saw numerous red energy fluctuations surrounding the massive lightning boundary. Seeing this, Kanglin immediately became excited. Those several red energy focal points should be the array points of the thunder attraction array. Realizing this issue, Kanglin quickly instructed all the soldiers to split into 10 regiments and disperse around 10 different directions near the thunder attraction formation. According to Kanglin's requirements, wherever Wu Sijin controls the thunder attraction array to move, the 10 Silver Fox regiments must follow synchronously. As long as it remains within a certain range, the thunder attraction formation will not harm the Silver Fox regiment. At this moment, Kanglin drew the Xuanhuan Tang knife in his hand and said to the Golden Raven Beast King beneath him, "Old pal, please help me reach the exact center of the thunder attraction array and avoid those lightnings at the same time. Can you do that?" The Golden Raven Beast King made a sound, indicating no problem, and after hearing this, Kanglin smiled and laughed, saying, "That's great, let's go then." After saying this, the Golden Raven Beast King emitted a call, spread its wings, and straightaway flew into the attack range of the thunder attraction array. This caused panic among everyone in the Silver Fox regiment. Far off, Bailu, who was taking care of the Bai family members, and Yu Qingyan also turned pale upon seeing this scene. Yu Qingyan even shouted out loud, "Kanglin!" But at this moment, Kanglin had already boarded the Golden Raven Beast King and entered the range struck by lightning. Nevertheless, the speed of these lightning bolts seemed far less agile compared to the avoidance speed of the Golden Raven Beast King. Through skillful maneuvering, the Golden Raven Beast King deftly avoided every strike of lightning, and soon, Kanglin arrived directly above the lightning protective barrier. and this position happened to be right above Wu Suojian's head. Wu Suojian raised his head and looked 20 meters upward at Yi Kanglin, roaring loudly. What do you want to do, Yi Kanglin? Right at this moment, Yi Kanglin leaped down directly from the Golden Raven Beast King's head. His xianhuan tang knife sliced downward toward the lightning protective barrier below. Based on Yi Kanglin's assumption, though the lightning protection barrier's defense might be strong, it inevitably had weak spots. And this weak spot, logically, should be exactly above it. Because each time the energy of the clouds gathering in the sky was insufficient, Wu Suojian needed to gather everyone's spirit energy and combine it into a light beam injected towards the sky to attract more clouds. The direction where this light beam was projected precisely aligned right above Wu Suojian's head. So, would the thunder barrier at this position be precisely its weakest point? Yi Kanglin didn't know. Even using the blood will pupil gave no indication. So, at this moment, he was entirely gambling, wagering on whether his prediction was correct. Then, everyone witnessed Yi Kanglin focusing all his yuan force onto the xianhuan tang knife and delivering a powerful slash directly down towards the central part of the lightning barrier. Ding! This powerful strike immediately caused the lightning barrier to tremble violently, to the extent that Wu Suojian below was even forced to spit out a mouthful of blood. Even the other regiment commanders and the rebel forces experienced some degree of backlash. In that moment, it also stopped all the thunderbolts descending from the sky. This created an opening for the 10 Silver Fox regiments to launch their offensive. Under Yi Kanglin's mental guidance, they simultaneously unleashed fierce attacks on the 10 array points. When all 10 array points were under assault at once, cracks instantly appeared across the barrier. These cracks spread outward like spiderwebs in the blink of an eye. Centered around the 10 array points, the surface of the barrier became densely laced with web-like fractures. Bang! The next second, the enormous lightning barrier shattered right then and there, akin to glass exploding. Following this, a chain reaction occurred among the numerous rebel soldiers trapped within the barrier as one body after another exploded into pieces. Bang! 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 Countless bodies turned into misty blood spray, and the army of 110,000 soldiers was reduced to less than half in mere moments. Without the protection of the lightning barrier, the Silver Fox regiments directly invaded and began mercilessly slaughtering the remaining rebels. Even Wu Suojian and the other 8 regiment commanders suffered significant damage from the backlash of the broken formation, spitting blood and being sent flying backward. Upon seeing this, Yi Kanglin approached Wu Suojian and stamped his foot down onto his abdomen, shattering his dantian in one swift move. Ah! Wu Suojian let out a piercing cry of agony, the pain of losing his cultivation completely. Right then, Yi Kanglin pressed the xianhuan tang knife against his neck and coldly stated, I gave you 70 years to prepare, but unfortunately, you've lost. Wu Suojian's face now wore an expression of numbness. Staring blankly at Yi Kanglin, he began to laugh maniacally and said, It's you who has lost. Hearing these words, Yi Kanglin slightly froze, and then, as if realizing something, his pupils sharply contracted. He exclaimed in alarm, You actually? Chapter 125. A massive amount of gunpowder barrels buried beneath the Sanzhou city. Wu Suojian burst into laughter, but due to laughing too loudly, his chest began to ache violently. After coughing a few times forcefully, he looked at Yi Kanglin with a playful expression. There is only enough time left for one incense stick until the Lingxiang stone mineral vein explodes. And there are still 4 or 50,000 civilians within this Sanzhou city who haven't evacuated. Yi Kanglin, I'm curious, what do you plan to do next? Yi Kanglin took a deep breath. He didn't answer Wu Suojian's words, but instead swung the xianhuan long knife in his hand directly at Wu Suojian's neck. With a soft swish sound, Wu Suojian's neck was severed, and his head rolled off to the side. Even as Wu Suojian died, his expression remained mocking. Then Yi Kanglin turned around and looked towards a spot on the ground ahead with a somber face. Sanzhou City, located at the northern end of the Donglai Principality, 500 years ago, was still an uninhabited wasteland. It wasn't until later, when the patriarch of the Bai family was exiled here by the previous master of Lingxi Sect, that the city of Sanzhou was established. At first, Sanzhou City was merely a small village with just a few hundred people. But during a stroke of good fortune, the patriarch of the Bai family discovered a top-grade mineral vein, the Lingxiang stone mineral vein, which brought new vitality to Sanzhou City. You must know that Lingxiang stones are the primary raw material for making spirit crystals, and spirit crystals are indispensable portable spirit energy reservoirs for everyone in the cultivation world. Thus, in the year after the Lingxiang stone mineral vein was discovered, Lingxi Sect mobilized massive amounts of manpower, resources, and financial power to construct the city. With Lingxi Sect's vast resources, Sanzhou City rapidly expanded within just 500 years into a large-scale city with 70 or 80,000 inhabitants. And the masters of Sanzhou City, the Bai clan, thanks to this wave of development, skyrocketed from nothing to become one of the top aristocratic families of Lingxi Sect. Long before Yi Kanglin rescued his daughter and Bai Lu, he could have left by simply mobilizing troops. However, he did not do so. On one hand, the Bai family had indeed shown kindness to Yi Kanglin, but the more significant reason was that Yi Kanglin had his eyes set on the Lingxiang stone mineral veins here. If these Lingxiang stone mineral veins were also sacrificed, wouldn't it mean that Yi Kanglin's lifespan could be significantly extended? Based on such thoughts, Yi Kanglin was willing to fight Wu Suojian and recapture Sanzhou City. But now, the scene before him made him dumbfounded. Through the blood wheel pupil, Yi Kanglin could clearly see that within the Lingjiang stone mineral veins 200 meters beneath the ground of Sanzhou City, there were piles of gunpowder barrels. And they were high-explosive gunpowder barrels infused with spiritual energy. Furthermore, numerous spirit arrays had been set up all around where the gunpowder barrels were stacked. Once Yi Kanglin sends people down to dismantle these gunpowder barrels, the spirit arrays will directly explode. However, if nothing is done and things are left as they are, the gunpowder barrels will self-detonate in the span of one incense stick of time. When that happens, the terrifying explosion combined with the detonation of the Lingjiang stone mineral vein would have enough power to level the entire Sanzhou City, and everything within a 10-kilometer radius. Upon realizing this, Yi Kanglin's face became horribly pale. At this moment, Nong Xiuxian flew out and said to Yi Kanglin, "What are you still standing there for? There is less than one incense stick of time left until the gunpowder barrels explode." But Yi Kanglin, somewhat lost in thought, gazed at Nong Xiuxian and asked, "Wu Sijian has just captured Sanzhou City. How could he have had time to set up all these spirit arrays and gunpowder barrels?" Nong Xiuxian crossed her arms and glanced at the headless corpse on the ground. Then she told Yi Kanglin, "Those gunpowder barrels weren't set up by Wu Sijian. They were placed there by members of the Bai clan." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "What? Placed by the Bai family? Have they gone mad?" Nong Xiuxian helplessly replied, "The Bai clan had no idea you would come to their rescue, so when they faced the attack from the ancient demon sect, they decided on mutual destruction. Therefore, your father-in-law, Bai Jiangshan, directly issued an order to load a great number of gunpowder barrels into the Lingjiang stone mineral vein. Unfortunately, before they could send out the detonation command, the inner city was already captured, and everyone, including Bai Jiangshan, was taken prisoner. And the jade token imprinted with the detonation command fell into the hands of Wu Sijian." After hearing this, Yi Kanglin lit up and excitedly said, "Then does that mean all I need to do now is find that jade token to prevent the gunpowder barrels from exploding?" Nong Xiuxian still shook her head. "It's no use. The detonation jade token is a one-time consumable item. When you destroyed Wu Sijian's lightning barrier, he had already secretly sent out the detonation command on the jade token and then destroyed it." Yi Kanglin was startled and turned his head to look at Wu Sijian's palm. Sure enough, he saw a puddle of white powder in that bastard's hand, which was undoubtedly the remains of the crushed detonation jade token. Upon seeing this, Yi Kanglin asked Nong Xiuxian, "Is there any way to stop the gunpowder barrels from exploding?" Nong Xiuxian scratched her hair. "There is a way, but it's quite risky." Once Yi Kanglin heard there was a way, he slightly relaxed and said, "As long as there's a way, the risk doesn't matter much." Nong Xiuxian chuckled and said, "You need to infiltrate into the Lingjiang stone mine cave and try to inject the spirit array map from this jade token into the gunpowder barrels. The spirit array map on this jade token can overwrite the original detonation command, thus preventing the Lingjiang stone mineral vein from being destroyed." As she spoke, Nong Xiuxian pulled out a jade token from her pocket and tossed it to Yi Kanglin. Yi Kanglin caught it casually and surprisingly asked, "So you were prepared for this all along?" Nong Xiuxian crossed her arms and said, "Not really. The spirit array map on this jade token was just hastily carved by me just now." A trace of astonishment flickered in Yi Kanglin's eyes as he looked at Nong Xiuxian with a somewhat strange expression. She could carve a spirit array map so spontaneously? Nong Xiuxian seemed far more capable than Yi Kanglin had originally thought. Thinking about this, Yi Kanglin smiled and said, "All right, I'll go down there now." Saying this, Yi Kanglin turned around and prepared to deal with the big trouble below him. However, at this moment, Nong Xiuxian reminded him, "When you enter the mine cave, try not to get too close to those protective spirit arrays. Otherwise, it might cause the gunpowder barrels to be detonated prematurely, and in that case, you might end up being buried alive down there." After hearing this, Yi Kanglin laughed lightly and said indifferently, "Understood." Then, Yi Kanglin pushed off the ground with his foot, and immediately his figure soared toward the sky. He didn't descend until he had jumped up to about 20 meters above the ground. With his head down and feet up, he held the Tianyuan Tang knife high in his hand, his body spinning rapidly. From a distance, it looked like a small tornado. In an instant, Yi Kanglin darted into the ground like a streak of light. This terrifying piercing force caused the ground to tremble momentarily, and simultaneously, a large amount of mud splashed around violently, spreading towards all directions. Chapter 126, Nauseating by How. Seeing the situation, Nong Xiuxian flew over. He had been curious about how Yi Changlan would reach the Ling River Stone Mine Cave in Shazhou City within the time of an incense stick burning. After all, the distance from this place to the mine was quite far. If walking, the time of an incense stick burning wouldn't be enough. Even riding the Golden Crow beast would take some time. But this guy Yi Changlan didn't follow the normal route. He directly drilled into the ground instead. Nong Xiuxian looked at a pit ahead with a diameter of around 3 meters. Large amounts of soil were constantly spraying out from below the pit, almost piling up a small hill on the nearby vacant land. Seeing this, Nong Xiuxian scratched his head and then made a face like he had a toothache, saying, "Yi Changlan, after just finishing a fight with the Wu Suo workshop, still has the strength to dig a hole underground? Does he really have nothing but brute force to expend?" At this moment, the people of the Bai family who had left and those of the Silver Fox Corps rushed over. Seeing this, Nong Xiuxian disappeared from where he stood. Just then, Bai Lu, Bai Hao, Bai Jiashan, and others arrived at the pit Yi Changlan had dug. Their faces all revealed expressions of astonishment. Seeing this, Bai Jiashan anxiously said, "What is Yi Changlan doing? The rebels are already dead. Could he possibly be burying their bodies? Bai Jieshan's words were filled with both anger and urgency. As the person responsible for setting up the barrels of gunpowder, he naturally knew that the Ling River stone veins beneath Xiaozhou City were going to be detonated. So, even outside the city district, he wanted everyone to quickly escape. But Bai Lu insisted that she wouldn't leave unless Xuanhuan came out first. Then Bai Jieshan dumbfoundedly watched as his foolish daughter ran back to the inner city. Reluctantly, Bai Jieshan could only follow, and other members of the Bai clan also did not choose to flee. Perhaps in their eyes, since they could still move, they should be able to help Xuanhuan a little. However, when they entered, they saw Xuanhuan had already wiped out all the rebels and turned himself into a streak of light, rushing into the underground. Seeing this, all the Bai family members were perplexed, unsure what Xuanhuan was up to. At this point, Bai Hao, Bai Lu's brother, directly crouched down by the edge of the pit, sticking his big butt out and yelling loudly. Xuanhuan, can you hear me? Hurry up and come out. Xiaozhou City is about to be destroyed. We need to get out immediately. But the sound of Bai Hao echoed back from below without any response from Xuanhuan. At this moment, Xiuxian walked over, stepped one foot onto Bai Hao's butt, and expressed exasperation. Xuanhuan is defusing the bomb down there. What are you yelling for? Since Xiuxian's shoes were similar to crystal high heels, when the sharp heel pressed onto Bai Hao's buttocks, it felt as if he got injected, causing Bai Hao to cry out instantly. Feels amazing. Xiuxian's eyes opened wide. Then she stared somewhat creeped out at Bai Hao, while Bai Hao turned around with a lecherous smile and said, Miss Saint, can you step a few more times? Hearing this, Xiuxian's face turned red immediately. She kicked this bastard right in the face, sending him flying 2 meters away, and cursed loudly. You son of a bitch, go die. Then Bai Hao fell on the ground in a star shape, with a red mark on his face from being kicked by Xiuxian. Perhaps because of the pain, there were even tears flowing in his eyes, yet his expression remained happy as he said, The Miss Saint's feet smell so good. It'd be awesome if I could get kicked a few more times. If Xiuxian heard these words, she might have skinned this scoundrel alive on the spot. But at this moment, Bai Lu asked Xiuxian, Xiuxian, how do you know Xuanhuan went down to defuse the bomb? Xiuxian originally wanted to beat up the despicable Bai Hao again, but upon hearing Bai Lu's question, she responded. The soldiers of the Silver Fox Corps told me. They said Xuanhuan already informed them, so we don't have to worry. Actually, Xuanhuan hadn't mentioned anything to those soldiers. But after seeing Bai Lu and her companions arrive, the soldiers used mental communication to ask Xuanhuan what to do. Then, Xuanhuan sent back a mental message telling the soldiers to inform Xiuxian that he was down below defusing the bombs. So, the soldiers relayed the news to Xiuxian, which was why she had shown no signs of panic from the moment she entered. After hearing Xiuxian's words, Bai Lu lightly nodded her head, but soon revealed a look of concern and said, It's just, is he really okay down there defusing the bombs alone? Xiuxian, hands on her chest, said with a cunning smile. That guy is highly capable. We don't need to worry about him at all. As she spoke, from the pit ahead, a lump of iron as big as a bucket was thrown out and landed with a bang on the nearby ground. Xiuxian and the others were startled for a moment, but upon turning their heads, they found it was actually a barrel of gunpowder. Bai Jieshan blinked in shock. He had personally arranged for these barrels to be set up. He knew better than anyone else how difficult it was to remove them. Yet Xuanhuan had managed to defuse them within such a short time. Just as Bai Jieshan thought about this, more barrels were tossed out one after another. At that moment, several Silver Fox Corps officers quickly came forward and said to Bai Lu, Xiuxian, and the rest, Ladies, Lord Yi is still defusing the bombs below. It's quite dangerous here. Please move further away so you won't get hurt. Neither Bai Lu nor Xiuxian made any objections but turned around and moved far away. After Bai Lu and the others retreated to over 100 meters away, the gunpowder barrels began erupting like a volcano, spewing out hundreds of them all at once. In no time, the barrels formed another small mountain. Seeing this, Bai Lu turned to her father in confusion and asked, Father, how many barrels did you bury down there? Bai Jieshan's face turned a bit red at this point. He hadn't expected to survive today, so he had ordered his men to empty all the barrels from the Bai family arsenal. Hence, he had no idea how many barrels were buried down there. With a dry cough, Bai Jieshan muttered, There probably aren't many left. But just as Bai Jieshan said this, something black and round suddenly flew out of the pit and stuck firmly in front of Bai Jieshan. Lifting their eyes, everyone realized what it was. Coffin planks. Stunned, Bai Jieshan wondered, How did a coffin plank end up here? Turning to her father again, Bai Lu exclaimed, Did you order this to be buried too? Bai Jieshan paused for a second before yelling, Of course not. That kid Xuanhuan must have dug up our ancestral graves. Saying this, Bai Jieshan rushed over anxiously, shouting, Xuanhuan, stop digging deeper. There are no more gunpowder barrels below. Chapter 127. Yulong arrives at Xiaozhou City. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's expression instantly darkened. She turned her head toward her brother Bai Hao, and then coquettishly said, What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go with father to stop Xuanhuan. Bai Hao was still savoring the exhilaration of having been kicked by Xiuxian earlier, but after hearing his sister's words, he helplessly extended his hands forward and said, How can I stop him? Won't father taking care of it be enough? At that moment, as Bai Hao stretched out his hands, a dried-up skeleton fell right into them, in an embrace just like how one would hold a princess. Seeing this, Bai Hao immediately screamed in fear, throwing the skeleton to the side before running off toward their father. Both Bai Lu and Xiuxian, upon witnessing this scene, couldn't help but reveal expressions of exasperation. A quarter of an hour later, Xianxia crawled out of the crater. At this moment, his entire body was filthy, looking exactly like someone who had been dragged off to dig coal mines. By his side, Jiangshan also cursed, saying, "Why did you dig so deep when planting the powder kegs? Don't you know beneath is the burial site of our by-family ancestors?" Xianxia patted his dirty hands and responded, "Whose ancestor's tomb is buried right smack in the downtown area, and so deep too." Just as Bai Jiangshan was about to argue back, Yu Qingyan and Bai Lu approached along with others. When Yu Qingyan saw Xianxia's current state, she rolled her eyes in disdain and said, "Couldn't you have let other soldiers handle disarming the explosives instead of doing it yourself?" In a helpless tone, Xianxia replied, "If I let them do it, the powder kegs would probably get detonated, which would certainly bring on a lot more trouble." Then Bai Lu retrieved a clean handkerchief and gently wiped away the dirt from Xianxia's face while softly speaking. "I've already prepared hot water for you. Go take a bath quickly." Xianxia gave a quiet in response. Thinking inside, Bai Lu truly is better, treating me with such gentleness, unlike Yu Qingyan, who always has that fierce look, resembling her sister Yu Xiao, whose expression seems perpetually like others owe her hundreds of thousands of yuan. However, just as Xianxia was about to take a bath, suddenly a general from the Silver Fox Legion hurried over and respectfully said, "Lord, several people have arrived outside the city and requested an audience with you." Xianxia was taken aback. He wiped his pitch-black face and asked, "To see me? Who?" The general thought for a moment before responding. "That person calls himself Yulong and says that upon hearing his name, you will know who he is." Upon hearing this, Xianxia slightly hesitated and muttered under his breath, "Yulong?" Moon Qingyan standing nearby was also shocked. Back when the Divine Demon Sect launched a full-scale attack on Jin Tian domain, Yulong had been assigned by Yu Wutian to garrison Taiyan County. Later, due to Mu Chang'e being captured by the Divine Demon Sect, the military deployment of Taiyan County was revealed, leading to the county falling, and Yulong consequently suffering severe injuries and going missing. At that time, Yu Qingyan thought Yulong must have met with misfortune, but never expected to encounter him here now. Although unclear how Yulong managed to reach Xiaozhou City or how he knew Xianxia was here. In any case, since he had arrived, Yu Qingyan knew she could not abandon him. So immediately, Yu Qingyan spoke to Xianxia. "Let's go take a look." Nodding in agreement, Xianxia headed towards the gate of the outer city. Arriving at the city gate, Xianxia saw that a few elderly farmers were pulling a wooden cart, and lying on the cart was a man severely wounded near death. His left leg and right hand were gone, his right eye had been gouged out, his armor was utterly torn apart, and all over his body were countless large and small wounds, almost too numerous to count. From the path these elderly farmers took to carry him here, streams of thick blood had flowed continuously. With such grievous injuries, if he were an ordinary person, he might have already passed away long ago. Upon seeing this man, Xianxia's eyes instantly widened, and tremblingly asked, "Longqing?" Meanwhile, Moon Qingyan, upon clearly recognizing the figure lying on the cart, immediately became teary-eyed. Who else could this person be but her younger brother Moon Longqing? But compared to the sunny, cheerful, handsome Moon Longqing of the past, the man appearing before her now had been tortured beyond recognition. Seeing this, Yu Qingyan couldn't help but shed tears, and soon after, her eyes rolled back, causing her to faint right there on the spot. If Xianxia hadn't caught her just in time, she would have fallen straight to the ground. Afterwards, Xianxia called a female soldier and had her support Yu Qingyan down below while he headed towards Yulong. Lying on the cart, Yulong used his remaining eye to look at Xianxia walking over, then arduously managed a laugh. "Brother-in-law, I've finally met you again." Xianxia glared at his grievously wounded form with a grim expression, coldly asking, "Who did this to you?" As he spoke, Xianxia turned to glance at the general of the Silver Fox Legion, shouting, "Go call the medical corps over here." Now, the general quickly saluted in acknowledgement and departed. But just then, Yulong weakly interjected, "Senior brother, there's no need for the trouble. My current body is beyond saving. I came here merely to tell you something. Please let me finish speaking." Yet, Xianxia responded curtly, "Don't give me any nonsense. If someone isn't allowed to die, even King Yin himself can't do anything about it." Saying so, Xianxia withdrew various medicine bottles from his storage ring. However, in the next moment, Yulong grabbed Xianxia's wrist with one hand, stating, "Let me finish speaking, senior brother." Furrowing his brows, Xianxia replied, "Speak your piece. I'm listening." He pulled Yulong's hand away before continuing to mix the medicine. Then Yulong coughed dryly once more and continued, "All of it was done by Yu Wutian. He's the one behind everything that happened. That bastard wants to wipe out our entire Yu family clan." Upon hearing these words, Xianxia's pupils sharply contracted, his hands pausing momentarily as he fiddled with the medicine bottles. Fixing Yulong with a steady gaze, Xianxia questioned, "What do you mean? What exactly does everything involve Yu Wutian?" Yulong gasped for breath heavily as he said, "The fact that your daughter possesses a supreme spirit body was leaked by Yu Wutian to the demon ancient sect. My elder sister Yu Xiao demoting you to a servant disciple was also incited by Yu Wutian behind the scenes. The reason your supreme spirit body became a waste body 300 years ago was because of Yu Wutian." Upon hearing this, the muscles on Xianxia's face seemed to stiffen. He stared fixedly at Yulong, saying, "How would Yu Wutian know about my illegitimate daughter? Why would he incite Yu Xiao to demote me? My supreme spirit body has been a waste all along. What does it have to do with Yu Wutian?" Chapter 128. The reason why Yi Kanglin's ultimate spirit constitution turned into a wasted body. Yulong shook his head forcefully and said with difficulty, "No, it's not that. 300 years ago, when you first joined Lingxi Sect, your constitution was already the ultimate spirit constitution. At that time, it wasn't yet a wasted body. And back then, you didn't even know about this kind of constitution yourself." As he spoke, Yulong paused for a moment before solemnly saying, "Do you remember the 500th anniversary celebration held by the sect during your first year in the sect?" After hearing this, Yi Kanglin instinctively nodded and said, "I still have some memory. That day, I drank a lot of wine, and then fell asleep." When he mentioned this part, Yi Kanglin's expression became somewhat strange, as if something came to mind, staring perplexly at Yulong. Yulong bitterly smiled and nodded. "Yes, it was at that time. Yu Wutian put a sedative in your drink, and after the celebration ended, he secretly took you back to his private cultivation chamber. At that time, Yu Wutian, due to cultivating a special technique, began showing signs of demonization and desperately needed Yang Yuan energy. Your ultimate spirit constitution at that time exactly met his needs. So, after knocking you unconscious, he used the essence stripping great technique to forcibly extract your inner core essence. After your inner core essence was extracted, your ultimate spirit constitution was thus ruined. Then, Yu Wutian tried to consume that inner core essence, but it unexpectedly caused an extremely strong rejection reaction. This made it impossible for Yu Wutian to swallow it. Right at that moment, my father, the former Grandmaster, found Yu Wutian and forced him to release you. After realizing your inner core essence was no longer useful to him, Yu Wutian allowed my father to take you away. Before leaving, my father also retrieved the inner core essence. Later on, my father examined your body, discovering your possession of the ultimate spirit constitution. Unfortunately, because of the extraction of the inner core essence, your constitution was wasted, forever cutting off your path of immortality. My father felt extremely guilty. He thought it was because he hadn't protected you well enough. So, he utilized a secret art, transforming your inner core essence into a night pearl. Then had you consume the pearl. Although it couldn't restore your ultimate spirit constitution, it could allow you to regain the ability to cultivate again. After hearing this, Yi Kanglin frowned deeply. The founding ceremony from 300 years ago, he had never forgotten. Because, after getting drunk that day and waking up, he found himself lying in his master's room, experiencing an intense pain in his abdomen. That feeling was just like someone stabbing a knife into his stomach, causing excruciating pain. Later, his master told him that his body type was unsuitable for cultivation and required a treasure to start the path of cultivation. Then, his master gave him a night pearl. Recalling all this, Yi Kanglin murmured softly, "When I consumed this night pearl at that time, I thought it was amazing how such a powerful treasure would not produce any rejection reaction upon entering my body. It felt as if it had perfectly fused with my bodily organs. With its help, I managed to train myself to the peak of the xuanhuan realm. Later, that woman Yu Xiao hit me in the stomach, forcing me to expel this night pearl, and all the skills built on the basis of this night pearl were scattered that day." At this point, Yi Kanglin took a deep breath and said grimly, "It turns out that this night pearl was originally a part of my body. Later, when Yu Xiao returned the night pearl to me, I thought it was dirty after she touched it, so I crushed it." Yi Kanglin scoffed self-mockingly. "Hilarious, truly ridiculous." He then looked at Yulong again and asked, "But there's one thing I've never understood. When my master brought me to the Lingxi Sect, neither of us knew I possessed the ultimate spirit constitution, so how did Yu Wutian know?" Yulong was silent for a while, then said, "Do you remember the divination techniques of my second great-grandfather, Yulong?" Yi Kanglin nodded. "It was precisely his divination techniques that let me know the divine demon ancient sect of the northern desert would soon attack again." As Yi Kanglin was speaking, he asked in confusion, "Could it be that Master Jiang deduced the fact that I possessed the ultimate spirit constitution and then told Yu Wutian?" Yulong shook his head and said, "No, the most powerful divination master across the entire Lingxi sect, and even within the Jin Tian domain, is none other than Yu Wutian. The divination techniques of my second great-grandfather Yulong were actually taught by him. Through his divination methods, Yu Wutian deduced that you possess the ultimate spirit constitution, as well as your intimate relationship with my second elder sister Xiuxian. He also divined about the one-night stand between Aunt Yu Ryu and you, your secret illegitimate daughter with Aunt Bai Lu, and even the underground lover relationship between my motherly xiaoxian and you. All these were revealed through his divination methods." After hearing this, Yi Kanglin looked a bit uncomfortable, even slightly flushed. He cleared his throat awkwardly before saying, "So, it was also deduced by him that my daughter by Xuanhuan possesses the great ultimate spirit constitution?" Taking a deep breath, Yulong replied, "That's correct, but his divination technique has an extremely serious flaw. Each time he uses the divination method, a strand of polluted qi accumulates within his body. This polluted qi will continually erode his body, causing him to exhibit signs of demonic possession. Not only that, but the polluted qi also leads to him gradually losing his self-awareness, which is precisely why he initially targeted your inner core essence to counteract it. After discovering its ineffectiveness, he started looking for other ways. The new method he's now pursuing is to use blood sacrifice rituals to cleanse and strengthen his own physique." At this moment, Yulong's eyes turned icy cold, almost gritting his teeth as he added, "He intends to kill off every single member of our Yu clan in order to complete his blood sacrifice ritual." When that happens, he will become the legendary half-blood demon lord. His power will be thousands of times stronger than it currently is, his lifespan will increase by 10,000 years, and all the polluted qi within him will be fully purged. Upon hearing this, Kanglin began to sweat profusely on his forehead, muttering under his breath, "Half-blood demon lord?" He had once seen this term in some ancient records long ago, though he couldn't remember exactly where anymore. But he distinctly recalled that this so-called half-blood demon lord seemed to be an apocalyptic-level existence. Once it appeared, even deities descending would be wiped out. Chapter 129, The Collapse of xuanhuan. Recalling this, Kanglin's breathing became somewhat heavy. Finally, he looked at Yulong and said, "Longcheng, how do you know about all these things?" Although Kanglin was extremely surprised by the deeds of Wutian, he was now more astonished by how Yulong came to know these secrets. In his view, Wutian was a very cautious person. Everything he had done should have been rather obscure. So how did Yulong know? Yulong smiled and slowly replied, "Master, have you forgotten my original profession? Before my older sister Xiao established the Blackwater Bureau, I was responsible for gathering intelligence in the Lingxi Sect. Later, after the establishment of the Blackwater Bureau, I was promoted to be the sword executor. Ever since my father saved you from Wutian's hands, he ordered me to secretly investigate Wutian. My father felt that Wutian wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. After 300 years of investigation, I indeed managed to collect some crucial intelligence. But I never expected him to discover my probe so quickly. Then, what followed, you already know. I was reassigned by Wutian to Tian Commandery to resist the rebels' offensives. However, our key intelligence was leaked, resulting in the fall of Tian Commandery. Though Mu Chuan publicly claimed that Mu Chang'e was the leaker, how could such a worthless person know so many secrets? The loss of Tian Commandery was orchestrated by Wutian himself. He aimed to kill me. Even these wounds on my body were inflicted by people he sent. If it weren't for an escape technique, I might not even be alive today. Fortunately, luck favored me, and I managed to evade those pursuers. At that point, I had fled far away, a distance of 7 or 8,000 miles from Wuyuan Mountain range, closer to Xiaozhou City. Therefore, I decided to head there. The reason I chose Xiaozhou City is because I'm certain that if the rebel forces attacked Xiaozhou City, you would find out immediately and rush over. So, I planned to wait for you here. However, along the way, my injuries worsened, slowing down my movement. Now, I can barely keep going without someone supporting me. Thankfully, God has mercy. I still managed to meet with you. At this point, Yulong couldn't help but laugh, seemingly believing that after meeting Kanglin, there was no longer anything to worry about. Meanwhile, Kanglin glanced down at the medicine bottles in his hand and nodded. "You've endured much hardship. This information is invaluable to me. Focus on healing yourself. I'll handle the rest." Just then, the medics from the Silver Fox Corps arrived and began treating Yulong's wounds immediately. Before being taken away, Yulong spoke one last time to Kanglin. "Master, please find a way to save our Yu family." Master. Kanglin didn't respond further to Yulong, instead folding his arms across his chest and gazing into the distance where the dusk was slowly fading. Xiuxian appeared again at this moment. It seemed like he always turned up at just the right moment. After glancing at him briefly, Kanglin said, "I really didn't expect it. That bastard Wutian actually commands such a powerful art of prophecy. Turns out, all the things I've done, me, Yu, Bai Lu, Li Xiaoxiang, they are all known to him. Shit, it feels like someone's flipped my pants inside out." With this, Kanglin took a deep breath, lost in thought about something. Then, slightly anxious, he asked Xiuxian, "Since I am from another world and you are connected with the system, surely Wutian, that bastard, doesn't know this too, does he?" Xiuxian, who now had a milkshake in his hand, sipped while looking uninterested and responded dismissively. Theoretically speaking, with strong enough computing power, using the heavenly fate divination method, all of these secrets could be figured out. However, your friend Wutian cannot achieve that yet. To calculate matters related to me and the system, as well as your status as a cross-world traveler requires 100% of the divination power, whereas Wutian's current divination ability amounts to only 0.001%. Moreover, as your strength grows, calculating about your past will become exponentially more difficult. After hearing this, Kanglin let out a small sigh of relief. But then, he frowned seriously and said, "The intelligence topics you sold me should also belong to a type of predictive art, right? How does it compare to the predictive art used by Wutian?" Xiuxian scoffed disdainfully, The system's predictive computational power is at least 2 million%. What does Wutian amount to compare to that? Kanglin thought about it and agreed. After all, every time Wutian used his predictive method, his body would be fiercely eroded by defiling qi. On the other hand, whenever Kanglin wanted to obtain intelligence, he only needed to pay with his stored life energy, with almost no impact on himself. At this point, Xiuxian said, "By the way, when do you plan to go and punish that bastard Wutian?" Kanglin crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, "I've already used telepathic induction to make those soldiers in Xiaozhou City rest on sight. Then, I will absorb the heavenly demon soul bodies from the rebel corpses before finally going to punish Wutian." Xiuxian didn't oppose this since preparation was always better. In Dongguan County, inside the temporary central headquarters of the main force of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. "Get out. All of you, get out." Many high-ranking command officers were driven out of the tent altogether, appearing disheveled and flustered. Inside the tent, which Feng Huang slumped helplessly onto her throne. In front of her, chairs, tables, and utensils had all been smashed into pieces. It was obvious that xuanhuan must have been raging again. Just moments ago, news arrived reporting that Wuyuan Mountain had suffered defeat in the Wuyuan Mountain range, along with the information that xiuxian had been slain by Kanglin in Shazhou City. Hearing these two devastating messages at once was like being struck by lightning for xuanhuan. Having continuously attacked Donghuan County without success over the past period of time, this had already infuriated her greatly. Now, with the consecutive deaths of her younger brother Wuyuan Mountain and cousin xiuxian, along with their respective armies of 40,000 and 13,000, who were all wiped out, this flood of terrible news caused xuanhuan to border on collapse due to her fury. Wuyuan Mountain and xiuxian were the only two remaining family members left in xuanhuan's world, and now even they had perished. Xuanhuan felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon her, leaving her without meaning for life itself. Kanglin. Xuanhuan let out an ear-piercing scream towards the sky, while her boundless spiritual energy surged forth like an ocean. This caused the entire general's camp to explode instantly, the powerful repelling force leveling everything around it. Meanwhile, a single tear quietly rolled down from the corner of xuanhuan's eyes. Upon seeing this scene, the soldiers guarding the main general's tent all knelt down in reverence, not daring to raise their heads to directly look at xuanhuan. After screaming herself hoarse, xuanhuan slumped back onto her throne weakly, her gaze becoming unfocused. At this moment, a guard ran over and kneeled down in front of xuanhuan, saying, "Holy Empress, Chief Yulong of Lingxi Sect requests an audience." As soon as these words came out, xuanhuan's previously vacant eyes suddenly regained some light. She turned to the guard who delivered the message and slowly asked, "Who requested an audience?" The guard repeated, "Yulong, the current chief of Lingxi Sect." Chapter 130. The Lingxi Sect and the Divine Demon Ancient Sect unite to attack Kanglin. Xuanhuan abruptly stood up from her seat, her expression one of disbelief as she stared at the guard. Then she sneered, Excellent. I was worried about this damn Donghuan County being as tough as a bone, impossible to break through, but now their top commander has come right to our door." With that, Xuanhuan stepped out, instructing the guard, "Lead the way." The guard quickly followed orders and led the way in front. Soon, Xuanhuan saw Wuan tied up with ropes. He was firmly held down by dozens of followers of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect, so he could not move an inch. A sack had even been placed over his head. Xuanhuan walked close to Wuan and tore the sack covering his head away. Indeed, Wuan himself stood before her. After confirming it truly was Wuan, Xuanhuan sneered. "Oh, who is this? The venerable sect leader of Lingxi Sect actually came on your own. Do you feel you've lived too long and want to commit suicide? Or are you here to beg for peace so I might grant you a path to survive?" Upon clearly seeing Xuanhuan before him, Wuan couldn't help but take a look at her figure. Truly worthy as the supreme ruler of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect, her curves were impressive, everything big where it should be, her hips adequately high, and even her looks could be described as outstandingly beautiful. But old man Wuan focused his gaze on a pair of full regions on Xuanhuan's chest, and he even swallowed audibly. Only then did he look up at Xuanhuan and say, "Sect leader Wu, I have only come to negotiate with you, no other intention." At this point, Xuanhuan crossed her arms across her chest and coldly laughed. "Oh, negotiation, what capital do you have to negotiate with me?" Wuan solemnly said, "Heroes Wushan and Xiuxian have perished in battle, the Lingxi Sect already knows. Sect leader Wu, would you not seek revenge for them?" Hearing this, Xuanhuan's eyes widened slightly. She suddenly thrust a hand to grip Wuan's throat tightly. Gradually, her grip intensified until she slowly lifted Wuan off the ground while angrily stating, "So what if you know? So what if I wish to avenge Wushan and Xiuxian? What gives a mere sect leader of the Lingxi Sect the audacity to tell me what to do? I will tell you this, Wuan, don't think because you personally came here that I dare not kill you. After killing you, my next step will be settling accounts with Kanglin." At the moment, Wuan was choked and could hardly breathe normally, but he still managed to respond. "Is that so? Do you think how long it would take for you to completely take over the Lingxi Sect? 10 days? Half a month? Or a month? When we've worn each other out after the struggle, Kanglin, can swoop in like a fisherman profiting from the fight between a clam and a sandpiper. By then, it will be too late." Upon these words, a gleam of ferocity appeared in Xuanhuan's eyes, and she retaliated by throwing Wuan onto the ground. This action sent Wuan sprawling on the floor. It was true, Wuan's statement wasn't wrong. More than 9/10 of the entire Jin Tian region had already been seized by the Divine Demon Ancient Sect's rebels. Only the Donghuan County ahead resisted all attacks. This was also what infuriated Xuanhuan the most. And as Wuan had mentioned, if Xuanhuan were truly determined to seize Donghuan County regardless of the cost, the result would inevitably lead to both sides suffering heavy losses. At that time, if Kanglin were to suddenly capitalize on the situation and strike, then all the fruits of her hard-fought battles would merely end up aiding others in achieving victory. Realizing this, Xuanhuan turned to Wuan and asked, "What do you propose to negotiate?" Wuan coughed dryly before responding, "Our two forces unite together against Kanglin. Once he is eliminated, the Lingxi Sect will withdraw from the Jin Tian region forever and cease to dispute governance over this area with your Divine Demon Ancient Sect. What do you think?" Xuanhuan narrowed her eyes lightly and approached Wuan step by step, gazing at his cloudy old face before suddenly stomping on his chest and declaring, Would you really abandon the Jin Tian region so easily? Yu Wutian, do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Since Wu Fenghuang was wearing a short skirt at the moment, when she planted her foot on Yu Wutian's chest, his perspective revealed many enchanting sights. But Yu Wutian remained remarkably composed, saying, whether you believe it or not, our Lingxi Sect no longer has the strength to sustain rule here. Now, we have only one request. That is, to kill Yi Kanglin. As long as we eliminate him, even abandoning the entire Jin Tian domain would be worth it. Besides, Sect Leader Wu, don't you also want nothing more than to see Yi Kanglin torn limb from limb? Instead of waiting for him to take us down, why don't we take the initiative? Anyway, in the end, you will still acquire the entire Jin Tian domain. Such cooperation benefits you almost without any drawbacks. Upon hearing these words, Wu Fenghuang stared down at this old man. It had to be said, Yu Wutian's proposal was indeed highly tempting for Wu Fenghuang. In the end, Wu Fenghuang calmly replied, to cooperate with you is fine, but you must meet me with a condition. Yu Wutian stood up then and spoke generously. Sect Leader Wu, please feel free to speak. Wu Fenghuang took out a pill from her storage ring and handed it to Yu Wutian, saying, this pill is called 10,000 ants heart-searing pill. Once ingested, it parasitizes inside the body, and at my will, the pill turns into tens of millions of heart-searing ants that devour all flesh thoroughly. Eat this pill, and I shall agree to work with you to jointly suppress Yi Kanglin. Upon hearing this, Yu Wutian looked at the pill, then he showed an expression of difficulty on his face, but inwardly, he was elated. Because Wu Fenghuang's action fit perfectly with what Yu Wutian had hoped for, he then feigned helplessness and swallowed the pill into his mouth. The pill seemed to share some sort of connection with Wu Fenghuang. Once it entered Yu Wutian's body, she could control the pill to adhere to the stomach lining, then transform it into a pool of powder that spread throughout Yu Wutian's limbs and body. Thus, at the mere thought of Wu Fenghuang, these powders would turn into countless ants that would devour Yu Wutian entirely. And there was no antidote under heaven that could undo the poison of the 10,000 ants heart-searing pill. Then, Yu Wutian said to Wu Fenghuang, Sect Leader Wu, are you now satisfied? Wu Fenghuang fell silent for a moment, then turned around and said, come with me, let's discuss how to deal with Yi Kanglin. As she said this, Wu Fenghuang turned and left. Yu Wutian, smiling cheerfully, followed behind Wu Fenghuang. The old man's eyes continually ogled Wu Fenghuang's high and firm buttocks and slim waist. Seeing the graceful sway of her hips, the old man felt riled inside, yet he dared not make any move, only secretly planning within his heart. After everything settles down, this bitch will definitely be taken as my concubine and made to bear dozens of my children. With such thoughts, a sly gleam appeared in Yu Wutian's eyes. Chapter 131. The Yu clan imprisoned by Yu Wutian. Deep beneath Lingxi Sect, in the 18-layered subterranean prison, Yu Xiao entered gracefully, wearing a white, dreamy long chiffon dress. Behind her were several attendants, while Xiaoyer beside her looked somewhat intimidated by the dark surroundings. On the other side of Yu Xiao, Grandma Longxian said with a gloomy expression, you should know that your great-great-grandfather doesn't want you associating with those people. I am taking a significant risk helping you pave the way this time. If anything goes wrong afterwards, don't mention me. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao gave a soft smile. Grandma, I just need to speak with them briefly and we'll be out quickly. There's no need to worry about anything going awry in such a short time. After Grandma Longxian spoke, she stopped talking and paused when she reached a certain cell. Then she turned around to look at Yu Xiao. We're here. Don't stay too long inside. Yu Xiao nodded. After the warden opened the dungeon door, she walked in gracefully. As she stepped in, the moonstone surrounding her also entered the cell with her. The bright moonstone lit up the entire cell like a bulb, illuminating it exceptionally well. Looking around, one could see that the large prison was filled with people. Although all of them were prisoners, none wore handcuffs or leg irons, and their clothes were remarkably clean. There was no doubt that these individuals had been captured very recently. At the moment Yu Xiao entered, all the inmates inside the cell simultaneously glanced over. When they saw that the visitor was Yu Xiao, they showed slight surprise, which quickly turned into anger. Then, Yu Xiao looked towards a plump young woman sitting at the front row, bowed slightly, and gently said, Auntie, your niece has come to see you. At that moment, cross-legged sitting right at the forefront of the prisoners, the full-bodied young woman happened to be Yu Xiao's real Aunt Yu Ryu, the woman who once had a one-night affair with Yi Kanglin. Hearing this, Yu Ryu slowly opened her eyes and spoke calmly, as if addressing a complete stranger. Do you have something to say? Her attitude was cold, much like how one might address a total stranger. Indeed, for Yu Ryu, she really did consider Yu Xiao as just another stranger ever since Yu Xiao assisted Yu Wutian in capturing all members of the entire Yu clan into the celestial jail. Since then, Yu Ryu no longer regarded Yu Xiao as her niece, only as a stranger who bore a striking resemblance to her niece. Seeing Yu Ryu's aloof attitude, Yu Xiao didn't seem fazed. She gave a light laugh and said, Auntie, there's no need for this kind of face. Soon, you'll all become one with my great-great-grandfather Yu Wutian. Even though it's just a fusion through blood, in some sense, you will achieve immortality thanks to the support of my great-great-grandfather. Isn't this ending good? After hearing these words, Yu Ryu's eyes narrowed slightly. Yu Ryu actually already knew that Yu Wutian planned to slaughter all members of the Yu clan to conduct a blood sacrifice ritual for his transformation. Not only her, but everyone present from the Yu clan knew this fact. Perhaps Yu Xiao was right. If they offered their blood to Yu Wutian, he would indeed use it for the transformation, allowing them some form of immortality through him. But when that moment came, would they still be themselves? They would likely be soulless shells by then. Recalling this, a hint of red flush appeared on Yu Ryu's pale face, indicating that she had clearly been angered by Yu Xiao. By Yu Ryu's side, her daughter Jiang Xinxin suddenly stood up and cursed Yu Xiao. If fusing with Yu Wutian has so many benefits, why don't you fuse with him instead? Yu Xiao, you're a member of the Yu family after all. How dare you help that bastard Yu Wutian harm our own kin? And yet you have the audacity to stand before us. If my spiritual powers weren't sealed, I'd tear you apart into dozens of pieces today. Jiang Xinxin maintained her fiery temper as always, looking at Yu Xiao with a glare that wanted to devour her alive. Yet, Yu Xiao merely chuckled. Subsequently, her gaze quietly shifted to a bat lurking in the corner of the ceiling. That bat had blood-red eyes, and at that moment, it was staring intently at everyone present. Yu Xiao was very clear about what that blood-red bat represented. That blood-red bat was Yu Wutian's eyes planted in the prison. Once there were any unusual movements among the prisoners, the blood bat would immediately share the site information with Yu Wutian, who would know the situation here in the first instance. At that moment, Yu Xiao approached Jiang Xinxin with a smirk. When Jiang Xinxin saw her coming closer, she instinctively retreated backward and said vigilantly, "What are you going to do?" All of a sudden, Yu Xiao quickly stretched out a hand to grab Jiang Xinxin's neck and coldly said, "What am I going to do? Jiang Xinxin, do you even know who you are? Do you dare to yell at me? Believe it or not, with just one command from me, your head could fall off right on the spot." Yu Xiao's movement came too fast for Jiang Xinxin to even react. At this point, Yu Ryu, sitting cross-legged nearby, stood up abruptly. She grabbed Yu Xiao's wrist and shouted loudly, "That's enough. She is just a child. Why are you tormenting her?" Seeing Yu Ryu pleading on behalf of Jiang Xinxin, Yu Xiao sneered again, then loosened her grip slowly, letting Jiang Xinxin fall to the ground. Then, Yu Xiao looked at Yu Ryu icily and said, "Auntie, I suggest you all stop acting recklessly. The incident of your attempted escape yesterday has already been known by my great-great-grandfather. To be honest, he is extremely upset, so I specifically came here today to warn you. Don't have any more strange ideas, otherwise." Yu Xiao didn't finish her sentence, but gave Yu Ryu a smile tinged with mockery before turning around to leave. Seeing this scene, Yu Ryu was instantly filled with anger to the point where her whole body trembled. As Jiang Xinxin had just said, if Yu Ryu could still use her spiritual power now, she might have directly fought Yu Xiao. At this time, Jiang Xinxin was still coughing violently. Hearing the coughing sound, Yu Ryu squatted down beside her daughter and gently said, "Does your neck hurt?" Did she pinch it very hard? But instead, Jiang Xinxin gave Yu Ryu an ambiguous look. This look caused Yu Ryu to be stunned for a moment, and then from her daughter's pupil, Yu Ryu noticed the blood-red bat lurking behind them. The bat's eyes were glaring open as if ready to pounce on them any time. Yu Ryu quietly moved her body slightly, positioning herself perfectly within the blind spot of the blood bat's vision. Under the pretense of examining Jiang Xinxin's neck, she whispered near her daughter's neck and softly said, "Come on, let your mother take a look. Where does your neck hurt?" As Yu Ryu got closer, she saw that in the hand Jiang Xinxin used to cover her neck, there was a storage ring. And inside this storage ring, there gathered a swirling spiritual force. If they quietly absorbed this spiritual force, they could break the spiritual force restriction inside their bodies. When Yu Ryu spotted the storage ring, her pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Looking back at Jiang Xinxin, she silently formed words with her lips. "Did Yu Xiao give this to you?" Chapter 132. Is Li Xiaoxian going to marry an old stinkard? Jiang Xinxin blinked, indicating that it was correct. Just now, at the moment when Yu Xiao reached out and pinched her neck, she actually felt like there was something in Yu Xiao's palm. Jiang Xinxin used the opportunity of falling on the ground and holding her neck to touch that thing. Although she didn't look at it with her eyes, she could roughly feel that it was a ring. Right then, the mother and daughter exchanged a deep glance, and immediately both wore smiles filled with meaning. After leaving the prison cell, Yu Xiao had a bead of sweat on her forehead. Just now, she had slipped the storage ring containing the dungeon's secret key into Jiang Xinxin's hand. She wasn't sure if Jiang Xinxin would be able to escape successfully with the things inside. Although Yu Xiao had prepared many things in the storage ring, thinking about the strictness of the dungeon still made her uneasy. At this time, Little Fish came running up. Seeing the look of tension on Yu Xiao's face, she raised a clean handkerchief and gently wiped Yu Xiao's small face while softly saying, "Miss, are you all right? Why have you sweated so much?" Yu Xiao shook her head. At this point, Granny Longxian walked over and calmly said, "All right, can we leave now?" It was obvious that Granny Longxian didn't like Yu Xiao coming to such a place, because in her opinion, Yu Xiao was carrying the only descendant of her Long family. But Yu Xiao asked, "Great-grandmother, which dungeon is my second great-grandfather Yulong locked up in? I want to see him too." Granny Longxian shook her head. "I don't know either. Last night, he was severely injured by your high ancestor and even injected with Xiu Luo blood demon water poison. Within 10 days, his power will completely disappear, his life will come to an end, and his flesh will dissolve into a pool of blood." Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiao's face turned pale instantly. Yulong was her direct ancestor, and she couldn't just watch as he melted into blood water. However, looking at Granny Longxuan's expression, she guessed that she probably wouldn't take her to visit Yulong. Realizing this, Yu Xiao pursed her lips and looked further into the dungeon, silently praying that after Jiang Xinxin successfully escaped, she could also save Yulong along the way. In the storage ring Yu Xiao prepared for Jiang Xinxin, there was a key that could open all the taboo arrays of the entire dungeon. And just as Yu Xiao was pondering this, suddenly the entire dungeon began to tremble violently. Then, an immense spiritual energy dispersed, followed by a burst of laughter. Ha ha! You Wu Tian, you dog scum. I've called you brother blindly for hundreds of years. You heartless bastard. Back then in the Black Sea battlefield, if it weren't for me blocking those arrow storms for you, you would have been dead outside long ago. Nowadays, for your own survival, you poison me, making me suffer agonizing pain. Ha 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 ha. You Wu Tian, may you pray forever that I never escape. Otherwise, when I do manage to get out one day, I will surely make you cease to exist in both form and spirit. Forever doomed. This voice was extremely booming. Despite being very far away, one could still hear the anger in the speaker's tone. Naturally, Yu Xiao could recognize it as her second grandfather, Yulong's voice. Judging by the source of the sound, it should be from a deeper underground prison, where Yu Xiao looked down at the ground. In her eyes, it seemed as if she could penetrate through the thick rock layers to see a prison cell built thousands of meters deep below. That was a prison room resembling a magma hell. Yulong was stripped naked and bound in the scorching magma river. The scorching heat was burning Yulong's body moment by moment. Heavy chains were attached to his hands and feet, preventing him from escaping. Moreover, more than 170 layers of spiritual energy restrictions were imposed within him. Under so many limitations stacked together, Yu Wutian managed to imprison his biological younger brother, who was currently the strongest in Lingxi Sect. If not for Yu Wutian poisoning Yulong with the Xiao Luo blood demon water, reducing him to merely 1% of his full powers during his prime, Yu Wutian might have failed to capture Yulong. At this moment, while still immersed in the magma river, Yulong continued to roar desperately. You Wutian, dog scum, egghead, waste, and a bungler. If you dare, untie me, give me just one hand, one foot, and fight me fairly. You old beast, let me tell you the truth. Your wife was played to death by me, and I even gathered a group of beggars to take turns with her. And then, I made her pregnant, so she gave birth to a bunch of bastards for you. This cuckold. Ah ha ha. The gaze returned to Yu Xiao, and the daffodil pupil pattern in her eyes quietly disappeared. Then, she looked at Granny Longxian and asked, why didn't my great ancestor kill him? Instead, why did he imprison and torture him down there? Upon hearing this, Granny Longxian immediately realized that Yu Xiao should have known where Yulong was being held. So she no longer concealed the information and frankly replied, your second grandfather Yulong is too powerful. It's impossible to kill him using normal methods. Even if we use the first poison in history, the Xiao Luo blood demon water, it would still take 10 whole days to make him completely disappear. Before the full effects of the Xiao Luo blood demon water could be realized, his body had to be immersed in the magma lake to continuously erode him. This way, he wouldn't be able to gather more spiritual energy. After Yu Xiao heard this, she immediately understood. Clearly, being too powerful wasn't always a good thing sometimes. At least, wanting to die wasn't easy either. Thinking about this, Yu Xiao lightly flicked her foot tip on the ground. In the next moment, a wisp of ethereal spiritual power secretly slipped into the earth unnoticed by anyone. This spiritual force acted like a ghost as it penetrated through the thick rock layers and arrived at the magma prison. Originally, an isolation boundary had been set here, making it impossible for any outside matter or spiritual power to pass through it. However, due to Yulong's roar just now, the boundary developed a tiny crack, allowing the spiritual power to slip in unobserved and quietly seeped into Yulong's body. And this seemingly subtle infusion of spiritual power brought a gleam of hope back to Yulong's originally dim eyes. When Yu Xiao left the celestial dungeon, she found that the sky had already turned dark. She took another deep look at the dungeon entrance, seemingly lost in thought. Granny Longxian then said, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. Yu Xiao stayed silent for a moment before suddenly speaking up. Grandmother, how is my mother doing now? Hearing this, Granny Longxian revealed a hint of panic in her expression before saying, She is fine. There's nothing wrong with her. Why do you suddenly mention her? Yu Xiao detected something odd in Granny Longxian's words and asked again, what happened to my mother? Seeing Yu Xiao's serious face, Granny Longxian knew that she couldn't hide anything from her anymore. After pondering for a bit, she decided that this kind of matter really didn't need to be hidden and calmly said, your great ancestor intends to marry your mother off to the former elder of Divine Dawn Immortal Sect as a second wife. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao's small face instantly changed, her voice filled with anger. Let my mother marry that pig-headed guy from Divine Dawn Immortal Sect. What kind of joke is this? Besides, the Divine Dawn Immortal Sect is a cultivation sect beyond Jin Tian domain. Why must they force my mother to get married so far away? Chapter 133, The True Purpose of Yu Xiao. Grandma Longxian fell silent for a while, and then said, the Xinxiao Immortal Sect has had a large number of spies in our Jin Tian domain. They have long known that our Jin Tian domain is now very turbulent, so they want to take the opportunity to launch troops and occupy territory. And then, the old sect master of the Xinxiao Immortal Sect used this as an excuse to let your great-grandfather marry your mother to him as a secondary wife. During the previous assembly of immortals, the old sect master of the Xinxiao Immortal Sect had already taken a fancy to your mother. To use their disciples' words, he was completely enchanted by your mother's beauty, lost in thought and loss of appetite. So he wants to take this opportunity to include your mother in his harem. At this point, Yu Xiao's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. She, of course, knew about the lecherous head of the Xinxiao Immortal Sect. It was rumored that the scoundrel's harem consisted of up to 30,000 women. He had almost gathered all kinds of world-renowned beauties from the southern frontier subcontinent. Such a lustful man was more exaggerated than Yi Kanglin, that scoundrel. Realizing this, Yu Xiao immediately shook her head and said, "No, it won't do. I can't let my mother marry that bastard." As she spoke, Yu Xiao headed toward her mother's sleeping palace, and Grandma Longxian quickly followed her, shouting, "Wait, your mother's palace is surrounded by hundreds of guards. You can't possibly get in." Yu Xiao coldly retorted, "Will those guards dare to not let me enter? If they dare to stop me, I'll drink the abortion medicine right in front of them, and we'll see whether I die first or that son of a gun, Yu Wutian, will execute them first." Upon finishing her words, Yu Xiao's speed suddenly increased. When Grandma Longxian heard these words, she instantly panicked. Her face contorted with worry as she wailed, "This is wickedness. This is wickedness." After one incense stick of time, Yu Xiao arrived at her mother's sleeping palace and indeed saw it surrounded by hundreds of guards layer upon layer. It looked like not even a bird could fly in. Yu Xiao did not care about this and charged straight in. She had already planned how she would deal with these guards next. However, something strange happened. When Yu Xiao approached them, they actually obediently made way for her. Yu Xiao did not mind this and quickly walked into the sleeping palace. At this moment, there were still many maidservants waiting inside the palace. They were just about to bow down when Yu Xiao ignored them completely and shouted into the sleeping palace, "Mother, mother, are you here?" After calling out several times without a response, Yu Xiao closed her eyes briefly and reopened them, revealing the water lily pupil pattern quietly. In no time, Yu Xiao found her mother's location. Then, she swiftly moved forward. Li Xiaoxiang was just taking a bath in the bathing room at this moment, with over a dozen maids carefully combing her jet black shiny hair. When Yu Xiao rushed in, she saw Li Xiaoxiang soaking in the bathtub. And naturally, Li Xiaoxiang also noticed Yu Xiao at this moment, and asked, "It's late. You should be asleep. Why have you come here?" As she spoke, Li Xiaoxiang poured a scoop of water from the bathtub onto her white tender skin. There was no denying that Li Xiaoxiang was undeniably beautiful, stirring emotions deeply. If it were a man instead, he'd undoubtedly fall at Li Xiaoxiang's feet under her charm. It was unsurprising that the old patriarch of Shunxiao Immortal Sect was still enchanted by Li Xiaoxiang's beauty, despite his advanced age, losing focus and forgetting meals. Upon seeing her mother, Yu Xiao calmed down significantly from her initial panic. She calmly came behind her mother and took over the little maid who was combing her mother's long hair. Then, she gently picked up the comb and started brushing her mother's hair while saying, "Are you really going to marry that pighead from Wuyuan Mountain?" When Li Xiaoxiang heard this, she immediately understood why her daughter had specifically come. Then she calmly responded, "He has already promised that if I agree to marry him, he will not send troops to intervene in the turmoil in the Jin Tian domain. In fact, when the Lingxi Sect is in trouble, he will lend us a hand. Such a profitable deal, why shouldn't we take it?" While Li Xiaoxiang said this, her tone sounded very relaxed, as though what she mentioned had nothing to do with herself marrying someone. It was more akin to discussing a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao turned her head and glanced at the surrounding maids. She waved her hand, indicating that these maids should leave. But the maids looked at Li Xiaoxiang. Seeing this, Li Xiaoxiang nodded, agreeing to let them leave. After everyone left, Yu Xiao finally spoke. "I handed the secret key for escape to Aunt, and also helped Great-Grandpa. I hope they can escape using this opportunity. Mother, please escape with them." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiang's normally calm face showed a hint of unusual emotion. She took a gentle breath and then smiled. "Where could I possibly go? Ever since I left Lingxi Sect, I've already had no home. Besides, even if I were to leave, what about you? Have you ever considered what Yu Wutian would do to you after all of this?" Yu Xiao gave a cold laugh, her eyes flashing with disdain as she said, "I never expected to survive. From the moment Yu Wutian murdered father, I've been waiting for this opportunity, the chance to personally take revenge on that bastard Yu Wutian." As Yu Xiao spoke these words, her eyes revealed an intense ferocity, and the killing intent surrounding her was almost palpable. Although Li Xiaoxiang appeared outwardly calm, her heart was thrown into turmoil by Yu Xiao's words. Yu Xiao's statements revealed two significant pieces of information. First, the former leader of Lingxi Sect, Yu Wui, who is Yu Xiao's father, did not die of natural causes but was killed by Yu Wutian. Second, everything Yu Xiao has done for Yu Wutian so far has merely been part of her plan to personally kill Yu Wutian, the man who murdered her father. Just as Li Xiaoxiang was about to speak, a sudden wave of intense nausea hit her, causing her to immediately turn away from the bath and start dry heaving. Seeing this, Yu Xiao instantly panicked, instinctively stroking her mother's back as she asked, "Mother, what's wrong?" After dry heaving for a bit, Li Xiaoxiang's complexion turned pale. The morning sickness symptoms had been getting worse recently, and she didn't know what might happen if Yu Wutian discovered this fact. At that moment, Li Xiaoxiang shook her head to indicate that she was fine. Then, thoughts of Yi Kanglin suddenly flashed through her mind, and in a whisper only she could hear, she said, "If only you were here." Chapter 134. Yu Xiao's plan to deal with Yu Wutian. She turned her head towards Yu Xiao and asked, "How is Yi Kanglin doing now? Is he still in the Hidden Mountains?" Seeing that her mother was fine, Yu Xiao let out a sigh of relief. She then said gently, "He came out a few days ago, but he did not return to the sect." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiang was slightly surprised and asked, "Didn't return to the sect? Where did he go then?" Because she had been imprisoned in the palace for a long time, Li Xiaoxiang hadn't heard much about what happened outside. Naturally, she didn't know what had occurred after Yi Kanglin left the Hidden Mountains. Yu Xiao continued combing her mother's jet black hair as she spoke. Yi Kanglin used a special teleportation array while he was in the He Mountains, gathering all the armies he kept outside into the He Mountains. Then he swiftly annihilated the 40,000 rebel troops led by Wu Shan. But from Wu Shan's mouth, he learned that Wu Sujian had already led an army of 13,000 to attack Xiaozhou City. And the location of Xiaozhou City just happens to be part of the Bai family's territory. Coincidentally, the illegitimate daughter of Yi Kanglin and aunt Bai Lu, Bai Xinyan, is exactly at the Bai family estate. So, when Yi Kanglin found out from Wu Shan that Xiaozhou City would soon be under attack, he immediately gathered his troops and headed to Xiaozhou City. Judging by the current timeline, the crisis in Xiaozhou City should have been resolved by now. It is likely that within a few days, he will personally lead his army back to Lingxi Sect. When Yu Xiao mentioned that Yi Kanglin and Bai Lu had an illegitimate daughter, a trace of complexity flickered in her eyes. But this unusual emotion quickly passed. Her mind then recalled the army of 20,000 men led by Yi Wuqian. Logically speaking, returning from the He Mountains to Donghuan County should have been very quick. However, there had been no movement from Yi Wuqian's side, as if they were lying low in the He Mountains. Could it really be, as Yi Wuqian had said, that Yi Wuqian was planning to wait until Lingxi Sect and the ancient demon sect were both weakened before reaping the benefits? Yu Xiao pursed her lips, showing a bit of displeasure on her face. After listening to her daughter's narrative, Li Xiaoxiang also fell silent for a moment. Then she said indifferently, when his illegitimate daughter with Bai Lu is in danger, he can travel thousands of miles to rescue her. But we've been trapped in the sect for so long, and he hasn't made any gesture towards us. Saying this, Li Xiaoxiang gave a cold snort, cursing Yi Kanglin hundreds of times in her heart. However, Yu Xiao chuckled upon hearing this. Yi Kanglin might bring troops back for her mother, but he certainly wouldn't come for her. Perhaps for Yi Kanglin, he even hoped that she would die under the blades of the rebels. Thinking this way, Yu Xiao felt a slight sadness. Her mind again drifted back to the 300 years she had spent with Yi Kanglin. For some unknown reason, recently she often thought about Yi Kanglin and how carefully he took care of her. Whenever she thought of these moments, Yu Xiao would feel a sweet sensation in her heart. It felt like they were still husband and wife, never separated. But when she woke from her dreams, she realized that Yi Kanglin was no longer the person who shared her bed. With this realization, Yu Xiao looked somewhat disheartened. Then Li Xiaoxiang stepped out of the bath pool, casually picked up the towel nearby, and briefly wiped herself down before continuing. Have you thought through the plan to assassinate Yu Wutian? Although his strength now has significantly declined, he is still an extremely strong peak Tianyang realm practitioner. With your current strength, without resorting to any tricks, there's no way you could kill him. Besides, he's an exceptionally cautious individual. At this point, Yu Xiao smiled and said, Mother, don't worry, I've already devised a plan, though Yi Kanglin may suffer a little as a result. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiang turned her head towards Yu Xiao and asked, What do you mean? Yu Xiao revealed a seductive smile, saying, When Yu Wutian transforms into a semi-blood demon master, his strength will reach an unprecedented peak. No one except Yi Kanglin can withstand that guy. As long as Yi Kanglin can hold off Yu Wutian for just 10 breaths, I'll definitely be able to kill Yu Wutian. As Yu Xiao said this, her eyes lightly closed. However, Li Xiaoxiang hesitated and questioned, Are you sure Yi Kanglin will help you fight Yu Wutian? Yu Xiao shook her head, Of course not. If he agreed to help me deal with Yu Wutian, that would be really strange. Li Xiaoxiang was confused and rolled her eyes, saying, Then why do you say let Yi Kanglin hold off Yu Wutian while you launch a surprise attack from behind? Yu Xiao smiled and said, When the time comes, I will naturally have a way to make Yi Kanglin face Yu Wutian, and I don't even need to look for him. He will directly confront Yu Wutian. After saying this, Yu Xiao stopped talking. However, Li Xiaoxiang looked at Yu Xiao curiously, as if wanting to see through her daughter's mind. The next day, Xiaozhou City, Chen hour, 7:30 a.m. After a night of rest, many severely injured members in Yi Kanglin's Silver Fox Corps were effectively treated. Still, more than 10,000 died due to severe injuries that couldn't be healed. In this way, Yi Kanglin's Silver Fox Corps only had about 87,000 people left. The only good news was that Yi Kanglin absorbed a large amount of Tianma soul entities from those 13,000 rebel troops of the ancient demon sect. After sacrificing these souls, approximately 1,500 years of stored life force were exchanged. If adding the 300+ years reserve life force obtained from the longevity fruit wine, then Yi Kanglin currently has an astonishing total of about 1,800 years of reserve life force. Such an abundance of reserve life force is sufficient for Yi Kanglin to exchange for a fully equipped 18,000-member Silver Fox Corps. However, Yi Kanglin did not rush to summon his army, because there was still something more important to do right now. It could be seen that Yi Kanglin and Bai Jianshan were walking side by side in Xiaozhou City. Bai Jianshan, seeing the heavily damaged city and the numerous civilians crushed under the ruins, felt particularly disheartened. Fortunately, most of the unharmed artisans, under the unified management of the city hall, began methodically cleaning and restoring. At this moment, Bai Jianshan spoke to Yi Kanglin beside him. The Lingxiang stone mine vein has been mined for hundreds of years, and by today, the reserves are very scarce. Moreover, the remaining deposits are all deep within the Earth's crust. Extracting them poses significant difficulty and risk. To be honest, your gains going in now might not be substantial. Chapter 135. Yi Changlan enhances current lifespan. Yi Changlan chuckled at this moment. There's no need for you to worry about this. Just lead me there. As for how much I can harvest, that will be my issue. After hearing Yi Changlan's words, Bai Jianshan stopped trying to dissuade him. But after a short silence, he suddenly laughed. "Xuanhuan, do you know? When my daughter Bailu became involved with you, I was actually very angry. After all, you are already married, and she is a pure young lady. It seemed quite unfair for her to be with you. Especially later when I found out that even after you were demoted to a menial disciple, she still continued associating with you. It made me so angry that I almost expelled her from the Bai family." Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan gave the old man an odd look. "So what? Are you still regretful that she is with me?" Bai Jiangshan couldn't help but laugh twice. "Indeed, I do regret it somewhat." He turned his head toward Xuanhuan and continued to smile. "Regret not making you marry earlier. Regret not helping you when you were demoted. Now, our entire Bai clan has been saved by you, making me uncertain how exactly to repay you." After hearing these words, Xuanhuan also gave a soft laugh. "No repayment necessary. After all, your clan helped me back then. Besides, you're also my daughter's grandfather, so assistance was expected. Besides, removing Wuxia Jian wasn't entirely for your clan." As he spoke, Xuanhuan suddenly remembered something and asked Bai Jiangshan, "By the way, your city of Shazhou has always relied on Lingjiang stones for profit. Now that the vein of Lingjiang stones has been exhausted by me, doesn't that mean your city of Shazhou will lose its source of income?" Bai Jiangshan heartily laughed in response. "You don't have to worry about that. 50 years ago, our Bai family no longer depended on those Lingjiang stones. The main industry of Shazhou City now is the forging of magical weapons, and most of the major forging workshops are set up in the outer district. Therefore, this battle hasn't affected our foundation. As for that vein of Lingjiang stones, it was an optional resource. If you needed it, feel free to take it." After hearing this, Xuanhuan sighed in relief. He had been worried that if he exhausted the vein on which Shazhou City lived off, what would the common people of Shazhou City do? Turns out, they had long since ceased depending on those veins. With that thought, Bai Jiangshan had already led Xuanhuan to the entrance of the Lingjiang stone mining area. However, this entrance was surrounded by a fence and had a seal posted on it. Judging by the surrounding decorations, it had clearly been abandoned for some time. Seeing this, Xuanhuan looked towards Bai Jiangshan and asked, "Is this the entrance to the Lingjiang stone mine?" Bai Jiangshan nodded. "Do you need me to send someone to accompany you down there?" Xuanhuan shook his head. "That's not necessary. I just didn't expect this place to have already been abandoned." Saying this, Xuanhuan proceeded into the mine by himself. Once inside the mine, a coolness silently crept in. The feeling was akin to stepping from outdoor room temperature into a cold air-conditioned room. Xuanhuan couldn't help but shiver slightly. Next, he took a moonstone out of his storage ring and lit it up. Quickly, bright white light illuminated the surroundings. Xuanhuan then began to descend deeper along a staircase. The heavy earthy smell in the air made it seem like an unknown person might think this place was a tomb. At this point, Gnome Xiuxian flew out, glanced around, and said to Xuanhuan, "In fact, with your current reserve of lifespan, you could definitely summon more troops. You can start fighting from Shazhou City and move gradually towards Lingxi Sect. As long as we eliminate all the rebels along the way, your army numbers will grow continuously. By the time we return to Lingxi Sect, you could even swallow both Lingxi Sect and the rebels whole. There's really no need to waste time here." Yet Xuanhuan shook his head. "Compared to armies, right now, I urgently need to increase my existing lifespan." Gnome Xiuxian blinked in slight confusion and asked, "Why bring up increasing current lifespan all of a sudden?" Xuanhuan frowned deeply as he suddenly recalled the scene during the battle against Wuxia Jian before. He had predicted that the top of the lightning barrier was its weakest spot. If he used full strength to break through that location, then Wuxia Jian's lightning array would also be destroyed. What he didn't expect, however, was that the defensive power at that location wasn't weak. Even Xuanhuan couldn't make a dent in it. If it weren't for accidentally interrupting the normal spellcasting of Wuxia Jian, causing the lightning to halt mid-process and giving the Silver Fox Legion an opening, perhaps the outcome of yesterday's battle would still be uncertain. Recalling this, Xuanhuan suddenly said to Gnome Xiuxian, "I think I need to enhance my own strength. Always staying at the peak of Tianyang realm makes me feel inadequate." Upon hearing these words, Gnome Xiuxian laughed for no apparent reason, then spoke with a tone of satisfaction. "Well, you finally remembered about your current lifespan." He nodded and continued, "How about some intel? It'll cost you 10 years of stored life essence." Xuanhuan glanced at him disapprovingly upon hearing this. "You're not trying to sell me another useless thing, are you?" Gnome Xiuxian shook his head earnestly. "It's related to Yu Wutian and Wu Fenghuang." Xuanhuan paused instinctively, saying, "Yu Wutian and Wu Fenghuang? Aren't they still battling fiercely in Dongguan County? What kind of intel could they have?" Gnome Xiuxian responded nonchalantly. "So, do you want to hear it or not? Let me remind you, this intel is quite important to you. Don't cry later if you don't listen now." After pondering for a moment, Xuanhuan nodded. "All right, I'll buy the intel. Go ahead and tell me." Seeing Xuanhuan yield, Gnome Xiuxian displayed a cunning smile, but soon became serious again. "Yu Wutian and Wu Fenghuang have formed an alliance. They're planning to join forces against your Silver Fox Legion." At this revelation, Xuanhuan stopped walking down the stairs, his mind racing and thoughts swirling. His brain processed the information rapidly. Then he looked at Gnome Xiuxian with confusion, asking, "Yu Wutian and Wu Fenghuang teaming up against me? You're not joking, right?" Chapter 136. "Are you sure this mining vein is almost depleted?" Gnome Xiuxian sneered. "Are you kidding? Do I have to joke with you? You killed Wu Shan and Wu Suajian, and casually slaughtered over 50 million followers of the ancient god-demon sect. How do you think Wu Fenghuang feels? That woman wants to tear you apart right now. Meanwhile, Yu Wutian used celestial divination to figure out your situation, and he seized the opportunity to contact Wu Fenghuang and suggest an alliance. Now their armies have ceased fighting each other and started to plan a joint strategy against you. As she spoke, Gnome Xiuxian approached Xianxia and said seriously, "So, Xianxia, can you understand how serious this matter is? The turmoil in Jin Tian has shifted from just the ancient god-demon sect attacking Lingxi Sect to both major factions uniting to encircle you." After hearing this, Xianxia blinked his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim, "Come on, doesn't Wu Fenghuang realize something's wrong? As the pope of the ancient god-demon sect, why would she trust an alliance with the Lingxi Sect? As for Yu Wutian, many of his family members were killed by the ancient god-demon sect. Even if he agrees to cooperate with them, would the rest of the disciples in the Lingxi Sect also agree? Furthermore, Lingxi Sect is basically cornered now by the ancient god-demon sect. Where do they get the leverage to negotiate a cooperation?" At this moment, Xianxia appeared somewhat agitated, because it was difficult for him to believe that two adversarial forces who had been hostile for over 800 years would now unite just to counter him. This was indeed unbelievable. Though Xianxia had previously contemplated such a possibility, when it actually came to pass, he still struggled to accept it. Seeing Xianxia's unwillingness to believe, Gnome Xiuxian sighed and said, "Don't underestimate Lingxi Sect just because its territory has been compressed by the ancient god-demon sect to just Dongguan County. Even in this small area, Yu Wutian has stockpiled more than 800,000 troops. And most importantly, these soldiers have all taken large quantities of opium pills. As a result, the power of these troops has reached the level of Xian stage soldiers, making them almost equal to the ancient god-demon sect's army. However, after losing those 50,000 soldiers previously while dealing with you, the ancient god-demon sect now only has less than 70,000 troops stationed in Dongguan County. So, when Yu Wutian proposed cooperation, he had enough confidence to bargain with Wu Fenghuang. Wu Fenghuang agreed to ally with Yu Wutian for a simple reason. Because Yu Wutian offered her a very appealing condition. That is, after annihilating your Silver Fox Corps, he will lead all Lingxi Sect members away from Jin Tian forever. To ensure safety, Wu Fenghuang even made Yu Wutian take a Wuan ant heart-eroding pill, ensuring that she could completely control him before agreeing to cooperate with him. As for internal dissent within the Lingxi Sect regarding Yu Wutian's decisions, they have mostly been locked up, including your little lover Yu Ruyu and your uncle Jiang Longjia. Upon hearing this, Xianxia gained some understanding of recent events within Lingxi Sect, but he was still puzzled. Something seems off here. Yu Wutian and I don't have any deep-seated grudges. Why would he be willing to abandon Jin Tian domain just to kill me? This doesn't seem like something he'd do. Gnome Xiuxian calmly replied, because he never planned to truly honor the promise to leave Jin Tian. Yu Wutian's approach to Wu Fenghuang was merely a delaying tactic. He is waiting for the Blood Moon Night 9 days from now. At that time, once he becomes the Blood Master, no one will be able to resist him, so he naturally won't feel obligated to fulfill any promises made to Wu Fenghuang. Upon hearing this, Xianxia felt a flash of clarity and immediately understood. Yu Wutian feared that Dongguan might not last until the 9th day under the ancient god-demon sect's attacks, which prompted him to propose a cooperative strategy to deal with you. That explained why he was so ready to talk about giving up sovereignty over Jin Tian. It was clearly never serious. With this in mind, Xianxia took a deep breath, saying, "No wonder that old man fed poppy pills to Lingxi Sect's battle disciples. It was pretty despicable." As a high-level alchemist, Xianxia, of course, knew exactly what poppy pills were. It was a drug similar to opium, highly addictive. After consumption, it significantly boosted physical functions, including muscle power and enhanced reflexes. Moreover, after taking this drug, the combat disciples of Lingxi Sect would no longer feel pain, becoming mere machines for killing, devoid of any emotions. The cost of gaining all these abilities was that their organs and internal systems would begin to fail. Especially once the poppy pills were discontinued, the users would rapidly age, eventually turning into living zombies. During this aging process, they would experience excruciating pain, as if insects were crawling all over them in an endless despair. Thinking of this, Xianxia muttered aloud, "Yu Wutian, you truly don't deserve to live in this world." As he spoke, his fists unconsciously clenched tighter. This wasn't out of sympathy for the combat disciples of Lingxi Sect. Rather, it was the indignation of a normal person witnessing cruel tyranny. Additionally, learning that his ultimate spiritual body had been ruined by Yu Wutian, and that the reason why the rebels had come to capture his daughter was also due to Yu Wutian's betrayal, only made Xianxia angrier, grinding his teeth. At this moment, Yu Wutian had definitely made it onto Xianxia's hit list. However, he didn't act on impulse. He clearly understood that his current strength was insufficient to confront the divine armies and the sects united against him, so he needed to store longevity, a great deal of it. With this in mind, Xianxia continued walking downward quickly. As he walked, Xianxia suddenly asked, "By the way, Gnome Xiuxian, does the system's black hole swallowing have a clear annotation for the longevity conversion price of Spirit River Stones?" Gnome Xiuxian thought for a moment and said, "Spirit River Stones are slightly more expensive than Celestial Devil Souls. One Spirit River Stone can roughly exchange for 6 days of stored longevity." Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes brightened with joy, saying, 6 days, not bad for the unit price. If there are still 8 or 9,000, even 10 or 20,000 Spirit River Stones left in this abandoned mine cave, at the very least, we could exchange for another 100 or 200 years of stored longevity. As he spoke, Xuanhuan had already reached the bottom of the stone staircase. His gaze fell upon the wide cavern ahead, and his mouth immediately dropped open. Not only Xuanhuan, but even Nong Xiuxian opened her mouth wide, turning to Xuanhuan and asking, "Are you sure this mining vein is almost depleted?" Xuanhuan swallowed hard and replied, "That old guy by Jiangshan told me so." Nong Xiuxian, however, chuckled lightly. Looking at those green jade stones scattered like stars across the rocky body, she loudly proclaimed, "But there are at least 300,000 spirit river stones here, damn it." Chapter 137, beginning to absorb Lingjiang stones. Xuanhuan remained silent for a full 3 seconds. Then his lips gradually cracked into a grin as he threw his head back and laughed loudly. With so many Lingjiang stones, who cares about any divine coalition? Even if Yu brings other foreign forces to attack me, I won't panic at all. Ahaha. Nong Xiuxian shot Xuanhuan, who was extremely exhilarated, an indifferent glance and chuckled. What if that old man really calls in other cultivator sects? How will you deal with that? After hearing Nong Xiuxian's words, Xuanhuan's laughter came to an abrupt halt. He coughed dryly, then moved forward, muttering, "No problem, no big issue. That guy Yu wouldn't stoop so low. Besides, he is fully aware that inviting deities is easy, but sending them away can be hard. If we let cultivators from outside of Jin Tian domain enter, afterwards it might become impossible to drive them out." With that, Xuanhuan approached the rocky formations nearby and lightly touched the Lingjiang stones embedded within. Upon sensing the intense energy they contained, he couldn't help but marvel aloud to Nong Xiuxian beside him. "I just don't get what that old guy by Jiangshan was thinking, sitting on such a massive golden mountain, yet he used it as mere decoration. He even said this vein has been mined for several hundred years, and its reserves are already very scarce. When I entered earlier, I was wondering how scarce it could possibly be. But when I saw, there were still 200,000 or 300,000 stones left. What the hell? Isn't this outright lying?" In contrast, Nong Xiuxian seemed unimpressed. He glanced at their current location, estimating the depth below the surface to be at least over 1,000 meters deep. If mining progressed downward by 1 to 2 meters per year, 500 years of excavation would indeed reach a terrifying depth like this. At this point, Nong Xiuxian slowly commented, "Before the Lingjiang stone mine vein ran out, it annually supplied Lingxi Sect with at least 50 to 60 million raw Lingjiang stones. This level of output had been maintained for over 500 years. Now, though, the entire mine vein has less than 30 million Lingjiang stones left, all embedded in rock layers over 1,000 meters deep. In strict terms, saying this mine vein has been dug out isn't wrong either." After listening to this, Xuanhuan said nothing further. He sat cross-legged and activated the system's swallowing black hole, stating, "After I devour all the Lingjiang stones here, my stored lifespan should reach 5,000 years, allowing me direct achievement of limitless lifespan reserves." Saying this, Xuanhuan grinned slyly, appearing very smug. Clapping his hands together, he immediately began controlling the swallowing black hole to frenziedly extract the energy from the Lingjiang stones. Different from when he consumed the heavenly demon souls of the traitor army, this time the swallowing black hole didn't forcefully tear the Lingjiang stones off the rocks, but directly absorbed the energy they stored within. Faint greenish threads of energy seeped out from the Lingjiang stones and flew towards Xuanhuan's swallowing black hole. When the energy neared, it swirled in a vortex-like motion before plunging into the swallowing black hole. As the dense energy was rapidly consumed by the swallowing black hole, Xuanhuan's reserve lifespan increased at an astonishing rate. 1842 years, 1886 years, 1936 years, 1977 years. Xuanhuan silently watched the stored lifespan on the system interface surge wildly, feeling beyond elated. He even started planning what kind of coronation ceremony he'd hold after eliminating Yu and the divine demon ancient sect. Meanwhile, Nong Xiuxian observed this scene with some concern. His arms crossed over his chest, his eyes intently focused on a Lingjiang stone. After its energy was drained, it became an ordinary stone. Then, his gaze shifted to Xuanhuan sitting cross-legged beside him, contemplating. If all these energies are completely sucked up, Xuanhuan's lifespan reserves would definitely skyrocket dramatically. But according to his own plan, if he uses these vast amounts of stored lifespans to reinforce his existing lifespan, how long would it take for him to digest them? With this thought, Nong Xiuxian turned his eyes toward the staircase leading to the outside world, his worries intensifying. Currently, Yu and Wu Fenghuang working together could easily gather over 1 million Xian-stage soldiers. Such a terrifying military force flooding inwards towards Xuanhuan would overwhelm his armies, numbering even around 89,000. Moreover, in case Yu really brought cultivator sects from outside the Jin Tian domain into this turmoil, that would be a real trouble. With this thought, Nong Xiuxian took a deep breath and spoke to Xuanhuan. "Xuanhuan, don't just focus on absorbing the energy of those Lingjiang stones. You can start digesting your stored lifespans right now." Xuanhuan, who was still controlling the swallowing black hole, turned his head toward Nong Xiuxian and asked, "The swallowing black hole is still running. Can I digest my stored lifespans simultaneously?" Nong Xiuxian rolled his eyes and said, "Why not?" Xuanhuan blinked a few times and nonchalantly replied, "It doesn't matter. Even if I can digest them simultaneously, it's unnecessary anyway since there's no lack of time." Seeing this, Nong Xiuxian became somewhat dissatisfied and said, "Not lacking time? Xuanhuan, you need to realize clearly that when reserve lifespans are converted into current lifespans, as long as they reach over 1,000 years, the required digestion time will increase exponentially. Don't wait until the Divine Coalition army arrives at Xiaozhou City, and by then your reserved lifespans haven't been fully converted yet. Yi Changlong glanced at the swallowing black hole in front of him and then looked at the system panel beside him and said, "Is it that serious?" Speaking of this, he sighed, not even giving me a bit of breathing room. Originally, Yi Changlong had planned to rest for a few more days in Xiaozhou City after absorbing all the Lingjiang stones here. But unexpectedly, after reaching 1,000 years of existing lifespan, the digestion time would extend significantly. There's nothing to be done about it now. He could only follow Nong Xiaoxian's request. Then, Yi Changlong lifted his hand and clicked the digestible button on the system interface. Subsequently, he noticed the numbers in the line for available reserve lifespans also began to rise. Host, Yi Changlong. Current lifespan, 948 years, 5 months, 2 days, peak Tianyang realm. Reserved lifespan, 2,145 years, 8 months, 26 days. In no time, Yi Changlong's current lifespan increased from the original 906 years to 948 years. From the looks of it, this digestion speed was actually acceptable, just not sure how much it would change once exceeding 1,000 years. At the same time, Yi Changlong could clearly feel that as his current lifespan increased, his strength also steadily climbed higher. This long-absent sensation of power enhancement immediately made Yi Changlong let out an extended cry involuntarily. Ordinary mortals cannot possibly experience this indescribably wonderful feeling. Chapter 138, The Origin Power. Time began to rush by at this moment. Unknowingly, Yi Kanglin had been sitting in this cave for a full 5 days and 4 nights. It wasn't until the 5th day at 9:30 in the morning that Yi Kanglin's eyes suddenly snapped open. A streak of golden light shot out, and at the same time, a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Whoosh. It was like a ripple of white light radiating outward, as this fearsome energy immediately expanded around Yi Kanglin with him as the center. The powerful energy covered the entire Xiaozhou city in an instant. Almost everyone in the city could clearly feel this terrifying pressure. Under this pressure, almost all commoners instinctively fell to their knees on the ground. Even cultivators were no exception. By family disciples who had reached the initial Yuan or xianxia realms also collapsed with a thud to their knees. They looked fearfully towards the direction where Yi Kanglin was located, and their inner awe was magnified infinitely at this moment. Even those in the Linghua realm, or even the Tianyang realm experienced tremors throughout their bodies at the moment this aura spread, with an urge to flee as quickly as possible. At this very moment, Bai Jishan, head of the Bai family, stared tensely towards the direction where Yi Kanglin was situated. In the split second that the pressure spread, he recognized it as coming from Yi Kanglin. Did he not realize that Yi Kanglin's power had reached such a terrifying level? Looking down at his own trembling hands, Bai Jishan noticed they were drenched in sweat. Seeing this, Bai Jishan's gaze turned unusually cold. This was still several kilometers away, yet his body already reacted with extreme terror. If Yi Kanglin were right before him, wouldn't he collapse instantly? At this moment, Bai Jishan doubted if his early Tianyang realm strength was real. Otherwise, why did he feel so weak and helpless? At the same time, inside the cave, Yi Kanglin's body slowly floated upwards. Between his brows, a peculiar red flame-shaped pattern appeared. Around him, fiery heat energy continuously surged. Not only that, but even Yi Kanglin's hair had turned white. This wasn't the gray white associated with old age. Rather, it was a silvery white, resembling fine silverware. Standing nearby, Nong Xiaoxian immediately revealed an amazed expression. Watching Yi Kanglin hovering midair, he murmured softly. Hovering above the void, element dominion. Has he reached the Dao Tian realm? Levels of cultivation. Initial Yuan realm, Xinjian realm, Linghua realm, Tianyang realm, Huagu realm, Xuanhuan realm, Dao Tian realm. Hanging there in the air for a while, Yi Kanglin lowered his gaze and glanced at his own hands. Instinctively tightening them into fists, he then heard the sound of bones cracking, exclaiming excitedly, "What tremendous power, so invigorating, absolutely incredible." With a hearty laugh, Yi Kanglin directed his attention toward the outside world, taking a step in midair, and instantly his figure darted out. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yi Kanglin vanished without a trace. His speed was so fast that it almost approached the speed of sound, a movement speed of 340 meters per second. Nong Xiaoxian seeing this called out, "Hey, wait for me, Yi Kanglin." Saying this, Nong Xiaoxian followed suit and flew out. The two figures soared up directly out of the kilometer-deep pit. However, after emerging, Yi Kanglin still felt unsatisfied and continued ascending higher toward the sky. He kept rising, reaching over 2,000 meters altitude before gradually slowing down. The air at this height was already extremely thin. Although Yi Kanglin's need for oxygen was significantly lower, he couldn't completely ignore it. Also, being at this height caused a thin layer of frost to form over his skin. Finally, Nong Xiaoxian caught up. Facing Yi Kanglin, he cursed, "What's wrong with you? Why are you flying so fast?" Still immersed in the euphoria of his newfound strength, Yi Kanglin chose to ignore Nong Xiaoxian and instead accessed his system panel to check his remaining lifespan. Host, Yi Kanglin. Remaining lifespan, 5,842 years, 6 months, 28 days. Early Dao Tian realm. Reserved lifespan, 0 days. Upon realizing his current lifespan skyrocketed to nearly 6,000 years, Yi Kanglin let out another joyous laughter. Amazing. Afterward, Yi Kanglin raised his palm and aimed it at a distant mountain peak. In the next moment, as Yi Kanglin's thoughts moved, a soccer ball-sized magma fireball instantly condensed in the palm of his hand. As Yi Kanglin raised his hand and waved, the magma fireball was shot straight out. A faint whooshing sound could be heard, and the speed of the fireball easily broke through to 2 kilometers per second before colliding with the mountain body. Boom! The soccer ball-sized magma fireball, at the instant it came into contact with the mountain, immediately caused a dense mushroom cloud to rise up. The scorching flames even incinerated all the vegetation covering the mountain. The rocks of the demolished mountain were like meteors, flying off toward all directions. The surging air waves even dispersed all the clouds within tens of miles around the mountain. The super strong wind, even at Yi Kanglin's position, could still be distinctly felt. As the strong wind whistled past, it carried Yi Kanglin's silver-white hair, making it dance with the wind. When Yi Kanglin saw that a single attack he made carelessly could cause such terrifying destruction, he then asked Nong Xiuxian, "Nong Xiuxian, how many rebels from the Xinhua ancient sect can I eliminate alone with my current combat strength?" Nong Xiuxian naturally had also seen the earlier attack, where Yi Kanglin destroyed the top of a mountain just with a random strike. Then, he seriously said, according to the conventional cultivation system calculations, someone reaching the Lingxi realm would be able to solo kill around 100 Xiantier soldiers. After reaching the Tianyang realm, one can solo kill roughly about 1,000 Xiantier soldiers. And after advancing to the Huagu realm, there is the ability to solo kill 5,000 Xiantier soldiers approximately. As for the xuanhuan realm, one could probably solo kill 10,000 Xiantier soldiers. At the higher level, which is the current level you have reached, you should be able to solo kill over 50,000 Xiantier soldiers. However, your combat strength is quite special. From equipment to martial arts, Zai Dao Xiulin Zhanji, Jibanshang, Doshu the best superior products provided by the system. Therefore, your personal combat strength is sufficient to solo kill 100,000 Xiantier soldiers. Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin felt slightly disappointed. He had thought that after reaching this level, he would be able to face the Xinhua ancient sect's army of 1,000,000 soldiers on his own. It seemed now that it was still somewhat like a dreamer talking nonsense. But at this moment, Nong Xiuxian said, "By the way, have you released your origin power yet?" At this remark, Yi Kanglin was somewhat surprised and said, "Origin power? What is that?" After hearing this, Nong Xiuxian realized that Yi Kanglin should not know about the origin power yet, so he briefly explained, "It is a special ability similar to bloodline power. When the origin power is released, everyone associated with you can receive a certain degree of enhancement. The closer the connection, the higher the increase in strength." At this statement, Yi Kanglin's eyes slightly brightened, and he exclaimed, "Damn, there's something like this?" Yi Kanglin hadn't come into contact with high-level cultivation tiers, so he had no concept of this so-called origin power. Hearing about such a thing for the first time today did make him a little amazed. Right away, Yi Kanglin began to ask Nong Xiuxian what he should do. Nong Xiuxian didn't hesitate to talk much, directly telling Yi Kanglin a mantra and a sequence of hand seals. Following Nong Xiuxian's instructions, Yi Kanglin formed the seal and joined his palms together, muttering, "Origin power, activate." In an instant, within the boundaries of Shazhou City, the 87,000 members of Yi Kanglin's Silver Fox Corps who he deployed there were the first to sense it. Chapter 139, Bestowal. They were derived from Yi Kanglin's reserve life force, hence there was some connection between them and Yi Kanglin. When Yi Kanglin unleashed the power of his essence, their strength increased to a certain extent. From the perspective of other people in Sandbank City, one could see that these members of the Silver Fox Legion all emitted white light. Following that, their energy began to rapidly climb, and their muscles also swelled up quickly. Strength, speed, explosive power, endurance, and even vitality surged by at least double. Among them, some generals with stronger connections to Yi Kanglin saw their overall abilities increase 2 to 3-fold. As the strength of these soldiers improved more than double, their overall combat power surged greatly as well. If originally one soldier of the Silver Fox Legion could handle 4 rebels of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect, now they could handle at least 8. The only drawback was that these Silver Fox Legion soldiers didn't ascend to the Heaven Tier soldier level because of this. Otherwise, Yi Kanglin's current forces would have been enough to sweep through the entire Jin Tian domain and even the entire southern frontier subcontinent. Of course, aside from the Silver Fox Legion soldiers, others associated with Yi Kanglin also received the blessings. Inside the Sandbank City Lord's residence, Bai Lu was still playing with her daughter. The 2-month-old baby was laughing very happily, her cuteness almost too adorable for words. This sight even caused Yu Qingyan nearby to overflow with maternal instincts. Yu Qingyan looked at the cute Bai Xingyuan and asked Bai Lu, "Auntie, did you experience a lot of pain when giving birth to Yuan?" As Yu Qingyan spoke, she showed a slight hint of apprehension, which made Bai Lu burst out laughing. She replied gently, "You're not afraid when fighting a peakling Fire Realm expert. Why be afraid of the pain of childbirth?" Yu Qingyan pouted her little mouth and muttered softly, "I haven't experienced it before. When I was at the Spirit Creek sect, I heard others say that giving birth is extremely painful. There are even cases where people fainted due to the pain." After hearing this, Bai Lu couldn't help but laugh again, saying, "It's not as serious as that. Though having a child does indeed hurt quite a bit. Once you see your baby born safely, you'll find that everything before was worth it." Hearing these words, Yu Qingyan's initially worried mood improved slightly, and unconsciously, she touched her belly. At the same time, she began to wonder what her child would look like when it was born. But just as Yu Qingyan was lost in thought, she suddenly noticed that Bai Xinyan emitted a faint glow. Then, In the surrounding air, gentle streams of spirit energy uncontrollably flowed into Bai Xingyuan's body. Seeing this, Bai Lu was startled instantly and called out involuntarily, "Xiaoyuan." Saying this, she immediately picked up her child. However, the spiritual energy around Xiaoyuan continued to wildly flow into her. And at this moment, Xiaoyuan showed no signs of discomfort, even smiling joyfully. This scene made Bai Lu feel perplexed. Meanwhile, she could clearly sense within her daughter an intense spiritual force fluctuation rapidly spreading throughout her body. In an instant, Bai Lu was stunned to see that her 2-month-old daughter had already released an aura indicating the early stages of completion in the initial essence realm. Moreover, this aura kept getting stronger. The initial essence realm high stage, then the complete stage, the peak of the initial essence realm, and finally the beginning of the mystic truth realm. Within a short span of time, Bai Xingyuan's spiritual energy soared to the peak of the mystic truth realm. This directly left Bai Lu and Yu Qingyan staring dumbfounded. Confused, Bai Lu looked at Yu Qingyan and asked, "What's going on?" Yu Qingyan was equally baffled, but after a moment, enlightenment flashed in her mind, prompting her to instinctively respond. Could it be bloodline power? As the holy maiden of the Spirit Stream sect, Yu Qingyan had often read various ancient texts and books while being confined in the cold palace during her younger years to pass the time. One passage discussed bloodline power, stating that once a cultivator reached the legendary soul birth realm, they could enhance the strength of their descendants by stimulating the bloodline power within themselves. Many of the great families in the southern frontier subcontinent that have existed for tens of thousands of years employed such bloodline inheritance methods to ensure that their descendants became top-tier geniuses. By doing so, these superfamilies could remain unshakable in the continent for thousands of years. Upon seeing Bai Xingyuan's state, Yu Qingyan immediately recalled prior records regarding bloodline power. The scene before her eyes was identical to the activation of bloodline power. At that moment, Yu Qingyan suddenly realized and said, "Wait, if Bai Xingyuan's bloodline power has been awakened, doesn't it mean Yi Kanglin has reached the soul birth realm?" As Yu Qingyan spoke, she suddenly felt a faint twinge of pain in her abdomen. Then, Yu Qingyan noticed that streams of powerful spiritual energy started gathering towards her abdomen. This scenario was almost identical to what had happened earlier with Bai Xingyuan. Seeing this, Bai Lu's pupils contracted as she turned to Yu Qingyan and said, "Qingyan, wait a moment. I'll go find a physician right now." But Yu Qingyan held her back and smiled gently, saying, "There's no need. It's fine. This is normal." Afterward, Yu Qingyan sat back into the nearby soft chair with difficulty, beads of sweat appearing on her face due to the pain in her abdomen. Though it was uncomfortable, Yu Qingyan felt immense joy because she knew clearly that when an unborn child's bloodline force was activated, their body would undergo purification even before birth. In this process, expectant mothers would indeed feel contractions, but it would all be fine after waiting for a while. Right then, Yu Qingyan took a deep breath, and under this wave of fetal constitution purification, her own spiritual energy within her body actually advanced. In an instant, Yu Qingyan's strength directly rose from the full stage of the Lingfire realm to the peak stage of the Lingfire realm. Feeling the enhancement, Yu Qingyan couldn't help but smile. She tenderly touched her stomach and chuckled. "I didn't expect that I'd also get a share from this little one." With that said, she settled herself quietly and waited for the baptism of her baby. In the Dongwang district, amidst a vast mountain range stretching 100 miles, Yulong led a group of Yu clan members walking arduously. After successfully escaping from the Spirit Creek Sect's dungeon, they ventured into this mountainous region to evade the pursuit of the Spirit Creek Sect. At present, everyone appeared utterly exhausted, and their eyes brimmed with confusion. They seemed unsure about where to proceed next. Most people pinned their hopes on Yulong, for he was the most experienced and strongest among those present. However, being confined in the molten lava dungeon inflicted severe injuries on him, compounded by the lingering toxins from the blood demon water still coursing through his body. Consequently, his power could barely reach the initial level of the Tianyang realm. At this level, even 4,000 or 5,000 rebel troops could annihilate them easily. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinxiu fetched a pot of water and offered it to Yu, saying, "Mother, have some water. You haven't eaten or drunk anything all day." To this, Yu shook her head and replied, "You drink it. I'm fine." Upon seeing this, Jiang Xinxiu just wanted to say more when suddenly, a faint glow emanated from her body. Subsequently, large amounts of spiritual energy rushed into her uncontrollably. This sudden phenomenon left everyone at the scene momentarily stunned. Even Yulong revealed a bewildered expression upon witnessing this unexpected event. Yu anxiously asked, "Xinxiu, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 140. Yi Changlan, is it him? At this moment, Jiang Xinxin also looked at her body with some panic. The water pot in her hand fell to the ground without her noticing, and she said helplessly, I don't know." But the next second, Jiang Xinxin suddenly felt that her spiritual power began to expand rapidly. Originally, her strength was still at the full level of the mystical realm, but instantly it had reached the peak of the mystical realm. This sudden turn of events left Jiang Xinxin stunned for a moment. Yu was also surprised. Seeing her daughter's strength break through without any warning, and continue to strengthen afterwards, she said helplessly, "What's going on? Could there be something wrong with the food Yu Shirao left us?" At this time, a beautiful woman a few years older than Yu slowly walked over. She glanced at the changes on Jiang Xinxin's body and said, "It's the power of bloodlines." One of Jiang Xinxin's direct ancestors or a parent had reached the level of soulborn realm. which caused her strength to break through. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinxin turned her head to look at this beautiful woman and said, "Annie, my father passed away a few years ago, and the other ancestors have also passed on. How could there still be such bloodline power?" The beautiful young woman, whom Jiang Xinxin called Auntie, looked towards Yu Ryu meaningfully upon hearing these words. And at this moment, Yu Ryu's face turned red, not daring to meet the eyes of her elder sister, clearly displaying a look as if saying she didn't know either. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinxin's strength continued to increase further. In the blink of an eye, her strength rose from the original peak of the mystical realm to successfully reach the fire spirit realm level. Then, based on the fire spirit realm, it skyrocketed, under the astonished gaze of everyone present, directly climbing to the accomplished stage of the heavenly sun realm. This way, Jiang Xinxin's strength even surpassed Yulong, making her the strongest among all the Yu clan members present. After reaching the accomplished stage of the heavenly sun realm, the halo around Jiang Xinxin gradually disappeared. She happily looked at her mother and said, "Mother, did you see? I've reached the heavenly sun realm. From now on, I am capable of protecting you." Clearly, for Jiang Xinxin, she doesn't care about what kind of bloodline power, as long as it made her stronger so she can protect her loved ones. It didn't matter to her why. However, this scene caught Moon Dragon Zhang's attention nearby. He muttered to himself, "To climb from the mystical realm to the heavenly sun realm? This isn't something an ordinary soulborn realm strong person can achieve. Not even a top-tier soulborn realm expert could let their descendants break through 2 major realms by merely activating the bloodline force. Unless this girl's predecessors transcended the soulborn realm and reached a higher level realm." When Yulong said this, he immediately revealed a disbelieving expression on his face. Saying this, Yulong dragged his heavily wounded body over to where Jiang Xinxin and Yu Ryu were, saying, "Let's go find Yi Changlan." On hearing these words, Yu Ryu instinctively looked at Yulong and asked, "Find Yi Changlan?" Yulong nodded. "I believe that kid will take us in." As he spoke, he gave a deep look to the side at Jiang Xinxin, who innocently responded, "He has no connection with Lingxi Sect anymore. We are strangers. Would he really take us in?" Yulong laughed, nodding, "Of course. And once you, Jiang Xinxin, speak up, we'll all have a chance to survive." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinxin became more confused, while beside them, Yu Ryu blushed like a ripe peach, unable to look into Yulong's eyes. Within Li Xiaoxiang's quarters in the Lingxi Sect, after 5 days of decoration, the entire palace had become magnificent. Even Li Xiaoxiang herself had replaced her usual look with a refined makeup. This peerless beauty truly resembled a fairy in the mortal world, her charm unmatched. Just looking at her beauty one more time seemed enough to fall hopelessly in love with her. However, sitting in front of the mirror, Li Xiaoxiang felt no joy at all seeing her own stunning reflection in the mirror. The reason was simple. The messenger of the Divine Cloud Immortal Sect had already arrived in Jin Tian Domain, and they were expected to reach the Lingxi Sect tonight. At that point, Li Xiaoxiang would follow them to the Divine Cloud Immortal Sect. Once she left, it was uncertain whether she would ever return. Just then, Yu Shirao came in from outside and gently said to her mother, "Mother, I heard that the Sect Master of Divine Cloud Immortal Sect is personally coming to escort you this time, and the dowry prepared for you is so much that it will take thousands of flying magical beasts to move it all." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiang showed no joy but suddenly asked, "Have there been any messages from Yi Changlan recently?" Yu Shirao shook her head. "He seems to still be in Sahar City, but I don't know what he's doing there." After hearing these words, Li Xiaoxiang gave a bitter smile. As expected, in that guy's eyes, I'm nothing more than a pawn that can be discarded at will. When Yu Shirao heard this, she instinctively wanted to say something. But at this moment, Li Xiaoxiang suddenly felt a surge of pain in her abdomen. The next instant, enormous amounts of spiritual energy uncontrollably surged toward her belly. This made her heart race with sudden panic. She placed one hand on her stomach and said anxiously, "What's happening?" This scene also startled Yu Shirao, who paled and said, "Wait, mother, let me find help right away." As she spoke, Yu Shirao ran toward the door, shouting as she went, "Doctor, doctor, hurry up and bring the doctor here." Li Xiaoxiang caressed her belly, her face showing signs of discomfort. But when she felt the little life within her womb, she quickly reacted and said, "Yi Changlan, is it him?" Realizing this, Li Xiaoxiang immediately called out in Yu Shirao's direction, "Shirao, no need to find the doctor." Yu Shirao had just reached the doorway when she stopped upon hearing her mother's voice. Turning around, she looked at Li Xiaoxiang and repeated questioningly, "No need." At this moment, Li Xiaoxiang approached her gracefully and said softly, "There's nothing to worry about. No need to fetch the doctor." Hearing this, Yu Shirao glanced strangely at Li Xiaoxiang's belly, as if contemplating something deeply. In Sahar City, the 11th Army General, Yi Kai, sipped from his wine gourd while saying to another general, "This time, our Lord's strength has clearly increased significantly. He's allowing all of us brothers to share in his blessings." Beside Yi Kai, General Yi Yunxiao of the 12th Army took a puff from his smoking pipe and said, "Are you really getting excited over such small blessings? You should check out what's happening in the City Lord's mansion." The daughter of Lady Bai Lu, Bai Xinyuan, just broke through to the mystical realm, causing quite a stir in the City Lord's residence. Even Lady Yu Qingyan, who is carrying the Lord's child, has received the shared blessings, and her strength has broken through to the peak of the fire spirit realm. When you compare yourselves to them, your own improvements seem pitifully insignificant. After hearing this, Yi Kai took a swig of liquor silently, finding that Yi Yunxiao made a reasonable point. Just then, beside Yi Kai, A middle-aged woman weighing over 200 pounds suddenly collapsed. Her forehead was drenched with sweat, and she pressed a hand against her swollen belly, moaning in distress. Startled, both Ye Kai and Yi Yunxiao exchanged glances before walking over to the middle-aged woman in her 50s and asked worriedly, "Ma'am, what's wrong with you?" The woman kept clutching her belly and cried out weakly, "It hurts, my stomach is killing me." Subconsciously, they glanced at the layers of fat on her protruding belly, then again exchanged looks. Ye Kai was the first to say, "Can it be? Does our lord have some peculiar preferences?" Chapter 141. Yi Wuqian was attacked by the Divine Spirit Allied Army. Yi Yunxiao deeply inhaled from his tobacco pipe and then exhaled a puff of white smoke, saying, "There's no spiritual energy swirling around her. What nonsense are you talking about?" Upon hearing this, Ye Kai felt the same way. But the next second, both were shocked to see that the 50-year-old woman was suddenly surrounded by streaks of green energy. Seeing this, the two took another deep breath. Yi Yunxiao's facial muscles twitched as he said, "Indeed, our lord's preferences are not something we can easily speculate about." At this moment, Ye Kai seriously nodded his head and, looking at the chubby-cheeked lady, gulped and said, "Just based on this old woman's appearance, I can never imagine how our lord could be attracted to her. It's something I would never learn even in a lifetime." Just as these two clowns were criticizing, there was suddenly a loud puff. Then, a thick green mist began to spread through the air. This immediately made Ye Kai and Yi Yunxiao vomit right there on the spot. Next, the two rapidly distanced themselves from the lady. Amidst the commotion, Ye Kai screamed loudly, "What the hell? That old woman just wanted to fart. Damn it. Gah." After running several hundred meters away, Ye Kai turned around and threw up violently. Yi Yunxiao was pretty much in the same state, equally feeling nauseated. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from above their heads. "Ye Kai, Yi Yunxiao." The two immediately straightened upon hearing the voice and looked up into the sky. A shirtless Yi Changlan with long silver-white hair descended directly from the sky and hovered about half a meter above the ground. Upon seeing this, Ye Kai and Yi Yunxiao hurriedly knelt down on one knee and simultaneously proclaimed, "This subordinate, Ye Kai, Yi Yunxiao, pays respects to Lord Yi. May our lord enjoy blessings as vast as the Eastern Sea and live for thousands of years." Yi Changlan glanced at these two and asked, "During the 5 days I spent in seclusion, did the rebel forces surrounding Sanzhou City dare attack?" Ye Kai bowed respectfully and replied, "In reply to my lord, all the rebel forces near Sanzhou City have retreated during the time you've been in seclusion. They abandoned the cities they had already captured and gathered towards Donghuan province. Therefore, Sanzhou City has not suffered any other attacks or harassment by the rebels during these few days." At this point, Yi Changlan let out a sigh of relief before asking again, "What about Yi Wuqian? Did he send you any messages?" Upon hearing this, Ye Kai and Yi Yunxiao both trembled and broke out in sweat. Yi Yunxiao quickly spoke first. "There's been some trouble on Yi Wuqian's side." As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Changlan landed and frowned, asking sternly, "What happened to Yi Wuqian?" Yi Yunxiao and Ye Kai exchanged glances, each wanting the other to speak first, but ultimately it was Yi Yunxiao who initiated. 2 days ago, the 20,000-strong army led by Yi Wuqian was jointly besieged by the allied forces of Shenhua Ancient Sect and Lingxi Sect. Once these words left his mouth, Yi Changlan's expression darkened instantly as anger surged within him. Shenhua Ancient Sect and Lingxi Sect together attacked Yi Wuqian? Yi Yunxiao nodded while Ye Kai immediately chimed in. "This battle lasted a day and night until it ended last night. It caused roughly 10,000 casualties among our army." When Ye Kai reached this part, his voice started trembling slightly. He dared not raise his head and look into Yi Changlan's eyes. And after hearing this news, Yi Changlan did not reveal any emotions on his face. However, the flames swirling around his body clearly showed that Yi Changlan was furiously angry. He coldly scolded his subordinates. "Why didn't you report such an important matter earlier, forcing me to inquire instead?" Just moments before, Yi Changlan intended to use a communication jade tablet to inquire about Yi Wuqian's situation. Since it was known that the Divine and Spirit factions would join forces against the Silver Fox Corps, Yi Changlan wanted to issue orders for Yi Wuqian to temporarily retreat from Lingxi Sect. But when he sent the message to Yi Wuqian, he was horrified to find out that Yi Wuqian's communication jade tablet couldn't receive any messages, which meant Yi Wuqian's tablet was shattered. In what kind of scenario would a communication jade tablet shatter? Answer: during battle. At that moment, Yi Changlan was slightly confused. He thought the Spirit-Divine Alliance shouldn't move so quickly against the Silver Fox Corps. Anxiously, Yi Changlan attempted to use telepathic sensing to connect with Yi Wuqian, but because of the great distance, the telepathic signal couldn't reach him. With no other choice, Yi Changlan had to seek Ye Kai and Yi Yunxiao. Even though they had been mentally prepared, Yi Changlan still became extremely angry upon hearing the news that Yi Wuqian was under attack. Sensing Yi Changlan's anger, Ye Kai and Yi Yunxiao quickly knelt down on the ground. Ye Kai immediately explained, "Lord, you were in seclusion, and I did not dare to disturb you." Yi Yunxiao added, "Moreover, while you were in seclusion, you didn't allow us to send telepathic signals to you. Therefore, even if we wanted to report this matter to you, we had no way to do so." After hearing these words, Yi Changlan slapped his head forcefully. At this moment, he suddenly regretted turning off the telepathic connection. Pacing back and forth for a while, Yi Changlan asked again, "What is the current situation with Yi Wuqian?" Yi Yunxiao reported, "The Divine Spirit Allied Army has been forced to retreat. They shouldn't be troubling Yi Wuqian for a short period." Meanwhile, Yi Wuqian has temporarily retreated into the Black Tortoise Mountains, ready to respond calmly regardless of what happens. Hearing this, Yi Changlan sighed in relief and then said, "Which communication jade tablet are you using now to contact Yi Wuqian?" Yi Kai immediately took out the jade tablet he used to communicate with Yi Wuqian and said, "This jade tablet is used by me to contact Yi Wuqian's deputy, Yi Qingshan. After Yi Wuqian's own jade tablet shattered, he communicated with me through this tablet." Yi Changlan swiftly snatched the jade tablet and opened it. After roughly reviewing its contents, he said, "It seems like I'll have to make a trip to Dongguan province." At this moment, Yi Kai looked up and said, "I'll give the order right away," mobilizing the entire army towards Dongguan province. But Yi Changlan put the jade tablet into his storage ring and said, "No, you don't need to follow. I'll go alone." Upon hearing this, both Yi Kai and Yi Yunxiao hesitated slightly. Yi Yunxiao was the first to object. "Lord, forgive me for speaking frankly, but Dongguan province is currently where the main forces of Shinma Ancient Sect and Lingxi Sect are gathered. It would be too dangerous for you to go there alone. At least take half the troops with you." However, Yi Changlan sneered, and his body floated in midair as he said disdainfully, "Bring you along? Wouldn't that just slow me down? Listen carefully. You stay put in Sanzhou City and don't leave. Defend this city well, and if any other forces attack, come see me with your heads in hand." With that, Yi Changlan turned around and flew toward the city lord's residence of Sanzhou City. At this moment, Yi Kai and Yi Yunxiao bowed their heads once more and said, "We obey your orders." After saying that, the two looked at each other and saw the bitterness in each other's eyes. Chapter 142. Yi Changlan goes alone to Donghuan County. After returning to the mayor's mansion of Shazhou City, Yi Changlan immediately went to the wing where Bai Lu was staying. As soon as he entered, he saw Bai Lu breastfeeding her child. Yi Changlan's sudden appearance startled Bai Lu, causing her to instinctively grab a blanket and cover her chest. But upon realizing it was Yi Changlan who had come, Bai Lu angrily threw the blanket at him and complained, "Can't you give some warning before coming? You appear like a ghost." Yu Qingyan, sitting nearby, noticed Yi Changlan's hair had changed color. She approached him and teased, "Wow, what kind of look is this? You're dressed like a male courtesan in a brothel." Listening to Yu Qingyan's mocking words, Yi Changlan got irritated, gave her a slap on her beautiful bottom, and forcefully kneaded it as he said ferociously, "Male courtesan? Have you ever seen any courtesan as handsome as me?" After hearing these crude words, Yu Qingyan's face turned red as she slapped Yi Changlan's chest and scolded, "Get out." Saying that, she came to Bai Lu with her lips puckered, looking like she didn't want to play with him anymore. Only Bai Lu then chuckled softly and said, "What's the matter? Just say it." From the moment Yi Changlan walked in, Bai Lu had already figured out that Yi Changlan must have something for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such an attitude. Seeing Bai Lu ask directly, Yi Changlan no longer concealed his intention and stated clearly, "I plan to return to Donghuan County." Upon hearing this, the two women showed signs of confusion, with Yu Qingyan asking first, "Why are you going back to Donghuan County? Haven't you already sent Yi Wuqian to support Lingxi Sect? Why do you personally go back there?" "It can't possibly be because the Demon God Sect has become so powerful that even Lingxi Sect combined with Yi Wuqian can't handle it, necessitating your personal command, right?" Taking a deep breath, Yi Changlan considered and said, "The external force Shenxiao Immortal Sect seems prepared to intervene in the chaos of Jin Tian Region. Yi Wuqian alone in Donghuan County might not be able to handle it, so I need to go back once more." Yi Changlan did not tell Yu Qingyan about the events involving Lingxi Sect. On one hand, explaining it would be too complicated, impossible to clarify in just a few sentences. On the other hand, he didn't want Yu Qingyan to worry. If she knew that Lingxi Sect and Demon God Sect were colluding, she might try to hang herself outright. Therefore, Yi Changlan could only fabricate an excuse, which might ease Yu Qingyan somewhat. Upon hearing Yi Changlan's words, Yu Qingyan's pupils constricted, and she exclaimed, "What? Shenxiao Immortal Sect?" Naturally, Yu Qingyan had heard about this sect. According to the explanations from her father, this sect's power could rank within the top 10 even throughout the entire southern frontier subcontinent. If they intervened in the unrest of the Jintian domain, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Yu Qingyan asked anxiously, "How could this happen? Why would Shenxiao Immortal Sect interfere with the chaos in Jintian region? They are so far away, it would take at least 5 or 6 days by flying beast. They must be crazy, wasting all that effort." Taking a deep breath, Yi Changlan didn't elaborate further, but took a storage ring from his pocket and handed it to Yu Qingyan, saying, "This holds all the food supplies for everyone in Shazhou City, a total of 42,000 tons. It's enough to feed the entire population of over 60 million people, plus the 80,000 silver fox core, for several months. After consuming the grain, it will be around harvest time." Yu Qingyan unconsciously grabbed the storage ring containing the food supplies, and then asked, "Won't the 80,000 silver fox troops in the city accompany you?" Shaking his head, Yi Changlan replied, "The army under Yi Wuqian's command is sufficient for me to lead. Leaving these 80,000 troops here to protect you all would be more appropriate." This statement made it clear that Yi Changlan intended to act alone, not bringing anyone along, including Yu Qingyan. Realizing this, Yu Qingyan appeared slightly disheartened, but ultimately did not argue further. Instead, she silently bowed her head, accepting it. Seeing this, Yi Changlan kissed Yu Qingyan on the forehead and said, "Don't worry, everything will be fine. When I return, the chaos across Jintian domain will have been quelled, and I will personally bring you back to Lingxi Sect." Hearing this, Xiuxian finally displayed a delighted expression, smiling at Xianxia and saying, "You promised. Don't lie to me." Xianxia nodded. "I promised." Satisfied, Xiuxian smiled and said, "All right, I'll believe you this one time." As she spoke, she glanced at Xianxia's clothes once more and couldn't help but complain. "But before you leave, you can't possibly leave dressed like this. At least you're a commander now. You should look decent enough." With that, she immediately stood up and pulled Xianxia toward the shower room, continuing, "Come on, let me give you a bath. Look at you. Your whole body is filthy. You don't even look like a commander at all." Seeing this, Xianxia gave a bitter smile as he shook his head, casually asking Bai Lu if she wanted to join them. However, Bai Lu was busy breastfeeding her child and had no time to join Xianxia and Xiuxian. Thus, Xianxia and Xiuxian spent half an hour in the shower. After they both felt satisfied, Xiuxian dressed Xianxia in a more appropriate outfit. It was a pure white robe with dragon patterns edged in gold. A golden sash adorned his waist, accompanied by a jade pendant as a decorative touch. On his feet were black cloud-scale long boots. His hair was styled high, topped with a yellow crown, leaving behind a long ponytail. When Xianxia stepped out from the dressing room, even Bai Lu was taken aback by how good he looked. Indeed, Xianxia had excellent looks and physique. After some grooming and dressing up, his appearance underwent quite a transformation. At first glance, he seemed like a princely figure, exuding grace and charm. Bai Lu teased, "This outfit makes it seem like you're going for a spring outing." Looking down at his attire, Xianxia chuckled lightly. "It does catch the eye a bit too much indeed." Xiuxian retorted with disdain. "Out there, people rely on their clothing just as horses rely on saddles. Besides, you're someone with status now. How can you still dress so sloppily?" Xianxia softly hummed in agreement. He then embraced Bai Lu and Xiuxian and laughed. "All right, my dear wives, stay safe at home while waiting for me. I'll be back in a few days." Bai Lu giggled sweetly. "You old fox." Meanwhile, Xiuxian said with feigned distaste, "Go quickly, don't waste too much time, and keep Xiuxian waiting." Xianxia nodded, yet just before leaving, he shared a kiss with both Xiuxian and Bai Lu before finally stepping out. Next, he floated into the air right before their eyes and transformed into a streak of light, flying directly toward Donghuan County. Seeing this scene, Xiuxian and Bai Lu both gasped open-mouthed, especially Xiuxian, who smirked sarcastically and remarked, "I knew it. Why would he dare to go alone to Donghuan County? It turns out his strength has reached such a terrifying level." Then Bai Lu said, "The realm of Jin Tian will soon have a new ruler." Chapter 143. Internal Strife. Wu Tian and Wu Fenghuang accuse each other. Bang! A teacup was smashed on the ground fiercely. Subsequently, Wu Fenghuang glared at Wu Tian in a rage and burst out scolding. "Is your head full of mush? Don't you know that the arrows of the Silver Fox Legion can suppress the heavenly devil cannons of my god devil holy sect? Yet, you still let my people charge forward recklessly, and now so many people have died. Can you tell me what we're supposed to do now?" As she spoke, Wu Fenghuang kicked over a stool beside her, clearly furious. However, her display of annoyance was quite normal. After all, this time, the Divine Army Coalition had mobilized 1,003,000 troops to attack the 200,000-strong Silver Fox Legion. The result was that the Divine Army Coalition suffered the loss of more than 60,000 soldiers at once. 60,000. Such a terrifying number of casualties. 800 years ago, even the founding battle of Lingxi Sect did not cause such horrific losses. And after paying such a painful price, they merely managed to inflict damage on about 10,000 members of the Silver Fox Legion. This terrifying disparity led Wu Fenghuang to suspect that Wu Tian might be an undercover spy sent by Xianxia. But at this point, Wu Tian's expression was also grim. In this campaign, his Lingxi sect had also mobilized over 500,000 soldiers. Although the number of fallen soldiers was less than the ancient God Devil sect, they lost 2,700,000 men, nearly half their forces. Faced with this situation, Wu Tian naturally felt no joy either. Now, being cursed at like this by Wu Fenghuang further ignited the anger that he could no longer suppress. Thereupon, Wu Tian threw another cup on the ground and shouted back loudly, "Do you think I didn't know the arrows of the Silver Foxes could suppress the heavenly devil cannons? It's exactly because of this that I ordered the army to rush ahead. Because the arrows of the Silver Foxes only gain their maximum advantage during long-range combat. The closer we get, the weaker their effect. So, as long as those archers are taken out, your heavenly devil cannons can later unleash their full power. And you, when you saw a few die, immediately ordered them to retreat, which resulted in everyone dying needlessly. Now you actually have the audacity to question me." Upon seeing Wu Tian speak to her with such a tone, Wu Fenghuang first froze for a second and then furiously retorted, "Why didn't you let the disciples of your Lingxi sect charge up instead? Why use the followers of my god devil holy sect as cannon fodder? What's wrong? Do you feel nothing because it's not your own people? Furthermore, since you already knew about the characteristics of the Silver Fox Legion's arrows, why didn't you discuss this strategy beforehand? I think you were deliberately causing casualties for our ancient god devil sect." When Wu Tian heard these words, his teeth unconsciously clenched tightly, veins popping on his forehead, showing he too was clearly angered. He approached Wu Fenghuang, pointed towards the outside, and berated her. "Do you think I initially knew about their arrows' properties? This old man only figured it out using divination methods at great personal risk, and the battlefield at the time changed in an instant. How would there be time to discuss with you? Moreover, how many of your god devil sect followers died while killing those archers? Not even 500. On the other hand, How many combatants from my Lingxi Sect died just to overcome the first line of defense of their Silver Fox Legion? Over 10,000. And yet you accuse me of using your people as cannon fodder. Who really is the cannon fodder here? Get it clear. Wu Fenghuang snapped entirely, lifting a hand and suddenly grabbing Yu Wutian by the neck. She slammed him against the wall, eyes bloodshot as she said, "You Wutian, am I giving you too much respect, allowing you to dare address me with such arrogance? Or have you forgotten that I've implanted the myriad ant's heart-biting pill within your body? If you've forgotten, I'll remind you again. From now on, you are just my dog. If you dare address me in that tone again, I will kill you directly." Yu Wutian's face turned red and his neck thickened due to Wu Fenghuang choking him. Because of his frequent use of Heaven's oracle divination, his body was heavily infiltrated by impure energy. This prevented Yu Wutian from displaying even half of his prime strength. On top of that, Wu Fenghuang was originally far stronger than Yu Wutian, having achieved the early phase of bone-dissolving realm. As a result, Yu Wutian was even less of a match for Wu Fenghuang. Thus, when faced with her suppression, Yu Wutian didn't have the strength to resist and was immediately overpowered. But at this moment, after hearing Wu Fenghuang's words, Yu Wutian let out a sinister laugh. Of course, you women resort to attitude issues when you can't argue effectively. Fine, if you want my life, then take it, there's no problem. However, I cannot guarantee that you'll still be able to control the other combatants from my Lingxi Sect without me. At that point, you might have to face xianxuan's wrath all by yourself. Upon hearing these words, Wu Fenghuang quickly suppressed her original rage. She took a deep breath, causing her ample chest to rise and fall slightly. Thereupon, she casually waved her hand and tossed Yu Wutian onto the ground beside her. Just as Yu Wutian had said, though she could easily take his life, she didn't dare do so. Because after experiencing the horror of the Silver Fox Legion, she realized that relying solely on her God-Devil Holy Sect wouldn't be enough to counter xianxuan's forces. Therefore, even if they argued fiercely now, the alliance between the divine and holy armies couldn't dissolve. What was more daunting was that this campaign hadn't even been personally commanded by xianxuan. If xianxuan were to show up himself, their losses would not merely stop at 60,000. They might lose the entire 1 million soldiers they had painstakingly gathered. Wu Fenghuang's expression grew increasingly grim as she thought about this. She glanced at Yu Wutian, who had just climbed off the ground, and asked, "Hey, Yu Wutian, is your Heaven's oracle divination method still usable? If it is, hurry and calculate how many troops xianxuan has left so we can prepare accordingly." Yu Wutian rubbed his neck reddened by Wu Fenghuang's grip and snorted coldly. "My body is already filled with impure energy. Using the Heaven's oracle divination again might cost me my life directly." Then he found a stool, sat down, and after taking a moment to catch his breath, continued speculating. "However, based on what I know about him, his army should already be depleted. Except for the 10,000 remaining in Black Tortoise Mountain Range, only the 7 or 8,000 stationed in Sand Island City are left." Chapter 144. Wu Fenghuang wants to poison xiuxian. After hearing these words, Wu Fenghuang looked at Yu Wutian in astonishment and said, "Wasn't there still 100,000 people in Xiaozhou City? Why are there only 70 or 80,000 left?" The spies of the Xinma ancient sect stationed near Xiaozhou City estimated the number of people in the Silver Fox army from the surrounding areas, and reported to Wu Fenghuang that there were roughly 100,000 people left. Wu Fenghuang had decisively ordered the rebels in that area to withdraw back to Donghuan County, because she learned that there were still 100,000 troops of the Silver Fox army in Xiaozhou City. But now Yu Wutian was telling her that there were only 70 or 80,000 people in Xiaozhou City, which surprised her. At this point, Yu Wutian calmly said, "My mole within Xiaozhou City has already given me a rough count of the number of people in the Silver Fox army there. After Xianxuan exterminated the 13 rebel armies led by Wu Shaojian, he himself lost 10 to 20,000 men. Therefore, there are only 70 or 80,000 left over there." After hearing this, Wu Fenghuang couldn't help but sigh with relief. If the intelligence provided by Yu Wutian was correct, then at the moment Xianxuan could mobilize no more than 18,000 soldiers. In this case, there would still be a way to deal with him. However, with Xianxuan's commanding ability, even if he only commanded 18,000 troops, it would certainly cause a significant blow to the divine army. So, how could they minimize their losses? Thinking about this, Wu Fenghuang suddenly looked at Yu Wutian and asked abruptly, "Hey, Yu Wutian, I heard that your granddaughter-in-law Li Xiaoxiang is supposed to remarry into the Shenxiao Immortal Sect. Is that true?" Yu Wutian casually picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and after hearing Wu Fenghuang's words, knew that this woman must have thought of some kind of trick again. Nevertheless, after pondering for a while, he still admitted, "It's not a secret anymore. Why do you ask this?" Wu Fenghuang gracefully came close to Yu Wutian, sat down opposite him, crossed her white legs, and said, "I've just thought of a good way to deal with Xianxuan. Would you like to hear it?" Upon hearing this, Yu Wutian furrowed his eyebrows slightly and unconsciously asked, "What plan?" Wu Fenghuang smiled and said, "Didn't you say before that Li Xiaoxiang and Xianxuan were lovers in secret? And she is also carrying Xianxuan's child. I suddenly thought, if we reveal this matter to the sect master of the Shenxiao Immortal Sect when Li Xiaoxiang returns, will he get angry and kill her on the spot? If Li Xiaoxiang dies in the Shenxiao Immortal Sect, wouldn't Xianxuan turn his anger towards the Shenxiao Immortal Sect? With that young man's character, if he knows his lover and unborn child have been killed, he will probably fight the Shenxiao Immortal Sect fiercely." As Wu Fenghuang said this, her eyes were filled with cruelty, clearly showing that she would do anything to achieve her goals. However, Yu Wutian sneered disdainfully. Ignorant, you must not know how infatuated the old man in the Xinxiao immortal sect is with Li Xiaoxiang. Let me put it this way. If Li Xiaoxiang says a word, he might even pluck the stars out of the sky for her. For that old guy, he doesn't care whose child Li Xiaoxiang carries as long as it is hers, and he will love her all the same. So even if you reveal that Li Xiaoxiang is carrying Yi Konglan's child to Wuyuan Mountain, he will absolutely not get angry, let alone kill her. After hearing this, Wu Fenghuang fell silent for a moment, then said, since Wuyuan Mountain won't kill her, we'll kill her instead. Upon hearing this, Yu Wutian's expression changed, and his tone turned somewhat unfriendly as he asked, what do you want to do? Wu Fenghuang took out a small pill from her storage ring, holding it between 2 fingers, and said, this is the 10,000 ants heart-eating pill, the same type of pill that I made you take before. As long as we give this pill to Li Xiaoxiang to take, and wait until she marries Wuyuan Mountain, I will then activate the poison in the pill, making Li Xiaoxiang die right on the spot in the Xinxiao immortal sect. In this way, we can still achieve the purpose of shifting the conflict. No matter how powerful Yi Songlin is and how strong his army may be, if he encounters the superpower ranked 7th in the southern border continent, he would likely meet his end without leaving any trace behind. As she said this, Wu Fenghuang laughed loudly. After hearing this, Yu Wutian didn't make any response. Seeing this, Wu Fenghuang suddenly asked, why? Aren't you willing to kill Li Xiaoxiang? After a moment of silence, Yu Wutian said, once I have dealt with Yi Songlin, I intend to bring her into the palace. The meaning was clear enough. Yu Wutian also had his eyes on Li Xiaoxiang. However, because his body had been eroded by foul energy, he had never acted on it. But once he became a blood lord and his body was no longer troubled by foul energy, he would fear no one, not even losing the ability to reclaim Li Xiaoxiang from the Xinxiao immortal sect. It was precisely for this reason that Yu Wutian hesitated upon hearing Wu Fenghuang's plan to poison Li Xiaoxiang in order to redirect Yi Songlan's hatred. Upon hearing this, however, Wu Fenghuang let out a cold snort, looking down on him with disdain as she said, you're an old man but still can't get enough women. It's really disgraceful. But Yu Wutian made no move to refute her. As he contemplated suggesting another approach to Wu Fenghuang, she continued, there aren't many ways to make Yi Konglan angry enough to lose his mind. So Li Xiaoxiang must die. If you are too attached to keep her alive, how about I compensate you with one night after we succeed? With that, Wu Fenghuang gave a charming smile, exuding irresistible allure that almost entranced Yu Wutian. To be honest, Wu Fenghuang's beauty could rival Li Xiaoxiang's. They were both unmatched beauties. After thinking for a while, however, Yu Wutian responded, one night is not enough compensation. Seeing him push his luck, Wu Fenghuang smirked playfully, saying, then what do you want? Hearing this, Yu Wutian grinned wickedly, replying, it wouldn't be excessive if I asked for one more child, would it? Chapter 145, The Pursued Moon Clan People. After hearing this, Witch Phoenix burst out laughing and shook her head smilingly. Indeed, men all over the world are just the same. But, as long as we kill Yi Kanglin, it might not be impossible. As she spoke, Witch Phoenix abruptly pulled back her tiny foot and said, let's settle it this way. After Yi Kanglin and Xinxiao immortal sect conflict, I will come to your palace. Then, whatever we do, I'll listen to you. Upon hearing this, Yu Wutian's dry old face turned ruddy, seemingly having already thought about how he would humiliate this woman in front of him. At that moment, however, a disciple from Lingxi Sect suddenly rushed into the camp and reported to Yu Wutian. Old ancestor, bad news. Yulong Jiang and Yu Ruyu, along with many other side branches of the Yu clan, fled last night at midnight, 11:30. All the bloodbaths we planted in the prison were affected by mind-altering spells. It was not until morning during our patrol personnel's routine checks that we found them missing. Upon hearing these words, Yu Wutian instantly stood up from his seat and shouted furiously, what did you say? You let Yulong Jiang escape. As he said this, Yu Wutian grabbed this disciple, angry, and demanded, where's Li Xiaoxiang? Where's Yu Xiao? Are these 2 dead women still around? The captured disciple immediately responded, Li Xiaoxiang and Yu Xiao are still inside the palace. They didn't flee. Moreover, the disciples within the sect wouldn't allow them to flee either. After Yu Wutian heard that Li Xiaoxiang and Yu Xiao were still present, he slightly sighed in relief. Fortunately, since Li Xiaoxiang and her daughter are still here, there won't be too much trouble. The escape of the rest of the collateral descendants of the Yu clan can be overlooked. It only means that there will be less Yu clan blood available for my blood sacrifice ceremony. But at that moment, Witch Phoenix interjected, Yulong Jiang's strength has reached the peak of Huagujing. His escape could become a problem for our allied forces. Yu Wutian shook his head and replied, I have injected the toxins of blood devil water into Yulong Jiang's body. Within 3 days, his powers will entirely wane, and within 5 days, his body will turn into a puddle of blood water. At present, he has nothing to fear. Witch Phoenix opposed. He is one of Yi Kanglin's mentors. If he goes running to Yi Kanglin, there's a chance he gets cured. Another opponent who has reached the pinnacle of Huagujing wouldn't be good for anyone. After Yu Wutian heard this, he chuckled coldly. As the current sect leader of Lingxi Sect, Yu Wutian knows all too well how potent the poison of blood devil water truly is. Once ingested, even someone as insignificant as Yi Kanglin couldn't possibly survive it, much less some divine figure stepping in. Additionally, it has been 7 or 8 days since Yulong Jiang consumed the blood devil water, giving it ample time to fuse seamlessly with his body. Under such dire circumstances, even Deluo Jin Xian would die. However, to ensure safety, Yu Wutian still instructed the reporting disciple. Given that they fled at midnight last night, they shouldn't have gotten far. Moreover, with more than 500 people of the Yu clan accompanying him, their speed would be further slowed down. Send out a group now to chase after them. You should catch up with them. After listening to these instructions, the messenger added, Wuan has already taken 2,000 enforcement hall members to capture Yulong, estimated to return with all within 3 hours. Yu Wutian nodded upon hearing this and said, pass the message to Wuan. If possible, try to capture them alive, but if they fiercely resist, it's fine to kill them. The messenger nodded to accept the command and quickly turned to send the message to Wuan. After this messenger left, Yu Wutian put both hands behind his back, his eyes gazed toward the sky outside the tent, and then laughed suddenly. Yi Kanglin, wasn't it your intention before to see me fight with the ancient god sect until blood flows like rivers so you could sit back and reap benefits later? This time, I will use your strategy against you, making you and the Xianxia immortal sect clash to the death. And then, I'll sit back and collect the benefits. I wonder how long you can hold on under the pressure from the Xianxia immortal sect. As he spoke, Yu Wutian sneered cruelly. On Wuyuan Mountain, where Yulong and other members of the Yu clan were hiding, Yulong sat cross-legged on a stone block, wildly forming a series of seals with his hands. Around his body, golden letters appeared materializing. At this moment, none of the numerous Moon Clan people around dared to disturb Yulong. They all knew clearly what Yulong was doing. Xianxia, sitting not far away, asked Yu Ruyu. Mom, what is my grandpa doing? Yu Ruyu replied succinctly. That's the art of deduction. One of his absolute skills. Xianxia looked at the golden letters swirling around Yulong with some surprise and said incredulously. So this is the art of deduction? How magical. Only, what is grandpa deducing? Yu Ruyu replied indifferently. He should be calculating where Yi Kanglin is right now. As she spoke, Yu Ruyu looked down at the communication jade tablet in her hand and revealed a hint of helplessness on her face. It seemed that every time they entered deep mountainous areas, they couldn't transmit information normally, forcing Yulong to use the heavenly calculation deduction method to find Yi Kanglin's location. Just as Yu Ruyu was thinking this, suddenly, Yulong, who was still furiously deducing, spat out a mouthful of blood. The crimson blood dyed the ground red. Then, the thousands of golden letters swirling around him directly returned to his body. Witnessing this scene, everyone nearby exclaimed, Uncle Jiang, Uncle Jiang. One of Yulong's descendants hurried forward to support his swaying figure and asked, Second great-grandpa, how are you? Yulong shook his head to indicate he was fine. Then, he looked at the other Moon Clan members and smiled. Xiaozhou City. Yi Kanglin is in Xiaozhou City. By reaching there, we should be safe. Upon hearing this, the present Moon Clan members fell silent immediately, their expressions even becoming somewhat wooden and stunned. Even Yu Ruyu fell silent, her eyes revealing some bewilderment and helplessness. Only Xianxia looked at everyone curiously and asked, Isn't Yi Kanglin's location already known? Why do you all have such expressions? Yu Ruyu looked at her daughter and said, The straight line distance from our current position to Xiaozhou City is over 10,000 miles. Without a flying mount, we can't possibly make it. After hearing the distance to Xiaozhou City was 10,000 miles, Xianxia's heart turned icy. 10,000 miles might not seem too far for cultivators, but the problem was, they were currently in a situation where they were being hunted. In such circumstances, attempting to traverse 10,000 miles to seek protection was nothing short of a pipe dream. Moreover, based on the water and food supplies they currently had, they wouldn't last until they reached Xiaozhou City. Chapter 146. Li Chaoyang has gone mad, and Jiaiguan has broken free from Lingxi Sect's control. For a moment, the crowd on the scene collapsed listlessly onto the ground. Their eyes were all filled with confusion about the future. Some even entertained thoughts of suicide. Even Yu Ruyu helplessly looked up to the sky in despair. At this time, Yulong wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and, upon seeing everyone's dejected appearances, rebuked them sharply. Get up, all of you. Meeting a bit of adversity and then losing heart. When has our Yu family ever raised such useless trash as you? Back in the days when the third elder ancestor and the first elder ancestor founded Lingxi Sect, they faced countless dire situations. Compared to what we face now, it wasn't even a crisis. Now, after they've been away for how long, you are already so deflated. It's disgraceful to the face of our Yu clan. Cough, cough, cough. Yulong became so incensed that he started to cough violently. Yu Yanghao gently patted Yulong's back to help ease his breathing and said, Second ancestral grandfather, please don't say more, or you will harm yourself. However, the other members of the Yu family, after being harshly berated by Yulong, remained lifelessly seated where they were, without the slightest change. They acted completely unconcerned, as if nothing could bother them. Currently, Xianxia was still the only one who managed to maintain her rationality. She was just about to console these people and encourage them to reinvigorate themselves. But the next second, a sudden blood wheel eye imprint appeared in her eyes, and before she could react, her body automatically turned backward. As the powerful blood wheel eye slowly rotated, it enabled Xianxia's vision to penetrate through mountain ranges blocking her sight. Then, she clearly saw, 50 miles away, Wuan, the head of Lingxi Sect's enforcement hall, leading over 2,000 disciples rushing towards their direction. Upon seeing this, Xianxia suddenly shouted, The pursuers from Lingxi Sect have arrived. This cry woke the previously dispirited group, and they immediately lifted their heads, each face etched with expressions of pure terror. Some of the more nervous individuals even pulled out their sabers and anxiously glanced around. In no time, everyone on the scene bore expressions filled with tension. But after waiting for a while and failing to see any sign of pursuit, their attention turned back to Jiang Xinxin. Yulong spoke first. Xinxin, what nonsense are you talking about? There are no pursuers from Lingxi Sect here. Yet, Jiang Xinxin's blood wheel, I didn't disappear. She continued to stare intently at Lingxi Sect's direction and said, I am not lying to you. It is really the pursuers from Lingxi Sect. Roughly 2,000 men, led by Mu Chuan, chasing us down this way. They've brought along several dozen hellhounds, which have tracked our scent all the way here. After hearing this, panic returned to everyone's faces. Even Yulong Jiang, who had been sitting serenely on a rock, now wore a serious expression. Moreover, he took notice of the crimson pupil imprints in Jiang Xinxin's eyes. Upon identifying those crimson eyes closely, Yulong Jiang muttered softly, Blood wheel eye? Chuckling disdainfully, memories surfaced in Yulong Jiang's mind of the night Xuanhuan led troops to Jiaiguan to suppress the rebellion. That day, Xuanhuan had also used the blood wheel eye, instantly subduing old lady Xiuxian with a single glance. Recalling this, Yulong Jiang murmured, Xuanhuan, your daughter has perfectly inherited your lineage. Continuing, he asked Jiang Xinxin, Xinxin, how far away are Mu Chuan and his men? Jiang Xinxin fixed her gaze firmly in Mu Chuan's direction, roughly estimated, and replied, about 40 to 50 miles. However, they're riding wind-chasing beasts, so it will take them roughly half an hour to catch up with us. Hearing this, Yulong Jiang's face darkened slightly. And beside him, Yulong also noticed the unusual pattern in Jiang Xinxin's eyes. Reflexively, he asked, Xinxin, when did you start cultivating this eye technique? Hearing this, Jiang Xinxin closed her eyes, reopened them, and promptly the blood wheel eye marks disappeared. Turning her head towards Yulong, she responded, what eye technique? Before Yulong could speak, Yulong Jiang pulled him back and shook his head slightly, signaling him not to ask about trivial matters. Seeing this, Yulong kept silent. Presently, Yulong Jiang struggled to stand and announced, Mu Chuan will be here soon. Running will be futile. We can hardly evade them anyway. After all, the sense of smell of hellhounds is extraordinarily amazing. Even if we use our strongest breath-hiding technique, they can still lock onto us. Therefore, instead of sitting and waiting for death, I have decided to split off a part of our group to set an ambush here and wait for them to fall into our trap. As for the rest, you will continue toward Shazhou City. Once we reach Shazhou City, we will be safe. Upon hearing this, everyone from the Yu family glanced at each other. Evidently none of them were willing to stay behind. Even the smallest creatures cling desperately to life. How much more so humans? At this moment, Yulong Jiang stepped forward. I do not have long to live, so I shall remain behind. Is there anyone who wishes to join me and serve as the rear guard? Again, the crowd remained silent. Recalling the early days when Lingxi Sect was founded, the second sect master, in the face of the insurgent army's pursuit, decisively separated some people to cover the retreat, allowing others to escape. Back then, over 2/3 of the people eagerly volunteered to fight on, leaving the hope of survival to the younger generation. Now, just a few hundred years later, these descendants of the Yu clan have become nothing but cowardly individuals who fear death. Far away in the distant sky, Xuanhuan sat on the back of a golden crow beast king, drinking longevity fruit wine while looking at the map in his hand. Xiuxian pointed at the map and said, right now, Wuqian and his forces are stationed here, whereas the Divine Spirits Alliance retreated eastward after withdrawing. They should have already started heading back to Dongguan County. Xuanhuan, looking at the direction where Xiuxian's finger pointed, asked with a frown, if the Divine Spirits Alliance is returning to Dongguan County, why don't they go through Jiaiguan? Why make such a detour? Xiuxian crossed her arms seriously and said, your old subordinate Li Qiaoyang, upon learning that Wuqian intended to ally with the ancient demon and immortal sect, decisively declared independence. He openly announced that Jiaiguan would no longer heed the orders of Lingxi Sect. So even if the Divine Spirits Alliance wants to withdraw through Jiaiguan back to Dongguan County, they cannot. Xuanhuan, slightly stunned, murmuring to himself, Li Qiaoyang declared Jiaiguan independent? Is this guy really so bold? Hasn't Lingxi Sect bothered him yet? Chapter 147. Xuanhuan has found Jiang Xinxin and others. Xiuxian bluntly said, of course there was. It was just the other day, the night before the Divine Spirit Coalition launched an attack on the Silver Fox Corps, when Wuqian had already assembled an army to attack Jiaiguan. Initially, they intended to capture Jiaiguan within the shortest possible time, but unexpectedly, Li Qiaoyang managed to repel them. Afterward, since Wuqian became preoccupied with dealing with Wuqian and his men, he stopped reinforcing Jiaiguan any further. The matter of Jiaiguan's independence thus faded away. After hearing this, Xuanhuan picked up a communication jade tablet. Xiuxian noticed and asked, what are you going to do? Xuanhuan began drafting a message on the jade tablet and said, since Jiaiguan is now independent, it suits our plan perfectly. I will immediately order Wuqian and his men to go to Jiaiguan for refuge. In fact, Wuqian still commands a force of 100,000 troops, which should be enough to help Jiaiguan withstand the next attack by the Divine Spirit Coalition. Xiuxian laughed softly and said, Commander Li Qiaoyang of Jiaiguan does not know Wuqian. Are you sure he would allow Wuqian into the fortress? Xuanhuan glanced at Xiuxian with an expression as if looking at a fool and said, wouldn't I send a message to Li Qiaoyang? I could inform him that I have a detachment entering Jiaiguan fortress. Isn't that all that needs to be done? Xiuxian thought about it. finding it seemingly reasonable but voiced some reservations. However, are you sure he would still heed your orders? People's hearts change. Even though he might have followed you with absolute loyalty in the past, years have passed. I doubt he'd still accept someone perpetually above him. Xuanhuan clenched his lips slightly, realizing what Nong Xiuxian mentioned might indeed hold true. Nevertheless, he sent messages to both Li Chaoyang and Yi Wuqian, saying, if Li Chaoyang refuses my authority, then I'll simply have Yi Wuqian seize Jiaiguan, and then use Jiaiguan as a base. Start carving away territories of Dongguan province. Even though Yi Wuqian's 10,000 soldiers have significantly weakened in combat capability, defeating the ragtag forces left at Jiaiguan shouldn't be much of an issue. Upon hearing this, Nong Xiuxian chose not to say anything more. Just as their conversation continued, suddenly, a familiar presence emerged. Yi Changlan paused, swiftly turning his head toward the source of the presence. Nong Xiuxian also focused his gaze there, squinting his eyes slightly and muttering under his breath. That's the power fluctuation of blood wheel eyes. Compared to Yi Changlan, Nong Xiuxian undoubtedly understood more about the blood wheel eyes. But Yi Changlan questioned, why would there be a user of blood wheel eye techniques here? Nong Xiuxian reflected for a moment before suggesting, why don't you go check it out? It's not far anyway. Yi Changlan nodded in agreement, immediately mounting his golden crow beast king and flying toward the direction where the fluctuations of the blood wheel eye's powers were detected. There's no denying it. The speed of the golden crow beast king was indeed remarkable. At full speed, it only took half a day to get close to the vicinity of Dongguan province. To think that previously, when Yi Changlan led the golden crow flying corps from Dongguan territory to the Sands continent city, it took them a whole day and night. In comparison, the flight speed of the golden crow beast king was absurdly fast. Before long, Yi Changlan, riding the golden crow beast king, arrived at the location where the blood wheel eye's powers were detected. He cast his gaze downward. Lo and behold, he saw a group of old acquaintances. Yulong was there, so was Yu Ruyu, and even Jiang Xinxin was among them. However, they seemed embroiled in a heated argument, completely unaware of Yi Changlan's approach. At that moment, Yi Changlan floated midair, promptly withdrawing the golden crow beast king into his beast-taming pouch. Having done so, Yi Changlan descended toward the ground. At that instant, Yulong was still arguing with a younger member of the Yu family. The young member was named Yu Qingfeng. According to family hierarchy, Yu Qingyan would have to address him as uncle, yet this man was currently berating Yulong. On what grounds am I supposed to stay behind with all of you to resist Wu Chuan, that bastard? You lot may wish to die, but I certainly don't. I still have several hundred years of life ahead of me, and haven't properly enjoyed living either. You thinking I'll sacrifice myself? Keep dreaming. Hearing this, Yulong responded sternly. Among those who choose to stay behind, isn't everyone present still expecting to live hundreds of years? Does that mean they want to live well less than anyone else? Do they prefer death? Qingfeng, you mustn't forget that your relationship with Yi Changlan was never good. Even if you went to the Sand Continent City, he wouldn't necessarily take you in. You won't find sanctuary even if you go. If that's the case, it would be better to stay and fight with us. Behind Yulong, there were over a dozen young men from the Yu clan who had chosen to stay, including Yu Yanghao, Yulong's descendant. Yu Yanghao also turned to Yu Qingfeng and said, 19th uncle, I know you don't want to die, and I understand you have family ties and responsibilities. But you must realize, if we wish to form the sky-trapping Great Formation to hinder Mu Chuan's forces, then you are indispensable as the main pivot of the formation. Replacing you with anyone else just wouldn't work, or we wouldn't all be here pleading with you to stay. Yu Qingfeng let out an enraged shout. Bullshit. Even if I agree to stay and help you form the sky-trapping Great Formation, how long do you think we can hold them off? 1 hour or 2 at best. As soon as the formation breaks, we will all perish, and the ones escaping to the Sand Continent City won't survive either. Then Yu Qingfeng turned his gaze back to Yulong. His whole body was trembling, eyes filled with sheer terror as he approached Yulong. He fell to his knees with a thud and pleaded through a choked voice. Grandpa Jiang, I implore you, I truly do not want to die. In Xianxia City, I still have several concubines waiting for me. If I die, what will happen to them? And some of them are even pregnant. Those unborn children are the bloodline of our Yu clan. Grandpa Jiang, even if you don't pity me, have mercy on those unborn babies. Grandpa Jiang, please, please. Saying this man, standing 183 centimeters tall, began to wail uncontrollably. Truly, anyone or any living being faced with the fear of death becomes extremely fragile and insignificant. Seeing Yu Qingfeng in such a state, Yulong deeply inhaled and sighed heavily, gazing skyward. He didn't actually want to force Yu Qingfeng into doing something against his will, but without Yu Qingfeng to sustain the sky-trapping Great Formation, these dozen people alone simply wouldn't be enough to halt Mu Chuan and their pursuers. Thinking about this, Yulong gently helped Yu Qingfeng up, looking at the tear streaks on his face as he said, Qingfeng, consider this my request too. Help me this one time. Without you, we won't even last an hour before being defeated by Mu Chuan. Then it would be a death utterly devoid of meaning. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingfeng completely collapsed onto the ground. He understood Yulong's implication now. Even if he humbled himself this much, going so far as to kneel and kowtow to him, Yulong wouldn't offer him a way out. With that realization, Yu Qingfeng nodded and said, all right, I'll stay. I'll go with you on this road to the netherworld. Chapter 148, Yulong's Nirvana. Upon saying this, Yulong smiled with relief, thinking to himself that the Yu clan still had some backbone. Immediately, Yulong looked at the other members of the Yu clan and said, "You should pack up and leave quickly. We don't have much time left." The rest of the group nodded respectfully in agreement, then rose and prepared to leave. At this moment, Yu Qingfeng, who was slumped on the ground, suddenly stepped hard against the ground, and with surprising speed, fled deep into the forest. Because Yu Qingfeng's movement was too sudden, no one reacted in time. In no time at all, Yu Qingfeng had fled several hundred meters away. As he sprinted, a grotesque laugh escaped his lips. "Ha! A bunch of fools. Wanting me dead? Dream on. I won't die, not even if you all die first. I will continue living, forever and ever." With that, Yu Qingfeng's speed surged dramatically, disappearing from the sight of the Yu clan members almost instantly. Seeing this, Yu Yanghao instinctively wanted to chase after him, but Yulong stopped him with a raised hand. Looking at Yulong, Yu Yanghao asked, "Second great-grandpa, shall we let him be a deserter?" Yulong sighed helplessly and said, "Let him go. Perhaps it's the will of heaven." After hearing this, Yu Yanghao fell silent. It might indeed be heaven's will for them to die. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Will of heaven? Jiang Yi, didn't you always teach us that man can conquer fate? Why are you starting to believe in destiny now?" When Yulong and everyone else heard this unexpected unfamiliar voice, they were all startled and screamed. Everyone then turned their gaze toward the source of the sound, drawing their swords to prepare for battle. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It wasn't surprising to him that people would react like this. After all, in such a life-and-death situation, everyone's nerves were on edge. Any small movement might cause panic. When everyone finally saw the newcomer clearly, each one showed signs of overwhelming excitement. Especially Yu Yanghao, who enthusiastically exclaimed, "General Yi! It's General Yi Kanglin!" Saying this, Yu Yanghao rushed over to Yi Kanglin first, and the rest of the Yu clan also moved closer. Among them were quite a few who recognized Yi Kanglin. Even Yu Ryu revealed a look of excitement, but when she attempted to approach Yi Kanglin, her steps faltered. She acted just as she did more than a decade ago, timid every time she saw Yi Kanglin. Even though she'd already given birth to Yi Kanglin's daughter, her psychological barriers hadn't changed at all. Under the crowd's gathering, Yi Kanglin approached Yu Ryu, lightly pinched her chin, and gently lifted her head so that their eyes met face to face. Yi Kanglin smiled and said, "What's wrong? It's only been a few days since we last saw each other, and you've forgotten me already?" Yu Ryu blushed, instinctively stepping back half a step. She murmured hesitantly, "No, it's just, I don't know what to say." Yi Kanglin chuckled and shifted his gaze to Jiang Xinxin. From the moment he landed, he had already sensed that Jiang Xinxin was the source of the blood-wheel pupil energy fluctuation. Then Yi Kanglin leaned close to Yu Ryu's ear and whispered softly, "Isn't Jiang Xinxin my daughter?" Upon hearing this, Yu Ryu's face grew redder. She took 2 more steps back, trying to maintain some distance, and chose to remain silent about his question. Nevertheless, by looking at her flushed expression, the truth was undeniable. At this moment, seeing Yi Kanglin flirt with her mother in public made Jiang Xinxin furious. She strode up to Yi Kanglin and scolded playfully yet fiercely, "Commander Yi, you're already involved with your fair share of women. Show some restraint." Speaking thus, she crossed her arms defiantly, signaling that if he dared bully her mother again, she would discipline him. Yi Kanglin burst into laughter upon seeing her actions. He placed a hand on her head and laughed. "Involved with women? Where did you hear this nonsense from?" Jiang Xinxin's face turned red as Yi Kanglin patted her head. She didn't know why, but she felt a strange sense of familiarity with Yi Kanglin, so much so that she didn't mind at all when he touched her head. But, in front of so many people, she still had to keep up appearances. So, she grabbed Yi Kanglin's hand and pulled it away, saying defiantly, "Don't pretend to be mature in front of me. Just because you've dyed your hair silver white doesn't mean you can treat me like a junior or scold me. Let me tell you, my strength has already reached the peak of Tianyang realm. If you upset me, I'll knock you down in an instant." As she spoke, she swung her small fist for emphasis. This made Yi Kanglin burst out laughing. Meanwhile, Yu Ryu, standing nearby, pulled her daughter gently and softly said, "Xinxin, don't be so impolite." But Jiang Xinxin huffed petulantly. "It's him who started being rude." Yi Kanglin chuckled lightly again. Then, his gaze shifted toward Yulong. At this moment, Yulong had sat back down on the stone. Apparently, seeing Yi Kanglin arrive completely dissipated any worry inside him. Yulong now looked very calm. There was even a faint smile in his eyes as he looked at Yi Kanglin. However, Yi Kanglin stepped closer to him. In Yi Kanglin's eyes, the blood-wheel pupil spun continuously, and he quickly realized that Yulong's life force was severely depleting. Furthermore, a swirling mass of dark mist emanating from Yulong's chest was fiercely eroding his body. Upon seeing that dark vortex, Yi Kanglin understood that it must be the tainted energy brought on by the use of the heavenly mandate prediction technique. Realizing this, Yi Kanglin asked Yulong, "Uncle Jiang, your body." Before Yi Kanglin could finish his sentence, Yulong raised a hand, signaling him to stop. He looked at Yi Kanglin with a gratified expression and said, "It's been a while since we last met, yet your power has already surpassed even my prime years. If I entrust the Yu clan to you, I have no more concerns." After hearing these words, Yi Kanglin glanced over his shoulder at the group of Yu clan members behind him. Subconsciously, he wanted to refuse. He wasn't a philanthropist. He wouldn't shelter refugees just because they showed up, let alone manage their affairs. Moreover, among these Yu clan members, there were a few who used to not get along well with Yi Kanglin. Therefore, he had no interest in caring about their fates. Chapter 149, Mu Chuan leads people to kill. Besides Yu Ruyu and Jiang Xinxin, they were the ones who had to be taken care of. Of course, some beauties among the Yu clan he could also reluctantly accept. After all, the Yu clan is famous for producing beauties. This is not a new thing, especially their bust sizes are almost universally impressive. This point can be clearly seen from Yu Xiao, Yu Qingyan, and Yu Ruyu. As for the men of the Yu clan, well, dead is dead. He doesn't care at all. At this time, Yulong took out a scroll from his ring and handed it over to Yi Changluan. Yi Changluan unconsciously accepted it, then asked, "What is this?" Yulong coughed lightly twice before saying, "This scroll records various activation keys of our Yu clan's heritage cave. In the heritage cave, there's everything accumulated by our Yu clan in the last 800 years. Magic weapons, battle skills, spirit stones, spirit crystals, and heritage realms. Originally, Yu Wutian overturned the entire Lingxi Sect, but failed to find this activation key. Now, I'm handing this over to you. But as a condition, you must ensure that no harm will come to the members of our Yu clan anymore." After hearing Yulong's explanation, Yi Changluan's eyes brightened and looked towards the activation key in his hand, then said, "The wealth accumulated by the Yu clan over hundreds of years. Great. Isn't that like getting rich?" Thinking about this, Yi Changluan suddenly felt that accepting these Yu clan members didn't seem so hard anymore. Thereupon, Yi Changluan generously placed the activation key into his storage ring and laughed. "All right, I can promise you that these Yu clan members will no longer be harmed." Upon hearing this, Yulong weakly nodded. His energy started rapidly waning, and his voice became quieter and quieter. If it weren't for the determination to protect the Yu clan, perhaps he would have already died when he fled from Lingxi Sect. After entrusting the remaining 500 people to Yi Changluan, Yulong's steadfast determination disappeared, and his life entered its final countdown. With his last breath, he feebly glanced at the other Yu clan members and said, "From now on, all of us in the Yu clan will fall under Yi Changluan's jurisdiction. His words are equal to my commands. Whoever dares to rebel shall be immediately expelled from the Yu clan." Upon hearing this, the Yu clan members present fell to their knees one after another. With tears streaming down their faces, they all called out, "Uncle Jiang, Uncle Jiang." Apparently, these people had realized that Yulong had reached the end of his life. Then, Yulong looked towards Yu Yanghao and said, "Yanghao, Grandpa cannot stay with you anymore. You must walk the path ahead on your own. As a man, you need to learn resilience and learn to protect your younger brothers and sisters." At this moment, Yu Yanghao came forward, knelt beside Yulong, forcing himself to hold back his sorrow while still letting uncontrollable tears slide down his face. He firmly responded to Yulong, "Rest assured, Grandpa, I won't bring shame upon our Yu clan. I will train hard and revitalize the former glory of our Yu clan." After hearing this, Yulong nodded in relief. Finally, his gaze returned to Yi Changluan. Holding Yi Changluan's hand tightly with one palm, he said, "From now on, I leave them in your care." When Yulong spoke his last word, his breath finally ceased completely. His slightly closed eyes finally shut tightly. The last thread of vitality within him was entirely extinguished, and his breathing stopped completely at this moment. Yet his body did not collapse. He remained seated cross-legged on the rock, as if in life. This elder, who devoted his whole life to the Yu clan, thought of the Yu family until his very last moment. Looking at this scene, Yi Changluan suddenly thought, perhaps 800 years ago, the Yu clan could rise from the lowest rung of the Jin Tian domain and become a ruling family because of these elders dedicated to revitalizing their family. They used their blood and sweat for an entire lifetime to build bridges for this family's progress. With Yulong's death, the members of the Yu clan around him began crying one after another, and then they all bowed to Yulong together to bid farewell to this elder. However, right at this moment, a shadow plunged straight toward Yulong's corpse. This sudden movement caused an immediate shock among those present, and Yi Changluan quickly turned his head to look at the direction from which the shadow was coming. Without a word, he kicked out directly towards the shadow. Bang! In one move, the shadow was sent flying. Dong! When the shadow landed on the ground, everyone realized it was actually a headless corpse. At this scene, the Yu clan members on the scene took a sharp intake of breath. One person immediately recognized the clothes on the headless corpse and shouted in alarm, "This is Yu Qingfeng's corpse." After these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Not long ago, this man was alive and kicking. Now, he had become a headless corpse. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xinxin's face turned deathly pale. Instinctively, she moved to Yi Changluan's side, clearly startled. Yi Changluan's gaze then turned to the direction where the headless corpse had been thrown from. Calmly, he said, "I wondered who it was. Oh, it's Wuan." Far away, in the shadow of the forest, a figure slowly emerged riding a swift-winged beast, carrying a human head in hand. It was none other than the previous escapee Yu Qingfeng, though his expression was now fixed in a look of terror from the moment of his death. Wuan casually tossed Yu Qingfeng's head toward Yi Changluan's direction and burst into laughter. "Big fish, we've caught a big fish indeed. The heavens have truly favored me, Wuan. What luck to run into you here, huh?" At this moment, Wuan was nearly laughing madly. He couldn't believe that all he was asked to do was to capture some members of the Yu clan, and he'd stumble upon Yi Changluan instead. If he managed to capture Yi Changluan alive, wouldn't Yu Wutian immediately appoint him as the next young lord of Lingxi Sect? What unimaginable wealth and power! It would be overwhelming riches indeed. Meanwhile, behind Wuan, 2,000 enforcers of the Lingxi Sect Enforcement Hall emerged and completely surrounded Yi Changluan along with the 500 Yu clan members still present. Each of these 2,000 enforcers of the Lingxi Sect was armed with a long spear pointed straight at the group. Upon noticing this, xianxia simply glanced over the enforcers and exclaimed unexpectedly, "They've even reached the Xian rank soldier level? With a force numbering 2,000, such strength would be enough to besiege and kill even a Tianyang realm expert." Saying this, xianxia once again directed his gaze towards Mu Chuan, whose arrogance seemed boundless. And Mu Chuan similarly grinned ferociously as he stared back at xianxia. Chapter 150. If you have guts, come on. Immediately afterward, Mu Chuan boldly jumped off the back of the wind-chasing beast in front of everyone. His head was slightly raised, and he looked at xianxia with a disdainful gaze. Then, right in front of xianxia, he slowly retrieved a whip from his storage ring, laughing as he said to xianxia, "Xianxia, do you remember what this thing is?" Xianxia glanced at the whip and replied expressionlessly, "I don't remember." A joke. How could Mu Chuan just take out something random and ask if xianxia remembered it? Xianxia wasn't someone who collects junk, so how could he possibly remember all these things? When Mu Chuan heard xianxia's response, he didn't seem surprised, but merely nodded with a smile. "It's normal for you to forget this thing. Since that's the case, I'll help you recall it." With that, Mu Chuan suddenly lashed the whip towards xianxia. Since the movement was so abrupt and the speed incredibly fast, almost no one on the scene reacted in time. Even Jiang Xinxin, who wanted to intervene to block the whip for xianxia, didn't manage to react quickly enough. However, the next moment, xianxia casually caught the whip with a backward swing of his hand, coiling it around his palm while staring intently at Mu Chuan. The two of them were like competitors in a tug-of-war, each gripping one end and glaring fiercely at the other. Seeing this, Mu Chuan smirked once again, impressive. "It seems Grand Patriarch was right. Your powers haven't been destroyed by Yu Xiao at all. Otherwise, there's no way you could have killed Wushan, that useless piece of trash. Let me guess, you're probably at the peak of the Tianyang realm now, right?" Hearing this, xianxia remained silent, neither denying nor affirming, allowing Mu Chuan to speculate. In fact, xianxia's eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings as he considered how to resolve the situation and eliminate everyone within the shortest possible time. After all, if they couldn't be eliminated instantly, more reinforcements might be summoned. Thinking this, xianxia redirected his attention back to Mu Chuan and said, "It seems your strength has increased quite significantly as well after some time." Upon hearing this, Mu Chuan burst into laughter. "My strength isn't just increased considerably. Thanks to the blessings of our Grand Patriarch, I now possess more than enough power to completely dominate and destroy you." As he spoke, Mu Chuan took a deep breath, and in the next moment, his aura surged dramatically. A terrifying wave of spiritual energy rippled outward like an ocean tide. This development even caused the faces of all members of the Yu family present to drastically change color. Mu Chuan's spiritual aura had earlier hovered around the Linghua realm at its peak, yet in such a short period of time, it climbed through the complete Linghua stage, reaching the pinnacle of the Linghua realm. And still, this horrifying wave of spiritual force continued to rise explosively. Observing this scene, xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly as the blood wheel pupil quietly activated. With the powerful insight granted by the blood wheel pupil, xianxia clearly perceived Mu Chuan's blood flow velocity, his heart rate frequency, and the special spiritual power secreted by his brain. Realizing this, xianxia muttered softly, "Poppy pill." As he spoke, his face gradually turned grim. By analyzing the special spiritual power secreted by Mu Chuan's brain, xianxia deduced that this bastard must have consumed an astronomical amount of poppy pills beforehand. It was precisely due to the influence of these pills that this villain's power had grown exponentially. In no time, xianxia witnessed Mu Chuan's strength swell all the way from the small accomplishment phase of the Tianyang realm, through its major accomplishments phase, finally reaching its peak before stopping. This level of power was nearly equivalent to the prime condition of Yu Wutian from the past. On the evening before heading to Heikue Mountain Range for the campaign, Yu Wutian had unleashed a similar scale of spiritual energy fluctuations, aiming to subdue xianxia, but failed under xianxia's single palm strike. At this moment, after perfectly releasing the waves of his internal spiritual energy, Mu Chuan shouted loudly at xianxia, "Commander Yi, how are you going to handle a power of this magnitude?" To this, xianxia remained silent. Assuming xianxia's silence meant fear, Mu Chuan tightened his grip on the whip. This made the whip totter. Shouting angrily at xianxia, Mu Chuan exclaimed, "Back then, you whipped me like a dog with this very whip. You left me lying in bed for 3 days and nights unable to get up. 50 years. A full 50 years. Not a single day have I forgotten. It was all for this moment. To repay you in the same manner you treated me back then. I'll beat you until you're like a dog, letting you taste what I went through at that time." Mu Chuan grew more and more agitated as he spoke, his emotions extremely excited, even red blood vessels appearing in his eyes. But at this moment, Yu Yanghao suddenly stepped forward, coldly speaking, "Mu Chuan, do you not remember why General Yi had to punish you back then? At that time, General Yi was battling the rebel forces ahead, desperately needing support in military supplies. But you, responsible for escorting those supplies, avoided the main roads out of fear of being attacked by the rebels, deliberately choosing the remote paths, which ultimately delayed the army's progress. Because of your delay, General Yi nearly died at the hands of the rebels, and many fighters were severely injured or lost their lives in that battle. For such crimes, according to the sect rules, you could have been executed outright. But the result? General Yi saved your life because it was him who recommended you. so he felt partially responsible for your mistakes, which is why you weren't executed. And the final punishment given to you was merely a few lashes with a whip, intended to teach you a lesson. But you, instead of showing gratitude, even bore resentment towards General Yi. Wuan, do you even have an ounce of humanity left? Xianxia angrily shouted in loud questioning tones. He was also one of the eyewitnesses to that campaign years ago, especially when he learned that the reason for the lack of timely supply replenishment was entirely due to Wuan delaying progress from the rear, making him furious enough to want to kill Wuan on the spot. If it hadn't been for the fact that Wuan was taken under Yi Changlan's wing, Wuan wouldn't have survived until now. And upon hearing Xianxia's words, Wuan roared in shame and anger. What does my failure to execute the mission have to do with the deaths of other fighting disciples due to the commander's poor direction? To blame others for your own incompetence. How shameless can you be? It was because those supplies didn't get replenished quickly enough that led to your great defeat, right? Do you really think anyone would believe that? Or are you just too lazy and hungry to even move without them? Xianxia was provoked now, shouting back. War is fought not just with weapons, but with logistics and supplies. What did you expect? Hand-to-hand combat with bare fists. Wuan roared back. So what if we fight with our fists? Without any weapon, I can still flatten you. Believe it or not. Infuriated, Xianxia yelled back. If you dare, come over here and try. Chapter 151, The Feng Shui Shifts. When Wuan heard these words, he abruptly pulled the whip that was connected to Yi Kanglin and snapped it. With a thunderous bang, the sound of the whip breaking was akin to the crack of fireworks, unusually loud. Instantly, Wuan rolled up his sleeves ready to confront Xianxia. However, Yi Kanglin had already pulled Xianxia back behind her and shouted, "That's enough. Both of you shut your mouths." At this, both Wuan and Xianxia immediately calmed down. It was then that Wuan remembered that his real target wasn't Xianxia, but Yi Kanglin. Seeing this, Wuan casually threw the whip onto the ground and looked at Yi Kanglin, saying, "Commander Yi, I am truly grateful for your kindness in taking me in all those years ago. If it weren't for you, I might already be dead. But there's a difference between matters of principle and favor. My principles are simple, vengeance for vengeance, gratitude repaid with gratitude. The dozens of lashes you gave me back then, I have to get them back today doubled. Of course, don't accuse me of ganging up on one person. Here's what I propose. Our personal grievances will be settled by ourselves. Right here, I'll disable one of your arms and one leg as we settle our personal vendetta. Only after this do we deal with the elders capturing you. What do you say?" Yi Kanglin carelessly tossed the whip to the ground. In his mind, he had now roughly evaluated Wuan's level of strength. Actually, there was no need for him to use that tugging contest to test the other person. But based on caution, he had held out for some time. His main concern was whether the opponent had yet to expose hidden strengths. With an initial estimate made, Yi Kanglin prepared to take action without holding back anymore. With his minor achievement in the Daotian realm, it would be sufficient to instantly slay Wuan. As for the additional 2,000 people, it'd be just as effortless. At that moment, Yi Kanglin intended to draw out his Tiang Yuan Tang knife and cut Wuan, the little darling, to death. However, at that moment, xiuxian stepped forward. She courageously positioned herself directly in front of Yi Kanglin, saying, "I'll hold off Wuan and the thousands here. You, take my mother and everyone else, and flee quickly." Yi Kanglin froze momentarily, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "You want to hold Wuan?" Xiuxian nodded solemnly, stating, "My current strength is only at the peak of the heavenly Yang realm, which is far from Wuan's, but I can still manage to delay him. While I hold him back, you escape. No matter what happens, don't turn back, and don't worry about me." As she spoke, Xiuxian exuded a sense of self-sacrifice, which paradoxically seemed amusing to Yi Kanglin, who wanted to smile. Before he could respond and tell her to step aside, Yu also approached. She seriously glanced at Wuan across from them before turning to Yi Kanglin, saying, "The Yu family still needs your help. Don't let our sacrifice be meaningless." Then, Yu actually stood beside her daughter in front of Yi Kanglin, apparently wanting to face Wuan together. At this sight, Yi Kanglin's lips twitched. He found their actions touching, but simultaneously funny. Touched because they were willing to sacrifice themselves to give Yi Kanglin and other members of the Yu clan a chance to live. Funny because, with himself standing right there, did they even need to make such sacrifices? In the next instant, Yi Kanglin tried to push the mother-daughter pair away, intending to kill Wuan. But Wuan roared loudly, "Yi Kanglin, are you even a man if you're hiding behind women?" On hearing this, Yi Kanglin opened his mouth to retort, but Xiuxian cursed first. "So bullying someone weaker makes you a man, huh? Wuan, considering how powerful you claim to be as a peak heavenly Yang realm warrior, doesn't bullying someone much weaker than you make you feel mighty shameful?" After these words, Yi Kanglin blinked, thinking, was she referring to me as an honest man? Stunned, Yi Kanglin thought to himself, do I look like an honest man? It was laughable. From the opposite side, Wuan continued again. And what if I do bully you when I'm bigger and stronger today? Back then, didn't Yi Kanglin beat me up while I was weak like a stray dog? Isn't it my right to seek revenge? Today, I'll teach him a lesson in how fortunes can shift dramatically. With that, a mighty surge of energy erupted from Wuan's body. This force almost instantly pushed Yu and Xiuxian, mother and daughter, several steps backward. As the mother and daughter moved aside simultaneously, Yi Kanglin was directly exposed before Wuan. At this moment, Wuan grinned maliciously. "Where do you think you can escape to now?" Saying this, he rushed straight toward Yi Kanglin. His speed was astonishing, his strength immense, like a rampaging rhinoceros. Upon seeing this scene, Yu Ruyu's face turned white in an instant, and she shouted in alarm, "Yi Kanglin!" Jiang Xinxin also let out a cry of shock. "Mu Chuan, how dare you?" However, it was already too late for the two women to come over to protect Yi Kanglin, as Mu Chuan had already reached close to him. With the fist in his hand, Mu Chuan struck straight at Yi Kanglin's face. Boom! A figure was sent flying backward, tracing a beautiful arc across the sky before crashing to the ground, rolling forward for some distance before coming to a slow stop. All the onlookers were startled, their pupils constricting, including Yu Ruyu, Jiang Xinxin, and even Yu Yonghao, who gaped wide with shock. Even the disciples of the enforcement hall surrounding the Yu family clan were stupefied. At that moment, Yi Kanglin still had one leg high in the air. Just as Mu Chuan approached him, Yi Kanglin delivered a kick, sending Mu Chuan flying with that simple, unadorned motion, completely neutralizing Mu Chuan's strongest attack and causing him to be hurled back. Subsequently, Yi Kanglin slowly put down his raised leg and his body disappeared all at once. When he reappeared, he was already by Mu Chuan's side. By this point, several bones in Mu Chuan's body had snapped, and the excruciating pain prevented him from lifting even a single finger. The blood flowing incessantly from his mouth made him look particularly pitiful, especially when Mu Chuan saw Yi Kanglin standing nearby. Fear filled his eyes, and he struggled to cry out, "Someone help me! Save me! Save me!" In response to Mu Chuan's cries, the enforcement hall disciples who had originally surrounded the Yu family clan now began encircling Yi Kanglin. With both hands clasped behind his back, Yi Kanglin observed the incoming enforcement hall disciples and felt a mix of emotions stir within him. Recalling the days when he first assumed the position as the young general of Lingxi Sect, the enforcement hall had been practically established under his guidance. The many disciples there were akin to his younger brothers and sisters, but now, they would have to confront each other in battle. For a moment, compassion showed in Yi Kanglin's eyes. If only he didn't have to fight against them. Chapter 152, Instant Kill. At this moment, the 2,000 disciples of the enforcement hall had already approached. Without any mercy, they thrust their long spears toward Yi Kanglin's body. In response, Yi Kanglin suddenly drew his Tianyuan Tang Dao from his waist and swung it around himself. A massive circular light blade was unleashed and expanded instantly. Swish, swish, swish. In the very moment of its expansion, the sharp circular light blade cut all the enforcement hall disciples surrounding Yi Kanglin neatly in half at the waist. Subsequently, the 2,000 enforcement hall disciples fell neatly to the ground, severed into 2 pieces each. Seeing this scene, Yi Kanglin felt an unbearable heartache inside, as he had personally trained these people with his own hands. The taste of killing them was truly difficult to bear. He turned his gaze towards a corpse beside him, seeing the wide-open eyes filled with regret at death. Yi Kanglin gently squatted down to close the man's eyes, saying softly, "I will bury you. If there is another life, I still wish to be brothers with you." Just as Yi Kanglin was speaking like this, a sudden scream rang out in his ear. Turning his head to look, he discovered that there was actually one survivor left. It seemed that this guy was taller, so when Yi Kanglin's previous round light blade swept across, it hit his legs instead of his waist, thus allowing him to survive by chance. Currently, this guy was crawling away frantically, shouting desperately, "Save me, Grand Ancestor, save me." Upon seeing this, Yi Kanglin rushed over, stepped on the man's back with one foot. This single action broke the ribs of the tall man. Coughing up blood, the tall man looked up at Yi Kanglin weakly and tremulously said, "Commander Yi, spare my life. Please, I too was forced to do this. Please show the generosity of the mighty and forgive a minor offense. Let me go." After these words, the tall man burst into tears uncontrollably. Yi Kanglin, hearing this, lightly moved his foot aside and said helplessly, "I certainly know you were forced, everyone here was. And you should also understand, I didn't want to kill any of you, but I simply have no other way." After hearing this, the tall man felt hope returning. He hurriedly said, "Commander Yi, please rest assured. As long as you leave me alive, Li's life from now on belongs solely to you. Wherever you send me, I will go. Whoever you tell me to kill, I will eliminate. I will guarantee loyalty till death." Hearing these words, Yi Kanglin couldn't help but break into a smile. "Do you really wish to follow me?" The tall man nodded forcefully, earnestly saying, "That's right. My sense of belonging to Lingxi Sect has long disappeared. Only by Commander Yi's side can I find my true self again. Commander Yi, please give me the opportunity to atone for my sins. I will surely make you proud of me." Yi Kanglin sighed deeply after hearing these words, laughing and saying, "If you had said this earlier, everything would have been fine, and I wouldn't have used such heavy hands against you." Before the tall man could say he was fine, the next second his head suddenly felt lighter, then his facial expression froze completely. Then, his head flew straight outwards. Thud, the head rolled to the side. After finishing the matter, Yi Kanglin said in a voice full of anguish and remorse, "Unfortunately, loyal ministers and capable generals around me are more than enough already. I don't need someone useless like you. You're named Li He, right? Rest assured, I'll remember your name. I'll arrange for someone to set up a tombstone for you later." With these words, Yi Kanglin stood up. He glanced at the remaining blood on the Tianyuan Long Dao and flicked it slightly, throwing the bloody sludge onto the ground. Then he slowly sheathed the blade. Finally, while heading back to Mu Chuan's direction, Yi Kanglin couldn't help but shake his head while walking. He realized that he was not yet ruthless enough. His heart was still too compassionate and kind-hearted. Earlier, he shouldn't have said so many words to that tall man, making him still harbor some hope for survival. To give others hope only to crush it right in front of them is extremely cruel. Considering this, Kanglin shook his head again, muttering to himself, "From now on, I mustn't be so lenient anymore." As he said this, Kanglin looked towards Wuan, who was still madly trying to crawl away outside. Seeing Kanglin, the killing demon, coming closer to him, Wuan immediately began screaming out of fear. "Commander Yi, Brother Yi, please don't kill me. I'm your younger brother Wuan. It was you who took me into Lingxi Sect personally. Have you forgotten?" At this, Kanglin replied slowly, "I remember. Weren't you just saying that you'd whip me like a dog?" After hearing this, Wuan was so scared that he wet himself. Sobbing uncontrollably, he said, "I was wrong, I admit it. Brother, please spare me this one time. I won't dare to do it again." Kanglin looked at Wuan in this pitiful state and remembered the first time they met. Back then, Wuan always liked to follow him around, calling him brother, looking extremely cute. Recalling this, Kanglin's lips quivered slightly. He couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted and told the pleading Wuan, "All right, this time it's forgiven. Be more careful next life." Just as Wuan thought Kanglin would let him off, suddenly a sharp blade slashed across his neck. In an instant, Wuan's head was severed from his body. Thick blood spurted out immediately from the severed neck, and Wuan's expression froze on his face. After finishing the deed, Kanglin used Wuan's clothes to wipe off the blood from the Tang Dao. Then, when his gaze turned to the Yu family crowd not far away, their expressions were quite impressive. Especially Yu, her pale face turned even whiter. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Kanglin effortlessly slicing 2,000 rebels of the Divine Demon Sect in half at the waist with one stroke. Furthermore, he instantly killed a peak Tianyang realm warrior with just one move. This terrifying strength could probably rival grandfather Yulong at his prime. Comparing to Yuyu's terrified look, her daughter Jiang Xinxin showed full admiration. Jiang Xinxin came running up to Kanglin and excitedly said, "Commander Yi, you're amazing. What combat technique was that earlier? Can you teach me?" As she spoke, Jiang Xinxin looked at Kanglin with great anticipation. However, Kanglin placed a hand on her head and scolded, "You little girl, why learn such a combat technique? Don't you know how brutal it is? Never mention this matter again." Chapter 153, Changlon's Plan. Jiang Xinxin quickly pushed Changlon's hand away from her head and then coaxed him with a pout. "I won't. I want to learn. After I've learned, I will be able to protect my mom properly." Upon hearing this, Changlon chuckled lightly. Then he looked at the people of the Yu clan opposite him and walked towards them, saying as he went, "All right, everyone follow me." However, when Changlon approached them, they all took a half-step backward in unison. Some of the more timid members of the Yu clan even collapsed on the ground in fright when they saw Changlon coming closer. To these people of the Yu clan, Changlon was a terrifying presence who had instantly killed 2,000 men in less than the time it takes for one breath. If this frightening killer were in a bad mood and decided to kill them too, wouldn't they die unfairly? Even Yu looked at Changlon with some trepidation at that moment. It was only now that she seemed to understand why the rebel generals of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect would tremble all over just at the mention of Changlon's name. Frankly speaking, if she were an enemy of Changlon, she would probably be just as scared and unable to sleep at night. Seeing that they all revealed expressions of fear, Changlon rolled his eyes. Why did they make such faces when he wasn't planning to kill them? However, Changlon didn't dwell on it too much. He walked straight up and embraced Yu, then said to the others, "Leave with me. Don't stay here anymore." The numerous members of the Yu clan glanced at each other, and then followed Changlon obediently. They looked as if they feared angering Changlon, lest he kill them. Yu, glancing at the arm around her, blushed slightly and asked, "Where are we going now?" Changlon grinned, "To Jiaiguan. Where else could we go?" Yu was taken aback and subconsciously asked, "Jiaiguan? Isn't it already out of Lingxi Sect's control?" Changlon led Yu near the pursuit wind beasts left by the disciples of Enforcement Hall, then lifted her onto it and sat behind her. He wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and said with a smile, "The commanding general of Jiaiguan is one of my old subordinates. If I go to find him, he'll naturally agree to let me into the city." Realizing this, Yu immediately understood. But then something else seemed to come to her mind, and she added, "Still, shouldn't you go back to Lingxi Sect once?" Startled, Changlon instinctively responded, "Why should I go back to Lingxi Sect?" Yu bit her lip and continued, "Xiuxian is still inside the sect. She has been arranged by Yu Wutian to marry the leader of Xianxia Immortal Sect, Yuan Wushan. I think you should rescue her right now as well." After hearing this, Changlon's pupils contracted slightly as he muttered softly, "Li Xiaoxiang is being arranged by Yu Wutian to marry Yuan Wushan?" As he spoke, a trace of murderous intent spread rapidly in his eyes. In fact, before returning to Dongguan County, Changlon had already planned what he was about to do. First, he intended to save the women close to him, including Yu, Jiang Xinxin, and Li Xiaoxiang. After taking care of them and ensuring their safety, he would search for Yi Wuqian and begin preparing for an attack on both Lingxi Sect and the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. What Changlon hadn't expected, though, was encountering Yu and Jiang Xinxin as soon as he entered Dongguan County territory. He hadn't even entered the dungeon yet. They managed to escape on their own. This actually worked in his favor, sparing him the effort of having to retrieve them directly. The downside was the addition of over 500 people from the Yu clan, whose disposition remained unclear to Changlon. If there was no other choice, he would enlist the men of the Yu clan into the army to fight alongside him. As for the women, well, perhaps he might take the trouble of taking them as concubines. After all, Almost all the females of the Yu clan were top beauties, any one of whom could destabilize kingdoms. Xuanhuan naturally needed to look after them well. Next, after handling the issue of these people of the Yu clan, Xuanhuan would consider rescuing Li Xiaoxiang. At first, Xuanhuan thought it wouldn't be difficult to take Li Xiaoxiang, since she was serving as Lingxi Sect's judge. What he didn't expect was another unexpected hiccup on Li Xiaoxiang's side. She had actually been betrothed to that old man Yuan Wuxian by Yu Wutian, which meant the rescue difficulty has now significantly increased. The plan for a general attack on Lingxi Sect would have to be postponed once more. Considering this, Xuanhuan, after seeing the 500-plus members of the Yu clan all climb aboard their pursuit wind beasts, loudly announced, "All right, let's go to Jiaiguan first." With that said, Xuanhuan spurred his own pursuit wind beast and raced ahead towards Jiaiguan. The group of 500 behind him quickly followed suit. Compared to Yu Ruyu, the others didn't dare question any orders from Xuanhuan. At this point, Yu Ruyu inquired again, "What do you plan to do about xiaoxiang?" Xuanhuan lowered his head, catching a glimpse down Yu Ruyu's collar before leaning close to her ear and whispering, "You and Li Xiaoxiang are both mine. I will not give up either of you. Once you're all taken care of, my next step will be going to Lingxi Sect to save her." Upon hearing this, Yu Ruyu's cheeks flushed red. She pushed Xuanhuan slightly with coyness as she scolded softly, "There are still people here. Act more appropriately." Xuanhuan sneered lightly. His hand slid to wrap around Yu Ruyu's waist while his eyes shamelessly roamed down her collar once again. Truly irresistible, they were big and white. It remained to be seen whether she measured up compared to Li Xiaoxiang. No problem though, by tomorrow night at the latest, Xuanhuan would personally proceed to Lingxi Sect to snatch Li Xiaoxiang away. Once he had her, then they could sleep together with Yu Ruyu and Li Xiaoxiang in his embrace. Or perhaps adding a few more ladies from the Yu clan would make the night even more delightful. Chapter 154, Yu Wutian's Secret. The next day, at Lingxi Sect, in the secret meditation chamber behind the Divine Palace, Yu Wutian was cross-legged sitting on a straw mat. He kept forming seals with his hands, frowning deeply, beads of sweat covering his forehead. At the position of his chest, a mist of dark black fog started to spread, inch by inch approaching his heart. As the black fog continued to diffuse, an unbearable expression of pain appeared on Yu Wutian's face. That black mist felt as if countless tiny bugs were crazily gnawing at his flesh, causing his body to tremble violently from the pain. Bang! Suddenly, the seal that Yu Wutian had formed with his hands broke apart, stopping his incantation abruptly. Then, his mouth opened, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood to the side. However, this blood was not bright red but instead thick and bruised black. When these black drops of blood hit the ground, they even corroded the stone floorboards, showing just how potent the toxicity of this black blood was. Looking at the pool of black blood, Yu Wutian's face turned extremely grim. He murmured softly, "Has my body reached its limit?" Speaking, he glanced down at his own palm. His hands had already turned purple-black, and even the veins beneath his skin were slowly moving, as though there were worms crawling inside his veins. Yu Wutian furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, "It seems that before receiving the blood sacrifice baptism, I cannot use the heavenly calculation method anymore." Saying this, Yu Wutian took a deep breath, then stood up from the straw mat, casually picking up a bowl of medicine nearby and drinking it down. Just now, Yu Wutian wanted to use the heavenly calculation method to speculate on Yi Kanglin's current whereabouts and also sneak a peek at Yi Kanglin's future plans. Unfortunately, since his body had been severely eroded by foul qi, it prevented him from using the heavenly calculation method properly. Therefore, at present, he couldn't possibly deduce Yi Kanglin's current location. The only thing he could rely on was the intelligence network, Blackwater Platform, established earlier by Yu Xiao. His hope rested solely on praying that Blackwater Platform wouldn't have any more hitches and would continue to collect information for him well. After all, the feeling of being blind and deaf like this was truly very uncomfortable. Just as Yu Wutian was drinking the medicinal liquid from the bowl that could suppress the foul qi, a figure outside the door gracefully entered. A tempting aroma followed her entrance. Yu Wutian subconsciously turned his head toward the door and saw Witch Phoenix, the supreme commander of the Divine Devil Sect, wearing a light red, translucent silk dress walking into this room. The silk dress was short and thin, half transparent. Even with this scene before him, Yu Wutian's heart fluttered slightly, so he placed the medicine bowl aside and asked solemnly, "Why have you come?" Witch Phoenix sauntered gracefully over to Yu Wutian, naturally placing both of her snowy white hands around his neck, and said breathily, "I've already ground the 10,000 ants devouring heart pill into powder, and sprinkled it onto Li Xiaoxiang's food." Upon hearing this, Yu Wutian's eyes instinctively showed a hint of reluctance, but he still asked seriously, "Did she eat it?" Witch Phoenix nodded gently. "She did. I watched with my own eyes as she swallowed those foods. Once the followers of Shunxiao Immortal Sect take Li Xiaoxiang away, I'll directly activate the power of the 10,000 ants devouring heart pill, letting those flesh-eating ants eat her until nothing but bones remain." Yu Wutian instinctively closed his eyes. For so long, he'd been preoccupied with thoughts of her. Soon, she would be reduced to just a pile of skeletons. Although it was somewhat regrettable, for the sake of his great 1,000-year dominion, this sacrifice was necessary. With this thought, Yu Wutian then looked at Witch Phoenix in front of him. Both being top-tier beauties, Witch Phoenix's beauty was no less than that of Li Xiaoxiang. However, regrettably, she lacked Li Xiaoxiang's mature woman charm, and instead possessed more of a rebellious young girl vibe. At that moment, Yu Wutian nodded and said, "You've done well. But remember to activate the secret technique only after Li Xiaoxiang has returned to Shenxiao Immortal Sect. Otherwise, there is still a possibility of arousing Yi Kanglin's suspicion. Witch Phoenix burst into giggles, pinching Yu Wutian's nose playfully while saying flirtatiously, "You're such a fool. How could I make such a rookie mistake? Do I really need your reminders?" Being called a fool by Witch Phoenix, Yu Wutian instinctively felt a bit annoyed. But the next second, he saw Witch Phoenix actually start to remove her silk robe right in front of him, revealing her snowy white shoulders. This scene left Yu Wutian completely stunned. Then, he heard Witch Phoenix say softly, "At this point, everything is almost at an end. I think it's about time I made good on my earlier promise to you, and properly compensated you. Besides, don't you want a child? I personally feel that one might not be enough. We could have at least 2, 3, or even more." Witch Phoenix's words were dripping with provocation. Instantly, the old man Yu Wutian's Adam's apple rolled as he naturally understood what her words implied. This woman wanted to be intimate with him right now. However, his current physical condition wouldn't allow for such activities, so Yu Wutian placed his hands on Witch Phoenix's shoulders and replied in a restrained tone. "Witch sect leader, Li Xiaoxiang still lives, and I have yet to achieve the status of half-blood demon lord. It's too early for you to be coming to me like this." At Yu Wutian's action, Witch Phoenix revealed a hint of surprise. She never expected that this old man could resist her allure. For a moment, Witch Phoenix actually felt a tiny sense of failure. After all, over the years, any man she fancied, whether they were sacred sect princes, Buddhist scholars, or evil practitioners, almost always succumbed to her bewitching gaze. But Yu Wutian before her ignored her charm entirely. How could she possibly accept that? At that moment, Witch Phoenix moved closer to Yu Wutian again. She then said, "What difference does sooner or later make? I already belong to you anyway. Why should we care about these little imperfections?" As she spoke, a faint wisp of pink smoke escaped her mouth, and Yu Wutian instantly inhaled it. The next second, Yu Wutian's eyes became fixed, and his body seemed to lose control as he abruptly scooped Witch Phoenix into his arms and carried her to the nearby bed. He gently placed her down and started passionately kissing her. Chapter 155. To master the art, self-castration is necessary. On the surface, Wu Fenghua seemed to be welcoming everyone, but in her heart, she felt great aversion. If possible, she would never want to use charm to deal with Yu Wutian. However, there was no other way. Her MIDI illusion technique could only be activated through seductive means. Moreover, both of them had to enter that mysterious state before she could fully control Yu Wutian. Even though this complete control could only last for 15 minutes, it was more than enough. The reason why Wu Fenghua wanted to control Yu Wutian was to extract the secret cultivation methods of the Tianji deduction art from him. Yes, Wu Fenghua sought out Yu Wutian, even at the cost of her own body, all for the sake of Yu Wutian's Tianji deduction art. After a few days of observation, Wu Fenghua had already seen the power of the Tianji deduction art. In her eyes, as long as she had this secret art, there would be no secrets in the world unknown to her. More importantly, Wu Fenghua also had a way to counteract the impure aura produced by the Tianji deduction art. There was a technique within the ancient God-Devil sect called the Hellfire Forging technique, which allowed Wu Fenghua to easily cleanse herself of the impure aura. With the Tianji deduction art rid of the impure aura, it could truly be called the greatest art in the world. Why wouldn't Wu Fenghua try every method possible to acquire it? Unfortunately, Yu Wutian was highly vigilant. She had tested him multiple times, and he remained silent. Out of desperation, Wu Fenghua decided to use the MIDI illusion technique to steal Yu Wutian's Tianji deduction art. As she thought about this, Wu Fenghua and Yu Wutian deepened their passionate kiss. However, shortly afterward, Wu Fenghua's beautiful eyes suddenly opened wide. Then, she revealed an expression of extreme fear and abruptly pushed Yu Wutian away. Bang! Yu Wutian fell onto the floor, snapping him out of his previous confused state. Then, he looked around bewilderedly. When he saw Wu Fenghua, she was already sitting up on the bed, staring at him in horror, pointing a white finger at him, and exclaiming, You're actually a eunuch." Hearing these words, Yu Wutian's face instantly turned pale. He looked down and realized that his pants were unbuttoned. In a moment, he understood what had just happened. Yu Wutian's eyes then filled with murderous intent. He quickly adjusted his clothes and coldly stared at Wu Fenghua, saying, "What did you do to me just now?" Wu Fenghua didn't answer directly, but let out a cold laugh. She got off the bed, tidying her clothes while angrily demanding, "What did I do to you? You should tell me what you plan to do. A rootless person like you. How dare you suggest having a child with me? How funny. Do you expect me to sleep with another man, and then have the child carry your surname?" As she spoke, her face flushed red. This was the first time she felt deeply deceived. She glared at Yu Wutian with such fury as if she wished to devour him alive. Now it made sense to her why Yu Wutian could resist her allure and remain so calm when faced with her temptations. Because the guy was a eunuch. Not someone like Mu Chang'e, who was a natural, celestial eunuch. At least Mu Chang'e still had the necessary organs, only unable to function properly and without reproductive ability. But Yu Wutian was different. He lacked the essential organs altogether, essentially making him a living version of a high-ranking eunuch. And yet, this dead eunuch had once dared to suggest wanting to have children with her. No wonder she couldn't help feeling angry. Meanwhile, after realizing his secret was completely exposed, Yu Wutian became unusually calm. He naturally found a chair to sit on, lifted a teacup, took a gentle sip, and said, 300 years ago, my cultivation of the Tianji deduction art had already reached its pinnacle, but my body had been eroded by the impure aura, leaving it riddled with damage. At that time, I tried countless ways to save myself, I even went as far as to dig out Yi Songhai's core from his ultimate spirit body to cleanse myself of the impure aura. Alas, all those methods proved futile, bringing no change whatsoever. Originally, I thought I might die from this cursed impure aura, but until one day, in my Yu clan's tomb, I discovered a forbidden technique, the Yellow Springs Rebirth Art. That technique recorded the conditions for becoming a half-blood demon lord and the method of sacrificing all of the Yu clan to complete the blood sacrifice ritual for me. However, there is a very crucial prerequisite to practicing this technique. As he spoke, Yu Wutian put down his teacup and turned to look at Wu Fenghuang, coldly saying, "To master the art, self-castration is necessary." Upon hearing these words, Wu Fenghuang's eyes immediately widened. She stared straight at Yu Wutian in front of her, as if she were looking at a monster. But at that moment, Yu Wutian suddenly burst out laughing, his voice filled with helplessness, frustration, and pain. Then, Yu Wutian suddenly stood up from his seat and instantly appeared before Wu Fenghuang. He grabbed her shoulders with both hands and shouted, "To master the art, self-castration is necessary. Do you know what these words mean? They mean I severed my own lineage. To suppress this damned impure aura and continue living, I actually turned my blade against myself. Ha ha ha. But do you know? My wife and I had just been married. There wasn't even time for us to consummate our marriage when I was forced to castrate myself. And in the 400 years prior to that, in pursuit of cultivation and strength, I had remained a virgin the whole time. The night we were married, I thought I could finally rid myself of the label of a lifelong virgin. But instead, I was forced to castrate myself. Ha ha ha. I refuse to accept it. I refuse to accept it." As he spoke, Yu Wutian ripped off the fake beard from his face right in front of Wu Fenghuang, revealing a smooth chin. Then, he laughed maniacally, so much that tears streamed down his face. Wu Fenghuang watched Yu Wutian's deranged emotions and slapped him across the face. This brought Yu Wutian back to his senses. She then said coldly, "If you're going to act crazy, direct it at someone else, not me." With that, Wu Fenghuang angrily turned around and tried to leave. She felt extremely disappointed with Yu Wutian and didn't want to stay with him another moment. But Yu Wutian suddenly stepped forward and grabbed her hand, asking, "Where are you going?" Chapter 156, The Divine Cloud Immortal Sect has arrived. Wu Phoenix coldly glanced at him and said, "Do you think I need to report to a little eunuch like you about where I am going?" When Yu Wutian heard the three words, little eunuch, the fury in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. Because the word eunuch was always something he detested. Anybody who dared to mention it in front of him would instantly get killed. And now, Wu Phoenix not only kept saying it repeatedly, but even spoke out loud in front of him that he was a little eunuch. How could he possibly bear this? At that moment, Yu Wutian suddenly tightened his grip on Wu Phoenix's hand. The nails on his palm grew rapidly, and in an instant pierced through the skin on Wu Phoenix's arm. Upon seeing this, Wu Phoenix was startled inside. She subconsciously wanted to pull her hand back, but she realized her inner spiritual power was instantly weakened. Feeling this, Wu Phoenix looked at Yu Wutian fearfully and asked, "What do you want to do?" Yu Wutian tightly grabbed Wu Phoenix by the neck and dragged her body to the bed before throwing her hard onto it. Seeing this, Wu Phoenix furiously roared, "Yu Wutian, do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" As she spoke, Wu Phoenix didn't hesitate at all to activate the 10,000 ants heart-devouring pill within Yu Wutian's body. At this moment, Wu Phoenix seemed to have completely forgotten about the alliance, Yi Kanglin, and the Divine Cloud Immortal Sect. All she wanted now was to make Yu Wutian die right in front of her immediately. However, after Yu Wutian saw Wu Phoenix activate the 10,000 ants heart-devouring pill, he laughed, then stood straight before her as he let her freely trigger it. Subsequently, Wu Phoenix shockingly sensed that, after activating the 10,000 ants heart-devouring pill, the numerous man-eating ants infesting Yu Wutian's body lost their life force so quickly they didn't even manage to bite a piece of Yu Wutian's flesh before dying. Upon perceiving this, Wu Phoenix's face changed dramatically. She looked at Yu Wutian in terror and questioned, "How is this possible?" Yu Wutian tore off the clothes on his upper body and exposed the purulent, bruised gas on his chest. "Due to constant invasion by impure energy over the years, my body toxicity is likely among the strongest in this world. Do you think your tiny ants can withstand such overwhelming toxicity in my body?" After hearing this, Wu Phoenix was utterly stupefied. In this very moment, she completely understood why Yu Wutian dared to directly consume her 10,000 ants heart-devouring pill back then. Indeed, Yu Wutian himself was the greatest disease-carrying source in this world. Once realizing this, Wu Phoenix attempted to draw her magical artifact from her storage ring and fight Yu Wutian to the death. But in the next second, she discovered once again that her spiritual power had been severely weakened, making her body exceptionally fragile. It seemed even lifting a common blade was impossible for her. Meanwhile, Wu Phoenix's head began to feel dizzy and foggy. Sensing this, Wu Phoenix looked at Yu Wutian with quickened breath and coldly demanded, "What did you do to me?" Yu Wutian coldly laughed and said, "Nothing special, just a little bone-softening powder. Rest assured, it won't take your life, but it will leave you feeling powerless for 3 whole days. For these 3 days, all you can do is lie helplessly in bed." After hearing these words, Wu Phoenix immediately panicked. She wanted to crawl down from the bed, but found her strength couldn't support getting up from the bed. Then, she looked at Yu Wutian again and said fearfully, "What are you planning to do to me?" At this point, Yu Wutian smiled maliciously and said, "Nothing significant. I just wish for you to stay here for a while. By the time I become a semi-blood demon master and regain my masculinity, I'll come back right away and properly enjoy you." After hearing this, Wu Phoenix seemed to remember something. In the next moment, she suddenly said, "No, if you're a eunuch, whose child is the one in Yu Xiao's belly?" Upon hearing Wu Phoenix's sudden mention of Yu Xiao's name, Yu Wutian replied without hesitation, Her child isn't mine. As for whose it really is, it doesn't matter to me." Speaking of which, he grabbed Wu Phoenix by the neck and sniffed the tempting fragrance of her body deeply before evilly laughing. "Actually, compared to Yu Xiao, you seem more suitable for my taste." Speaking, Yu Wutian kissed Wu Phoenix on the face. Wu Phoenix, however, gritted her teeth and endured the nausea as she said, "What can you do now besides covering my face with your saliva?" Upon hearing these words, Yu Wutian halted his actions. A strong killing intent quietly appeared in his eyes. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded outside the door. "Ancestor, the Divine Cloud Immortal Sect has arrived. Their sect master Yuan Wushan has already entered the mountain gate." Upon hearing this, the murderous gleam in Yu Wutian's eyes slightly dimmed. Immediately, he loosened his grip on Wu Phoenix's neck and said, "The timing is impeccable, but no matter. We will have plenty of time later for some intimate moments." Saying this, Yu Wutian struck a concealed mechanism. The bed on which Wu Phoenix lay descended into a hidden chamber with her. After that, Yu Wutian tidied up his appearance briefly and started walking toward the exit. But then, another thought struck him, and he turned back to the spot where Wu Phoenix had been lying. He muttered to himself, "I forgot to ask her who the true practitioner from the demon god ancient sect was." After a brief consideration, Yu Wutian helplessly shook his head and murmured again, "Never mind, I'll ask later." In fact, as early as when Wu Phoenix lured Yu Wutian, he had realized that Wu Phoenix was not the one who performed the heavenly devil soul summoning technique. This was because one of the 3 core conditions required for this sacrificial art was that the practitioner must be a virgin. Clearly, Wu Phoenix was no longer a virgin. Hence, it was evident that Wu Phoenix was merely a pawn. The real ruler of the demon god ancient sect, the one who summoned those heavenly devil souls, had never revealed themselves. And precisely due to this discovery, Yu Wutian dared to confine Wu Phoenix without hesitation. Still, who could be the ultimate ruler behind the demon god ancient sect? Thinking about this, Yu Wutian once again shook his head and remarked dismissively, "Anyway, in 4 days, during the blood red moon, I will complete the blood sacrifice ritual and become a semi-blood demon master. At that point, the demon god ancient sect, the Silver Fox Legion, the Divine Cloud Immortal Sect, they will all perish by my hand." With that thought, Yu Wutian began to eagerly anticipate what would happen in 4 days' time. Chapter 157, Pure as Ice and Jade. Donghuan County, Jiaguan, the fortress castle's lord residence. Xuanhuan slowly opened his eyes. Beside him, Yu Ryu was sleeping like a baby, breathing steadily with her little mouth slightly pouting, giving an irresistible urge to kiss her. Xuanhuan couldn't help but smile as he looked at Yu Ryu's appearance like that of a sleeping beauty, then gently adjusted her blanket before getting off the bed. He casually took out some clothes for change from the storage ring and proceeded to get dressed in front of a full-length mirror. The night before, Xuanhuan had just arrived at Jiaguan with over 500 people of the Yu family, nearly at the same time as when Yu Wuqian and his group also arrived. As such, after Li Chaoyang's invitation, both groups entered the city together. However, what Xuanhuan saw upon entering the fortress was infuriating. What was originally a magnificent castle now resembled ruins, with damaged buildings everywhere. Many commoners living here could only stay in makeshift tents. Some pitiful children didn't even have enough food to fill their stomachs. Xuanhuan directly asked Li Chaoyang why the city had become this way. Li Chaoyang's response was straightforward. Since Jiaguan declared its independence, Lingxi Sect had sent a large number of troops to suppress it. As a result, although Jiaguan successfully defended itself, it was punished by Lingxi Sect. They not only blocked all trade routes leading to Jiaguan, but also joined hands with the God Devil Ancient Sect to cut off every escape route for Jiaguan. This led to food and medicine unable to come in, and them unable to go out. Simply put, Lingxi Sect wanted to drag them into submission through such a war of attrition. After learning these circumstances, Xuanhuan bought some food and medicine from the system, and had Li Chaoyang distribute them, which alleviated Jiaguan's urgent needs. Afterwards, Xuanhuan began arranging for the Silver Fox Legion to rest within Jiaguan. Originally, he intended to discuss strategies with other generals against any future attacks from the Divine Army, but the continuous battles and relocations left Yu Wuqian and others extremely exhausted. Though they could endure listening to Xuanhuan's plans with sheer willpower, he decided it was better for them to rest first and discuss again the next day. Also, Xuanhuan himself wanted a bath to relax. Thus, Xuanhuan invited Yu Ryu to bathe with him. After the bath, everything that should and shouldn't happen, happened. Perhaps because she already had experience, this time Yu Ryu was very cooperative. She even actively suggested bringing her few elder sisters and younger sister to serve Xuanhuan together. At that moment, Xuanhuan did feel somewhat excited. Yu Ryu actually had 2 older sisters and 1 younger sister. Just like Yu Ryu, they were all top-tier beauties with names that were easy to remember. The eldest is called Yu Rubing, the second sister is called Yu Ruqing, and the 4th sister is called Yu Rujia. Yes, their 4 sisters' names correspond exactly to the 4 characters, Ice Clear Jade Clean. It was that simple, brutal, and direct. When the former Grand Master of Lingxi Sect, Yu Wuya, was still in power, these 4 sisters almost occupied 4 spots among Lingxi Sect's 10 beauties. Now, to be able to take them all as concubines at once pleased Xuanhuan. But, considering recent encounters, Xuanhuan still refrained from letting them come to serve him overnight, choosing instead to let them rest well. Hence, since last night, the person who served Yi Changlan was none other than Yu Ryu herself. As for the other women, they were arranged in other side rooms. Once Yi Changlan finished dressing, he satisfiedly glanced at his reflection in the mirror. As always, he was dressed like a prince today, but with a black golden theme, making him appear more solemn and steady. Suddenly, a pair of pale, delicate hands embraced him from behind, followed by a chin resting on his shoulder as a soft voice said, "Why not sleep a little longer?" Smelling Yu Ryu's enchanting body fragrance, Yi Changlan turned around and replied, "Today, I'm going to save Li Xiaoxiang. I don't want to delay too long, so I want to start as early as possible." Upon hearing Li Xiaoxiang's name, Yu Ryu couldn't help but purse her lips slightly. By seniority, Li Xiaoxiang is actually Yu Ryu's sister-in-law. If Yi Changlan succeeded in rescuing Li Xiaoxiang, wouldn't that mean Yu Ryu would have to share? Yu Ryu stopped herself from thinking further and blushed involuntarily. When she looked at Yi Changlan again, she asked, "Will you look down on me after having Li Xiaoxiang?" Yu Ryu herself was a rather shy woman, and every time she faced Yi Changlan, she would have a sense of subtle inferiority. For this reason, when she thought about Li Xiaoxiang, who was much more beautiful than her, she couldn't help but feel some worry. She was afraid that Yi Changlan would neglect her because he had a more beautiful concubine. However, upon seeing this, Yi Changlan chuckled, embraced Yu Ryu's slim waist, then pressed his forehead against hers, and said with a smile, "Are you confused from sleeping? How could you ask such a question?" After hearing Yi Changlan's words, Yu Ryu's face slightly turned red, and she pouted, saying, "I just asked you a question. Is that not allowed?" Yi Changlan smiled again and said, "Of course it's allowed, but asking that makes you seem a bit silly." Upon hearing Yi Changlan mocking her, Yu Ryu instinctively gave him a light punch on the chest, and said in a cute tone, "Who are you calling silly? Do you believe I can beat you to death?" With that, Yu Ryu attempted to throw another few punches at Yi Changlan. Just then, however, a young page's voice from outside the door cut through. General Yi, are you awake?" Yi Changlan was taken aback and instinctively asked, "What is it so early in the morning?" As he spoke, he walked to the door, opened it, and asked the page standing outside, "What's wrong?" The page was about to speak when his gaze inadvertently flickered toward Yu Ryu beside Yi Changlan. Though Yu Ryu was already dressed and covered modestly, the boy still stared unblinkingly. Especially her starry-like beautiful eyes, her vivid red lips, and her pearl-like white teeth made him unconsciously swallow his saliva. Coupled with her naturally curvaceous figure, this caused the page's face to flush, silently cursing himself. Damn, what a beautiful woman. If I could spend one night with her, my life would be worth it. But just as the page let his mind wander, suddenly a sharp slap struck his face. This instantly floored the page. As he lay there, he saw Yi Changlan glaring fiercely at him and coldly said, "I was asking you a question. What were you looking at?" Chapter 158, Li Mengming's Major Discovery. The little gatekeeper immediately panicked and knelt down, banging his head repeatedly against the ground as he said, "I'm such a fool. I deserve to die. The situation is this, my lord's sister, Miss Li Mengming has awakened. She says she wants to see General Yi urgently, claiming she has something extremely important to report." Upon hearing this, Yi Changlan slightly paused and subconsciously asked, "Li Mengming has woken up?" Actually, just yesterday when Yi Changlan had entered Jiaguan City, Li Xiaoyang already informed him about Li Mengming. Previously, Li Mengming had clashed with an exceptionally powerful expert from the Divine Devil Sect and was wounded by that expert, leading her into a coma state. If you count yesterday, it had already been the second day. During this period, no matter what methods Li Xiaoyang used, he could not awaken Li Mengming. Helpless, Li Xiaoyang requested Yi Changlan's assistance, and after briefly checking Li Mengming's pulse, Yi Changlan prescribed a medicinal ingredient for her. He then told Li Xiaoyang to follow the prescription and procure the medicine accordingly. Initially, Yi Changlan thought Li Mengming might need more time to recover, but unexpectedly, she had awakened today. Recalling all of this, Yi Changlan glanced at the little gatekeeper and stated, "Go tell the other servants in the governor's mansion, henceforth, men are forbidden from entering the east wing of the mansion. Otherwise, they will be directly castrated." At these words, the little gatekeeper broke out in cold sweat and stammered, "Yes, I'll leave immediately." As he spoke, he rose and bolted outside like a fleeing criminal, seemingly fearing that even a moment's delay would result in being castrated by Yi Changlan. Just then, Yu Ryu approached. She looked at the fleeing gatekeeper and irritably commented, "Don't you think just warning him would have sufficed? You didn't need to say something so terrifying, did you?" Yu Ryu was naturally gentle and kind-hearted. Therefore, she was unwilling to harm others unnecessarily. However, Yi Changlan was different. He tolerated no nonsense. Turning back to Yu Ryu, he declared, "That bastard was ogling you just now. The fact that I haven't already castrated him on the spot is already due to face-saving measures towards Li Xiaoyang." Seeing this, Yu Ryu pouted slightly and replied, "Fine, from now on, I won't dress like this in front of other men. Is that all right?" Satisfied, Yi Changlan nodded and said, "It's still early. Go back and get some more sleep. I'll come to accompany you later." Yu Ryu coyly responded with an affirmative then tiptoed to kiss Yi Changlan quickly before turning and heading back to her bedroom. Yi Changlan got up, leaving the side room while closing the door behind him. Afterwards, his body floated mid-air. Once he determined the direction, he abruptly shot off with tremendous speed, swift like a cannonball. His departure instantly stirred up a strong gust of wind that caused the trees within the courtyard to rustle violently. In an instant, Yi Changlan arrived at the residence where Li Mengming was staying. At that moment, Li Xiaoyang was still pacing back and forth outside the door. Without uttering a word, Xianxia descended. This sudden move startled Li Chaoyang, who then stared at Xianxia with wide eyes, as if seeing a monster. Walking on air and moving faster than ghosts. This ability was only possessed by those who reached the pinnacle level. No wonder Li Chaoyang was astonished. But Xianxia paid no attention to his astonishment. He advanced directly and asked, "How is Li Mingming? Has her condition improved?" Saying this, Xianxia moved directly toward the room. Li Chaoyang promptly followed and responded, "Mingming is fine now. Her body is still relatively weak and requires a few more days of restorative care." Xianxia nodded, and upon entering the room, he saw Li Mingming lying pale-faced on a bed. A caretaker nearby was gently feeding her medicine. When the caretaker spotted Xianxia entering, she quickly stood up and respectfully greeted, "General Yi." Xianxia acknowledged her and immediately turned to Li Mingming, asking, "Do you still feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Upon seeing Xianxia, Li Mingming showed a hint of nervous excitement mixed with a tinge of grievance. She had previously thought she would never see Xianxia again, to the point where she almost cried. Now, seeing him reappear before her, she was naturally overjoyed. Weakly, she replied, "I'm feeling much better now." Xianxia nodded and then directly said, "The child gatekeeper who came to report said that you urgently wanted to see me as soon as you woke up, saying there's something important to tell me." Li Mingming softly hummed an affirmation and said, "It's about the Divine Devil Sect." Xianxia frowned. "I have already obtained basic knowledge about their situation. Could it be that you've discovered something else?" Li Mingming solemnly nodded her head. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed there were many maidservants present and gave Xianxia a meaningful glance. Xianxia immediately understood. He turned his gaze towards the maidservants and said, "All of you leave." As he spoke, he also looked at Li Chaoyang, who was standing nearby, and said, "You go out as well." Li Chaoyang slightly hesitated, as if wanting to say something, but eventually turned around and left. Once everyone had exited the room, Xianxia looked back at Li Mingming and asked, "Can you speak now?" Li Mingming gathered her thoughts before solemnly stating, "The practitioners of the heavenly demon soul summoning technique in the Divine Devil Sect may number 2 people." Upon hearing this, Xianxia's eyes widened involuntarily, and he said, "2 people? What do you mean?" Li Mingming succinctly explained, "Didn't you mention on the communication jade tablet that the Pope of the Divine Devil Sect, which Phoenix, relies on the heavenly demon soul summoning technique to create these armies? However, during the previous joint attack by the Divine Devil Sect and Lingxi Sect on Jiaguan, I personally witnessed another person also possessing the ability to summon heavenly demon souls. This means that those capable of this summoning technique may not just be limited to Witch Phoenix. There might very well be 2 such individuals. And based on my judgment, I believe the other individual who emerged later is even stronger and more skilled than Witch Phoenix." Upon hearing these words, Xianxuan's expression immediately became serious. His brows furrowed deeply as he questioned, "How can you be sure that the other person also possesses the ability to summon heavenly demon souls?" If I'm not mistaken, to summon heavenly demon souls, besides requiring the practitioner to be a virgin themselves, it must also be conducted under the blood moon night for the sacrificial ritual. Only upon completion of the sacrificial ritual, and only when the sacrificed number reaches over 100,000 people, can the heavenly demon souls successfully be summoned. But at this moment, Li Mingming shook her head forcefully, saying, "No, that's not right. This person didn't meet these conditions. She did it under an ordinary full moon night, using the corpses of hundreds of people to complete the heavenly demon soul summoning ritual. I saw it with my own eyes. At that time, I led a group and had already wiped out all of her subordinates, planning to capture her as a prisoner. But I never expected her to not be an ordinary general of the Divine Devil Sect. Right in front of me, she completed the heavenly demon soul summoning ritual. In that short moment, she summoned over 1,000 heavenly demon souls which attached themselves to the bodies of the corpses present, successfully reviving them and transforming them into an army with even stronger combat capabilities." Chapter 159, Heading to Lingxi Sect. Upon hearing this, Xianxuan's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. He exclaimed in shock, "How could that be possible?" Li Mingming raised a small hand and grabbed Xianxuan's hand, then said fearfully, "Xianxuan, whether you believe it or not, all of these things were indeed what I witnessed with my own eyes. You must take them seriously no matter what. And furthermore, I feel that the new Tianma soul soldiers summoned by that woman are at least 5 to 6 times stronger than the other divine demon sect soldiers." Upon these words, Xianxuan was no longer composed. He abruptly stood up from his seat. If Li Mingming's words were correct, then the Tianma soul soldiers summoned by the mysterious woman who suddenly appeared could have combat strength comparable to the Earth-rank troops level. This level was already on par with the Silver Fox Legion. What was even more disheartening was that the opposing side had no prerequisites for summoning the Tianma soul soldiers. As long as there were enough fresh corpses, they could perform the sacrificial ritual in any venue, under any conditions. Wouldn't that mean that the subsequent divine demon ancient sect army would become increasingly numerous and increasingly powerful? After realizing this point, Xianxuan looked at Li Mingming and asked, "Mingming, did you see clearly how that woman looks like?" Li Mingming shook her head. She wore a mask, so I couldn't make out her face. After hearing this, Xianxuan asked rather curiously, "If you can't clearly identify her face, then how do you know she is a woman?" Li Mingming blushed slightly and then somewhat awkwardly said, "Because her clothing was extremely tight-fitting, and, well, hers is quite large, which is why I knew she was a woman." After hearing this, Xianxuan understood. She seemed to be another voluptuous beauty. At this thought, Yi Changlan began contemplating ways to deal with her. However, Li Mingming suddenly added, "By the way, Yi Changlan, there's one more thing. She seems to know you." Upon hearing this, Yi Changlan was stunned again, pointing a finger at himself as he asked, "You mean she knows me?" Li Mingming nodded, struggling to lift a finger to point at a sword placed nearby, and said, "This sword is the magical artifact you once gave me." That woman immediately recognized it, and questioned me about why I possessed Yi Changlan's artifact. So I told her that Yi Changlan had given it to me, and then she laughed. Originally, she seemed to want to kill me, but later she refrained and left me a message to relay to you. Subconsciously, Yi Changlan asked, "What was the message?" Li Mingming thought for a moment, and then said, "Something about making sure you clean your neck properly because 4 days from now, she will come personally to cut off your head in revenge for an old disgrace." As she spoke, Li Mingming looked curiously at Yi Changlan and asked, "Do you know this woman?" Yi Changlan chuckled lightly and said, "Know her? Huh, not a chance. There are far too many people within the Divine Demon Ancient Sect who have grievances with me. Those who wish to kill me are countless, impossible to even count. Who the hell could remember who she is?" After saying this, Li Mingming hesitated and then asked, "So what should we do now?" Taking a deep breath, Yi Changlan crossed his arms and declared, "This is something you don't need to worry about anymore. I'll handle it." After finishing his sentence, Yi Changlan adjusted the blanket for Li Mingming and said, "Rest well, leave everything else to me." After hearing this, Li Mingming felt reassured and nodded her head. Then, Yi Changlan headed directly toward the door outside. While walking, he mentally called out to Nong Xiuxian. Nong Xiuxian then materialized, asking, "What is it?" Yi Changlan calmly stated, "You probably overheard the conversation between me and Li Mingming just now, right?" Nong Xiuxian nodded and responded, "Yes, what about it?" Yi Changlan succinctly replied, "I want information about that woman, including who she is and why she can perform the Tianma Soul Soldier summoning technique." However, upon hearing this, Nong Xiuxian smiled and said, "That information might be unattainable." Startled, Yi Changlan stopped and turned back to ask Nong Xiuxian, "Why?" Nong Xiuxian straightforwardly answered, "The price is too high. You cannot afford it." The background of that woman is extremely mysterious. Even the system struggles to deduce it accurately. Therefore, to acquire her full information, it would cost at least 5,000 to 6,000 years of accumulated lifespan units. Hearing this, Yi Changlan was dumbfounded and exclaimed, 5,000 to 6,000 years? So expensive? Nong Xiuxian helplessly shrugged and said, "I can't help it either. This price isn't set by me." Yi Changlan's lips tightened as he only had a balance of more than 300 years. Thus, indeed, he couldn't afford it. Thinking this, Yi Changlan pushed open the door and walked out. At that moment, Li Chaoyang and others who were outside the door approached to ask when they saw Yi Changlan come out. "Director Yi, what did Mingming tell you?" Yi Changlan glanced at him and said, "Don't ask about things that don't concern you." Li Chaoyang was shocked in his heart and immediately realized that he had overstepped his boundaries. He respectfully apologized. This subordinate has made a mistake and hopes Director Yi will punish me. However, Yi Changlan didn't dwell on such trifles. He took out a storage ring with his hand and threw it to Li Chaoyang. Li Chaoyang quickly caught it and asked, "Director Yi, what is this?" Yi Changlan calmly replied, "It contains food and medicine, enough for all the people in Jiaiguan, plus my 10,000 Silver Fox Legion stationed here for 3 months worth of use." Li Chaoyang's eyes opened wide, and he became extremely excited as he looked at the storage ring in his hand. Immediately, he expressed his gratitude tearfully. Li Chaoyang, representing all 200,000 remaining residents of Jiaiguan, humbly thanks Director Yi for your kindness. But then Yi Changlan continued, "Don't thank me yet. This is not free." Upon hearing this, Li Chaoyang hastily raised his head and looked at Yi Changlan, saying, "Director Yi, if you have any orders, I will not hesitate to risk fire and water for you." This wasn't a compliment, but rather something Li Chaoyang genuinely meant. Yet, Yi Changlan remained calm and said, "I'm going to Lingxi Sect now to rescue my concubine, Li Xiuxian, and I don't know how long it will take. During this period, no one is allowed to leave the city. Even if there are provocations from the Divine Demon Ancient Sect or Lingxi Sect, you must absolutely not engage them in battle. Just stay quietly within the city and ensure that the city is well guarded." After listening to this, Li Chaoyang understood. He didn't know how much time Yi Commander would need to rescue Li Xiuxian from Lingxi Sect. So, before Yi Commander returned, Li Chaoyang had to make sure Jiaiguan was defended properly. Once Yi Commander came back, he would lead them in counterattacking Lingxi Sect and the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. Realizing this, Li Chaoyang knelt down again and bowed to Yi Changlan, saying, "This subordinate obeys the order." Yi Changlan didn't say anything further. His body once again floated in midair before flying off toward the direction of Lingxi Sect. His speed was incredibly fast, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. As Li Chaoyang watched this scene, he silently wondered when he could also become such a top-tier expert like Director Yi. Chapter 160, Disgusting Yuan Wuxian. In front of the military training square of Lingxi Sect, the current sect leader, Yu Wutian, was personally waiting for the emissary of Shunxiao Immortal Sect. It took about a quarter of an hour. Yu Wutian and over 100 disciples of Lingxi Sect saw hundreds of colorful flying beast mounts coming from the sky. They somewhat resembled peacocks, but were nearly 30 meters long, much bigger than Yi Kanglin's Golden Crow Beast King. On these 7-colored flying beasts stood countless disciples of Shunxiao Immortal Sect. They looked down arrogantly at the people of Lingxi Sect below them. Their manner was as if they were noble aristocrats looking down on ants. their eyes filled with disdain and mockery. The next moment, the hundreds of seven-colored flying creatures landed in front of the military training square. Upon landing, they stirred up strong gusts of wind that made the surrounding Lingxi Sect disciples sway unsteadily, barely managing to stay upright. At this time, Wutian led many high-ranking members of Lingxi Sect forward, bowing respectfully toward the leading seven-colored flying creature while saying, "We humbly welcome the personal arrival of the sect leader of Xianxia Immortal Sect." Those behind Wutian quickly echoed, "We humbly welcome the personal arrival of the sect leader of Xianxia Immortal Sect." Then, the leading seven-colored flying creature slowly lowered its proud head. Subsequently, from the large saddle on its back, a plump figure descended with the assistance of two stunning fairy maidens. This plump, big-eared fat man was none other than Yuan Wuxian, the current sect leader of Xianxia Immortal Sect. After seeing those welcoming him, Yuan Wuxian burst out laughing and said to everyone, "Long time no see, leader Yu. I hope you're doing well." Wutian immediately straightened up and smiled at Yuan Wuxian. "Master Yuan, don't laugh at me. It's been about 600 years since our last meeting, hasn't it? Never expected we'd reunite today, and our two families will become relatives through marriage. This is truly a great fortune for Lingxi Sect, and a great honor for my family Yu." Yuan Wuxian approached Wutian, grabbed his wrist, and started walking towards the Lingxi Sect mountain entrance while continuing, "You old little man, why so polite? Come, let me meet the bride of the day." While speaking, the round face of the plump Yuan Wuxian revealed a lewd smile, and Wutian also nodded, smiling. "That's what Master Yuan says, please come this way." Then, Wutian led Yuan Wuxian towards the Xuanhuan palace where Li Xiaoxiang resided. Throughout their walk, Wutian had secretly observed Yuan Wuxian. Although he and Yuan Wuxian had met 600 years ago, back then Yuan Wuxian was merely a small hall master in Xianxia Immortal Sect. He hadn't expected that after only 600 years, he would ascend to the position of sect leader. Initially, Wutian guessed before meeting Yuan Wuxian that perhaps the skills of this dead fatso had skyrocketed, which is why he earned the recognition of the Elder Council. However, upon seeing him now, Wutian discovered that this dead fatso's strength was merely at the peak level of the bone transformation realm, at par with Moon Longjiang during his prime. Even though this power was absolutely top tier within the Jin Tian domain, it clearly wasn't enough in Xianxia Immortal Sect. Could it be that Xianxia Immortal Sect valued Yuan Wuxian's governing abilities and thought that the sect under his control could achieve significant development, hence appointing him as the sect leader? At this point, Wutian's heart suddenly had some doubts. He didn't think this possibility was very likely either because the former sect leader of Xianxia Immortal Sect, Yuan Shitian, had pretty average governing skills. Most of the sect's affairs were handled by the Central Affairs Bureau. All Yuan Shitian had to do was focus on cultivation. If that was the case, why could this dead fatso Yuan Wuxian ascend to such a high position? Although deeply puzzled, Wutian did not think too much about it, believing that perhaps this dead fatso had successfully attached himself to a major elder in the Elder Council, thereby advancing smoothly. At this thought, Wutian looked ahead toward Li Xiaoxiang's sleeping quarters. By this time, the chambers had already been elaborately decorated, glittering with gold and dazzling colors. Red lanterns hung everywhere to celebrate the occasion. The surrounding maids had also changed into red costumes. Wutian then smiled at Yuan Wuxian and said, "Leader Yuan, this is where the bride resides." Upon hearing these words, Yuan Wuxian's eyes lit up, and he even unconsciously swallowed his saliva, chuckling. "I'll just take a quick look inside, and then come out immediately." Saying this, Yuan Wuxian rushed into the room impatiently. Seeing this scene, Wutian's eyes betrayed a trace of disdain deep within, silently cursing, "What a lecherous brute." At this moment, Yuan Wuxian had already arrived inside the chambers. His eyes immediately fell upon Li Xiaoxiang sitting elegantly on the bed. Li Xiaoxiang was now dressed in a stunning red phoenix wedding gown that radiated beauty and charm. Her face was adorned with delicate light makeup. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly piled high and embellished with numerous expensive hairpins, giving her an air of noble grace. The moment Yuan Wuxian laid eyes on Li Xiaoxiang, his eyes became transfixed. Even though Li Xiaoxiang only wore subtle makeup, it could not hide her celestial-like beauty. Her skin gleamed like lamb-fat jade, smooth and radiant. Her lips were exceptionally bright red, evoking an irresistible urge to kiss them. It was at this moment Li Xiaoxiang noticed Yuan Wuxian's arrival. She slowly lifted her luminous eyes and looked toward him. Yuan Wuxian walked excitedly up to her, then gently lifted her small, pale hand with soft fingers, smirking wickedly as he said, "Xiaoxiang, I've told you already, this life, you can only be my woman, yet you keep avoiding me. Now, isn't it perfect? No matter how hard you try to avoid me, you couldn't escape, right? In the end, you still have to obediently become my wife and bear my children." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaoxiang's gaze flickered with disdain as she pulled her hand back. Then coldly, she responded, "Master Yuan, the auspicious time has not arrived yet. Thus, we are not husband and wife yet." After seeing Li Xiaoxiang's action, Yuan Wuxian instinctively revealed a look of irritation. In his harem, no woman dared to show such a contemptuous expression. However, when his eyes fell on Li Xiaoxiang's peerlessly clear face, the annoyance in his heart diminished, replaced by a forced laugh. "You needn't struggle any longer. After all, there is nothing you can change." Then, he glanced over at a few fairy maidens who had followed him in and instructed them, "Go, inform Wutian that tonight your lord will stay here. Tonight, I shall consummate the marriage with my Xiaoxiang sister right here." When these words were spoken, the fairy maidens nodded their heads in agreement before promptly turning to leave. Li Xiaoxiang widened her eyes, looking stunned at Yuan Wuxian as she asked, "What do you mean?" Yuan Wuxian smirked wickedly and answered, "Meaning? It's exactly what the words say. If not for the excessive rules within the sect, I'd ravish you right now." As he spoke, his large hand even attempted to stroke Li Xiaoxiang's cheek. However, she turned her face away in disgust, refusing to let him touch her. Seeing this scene, Yuan Wuxian's face again betrayed signs of anger. But soon after, he felt excitement rising within him. For some inexplicable reason, Yuan Wuxian found himself oddly attracted to the look of disdain Li Xiaoxiang showed towards him. Especially imagining her lying helplessly beneath him, eventually submitting, filled him with indescribable ecstasy. With that, Yuan Wuxian drew back his hand, chuckling with a twisted smile. "Truly, your lord favors women like you, wild and spicy. The thrill of subduing you makes everything worthwhile." Ah! With those words, Yuan Wuxian arrogantly strolled outwards. Once Yuan Wuxian left, Li Xiaoxiang spat off to the side, her face showing unmistakable revulsion as she muttered, "Fat swine, absolutely disgusting." Chapter 161. Even Yuan Wuxian would not let Yu Xiao go easily. Yu Wutian, who was standing guard outside, turned pale upon hearing the report from one of the minor fairy maidens of Yuan Wuxian. At present, Yi Kanglin had already entered the territory of Donghuan County and could launch an attack at any moment. In such a situation, Yu Wutian naturally hoped that Yuan Wuxian would quickly take Li Xiaoxiang away so he could divert Yi Kanglin's attention to the Lingxi Sect. It would be even better if Yi Kanglin could personally witness Li Xiaoxiang dying at the hands of Yuan Wuxian. However, now Yuan Wuxian actually requested to stay first at Lingxi Sect. What exactly was his intention by staying here? If Li Xiaoxiang were to die at Lingxi Sect, then Yuan Wuxian would certainly vent his anger on Lingxi Sect later. And if Yi Kanglin directly led troops to attack them, leaving Yu Wutian caught between two sides, it would be catastrophic. After considering this, Yu Wutian took a deep breath and began to carefully think. Currently, Witch Phoenix had been knocked out by him and was locked in the basement. She wouldn't be able to use her spiritual powers, so Li Xiaoxiang shouldn't meet her demise right away. Thus, there wasn't much to worry about Li Xiaoxiang dying immediately. So the current problem was when would Yi Kanglin make his move? If Yi Kanglin could wait for a while until Yuan Wuxian took Li Xiaoxiang away, things would be manageable. Having thought about this, Yu Wutian folded his arms across his chest. When he saw Yuan Wuxian come out, he immediately put on a smile despite his gloomy face and greeted him warmly, bowing. "Director Yuan, how did it go? Are you satisfied with our bride-to-be?" Yuan Wuxian laughed heartily. "Satisfied, very satisfied. But I've also heard that she seems to have another daughter. Is that true?" As he spoke, Yuan Wuxian wore a sly grin while looking at Yu Wutian. Yu Wutian's expression changed slightly before smiling and replying, "There are 2 daughters and a son. Unfortunately, the son died recently in the Taiyan County campaign, and one daughter disappeared a while ago. Now only her eldest daughter remains within the sect." Upon hearing this, Yuan Wuxian's eyes lit up, and he asked, "I've heard that xiuxian's eldest daughter is your Lingxi Sect's former headmaster. Is that correct?" Yu Wutian's facial expression twitched as if guessing something, but he still politely replied, "That's correct." At this point, Yuan Wuxian burst into laughter. "I've heard that your Lingxi Sect's former headmaster was also a stunning beauty. Director Yu, wouldn't it be possible for you to spare her and give her to me as well?" As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Wutian's pupils contracted sharply. In an instant, he understood the dog thief's intention. No wonder people from Lingxi Sect said this dead fatso was extremely lustful. Indeed, he lived up to his reputation. Subsequently, Yu Wutian fell silent. Inside Li Xiaoxiang's quarters, after having endured Yuan Wuxian's unwanted advances just moments earlier, Li Xiaoxiang rushed to the wash basin and scrubbed her hand fiercely. She continued scrubbing until the back of her hand turned red, yet still refused to stop. While rubbing, she angrily muttered, "Yuan Wuxian, sooner or later I'll cut you down. And Yu Wutian, don't think you're off the hook either. If I don't tear you limb from limb, I Li Xiaoxiang don't deserve to live anymore." With that, she overturned the water basin with force. Clang! When the water basin hit the ground, it splashed water everywhere, making the floor wet. But suddenly, a voice behind her startled her. My, what kind of temper is this? Who dared to upset our Judge Li?" This sudden appearance shocked Li Xiaoxiang. Without thinking, she withdrew her magic sword from her storage ring and thrust it straight towards the person's throat behind her. This series of movements was very precise and ruthless. However, as the tip of the sword was about to touch the skin, the man stretched out 2 fingers, gently pinched the blade, and grinned. "What's this? Trying to murder your own husband?" Only then did Li Xiaoxiang recognize the figure who suddenly appeared behind her. Her eyes brightened with joy as she exclaimed, "Yi Kanglin, you're back." Indeed, the person who now stood inside Li Xiaoxiang's quarters was Yi Kanglin. Li Xiaoxiang immediately dropped the long sword in her hand and embraced Yi Kanglin without hesitation. Looking like a happy little girl, she playfully scolded, "You bastard, why did you return so late? I thought you'd abandoned me." The tone of this statement sounded incredibly wronged, just like that of a little girl about to cry. However, Yi Kanglin affectionately ruffled her hair and chuckled, "Not want you? How could that be possible? You and the baby in your belly are both precious to me." Upon hearing these mushy words, Li Xiaoxiang instinctively gave Yi Kanglin a punch on his shoulder and grumbled, "Why didn't you show up earlier? That Yuan Wuxian just touched my hand before. It was so disgusting. If only you were there, You could have stabbed him with one slash, and everything would have been done. As she said this, Li Xiaoxiang still looked at her hand that had been touched by him, feeling utterly nauseated. But Yi Kanglin lightly stroked over her hand and grinned. No worries, that fatso won't survive past tonight. I'll personally chop off his hand for you, then, as revenge. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiang pouted her lips and asked, really? Yi Kanglin nodded slightly, and then switched topics with a serious tone, saying, nevertheless, before that, we need to set up a small scheme. Li Xiaoxiang, upon hearing this, subconsciously glanced toward the door. Seeing that all the maidservants outside had fainted already, she looked back at Yi Kanglin and asked, what kind of scheme? Yi Kanglin explained briefly. Wu Tian wants to marry you off to Yuan Wuxian in order to shift my military focus towards Lingxi Sect. If a conflict occurs between me and Lingxi Sect, they will definitely intervene directly to deal with me, who they consider an unorthodox outsider. At that point, I'll be battling against Lingxi Sect while Wu Tian can gain advantage by sitting on the sidelines. Under no circumstances can I let that happen. After hearing this, Li Xiaoxiang understood and subconsciously spoke out. You mean, killing him here so that the anger of Lingxi Sect is shifted to Lingxi Sect instead? Yi Kanglin nodded. Precisely, that obese man already mentioned to Wu Tian he wanted to stay overnight here, which gives us a golden opportunity we shouldn't miss. However, Li Xiaoxiang expressed her unwillingness somewhat. But this way, I'll have to interact with him again. It's so repulsive. Yi Kanglin gently caressed her beautiful face and continued. I know it's difficult for you, but this determines whether the wrath of Lingxi Sect will fall on me or Wu Tian later. So, xiuxian, help me with this one last time, okay? Li Xiaoxiang, after hearing this, eventually nodded. Following that, Li Xiaoxiang and Yuan Wuxian's wedding proceeded normally. Since Yuan Wuxian wished to stay the night, the ceremony strictly followed the traditions of Lingxi Sect. The entire process could be described in a single phrase. It was tedious and unbearably long. It lasted continuously from noon until dusk. Once the bride was escorted into the bridal chamber by her bridesmaids, the groom remained with the guests, drinking wine. Not long after, Yuan Wuxian returned in a drunken stupor. His bloated, fat face lit up when he saw the bride seated primly on the bed and began to chuckle wickedly. Little lady, tonight, you'll taste master's greatness. Speaking of which, Yuan Wuxian abruptly slammed the door behind him shut. Next, he yanked off the red veil from Li Xiaoxiang's head, exposing her delicate face. At this moment, perhaps stimulated by alcohol, Yuan Wuxian became overly excited by Li Xiaoxiang's stunningly ethereal beauty, even drooling in anticipation. Chuckling evilly, he started undoing his clothes while saying, little lady, tonight, we're bound to spend a wonderful evening together. As soon as those words left his mouth, Yuan Wuxian carelessly threw his clothes away and lunged toward Li Xiaoxiang, trying to push her down onto the bed. Chapter 162. Take little fish with us. Just at that moment, a soft sound of piu-tsu arose. Immediately afterward, Yuan Wuxian looked in horror as he saw a sharp tang knife protruding from his chest. Drops of blood from the tip of the blade uncontrollably fell to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Wuxian was startled. He turned his head with difficulty and looked behind him. He then saw Yi Changlan smilingly say, Master Yuan Wuxian, is it? Your reputation truly precedes you. Yuan Wuxian began having blood seep out of his mouth as he asked arduously, You? What kind of person are you? Yi Changlan blinked his eyes and grinned. Me? I am merely a lowly disciple in menial service for Lingxi Sect. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Wuxian's pupils dilated repeatedly as he shouted in surprise. Impossible. How can a servant have such strong spiritual force fluctuations? This actually caused a flicker of surprise in Yi Changlan. You see, in the cultivation world, if there is too much disparity in power between two cultivators, the weaker one cannot sense the stronger one's spiritual fluctuations. That's precisely why after sneaking into Lingxi Sect quietly, no one discovered Yi Changlan. But what Yi Changlan did not expect was that the fat man in front of him could feel his spiritual fluctuations. At this thought, Yi Changlan smirked wickedly. These things don't matter anymore. What matters is that today, you must die here. After hearing this, Yuan Wuxian immediately paled, attempting to reveal his trump card to summon the guards outside the door. However, in the next second, a sharp blade suddenly slashed across his neck. In an instant, Yuan Wuxian's large head directly dropped off his neck. His expression was frozen in a look of sheer terror. The one who cut off his head was Li Xiaoxiang. It seemed that Li Xiaoxiang casually tossed the long sword on the ground while disdainfully saying, Fat, dead pig, go find women in hell. Yi Changlan's face twitched as he said, So you just killed him like that? Li Xiaoxiang replied nonchalantly. Or what? Yi Changlan chuckled and said, Forget it, let it be. However, Moon Wutian will most likely guess that it was me who killed him. Li Xiaoxiang then asked, If that's so, why don't you take this chance now to also slay Moon Wutian? Anyway, his strength isn't stronger than yours. Shouldn't it be hard for you to kill him? Yi Changlan shook his head and said, Moon Wutian's true body is not here. The Moon Wutian we're facing now is only one of his external incarnations. If I attack him now, it may raise his vigilance, and the next time I want to kill him, it would be harder. Moreover, Lingxi Sect currently still has nearly 800,000 Xian-class soldiers. If they were to latch on to us, even I might struggle to escape. Although Yi Changlan had been away from Lingxi Sect for some time, he still had a pretty good understanding of its foundations. For instance, within the Lingxi Sect gate exists a specific formation designed to deal with avians, called the Immovable Vajra Formation. The feature of this array is that it disrupts the balance of flying magical beasts in the sky, making them fall to the ground. With Yi Changlan's current abilities, if unable to fly through the air and he were pulled down, then when facing those 800,000 Xian-class soldiers, he would also end up in a very dangerous situation. Upon hearing Yi Changlan's explanation, Li Xiaoxiang remained silent, and then asked again, "Then let's go now. Don't stay here." Yi Changlan nodded slightly. He didn't bother dealing with these corpses and left them there as is. Only, later, Moon Wutian would definitely tell the Divine Dawn Immortal Sect that their master was assassinated. But all those don't matter. What matters is that Moon Wutian would also be implicated in this. Thus, Yi Changlan was about to leave holding Li Xiaoxiang's hand. But right then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "And just walk away like this." Hearing the familiar voice, Yi Changlan paused his steps and instantly turned around to identify the source of the sound. When he realized it was Yu Xiaoyao, Yi Changlan slightly startled. Even though Yu Xiaoyao was in this place, he had not sensed her spiritual fluctuations at all. Thereupon, Yu Xiaoyao, dressed in a white silk dress, elegantly stepped out from a hidden compartment. By her side, Little Fish cautiously followed. When Little Fish noticed Yi Changlan and Li Xiaoxiang, her expression became rather complicated. Likewise, when Yu Xiaoyao observed Yi Changlan holding her mother's hand, she appeared extremely uncomfortable. It was also at this moment that she comprehended that the child in her mother's belly should indeed belong to Yi Changlan. At that moment, Yi Changlan gently pulled out the Tianyuan Tang knife and coldly said to Yu Xiaoyao, "I didn't originally want to kill you, but now it seems I must do this." After hearing these words, Yu Xiaoyao chuckled lightly. Especially upon realizing Yi Changlan had mentioned killing her, her eyes showed even more disdain. However, she was too lazy to argue with him about anything. She turned her head and glanced at Little Fish beside her, then spoke to Yi Changlan. "I won't stop you from leaving with my mother, nor will I inform Moon Wutian about what happened here. As for my purpose for coming here, it's quite simple." Speaking, Yu Xiaoyao took Little Fish's hand and stepped a few paces closer to Yi Changlan. Then, she pushed Little Fish toward Yi Changlan, adding, "Take Little Fish with you." Once pushed to the center, Little Fish appeared at a loss, as though unsure whether to step forward or retreat. But Yi Changlan asked in confusion, "You're giving Little Fish to me?" Yi Changlan actually understood the relationship between Little Fish and Yu Xiaoyao. Though Little Fish was officially Yu Xiaoyao's personal maid, it would be better to describe her as Yu Xiaoyao's closest confidant, a truly trusted sister. To put it bluntly, at this point, apart from Little Fish, Yu Xiaoyao might not trust anyone else in the world. Yet, Yu Xiaoyao was pushing her most loyal confidant, her most important person, into Yi Changlan's hands. This action felt utterly baffling. Yi Changlan cast a glance at Little Fish who looked perplexed and uncertain before asking Yu Xiaoyao, "What are you planning?" Yu Xiaoyao sneered softly, "What am I planning? I just want her to live. It's as simple as that. Besides, don't you like her? Even back when we were together, you enjoyed secretly peeking at her every so often. Now she's yours. You don't have to hide your intentions anymore. You can either take her home as a personal attendant or keep her as a bedmate. Either way, leave her alive, and in return, I, Yu Xiaoyao, vow to repay you by serving as cattle or horse in my next life." Upon hearing this statement, tears poured out of Little Fish's eyes in great quantities. She clearly did not want to leave Yu Xiaoyao, but Yu Xiaoyao had already done her mental preparation work with Little Fish before coming here, making it impossible for her to stay. At that moment, Li Xiaoxiang approached Little Fish, gently holding her hand and speaking to Yi Changlan. "Let Little Fish come with us. One more person shouldn't cause much trouble." Li Xiaoxiang hadn't suggested Yi Changlan take Yu Xiaoyao away because she knew it wouldn't matter. It was clear Yi Changlan wouldn't agree anyway, and neither would Yu Xiaoyao be leaving at this moment. Li Xiaoxiang understood her daughter far too well. Once Yu Xiaoyao made up her mind about something, 10 oxen couldn't drag her away from it. She needed to cut off Moon Wutian's head with her own hands before she could feel peace in her life. Yi Changlan looked at Li Xiaoxiang, then at Yu Xiaoyao. He remained silent for a while before quietly returning the Tianyuan Tang knife into its sheath and saying, "I can take her with me. But first, you need to answer one question." After pausing for a moment, Yu Xiaoyao subconsciously placed her hand on her belly and responded, "You want to know whose child this is, right?" Yi Changlan pressed his lips tightly together. As her ex-husband, he had no right to inquire about whom his ex-wife slept with or whose child she carried. Yet, after everything that had transpired, he still wanted to know whose baby this was. He therefore said, "If you don't want to tell me, I won't force you." A laugh escaped Yu Xiaoyao's lips at this moment. Her hand resting on her stomach softened noticeably, and she said in a seemingly nonchalant tone, "If I were to tell you that this child is actually yours, would you believe me?" Chapter 163, The Whole Truth. Yi Changlan chuckled. "Do I look like a fool to you?" He and Yu Xiao hadn't shared the same room for several years, yet she had conceived a child just 1 month ago. How could Yi Changlan possibly believe Yu Xiao's explanation? It was impossible that a seed sown by Yi Changlan 3 years ago would bear fruit now. Looking at Yu Xiao at this moment, she just smiled faintly, clearly expecting Yi Changlan's response. She did not fly into a rage, but calmly said, "This child is indeed not yours, but it's also no one else's." These words made Yi Changlan pause slightly, his brow furrowing as he instinctively asked, "What do you mean?" Yu Xiao pressed her lips together, and again, her snow-white hand caressed her belly. She calmly explained, "This child was not conceived through normal methods. It is a plant human formed by coalescing dragon soul force, yin energy, and yang energy." After hearing this, Yi Changlan's expression changed slightly, and in an instant, he seemed to recall something, then asked, "Did Yu Wutian make you do this?" Yu Xiao nodded. Yu Wutian practiced the heavenly calculation method, causing his body to be eroded by filthy energy. To survive, he entered our Yu family tomb and learned a set of ancient magical arts called the Yellow Spring Rebirth Technique. Also recorded in this art were the procedures related to the half-blood demon lord and the blood sacrifice ritual. But there is an important prerequisite for practicing this art. One must self-emasculate to practice this divine skill. He could only cultivate this technique after becoming a eunuch. After hearing this, Xuanhuan involuntarily opened his mouth slightly and muttered, "So, Yu Wutian is a eunuch?" Not only Xuanhuan, but even Li Xiaoxiang, who was consoling little fish beside him, was shocked beyond belief. In an instant, Li Xiaoxiang seemed to understand many things. Why did Yu Wutian often carry a strong sense of possession in his gaze towards her, yet never dare to behave improperly with her? As the head of the supreme elders of Lingxi Sect, why was Yu Wutian completely detached from women, even avoiding them altogether? Even though his eyes were filled with greed for women, how did he maintain his moral integrity? Li Xiaoxiang couldn't figure it out until today, when Yu Xiao revealed Yu Wutian's secret. Only then did she realize, Yu Wutian was never someone who shunned women. Rather, he was incapable of engaging with women due to being a eunuch. A eunuch, even if he possessed thousands of concubines, what could it mean? After realizing this, Li Xiaoxiang's expression turned somewhat gloomy. She couldn't believe that for the past 300 years, the top actual power figure in Lingxi Sect was a eunuch. This fact felt absurd no matter how one thought about it. At this point, Xuanhuan asked again, "What does Yu Wutian practicing the Yellow Spring Rebirth Technique have to do with the unconscious fetus in your belly?" Yu Xiao briefly explained. Practicing the Yellow Spring Rebirth Technique was aimed at becoming a half-blood demon lord, but becoming a half-blood demon lord wasn't Yu Wutian's true goal. What he truly wanted to do was to become the real blood lord, and to possess a complete and whole body. So, using the body condensation method within the Yellow Spring Rebirth Technique, he made me conceive a powerful unconscious fetal body. Afterward, he used the blood sacrifice method to detach his soul from his original physical form and enter my belly. Then, through me, he would give birth to his new body, allowing him to gain a nearly perfect physical body. Upon hearing these words, Xuanhuan felt a surge of nausea in his stomach. For a moment, he thought about the reincarnation techniques in the Yellow Spring Rebirth Technique, wondering who on earth came up with such disgusting methods. But then, Xuanhuan seemed to think of another issue and hurriedly spoke up. "Wait, that's not right. There are 3 necessary conditions for the rebirth of the dead. The first is body, the second is soul, and the third is life essence. But what you just described only satisfies 2 conditions, body and soul. What about the third condition, the life essence? Without the life essence, even if Yu Wutian's soul enters the fetus body, the body will still be unable to function, and his soul might even be trapped inside the body. I feel that Yu Wutian wouldn't make such a basic mistake, would he?" When Yu Xiao heard Xuanhuan's words, she couldn't help but be surprised. She didn't expect that Xuanhuan actually knew so much. For a moment, an idea suddenly sprang into her mind. If back then she hadn't driven Xuanhuan away, and if she hadn't divorced him, but instead stood on the same level as him to look at today's problems, would the outcome have been different? Unfortunately, it was now too late for her to think about these things. They had become meaningless. At that moment, Yu Xiao spoke up. "Dragon Xian has a top-tier spiritual treasure called Heavenly Longevity Essence. The energy contained within it is equivalent to the life force of 10,000 ordinary people." Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan involuntarily drew in a deep breath and murmured, 10,000 ordinary people's life forces? If such an amount were converted into Xuanhuan's reserve lifespan, it would be worth at least 1,000 years worth of lifespan. As he thought about this, something else came to Xuanhuan's mind, and his eyes widened as he fixed them on Yu Xiao, saying, "Could it be that your marriage to Mu Chang'e was merely to swindle the heavenly longevity essence from Dragon Xian, old woman?" Seeing that Xuanhuan had already guessed the truth, Yu Xiao did not hide it, and openly replied, "More or less. It was all orchestrated by Yu Wutian. He arranged for Mu Chang'e and Dragon Xian to recognize each other. Then he made me marry Mu Chang'e, thereby gaining Dragon Xian's trust and successfully obtaining the heavenly longevity essence." Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan understood. Instinctively, he said, "The expulsion of the Long family from the Lingxi sect must also be the doing of Yu Wutian, right?" Yu Xiao did not deny this and continued, 300 years ago, the Long family's power began to swell, even possibly threatening our Yu clan's position. So, Yu Wutian planned a rebellion, which resulted in the complete destruction of the Long family. After over 200 years of scheming, he ultimately wiped out the Long family from Lingxi sect's history. But during this process, Yu Wutian discovered the crucial energy he needed to coalesce the plant fetus, Dragon Soul Force, which was possessed only by members of the Long family. However, by that time, the Long family had already been slaughtered to extinction, and Dragon Xian's Dragon Soul Force had also been entirely depleted. Helplessly, Yu Wutian could only seek out Long family descendants once more. After nearly another century, he found the last surviving bloodline of the Long family, Longhauran. That's the Mu Chang'e you know. But since Yu Wutian feared the Long family's ancient destruction case might be uncovered by Dragon Xian, he sent me to pretend I was traveling far away and brought young Mu Chang'e back to Lingxi Sect. You should know what happened after that. I began to be inseparable from Mu Chang'e, and we frequently entered and exited secret training chambers together. The purpose was to absorb the Dragon Soul Force inside his body. To tell you the truth, if Mu Chang'e wasn't a eunuch who lacks any reproductive ability, perhaps I would have really fallen for him. These words by Yu Xiao amounted to her admission that she had felt some attraction towards Mu Chang'e during their time together. Unfortunately, Mu Chang'e was not a normal or healthy man. His difference from a eunuch was only that his organs were still present. Otherwise, almost nothing a man can do, he could do. In fact, apart from leaving Yu Xiao with a face full of saliva, there was absolutely nothing else. Chapter 164. Yi Changlan, thank you. After hearing that Mu Chang'e was actually a eunuch, for some unknown reason, Yi Changlan oddly felt a sense of dark pleasure in his heart. It was as if a man had discovered he had been betrayed by his wife, only to suddenly find out that the adulterer who put the green hat on him was actually a eunuch. On one hand, there was the feeling of vengeance achieved, and on the other, it also resembled a déjà vu of schadenfreude. Thinking about this, Yi Changlan asked again, then what happened later? Was my demotion part of Yu Wutian's plan? Yu Xiao hesitated for a moment before shaking her head and saying, yes and no. Demoting you had some part rooted in my intention, but of course, it was also due to pressure from Yu Wutian. In the few days before your demotion, he had already noticed the heavenly longevity origin in the hands of anti-Longxian. In order to obtain the heavenly longevity origin, Yu Wutian wanted to reveal Mu Chang'e's identity publicly. He then rushed Mu Chang'e and me to get married, using this as a way to deceive anti-Longxian out of the heavenly longevity origin. But with your existence, my wedding with Mu Chang'e could not go forward. So, urged by Yu Wutian and also because I wanted to remove you. Thus, what happened initially occurred. After you returned from quelling the rebellion, I immediately divorced you and got you demoted. However, what happened afterward was beyond both mine and Yu Wutian's expectations. As soon as you left, the entire Lingxi Sect descended into chaos, followed by the rapid rise of the divine demon ancient sect, resulting in over 90% of Jin Tian territory being occupied by them. As she spoke about this, Yu Xiao gave a bitter smile. Not long ago, she still fantasized that without Yi Changlan, she could flex her muscles and make the Lingxi Sect prosperous. But the outcome repeatedly went against her plans. Now, she had not only been removed from her position as sect master, but even became a breeding tool for Yu Wutian. In stark contrast, Yi Changlan at this very moment had become a powerful warlord who commanded great respect. Their relationship changed dramatically within just these few months, which was difficult for the always arrogant Yu Xiao to accept. Yet the reality standing before her told her time and time again, this wasn't a dream, it was fact. At this point, Yi Changlan remained silent for a moment. He looked towards Yu Xiao's stomach and then said, so, what benefits did Yu Wutian give you that made you so obedient to him, even willing to bear his child? Yu Xiao sneered coldly, because I will personally chop off his head. Years ago, he cruelly caused my father's death. Now, I will make him suffer the same method used on him back then. However, gaining his trust isn't an easy task. Therefore, I must obey his orders unconditionally and do everything possible to make him believe in me. Only then can I seize the opportunity to kill him. As Yu Xiao spoke about this, the killing intent in her eyes almost coalesced into a tangible form, even giving off a chilling sensation. Upon hearing these words, Yi Changlan showed a moved expression. He took a few steps closer to Yu Xiao until they were less than a meter apart, and asked, what are you saying? Did teacher die years ago because of Yu Wutian? For his teacher who once helped and nurtured him, Yi Changlan had always believed he had died painfully from illness. But now, Yu Xiao was telling him that his teacher had actually been killed by Yu Wutian. How could Yi Changlan not be infuriated upon hearing this? Before Yu Xiao could speak, suddenly, from outside the room, a startled voice rang out. There is an assassin! There is an assassin! The life lamp of Lord Sect Leader has gone out. Surround the entire room quickly. Both Yi Changlan and Yu Xiao were startled by this announcement. Yu Xiao turned to look at Yi Changlan first, and said, were you spotted when you arrived? Yi Changlan slightly narrowed his eyes, and then coldly replied, how long have we been talking here? If they had discovered me as soon as I arrived, how could they possibly wait until now? Yu Xiao asked in some confusion. Then how do they know their sect leader is dead? Yi Changlan glanced at Li Xiaoxiang and little Yuer before saying, we'll discuss it later. I need to leave now. Saying this, Yi Changlan decisively moved toward Li Xiaoxiang and little Yuer and started pulling them along to leave. However, as little Yuer was leaving, she tearfully looked back at Yu Xiao, crying, sister, sister. Yu Xiao also looked at little Yuer with deep reluctance, but even at this moment, she still gave little Yuer an assuring look. Then she shouted towards Yi Changlan. Yi Changlan, thank you. At this very moment, Yu Xiao sincerely thanked Yi Changlan from the bottom of her heart for agreeing to take in little Yuer at such a crucial time. Even though Yu Xiao was capable of escorting little Yuer out of Lingxi Sect across the entire land, besides Yi Changlan, probably no one else could protect little Yuer. Thinking about this, Yu Xiao's gaze became increasingly complex as it followed Yi Changlan's retreating back. Only after his figure disappeared from Yu Xiao's sight did she turn around and walk back along the secret passage through which she had come. As the hidden compartment disappeared, the room seemed as if no one had ever been there. Boom. At exactly the same time that Yi Changlan and Yu Xiao left, Yu Wutian arrived with a group of people from Xianxia Immortal Sect rushing anxiously inside. Upon seeing the headless corpse on the scene and the bed without anyone on it, Yu Wutian realized instantly that everything was already too late. Yuan Wushan had been killed, and done so cleanly that there hadn't been a single ripple in the air. Consider this. To kill a peak bone-transforming realm cultivator silently, how strong must the assassin be? Yu Wutian believed the murderer must have reached the soulborn realm or even higher realms. Just then, a representative from Xianxia Immortal Sect, Yuan Jiangnan, slowly approached Yuan Wuxian. He quietly took off his own coat and draped it over the headless corpse of Yuan Wuxian. Subsequently, Yuan Jiangnan looked coldly at Yu Wutian beside him and gravely asked, "How did our sect master die here?" Yu Wutian didn't know how to answer. If he were in better condition, he would certainly perform a celestial prediction right now. Unfortunately, his current physical state wouldn't allow him to do so. Realizing this, Yu Wutian said gravely, "Your sect master was assassinated." Upon hearing this, Yuan Jiangnan abruptly stood up from the ground, turned around, and stared furiously at Yu Wutian while yelling loudly, "Am I blind? Could I not see that the sect master was assassinated? What I'm asking is how he was killed, and why? What are those hidden guards of your sect good for?" Chapter 165, Shouting into the Void. Yu Wutian, when confronted so loudly by Yuan Jiangnan, immediately felt a flush of embarrassment in his face. After all, as the head of his sect, being yelled at like this was something that Yu Wutian found difficult to accept. If the person doing the yelling wasn't from the Divine Dawn Immortal Sect, Yu Wutian would have probably taken action to directly kill them. But ultimately, he took a deep breath and turned his gaze toward the other disciples of Lingxi Sect who were rushing in. He then said, "Seal the entire sect. No one is allowed to leave. Not even a fly can escape." The other disciples quickly turned around to carry out the order. Then, Yu Wutian turned his gaze toward Yuan Jiangnan, pondered for a moment, and suddenly looked up at the ceiling and shouted loudly, "Yi Kanglin, wasn't it you who killed the sect master of Yuan Wuxian?" This action made Yuan Jiangnan slightly stunned, and instinctively followed Yu Wutian's line of sight, but didn't see anyone. Just as Yuan Jiangnan was about to question whom Yu Wutian was talking to, Yu Wutian once again bellowed towards the ceiling. "I know, Yi Kanglin, that you must also possess some sort of prophecy technique, and through it, you should be able to calculate what I am saying now. So, let me tell you, your slaughter of the sect master of Yuan Wuxian has created an unimaginable calamity. I understand why you did this. It was to take away that woman, Li Xiaoxiang. But I must warn you, it's futile. Li Xiaoxiang has already consumed the myriad ant-devouring heart pill. She will soon die, devoured by countless ants. If you don't want her death before your eyes, you'd better return now, old man, and bear the consequences of your misdeeds." After shouting these words, Yu Wutian shifted his gaze back to Yuan Jiangnan, thought for a moment, and said, "Master Yuan, if you could please wait a bit. Unforeseen circumstances permitting, Yi Kanglin should soon return, and naturally, he will be handed over to you for your disposition." Yuan Jiangnan's expression darkened somewhat as he had discerned Yu Wutian's intention from his previous actions. In essence, he was calling out the killer of Yuan Wuxian's master from afar. Though uncertain whether it would work, Yuan Jiangnan nonetheless took out a communication jade tablet and said, "What happens today, I will truthfully report to the sect. As for how our sect deals with your Lingxi Sect, and that certain Yi Kanglin, that depends on your luck." As he spoke, Yuan Jiangnan promptly sent out the prepared message. Upon witnessing this, Yu Wutian's face became quite grim. His original intention was to use Li Xiaoxiang to transfer Yi Kanglin's resentment to the Divine Dawn Immortal Sect. Unfortunately, due to the licentiousness of Yuan Wuxian who insisted on spending the night at Lingxi Sect, Yi Kanglin came to rescue Li Xiaoxiang and inadvertently ended up killing Yuan Wuxian. This caused the anger of Divine Dawn Immortal Sect to possibly affect Lingxi Sect as well. Well, here we are then. You lifted the stone only to drop it on your own foot. Outside Lingxi Sect, Yi Kanglin, together with Little Fish, and Li Xiaoxiang boarded the Golden Crow Beast King, flying effortlessly out of Lingxi Sect's control area and heading towards Jiaiguan. At this time, both Little Fish and Li Xiaoxiang were seated on a stool inside the beast saddle. Little Fish appeared expressionless with an empty look in her eyes, seemingly having lost the will to live ever since Yu Xiao sent her away. Nearby, Li Xiaoxiang's emotions were equally complex as she glanced back at Lingxi Sect, where she had spent her whole life. Could this departure really be forever? Yi Kanglin sat quietly on the opposite seat, silent, contemplating the next steps ahead. According to the intelligence provided earlier by Nong Xiaoxian and the oral accounts given previously by Yu Xiao, this meant that Yu Wutian would ascend to the status of half-blood devil lord 4 days later during the Blood Moon Night. Then, perhaps no one would be able to kill him anymore. Nevertheless, in general, Yu Wutian himself was not a major problem. Once Yi Kanglin further increased his longevity, there would be a way to deal with him. What worried Yi Kanglin most right now was Divine Dawn Immortal Sect. After all, that sect was a monstrous organization ranking among the top 10 in the entirety of the southern frontier subcontinent. This much could be inferred from the wedding entourage disciples he encountered after entering Lingxi Sect. Even those lesser marriage party guests were all at least Earth-rank warriors. Although still inferior to Yi Kanglin's Silver Fox Corps, it was evident enough how strong the genuine combat disciples within Divine Dawn Immortal Sect truly were. This time, the sect master of Shunxiao Xianzong died in Jin Tian Domain. Afterward, Shunxiao Xianzong will definitely send a large army to punish, and when that happens, it's likely that all the factions here won't be able to withstand them. Whether it's Lingxi Sect, the Divine Ancient Demon Sect, or even his Silver Fox Corps, they will probably all perish. At this thought, Yi Kanglin suddenly slapped his forehead with annoyance, silently cursing himself for being foolish. Why had he so impulsively killed that scoundrel Yuan Wuxian right from the start? He should have captured that guy, using him as a hostage to threaten both Lingxi Sect and Shunxiao Xianzong against rash actions. If he could delay for 10 days to half a month, Yi Kanglin would be able to amass an army big enough. Calculated at the current rate of creating 30,000 troops per day, in 10 days, at least 300,000 soldiers could be created. With an army of 300,000 strong, would he still need to fear either Shinshao Xianzong or Lingxi Sect? Thinking about this, Kanglin glanced out of the window with a bitter expression and muttered to himself, "Damn it, today I acted too rashly." As he spoke, his gaze turned toward the clear moonlight above. However, just at that moment, xiuxian suddenly flew out and addressed Kanglin. "You Wutian, that bastard is shouting at you from afar." Kanglin blinked, turning his head towards xiuxian and asked, "Shouting at me?" xiuxian nodded. He guessed that you might also possess some sort of divination technique, so he stood in the room where Wuan died and shouted into thin air. He believes that his words in that room can be calculated by you, so he orders you to quickly return and clean up the mess you've made. And he warns you that if you don't go back, he will activate the myriad ant-devouring heart pill inside Li Xiaoxiang's body and let her die before your eyes. Upon hearing this, Kanglin's pupils constricted sharply, and he exclaimed, "What did you say?" Li Xiaoxiang consumed the myriad ant-devouring heart pill. Xiuxian nodded. Wu Fenghuang ground the pill into powder and mixed it into Li Xiaoxiang's food, causing her to consume it. However, to activate the myriad ant-devouring heart pill requires Wu Fenghuang to control it. And since Wu Fenghuang is currently locked up by Yu Wutian, there should not be any immediate threat to Li Xiaoxiang within a short period. But if time stretches longer, problems will likely arise. Chapter 166, The Second Dao Tian Realm Cultivator. After hearing this, Kanglin's expression darkened. He asked, "Does the system store have an antidote for the 10,000 ants devouring heart pill?" Xiuxian shook her head. There is no antidote for the 10,000 ants devouring heart pill because it isn't a poison in the first place. It's actually compressed mini larvae. After swallowing it, the larvae disperse throughout the body. Once the spellcaster activates the spell, the larvae will rapidly hatch and soon devour their host to nothing but bones. Upon hearing this, Kanglin's face grew darker. He stood up and walked towards Li Xiaoxiang. Li Xiaoxiang was still immersed in a depressive mood when she saw Kanglin approaching and asked, "What's wrong?" Kanglin sat beside her and casually picked up one of her small hands, saying, "Yu Wutian laced your food with a poison called the 10,000 ants devouring heart pill. At this moment, he is threatening me to immediately return to Lingxi Sect, or else he'll activate the 10,000 ants devouring heart pill, eating you until there are no bones left." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaoxiang appeared unusually calm, as if the one about to die wasn't herself. But she still asked, "So what do you plan on doing now?" Kanglin thought for a moment and replied, "Helping you detoxify, what else could I do?" However, after hearing that, Li Xiaoxiang involuntarily revealed a hint of sarcasm and ridicule. The 10,000 ants devouring heart pill has no antidote. You should be aware of this. Having dealt with the Divine Demon Sect for so many years, don't you know yet? Once someone ingests this thing, it generally means certain death. Nevertheless, just as Li Xiaoxiang was speaking, she suddenly noticed Kanglin extending a finger and tapping it onto her wrist pulse. Then, an intense fiery yang energy surged into Li Xiaoxiang's body. In an instant, Li Xiaoxiang clearly felt her body temperature beginning to rise slowly. Within moments, she even felt a burning sensation. Upon sensing this, Li Xiaoxiang immediately questioned, "What are you doing?" While injecting fiery yang energy into Li Xiaoxiang's body, Kanglin explained, "The 10,000 ants devouring heart pill indeed has no antidote since it consists of countless insect eggs. If that's the case, then there's no need to adjust any medicine. I can simply kill those eggs physically by burning them." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiang showed a look of speechlessness and blushed, replying, "The man-eating ants are extremely heat-resistant species. I would probably die before they are fully incinerated." To this, Kanglin rolled his eyes irritably and responded, "Calling you a big-chested bimbo really wasn't unjustified." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiang's face slightly reddened as she slapped Kanglin on the shoulder, pouting, "Who are you calling a big-chested idiot?" Chuckling, Kanglin said, "Man-eating ants are indeed very heat-resistant, but their eggs aren't. According to the current temperature of the fire-attributed yang energy, it is sufficient to incinerate all the insect eggs." Only then did Li Xiaoxiang realize that man-eating ants and insect eggs were different. However, she soon raised another concern. "But after the insect eggs are burned, does that mean they will accumulate inside my body?" As she spoke, Li Xiaoxiang felt a chill. Though aware that dead insect eggs wouldn't pose any more threat to her, thinking about the disgusting little bugs made her scalp tingle. Kanglin responded generously, "You don't have to worry about that. Once the eggs die, they lose their adhesion properties and will be naturally expelled from your body within a few days. However, you might suffer from diarrhea for some time as a result." After hearing this, Li Xiaoxiang relaxed a bit, but still reminded him, "Be careful not to miss any of the insect eggs." Smiling, Kanglin said, "The fire-attributed yang energy permeates every cell of the body, so there is absolutely no possibility of missing an egg." As he spoke, Kanglin voluntarily increased the injection of fire-attributed yang energy. Originally, once Li Xiaoxiang's body became saturated with this yang energy, the insect eggs would immediately die. Out of caution, Kanglin maintained this yang energy for a relatively long period of time before reining it back in. Even so, he was still somewhat uneasy and specially spent 20 years' worth of life essence to purchase intelligence from the system to help verify whether all the insect eggs in Li Xiaoxiang's body had been thoroughly eradicated. After receiving a positive response from the system, Kanglin finally put his mind at ease. However, just at that moment, a sudden thunderous explosion echoed out. The three of them on the Golden Crow Beast King were violently jolted. This startled Kanglin, Li Xiaoxiang, and Little Fish immensely. Yi Kanglin immediately stood up and said aloud, "What's happening?" The Golden Crow Beast King let out a screech, its tone filled with fury. Furrowing his brows, Yi Kanglin quickly jumped out of the window, landing directly atop the carriage. In the next second, he saw a figure hovering in front of the Golden Crow Beast King. Yes, she was suspended midair. Her face wore a clown mask, and she was clad in a sexy, extremely tight black night suit that accentuated her chest, making it look as though the buttons might burst open at any moment. Upon seeing her, Yi Kanglin's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, "Dao Tian Realm?" As he spoke, he glanced down at the Golden Crow Beast King and noticed blood on its head. There was no need to guess. This woman had attacked the Golden Crow Beast King, causing the earlier commotion. Right then, Yi Kanglin directed his gaze towards the woman and asked, "Who are you?" The masked woman crossed her arms over her chest. Behind her, 7 sharp spiritual snake swords hovered like demons, their eyes locked onto Yi Kanglin. In an extremely seductive tone, the black-clad beauty said, "I'll give you 10 breaths to make sure the unimportant people leave, or else, everyone here other than you will die." With that, her beautiful eyes behind the clown mask fixed upon Li Xiaoxiang and Little Fish sitting inside the saddle of the Golden Crow Beast King. Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin understood that she had come for him. He levitated into the air and turned to the Golden Crow Beast King, saying, "Little Jean, take them back to Jiaiguan first." The Golden Crow Beast King let out 2 cries, seemingly warning Yi Kanglin to be careful, before carrying Li Xiaoxiang and Little Fish away. Li Xiaoxiang looked out the back window, saying, "Yi Kanglin, be careful." Yi Kanglin nodded toward Li Xiaoxiang, replying, "Don't worry, I'll return shortly." In no time, the Golden Crow Beast King disappeared from sight with the 2 women aboard. Finally, Yi Kanglin turned his attention back to the buxom beauty, saying, "All right, what do you want? Speak." Chapter 167, Duel of 2 Supreme Heaven Realm Experts. On the opposite side, a black-clad beauty revealed an expression of disbelief as she saw Yi Kanglin also hovering in midair. "Have you also ascended to the Supreme Heaven Realm?" Yi Kanglin's eyes narrowed. Although he hadn't seen the other party's true face, he had a very familiar feeling. It seemed like he had met this person a long time ago, yet no matter how hard Yi Kanglin thought, he couldn't remember having met such a woman. After all, for every stunning beauty he had ever come across, he always retained a deep impression, especially those with chests as prominent as hers. There was no way he could forget. So he said, "Whether I've reached the Supreme Heaven Realm or not should be quite obvious. But before that, I'd still like to know who you are. With a figure like yours, even among the entire Divine Demon Ancient Sect, there are few who can rival you, and yet I can't recall ever meeting someone like you. If possible, would it be convenient to remove your mask before speaking?" The woman in black, clad in a tight-fitting nightwear, sneered and replied, "You want to see my face? Fine, but first let's see if you have what it takes to deserve looking at my face." Before he could respond, she swiftly wielded her sharp spirit snake sword, launching an attack toward Yi Kanglin. Her speed was so fast, her power so immense, that Yi Kanglin barely managed to dodge in time. In that moment, Yi Kanglin drew his xianhuan tang knife for defense. Clang! Boom! At the intersection point of their weapons, a circle of terrifying gusts surged and diffused outwards. This impact instantly created a massive vacuum area, splitting both the cloud layers above and the earth below. In the next second, they both separated momentarily. However, just as soon, the black-clad beauty again charged towards Yi Kanglin. The 7 spirit snake swords swirling around her didn't require her hands to guide them, as they automatically slashed at Yi Kanglin. Each slash was occurring at a rate of 10,000 per second. With one hand gripping his xianhuan tang knife, Yi Kanglin defended against the strikes with an even more astonishing speed. As the 2 weapons wildly clashed, wave after wave of powerful energy winds spread out. Occasionally, fierce electrical serpents shot out from the collision of the 2 divine weapons. At that moment, the sky above exhibited an extraordinarily shocking sight. Countless bolts of lightning radiated from their weapons during their clash. The overwhelming aura sent numerous beasts and flying creatures fleeing in panic below. Not long after, the black-clad beauty suddenly kicked toward Yi Kanglin, who lifted his xianhuan tang knife in front to block it. Pang! Struck directly, Yi Kanglin's figure quickly retreated, widening the distance between them. The next second, the 7 spirit snake swords around the black-clad beauty resumed their swirl around her, while both her hands slowly stretched out to the sides. Far away, Yi Kanglin witnessed a slender vortex emanating outward from her center. The following second, this thin vortex expanded abruptly into an enormous tornado. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A gale howled as the tornado spun rapidly, forming what appeared to be a sharp blade made purely of wind energy. Along with the tremendous suction force, everything around, including trees and rocks, was instantly sucked into the tornado and immediately pulverized upon contact. Even Yi Kanglin could feel a strong suction pulling him inexorably toward the direction of the tornado. Right at the heart of the tornado stood the black-clad beauty, whose eyes emitted an eerie blue glow. She controlled the gigantic tornado heading rapidly toward Yi Kanglin. But upon seeing this, Yi Kanglin only sneered and turned his body into a streak of light dashing straight for the tornado. Yet as he dashed through, his entire form suddenly ignited with dense flames, resembling a meteor trailing behind a long stream of light. As the fireball struck the tornado in an instant, the next second, the entire tornado caught on fire. It was akin to striking a spark onto an oil field, enveloping the whole expanse with fiery heat. Then a magnificent beam of light burst forth from the colossal flaming tornado, as though illuminating the darkened night sky vividly. Simultaneously, a huge flame dragon coiled continuously around the flaming tornado, amplifying its temperature even further under its influence. When gazing into the tornado's interior, Kanglin was still fiercely battling the black-clad beauty. Clang, clang, clang. This time, however, Kanglin was the one launching the primary attacks. Despite having only a long knife in his possession, Kanglin's slashing speed far surpassed the black-clad beauties by several times, to the point that even with her 7 spirit snake swords, she seemed overwhelmed and unable to cope. Suddenly, a tremendous boom resounded. In a powerful swing of his long knife, Kanglin had just cleaved through one of the black-clad beauty's spirit snake swords used to block his strike, completely severing it on the spot. Yes, indeed, it had been cleanly chopped off. Even the black-clad beauty stared in disbelief at this moment. Next, Kanglin executed a spinning kick, striking her directly in the abdomen and sending her flying far away. Swish! Her figure shot out from the flames of the tornado, streaking like a flash of light, until she collided head-on into a mountain. Boom! The horrifying impact force caused the mountain to crumble entirely. Simultaneously, the churning fire tornado extinguished instantly. The moment the tornado dispersed, Kanglin remained suspended motionlessly in midair. He casually wiped a streak of blood from his face, then looked down disdainfully toward the wreckage where the black-clad beauty lay embedded, saying, "All right, stop pretending. I know you're not dead." As he spoke, the crimson blood-wheel pupils in Kanglin's eyes glared menacingly downwards like a demon. Sure enough, moments later, the black-clad beauty rose up from the ruins. Though her body had sustained no severe damage, her clothes were torn to shreds, revealing large patches of porcelain-white skin. Yet she didn't seem to care. After ascending to the same height as Kanglin, she said boldly, "You're very strong. I admit I can't defeat you." With that, the black-clad beauty removed the clown mask covering her face before Kanglin's gaze. Upon seeing her true appearance, Kanglin froze for a second, not because he immediately recognized her, but because he felt a strange sense of familiarity. It seemed like he should know her from somewhere, but couldn't recall who she was. Confused even more now, Kanglin instinctively blurted, "Could you tell me your name?" The black-clad beauty, unmasked, giggled melodiously. Her features were exceptionally delicate. She required no makeup to possess an extraordinary beauty. But then she said calmly, "Kanglin, even now, don't you still recognize me?" Furrowing his brows intensely, Kanglin snapped irritably, "Well, why don't you say? How am I supposed to remember who you are if you don't reveal yourself?" Chapter 168, Former Opponent Turned Woman. The woman in black then nodded, seemingly also realizing that letting xuanhuan keep guessing would get them nowhere. She bluntly asked, "So, if I speak with this voice, would you remember who I am?" As she spoke, her voice changed. And with that change, xuanhuan froze on the spot. It wasn't because her new voice was particularly pleasant, but because it belonged unmistakably to a man, specifically one in his prime. More shockingly, xuanhuan almost immediately recognized the voice and exclaimed, "Wuan." Upon hearing this name slip out, the woman in black burst into triumphant laughter and responded in that masculine voice, "I see you still remember me. Not bad. However, I must make a correction. I'm no longer called Wuan. You see, I now have a new name, Wu Mingyan. This name sounds much better than the old one, doesn't it?" Xuanhuan stared at the so-called Wu Mingyan with a twitching corner of his mouth, still unable to believe everything he saw before him. Through his blood-wheel pupil's potent tosure ability, Xuanhuan clearly saw that this Wu Mingyan was undoubtedly a biological female. While he couldn't pierce through the clown mask, he could see through clothing and even discern the internal organs within her body, including the uterus and ovaries. But the question remained, wasn't Wu Naong originally a man? How could a man possess these organs? Or had Wu Naong undergone gender reassignment surgery, completely transforming himself into a woman? When he focused on her face, Xuanhuan was horrified to discover that the features, including the jawline and eyebrows, matched perfectly with those of the former Wu Naong. However, the facial structure and features were now distinctly more feminine. No wonder Xuanhuan had felt an eerie familiarity from her presence, but couldn't quite place it. Could it be true? Had his past adversary really become a woman? With this realization, Xuanhuan looked at Wu Mingyan and said, "When exactly did you become a woman?" Wu Mingyan giggled softly, reverting back to a female voice as she replied, "When exactly? Around the day I was supposed to be buried, I'd say. Back then, I fled after being terrified by your military flag, turning into a laughingstock throughout the entire demon holy religion. That marked the greatest humiliation I ever experienced. Not long after, I fell ill and passed away while lying on my deathbed. Yet fortune favors the living. On the day of my burial, I was rescued by a cult organization. They preached their doctrines to me, indoctrinating me about their true God, then persuaded me to join them. To do so, I had to drink their magic potion, which transformed me into a woman. At that time, I drank the potion under duress just to escape their clutches, and thus emerged my present female form. Strangely enough, once I became a woman, the spiritual energy within me flowed exceptionally smoothly, rapidly enhancing my power within a short period of time. Subsequently, I secretly eliminated all members of that cult and stole their spirit stones. With those spirit stones, I managed to break through to my current level. Additionally, within that cult, I discovered the secret art of summoning heavenly demon bodies. The name of this secret technique is precisely the divine summoning demon technique. Nevertheless, to practice this demon summoning technique, one must maintain one's virginity. Luckily, I retained my virginity even after transitioning genders, so it was perfect timing. Moreover, I had already reached the age of 200 years. Afterward, I returned to the demon holy religion and successfully convinced my foolish sister Wu Fenghuang that I am actually Wu Mingyan, an illegitimate child secretly born by Wu Niang. After finishing her story, Wu Mingyan approached xiuxian, spreading her arms wide and giggling. How about this body? Quite sexy, isn't it? When I was still a man, I never saw a figure as voluptuous as this. I suspect, someone like you, wouldn't you want to try her out? At this remark, xiuxian swallowed hard, silently acknowledging the allure of Wu Mingyan's statement. Imagine this, your former opponent suddenly transforming into a stunning beauty with a fiery physique. What feelings would such an occurrence provoke in you? But xiuxian vigorously shook his head, forcing himself to calm down. Then he gazed at Wu Mingyan and said, "So you came all this way just to tell me that you've become a woman and then decided to fight me?" Wu Mingyan spread her hands, adopting an uncaring look as she said, "Of course not. I came here for one purpose only, an alliance." At this, xiuxian was stunned for a full second before laughing and saying, "An alliance? Between you and me?" Wu Mingyan nodded seriously. The divine army of the Divine Dawn Immortal Sect is almost here. They're expected to arrive in 4 days, on the night when the blood moon appears. At that time, there might be 2 million or even more ground-tier troops arriving in the Jin Tian domain. If that happens, our holy demon religion, Lingxi Sect, and even your Silver Fox Legion will all perish. Hearing this, xiuxian immediately swallowed his jesting retort and asked, "How do you know about this?" Playing with her glossy black hair, Wu Mingyan replied softly, "How do I know? Do you think you and Wu Tian are the only ones who can perform divination techniques?" Then she chuckled at xiuxian. "The Yuan Wushan you killed today? He was merely a pawn. He was just an excuse for the Divine Dawn Immortal Sect to declare war. Even if you hadn't killed him, they would have found another reason to attack. This way, they'll have justification to send their forces to Jin Tian domain." At that moment, everything became clear to xiuxian. That's why after he had killed Yuan Wushan earlier, the Divine Dawn Immortal Sect acted so swiftly, because they had already planned it out. They knew exactly where and when Yuan Wushan would die. Realizing this, xiuxian turned toward Wu Mingyan and said very candidly, "The alliance thing? Forget it. I always like being the leader myself, and I despise sharing power with others." Wu Mingyan smirked wickedly. "I never said we'd share power. All I'm asking is that you join me in fighting against the Divine Dawn Immortal Sect. Not only will I let you be the leader, but I'd even make you my husband if you agree." As she spoke, Wu Mingyan giggled mischievously. Chapter 169, The 3 Million Divine Dawn Immortal Sect Army is coming. After hearing these words, Kanglin twitched at the corner of his mouth. For some unknown reason, he felt that Wu Mingyan had become a bit flirtatious after becoming a woman. At this moment, Kanglin put the Tian Yuan Tang Dao back into its sheath and turned around to say, "I don't need allies, and besides, I already have a wife. Once I've killed everyone from the Divine Dawn Immortal Sect, next will be you people from the Demon God Ancient Sect. Wu Mingyan, take this opportunity to run now, or else when we meet again, I might just come to chop off your head." With that, Kanglin flew directly toward Jiaguan. And as Wu Mingyan watched Kanglin's departing figure, her eyes flashed with a hint of resentment, but she did not pursue him. She was actually very clear about the fact at this time that she could not kill Kanglin, and similarly, Kanglin couldn't kill her either. Therefore, continuing to stay would gain neither of them any advantage. So, it was better to end the negotiation and go back home respectively. However, what Kanglin didn't know was that after he left, Wu Mingyan standing in place slowly drew out her spirit snake sword. On the spirit snake sword, a drop of vividly red blood appeared. Then, Wu Mingyan extended her pink tongue to lick the drop of blood clean. And this drop of blood belonged to Kanglin's. As the drop of blood entered her body, Wu Mingyan's face turned flushed, and she let out a soft moan. Her eyes gleamed with a look of sharpness. Indeed worthy of being the later established Supreme Spirit Dao body. This blood plasma is several times more delicious than the blood plasma of the Great Ascension Supreme Spirit Dao body. As long as 4 days pass, once the blood moon night arrives, I, Wu Mingyan, will be able to summon the sacred demon soul body. At that time, I will truly be the master of this continent. Saying this, Wu Mingyan giggled, and then turned around to fly away in the distance. In one direction of the northwest side of Jin Tian domain, an impressive flying army was traveling at a surprising speed towards the direction of Jin Tian domain. A glance showed that each 9-colored flying bird reached a size of 50 meters, making them super large flying beasts, and their number reached an astonishing 30,000. A total of 30,000 giant flying magical beasts passed through the sky, creating a scene so spectacular that it blocked out the sun. It was like the passage of black clouds. And on their backs, there were squads exceeding over 100 soldiers each, and every single one carried 100 men. This calculation revealed that the scale of this enormous flying army must reach 3 million people. In their hands, all held banners marked with the word Black Tiger, identifying them as the 10th-ranked powerful force on the southern frontier continent, Divine Dawn Immortal Sect. Right at the forefront of this 3 million-strong army, the supreme commander leading the troops, Yuan Wuho, stared blankly ahead. He sat calmly on his throne-like seat, feeling the roaring wind before him, his face etched with worry. Even though Yuan Wuho knew very well that his 3 million-strong army could easily level the entire Jin Tian domain, For some reason, he always had an unsettling feeling. It was as if something unfortunate was about to happen. It even seemed to him that this expedition would not proceed smoothly. At this time, a deputy general approached and respectfully informed Yuan Wuho. "Commander, we've just received news that Yuan Wushan has died, but it wasn't by our hands." Upon hearing this, Yuan Wuho slightly frowned. He didn't care much about the death of his incompetent older brother, but he found it surprising that someone managed to kill him even in such an impoverished place as Jin Tian Domain. After all, his incompetent older brother possessed the strength of the peak bone transformation realm. Such power should have allowed him complete dominance within the Jin Tian Domain. And yet, he had died miserably. With these thoughts, Yuan Wuho asked, "Have we investigated who exactly killed him?" The deputy general thought for a moment before reporting. It said that it was a miscellaneous servant disciple from Lingxi Sect named Kanglin, possibly him. Although this is only a guess, and the real situation is still under investigation. After hearing this, Yuan Wuho became rather displeased and coldly remarked, "A mere servant disciple having the ability to kill a peak bone transformation realm expert? This is clearly a fabrication." As he spoke, a formidable aura emerged from Yuan Wuho. It was evident he was at the peak of the living soul realm, a level surpassing Yuan Wushan by a great realm. After hearing Yuan Wuho's reprimand, the deputy general hastily bowed his head and said, "Yes, sir. I'll immediately order those responsible to conduct thorough investigations." But Yuan Wuho added, "Never mind. Yuan Wushan was only one person. His death is insignificant. What I'm more curious about now is the Holy Court's stance." The deputy general hurriedly said, "The Holy Court has not yet indicated their stance. It seems they have tacitly approved our punitive expedition against the Jin Tian Domain." Upon hearing this, Yuan Wuho immediately smirked with satisfaction. The Holy Court's approval was indeed within his expectations. After all, the head of their Divine Dawn Immortal Sect had died in the Jin Tian Domain. As a prestigious major sect, they naturally couldn't remain indifferent. Thus, launching troops to punish the Jin Tian Domain would be entirely justified. At this thought, Yuan Wuho stood up, looked ahead, and spoke. "It's been 10,000 years. The last time the Divine Tomb descended, it enabled the Holy Court to become the strongest ruling force on the entire continent overnight. To consolidate their power, they strictly forbade various factions from warring against one another to avoid larger powers swallowing smaller ones and smaller ones preying on even weaker forces. In doing so, no single faction could rapidly grow strong enough to pose a threat to the Holy Court's reign. However, this expedition by our Divine Dawn Immortal Sect is righteous, and even the Holy Court has no authority to criticize us." As he spoke, Yuan Wuho chuckled smugly, silently praising the Grand Elder of the Council's strategy. But then, he retrieved a map from his storage ring. It was the map of the Jin Tian Domain. While studying the map, he said, "Now that the Divine Tomb has descended once again, this time it must be our Divine Dawn Immortal Sect's turn for a big feast, right?" At this point, the deputy general interjected with a warning. When the divination elders studied the star charts, he merely predicted that the next descent of the Divine Tomb would occur in the Jin Tian Domain, but did not specify its exact location there. After we arrive in the Jin Tian Domain, we still don't know how to go about finding it. Hearing these words, Yuan Wuho fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, the area covered by the Jin Tian Domain wasn't small. It spanned tens of millions of square kilometers at least. To find a tomb in such a vast place wouldn't be easy. With that in mind, Yuan Wuho calmly replied, "Never mind. Let's cross that bridge when we get to the Jin Tian Domain. There's an entire decade during which the Divine Tomb will remain open, and 10 years should be ample time to locate it." The deputy general, however, worriedly remarked, "Still, if we stay too long in the Jin Tian Domain, might we draw suspicion from the Holy Court? If they discover that the Divine Tomb is about to appear, won't they take action against our Divine Dawn Immortal Sect?" To this, Yuan Wuho responded calmly, "Matters like this are best left to the great figures in the council to handle. We just need to focus on doing our jobs well." Chapter 170. The Changqing Dongtan of the Yu clan. When Yi Kanglin returned to Jiaguan, the sky was already bright, and there were only 3 days left until the Blood Moon night. As Yi Kanglin flew back to the city lord's mansion, he saw that Li Xiaoxiang, Yu Ruyu, Li Chaoyang, and others were already waiting here. After Yi Kanglin landed, he glanced at Li Xiaoxiang, who had changed into a new outfit, and said, "Why are you standing here? Don't you want to rest for a while?" Although Li Xiaoxiang was a cultivator, she was also pregnant, and staying up all night might be too much for her body. However, Li Xiaoxiang just shook her head as she took a step forward and said anxiously, "Ruyu just told me that before Grandpa Jiang died, he handed over the activation key of the Yu clan's Changqing cave to you. Is that true?" Yi Kanglin was slightly stunned, not knowing why Li Xiaoxiang suddenly brought this up, but he still nodded. "The item was indeed given to me, but I'm not yet sure about the exact location of the Changqing cave." Saying that, he took out the sealed scroll and handed it to Li Xiaoxiang. "Do you know the location of the Changqing cave?" Li Xiaoxiang accepted it, lifted her hand to gently touch it, while simultaneously infusing a faint spiritual power into it, quickly confirming the authenticity of this activation key. "This scroll contains the specific location of the Changqing cave. When your teacher was still around, he told me how to use this activation key. Just by inscribing a pattern on it, the location of the Changqing cave will manifest." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin instinctively rejoiced. "Is it really true that we can find the Yu clan's Changqing cave through this scroll?" Li Xiaoxiang nodded. "It should work fine." Then, She slowly opened the scroll, whereupon an array of mysterious patterns appeared on it. Li Xiaoxiang bit her index finger and squeezed out some blood, using the blood to draw an ancient pattern on the scroll. Soon after, the scroll emitted a dazzling light, and then a beam of light shot out sharply in one direction. Upon seeing this, Li Xiaoxiang excitedly said, "That direction should be the location of the Tanxing Cave." Yi Kanglin turned his head towards the direction the laser had shot out, and then said to Li Xiaoxiang, "All right, thanks for your effort. I'll go check it out now." Saying that, Yi Kanglin picked up the scroll and flew off in the direction of the laser. Watching Yi Kanglin's retreating figure, Li Xiaoxiang tightly gripped both her hands together. She felt somewhat nervous and uneasy, but silently prayed for Yi Kanglin to successfully find the Tanxing Cave. At this point, Yu Ruyu approached her. She lightly held on to Li Xiaoxiang's arm and softly said, "Don't worry. Yi Kanglin will definitely find the Tanxing Cave. Once the Tanxing Cave is found, he will certainly help us restore Lingxi Sect." At this, Li Xiaoxiang nodded. As someone who grew up in Lingxi Sect from a young age, she naturally hoped to return to her homeland. Therefore, after learning from Yu Ryu that Yulong had handed over the activation key of the Yu clan's Tanxing Cave to Yi Kanglin, she immediately informed Yi Kanglin on how to use the key. The purpose was to hope that Yi Kanglin could acquire immense strength through the wealth within the Tanxing Cave, thus restoring Lingxi Sect. Even if the sect eventually changes ownership, she doesn't mind. Even if the entire Jin Tian domain must bear the surname Yi from now on, she would accept it, as long as Lingxi Sect does not fall into the hands of someone like Yu Wutian, whom she considers nothing more than a dog trader. And those with such thoughts weren't just Li Xiaoxiang. Yu Ruyu thought similarly. But for Yu Ruyu, whether Yi Kanglin or members of the Yu family ruled Lingxi Sect made little difference. Because Yi Kanglin was her man, and if she were to carry a second or even third child, these children would naturally carry the Yu bloodline too. Only the surname is changed to Yi. After Yi Kanglin passes away, Lingxi Sect would inevitably return to the hands of their Yu family. Of course, if Yu Ruyu knew that Yi Kanglin's lifespan could extend indefinitely, who knows what she would think. Following the light of the scroll, Yi Kanglin soon arrived at a secluded mountainous area. He landed smoothly, only to see the light shoot into a large rock. Frowning, Yi Kanglin's eyes quietly released the blood wheel pupil, and to his surprise, he realized that behind the large rock, it was empty. At this thought, Yi Kanglin instinctively moved closer, thinking, "Is there a mechanism or button that can open the rock door here? If not, then I will have to smash this stone gate." However, when Yi Kanglin came within about a meter of the rock, the scroll in his hand suddenly flew out on its own. Its tip projected a special pattern and inserted itself into a small groove on the large rock. Since the entire surface of the rock was irregularly bumpy, if one didn't look carefully, it would be very easy to miss the existence of that groove. Then, Yi Kanglin watched blankly as the scroll, upon inserting into the groove, rotated once automatically. Following this, a hidden side door beside the rock opened up. Yi Kanglin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Wow, the Yu family really has plenty of tricks up their sleeves." After speaking, he casually pulled the scroll back and walked directly through the dark entrance. As soon as Yi Kanglin stepped inside, the hidden door behind him closed automatically, appearing as though it had never moved at all. Inside, Yi Kanglin proceeded down a narrow stone staircase, where there was no light around. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't have been able to see anything here. But with the blood wheel pupil activated, Yi Kanglin could see everything clearly. On the way down, Yi Kanglin noticed numerous carvings on both sides of the walls alongside the stairs. These carvings represented the history of the Yu clan, starting from 2,000 years ago, when the ancestor of the Yu clan established it, all the way to the founding of Lingxi Sect, every moment meticulously documented. Having observed this, Yi Kanglin roughly judged that this should indeed be the Yu clan's legendary Tanxing Cave. With that thought, Yi Kanglin had already reached the bottom. Soon, his gaze fell onto a tombstone ahead. This tombstone stood 5 meters tall and spanned 3 meters wide. Clearly inscribed across it was a row of bold words. Grave of the Yu clan's founding ancestor, xiuxian. On the side was also inscribed a detailed epitaph recording this founding ancestor's achievements, struggles, and more. Dense rows of characters covered almost the entire wall. Yi Kanglin didn't bother to read through it all. Instead, his eyes caught sight of a small groove on the tombstone. Instantly walking over, he inserted and twisted the scroll in his hand. Sure enough, just as Yi Kanglin expected, the tombstone began to move slowly aside, and before long, revealed a second entryway. Without hesitation, Yi Kanglin entered, muttering under his breath, "Damn, the Yu clan's Tanxing Cave is truly quite deep." Speaking thus, he went through the tiny opening, entering a vast space. What appeared before his eyes surprised him slightly, because within this expansive underground area, a magnificent underground palace had been constructed. The area alone covered several 100,000 square meters, and countless moonlight stones were embedded in the ceiling, illuminating the entire ancient underground palace. Simultaneously, Yi Kanglin sensed powerful energy emanating from within the palace, and at this point, he immediately became exhilarated. Without further ado, he rushed inside. Upon entering the grand hall of the palace, Yi Kanglin was instantly struck by the sheer splendor of the interior. Within this palace hall, countless piles of gold, silver, jewels, top-tier magic weapons, and various spiritual stones lay stored. The dazzling glow radiating from these treasures made Yi Kanglin blink repeatedly, and his dazed gaze lingered upon the jewelry as he exclaimed in shock. "So this is the wealth of the Yu clan's Tanxing Cave?" Chapter 171, 8 million years of stored lifespan. He stepped in, and one could see numerous small, glowing orbs floating above the grand hall in his vision. These light orbs contained various ancient combat techniques and magical artifacts. Each held a very powerful energy within them. It was estimated that picking any one at random and taking it out would cause quite a stir. No wonder Wu Tian, that bastard, went to great lengths to imprison Yulong to force him into handing over the activation key of the inherited cave heavens. If he were able to find it, he'd truly have the power to cultivate an elite army rapidly in a short period of time. Just then, xiuxian suddenly appeared. His eyes were fixed on something ahead as he said to Kanglin, "Forget about these cheap things. The main course is up ahead." Kanglin hesitated, following xiuxian's gaze, only to see that on the high platform of the Imperial Hall where the dragon throne once stood now sat a coffin. Without much thought, Kanglin walked towards it and said, "Isn't it just a coffin? Is this thing really that valuable?" xiuxian stared sharply at the coffin, his heart racing with excitement. Shaking slightly, he muttered, "Is it the divine tomb coffin? It should not be, right? Has it been 10,000 years since the last divine tomb appeared? Has it been that long already? But why has the divine tomb coffin shown up this time inside the ancestral tomb of the Yu family?" As he spoke, xiuxian picked up his pace, and Kanglin quickly followed after seeing this. Soon enough, they arrived before the coffin. Up close, Kanglin finally realized how massive the coffin was. It was approximately 10 meters long and 4 meters wide. Lying there horizontally, it resembled a collapsed building. When Kanglin flew to hover above the coffin, he noticed it wasn't closed. Inside, lying flat, was a skeleton. This skeleton was roughly 8 meters tall, practically a giant compared to Kanglin, who looked tiny standing by its head. xiuxian, upon seeing this enormous skeleton, became excited and exclaimed, "There's no doubt. This is indeed the divine tomb coffin. I didn't expect, after 10,000 years, it would descend onto the ancestral remains of the Yu family." With that, xiuxian gave Kanglin's shoulder a good slap, laughing. "Kid, what good fortune you have to encounter such an opportunity." Confused, Kanglin asked, "What ghost are you talking about? What is this divine tomb coffin?" But without further explanation, xiuxian pulled Kanglin toward the mouth of the giant skeleton, saying, "You'll understand when we go closer." In moments, xiuxian had dragged Kanglin into the mouth of the skeleton. At that instant, Kanglin experienced a sensation akin to spatial travel, his body undergoing a feeling of weightlessness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an independent little world. And this world was millions of times larger than the internal space of the universe star stone. But in the sky, there was no sun or moon, only gray clouds covered it. Within this small world, heaps of pure Saint-grade spirit crystals piled up by the tonnage. There were even red agate crystals and holy ancient gold. The sight left Kanglin with his mouth hanging open. One pure Saint-grade spirit crystal outside would almost make all major factions in the entire southern frontier continent fight bloodily for it. Yet, here, they were piled like dozens of mountains. Good grief. For a moment, Kanglin felt as if the scene before him was unreal. Indeed, as xiuxian had claimed earlier, compared to the trifles outside, the treasures inside this divine tomb world were the true centerpiece. xiuxian also chuckled. 10,000 years ago, the Lord of the Sacred Court accidentally entered the divine tomb world, and, using the vast resources and treasures within, established the superpower that dominated the entire southern frontier continent. Now, 10,000 years later, the divine tomb has reappeared, and we've found it. At this point, Kanglin swallowed hard, utterly mesmerized by the spectacle before him. He paid no attention to xiuxian's words. Whether it was about the sacred court or 10,000 years, it all fell on deaf ears. His eyes were solely fixated on the immense wealth spread out before him. Breathlessly, Kanglin exclaimed, "If I use the swallowing black hole technique to devour these riches, will I gain a reserve of 10 million years of lifespan?" When xiuxian heard this, he chuckled directly. "Only 10,000 years. You really underestimate the energy within the divine tomb world. Forget it, I won't elaborate. You should start devouring them. Once you're done, you'll understand." Kanglin nodded to that, and immediately sat cross-legged. He then activated the swallowing black hole technique, gradually engulfing those spirit crystals and spirit stones. As these spirit crystals were consumed, Kanglin's stored lifespan began to soar at an incredibly shocking speed. On the side, xiuxian waited. Watching Kanglin's absorption rate, he felt it was still rather slow. After some thought, he activated the system administrator privileges and upgraded Kanglin's swallowing black hole. In an instant, the swallowing black hole before Kanglin expanded from its original soccer ball size into the size of a truck tire, and the sucking force also increased more than tenfold. This left Kanglin slightly startled as he questioned, "The swallowing black hole can be upgraded?" xiuxian nodded. "I forgot to mention earlier. Once your account reaches a certain reserve, the swallowing black hole will automatically upgrade. Based on the current speed, it should level up every hour." Hearing that, Kanglin grew excited. He had previously been dissatisfied with the slow pace of absorbing spirit crystals through the swallowing black hole, but he hadn't expected that the system would immediately offer the function to upgrade the black hole. Truly, when one is in need, there's always help coming right on time. So, without further ado, Kanglin focused silently on continuing to absorb the spirit crystals using the swallowing black hole. Indeed, just as xiuxian had said, the swallowing black hole expanded every hour, with the suction force increasing tenfold each time. The swallowing black hole's suction range extended from an initial radius of 10 meters, skyrocketing instantly to 200 meters, then 1 kilometer, and subsequently 3 kilometers. And the colossal mountains of spirit stones surrounding Kanglin as the center point swiftly disappeared under this tidal wave of consumption. Even though Kanglin's swallowing black hole was upgrading rapidly, compared to the astronomical wealth contained within this divine devil world, it was still insignificant. However, the sole comforting fact was that the flow rate of time between the divine tomb world and the external world was mismatched. Spending 100 days inside the divine tomb world equated to only a single day passing in the outside world. The time ratio was 100 to 1. This was not as advantageous as the Universe Star Stone, as the time inside the Universe Star Stone could flow much slower compared to the outside at a ratio of 365 to 1. Thus, Kanglin indulged himself completely in the divine tomb space, devouring endlessly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed in the outside world, while 200 days passed within the divine tomb world. Over the course of these 200 days of continuous absorption, Kanglin's swallowing black hole had leveled up from level 1 to level 128. What was originally a swallowing black hole with a diameter of only 0.3 meters had now expanded to a diameter of 2,000 meters, magnifying over 600 times. From afar, one could feel how breathtaking this supermassive black hole with a 2-kilometer diameter truly was. Seated cross-legged beneath this gigantic swallowing black hole, Kanglin slowly opened his eyes. Without hesitation, he accessed the system interface. Host, Kanglin. Current lifespan, 5,841 years, 7 months, 13 days, early Dao Tian realm. Stored lifespan, 8.432 million years. Upon seeing that his reserve had reached over 8 million years, Kanglin's facial muscles seemed to have gone rigid, even trembling violently in his hands. He had initially thought that if his stored lifespan could reach over 10,000 years, this journey wouldn't count as a loss. But never had he imagined that it would result in acquiring over 8 million years. Chapter 172, 5 million heavenly ranked troops. For a moment, Kanglin's breathing became somewhat rapid, and his excitement was so intense that he almost fainted. However, at the same time, when the last high-purity holy quality spirit crystal was sacrificed to the swallowing black hole, this independent divine tomb world began to distort. The scene before Kanglin's eyes cracked like glass shattering, and the entire world collapsed instantly. Kanglin also fell into a brief state of weightlessness. When he instinctively tried to fly through the air, he found himself already atop the ancestral skeleton of the Yu clan. At this moment, Kanglin blinked in confusion and exclaimed, "What the heck? Is it really over?" He found it hard to believe that the independent little world from earlier could have disappeared completely just because the spirit stones were absorbed. If not for the fact that the lifespan reserves in his system account still totaled more than 8 million years, Kanglin would even suspect that he had just been dreaming. But right then, xiuxian appeared and said urgently, "Snap out of your dream. I've got some good news for you." Kanglin paused, turned to xiuxian and asked, "Good news? What good news?" xiuxian chuckled and opened the system interface, pushing it in front of Kanglin, saying, "Now, the system store has made equipment for purchasing heavenly ranked troops available. In other words, you now have the ability to create heavenly ranked troops." Upon hearing these words, Kanglin screamed in shock, "Damn!" Then, he fixed his gaze on the system panel and yelled, "Heavenly ranked troops? Wouldn't that make me invincible?" xiuxian grinned again, saying, "Probably, but keep in mind, the cost of heavenly ranked troops isn't cheap. By using 1 year's worth of your life reserves, you can create 100 fully armed Earth-ranked troops, and even buy enough provisions for their entire day. But with the same 1-year reserve, you'd be lucky to create a single fully armed heavenly ranked troop." Hearing this, Kanglin's ecstatic mood plummeted. He cried out in disbelief, "What kind of nonsense is this? The price is way too outrageous." xiuxian simply shrugged, unaffected, and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. These prices weren't decided by me. Moreover, do you think heavenly ranked troops are like old rotten cabbages? They don't come cheap." Kanglin's lips twitched, feeling that perhaps it did make sense. However, as he glanced at the system panel once more, he mumbled, "If I were to infuse all these life reserves directly into my existing lifespan, I wonder how much my strength could improve." xiuxian immediately explained, "Your strength will reach the absolute limit of what this world can handle. When that happens, you might be forcibly elevated to a higher plane of existence. And if you ascend, then you'll have to give up everything you have in this world." Hearing this, Kanglin quickly waved his hands and said, "That's out of the question. Ascending might leave me stuck at the bottom again. That'd be such a bad deal. It'd be better to stay in this world." After all, Kanglin couldn't bear to part with all the wealth he had amassed in this world. His wife, children, relatives, and friends, all of them were here. Giving up everything here to start over in another world, climbing back up from scratch. No, he wouldn't do it. It wasn't as if he had lost his mind. It seemed xiuxian had anticipated this reaction and smiled, saying, "If you don't want to ascend, then filling your current lifespan with 1 million years worth of life reserves should be sufficient. This level represents the upper limit allowed by this world. Once your current lifespan reaches 1 million years, you'll be unstoppable within this world. As for the other 7 million plus years, my suggestion is this. Take 5 million of them to create a heavenly rank army. Another million, use it to purchase various large magical weapons, such as Divine King-class warships, Divine General-class Demon Core bombs, Golden Canopy defensive formations. The remaining 1,000,000, use it to buy powerful spiritual beasts, grains, and other military supplies. Yi Kanglin, seeing that Nong Xiuxian had already planned things out for him, nodded and said, "All right, let's follow your plan." Saying this, Yi Kanglin flew out of the coffin and said, "Still, where should I place the heavenly rank army I create? Clearly, this underground palace won't work. It won't even fit." Nong Xiuxian thought for a moment, and then took out the Huanyu Star Stone, saying, "Why don't you directly spend 10,000 life reserves to upgrade this Huanyu Star Stone to its maximum level? By then, the space inside should be sufficient to accommodate your army." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin instinctively took out the Huanyu Star Stone and said, "All right, I just wonder how large the space will be after it's fully upgraded." With that thought in mind, Yi Kanglin began clicking on the system panel. After selecting the Huanyu Star Stone, Yi Kanglin pulled the upgrade options all the way up at once, from the original level 2 to level 100. This immediately consumed 13,000 years of life reserves. In the past, Yi Kanglin wouldn't dare spend so many years of life. Now, however, he chuckled and said that this amount was like sprinkling water, no pressure at all. After completing the upgrade for the Huanyu Star Stone, Yi Kanglin decisively entered it. Then, he saw that the island which originally had the size of a soccer field had now expanded beyond visible boundaries. According to the specific data given by the system, the area of this island had reached about 2,200 square kilometers. This scale was roughly equivalent to the territory of a small country outside. Even the world tree at the center of the island had expanded more than dozens of times. Seen from afar, it looked like a pillar supporting heaven and earth, with its crown covered by various layers of clouds, giving it an ethereal feel. Moreover, after upgrading, not only did the internal space of the Huanyu Star Stone increase, but the time flow ratio also changed. Originally, the time flow ratio inside the Huanyu Star Stone compared to the outside world was 365 to 1. That is, 1 year inside for every day outside. Now, this number had increased tenfold. This meant that while 1 day passed outside, 10 years passed inside. At this realization, Yi Kanglin couldn't stop smiling, because there was only 1 day left in the external world until the blood moon night. And within this Huanyu Star Stone, this single day equaled a full decade. 10 years would be enough for him to convert the 1,000,000 years of reserve lifespan into his existing lifespan, as well as to create all the heavenly ranked troops. Thereupon, Yi Kanglin landed on the ground and started creating heavenly ranked troops according to Nong Xiuxian's methods, while also assimilating his own reserve lifespans. Following Nong Xiuxian's plan, out of the 8,000,000 plus years of reserved lifespan, 5,000,000 were allocated for creating heavenly ranked troops, and the price for heavenly ranked troops was 1 year of reserve lifespan exchanged for 1 person. Thus, 5,000,000 years of reserve lifespan could be converted into around 5,000,000 fully armed heavenly ranked troops. As for the remaining 2,000,000 years, they were further divided, using 1,000,000 for purchasing large equipment, and the last 1,000,000 for buying spirit beasts and military supplies. Under the efficient collaboration between Yi Kanglin and Nong Xiuxian, time quickly flowed by. When exactly 10 years had passed within the Huanyu Star Stone, a dense crowd had already gathered on this massive island. Furthermore, various infrastructure had been built on the island, including warehouses, houses, and spirit beast breeding farms. Based on Nong Xiuxian statistics, the current strength of the troops inside the Huanyu Star Stone that met the heavenly rank standard amounted to approximately 5,034,000 people. The rest consisted of Earth rank or Mystic rank troops. At this point, Nong Xiuxian turned her gaze towards the direction of the World Tree. Hovering in midair at the center of the World Tree was Yi Kanglin. After 10 years of assimilation, Yi Kanglin had successfully transformed 1,000,000 years of reserve lifespan into his existing lifespan, and his strength had also smoothly reached the ultimate limit that this world could bear. Chapter 173. Tai, Immortal King Realm. At this moment, Yi Kanglin stood with not a shred of clothing, his body fully exposed. His skin was extremely clean and white, almost without a speck of dirt, and the blood beneath his skin had astonishingly turned golden. Not only his blood, but his muscles, bones, meridians, internal organs, and even his soul had all undergone a tremendous transformation. As for his hair, it remained silver but had grown longer, so long that when it fell vertically, it reached his lower calves. On Yi Kanglin's forehead, the flame pattern in the middle of his brows had turned into a black and gold, holy spring demon fire pattern. On his back, 8 wings like those of an angel had grown. As the wings flapped gently, the small universal star stone world trembled precariously, as if Yi Kanglin could destroy it with just a little more force. Nong Xiuxian flew to a distance from Yi Kanglin. Watching the changes in Yi Kanglin and sensing the vast, ocean-like power emanating from him, Nong Xiuxian murmured involuntarily, "This is the power of the Tai Immortal King Realm, isn't it?" Levels of cultivation. Initial Yuan Realm, Mysterious Truth Realm, Spiritual Flame Realm, Heavenly Yang Realm, Bone Transformation Realm, Soul Birth Realm, Dao Tian Realm, Dharma Image Realm, Divine Martial Realm, Tai Immortal King Realm. At this point, Yi Kanglin's eyes also opened slightly, revealing a pair of deep, eternal blood wheel pupils. Just this gaze alone was filled with eerie mystery, oppression, and awe-inspiring authority. It gave people the feeling of wanting to prostrate themselves in reverence. Feeling the energy inside his body, Yi Kanglin didn't dare to laugh loudly, for fear of accidentally destroying the internal world of the Universal Star Stone. Meanwhile, the data on the system interface materialized before Yi Kanglin. Host, Yi Kanglin. Current lifespan, 114.2 million years, Tai Immortal King Realm. Stored lifespan, 0 days. Seeing his current lifespan exceed 1,000,000 years made Yi Kanglin smile. He then turned, and a golden light appeared, enveloping his body completely. This light transformed into a white and gold Duke Dragon Xian attire. On his head sat a silver-white crown, his snow-silver hair falling gracefully down his back, swaying lightly in the breeze. The 4 pairs of wings resembling those of an angel were retracted back into his body by Yi Kanglin. Gnome xiuxian flew over and asked, "How do you feel?" With one hand behind his back, Yi Kanglin clenched the other hand and smiled. "With my current strength, annihilating the 3 million members of the Xianxia Immortal Sect army shouldn't be too difficult, should it?" After seeing Yi Kanglin start boasting again, Gnome xiuxian said, "You already have a prestigious identity now. Is it really worth it for you to personally handle every single battle?" Yi Kanglin chuckled, realizing the validity of her statement. "All right, I guess it's time to leave." Saying this, Yi Kanglin disappeared from the spot. He reappeared at the ancestral tomb of the Yu family. A glance over the treasures piled up in the palace barely stirred any interest within Yi Kanglin after what he'd experienced in the divine tomb. He didn't even bother activating a swallowing black hole to consume them. He simply crossed his hands behind his back and vanished again. He reappeared outside. Had any of Yi Kanglin's opponents been present here, they would surely have been terrified to discover that Yi Kanglin had now gained the ability to teleport instantaneously. A mere thought, and he could instantly move anywhere while being able to control it with great flexibility. Facing such an opponent, no one could help but feel despair. When Yi Kanglin re-emerged, he had returned to Xianhuan. Even though 10 years had passed in the internal space of the Universal Star Stone, merely 3 days had gone by in the outer world. Judging by the timing, tonight should be the Blood Moon night, right? Yi Kanglin suddenly felt a bit anticipatory. As for the 5 million heavenly tiered troops inside the Universal Star Stone, he planned to release them during the night. With these 5 million heavenly tier troops, it would be enough for him to unify the entire continent. In Lingxi Sect's Grand Hall, at this very moment, Xiao was nailed onto a crucifix. Her hands on both sides were pinned to the ends of the cross with 2 iron nails, and drops of blood slid down her palms. In just these 3 short days, her abdomen had swollen significantly. It looked as if she was already 10 months pregnant. Disheveled, Xiao struggled to raise her head. Her gaze looked toward the empty center of the Grand Hall, where a massive blood pool had been constructed. At this moment, Wuan was soaking in the blood pool, his upper body completely bare. Around the blood pool, countless corpses lay scattered, too many to even count. Xiao looked at those bodies, her eyes filled with immense pain and despair. These headless corpses were all members of the Lingxi Sect. Not just within this Grand Hall, but outside as well, piles upon piles of bodies lay heaped together. As far as one could see, there was no end in sight. In just these 3 days, Wuan had killed every single person in the entire Lingxi Sect, top to bottom. The disciples had consumed the poppy pills that Wuan had given them, so with a mere thought, he could render them completely powerless. Thus, Wuan effortlessly reaped the lives of 7 or 80,000 people from the Lingxi Sect. Even those who had sworn to defend him to their deaths were beheaded by him, including the body of Grandma Longxian, even which Wong couldn't escape her fate. To the left of the Grand Hall, clearly visible from Xiao's direction, which Wong had been dismembered. She had been made into a wax figure by Wuan, then embedded into the wall. Just before death, her eyes were filled with intense terror. Clearly, she never expected to die such an unjust death. The rebel forces of the Shenma ancient sect stationed at Lingxi Sect could have saved her, but Witch Mingyan almost turned the entire Lingxi Sect upside down searching for her sister's whereabouts, to no avail. So Witch Mingyan simply left with her group. Perhaps to Witch Mingyan, her foolish younger sister wasn't all that important anyway, and since she couldn't find where her sister had gone, she decided not to search anymore. After the Shenma ancient sect withdrew, Wuan began a frenzied massacre across the entire Lingxi Sect. Even the wedding party from the Xianxia Immortal Sect entering Lingxi Sect was slaughtered by Wuan. Since he would face the wrath of the Xianxia Immortal Sect anyway, it might as well include killing them too. Suddenly, Wuan, sitting cross-legged in the blood pool, let out a painful scream. Energy surged wildly from his body, causing his skin to begin rotting. He howled in agony, writhing as if possessed by a demon. This scene caused Xiao's scalp to tingle in horror. She stared at Wuan intently, as if terrified he might leap over and chop her head off. But shortly after, Wuan collapsed into the pool of blood. Seeing this, Xiao instinctively said, "Did the blood sacrifice fail?" However, just as those words left her mouth, a skeletal figure emerged from the blood pool. It was none other than Wuan, except now his skin was completely gone, making him look like neither man nor ghost. Ha ha ha, I've succeeded. This is the power of a half-blood demon lord, ha ha. Speaking thus, Wuan, who had been crawling on the ground earlier, floated into the air. He yelled ecstatically, "Dao Tian Realm. Is this what the legendary Dao Tian Realm feels like? Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Even I can achieve such strength now, ah." But the next second, his gaze turned toward Xiao once more. Those eyeless sockets fixated on Xiao, startling her enough to make her want to break free from the crucifix. However, the 2 iron nails pinning her hands made it impossible for her to move even an inch. Wuan then slowly floated closer to Xiao. He raised a blood-covered hand and lightly placed it on Xiao's belly, speaking excitedly. "In a little while, when the moon comes out, I'll gain a new body, ha ha." Chapter 174, Heaven's Longevity. Yu Xiao's tears were streaming down uncontrollably at this moment, and facing the monster Yu Wutian, she was so terrified that her whole body was trembling. Perhaps, at this very moment, she regretted confronting Yu Wutian alone. However, Yu Wutian's expression suddenly changed. He sharply turned his head toward the outside and smirked, saying, "Have they come so soon?" As he spoke, Yu Wutian stopped paying attention to Yu Xiao and directly flew out. Afterward, Yu Wutian saw that beneath the entrance of Lingxi Sect's mountain stronghold, Wu Mengyan was seated on a massive skeleton throne. Beneath her, 10 enormous half-beasts were holding up the skeleton throne. Around Wu Mengyan, there were also countless ranks of half-beast armies. These half-beasts were new creations made by Wu Mengyan, combining the corpses of magical beasts with human remains. In the past, after consuming Yi Kanglin's blood, it enabled her to unleash the full power of the divine summoning demons technique. This successfully summoned the Earth-class soldiers known as the half-beast army, and currently, the scale of this force amounted to no less than 1.8 million soldiers. What was even more terrifying was that within these hybrid human-beast corpses, there were quite a few familiar faces of Yi Kanglin's acquaintances. One of the half-beasts responsible for carrying the skeleton throne instantly recognized Yu Wutian in the sky above. This particular half-beast was none other than Mu Chang'e from before, only now, all that remained of him was a head, without a body. More accurately, his head had been grafted onto the corpse of a magical beast. Then, Mu Chang'e let out an ecstatic shout. "Yu Wutian, you executioner! How dare you frame me, forcing me to become a slave to the divine demon ancient sect? You slaughtered my entire Long family, killed my great-grandmother, you despicable piece of filth unworthy of living in this world. I will eat your flesh, drink your blood, peel your skin, tear your tendons, aha." As he said this, the once handsome young man erupted into crazed laughter. Furthermore, this corpse wasn't just hosting Mu Chang'e's single head. Altogether, there were 7 or 8 heads visible on the same torso. One of those heads was actually Mu Chuan's. Previously, after Mu Chuan's head had been severed by Yi Kanglin, it was retrieved by Wu Mengyan and then regrafted onto this new corpse. Mu Chuan stared wildly at Yu Wutian and roared with frenzied madness. "Grand Ancestor, I long to devour your flesh. Could you grant me the privilege to take one bite? Please, Grand Ancestor, I am suffering so much." Though laughing madly, his face revealed excruciating pain. Moreover, many other bodies of Lingxi Sect disciples had also been grafted onto these necromantic cadavers, creating monstrous abominations that were neither human nor ghost. Seeing all of this, Yu Wutian gave an icy chuckle, feeling that Wu Mengyan's cruelty matched his own. He immediately exclaimed in excitement, "So what are you trying to do by bringing these worthless beings here? To kill me?" Sitting gracefully cross-legged on the skeleton throne, Wu Mengyan replied coolly, "What else could it be? Did you think I came here to invite you for tea? Yu Wutian, do you really believe that merely breaking through to the Dao Tian realm and becoming a semi-blood demon lord makes you my equal?" Speaking, Wu Mengyan lifted her slender white hand and lightly snapped her fingers. In the next instant, the dense ranks of half-beast soldiers below rushed straight toward Yu Wutian. Some half-beasts capable of flying surged forward as well. These half-beasts were 3 meters tall each, creating an overwhelming pressure when charging en masse. But Yu Wutian instantly retreated to the top of Lingxi Sect's mountain gate, looking down upon the advancing army from above. He spoke heavily. "My descendants, there is the flesh and blood you hunger for. Come out and feast." At his words, behind Yu Wutian, a ghost gate slowly emerged, emitting waves of icy emerald energy across its surface. From the ghost gate, rows of undead soldiers slowly appeared. They looked like rotten corpses freshly risen from their graves, greedily absorbing the energies of the Yang realm before rushing toward the mass of half-beast armies outside. Besides these undead soldiers, countless spirits also flew out from the ghost gate and entered the headless corpses previously slain by Yu Wutian. Subsequently, these headless corpses resurrected again. Grabbing their sharp weapons, they clashed fiercely with the towering 3-meter-high half-beast armies. Both Yu Wutian's army of the undead and Wu Mengyan's half-beast army possessed powers equivalent to Earth-class soldier levels. Even more alarmingly, these armies far surpassed Yi Kanglin's previous Silver Fox Corps in strength and were not far from the rank of Celestial-class soldiers. Even worse, as long as Yu Wutian and Wu Mengyan remained alive, they could endlessly create such extraordinarily powerful armies. The 1,070,000 strong undead army and the 1,080,000 strong half-beast army engaged in a frenzied battle within Lingxi Sect's territory. What was once a flourishing holy land of immortals now turned into a river of blood, becoming a scene straight out of hell on earth. Everywhere there was insane killing. Everywhere the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Most unfortunately, neither side could easily kill the other, leading to the battle stalemating. At the same time, a distant moon began slowly rising. At first, it was a silvery white, but as it ascended higher and higher, its color started turning a deep blood red. It had arrived. The blood moon night was about to come. Yu Wutian looked at the rising moon, screaming excitedly, "Go up faster! Go up faster! Soon I will become the true demon lord." But in the next moment, a soft poo sound echoed. Then Yu Wutian's eyes widened in horror as he saw his heart suddenly pierced through by a long sword. Staring at this sight, Yu Wutian was utterly shocked. He looked incredulously behind him and saw an unfamiliar face. Panicking, Yu Wutian asked, Who are you?" With an evil grin, the stranger answered, "I am the head of the Shenxiao Immortal Sect's 12 Star Lords, the Yulong Star Lord." Upon hearing the name Yulong Star Lord, Tian immediately understood that members of the Xianxia Immortal Sect had arrived. His gaze shot toward the distant sky. Sure enough, he saw colossal flying beast legions surging their way towards them. The scale of their force was no less than 3 million strong, and seated at the front of the formation was none other than the supreme commander of this expedition, Marquis Yunwu. When Marquis Yunwu also saw Tian, he gave him a mocking kiss through the air gesture, indicating that his time was up. In the next second, Yulong Star Lord fiercely swung his long sword upward behind Tian, cleanly splitting his head in half. To his dying breath, Tian could not believe that he had just ascended to the Daotian realm, yet he was betrayed and slain by a seasoned elder from the Daotian realm. As Tian died, the undead legion he summoned screamed in unison. Then, the ghost gate emitting an incredible suction power, directly pulled all the undead soldiers back inside. As for the half-beasts locked in combat with the undead legion, they seemed rather confused. Especially Wu Mingyan sitting atop her skeleton throne, she stared in terror at what was unfolding. The moment she saw Tian stabbed to death in a single move, her complexion blanched instantly, and then she wildly swung her sword at her own back. Indeed, some other Star Lords from the Xianxia Immortal Sect had come to assassinate her. Holding sharp swords pointed straight at her, Wu Mingyan quickly hovered in the air, yelling, "Kill them!" Simultaneously, a large contingent of half-beasts lunged towards the direction of the 3 Star Lords. But the 3 Star Lords were themselves powerful cultivators at the Daotian realm. How could such mere Earth-class soldiers stand against them? At least based on their present numbers, they stood no chance. Seeing this, Wu Mingyan attempted to summon even more half-beasts to annihilate her foes. But right at that moment, a shadow descended rapidly from the sky above, revealing a net in his hand that was cast straight down onto Wu Mingyan's body. Wu Mingyan shrieked in surprise, then found herself ensnared. Next, the net contracted rapidly, shrinking her form along with it. Within moments, Wu Mingyan had been compressed into a crystal ball the size of a fist. Inside the crystal ball, Wu Mingyan appeared to have lost all her powers. She frantically pounded against the walls of the sphere, demanding to be released. At the sight of this, Xianhu Star Lord burst out laughing. I thought the 2 major forces of this Jin Tian domain would be so hard to deal with. Didn't expect them to be nothing more than a bunch of mud chickens and tile dogs, easily smashed apart. With Wu Mingyan captured alive, the half-beast army under her control became aimless, uncertain who to attack, and some even began to turn on each other. At this point, Marquis Yunwu landed gracefully on his flying sword, glancing briefly at those half-beasts, before stating clearly, "Annihilate them all, don't leave a single one." Following this order, the 3 million-strong army of the Xianxia Immortal Sect began to mercilessly slaughter the half-beasts en masse. The half-beasts were no match against the regular army of the Divine Dawn Immortal Sect, especially when the latter outnumbered them. Coupled with the half-beasts' inability to form an effective resistance, what transpired became a one-sided massacre. At this moment, Marquis Yunwu controlled his flying sword and flew into the Lingxi Sect hall. He cast a glance at the Lingxi Sect disciples who had already died on sight before turning his eyes to Xiao, nailed onto the crucifix. After contemplating for a while, he stepped forward, raising his hand and withdrawing the nails piercing through Xiao's hands with a single flick. Without the restraint of the nails, Xiao fell down. Then, Xiao looked at Marquis Yunwu in terror and asked fearfully, What are you going to do?" Marquis Yunwu looked down upon Xiao with a condescending gaze, as if viewing a dog. Coldly, he spoke. "Xiao, the former sect leader of Lingxi Sect, truly has fallen quite far. But after ruling Lingxi Sect for over 300 years, surely you know everything about the Jin Tian domain. With your help, we should be able to find the divine tomb within the shortest time possible." As he said this, Marquis Yunwu extended his hand, wanting to seize Xiao back, and Xiao prepared herself mentally to become a prisoner. At this moment, however, a lazy voice sounded out. "I was wondering why I couldn't find anyone from the God-Devil Ancient Sect. Turns out they were all gathered here. Ho ho, even people from the Divine Dawn Immortal Sect are present. All the better then. We can just slaughter you together." With these words, Marquis Yunwu was shocked internally. He quickly retreated backward, murmuring, "There's another expert." Being able to appear silently behind Marquis Yunwu without being perceived, Marquis Yunwu was certain that this person must also be an expert. When he looked over, he saw a silver-white handsome gentleman elegantly walking into the Lingxi Sect's court hall. A tall white golden hairpin adorned his head, and his attire was the white golden duke Longxian robe. He held a fan and casually strolled inside, glancing around the pitiful scene in the hall while occasionally shaking his head. Upon seeing him, Xiao cried out in surprise, "Yi Kanglin?" Yes, it was indeed Yi Kanglin who had appeared now. Likewise, Yi Kanglin saw Xiao, then chuckled lightly. "Ah, Xiao, I thought you were dead too. Who would have thought your life is so hard to snuff out?" Xiao pursed her lips, but didn't respond to Yi Kanglin's mockery. Right at this moment, Marquis Yunwu roared, "Somebody!" Following his roar, the 12 Star Lords practically appeared instantly on the scene. All 12 individuals were at the Daotian realm level, with the strongest Yulong Star Lord even reaching the peak of the Daotian realm. In earlier times, such formidable forces could undoubtedly wipe out every single member of Lingxi Sect with their bare hands. But now, they faced somewhat of an embarrassing situation. Facing the encirclement by the 12 Star Lords, Yi Kanglin just smiled and said, "Call out the rest of your forces already. I'm getting lazy searching for them. Let's settle this right here." Upon hearing this, Marquis Yuanwu angrily retorted, "Another madman. I don't understand. How come everyone in this small Jin Tian domain is crazy?" Saying this, he shook his head and commanded the 12 Star Lords, "Kill him." As the order was given, the 12 Star Lords almost simultaneously launched their attacks, with the strongest Yulong Star Lord even unleashing his ultimate skill. Though Yulong Star Lord felt no overwhelming power radiating from Yi Kanglin, in his perception, Yi Kanglin seemed no different than an ordinary person, without any spiritual energy. However, years of combat experience told him this person was dangerous, extremely dangerous. Therefore, Yulong Star Lord immediately unleashed all his strength. But the moment the 12 reached within a meter of Yi Kanglin's body, Yi Kanglin's eternal blood wheel eye quietly emerged. He merely glanced at the 12 Star Lords in the scene. The next second, a few loud popping sounds resounded. 12 Star Lords, 12 experts at the Dao Tian realm, actually exploded into 12 balls of blood mist under a single look from Yi Kanglin. They didn't even get the chance to let out a scream before dying. In an instant, Marquis Yuanwu collapsed on the spot. Even though the Divine Dawn Immortal Sect boasted considerable strength, only about 30-odd experts at the Dao Tian realm existed. In one strike, nearly a third of those had been annihilated. If he returned to the sect, his position was definitely not safe. Or rather, he likely wouldn't even have a chance to return alive to the sect. With these thoughts, Marquis Yuanwu immediately exerted his full power, fleeing towards the exit while shouting loudly to his subordinates outside, "Protect me! Protect me!" However, Marquis Yuanwu unleashed the most astonishing speed of his life, but in Yi Kanglin's eyes, it was still as slow as an ant. He lightly snapped his fingers, and immediately after, Marquis Yuanwu's corpse also exploded into a cloud of blood mist. In an instant, several of the highest commanders of the Divine Dawn Immortal Sect were all killed. This scene even made Yu Xiao dumbfounded. She looked at Yi Kanglin with disbelief, even doubting if the person before her was really Yi Kanglin. So terrifying, truly so terrifying. Yet Yi Kanglin completely ignored Yu Xiao. He casually picked up a crystal ball from the ground. Inside this crystal ball was exactly Witch Mingyan who had been confined. At this moment, Witch Mingyan seemed to want to say something to Yi Kanglin, but Yi Kanglin couldn't hear her. All Yi Kanglin did was smile and play with the crystal ball before he came to the outside of the Imperial Conference Hall. At this very moment, in the sky above, there were numerous giant ships circling around. Yes, they were indeed ships. Ships that could fly in the sky. They were super large equipment Yi Kanglin had purchased using a system specifically to deal with the Divine Dawn Immortal Sect. But when Yi Kanglin saw his heavenly tier soldiers almost wiping out the Divine Dawn Immortal Sect with overwhelming force, he realized that he had slightly overestimated the strength of the Divine Dawn Immortal Sect and underestimated the combat power of his current Silver Fox army. However, what Yi Kanglin failed to notice was that a blood-red moon hung high in the sky, and its light was spreading over the land below. The corpse of Yu Wutian lying far away on the ground started moving again upon contact with the moonlight. Then, an extremely powerful suction force came about. Massive amounts of blood plasma nearby were drawn as if pulled towards Yu Wutian's direction. In the blink of an eye, the blood plasma of hundreds of thousands gathered together into one spot. And these blood plasma then piled up to form a supergiant being over 100 meters tall. Simultaneously, Yu Wutian's voice rang out. "You will all die for me." As he said this, the skinless supergiant stepped down hard on the ground, instantly killing quite a number of remaining forces from the Divine Dawn Immortal Sect, including quite a few people from the Silver Fox army. Upon seeing this, Yi Kanglin fanned his fan gently, then hovered in midair and flew up to the forehead of the giant where there was a face, which was precisely Yu Wutian's face. At this moment, Yu Wutian also spotted Yi Kanglin and shouted with despair, "Yi Kanglin, I can no longer become the Blood Lord, and it is all your fault. Today, I will personally send you to hell." As he spoke, Yu Wutian controlled this supergiant to move toward Yi Kanglin to seize him, but Yi Kanglin calmly said, "I wondered who it was. Turns out it's just you, Yu Wutian. Well, time to send you off too." Saying this, Yi Kanglin's face revealed a look of disinterest as he raised his folding fan and swiped it forward lightly. Whoosh! Like a sharp blade slicing through, the enormous head of the blood-colored giant was cut apart right on the spot. The colossal head fell straight to the ground. Blood spurted out violently from the severed neck, causing a drizzling blood rain to fall over the area. However, what Yi Kanglin didn't notice was that within the fallen huge head, Yu Wutian's body actually crawled out from the back of the skull. Even now, he was still alive. His vitality was more terrifying than cockroaches. When Yu Wutian's body landed on the ground, he had aged by hundreds of years. At first glance, he looked like a senile old man nearing death. His body was emaciated, his breath faint, and he was utterly powerless. Still, despite all this, he tried his best to escape. But before he managed to crawl a few steps forward, suddenly a pair of feet appeared in front of him. Yu Wutian looked up in horror only to see Yu Xiao coldly staring down at him. Yu Wutian trembled as he said, "Xiao, I am your great-grandfather. You save me, save me. I'll grant any request you have if you save my life. I beg you, save me." As he spoke, Yu Wutian began coughing forcefully. However, Yu Xiao merely sneered coldly as she slowly raised a torch and said icily, "When you killed my father, did you ever think of saving his life?" As she spoke, Yu Xiao cruelly threw the torch onto Yu Wutian's body. Instantly, fierce flames surged upward, and Yu Wutian's frenzied screams of agony reverberated through the air. Yu Xiao knew that Yu Wutian's attribute was blood, and as long as he still had blood, he would be almost impossible to kill. The only way to completely annihilate him was one, burning him with fire, because only flames could destroy his very foundation and bring about his true death. Soon, as the flames surged, Yulong finally ceased all movement in his desperate struggles. His corpse slowly burned into a pile of ashes by the fire, then scattered in the wind. After seeing Yulong's total demise, Xiao took a deep breath and calmly said, "Next, it's probably my turn to die, right?" Saying this, Xiao turned her head and looked at Kanglin, who had appeared behind her. At the same time, a large number of heavenly tier soldiers descended, surrounding Xiao tightly, the frail woman amidst them. As soon as Kanglin gave an order, Xiao would die on the spot. But at this moment, Kanglin was still toying with the crystal ball in his hands. He glanced at the thoroughly dead Wuyuan and said, "Do you want to die?" I seem to remember you once saying something similar to me, didn't you? How did you put it back then?" Kanglin took a step closer to Xiao, glaring straight at her as he said, "You want to die? Well, this lord will not grant your wish." Upon hearing these words, Xiao said in a numb tone, "What do you mean?" Kanglin smiled, and then said to his subordinates around him, "Starting today, remove all of Xiao's positions, demote her to a commoner, confine her within the walls of Xuanhuan City, and she is never allowed to leave for the rest of her life." As the words fell, several heavenly tier soldiers bowed their acknowledgement, then stepped forward to prepare to escort Xiao to Xuanhuan City. However, Xiao simply stared blankly at Kanglin's retreating back. The words Kanglin just spoke were exactly what she had once said to him. Now, he returned them to her. At this thought, Xiao lowered her head and looked at her already slightly protruding belly. Facing the approaching heavenly tier soldiers, she neither resisted nor fled but obediently followed them away. Perhaps it was her turn to be confined to Xuanhuan City for life? Years later, using Jin Tian domain as his base, Kanglin began a journey of conquests. With the sweeping force of millions of heavenly tier soldiers, any power or mighty warrior met with their end underfoot. To those common folk living at the bottom of society, they might have anticipated another era of bloody warfare. But reality wasn't like that. Because wherever Kanglin's Silver Fox army went, they wouldn't harm even a single hair of these ordinary citizens. They would even actively help them repair their houses. In a short while, this surprised these civilians, making them realize that perhaps this new ruler was entirely different from the tyrants of old. Until Kanglin personally cut off the current Saint Court leader's head, Southland continent was completely unified. He accomplished what generations of the Yu family had failed to achieve and became the highest ruler of the entire continent. At the same time, he established a new ruling faction, Tiangong. No one knows how many years passed since then, and the people of later generations gradually forgot about that era of bloodshed, yet a storyteller secretly documented it all. He wrote the tales of that chaotic age when heroes fought like dragons into a book named Immortal Longevity. The end.